Once regarded as a loser by the 4 school beauties, they are now begging me to be their husband and even proactively inviting me to their garden for a feast. This is all because the world is shrouded in a deadly black mist, and all water resources and food have been infected by an unknown force. If humans recklessly consume them, they may suffer from dehydration and death, or worse, become mindless mutated monsters. In an instant, clean food has become an ultimate rarity, and perfectly sealed mineral water can even be sold for hundreds of millions. Yet, the supplies I possess fill the entire storage space. All because I have an infinite resource system that allows me to obtain a bottle of Handsome Chef's mineral water every second, and lying down for a day can directly yield over 80,000 bottles. Moreover, as long as I conquer beautiful women who meet the criteria, I can unlock various new survival resources one by one, such as freshly made traditional roast chicken, an AK automatic rifle with unlimited bullets, and even Dongfeng missiles delivered to my home worldwide. At this moment, I poured an entire bottle of mineral water off the balcony. And this scene made the school beauty across the way feel a rush of heat in her lower abdomen. Because all the facilities were without water and electricity under the shroud of fog, she hadn't had a drink of water for 2 days. It's important to know that if a person goes 3 days without water, they can die of thirst. Detected a goddess that meets the system standards. Starting to scan detailed information, the school beauty's total score evaluation reaches 95 points, and successfully taking her in can unlock a random resource. Seeing this scene, I was suddenly a bit surprised. I can finally unlock new resources now, as I know I can't last long without food. Shin-Yi, I haven't had water for several hours. Can you throw me a bottle of mineral water so I can drink a bit? I'll give you 1,000 yuan. How about that? Su Wanting licked her slightly dry lips, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Money is just a pile of waste paper in the apocalypse. If you want to drink water, just come to the boys' dormitory. As long as you show enough sincerity, you can drink as much of this uncontaminated water as you want. Su Wanting was instantly furious. You think I would sacrifice myself for a bottle of water? What do you take me for? She could easily understand the implication of my words, sending a girl alone to a boys' dormitory. There was no need to elaborate on what that meant. I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the arrogant campus beauty across from me, so I turned and took out 3 bottles of mineral water from the system space. I just gulped down a big mouthful, then directly poured the remaining half bottle out of the window, the water splashing down the balcony. Seeing this scene, Su Wanting widened her eyes again. How can you waste water like this? You'd rather pour it out than let me drink it. Do you have some serious illness? Remember, I'm in dorm 666. If you want water, come over yourself. Otherwise forget it. After saying that, I directly closed the window. Unlocking new resources is urgent right now, but I can't take the risk of going to the girls' dormitory. The black mist downstairs has already spread to the 5th floor, and the infected monsters have been eating people everywhere these days. You can occasionally hear heart-wrenching screams, so it's safest to let Su Wanting come over by herself. As for what happens to her, I don't care. She'll either die of thirst or take a risky chance. Su Wanting stood across from me, stomping her feet in anger. You big pig's hoof. You really are an uncultured guy. If it weren't for the apocalypse and being so thirsty, I wouldn't say a word to someone like you. But there happened to be a lot of water, and I was the closest one. In this way, Su Wanting cursed in her heart while tremblingly looking at the mist downstairs. I haven't been idle these days either, but have been continuously posting photos of mineral water in the class group. Although there are 80 billion people in Manhwa University, the standards for accepting female students are relatively high, and after half a day, not a single person meets the criteria. At this moment, the reason why Su Wanting is hesitating to make a decision is that she still holds a glimmer of hope for national rescue. What if she compromises and exchanges the garden for water, and then the rescue team arrives? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? But now, due to the severe lack of water and food, she has even lost her strength. During this time, she has called the rescue hotline countless times, but all have fallen into silence, receiving no response. After a deep inner struggle, Su Wanting ultimately decided to go to the boys' dormitory. After all, compared to dying of thirst, this little sacrifice didn't seem like much. Can't you just throw a bottle of water over? Why does this lady have to go out and take risks? Su Wanting cursed me while putting on her white stockings and speed attack outfit. But soon after, I actually received her distress call. What should I do? There's a monster downstairs. Brother Shin-Yi, come save me. I opened a video to watch and found the screen filled with thick black fog, in which there was a huge mutated dog. Its crimson eyes stared ahead for a moment, and Su Wanting was clearly frightened. Fortunately, the mutated dog just picked up a corpse and then turned to walk into the darkness to enjoy it. Sure enough, these animals have mutated as well. After exiting the video, my expression became very serious. It seems I need to find a way to awaken my abilities as soon as possible. While pondering, I also remembered to send a message to Su Wanting, Take advantage of the fact that the dog hasn't attacked you. Hurry upstairs. And don't think about me going down to get you. After saying that, I directly opened other friend requests. The person who came is Kai Jiin from the sports department, who has just awakened her abilities. It turns out that in the apocalypse, although 80% of humanity has turned into mutated monsters, there are also some who accidentally awaken various superpowers. Bro, do you need protection? I just successfully took down a mutated cactus downstairs, so you should know my strength. With me around, you don't have to worry about being robbed of supplies, although this guy keeps calling me bro. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he wants supplies. To find out how she obtained her powers, I directly pulled out 3 bottles of mineral water and said, I'll meet you later, but can you share how you awakened? Then we can work together to kill enemies, right? Hearing this, Kai Jiin started to play Tai Chi. I can't remember this clearly either. Anyway, I just awakened by accident. But brother, let's talk in detail when you come over. After saying that, she directly sent a detailed address. Seeing her attitude, I immediately deleted her as a friend. Don't be fooled by her calling me brother. When it comes to robbery, she's fiercer than anyone. However, her awakened ability must not be strong, otherwise, she would have crossed through the mist herself. But since there are infinite resources, time is definitely on my side. Just then, Su Wanting sent several messages in a row. Shin Yi, which dormitory are you in? Reply quickly. I'm dying of anxiety. I opened the keyboard and replied slowly. 666. Before long, a crisp sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Su Wanting leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, feeling as if her throat was about to smoke. However, with the man-eating monsters lurking downstairs, she still forced herself to reach dormitory 666. To her surprise, before she could react, a hand directly pulled her into the dormitory, and the room was immediately locked tight. After I pressed Su Wanting heavily against the wall, I reached out with one hand to pin her arms above her head, while the other hand kept searching her body for something. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm going to shout for help. However, I paid no attention and continued searching. Soon, I found a folding fruit knife on her. The apocalypse is indeed fraught with danger, even when facing a weak woman. One must never let their guard down. Next, I looked at the pink backpack behind her. What on earth do you want to do? Su Wanting tightly protected the backpack. At this moment she must be regretting it deeply, knowing she shouldn't have come here. And if she did come, she should have hidden the snacks. Once the only little bit of snacks was taken away, even if she replenished her fluids, she wouldn't last long. But I didn't care how she struggled and forcibly took the backpack from her. However, inside there were only some chocolate, chips, and spicy strips, along with some lipsticks, face masks, sunscreen, and various cosmetics. Only after confirming there were no lethal weapons did I let her go. But as soon as I released her, she swung her palm at me. I easily dodged and then directly retaliated with a slap, accompanied by a crisp sound of the slap. Half of Su Wanting's face immediately turned red. She then stared at me in disbelief. Don't forget what you're here for. If you don't want to, just get out. Who would keep a backstabbing wolf around? My tone was very cold, giving her no face at all. Without waiting for her to come to her senses, I directly kicked her and her snacks out of the room. Since Su Wanting was unwilling, I wouldn't force her. Doing so wouldn't align with the core socialist values. And besides, she was a ticking time bomb. What if she got schemed against while sleeping at night? Shin Yi, open the door quickly. Su Wanting looked at the dark corridor, her anger instantly dissipating as she raised her hand and kept knocking on the door. At this moment, she dared not return to the girls' dormitory. If she encountered another mutated beast, she might not even know how she died. Brother Shin Yi, please open the door. I won't dare anymore. I beg you to let me in. Su Wanting glanced at the dark corridor and suddenly felt as if some monster was staring at her. The unknown fear was like a giant beast constantly eroding her. Shin Yi frowned. This Su Wanting shouted, in case it attracted any monsters more damn dangerous. He picked up the folding fruit knife, put it in his pocket, and said coldly towards the door, don't scream. If you want to come in, then think about it first. If you're not willing to compromise, then get back in there. And if you draw the monsters in, you'll be the first one to eat them. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting became even more frightened. The pleas for mercy were much quieter. I do. Open the door and let me in. I really know it's wrong. Shin Yi didn't open the door. Let her cool off outside first. Doomsday is not like normal times. If it is normal society, play a little sex it most be hated. But play sex in the doomsday. Will die. Su Wanting had to be made to listen. Or else Shin Yi would rather not unlock the supplies than take in this woman with long legs and no brain. Open the door. Open the door. At the doorway, Su Wanting's body trembled slightly, her face flustered, and she kept looking back in the direction of the stairway. There were occasional strange noises coming from there, and she didn't know if they were mutated monsters or something else. Scaring her legs and not daring to make too much noise yet, Su Wanning finally realized that no one in Doomsday would spoil themselves. Treating Shani with his previous attitude, he would really drive himself away. Having witnessed the scene of the mutant dog eating people, Su Wanning's mindset at the moment changed quickly. Having not seen a living person in days, she was actually really scared. The reason why he was angry when he saw Shani was also because of the fire that was bred out of fear, and there was nowhere to vent it. But she didn't expect Shani to press her and would directly make a move and even drive her away. Su Wanting, who was very confident in her figure and looks, hit a wall for the first time. She also realized the truth that Shani, unlike her suitors, would not indulge her. Shani, I really know I'm wrong. Please, let me in. I'm so scared. Su Wanting, crying in fear. 7. Brush your teeth first. Just when Su Wanting was so frightened that she cried out and was about to break down, Shani opened the door and let her into the dormitory. Incidentally, Shani also picked up the snacks and backpacks on the ground. The stairway does have strange noises going off every now and then, but this sound had existed for a long time, before the black fog descended, so Shani wasn't worried about it being a monster. It could be simply deteriorating windows. Close the door and lock it behind you by hand. Shani looked towards Su Wanning, who was hugging her knees and sitting on the bed, sobbing in a low voice, and had no intention of comforting her. If she can't even get over that hurdle, then she's not destined to live long. It's the end of days. There were definitely more dangers to be encountered in the future than she had been taught today. The reason why Su Wanning was crying was actually not just because she was slapped by Shani, nor was she kicked out of the house. Rather, it's the sight of a living, breathing human being, being taken by a monster. The intense fear didn't make Su Wanning cry out at the time, but upon arriving in a relatively safe environment, her heartstrings couldn't be tensed anymore. It fell apart in a flash. The fear of hiding alone in the dormitory for the past few days, listening to the screams coming from time to time from downstairs, as well as witnessing the scene of people being gnawed by monsters, have all brought a great impact to Su Wanning's young mind. Living in the peaceful country of Xia, it was the first time she had ever seen a dead person. Actually, not only was Su Wanning scared, Shani was also frightened when he saw the man-eating monster through the video. Only he was relatively receptive and slowed down quickly. He can't go down or grandma and little sister will have no one to save. Shinji's current idea was to brush the supplies as soon as possible, and if he could brush out firearms and other weapons, then he would be sure to go out. He just couldn't believe that mutated monsters could resist heat weapons. As long as it's a carbon-based organism, a thermal weapon will certainly be able to do damage to it. Of course, Shinji was not superstitious about hot weapons. After all, up until now, the country had not been able to solve the mist, nor had it sent the army to rescue it, proving that it could not be dealt with by conventional means. But having a gun in your hand is somewhat of a safety net. So, can I get a bottle of water? Su Wanning cried for a long time, and was silent for a long time, and seemed to have slowed down from her fear, whispering to Shani. There were a couple of bottles of mineral water right there on the table, but she didn't dare reach out without permission. She was afraid of being thrown out. Shani looked at Su Wanting, who had swollen eyes from crying, and was slightly satisfied. So a bottle of mineral water was casually thrown over. At the same time, Shani also seriously sized up Su Wanting. Indeed, she deserved to be called the sexiest big beauty in the foreign language department, and her height of more than 5 feet 7 inches gave her a pair of long legs that exceeded those of many girls, coupled with the fact that Su Wanning wasn't fat in the first place, and was even a bit on the thin side. The proportion of her legs and waist was even more perfect. Su Wanting, who was drinking water, sensed Shinji's undisguised gaze and felt a little uncomfortable and shy. In the past, although those boys would also look at themselves, they were all peeking, or taking pictures, and had never looked at them from top to bottom like Shinji did so unabashedly. It was as if he was looking at some goods, making Su Wanning shy and at the same time vaguely a little less comfortable. But thinking of Shinji's temper, she didn't dare to have any complaints. After all, from the moment she volunteered to come to the boys' dormitory, she had understood what to expect. Su Wanting had initially thought of relying on her charm to pin down Shinji and let him control her food and drink while protecting her safety. But after what she had just experienced, she no longer dared to have that thought. Although Shinji is not handsome, the family background is also very common. But in the end of the day, one has no choice. As long as Shinji could manage her own food and drink and protect herself, then she would also hold her nose and admit it. It's not like it's all about faces in the apocalypse anyway. Strength is the first element of survival. Judging from Shinji's earlier control of his strength, and the slap that he had hit himself with, he was quite strong and could protect himself. As Su Wanning thought so, she saw Shinji walking over. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her breathing was ragged, and she felt her heart beating inexplicably much faster. Brush your teeth first. Shinee looked at Su Wanting's lips, and originally wanted to kiss them, but thought that she had been cut off from water for the past 2 days, and probably hadn't brushed her teeth, so the taste might not be very good. Su Wanting also understood Shinee's meaning, and could not help but blush. She was actually disliked. But she looked at the only 2 bottles of mineral water left on the table and hesitated. There are only 2 bottles of water left. Should we save them? She suddenly had some regrets. I can't believe I drank a bottle of water in one gulp just now. I should have saved some. But she was so thirsty just now that she didn't have control for a moment. Now there are just 2 bottles of water left. The 2 of them can only drink it for 3 days at most. Where else can they use it to brush their teeth and rinse their mouths? It's too wasteful. It's okay. Go ahead and drink. I told you. There's enough plumbing. Shinee said, casually lifting his hand. 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air in his palm. This is a superpower too. Su Wanting was shocked to look at the water that Shinee had transformed out of thin air. Superpowers. Su Wanting had seen a classmate posting a video in the group earlier, saying that he had superpowers. At first, Su Wanting didn't really believe it, but now that she saw the scene of Shinee changing water out of thin air, she instantly associated it with superpowers. Could it be that Shinee had also awakened his superpowers? Well, it's pretty much the same as what you understand. My superpower is that I can change food and water. So if you follow me, as long as you are obedient, you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Shinee said so. He also thought deeply about it and still felt like showing his hand. This would make the arrogant Su Wanting return to her heart even more. If it was just a matter of using violence to make her give in, then Su Wanting would definitely have a lump in her heart if she didn't say anything on her lips. Only with a big stick plus sweet dates can you completely tether this high-spirited woman, letting Su Wanting understand that there was a future in following her. Then she wouldn't betray easily. When there are more supplies unlocked in the future and there is enough strength, Shinee will not be in fear of her betrayal. When the time comes, if she dares to have any dissent, she will be killed directly. Of course, about the system, Shinee naturally wouldn't tell others. Whether or not the system was a superpower that he had awakened, no one else could know about it. That was the bottom line. There's actually this kind of superpower. So powerful. While Su Wanting was surprised, a smile couldn't help but appear in her eyes. If you can change food and water, then you will never have to go hungry or run out of water again. Thinking of this, Su Wanting's eyes changed a few points when she looked at Shinee. He's still not handsome, but he's reliable now. You should understand how important this superpower of mine is. So don't tell anyone about my ability without my permission. Understand? If I die, the superpower will be invalidated. Shinee seriously admonished. I understand. There's no way I'm going to tell anyone else. Not even my parents. Su Wanting nodded seriously. She's not stupid. If I was stupid, I wouldn't have gotten into this 985 school. Shinee's words were a warning and a threat. Well, then, I'll go ahead and brush my teeth and rinse my mouth. Su Wanting said, blushing slightly. She already understood what was going to happen after brushing her teeth. 8. Unlock new supplies. Ding. Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a random material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies. Freshly baked roast chicken. Roasted chicken +1. Has been stored in system space. Roasted chicken +1. Has been stored in system space. Roast chicken. Shinee wrapped his arms around the naked Su Wanting and lit up when he heard the system unlocking rewards. Roast chicken. Chicken. Now there's food. 2. And it's meat. Cool. Within the system space, time and space are stationary, which means there is no need to worry about food spoilage. Cool. In this moment's time, there were already dozens of roasted chickens in the space, and it's still growing. On the other side, the mineral water keeps increasing. Shinee pushed Su Wanting away and sat up naked, taking out a roasted chicken from the space and preparing to eat it on the spot. I haven't had any meat for a couple of days, and I've been so frugal that my mouth is watering. Plus, having just fought a fierce battle to get out of virginity, it was time to reward myself. Hiss. It's still hot. It's really fresh roasted chicken right out of the oven. Shinee placed the roasted chicken on the table, and an aroma soon drifted all over the dormitory. Su Wanting, who was pretending to be asleep, also couldn't help but open her eyes and look over, and couldn't help but gulp at the sight of the golden whole roast chicken. Is this Shinee's superpower? So awesome. I can't believe I turned out chicken, and it's smoking hot. This superpower is also amazing. To eat or not to eat? Shinee tore a smoking hot chicken leg and handed it to Su Wanting. Thanks. Su Wanting sat up in a hurry, still in a bit of pain because she got up too violently and tore her wound. But that pain was nothing compared to the deliciousness in front of me. She'd been snacking and underfed for the past few days and missed the taste of cooked food. It smells so good. This flavor is not at all worse than what I ate in a 5-star hotel. Su Wanting couldn't help but marvel as she chewed the chicken in small bites. Not to exaggerate or because I was so hungry, but the flavor of this roast chicken was really delicious. The chicken was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside with a little bit of juice, and it was so flavorful in one bite. Shinny also buried his head and ate bitterly. The flavor is really great. As for why he only gave Su Wanting a chicken leg, it wasn't that he was cheap and couldn't spare it, but he deeply understood that people couldn't be fed too much, especially since Su Wanting had only just compromised herself not long ago. If Shinny served her with a large meal and unlimited supplies, then this woman might want to get into trouble again. And Su Wanting, a skinny girl, couldn't eat that much. That's all. Shinny had finished off most of the chicken by himself, and Su Wanting had eaten a chicken leg. After she finished the chicken leg, she eyed the bones on the table that Shinny hadn't eaten clean. If you want to eat, then go ahead and eat, Shinny casually said as he rinsed the oil on his hands with mineral water. Thanks. Upon receiving the order, Su Wanting instantly went up and rummaged through the bones, picking up the uneaten ones and gnawing on them. It was almost an instant of hesitation before she let go of her cleanliness. In the past, a big lady like Su Wanting would have disliked it even if someone else had only held a chopstick of a dish, not to mention eating a bone that someone else had gnawed on. But now, it's so fragrant. Shinny smiled, then stretched beautifully. Eat, drink and be merry. Sure enough, you still have to keep unlocking new supplies to live an enjoyable life in the end times. Thinking of this, Shinny picked up his cell phone and looked at another girl who met the system's criteria. Jo Wanner. This little green tea can be much more scheming than Su Wanting. It's not good to trick her into coming over. However, as soon as she's cut off her water and food, she's bound to compromise. I believe the vast majority of people would choose to compromise than to starve or die of thirst alive. Thinking of this, Shinny looked at the rows and rows of friend applications and directly began to agree one by one. Although such an act was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, even if 1 out of 100, or even 1,000, met the system's criteria, that would be enough. If you're idle anyway, you might as well cast a wide net. While touching Su Wanting's long legs, Shinny replied to the friend message that had just added him. Although Su Wanting was a little embarrassed, she thought that the two of them were already like that, so she didn't care. On the contrary, she was a little happy at heart. Shinny likes himself, likes his legs, then he won't abandon himself in the future, and he will be able to live a peaceful life in the doomsday without worrying about food and drink. Thinking of this, Su Wanting even took the initiative to adjust her posture to facilitate Shinny's movements. Shinny didn't know what message he saw, and suddenly withdrew his hands. His face was serious, and he started typing rapidly with both hands. What's wrong? Su Wanting suspiciously came over. Put your clothes on. Shinny raised his head and spoke. Of course, this statement was just not wanting Su Wanting to read the message. Oh, Su Wanting wasn't stupid and didn't think to look at Shinny's cell phone anymore. Although she was slightly uncomfortable in her heart, she understood that she would not be abandoned by Shinny only if she was obedient and understanding. Otherwise, if he made Shinny angry and kicked himself out again, he might not really be able to come back. After all, her last bargaining chip was gone. Now if you want to be taken seriously by Shinny, you can only do it from other angles. For example, one has to be more knowledgeable and obedient. Serve Shinny well so that he wouldn't want to drive himself away. Su Wanting thought darkly, and Shinny sighed. Looking at the screen expression is still serious and serious. From time to time quickly typing messages, as if in and what very important people talking about very important topics. Important topic indeed, because this is the topic of how to awaken psychic abilities, or rather, the topic of how to get powers. Foreign language department Shinny, I can give you water and food, but how do you make sure you're telling the truth? Ma Tianming of the physical education department, I'm in the same dormitory as Zhao Tao. I saw the whole process of him obtaining his psychic abilities. I can guarantee that it's true. Physical education department's Ma Tianming, but you have to give me water and food before I can tell you how to get your powers. Shen Yi's expression was grave. Ways to gain psychic powers. If this Ma Tianming hadn't lied to himself, then from his words, it seemed to prove that the psychic ability wasn't naturally awakened, but had been acquired through some means, or something. If that was the case, it proved that one had a chance of gaining powers as well. That's what Shinny was so excited about. This was also the reason why he didn't let Su Wanting look at his cell phone. As long as one has psychic powers and one's unlimited supply system, then wouldn't this doomsday become easy difficulty? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Shin-Yi thought about it, then took out a few bottles of mineral water, took a picture, and sent a message to Ma Tianming. Foreign language department Shin-Yi, unopened mineral water, absolutely no pollution. As long as your information is accurate, These 3 bottles of water are for you. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a burly youth, looking at the photo of the mineral water, gulped, then looked up at a few more students in the distance, surreptitiously lifted his cell phone to take a picture, then tapped his finger on the screen and began to type rapidly. 9 Ways to gain psychic powers? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming, how do we trade? I have to get the water before I can tell you the way to get the powers. Otherwise, what if you back out after I've said it? T.M. Ma, Department of Physical Education. To prove the truth of what I'm saying, I'll show you a few pictures. The Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming sent you the contents of the photo. In the photo, it was 2 boys hooking up. Aside from that, there were a couple of pictures that looked like they had just been taken of a tall boy who was exchanging something with a couple of students. Department of Physical Education Ma Tianming, wearing red short-sleeved is Zhao Tao. You should have seen the video he posted before. Can recognize. The other is me. These photos can prove that he and I are roommates, and we have a very strong relationship. It is impossible for me to lie to you. Shenyi looked at Ma Tianming's message and pondered. He was highly skeptical of Ma Tianming's message. If Ma Tianming really knew how to obtain psychic abilities, why didn't he go ahead and obtain them himself? Unless the method is difficult or he's just lying. But even if he surmised that there was more than a 50-50 chance that Ma Tianming was lying to himself, he had to give it a try. After all, whether or not one could survive in this apocalypse, psychic abilities must be important. Sure, there was no way Shenyi would be foolish enough to run and deliver the water himself. That would be stupid. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, if I'm not mistaken, you guys are in the gym, and the gym isn't far from me. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, how about this? One of us will walk half the distance to the garden outside the boys' dormitory building to trade. When the time comes, I'll give you the water and you tell me the method. Department of Physical Education Ma Tianming, the method you mentioned is reasonable, but it's too risky. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, so you mean you want me to bring you water over? Then forget it. If you're afraid of danger, so am I. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, no, bro, I have another way. Ma Tianming. Department of Physical Education, you're in the dorm building, right? Can you go to my dorm? I have a drone in my dorm and it's the high-range kind. So you can hang the water on top of the drone and we can close the deal without either of us having to risk our lives. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, what floor is your dormitory on? Department of Physical Education Ma Tianming, 5th floor, 509. There's no one in the dormitory. You may need to pry the door. Shenyi thought slightly. This method does work. That method he had originally proposed was to get Su wanting to go downstairs to make the deal and not show up himself. That way even if something happened, he wouldn't be afraid. But if there was a drone, there was no need to risk Su Wanting's life. After all, the current Su Wanting was still very obedient. After thinking about it, Shenyi replied to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, I'll be in touch when I get the drone. T.M. Ma, Department of Physical Education, no problem. Ma Tianming. Physical Education Department, bro, remember to hurry up. I haven't had any water for over 20 hours and I'm thirsty. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, oh, didn't your roommate Zhao Tao awaken lightning powers? Why didn't he go out to look for water? There should be water in the supermarket, right? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming, don't mention it. With his thunderbolt, he can only electrocute a bird and hit a can. It's weak. Foreign Language Department Shenyi, okay, wait for my news then. After once again proving sideways that Zhao Tao's supernormal ability was very ordinary, Shenyi was also pondering, were all psychic abilities this weak? Or was it only Zhao Tao's awakened psychic ability that was this weak? Is it a human problem? Or is it a psychic problem? Anyway, let's go get the drone first. Thinking of this, Shenyi looked at Su Wanting who had gotten dressed and was taking the initiative to clean up the garbage and asked, is your body affected much? Can you still walk? It's okay, it hurts a little, but it doesn't affect much. Su Wanting immediately responded. She didn't want to act too soft. That would easily make Shenyi unhappy. Okay, then you pack up and let's go to the 5th floor. Shenyi had wanted to let Su Wanting go alone, but thought that she wouldn't necessarily pry the door. Had to make a trip out myself as well. It's not too risky to go to the 5th floor. Okay. Su Wanting stiffened for a split second, secretly regretting it in her heart. If she had known, she would have just said she was in too much pain to walk. She really didn't want to go out. It wasn't much safer in these cramped quarters, but at least it was safer than the dark foggy 5th floor. Shenyi also got dressed and organized his equipment. There's not really much equipment. The only effective means of attack was the folding fruit knife that Su Wanting had brought with her. It's also not at all reliable for killing mutated animals or plants. But it can be used for defense. Doomsday. Sometimes people are more dangerous than monsters. Go. After gathering their things, the two walked out of the dormitory. This was also the first time Shani had stepped out of the dormitory door since the weird black fog descended. As for how to go to the bathroom earlier, that's easy. Just use a plastic bag or something and throw it right out the window. It's all doom and gloom. So naturally there's not that much to talk about. That, Shin-Yi, what are we doing on the 5th floor? Su Wanting grabbed Shin-Yi's arm with some fear. It was so hard to settle down and not worry about food and drink. She really didn't want to go out and take risks. Wouldn't it be nice to just settle down and wait for help to arrive? Yes, until now. Su Wanting has had illusions about state rescue. It should be said that most of the population is disillusioned with the rescue. After all, up until today, water and electricity had not been interrupted, and the internet signal was normal, except that the officials had not taken any action other than releasing a message for the people to take care of themselves. This makes a part of the people have to suspect that the state is intentionally controlling the network to create a normal phenomenon. After all, someone died, but the official did not say anything. It can be seen that this is not a small problem. Don't talk, just follow me. Shin-Yi didn't explain too much to Su Wanting. His purpose of bringing Su Wanting was also very simple. If there was really danger, more human bait would make himself safer. Although it was a bit cruel to think this way, this was the only way Shin-Yi could think of to increase the survival rate. If he could, he didn't want Su Wanting to die. After all, it's nice to have an extra person to talk to in the middle of the apocalypse. Occasionally it solves something. Walking in the silent hallway, Shin-Yi was very careful. He guessed that the 5th floor would be safer. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't have been able to come up so easily. Walking to the stairway, Shin-Yi saw that the hallway on the 5th floor was filled with a dense black fog. It was finally time to touch this weird black fog. He took a small breath and stepped down. Su Wanting clutched Shin-Yi's hand and followed him nervously. Stepping into the black fog, Shin-Yi subconsciously held his breath. But it didn't take long to hold your breath. The black mist entered the body at once. However, the body did not react abnormally. At best, it doesn't feel like it smells very good. As for the effect of making people horny, it's not that quick. Also, if it instantly makes people horny, then I'm afraid that more than 90% of the world's population would be dead. While relieved, Shin-Yi began to look for the dormitory door number in the black fog. Visibility was low, but not particularly low, and you could still see things within a few meters. 507, 508, 509. This is the one. Shin-Yi pulled on the dormitory door and locked it, but it's hard to stop him. This old dormitory door is the kind of traditional wooden door. Door locks because of the perennial did not replace. Very good to pry open. And even do not need to pry. As long as there is a meal card, Shin-Yi can open the door locks of a whole floor. It's all practiced in high school. It took Shin-Yi a few dozen seconds to unlock the door with a cackle. 10. Doomsday is great too. Quickly, find if there are any supplies in this dormitory that can be used. And if you find them, put them in your bag and take them with you, Shin-Yi said. Then quickly walked towards the first bed and began to rummage around. Su Wanting also reacted, knowing that Shin-Yi had come to search for supplies, so she also found a bed nearby and quickly rummaged around. Shin-Yi flipped the bedding while sending a message to Ma Tianming asking where the drone was kept. Ma Tianming, Department of Physical Education, under the bed. Just put it under the first bed near the door. Getting a reply, Shin-Yi quickly found a drone in a white box under the bed that looked new. It's a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, not cheap. After taking the drone and rummaging around for a while, but not finding any useful supplies, Shin-Yi and Su Wanting left. The original purpose was also to come and get the drone, and it wasn't a disappointment that there was nothing else to be gained. Two people just walked to the stairway. Downstairs suddenly came thump 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 sound, as if something is knocking on the wall. The sound is very dense. What is that sound? Su Wanting was startled, gripping Shin-Yi's arm tightly and almost screaming out. I don't know. Upstairs first. Shin-Yi didn't have an ounce of curiosity and immediately accelerated his pace up the stairs. Daring to be curious at this time is purely looking for death. Coming to the 6th floor, Shin-Yi heard subtle sounds coming from some dormitories, and it seemed that someone was inside. Shin-Yi secretly memorized the 2 dormitories that made the sound. In this situation now, who knows if the survivors will sneak up on people for a bite to eat. Quickly returning to the 606 dormitory, Shin-Yi unlocked the dormitory door before letting out a sigh of relief. The supplies must be unlocked and the heat weapons unlocked as soon as possible, and get the method to awaken the powers as soon as possible. Only then can we have the power to defend ourselves at the end of time. Shin-Yi made up his mind. Just unlock a random heat weapon and you can stack it indefinitely, and then you'll never have to worry about not being able to defend yourself. Opening the box, Shin-Yi found out the instruction manual of the drone and flipped through it. He hadn't touched the drone before and wasn't very good at operating it. After looking at it for a while, It didn't seem very complicated. You want to play with drones? Su Wanting was curious. Well, but I don't know if this drone can hang 3 bottles of water. If the drone doesn't work, then we'll have to have Su Wanting go downstairs to complete the transaction. The risk is there, but it's better than taking a chance on yourself. It's possible. The weight that this drone can lift is around 5 kilograms, and the 3 bottles of mineral water are only at most 1.5 kilograms. Su Wanting replied. Yeah, you've played with drones? Shinee looked at Su Wanting. Aha, I used to shoot landscapes and short videos, and I still have more than 100,000 followers on my account at Jitterbug. Shinyee's eyes lit up. That would be a good way to let Su Wanting steer the drone, lest she could not control it well and would be embarrassed if she crashed into a wall. Then you operate it and help me deliver a few bottles of water to one of my classmates. Shinee handed the remote control to Su Wanting. Water delivery? Okay, I'll see if the power is enough. Although Su Wanting was curious about what classmate Shinee was going to deliver water to, she didn't ask too many questions and immediately began to debug the equipment. Quite skillful, judging by her handling. Shinee, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, asking him to choose a trading location. Sure, Shinee wouldn't give him water first. Otherwise, if this kid lied to himself, wouldn't he lose out? Although the 3 bottles of mineral water were not important to Shinee, he didn't want to eat a dumb loss, much less be cheated. Foreign Language Department. Shinee, the drone is ready, but I only have 3 bottles of water right now, and you need to make sure I'm telling the truth first, or there's no way I'm giving you all the water I have to save my life. About 2 or 3 minutes later, the opposite party messaged back. Physical Education Department. Ma Tianming, the way to gain psychic powers is to eat a thing. As for what it is, I can't tell you right now unless you show me the water first. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming, of course, don't even think about lying to me. If I don't tell you what that is, you definitely won't be able to find it. Don't think about breaking the contract. Foreign Language Department. Shinee, hee, it's not easy to find the kind of thing you're talking about, is it? Otherwise you would have eaten it yourself a long time ago, and you wouldn't have been able to use it to trade with me. Ma, Department of Physical Education, that's true, but I can assure you I'm not lying. Ma Tianming of the Physical Education Department, this information of mine is definitely worth a lot right now. Even the officials haven't announced it, so it's fine for you to take it out and exchange it with others for supplies. You definitely won't lose out. Eating a thing to gain psychic powers? Shinee frowned. What could it be? Shinee, it's tuned up. The drone still has most of its power. It should be enough. Su Wanting's voice came. But the dark fog is thick out there right now and visibility is low, so I'm not sure I can get the water through if it's too far away. Well, just try as hard as you can. It's okay if you can't deliver it. Shinee didn't particularly care if he could deliver the water to Ma Tianming. Anyway, roughly, he had gained the information. Fly toward the stadium. Good. Su Wanting walked to the balcony and released the drone with 3 bottles of water dangling from a towel. Shinee, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and took a picture and sent it to Ma Tianming. Foreign Language Department. Shinee, it will take a few minutes at most to get the water there. Now you can tell me the answer. Ma, Department of Physical Education, wait a little longer, at least until I can see the drones. Shinee glanced at Su Wanting, who was controlling the drone with the remote control. Her brows were slightly furrowed and she pursed her lips with a serious expression. Well, can you fly to the gym? It's okay, I just didn't expect this black fog to be so thick. Shinee came over and looked at the screen of the remote control, the image projected back by the drone camera. Looking down from the drone's perspective, the entire world was covered in layers of rolling black fog. The black mist had been at least 14 or 15 meters high, enveloping most of the low buildings. What an amazing spectacle. Su Wanting sighed softly. If this wasn't a disaster, it would be artistic and a different kind of pleasing to photograph. But, under this dense black fog, it was unknown how many mutated monsters were hidden. Shinee looked at Su Wanting's delicate side face and serious expression and couldn't help but kiss her. Okay, he admitted that he, too, loved beautiful drops, especially the vicious ravaging of beautiful things, like this delicate face. Beautiful women who were absolutely inaccessible before are now available to play as much as they want. In a sense, Doomsday is really great. Su Wanting blushed and looked at Shinee, then continued to maneuver the drone seriously. Shinyee's hands were not idle. At the same time that Su Wanting blushed and couldn't help making noises from her mouth, Shinee also sent a message to Ma Tianming. 11. The death of Ma Tianming. Shinee, Department of Foreign Languages, it's already here. You should be able to hear the drone if you're outside the gym. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I hear you. I hear you. It's right over my head. Come on down. Shinee, Department of Foreign Languages, don't rush. Tell me the answer first. While sending the message, Shani looked at Su Wanting in his arms and said, lower the drone a little bit, but not too low, so that the people below the black fog can see it. Su Wanting's cheeks were slightly flushed, her red lips panting slightly as she adjusted her posture and began to maneuver the drone down. In the black mist, a burly youth licked his dry and cracked lips while staring dead at the thick black fog above his head. He is Ma Tianming. This transaction, he had privately approached Shen Yi to trade and did not tell Zhao Tao, otherwise there is still water to be divided for Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was not willing to tell others about the method of obtaining psychic abilities. He didn't want others to obtain psychic abilities as well. But Ma Tianming does not care so much. Old man is dying of thirst. Who still help you keep secrets? It's not like you're doing yourself any favors. Hurry up, Ma Tianming murmured, glancing back at the gym every now and then. In case the others find out, it would be a problem. Moreover, I heard Zhao Tao say that there were monsters in the black mist, so it would be troublesome if they were targeted by monsters, so I had to get the water in a hurry. Soon, the silhouette of a drone appeared in the air. It also had a couple bottles of mineral water dangling from underneath it. Ma, Department of Physical Education, I saw it. Lower it down a little more. Drop down a little more. Foreign Language Department Shani, answers. The more anxious Ma Tianming was, the less anxious Shani was. This transaction, from beginning to end, Shani has the upper hand, because he wasn't short of water. Even the loss of a few bottles of water didn't hurt. Most of what he'd said before had been to make Ma Tianming think he was in a hurry. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get the words out. Now is even a better time to take him. A thirsty person who sees water only gets hungrier and even loses the ability to make calm judgments. Department of Physical Education Ma Tianming, let me get the water first. Otherwise what if you back out again? Foreign Language Department Shani, I'll give you the same words. I'll give you the water. What if you back out? Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, damn you. Ma Tianming licked his dry and cracked lips, squeezing his cell phone tightly in anger and hesitating. He was also really afraid of this guy going back on his word, but one is also really thirsty. Staring up at the source of the life-saving water that was almost at hand, he gritted his teeth and began to type. Ma Tianming of the Physical Education Department, I can tell you the answer first, but you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao and have Zhao Tao bring someone to get you in trouble. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, most of us here are physical education students. Even if you did get a fluke and gain psychic abilities, there's no way you'd be a match for dozens of students. Foreign Language Department Shen Yi, don't worry, I don't want to feud with you either. Although his mouth was like this, Shen Yi's heart had already risen with killing intent. If you dare to threaten yourself, then you really want to cause trouble for yourself. This kind of person must not be kept. Luckily, he hadn't revealed his dormitory number to Ma Tianming. The dormitory building was so big, it wouldn't be easy for him to find himself even if he got in. But just to be on the safe side, change dorm rooms later. If he didn't have the ability to snipe from a distance, Shen Yi would have wanted to directly get Ma Tianming killed to eliminate any future problems. Although he had never killed anyone, if someone really threatened his life, Shen Yi would not hesitate to get the other party killed. It's a determination that must be present to survive the apocalypse. Ma, Department of Physical Education. That's a colored fruit that grows on top of plants that haven't mutated. Physical Education Department's Ma Tianming, I'm not lying to you. Zhao Tao just ate a fruit like that. Then after a few dozen seconds, he suddenly had lightning powers. Shen Yi, okay, I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise I'll tell Zhao Tao about the deal with you. And I believe Zhao Tao won't keep a roommate who betrayed him anymore. Right? Ma, Department of Physical Education. He would threaten. And so would Shen Yi. And, a spot-on threat. Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting and said, lower the drone, the mineral water to him. As for the drone, if you can take it back, take it back. If you can't take it back, forget it. He also thought about breaking the contract, but then on second thought, if Ma Tianming told Zhao Tao about the deal, then there was no guarantee that Zhao Tao wouldn't come looking for trouble in order to obtain the secret of his powers. Judging from Zhao Tao's covered-up behavior, he didn't want other people to know how to obtain psychic abilities. Very greedy guy. Yes. Su Wanting began to slowly land the drone. Before the drone could land, a hungry and thirsty Ma Tianming yanked down a handful of mineral water. Then, unscrewed a bottle of water on the spot and gulped it down. That hungry look, like he was crazy with thirst. It was no wonder that he had been wary for half a day and would be unguarded when it came to the final transaction. Because he was thirsty and no longer had the heart to pull with Shen Yi. Seeing this scene, Su Wanting couldn't help but feel emotional as well. This is probably the daily routine for most survivors. There were too few people like Shen Yi who did not lack food and drink. Thinking of this, Su Wanting couldn't help but raise a few points of happiness in her heart. He is now following Shen-Yi, and does not have to worry about food and drink, as long as he is at ease waiting for rescue. Although Shen-Yi likes to touch her legs and breasts, but it's actually quite comfortable to be touched. Ah! Su Wanting suddenly let out a scream, startling Shen-Yi, who was immersed in studying her body. Shen-Yi, you, look! Shen-Yi immediately looked at the drone screen. Just see. The black fog suddenly stretched out a number of thick vine strips, binding Ma Tianming's entire person up, like a bundle of dumplings tightly bound, to be dragged towards the black fog. What? What's going on here? Come 2 minutes ago, Ma Tianming finished the bottle of water in one gulp, so refreshing that he almost screamed. Looking at the 2 remaining bottles of water, he pondered about hiding them so that they couldn't be discovered by Zhao Tao and the others. In addition, still have to find a way to get some more water from this Shen-Yi. He didn't believe that Shen-Yi only had so many bottles of water. After all, think about it differently. If he only had 3 bottles of water, he would never be able to give it to someone else. He was pretty sure that Shen-Yi must have many more bottles of water in his hands. But what would it take to get the water in Shen-Yi's hand? Perhaps one could look for Zhao Tao to discuss it and implicitly disclose some information to him. With Zhao Tao's character, he might not be able to resist the temptation to find trouble with Shen-Yi. At that time, he pretended to be on Shen-Yi's side, and coerced him to give himself water, and then took the opportunity to solve Shen-Yi, in order to prevent Shen-Yi from revealing the matter of trading with himself. That's right, totally. I'm a ING genius. Ma Tianming was thinking excitedly, but he didn't notice that in the black fog behind him, a vine spread out as if it was alive, and came behind him silently. When he felt a bit of coldness behind him, he subconsciously turned back, and the pupils of his eyes were violently shrunk. From the reflection of Ma Tianming's pupils, countless vines instantly swooped over and wrapped around his body, trying to escape, but it's too late. Help! Help! Ouch! It hurts so much. Ah! Ma Tianming shrieked and struggled violently, but the rattan was extremely strong. The more he struggled, the harder the rattan became, strangling the skin on Ma Tianming's body as it began to turn purple. His face reddened, and his breathing was not smooth. He was still struggling hard, but it didn't seem to be much use anymore. His body was strangled tighter and tighter by the rattan, and it seemed that because the blood was not circulating, his entire face began to redden and turn purple. The flesh on his body was also cracked by the sharp rattan strangulation, and bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes red and dripping onto the rattan. What was even more frightening was that his blood had just dripped onto the rattan, but it was directly absorbed by the rattan and disappeared without a trace. Those vines seemed to be excited by sucking in blood, strangling Ma Tianming's body harder and harder, gradually cracking his entire body, splattering various colors of blood, flesh and bones everywhere. 12. The monster that shadows the sky. Hearing Ma Tianming's screams, several people rushed out of the gym. Leading the way was Zhao Tao, who was wearing red short sleeves. Upon seeing the scene of Ma Tianming being bound by the rattan, Zhao Tao's several faces changed drastically and turned around to run into the gymnasium again. With little hesitation, he directly abandoned Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming also ended his life in extreme despair and pain. Through the drone aerial photography, Shen-Yi and Su Wanting, who saw this bloody scene, retched for a while and almost vomited. Born Zhao Tao. Shen-Yi cursed with a darkened face. He wasn't angry because Zhao Tao had seen death. Whether Ma Tianming died or not had nothing to do with him. It was better to die. The reason he was angry was because Zhao Tao was counting himself out. That's right, Zhao Tao wanted to count Shen-Yi before. Knowing that there were such horrible mutated plants outside the gym, he actually tried to trick himself into coming here and said something about protecting himself. Marred. This Zhao Tao bastard is really black-hearted. Don't let me catch you or I'll screw you. Shen-Yi thought as he spoke. Pull back the drones. They might be useful later. Just as Shen-Yi's words fell and the drone lifted off the black fog, a sharp bird song suddenly came out of the remote control screen, as if it could crack one's eardrums. The image shows a giant bird swooping down from the sky, its sharp claws grabbing the flying drone in one go and taking it up into the air. Soon the drone lost the picture and signal completely. Ah, Kong, what was that bird just now? So big. Su Wanting couldn't help but swallow her saliva, revealing a look of horror. Although only vaguely seen a little bit of the picture through the drone's camera, the feeling of that covering the sky. Is that really a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth right now is nowhere near as big as one of that giant bird's wings. It was definitely a mutant monster. There are actually scarier mutated monsters in the sky. That horrible giant bird carries more fear and depression than mutant dogs and mutant vines. As soon as she thought that there was such a terrifying giant bird in the sky right now, Su Wanting hastily retreated back into the dormitory, not daring to go any closer to the balcony. Although that giant bird flew very high, in case it suddenly swooped down, it would be too late to dodge. It was so fast that the drone was just moments away from being grabbed by it. It seems that even birds flying in the sky can mutate. Xinyi's face was grave. He had thought that only the plants and animals on the ground shrouded by the black mist would mutate, but he hadn't realized that even the birds had mutated. Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Xinyi once again looked at the content of the chat with Ma Tianming. Growing on plants that haven't mutated. Colored fruit? Xinyi opened Jitterbug and tried to search for relevant information. He didn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only one in the entire Xia kingdom who had acquired psychic abilities. Let's see what the others say. Unsurprisingly, there are really people posting videos. Families, I've awakened my superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef. In the video, a 15 or 16-year-old teenager, while making arrogant remarks, lifted his small hand, and all of the many iron weapons around him flew up, suspended in the air. With another wave of his hand, all of the iron weapons flew out, firmly rooted into the walls. If this was stuck on a person, they would be seriously injured if not killed. What kind of psychic ability is this? The power of the mind? Or Magneto? It feels a bit stronger than Zhao Tao's lightning ability. Xinyi continued to look through the other videos, but not many people show off their superpowers in such a dignified manner. As for the keywords, colored fruits are even less searchable. I don't know if people who have gained powers are hiding them or if the platform is blocking the keyword. It's a pity that the drone is gone. Or else you could have used the drone to go out and look for colored fruits. Xinyi secretly regretted. For now, you'll have to change dorm rooms. Although his dormitory number hadn't been exposed, he would have to let other women come to him in the future. And wouldn't he be in danger if a woman came over with a group of men? So, in the future, you will have to give the woman a fake address, and then show up yourself after confirming that the person is alone. My previous self was still too simple and not cautious enough, but from being threatened by Ma Tianming, Xinyi's vigilance had directly doubled several times. From now on, whatever you do, you must be cautious, careful. 6-word guidelines to keep in mind. Su Wanting, pack your things, let's change dormitories. Ha, why? Su Wanting, who had just finished drinking water, was a bit confused and subconsciously asked back. Don't ask, pack up. Okay, I'll pack it up. Su Wanting didn't dare to ask again when she saw Xinyi's face change. She still subconsciously substitutes for her former identity sometimes. If a boy had dared to talk to her like this in the past, casually ordering her around, Su Wanting would have disliked him angrily. Growing up in a good family, not having suffered, and being excellent in herself, she did have the capital to be arrogant if she was in normal society. But alas, this is not the old days. Xinyi was even less of a pleasing dog-licking character. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Wanting had helped him unlock new supplies and was more obedient today, he wouldn't have hesitated to abandon Su Wanting. Bringing a woman with you at the end of the day is a liability most of the time. After packing up his things, Xinyi brought Su Wanting to away from dormitory 610, which was 3 dormitories, dormitory 606. It's just the right place to avoid the 2 dormitories that might be occupied, and it's close enough to the stairway to be the first to escape the 6th floor in case of danger. Xinyi was prying the door, when a voice suddenly came from behind him, and he turned around to look. The door to the dormitory suddenly opened. At the end of the building, was found 601. Immediately alert, he gripped his fruit knife and stared at the open door. Dormitory. One of the very dormitories suspected to be occupied. 601. That, classmate, don't be impulsive. I'm human. A man came out of dorm. A shorter boy with nearsighted glasses. 601. When he saw that Xinyi had a knife in his hand, he hastened to make a sound, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Something wrong? Xinyi still held his knife vigilantly. Although he lived on the same floor, Xinyi didn't recognize this boy. He has to go out to work part-time during the week, so naturally he doesn't have time to make friends. Here's the thing. Class, do you have any more water there? I can trade you food for it, the boy said in a hurry. He wouldn't have wanted to venture out and talk to strange classmates if he hadn't run out of water. In this situation now, people may be more dangerous than monsters. He was also a half-geek who had read a lot of doomsday novels and movies, and had a lot of experience. Are you alone? Xinyi, as he surveyed, asked warily the dormitory door. 601. Aha, it's just me, and I'm unarmed. So don't you guys worry. The boys have read a lot of doomsday novels and movies, but they obviously haven't learned anything real. Bottomed out in one sentence. If Xinyi had been a little darker mentally, it would have been enough to coerce him into obediently handing over his food or even get him killed by now. Just then, the door to room also suddenly creaked open. 603. 13. Discovery of the alien fruit. Hello classmates. Don't be afraid. I'm not hostile. The door to dormitory opens. 603. It was a boy who was about the same height as Xinyi, but a little fatter than Xinyi, with dyed yellow hair. I just heard you guys chatting and saw that none of you are bad guys. So that's why I came out to try to form a team with you. The yellow-haired student had a smile on his face, as if he wanted to try to draw a closer relationship. It's the end of days after all. It's safer to have more people. Well, brothers teaming up? Neither Shinee nor the boy with glasses said anything. The spectacled boy stood even more vigilantly in the doorway, so that he could be the first to run into the dormitory if he encountered any danger. Who would trust a stranger and team up with a stranger in this situation? What a joke. Come on, we're all in the same school. We don't have to be so distrustful, do we? Do you think I dare to kill someone? I don't even dare to kill chickens. I believe you guys wouldn't dare to kill anyone either, right? Otherwise it's a prison sentence. Yellow Hair said breathlessly. It wasn't clear if his character was just so self-centered or if he had ulterior motives. In any case, Shinee wouldn't believe him. Who to trust? But the spectacled boy was clearly spoken for. Also, it's only the 5th day of Armageddon, and most people still have a bottom line and aren't crazy enough to kill. So, do you have any water? I'd like to exchange my food for some water. The spectacled boy asked Yellow Hair a bit carefully. The current situation on the field was that Shinee had a sword in his hand and was 2 people, occupying the greatest advantage. The boy with glasses was more afraid of him, and would have preferred to make a deal with Yellow Hair if he could. At least the yellow-haired student didn't have a knife in his hand. I've also finished my water. That's why I wanted to team up with you guys and leave the dormitory together. Yellow Hair scratched his head, embarrassed. This way The glasses boy could only look at Shinee again. The tall, beautiful woman beside this classmate was carrying a bag, so maybe there was water. Speaking of which, why is there a girl in the boys' dormitory? Is it this classmate's girlfriend? So beautiful. This body, these legs, combined with those mid-calf white stockings, it's just too secondary. The boy with glasses unusually restrained his eyes, which didn't allow himself to stare at Sue Wanting's long legs. Yellow Hair also peeked several times. There's no way around it. That body is too attractive to a man's eye. Shinee naturally detected the eyes of the 2 men. He was more wary in his heart, and weighed the situation in his mind, and felt that with a knife, even if he could kill the 2 of them, he himself might also be injured. Injury in Armageddon, with no medication, has a great probability of being fatal. Then there's no point in fighting for your life. Also, at the moment they are not hostile to themselves. Instead, you can take advantage of the opportunity to develop a wave. He was going to refuse the glasses boy's quid pro quo, but on second thought, he could agree to it. If he didn't exchange, when the glasses boy couldn't stand the thirst anymore, he might join forces with Yellow Hair to fight for his life. But if they were exchanged, the spectacled boy would certainly not be able to join forces with the yellow-haired student as long as he was not yet in a desperate situation. You have to divide the enemy and then break them down one by one. Thinking of this, Shinee looked at the spectacled boy and said, My girlfriend and I don't have much water either. Just 1.5 bottles left, but I can exchange half a bottle for you. Good. Thanks. Thank you, big brother. The spectacled boy nodded his head excitedly. Half a bottle of water. Save it, and with your own pee, you'll be good for at least a couple of days. With a little bit of luck, we might just make it until help arrives. Shinee held his sword and walked over. Sue Wanting hurriedly followed. Yellow Hair had the good sense to get out of the way. Just, looking at Sue Wanting's tall back, he couldn't help but lick his lips, and a point of desire was hidden in his eyes. Mud. It's beautiful. This leg, I can play with it for a year. These words were certainly in his mind. He had seen that Shinee had a knife in his hand, so he wouldn't be foolish enough to look for trouble. Entered dormitory. 601. A strange smell came over me. Sue Wanting couldn't help but cover her nose with her hand, frowning as she tried to spit. Why does this guy's whole thing stink? Did it pull up in the dormitory? In comparison, Shinee's dormitory could simply be called clean and hygienic. Really, people are ugly and so slovenly. It's disgusting. Sue Wanting secretly spat. Luckily, Shinee loves cleanliness, otherwise she really didn't know if she could stand it. Not much cleaned up in the dorms. Don't you guys mind, haha. The glasses boy smiled awkwardly. He also knew the dorms didn't smell too good. This can't be helped. After all, the lack of water in the past few days. He then did not wash his feet, and did not brush his teeth and wash his face, plus urination and defecation. In short, it is a bit embarrassing, especially if he also let such a big beautiful woman see the embarrassing side of himself. He was so embarrassed that he was about to dig his toes out of the third room. Shinee didn't make a sound, because at first glance, he was attracted by a few potted plants on the windowsill. The plants planted in those pots are not sure what they are, and they have bloomed beautifully. But what made Shinee pay attention was not that the flowers were beautiful, but that in the center of the flower of one of the pink flowers, there was actually a 7-colored fruit. The fruit was small, the size of a small thumb, and buried inconspicuously in the center of the flower. Shinny secretly retracted his eyes and pretended to survey the dormitory without revealing his excited heart, saying, "What kind of food are you exchanging? I have self-heating hot pots here, as well as various flavors of instant noodles and bread, spicy noodles. You see what you need?" The boy with the glasses took out his entire inventory and laid it out on the bed for Shin-Yi to pick from. "Let's see." Shin-Yi appeared to be picking seriously, but in reality, he was thinking about how to get his hands on that colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming hadn't lied, after eating this fruit, he would more than likely be able to gain psychic abilities. Su Wanting frowned deeply and covered her nose. She really didn't understand why Shin-Yi had come to exchange food. If you have supernatural powers, you can just change what you want to eat. What's the point of changing? And this guy makes a stinky mess and I wonder if he gets diarrhea from his food. Su Wanting, who had just spent half a day living a good life, had already begun to despise junk food. "I'll take 2 packs of spicy flavored instant noodles." Shin-Yi picked for half a day and finally took 2 packs of instant noodles as if he was serious. "Wanting, fetch a bottle of water." "Aha." Su Wanting obediently took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. Glasses boys pretended not to carelessly swept a glance, found that the beautiful girl's bag is indeed only a bottle of water left. But snacks there are still a lot. It seems that this big brother did not lie to himself. Real people. It was obvious that he didn't have much water either, but he was willing to trade with himself, which was clearly helping himself. The good feelings towards Shin-Yi in the heart of the glasses boy immediately rubbed up. "By the way, classmate, these potted plants of yours are pretty long. Can you give me 2 of them? My girlfriend likes potted plants more," Shin-Yi suddenly said. No problem. Anyway, it's all raised by my roommate. He probably doesn't want it." The glasses boy didn't think much about it, and generously let Shin-Yi take whatever he wanted. He wouldn't be able to keep it alive in his dormitory anyway. After all, he didn't have any extra water for useless flowers. "Wanting, don't you like potted plants? Go pick 2 and let's bring them back to the dormitory to keep." Oh, good. I love potted plants." Su Wanting was confused and didn't know why Shin-Yi suddenly said he liked potted plants, but her brain turned quickly and knew that this was Shin-Yi wanting a potted plant. So he cooperated and obliged, going up and picking it out. 14, gains psychic powers, becomes handsome too. Su Wanting picked for a while and picked 2 potted plants that had already bloomed. "At least I candy." Then she looked back at Shin-Yi and saw Shin-Yi nodding gently. She understood that she had chosen the right one. Although she didn't know why Shin-Yi wanted a potted plant, today's experience told her not to ask if she could, and to be good and obedient is, so that Shin-Yi would instead like herself more. "It's getting late, so we'll go back first." Shin-Yi pressed down his excitement and said calmly, although she knew that the boy must not be able to see anything, but if something went wrong, she would be too late to regret it. "Good, big brother, if you need anything in the future, you call me again." The glasses boy had a mouthful of big brother, and was obviously extremely favorable to Shin-Yi. After all, it was the one who shared the water that saved his life. "Aha." Shin-Yi nodded and just turned around and was about to leave with Su Wanting. Suddenly, boys yelled from behind them, "Big brother, wait." The boy with glasses touched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Big brother, my name is Wang Bingbing, should we add a contact?" "Okay." Shin-Yi did not refuse and opened his WeChat to scan. The boy with glasses was also quick to open WeChat and hand over his code. Scan the code and add it successfully. "My name is Shin-Yi." After that, if there's anything, WeChat contact. "Okay, brother Shen." Finally, Shin-Yi and Su Wanting walked out of the smelly 601 dormitory. "Hey man, do you guys have any extra water? Can you give me half a bottle as well?" Yellow Hair asked with a smile. "No more, there's only 1 bottle of water left, and the 2 of us will drink it." Shin-Yi lightly refused, and then left with Su Wanting. All he wanted to do now was to hurry back and study to see if he could gain psychic powers from this colored fruit. As for the yellow-haired students, doesn't matter. As long as Wang Bingbing didn't join forces with him, and with a knife in his own hand, he believed that Huang Mao's classmates weren't that stupid to come and send him to his death. Instead, "You can make the first move yourself." Coming to the door of dormitory, Shin-Yi quickly pried open the door. 610. Since the students hadn't returned, this dormitory was relatively clean and didn't smell bad. However, Shin-Yi still said to Su Wanting, "You go to dormitory and bring my bedding over." 606. Aha! Su Wanting didn't want to sleep on someone else's futon either. Who knows if it's clean? She's a clean freak. Seeing Su Wanting leave, Shin-Yi immediately came to the front of the potted plant and carefully observed it for a while, confirming that neither of the 2 plants had mutated. Then, he plucked the fruit from the center of the flower. The colorful little fruit went into his hand. and there was actually a trace of coolness that traveled from his fingers into his body, when it's really not easy. With this coolness alone, Shun-Yi could determine that this colorful little fruit was by no means an ordinary fruit. Want some? Shun-Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming cheats himself? What if this fruit is poisonous? But with only such a fruit, it was not good to let Su Wanting test the poison. In case Su Wanting awakened her supernatural abilities and turned over a new leaf, wouldn't she lose a lot of money? Shun-Yi contemplated for a while, then used his phone to take a picture of the colorful fruit and began to search online in the knowledge of the map. A quick search did not turn up anything relevant. This proves that the fruit may not have been available or included before, but the latter is highly unlikely. After all, a plant raised by an average college student can't be world rare, can it? Thinking about it this way, the odds are that the colored fruit appeared after the doomsday eruption. As for whether it's a poisonous fruit, or an alien fruit, one can only try. Shun-Yi was meticulous and cautious though, but go without strength is just hoarding food for others. He needs strength. It needs to be powerful. If he had the power, he wouldn't have needed to pull against Wang Bingbing and his yellow-haired classmates at all today. It is because there is no absolute power that there is a need to play with intrigues and schemes, to play with calculating hearts. Thinking of the lewd eyes of his yellow-haired classmate, Shun-Yi decided to put up a fight. If he could really awaken powerful psychic abilities, he himself would be able to go back and save his grandmother and little sister. Under all the thoughts, Shun-Yi finally ate the fruit. Ma Tianming, ah Ma Tianming, don't lie to me, or else draw a circle to curse you to 18 layers of hell. He prayed in secret. The colored fruit melted almost instantly in your mouth. Didn't even taste anything. Immediately after, Shun-Yi then felt hot in his body, as if there was a kind of strange energy flowing constantly in his body, making his whole body warm, as if he was in the midst of the legendary spiritual water. Suddenly his waist was not sore, his legs did not hurt, and his originally weak body was full of vigor. As this warm current kept flowing through his limbs and bones, Shun-Yi only felt more and more comfortable. His strength seemed to be getting bigger, and the muscles of his whole body were pulsating. About a couple dozen seconds later, Shun-Yi had been completely immersed in the pleasure of the continuous increase in power, especially with a crisp chorus of interactions. His whole body's muscles and bones shuddered, and his pores opened up, and a layer of dark red dirt that looked like grease was discharged. Next moment, Shun-Yi only felt as if he had suddenly broken through a barrier, as if his body had broken free from some kind of bondage, with inexhaustible strength and energy. And when he opened his eyes and looked down again to see his body, he was all shocked, only to see that he, who was originally relatively thin and weak, had muscles at this moment. Abs. Standard six-pack abs, and he was so full of power too, it felt like he could punch through a wall. Immediately, Shun-Yi felt that his face was a bit itchy, and he subconsciously wiped it, resulting in a handful of red impurities that stank. Shun-Yi frowned and pulled out the makeup mirror from Su Wanting's bag and looked at his face. A lot of impurities bubbled up on his face, but after wiping off the impurities, his originally rather ordinary features were obviously much more three-dimensional, and could even be called handsome. The face has actually improved as well. What kind of alien fruit is this? Shun-Yi was a bit surprised. Increase strength, increase face, increase abs. Can't say what kind of fruit it is, but if we had a few more, wouldn't the metamorphosis continue? Or even make a substantial increase in your own power? As for the face value, although Shun-Yi didn't think it was important, if he could become more handsome, he would of course be happy to do so. It was just that he valued power more than face enhancement. In the end times, it's power that counts. As long as you have power, even if you look ugly, beautiful women will throw themselves at you. What? What if you don't throw in the towel? Then grab it. What else do you need power for? The corners of Shun-Yi's pleasant mouth couldn't help but hook up, trying to show an evil smile. Ma Tianming really didn't lie to himself. This colorful fruit is really an alien fruit. Just, the supernatural ability he had obtained seemed to be one that enhanced the physical aspect, and it was completely different from Zhao Tao. While Shun-Yi was thinking so, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. 15. Flesh evolution. Su Wanting's little mind. The host is detected to have qualified force value. The personal panel has been opened. The host can check it by himself. Shun-Yi raised an eyebrow. Personal panel? I can't believe you need a certain amount of force to unlock it. Open the panel. He mumbled in his mind. A virtual screen then appeared in front of him. Host, Shun-Yi, age, 20. Force value, 10. Unlocked materials, Master Handsome Mineral Water. Freshly roasted chicken. Acquired ability, Flesh Evolution LV1. Flesh Evolution, LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, durability, health, etc. have all increased dramatically. Flesh Evolution. Sure enough, it's a physical aspect of psychic ability. Although it wasn't as cool as Jiao Tao's lightning ability, Shinny could feel that his power was definitely no worse than Jiao Tao's lightning that split through an easy open can. And, judging from the fact that there are level symbols for physical evolution, psychic abilities should be able to be leveled up. The higher the level, the stronger it must be. As for how to level up, Shinny was not clear for the time being. Perhaps the need to keep eating the alien fruit? Or perhaps, need to work out on your own? Anyway, now at least there's a clear goal. Collect the alien fruits. Never let it go if you see it in the future. As long as one's own supernatural energy is plentiful and the level is high enough, what runs on the ground and flies in the sky, all of them will be dry over. However, his own body had evolved once and he only had a force value of 10. He clearly felt like he was bursting with power. Would this force value be too low? Thinking of this, Shinny looked at the bedpan on an empty bed, and then, he wrapped his hand in a pillowcase, then raised his fist and slammed it down. Bang! With a crisp ringing sound, that bedpan was actually directly smashed through by him, and Shen Yi's hand. Just a little bit of numbness, not even pain. The thickness of this bedpan was about 4 or 5 centimeters, and even those who practiced boxing all year round would never be able to easily punch through it. This was enough to prove that Shen Yi's strength was far beyond normal. With this power, the system had surprisingly only given himself a rating of force points. 10. Looks like the force rating has a lot of gold in it. Speaking of which, I don't know if the fruit of abilities is considered a kind of material? Shen Yi murmured softly. It would be awesome if the alien fruit counted as supplies. Infinitely stackable alien fruits are simply unbeatable. Shen Yi? Just as Shen Yi was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanting, who was hugging the bedding, looked at Shen Yi, who had a face full of dirt, with a look of surprise, then couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. A stench wafted from him. What's going on here? He had only left for a few minutes. Why did Shen Yi's body become so smelly? And he seems to have grown a bit taller and better looking. Su Wanting almost thought she had misread the situation at first, which was why she called out uncertainly. Just in time. I'm going to take a bath, so come and help me rub my back. Shen Yi didn't explain to Su Wanting about the supernormal ability. Although the current him could easily pin down Su Wanting, the method of obtaining the supernormal ability still could not be easily revealed. Otherwise there was no guarantee that Su Wanting would not have a different heart. Well, all this dirt excreted by the evolution of the flesh stinks and needs to be washed. A bath? This how is going to be washed? Su Wanting hesitated for a moment. Shen Yi didn't say anything, but first unlocked the dormitory door, and then with a wave of his hand, nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on a bed. Su Wanting's eyes widened in shock. Although she knew that Shen Yi could change food and water, she was shocked when she changed so much water at once. She initially thought that Shen Yi's supernatural ability had some limitations, such as only being able to change a few bottles of water and a roasted chicken at most in a day. But now it seems not to be. In that case, Shen Yi's psychic ability was much more powerful than he thought. And it's not just his psychic ability to conjure up food. This sudden taller, more handsome should also be a supernatural ability? Shen Yi may have more than one psychic ability. What's on your mind? Come over here and give me a back rub. Shen Yi, who had finished undressing, called out. Oh, here it comes. Su Wanting's cheeks reddened, a little shy, but still took the towel and went forward. After all, there had been sex and everything that needed to be seen had been seen. But, when wiping off the dirt on Shen Yi's body and looking at Shen Yi's body, she was stunned. Shen Yi, who was originally relatively skinny, actually had abs. It's still a full 6 pieces and looks exceptionally beautiful. No, not just abs. I can't believe there's a male dog's waist. Well, what a great body. It's a better body than those fitness trainers. Shen Yi's body that evolved from his physical body was not the kind of bulging muscular body, but a beautifully defined body that looked good in all aspects. The more she rubbed Shen Yi's back, the redder Su Wanting's face became, but she also became more excited. Shen Yi has become handsome and strong. Enjoyment is not still their own. Su Wanting, who was originally a bit dissatisfied with Shen Yi's appearance and figure, was excited at this moment. He can't help but start fantasizing about what comes next. Shen Yi, on the other hand, was holding his cell phone and was agreeing to the friend applications on the fly, and then copying them one by one to send the same message, send a photo, as long as it meets the standard. Food and drinks are included. Experiencing the exhilarating sensation of his physical body evolving, he was now very excited and wanted to unlock more supplies, preferably the alien fruit. Any more, if there are hot weapons, that's fine. This feeling of getting stronger was really great, even then with Su Wanting better. Suing. Speaking of this, Shen Yi suddenly thought of something and turned his head to ask, I remember that you have a few friends who are also quite good looking? Well, it's okay, but none of them look as good as me. Su Wanting realized something was wrong. Then contact your longtime friends and ask them if they are short of food and water. Shani had some impression that Su Wanting had a few friends with okay looks and body. One of them was even better looking than Su Wanting, but he didn't know what the girl's name was. He had only met her once when the other party came to look for Su Wanting, and it was stunning. I think that girl should be able to meet the system criteria as well. Alright, I'll ask. Su Wanting wanted to say something. She didn't want to share her food with others, much less want to share a boyfriend with another woman. But Su Wanting didn't dare to reject Shani, so she sent a message while secretly cursing Shani. I can't believe you're still thinking about other women when you have yourself. How can you be so shameless? And the one who is thinking about it is her best friend. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you really let your best friend and yourself share a husband? Damn philandering scum. Stinking man. Think you can do whatever you want in the end times. Damn it. Let's see if this big lady doesn't squeeze you dry tonight. Let you dare to think about other women again. Su Wanting secretly cursed, and the strength of her back rubbing increased by several points. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat Shani, she definitely wouldn't hold her tongue. 16. Pretty BFF. Time flows. Another night passed. Today is the 6th day of the apocalyptic disaster. Help continues to arrive late. The social order is on the verge of collapse. Many survivors fought over a bite of food and a bottle of water. Burning, killing, looting, raping and pillaging, all these evils that would normally never appear openly in Xia, are now almost everywhere. Just after 11. In dormitory. 610. Shani was naked and gnawing on a roasted chicken, and Su Wanting was watching from the sidelines with her eyes like a child who had made a mistake. Show me your cell phone. Shani finished gnawing the chicken leg in his hand and drank a mouthful of mineral water, then drew a few sheets of paper to wipe his hands and looked at Su Wanting. To see what? Open up WeChat and I'll see how your BFF replies to you. Shani is going to do a spot check to see if Su Wanting has obediently sent a message to her best friend. If she doesn't listen, it's proof of dissent. A dissenting mind is proof of a possible betrayal. Shani wouldn't keep a woman who wanted to betray him, even if she served herself well. It was just so sensible now that she was entering sage time. Only one person replied to the message. No one else did. Su Wanting unlocked her phone, tapped into the WeChat interface, and handed it over. Although she was uncomfortable and jealous in her heart, she didn't dare to refuse anymore. Shani took the cell phone and said, "Come over for dinner. And remember, don't have last night's thoughts again." Aha! I definitely won't make you angry again. Su Wanting nodded her head repeatedly in excitement, then ran over to rummage through Shinyi's leftover bones and gnawed on the meat when she found it. Looks like it's been starving all morning. Shinyi looked at Su Wanting's WeChat. She was very obedient to send a message to a dozen WeChat friends, but only a note called Jiangnan Smoke Girl replied to her. Shinyi clicked into Jiangnan Smoke's circle of friends, flipped through a few pages, and found this girl's photo. A slight light went on in front of him. It's beautiful. From the face, it has a mature imperial flavor, and you can't see any in the photosp's whitening. As for why the system didn't trigger the prompt, because Shani before the test, the system will not trigger a prompt because of a photo, unless the photo is personally sent to Shani, and must be my photo. If there are PS retouching or beauty face, etc., will not trigger a prompt. This also allowed Shani to avoid being photoshopped into a pit. After thinking about it, Shani used Su Wanting's account to send a message back to Jiangnan Smoke. Bunny boy, well, I have water and food here, so come and get me. Little Bunny Be Good is Su Wanting's screen name. Su Wanting peeked from the sidelines and was depressed. Boyfriends hook up with girlfriends and they have to help. Does this count as self-greening? Jiangnan Smoke, really? Where are you? Wanting? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. Buddy boy, my friend and I are in the boys' dormitory on campus. It's safe here for now, so come find me. While replying to the message, Shani deliberately took a few more pictures of mineral water and roast chicken and sent them to the girl. Gangnam Smoke, wow. You actually have so much water and cooked chicken. Bunny boy, well, are you coming over? For old time's sake, I can take care of you. Jiangnan Smoke, boys' dormitory a little far from me. Jiangnan Smoke, that, Wanting, if I go to look for you, can I bring 2 friends with me? Bunny boy or girl? We're all girls over here, and I'm afraid my friends will mind if you bring your boyfriend. When Su Wanting saw this message sent by Shani, she couldn't help but quietly despise him. It's obvious that he's horny, and he's pretending to be innocent. Nausea. But those were words she only dared to spit in her mind. Because of last night's behavior of being jealous and playing small and trying to drain Shani, Shani punished her for not having food and water all morning today. If he made Shani angry again, he might really be kicked out. The thought of the monster outside the building, and the lewd gazes of the 2 boys on the 6th floor as they stared at her earlier, terrified her greatly. Shani may be a womanizer, but at least he has superpowers to keep himself from worrying about food and drink. and he's even more handsome and durable now. Those abs and pecs are so nice to touch. In contrast, she didn't want to have contact with the other two smelly boys. The sight of them made her sick. Su Wanting was still as arrogant as ever. Her personality from childhood didn't change that easily. Only, the object of her arrogance was no longer Shin-yi. Jungnan Smoke, all my friends are girls. How can I have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys will plot against us. After all, there's no law to bind us now. Jungnan Smoke, Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Asking that kind of question? Shin-yi froze and looked at Su Wanting. Is there some kind of little secret between the two? Or a code word or something? What does that mean? Jungnan Yan, she's a light lily and kind of hates men. So she's definitely not looking for a boyfriend. That question you just asked made her suspicious. If it was me, I wouldn't have asked that question. After all, I used to make fun of her with her sexual orientation. Su Wanting explained. Shin-yi understood, and then continued to type and coax. Whether or not she is a lily, and whether or not she hates men, Shin-yi is also just for the purpose of unlocking the supplies. He wasn't looking for any feelings or likes in the first place. In the end times, who's still playing the innocent love thing? Bunny boy, of course I know your orientation, but my friend was worried about you staying with boys, so I asked more. Bunny boy, since your friends aren't boys, why don't you bring them over? We're safe here. Jungnan Smoke, okay, then we'll pack up and leave. Shin-yi slowly revealed a smile. Sure enough, using Su Wanting's account to scam her friend is much more efficient than finding a needle in a haystack on your own. The reason is simple. Because the odds are that the friends of beautiful people are also beautiful people. Plus, they're better connected. So it's definitely easier to fool them than strangers. As for the friends Jungnan Smoke brought, it depends on how they look. If it met the system's standards, then Shin-yi would make a lot of money. It is a buy one get two free. If it's not up to par, then kick it out. Anyway, it was only 2 female college students, and with Shin-yi's current strength, he had no problem dealing with 2 adult men, let alone women. The enhancement brought to him by the evolution of his physical body was enormous. After a night of acclimatization, he felt like he would have no problem dealing with 4 or 5 adults now. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside an office in a school building, the 3 girls were talking as they packed their belongings. Nan Yen, how is this friend of yours in character? It shouldn't lie to us, right? A chubby girl asked with some skepticism. No, she doesn't have a good personality. She's arrogant and selfish at times, but she's not above lying to her friends. What's more, what is there about me now that's worth lying to her? A pretty-looking girl with delicate features sighed. Honestly, I didn't even think she would reach out to me and be willing to share our food. Maybe I was wrong about her before. She's actually not that selfish. Disaster moments see the heart. So, that's good. I'm starving to death as well. Let's leave as soon as possible. The fat girl nodded excitedly, then couldn't help but spit out. I just don't know why your friend ran off to such a disgusting place as the boys' dormitory. I feel sick to my stomach just thinking about a lot of boys living in there. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of danger in the girls' dormitory? Jungnan Smoke was actually a bit puzzled as well, vaguely feeling that there was something wrong with Su Wanting. But her stomach was too hungry for her to have the energy to think about those details. Their food had long been finished, and they had survived the past 2 days by starving. And if it wasn't for the message sent by Su Wanting last night, Jungnan Yen was ready to venture out to look for food. You can't do harm to others, but you can't do nothing to prevent others from doing harm. Now that the situation outside is like this, we still need to be more careful. At this point, a mature flavored woman with glasses next to her spoke up. 17, punishing Su Wanting. Jungnan Yen looked at the mature woman who spoke and nodded seriously. Well, Ms. Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very close girlfriends, we should still be careful. Also, it's a long walk from the school building to the dormitory building, and there might be mutated monsters downstairs in the black mist, so you have to be careful too. We can find some weapons to take with us in case we are in danger. Yeah, we girls are soft after all. We're not as strong as those smelly men. The 160-pound fat girl looked agreeable and cursed indignantly. Those stinking men usually say something about ladies first, and that they will give priority to protecting us women and children in case of a disaster. But when the real doomsday comes, not a single man comes to protect us. Bunch of stinking scumbags. I think, there should be no such creatures as men in the world. This way we girls can surely have a happier life. Listening to the fat girl's constant rambling, Jungnan Smoke and Teacher Bai glanced at each other and smiled helplessly, but did not chime in. They don't like males either, but they don't want to leave the world without men. Disliking it is just disliking it based on one's orientation and has nothing to do with existence. The 3 of them gathered their things, so they carefully opened the door and stepped out. There were a number of survivors hiding in other classrooms. Some people heard footsteps in the hallway. And one by one, they poked their heads out as well. Many male survivors' eyes light up when they see a beautiful woman. Help never arrived. The alarm calls were not working. Food and water had long since run out. And by this time most of the survivors were on the verge of collapse. Now they are faced with a moral decision to either go out and find food or rob the others. But it's clear that most people are afraid to go out there, because most of the people who went out of the building in the last 2 days died in the black mist. Those who occasionally returned were frightened, as if they had seen some horrible monster. And even fewer will make it back alive with food and water. The unrest began when food and water could not meet the normal needs of all. And, because of the delay in the appearance of the official people, the evil thoughts in some people's hearts have been bred. Since no one cares if someone dies, surely no one cares if I do something bad. As a result, there were students with bad intentions who started hitting on girls and even started using force. Without the restraints of morality and law, there is no lower limit to man. It's like Shin-Yi taking in girls with supplies, but compared to those who kill and rape, he has a bottom line. However, some survivors with little to no bottom line secretly followed Jungnan Smoke and the others. Gangnam Smoke, we went out and are heading towards the dormitory. Jungnan Smoke, I'd like to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? Bunny boy, no, I've been in and out a few times and there's no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the far side. Gangnam Smoke, okay, Bunny boy, I'm on the 6th floor, just come straight up when you get there. Gangnam Smoke, okay. Su Wanting always felt a bit guilty after replying to Jungnan Smoke's message. How can there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She had seen a man-eating mutant dog with her own eyes. But in order to trick Jungnan Smoke over, she could only follow Shun-Yi's previous words and continue to talk nonsense. If Jungnan Smoke is unlucky and meets that mutant dog, she can't blame herself. He had only said that there was no danger in the dormitory building, but he hadn't said that there was no danger outside the dormitory building either. Well, you continue to keep communicating with your friends. If you can contact a friend to come over, I'll reward you with 2 roasted chickens, but it has to be a female friend, and it can't be ugly, Shin-Yi said with satisfaction. Yes, Su Wanting's eyes lit up. The flavor of the roasted chicken was really good, but he himself could only eat the leftovers from Shin-Yi's meal every time, which was simply not enough, and he couldn't even eat enough. It's definitely not a bad deal if you call a friend and get 2 delicious roasted chickens in exchange. She couldn't refuse Shin-Yi's request anyway, so why not gain a little advantage for herself? 2 roasted chickens, enough to feed yourself comfortably for 2 or 3 days. With that, Su Wanting immediately picked up her cell phone to make WeChat calls to her other friends who hadn't returned her messages. Shin-Yi was not surprised when he looked at Su Wanting, who was busy in the wind and fire. That's one of the reasons he controls the supplies. Only by making Su Wanting not have enough to eat would she be motivated to work and obey. If the food spilled, then she certainly wouldn't be as motivated as she is now. Even would actually play small with himself like he did last night, trying to bleed himself dry and not letting himself talk to other women or even touch them. What a joke! You think we're in love? And you want to restrict my personal freedom? Really take yourself seriously. How could Shin-Yi give up unlocking system supplies for a tree? So, Shin-Yi punished Su Wanting, who had crossed the line, so that she could only eat the leftover bones she had gnawed on this morning. Want meat and other food? No! Shin-Yi added many more friends today. He'd have to screen more girls that met the system's criteria as soon as possible, before the current disconnections and power outages. The way this is going, the internet and power will probably be down before long. After all, with an apocalyptic catastrophe, there is no one to maintain the equipment that generates all that power, and the odds are that something will go wrong. And with all sorts of mutant plants and animals to mess with, the odds of something going wrong are even higher. To be honest, to be able to maintain 6 days without disconnecting the internet and power, Shin-Yi was already quite surprised. That's probably why the survivors think officials will still rescue them. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, at Shin-Yi, is student Shin in? Can you reply to the message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, student Shin, I know you can see my message, and all the students in our class need your help right now. I see that you have posted some messages in many groups. Shin student, which proves that you should have a lot of water and food, right? So, can you take out some of it to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, of course. We don't let you help for nothing. I can personally contribute $500, just as if I bought it from you. Anyway, you have plenty of food and water, so sell some to the teachers. While making money, you're also doing a good deed in favor of social solidarity. School Grass Linyu, at Shin-Yi. Instructor Wang is right. Shin-Yi, you help us? We are all in the same class. You don't help other people, it's still justifiable. It's too petty not to help your fellow classmates. Qin Haoren, +1. I'm also willing to take out $500. If you have extra water. Shin, sell us a few bottles. Jin Rue, at Shin-Yi, Talk. I know you're online. Wang Lily, that. I also saw the message sent by Xin Yi's classmates in the next group. Since Xin is willing to take in girls, you should also be a good person with a good heart. Can you help us? Ma Hong, I remember Xin Yi used to have a very good character. Should not see death to save. Mr. Chi, Associate Professor Mr. Xin Yi, although he usually speaks very little, he is really a good boy. This is a message from the class group. Xin Yi also saw that some people kept on hiding themselves, and that's why he clicked in to take a look. It turned out that the counselor had inexplicably tweeted herself to get water and food, and then all the students started tweeting up and reaching out to herself for water and food, as if they had an appointment. Xin Yi was amused by the moral abduction of this group of students. 18. Blackout. Another beauty has arrived. Xin Yi, you don't need to care about these messages from the class group. Don't pay attention to them. They are all trying to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also saw the message from the group. Where would she want Xin Yi to risk her life to bring water and food to the others? How dangerous it is out there. If something happens to Xin Yi, what should I do? Although Su Wanting was essentially thinking for herself, what she said was correct. A group of, I certainly can't give them food and water. Xin Yi sneered. In the past, when he was bullied by a few Jinrui housemates, he looked for the counselor to seek help, and the result was that the counselor said something like, we are all classmates. There is no need to fall out because of this small matter, and also said something like, why are your housemates only bullying you and not bullying others? This kind of counterintuitive statement is put on the internet as a paragraph, but it really does happen in reality, and quite a lot of it. Xin Yi came across it, so he didn't have a good feeling about the righteous counselor. On the contrary, if he had the chance, he would definitely let the counselor experience the feeling of why old me only bullies you and not others as well. Thinking of this, Xin Yi took out a few bottles of water from the system space, and a roasted chicken, and then set other snacks on the table and took a picture and sent it to the group. Xin Yi, indeed. I still have quite a lot of water and food, but I'm just bad. I just don't want to give it to you guys. Angry or not. Jinrui, at Xin Yi, are you sick? What are you pretending to be? You wait for me. Group member Jinrui has been banned by administrators for days 29, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, student Shun, ignore Jinrui. I've already banned him. Tell you what, I'll pay $1,000. You send us the chicken and those bottles of water, and I promise I won't deduct your credits in the future. Schoolboy Linyu, ******. There's actually chicken? And it's still smoking hot. Is this fresh out of the pot? Xin Yi, brother Shen, give me some. I haven't offended you, but I've always treated you like a big brother. Wang Lily, Jinrui is really bad. Xin Yi student, don't pay any attention to her. Lily Wang, that chicken, can I have some? I can come to you. Xin Haoran, Xin Yi, I believe you're not the same as Jinrui's kind of poor student. You've helped me now. When my dad comes, I'll pay you back tenfold. My dad is the director. I won't lie to you. Su Wanting, all shut up. There's no way Xin Yi will give you food. Wang Lily, Su Wanting, what's it got to do with you? You're the one who should shut up. Xin Yi won't be as selfish as you. Ma Hong, Su Wanting, like you such a selfish person. Good looking is useless no morality destined to live a short time. Xin Haoran, that's it. Su Wanting was furious. When she saw that Xin Yi had no objections, she posted intimate photos of herself and Xin Yi to the group, proving that they had a great relationship. How dare a bunch of outsiders scold themselves? She couldn't hold back. Wang Lily? Su Wanting, you're actually with Xin Yi? Ma Hong, this picture. Are you guys in love? Sun Bowen, oh. I didn't expect Xin Yi really used a few bottles of water to sleep with the big beauty of our class. It's really cheap. I'm afraid that these days have been played rotten, right? School Grass Linyu, at Sun Bowen. Don't dog bark. What does it have to do with you who my big brother wants to be with? Sun Bowen, dead licking dog. School Grass Linyu, scratch that. Don't think I don't know you're with Jinrui. You're trying to help Jinrui disgust me, Shun? Oh, who's the dog licker anyway? I think you're Jinrui's licking dog. Group member Sun Bowen has been banned by administrators for days 29, 23 hours and 59 minutes. School Grass Linyu, at Xin Yi, brother Shen, don't take Sun Bowen that S-word seriously. When you encounter any trouble in the future, my oldest brother will definitely be the first to help you. School Grass Linyu, at Su Wanting, sister-in-law, say something to brother Shen. Let brother Shen help us students. Xin Haoran, +1. Shen begs for a belt. Mr. Chi, Associate Professor Shen, for the sake of the teacher's age, help the teacher, who still has children to take care of at home. Xin Yi didn't pay any more attention to this group of wallflowers and directly withdrew from the group, especially Xin Haoran and Lin Yu. These two idiots were standing on the moral high ground spraying themselves in other groups before. but now they had changed their faces. What a! With the time to waste with this bunch of trash, it would be better to add a few more friends as soon as possible, and maybe unlock 2 more supplies. However, judging by the drastically changed faces of these classmates, times are tough for the survivors right now. For a sip of water and a bite to eat, you start begging yourself so low that you're close to getting on your knees. Even the usually serious, unsmiling Mr. She looked like this. Let's just say that everyone is equal in the face of disaster. A twist. Another 2 hours or so passed. During this period, Shinny added dozens of friends, but either they were men using female numbers to lie to him, or they were miniature small tanks, and none of them met the system's standards. The most outrageous thing was a guy who dressed as a woman and actually posted pictures of himself in women's clothing, saying that if he didn't mind, he could bring his own lubricant. Nima. Shinny cursed a stupid beep and directly pulled black. The world is going to hell in a handbasket. What a load of bull out there. There are even a number of people who ask for their addresses explicitly or implicitly. Shin-E is certainly not stupid, and did not chat with them deeply, directly pulled black to delete a dragon. What a bunch of what's the point of latching on to my words, just for a few bottles of water? With this effort, wouldn't you go to the supermarket to find it yourself? Shin-E cursed and deleted another guy who said his address. He just couldn't figure it out. Don't these people have any brains? What's the point of getting your address? You have the time to come over and get me in trouble. You might as well go to the supermarket or convenience store, which is sure to still have uncontaminated drinks and snacks. But it's these guys who have no idea what to think and have to set their own address. It is evident that on the 6th day of the end of the world, people's IQs have ing dropped. It's been so long, why hasn't your friend come yet? Shunny looked at Su Wanting and asked suspiciously, even on other campuses, you should be able to walk here in an hour. Something can't be wrong, can it? I'll give her a call and ask. Su Wanting said and started dialing the phone. Shin-E, on the other hand, continued to agree to the friend request. However, just as they were busy, the light, which had been on, suddenly snapped and went black. The cell phone that was charging also suddenly stopped charging. This is power outage? Shin-E and Su Wanting looked at each other, their faces not looking too good. Blackout means loss of light at night from now on. And to make matters worse, there's no way to recharge a cell phone nowadays when it runs out of juice. No, there is a way. It's just much more cumbersome. Jingle bells. Suddenly, a cell phone rings at the door. Su Wanting looked at her cell phone and then at Shin-E, saying, it seems like they're here. Hang up the phone first. Shin-E walked to the dormitory door and quietly opened a crack to look outside. 19, boxing? Now that's boxing. The darkened hallway. 3 figures huddled together, leaning on the faint light of their cell phones, were making their way cautiously through the building. Since Shin-E hadn't asked Su Wanting to tell Jungnan Smoke the exact dormitory number, they were contacting Su Wanting while searching for the dormitory. This also gave Shin-E time to observe in secret. There should be 3 girls, but why is one so fat? How the hell does that fit the system's criteria? Shin-E secretly spat. It was dark in the hallway because of the power outage, but you could vaguely make out the outline. It was 3 women alright, except one of them was too fat. The other 2 were not bad, especially the figure of one of them, which was convex in front and curved in the back, like a ripe peach. After determining the gender, Shin-E then said to Su Wanting, tell them the dormitory number and have them come over. Su Wanting answered and began to send a message back to Jungnan Smoke. At the same time, she secretly thought that it would be best if Shin-E didn't have eyes for Jungnan Smoke before driving them away. She didn't want to share a man, much less food and water, not even if the person is a BFF. Jungnan Smoke in the past actually really not wrong. Su Wanting is such a selfish character, especially in the apocalypse. Her selfish character is more obvious. Sure. In fact, it's not unusual for most people in an apocalyptic disaster to be reluctant to share food and water with others. It would be strange if someone shared it for free. The place where Jiang Nanyan felt strange before was here. Why was Su Wanting so kind to herself? Willing to share food and water with her, and willing to give them a safe haven? In fact, as long as she thought a little more carefully, she could detect the loopholes in Su Wanting's words, and then again, she could also realize that Su Wanting's purpose of calling her over wasn't that simple. At 6:10, Jungnan Smoke received a message from Su Wanting. At this point, she had sensed something was wrong. Still can't tell what's wrong. But, having risked coming here, you can't go back out again, can you? They almost died out there just now. They just went out of the school building. There are a few boys trailing. Want to plot against them? Fortunately they ducked into the black fog in time to hide. Otherwise if they are caught by the group of boys, Jungnan Smoke do not dare to think about going down. Afterwards, they managed to escape the boys who were like hungry wolves, and then they encountered the mutated plants, which scared them and made them run all the way. If they hadn't run around in the black mist and gotten lost, It wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way here. The three of them followed the dormitory number and found dormitory 610. The door to S dorm room was surprisingly open. 610. And there's a strong meaty flavor wafting out. It's the chicken flavor. The three women all subconsciously swallowed their saliva as excitement surfaced in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan vigilantly reached out her hand and gently pushed the door open. The one who appeared in front of her eyes was none other than her good best friend, Su Wanting. This caused Jiang Nan Smoke to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. She was so afraid of pushing the door open and some monster pouncing on her inside. Little Smoke. Welcome. Su Wanting greeted her cordially with a smile on her face. Wanting, long time no see. Jiang Nan Smoke tugged at the corners of her dry mouth, barely revealing a kind smile. Already hungry and thirsty. She had just spent more than 2 hours in the black fog leaning. Her body was already extremely dehydrated. Luckily, I finally got to meet my best friend and hydrate right away. I feel like my best friend should really not be lacking in food and water. That face is as smooth as ever. Obviously she ate and drank well in the past 2 days. Yikes. Why is there a disgusting man? Suddenly, the fat girl frowned out loud. Jiang Nanyan froze, and only then did she notice Shen-Yi sitting on the bed. There really is a boy. What's with the boy? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friends were all women? What did you say? Shen-Yi frowned, his cold eyes looking at the fat girl. The fat girl was startled, subconsciously backed up a step, but thought about their side. There are 3 people, and they are still female. Suddenly the bottom came up, blaring at Shen-Yi shouted, "What's wrong? I just said you 2 sentences. You a big man do not want to hit me a little girl? Is there a bit of demeanor? This is broken defense? Really? Disgusting." Before the fat girl's words fell, Shen-Yi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a bang, the fat girl's entire body flew directly backwards out of the dormitory, hitting the wall heavily and letting out a wail. In the hallway, hearing the footsteps, Yellow Hair and Wang Bingbing, who had long ago secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned to see this scene. What kind of power is that to knock someone out with one punch? Not to mention hitting the girls. This is something they can't carry even if it hits them. Hiss. How do I feel that overnight not seeing? This guy seems to have grown quite a bit taller again, and seems to have become a bit more handsome. Yellow Hair secretly thought, is this a secondary development? What's the matter with you? You're growing up so fast? And, what's with the 3 girls in the boys' dorm again? Who's this for? There were 2 girls who were quite pretty. It seemed like a good idea to try and pull in a wave so that he could get a girlfriend himself and have more help. Well, that Mikado one is good. And the mature flavor of the mature girl is also good. We'll see how it goes later. Let's see if we can pull one in while we're at it. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Yellow Hair did, and when he saw Shen-Yi make a move, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory. Not going to be curious about what was happening outside. It's important to stay alive yourself. How can you just hit someone? Jiang Nanyan looked at Shen-Yi incredulously. Mature woman then rushed to look at the fat girl's situation. See, the fat girl's face is full of blood. Has fainted. She showed anxious color, and rushed to think of ways to help the fat girl to stop bleeding. Didn't this fat pig say I broke defense? That's right, I broke defense. Shen-Yi expression light twisted his fist. He just collected a few % of the force. Otherwise he should be able to punch to death this mouth-stinking fat woman. It's the end of days, and you have the nerve to punch. Now I'll let you know what it means to really fight. Although, the 2 girls in front of him both met the system's criteria, but it didn't mean that Shen-Yi had to compromise. If he really flipped out, Shen-Yi didn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Jiangnan Smoke. Age, 20. Looks, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 96. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Bicini. Age, 29. Looks, 90 points. Body, 96 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 96. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. Yes, another mature woman also meets the system's criteria. Her appearance wasn't much worse than Jiangnan Smoke, and her figure was quite wow, unusually mature, like a ripe peach. If it wasn't for triggering the system panel, Shen-Yi even thought that this woman was a young woman, but I didn't realize that she was a 29-year-old prima donna. You're too much. How can you lay such a heavy hand on a girl? The mature woman by Sini looked at Shen-Yi. Although she was a little afraid of this violent man, she was still brave enough to speak up for her student. I'm going too far? This fat pig came in and scolded me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she's excessive. Instead you think I'm excessive as a victim? Shinny sneered. But even so, you can't beat her up like that. Shinny was said to be a little embarrassed, but Shinny said that he was a victim. This is simply nonsense. What kind of victim punches the aggressor out? It's knocking people out. Wanting. He's your boyfriend? Didn't you say that your friend is a female? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting out loud. She sensed that she was being lied to, and the man came up so fierce and violent that it scared her. 20. The fallen. Little Smoke. Don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty here. As long as you're willing to stay here, my boyfriend will take care of all your food and drink from now on. Su Wanting wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the mineral water on the table, and a whole steaming roast chicken, and extended an invitation to Jiangnan Smoke. If you keep this BFF, you'll get 2 roasted chickens for yourself. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women either, she knew she wasn't capable of changing Shinny's mind. Shinny absolutely could not have only one woman for himself in the future. Since she knew that she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting didn't stop it, or else in case she made Shinny angry, she herself would be starved instead, or even kicked out. It is better to block than to block. So, she changed her mind and started to help Shinny coax her girlfriends. This way he could at least get a reward himself, and if Shinny was happy, he might be able to get more rewards himself. The most important thing was that even if Shinny had other women in the future, then she herself could be the eldest house as long as she was the most favored. Water? And meat? The knot in Jiangnan Smoke's throat moved, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. But my mouth was dry and I couldn't produce any saliva at all. Her body's instincts made her want to rush over and grab the water and the meat, but reason restrained her. If he really rushes over, he'll probably get punched out himself too. It might even get a punch in the face. She's skinny. She's not resistant to a beating. Nan Yen, don't you fall for it. Let's go. We're leaving now. Shinny hurriedly raised her voice to stop it. Though she was also hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite to eat. The woman in front of her had tricked them into coming here, clearly to find a mistress for her boyfriend. This is too shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nanyan also felt that Su Wanting was shameless, even wanted to abuse her severely. How can you lie to your best friend? I think of you as a friend. What do you think of me? I can't believe you want me to be your boyfriend's third. But that chicken tastes really good. Just smelling it is so fragrant. If you take a bite, will you be able to fly up? The more I think about it, the more Jiangnan Smoke's thoughts falter. It's like she'd rather sell her body and soul than starve and die of thirst alive. If it was 2 days ago when someone asked Jiangnan Smoke whether she chose to starve to death or sell her body, she would have humiliated the other person severely and then displayed her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and a day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in that water bottle, she just felt like all the cells in her body were craving to eat. She's, well, fallen. Mr. White. I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiangnan Smoke's delicate cheeks slightly reddened before running towards Su Wanting, wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting didn't give her the water in the first place, but asked with a smiling face, Little Smoke, you should understand what it means to drink this bottle of water, right? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shinny. Although the feeling of being humiliated in front of her teacher made her unusually embarrassed, but her body's hunger and thirst overpowered this shame. She still answered Su Wanting, even if I have to be made to do that kind of thing, it doesn't matter anymore. Big deal. It's a dog bite, and the dog looks pretty handsome, not really obnoxious. Alright, since you understand, then take it and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting smilingly handed a bottle of water to Jiangnan Smoke as if it was a handout. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan excitedly received the mineral water, her hand trembling as she twisted the cap. She had been hungry for too long, thirsty for too long, and she didn't have much strength left. It's a struggle to even screw on a bottle cap. Ha, what a great lady. Still just like a dog. Looking at Jiangnan Smoke, who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised while still being a bit pleasurable. In the past, she was very upset with Jiangnan Smoke, the guy who always pretended to be high and mighty, always looking cold, like how noble she is. The key to pursuing Jiangnan Smoke's boys was also particularly numerous, more than the boys chasing after themselves, which made Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiangnan Smoke's family conditions were no worse than her own, she couldn't afford to be offended. But now, watching the woman you were once jealous of submit to your boyfriend's crotch right before your eyes was a great feeling. Su Wanting suddenly felt that helping Shinny cheat his own girlfriend was actually quite cool. In the future, she was the eldest house, and she could still make Jiang Nanyan, the junior, run errands for herself. It was simply too good. It's the end of the line anyway, and no one will dare to laugh at themselves. Even many women would certainly envy themselves for having food and drink. If I'd known it would be so good. Why did I have to be so grumpy last night? Su Wanting suddenly regretted it a little. Because of last night's little temper tantrum. Not only did he not have enough to eat today, but he also caused Shin-Yi to have a disconnect with himself. I have to change my thoughts. I can't be like before. Otherwise I definitely won't be able to live a good life. And maybe I'll be the one who comes after me. Su Wanting thought secretly. It would be so clownish if the later really came in and became the second house themselves. He himself was the earliest to follow Shin-Yi. And even Shin-Yi's first time was broken with himself. She deserves to be the first house. And in order to become a great house, one must first gain Shin-Yi's favor. And then, one has to suppress the other women. Shin-Yi did not know that Su Wanting's mind had completely changed after seeing the scene of Jiangnan Smoke's compromise. Of course, this change of heart is a good thing for him. You'll be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nan Yen, you, how could you compromise? Bai Sini looked at Jiangnan Smoke, who was gulping down water, with disappointment in her eyes, angrily denouncing her depravity. Does your previous knowledge, your learned morals, allow you to do such things? Don't you forget what your dream is? How could you? Bai Sini's tone sounded quite angry, but Jiangnan Smoke was only concerned about drinking water and couldn't be bothered to reply. It wasn't until she finished the entire bottle of water in a few gulps that she came back to life like a fish back in the sea, licking her lips and looking towards Bai Sini. Jiangnan Smoke was also a bit hesitant and embarrassed. After all, he was the one who brought his teacher and friend here, only to be cheated by Su Wanting. Owners have a lot to answer for, but she really didn't want to die. Just as Jiangnan Smoke was guiltily at a loss for words, Shin-Yi suddenly walked over, took a hold of her thin waist, and even pinched it in passing. Jiang Nanyan's face flushed and subconsciously tried to struggle, but then something came to mind, and the struggle slowed and quieted. Don't worry, follow me and I won't let you starve in the future. After Shin-Yi finished speaking, he looked at the well-behaved down Jiangnan Smoke and nodded his head in satisfaction before looking at Bai Sini, who was assisting the fat pig, and said, "This beautiful teacher, if you're also willing to stay, I can also guarantee you 3 meals a day, as well as safety, provided, of course, that you send this fat pig who has cursed me away. Otherwise I can't guarantee that I can hold back from beating her to death." Shin-Yi had been very restrained. This fat pig entered the door to scold himself. He did not kill the fat pig directly, also because he had never killed anyone, a time to make up his mind. Otherwise, that punch would have blown the fat pig's head off just now. Don't you dare, even if I, Bai Sini, were to starve to death and die of thirst, I would never sell my body, much less abandon my students. Shameless men like you are what I despise most in my life. Bai Sini coldly cursed. Immediately, she looked at Jiangnan Smoke again. Nan Smoke, are you really not coming with me? Mr. White. Yeah, sorry. 21, Shin-Yi was reborn back before the end? Mr. White. I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan guiltily inclined her head, not having the courage to face Bai Sini's disappointed expression. Actually, Bai Sini was not only her teacher, also her fling. Yes, ambiguous object. Both of them actually have lily-livered tendencies, so it's only natural that they come into contact with each other. There was just a delay in finalizing the relationship because of age and status issues, but if we continue to get along, it probably won't take long to get together as well. Only, an apocalyptic disaster strikes. Everything has changed. There's no time for lovemaking. How to survive now becomes the main issue, and compared to living, what's wrong with misogyny and all that? It's not even a problem. Just like now, was Shin-Yi a man in the arms? Usually loathe men. Jiangnan Smoke was not the slightest feeling of disgust. Instead, because she could smell the meaty scent of Shin-Yi's body, it made her feel more secure. In the end times, being well-fed is the greatest security, and all the joys and sorrows of man are worthless in comparison to living. Oh, I see. Bai Sini smiled. Only the smile was very pale and feeble. Still, she didn't say anything to blame Jiangnan Smoke, but assisted the fat pig to leave. Shin-Yi naturally did not stop. He made an offer, and if people didn't accept it, he wouldn't force it. It's not necessary. It's not like she's missing a woman. Anyway, today has been productive. And the Jiangnan Smoke in her arms was much more understanding than Su Wanting. Having made her choice, she was never the least bit rebellious, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who had all sorts of little thoughts going on from the start. Even today there were a lot of little thoughts. Unlocked the dormitory door. Shin-Yi let go of Jiangnan Smoke and said, "Let's go eat first. Let's do it after we're full." Thanks. Jiang Nanyan's cheeks were red. Such blunt words made her shy. After all, she had only met Shin-Yi for the first time, high-eyed and having never been in love before. Jiangnan Smoke couldn't help her heart beating faster when she thought about what was going to happen afterward. But anyway, let's eat first. At this point, Shani was also sizing up Jiangnan Smoke. This woman's face value was a little higher than Su Wanting's. Her features were delicate and her skin was smooth, revealing a natural glow. Although it might be a bit dusty because she hadn't washed her face in the past few days, she still looked pretty overall, especially with that straight and showy nose, which made people want to kiss it. Jiangnan Smoke also has a good figure, thin where it should be, only, it wasn't particularly fat where it should have been, and was barely more than a B cover, and very flat. However, her delicate face made up for the shortcomings of her figure, and Gangnam Smoke has a great temperament. Temperament is something that can't be said. It's just that one look at her makes people feel that she has a different kind of feeling. Shani didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting was also a rich white beauty, because of her harsh and arrogant character, she had no temperament to speak of at all. The thing about temperament is that it's nothing more than the fact that rich people have been trained from childhood to eat well, dress well, be well educated, and even sit and walk well. It couldn't have been there otherwise. To summarize, Shani was still very satisfied with Jiangnan Smoke as a woman. He didn't skimp on the reward either and gave Su Wanting 2 roasted chickens. Only by doing what they say they will do can subordinates be motivated to do things for themselves. In Shin Yi's case, women also belong to the category of subordinates. Hubby, thank you. Su Wanting happily kissed Shin Yi, and she broke the mold and called her husband. It was probably because he wanted to show something in front of Jiangnan Smoke. The shura has quietly unfolded. Shin Yi naturally didn't mind. As long as the harem doesn't catch fire, a small fix is still acceptable to him. Where did you just take out the chicken from? Jiangnan Smoke, who had eaten his mouth full of oil, looked at Shin Yi in shock. She only saw Shin Yi's arm move and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While shocked, Jiangnan Smoke didn't forget to continue stuffing meat into her mouth. It's really good. I don't know if it was because she had been hungry for so long, but the taste of the chicken would actually make her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower. Able to change food and water. Awesome, right? You mustn't just tell anyone else, or else hubby and I won't spare you. Su Wanting earnestly urged, with the air of a big house. Fox and false. Shin Yi didn't mind. Jiangnan Smoke was surprised. Superpower? There's actually this kind of superpower? Of course. Why do you think hubby can keep us from worrying about food and drink? As long as you're obedient, hubby can change whatever you want to eat in the future. So it is. Jiangnan Smoke was thoughtful. Now that she's fed and watered, her wits are back. Is this really a superpower? Making food out of thin air should count. After all, magic isn't that great. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. Turning chicken out of thin air is understandable. But how could the turned chicken be cooked and steaming hot? It's less like superpowers and more like storing cooked food and then taking it out when you use it. Thinking of this, Jiangnan Smoke suddenly had a flash of insight. She thought of a doomsday novel she had read earlier. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was born again? And then he has an infinitely large alien space where he stored a lot of food and water in advance before the end came? Because there was no concept of time in the alien space. Nothing put in there would rot. That would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess is just a guess. Jiangnan Smoke wouldn't dare to say it. In case he guesses right. What if he wants to kill and kill? When Shin Yi saw Jiangnan Yin finish eating, her mouth and hands were full of oil. She said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." And isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiangnan Smoke froze. Wasn't the water in the boys' dormitory contaminated? You're so stupid. Can't you just wash it with mineral water? Su Wanting took out several bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Washing your face with mineral water. This is too wasteful. Jiangnan Yin was surprised. Not if it was before. It's the end of days. How precious is mineral water? How can you use it to wash your face? It's okay. With my husband, we won't run out of water. Su Wanting smiled faintly. Seeing that there was not much mineral water, Shin Yi casually waved his hand and took out a dozen more bottles from the space, and said to Jiangnan Smoke, "You wash your hair by the way. I don't want to rub all over the oil." What an awesome superpower. It can even change into mineral water. While Jiangnan Smoke was shocked, in her heart, she even felt vaguely that her previous speculation might be true. This man, perhaps, really is the kind of character that comes back reborn in novels. But it's better this way. Following a powerful man who came back from rebirth. At least you don't have to worry about starving to death. And maybe there will be a chance to get to parents and family. Thinking of this, Jiangnan Yin no longer had any disgust in her eyes when she looked at Shin Yi. Either way, the deal didn't lose itself. Unless the end is over now. 22. Unlocked new material, type pistol. 54. Ding. Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a randomized supply. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material, type pistol. 54. Type pistol 54 plus 1. Stored in system space. Type pistol 54 plus 1. Stored in system space. 54. Hearing the system prompt, Shin-Yi was first stunned, then rejoiced. Type pistol. 54. Guns. Hot weapons. It's cool. This is really cool. With a gun in my hand, where else can I go? Although Shin-Yi had never used a gun, it was not too late to practice. What's more, sometimes you don't even need to shoot. The gun just leaks out and people get scared. That's the deterrent effect of hot weapons. Thinking this way, Shin-Yi looked at Jungnan Smoke, who was shyly pretending to sleep beside him, and was in an unusually good mood. I didn't realize that this woman could unlock such important supplies as a pistol for herself. However, there is one more thing to confirm at this point. That's if the gun is loaded or unloaded. It would be a pain in the ass to have to unlock bullet supplies separately if you don't have the appropriate bullets. Shin-Yi's heart moved, and he took out from the system space-type pistol. 54. The gun sure has some weight to it. After weighing it for a few moments, Shin-Yi confirmed that the safety was not on and that there would be no risk of it going off before taking out the magazine and checking it out. Luckily, it's loaded, and it's a full clip of bullets. Shin-Yi took them all out and counted them. A total of 8 rounds. One gun carries 8 rounds, and with countless guns of your own, you don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazines. Just drop it when you're done with this one. When it counts, changing guns can be much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity that there's no rating function, or else the high and low would give the system a 5-star. Shin-Yi happily played with the pistol. It's a very thoughtful system, and it's spot on. Is that gun? Jungnan Smoke, who had secretly opened her eyes, accidentally saw the scene of Shin-Yi changing into a gun out of thin air, and her heart jumped and almost screamed. Guns! She had seen her father play with a pistol, but after all, she hadn't had much contact with it, and there was inevitably awe in her heart. The lethality and deterrent effect of thermal weapons is also truly chilling. His powers are definitely not conjuring food. Jungnan Smoke was even more certain of the conjecture in his heart. If it was just turning out food, then why was Shin-Yi still able to turn out guns? It just doesn't make sense. Either Shin-Yi really had an infinitely large alien space and stocked up on these supplies in advance, or he was afraid that his abilities were even more terrifying than Su Wanting knew. Su Wanting, Su Wanting. You are really single stupid as good as before to cheat. Jungnan Yan looked at Su Wanting, who was huffing and puffing in the next bed, and secretly laughed in her heart. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shin-Yi's identity and herself as a fox to try to suppress herself today? She only didn't know how good Shin-Yi and Su Wanting's relationship was because she had just come here and wasn't too familiar with Shin-Yi, so she didn't dare to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the two should not be particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting wouldn't just know that Shin-Yi's supernatural ability was to change food. Since Shin-Yi didn't completely trust Su Wanting, it proved that he still had a chance to surpass Su Wanting. Eagle-eyed and very smart, Jungnan Smoke is not willing to be a junior even if she is a third. She secretly pondered in her mind that from tomorrow onwards, she would also need to draw closer to Shin-Yi, so that Shin-Yi would trust herself more than she trusted Su Wanting. First, she needed to figure out what Shin-Yi liked. It's fastest to start with preferences. He should prefer women, right? Jungnan Yan glanced at the marks on her body and blushed slightly, almost without much thought. She was certain that Shin-Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could trick herself, why couldn't she trick others? Mr. Bai. Jungnan Smoke's mind suddenly flashed through Mr. Bai's figure. Although Ms. Bai is a bit older, she has a great body, so Shin-Yi should like it, right? Mr. White. I'm sorry, time flows. One night passed. The next day, the sun rose slowly, and in the 606 boys' dormitory, the fat girl who was knocked out gradually lost her breath and died. Although Shin-Yi had collected a few % of the force in that punch, hitting the head was enough to kill him. Shin-Yi couldn't help but cry out as she looked at her student's corpse. Guilt, sadness, fear, and a mix of emotions caused even this well-educated teacher to have an emotional breakdown. Yes, Shin-Yi did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was tired, hungry, and with a passed-out student, she didn't have the strength to leave. Then, Shin-Yi realized that the door of S dormitory was unlocked, so she brought her students to live in it. 606. Just how could she not expect her student to die? If I had known this, I would have taken the student to the hospital even if I had to fight for my strength. Ms. Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. Nan Smoke walked in with half a bottle of water and a chicken leg. Why are you here? Baisini looked up at Nan Smoke and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her soft side in front of the students. I came to bring you some food, and by the way, I asked if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Nan Smoke handed over the chicken legs and water. Old husband? Baisini froze. It's only been one night. Why is she screaming so intimately? And it doesn't seem to resist at all. Only then did Baisini carefully measure Nan Smoke. She found that Nan Smoke not only did not resist, but the whole person seemed to glow. Her face had color, as if she had a few more womanly flavors than before, and she looked better than before. Most of all, Nan Smoke had even washed her hair and put on makeup. Where is this water and makeup coming from? Yeah, actually my husband, he's very nice. Nan Yen revealed a smile, her eyes actually not half shy. Baisini was incredulous. It's only been one night. With a sensible character like Nan Smoke, how could she become like this? I don't know. It was because Nan Smoke was sensible that she would weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most favorable choice. And her choice, naturally, was to hug Xinyi's thigh. Now Xinyi has a gun in his hand. Even if there were mutated animals and plants out there, the gun would be enough to deal with them. He's good? He's killed people. You're actually saying he's nice? Baisini asked incredulously. Nan Yan looked at the fat girl's already cold body and frowned. She was also a bit scared of the dead, but she still said, if it wasn't for Wang Mimi, she couldn't keep her mouth shut herself. How could my husband make a move? Moreover, my husband, he has already stayed his hand. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Xinyi didn't move his gun. Otherwise, how could Wang Mimi survive one more night after one shot? Well, it's not Xinyi's fault. It's all Wang Mimi's fault. She wouldn't have been killed if she didn't have a mouth on her. 23. Humiliating Baisini. Crazy. Nan Yen, you are simply crazy. Baisini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that the always smart and sensible Nan Smoke would say such things. To actually excuse a murderer. Nan Smoke smiled faintly and said, Mr. Bai, I know you're a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's character. It's fine if she used to play with her temper or whatever, but what era is this? She's even doing the same thing as before. Isn't this asking for trouble? It's the end of days now. There are so many dead people out there and no police. Even when we left the school building yesterday, we were tailed by a few boys. Can't you see the dirty look in their eyes, Mr. Bai? If we were caught by them, we would definitely end up worse off than Wang Mimi. In times like these, Mr. White, do you still want to use that old set of morals and laws to bind my husband? Take a step back again. Even if my husband did not kill Wang Mimi, sooner or later she would have been killed by other people, or starved to death. What's more, my husband, he only punched Wang Mimi. The real cause of her death was the lack of timely medical attention, and this surely cannot be blamed on my husband. It's all the fault of the end of the day. It's the fault of this world's fault. Listening to Nan Smoke's reasoned analysis, Baisini's pale and dry lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi does have a bad personality. She used to post about men right on the internet in peacetime, but there were laws to protect her then. But now, LOL. Although she didn't want to admit it, Baisini didn't have the backbone to retort. At most, it will be said that Wang Mimi's crime is not punishable by death. But she's dead. What's the use of talking about it? Baisini felt that the man was right yesterday. Everything was her fault. It was himself who killed his students. If he could control Wang Mimi, she wouldn't have spoken out of turn, much less died. Nan Yen looked at the lost Baisini and sighed quietly. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Do you want to eat this chicken leg, Teacher Bai? I only asked for a chicken leg from my husband because you took good care of me before. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't waste my time like this. Thanks. Baisini pursed her lips and took the chicken leg. Although Nan Yen had betrayed her body, she was still good at heart. In fact, selling your body to stay alive doesn't seem like much of a stretch. Nibbling on the chicken leg, Baisini's mindset was slowly shifting. Mineral water. Nan Yen put half a bottle of water in front of Baisini and looked at the way she was flying into her food and continued. Teacher Bai, we'll be leaving soon. Do you want to leave with us? It's not safe in the boys' dormitory. I just heard what sounded like people in the other dormitories in the hallway, and I'm afraid you'll be targeted if you stay alone. Baisini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help but ask, can I join you? She had offended the man yesterday, and with the other man's brutal and selfish nature, he probably wouldn't want to take himself. Of course you can, as long as you are willing. Ms. Bai, I can talk to my husband. He actually has a very good personality, and won't mind Ms. Bai. After all, Ms. Bai, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiangnan Smoke sensed Bai Sini's heartbeat and immediately said. She had promised Shani before she went out that she would definitely trick Bai Sini back and make teacher Bai obedient. If she can do it, she gets an added bonus. Otherwise, with Shen Yi's character, he definitely wouldn't bring Bai Sini. Even if she starved to death, Shen Yi didn't care. A disobedient woman is an added liability to take in. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Bai Sini always felt that something was strange. But that chicken thigh was really good. Then, Mr. Bai, come over with me, and when you see my husband you mustn't make him angry, or I'll be punished as well. Jiang Nanyan admonished. Okay, I won't drag you down with me. Bai Sini nodded seriously. The two of them returned to the dormitory, and Shen Yi and Su Wanning also packed up their snacks and chargers and other things, ready to leave. 610. There were nearly 100,000 pistols in the system space, and with the strength of the evolved flesh body, Shen Yi was considered to have the power to defend himself. Even if he encountered that mutated earth dog, he could still finish off the other party by covering them with fire. This MS. Bai, aren't you very noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following over like a dog again? When Su Wanning saw Jiangnan Smoke bring back Bai Sini, she began to shade. Because she felt a sense of crisis. This surnamed Bai had such a good figure and was also very close to Jiangnan Smoke. If she also stayed, her position as the eldest house would not be guaranteed. What are you babbling about? Bai Sini's face reddened with shame and annoyance, but there was no way to refute it. She just let her bravado out yesterday, only to follow it up today, embarrassed and ashamed of herself. Oh, I'm talking nonsense? I don't know who stood at the door yesterday and said that they would rather starve to death than sell their bodies and leave their students behind, only to abandon them now? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and aggressive. She was hostile to everyone else except for Shen Yi, who didn't dare to throw her face at her. Bai Sini's face flushed red at her dislike, and for a moment, she actually had the urge to crash on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. MS. Bai, she's just trying to take care of her students too. It's not like she's trying to go against her husband? Jiangnan Smoke voiced out to interrupt Su Wanning's offense and said. As for MS, by coming over now, it's also because she figured out that she's willing to be a minor for her husband. Are you going to refuse for her husband? Are you going to make the decision for hubby? Don't you talk nonsense. I didn't say I was going to make decisions for my husband. I just can't stand the sight of this shameless. Su Wanning quickly retorted, afraid of upsetting Shen Yi. Then don't say so many cold words. After all, we will be a family from now on. We have to live together peacefully. We can't have conflicts. Jiang Nanyan calmly said, as if she had already thought of what to say. Humph. Su Wanning snorted coldly, but she had no reason to open her mouth again. In this exchange, it was obvious that Jiangnan Smoke had crushed Su Wanting. At this point, the only one who was the most confused on the field was Bai Sini. When did I say I wanted to be a child for Shen Yi? When did we become a family? How come she couldn't understand a single word Jiang Nanyan said? She wanted to open her mouth to retort several times, but Jiangnan Smoke and Su Wanning's tit-for-tat bickering made it impossible for her to interject. Well, it's time to go. And at this moment, Shen Yi, who was the head of the family and was the biggest profiteer after the women's quarrel, spoke up. He had deliberately condoned Su Wanting's demeaning and abusive remarks about Bai Sini. This woman made Shen Yi very unhappy yesterday, so she had Su Wanting scold her to relieve her anger. Moreover, this kind of self-respecting woman is the one who needs to have her self-respect shattered and her personality insulted severely first, so that she can take it better. If Bai Sini couldn't take the insult and chose to leave, then Shen Yi didn't care. There's no shortage of women for her anyway. On the contrary, it was Jiangnan Smoke that made Shen Yi look high. This woman is really smart. In a few words, he had played Bai Sini in the palm of his hand and disliked Su Wanting. From just waking up in the morning, Jiangnan Smoke started to call her husband, and it was very natural. Not at all raw, just like an old couple for many years. Moreover, she offered to help herself get Bai Sini, and would also make Bai Sini obedient and would not have any dissent. Hearing this, Shen Yi naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiangnan Smoke's strength. 24. Leaving school. Scary mutant plants. As Shen Yi opened his mouth, both Su Wanning and Jiangnan Smoke didn't dare to argue anymore. The words Bai Sini wanted to explain also stuck directly in her throat. She was tempted to say that she didn't mean to be small. No. It should be said that she didn't want to become Shen Yi's woman at all, but the words, in the end, she didn't say, because she was afraid of involving Jiangnan Smoke. Earlier, Jiang Nanyan had said that if she made Shen Yi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan was kind enough to help herself, gave herself food and water. If she dragged Jiang Nanyan to be punished, would she still be a human being? So, Bai Sini could only stifle her silence. Had she known this would happen, She would have preferred to starve to death in the dormitory rather than follow her here. But it was not in her character to have been helped and not give Jiangnan Smoke anything in return. Just like this, Bai Sini followed behind Xinyi's few people in silence, in order not to let Jiangnan Smoke, who had been kind enough to help her, be punished. She didn't even retort to Su Waning's words of calling herself cheap. I don't know. The simple teacher Bai has long been counted by Jiangnan Smoke as a pawn in her own struggle for favor. Honey, someone's following us. Jiangnan Yan approached Xinyi and quietly reminded him. Well, I saw it. Let him follow, and if you run into danger later, you can use him as a human shield. When he finished, he touched the gun at his waist and continued down the stairs. Even without a gun, with Shen Yi's physical strength, it was enough to deal with the yellow hairs following them. That's right. This person following them was none other than the yellow-haired student. Yellow Hair's food and water ran out yesterday, and he had been hesitant to venture out for supplies. As a result, it was just in time to see Shen Yi's few people about to leave. A thought crossed his mind that it was just the right opportunity. If they encountered any danger, with these few people walking in front of them, they would be able to get out safely. Maybe, if Shen Yi died in an accident, he could still take the opportunity to get a woman. On the 7th day of the end, Yellow Hair's mindset had changed drastically. Anyway, no one cares about themselves, and no police will come to arrest them, so they can't just do whatever they want. If I can kill Shen Yi, then these 3 women will be my own. You can play as much as you want then, maybe even triple fly. Just thinking about it made Yellow Hair excited, but he didn't dare to make a move on his own. After all, Shen Yi's scene of punching a flying man yesterday was still fresh in his mind. If only there was some monster that could eat him. Yellow Hair stared at Shen Yi's back and secretly thought, where are you guys going? Bai Sini hesitated for a long time, but still asked carefully. She wants to go back to her house, but it's not good to speak directly. Go to my house first. It's an upscale neighborhood. It will be safer and more comfortable to live there. Jiang Nanyan replied. That's what they discussed this morning. Shen Yi's most accurate purpose was to go back to the countryside to find his grandmother and little sister. But the countryside was 70 to 80 kilometers away from the city, and it was definitely impractical to walk back directly. So he needed to find a place to land first, and then study how to go home. Bai Sini hesitantly spoke. Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Not waiting for Bai Sini to finish her sentence, Su Wanning suddenly spoke out. At this time, they had already arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog had flooded the layer, and visibility was only a few meters. The crowd stopped and listened carefully. It did make a noise, like something wriggling on the wall outside the building. It was weird. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's get out of here first. None of us making too much noise. After the body evolved, Shen Yi's sense of hearing was also strengthened, and after listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol at his waist and led the way. Bai Sini's eyes shrunk slightly when she saw the pistol. He actually had a gun. This student, what the hell did he used to do? In Xia, a country with an extremely strict gun ban, it was impossible for ordinary people to buy guns. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning were not too surprised, because Shen Yi had already shown them the gun in the morning. With that, several people carefully walked out of the dormitory building. The subtle sound remained during that time, but instead of attacking them, it looked like it was creeping upstairs. Shen Yi several people subconsciously looked back, only to see that the black fog-shrouded dormitory building was unexpectedly crawling with dense creeper vines. Those vines were unusually thick. The thinnest ones were as thick as an adult's thumb, and as if they were alive, they kept climbing in all directions. A few people were shocked. It's amazing how dense the creepers have become when they used to be so small, and it's growing too fast. If he and the others had left the dormitory a few days later, maybe these creepers would have climbed up to the 6th floor and crawled all over the building. I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to buy then. This is simply against the conservation of energy. Without any food or water, how can the creeper grow so fast? Bai Sini murmured, very shocked. Shen Yi looked at it for a while and said, Jiangnan Smoke, turn on the navigation. We'll go to your house first. If you come across a supermarket on the way, stop in and scavenge for supplies. Aha! Jiangnan Smoke quickly positioned herself to navigate. There was no time to be surprised and study the mutated creeper. One had to hurry as soon as possible while it was still light. Although the daytime vision was also poor because of the black fog, there was at least some vision, and if it came to night, it was almost impossible to see the road. A few people picked up speed on their feet and were careful along the way. They vaguely heard others walking around in the black mist as well, and wondered if they were students out looking for supplies, or students trying to escape the school. However, walking, several people suddenly heard the black fog. There are begging and screams coming out. Those sounds were clearly not a monster attack, but someone attacking someone. Even the unpleasant sounds of men and women copulating could be heard. And some people were actually doing that kind of thing in the black mist. Also, it sounds like several guys are forcing themselves on girls. The world has gone completely haywire. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting heard the screams and pleas for mercy from the girls in the black mist, and both approached Shin Yi in fear, afraid that they would also be taken captive. They were suddenly a little thankful in their hearts that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they're no better than the forced girls in the black mist. Bai Sini tightly bit her lips. Seems to want to go to help that helpless girl. But Si Shin-yi completely do not care. She again held back the good intentions. Can't involve Jiangnan smoke. But she still couldn't figure out. It had only been a few days. How could these normally law-abiding students become like this? Forcing girls in broad daylight is just like animals and beasts. Shin-yi also just listened a few more times and didn't mind his own business. The weak are the strong. That's the law of survival nowadays. After spending 10 minutes, Shin-yi's crowd walked out of the school, and when they saw the scene outside, they were also shocked for a moment, only to see that there were many unoccupied vehicles parked on the main road outside of the school, and all of those abandoned vehicles were entangled in dense mutated plants, and the entire main road was also covered in plants. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high had now grown to more than 10 meters high, with lush foliage that covered the sky. Ah, there's a monster! Su Wanting suddenly screamed. Only a mutated giant orange cat appeared not far away. It grinned its mouth full of sharp teeth and let out a dangerous sound, as if it regarded the several people of Shin-yi as prey. Without hesitation, Shin-yi immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang! The shots were unusually loud. Although Shin-yi's marksmanship was not good, but he could not afford to shoot more, and there were always bullets that could hit. 7 or 8 shots later, one of the bullets went into one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a mournful scream and immediately jump up towards the trunk of a nearby tree. Although mutated, it still retains its pre-birth habits and hides in high places at the first sign of danger. Shin-yi changed his gun from the system space and took aim again, preparing for fire coverage. But just at this moment, only to see several branches and trunks violently sticking out, piercing through the body of the mutant orange cat at once, causing it to let out a burst of miserable screams, with all kinds of liquids and internal organs flowing all over the place. The orange cat struggled on all fours and still tried to run, but quickly lost movement as its body was penetrated. Seeing this scene, Shin-yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. These mutated plants, which seem to be alive, are actually fiercer than mutated animals. Shin-yi raised his head to look, and found that individual tree branches still had long-dead mutant cats and mutant dogs and other animal carcasses hanging above them. Vaguely, it seemed, human bodies could be seen. In the air, there was a faint odor of blood. It's deep. It's scary. Shin-yi observed for a while and saw that these plants had no intention of actively attacking them, so he took out a bottle of water from the space and threw it out to explore the way. The mineral water bottle hit the ground with a sound, but the large mutant trees lining the road didn't react. He threw another bottle of water over to the branches of the large tree, only to have several thick branches penetrate the bottle at once the moment it touched the branches. Sure enough, the mutated trees, like the mutated creepers outside the dormitory building, had no desire to actively attack. The only way to get attacked is to touch it. Understanding this, Shin-yi was secretly relieved and said, "Don't even leave me too far. Keep walking." The 3 women followed with nervous faces. The mutant orange cat had just scared the girls. The big tree that killed the orange cat scared them even more. If it is not Shin-yi holding a gun in front of the block, the 3 women would have been scared to run around screaming. Now they deeply understand the danger in the black mist. No longer have a little dissent. Firmly follow Shin-yi. Do not dare to slow down half a step. Bai Sini was even more afraid to mention the matter of going home again. If he left Shin-yi, he might not even be able to last 10 minutes. However, after just a short distance, Shin-yi, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and pulled back Su Wanting, who had almost fallen down the pit. Just see, on the road under their feet, there was a pitch-black crack more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight, and deep to the bottom, and this crack is slowly spewing out a thick black mist. 25. Gain a second psychic ability. Instantaneous movement. What? What is this? Why is there such a wide crack on the road? Could it be that the black fog is all coming out of this crack? Su Wanting made a shocked outburst. It was as if this deep crack could not see the bottom, and there was no telling how deep it was. Blackness, endlessness, fear. Shin-yi stared at the crack for a while and said, "All be careful with your feet. Don't step on the air. Keep walking." Even if he knew that the black mist was coming out of the rift, and that the end of the world could be caused by the rift, he was not capable of exploring the cause. How can an individual solve a problem that even the state has not solved? Finding a safe haven first is more important than researching the cause of the end of the world. Anyway, if the sky falls, there is a taller one to hold it, so it won't be able to crush itself for a short period of time. On the way to Jiangnan Smoke's house, Shenyi was surprised to find that this crack on the ground had been spreading hundreds of meters long, and it was one crack after another, with long stretches of cracks at intervals. All the cracks were bottomless and spewing black mist, but one thing that was amazing was that all the cracks only existed on the road, or in more open clearings, and didn't spread over houses or anything like that. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's odd. If these cracks are naturally occurring, how could they deliberately bypass the house and the mutant plants? But if it didn't occur naturally, then what was manipulating it? Being able to manipulate terrain changes. This is no longer ing mortal. If it was a certain country that possessed such a sick weapon, I'm afraid it would have unified the globe a long time ago. That neighborhood in front is here. Zhang Nanyan looked at the navigation and said, because the black fog was so dense, you had to navigate to show the way. Otherwise it was easy to go the wrong way. Keep going. Go faster. Shenyi looked backward and suddenly spoke out. A few women froze, then immediately increased their speed, because they also heard voices coming from behind them. That's a lot of disorganized footsteps. Not being able to care about anything else, they quickly ran into the neighborhood and quickly arrived in front of the unit door of a high-rise building under Jiangnan Smoke's leadership. This tall building was also covered with plants crawling on top of it, but showed little hostility. Jiangnan Smoke rushed forward for face recognition. Shen Yi, on the other hand, gripped his gun tightly and scanned the surroundings vigilantly. The neighborhood may be more dangerous than the outside. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the garden not far away, all the way over. Everywhere was green and lush, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong or aggressive. Even a weed that was everywhere on the side of the road grew several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden in front of me, all the weeds and flowers were surprisingly unaltered, still the same as before the end. Normal size, normal color. These flowers seemed to be moonflowers, and in the center of the flower of one of the moonflowers, Shenyi saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he was right, he moved closer to the garden to check it out. Sure enough, it was right. It was a colored fruit. It was exactly the same as the alien fruit he had eaten earlier. Shenyi was instantly agitated. I don't know if I was lucky, or if it was because most people didn't know what the colored fruits were for, but I was surprised that I came across a second exotic fruit so quickly. When the others weren't looking, he stepped into the garden and plucked the colorful fruit. So it turns out that any plant that grows an alien fruit won't mutate. Why is that? Shenyi was thoughtful. There must be something to this. Knowing the reason for this, maybe he could cultivate the alien fruit himself. Husband? Jiangnan Smoke carefully called out. She had opened the door to the unit a long time ago, but Shenyi's delay in coming in made her a little worried. Coming. Shenyi returned to his senses, put away the fruit, and entered the building. It also subsequently unlocked the door to the unit. Thus, the yellow-haired student who had just been quietly following behind was locked out. Each unit in this upscale neighborhood requires a password or face swipe to enter, so outsiders obviously can't get in. Open the door, please, open the door. Yellow Hair knocked hard on the door with both hands, so anxious that he was on the verge of crying, as if someone was chasing him behind him. Shenyi gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then embraced Jiangnan Smoke and went upstairs. You want to take advantage of me? The pit can't kill you. You don't even need to do it yourself to kill Yellow Hair. In the black fog, 7 or 8 men with various weapons came out with a fierce smile. Their weapons were still stained with dark red blood, and they were not good people at first glance. Kid, have you got any food and bring it out? Say, are you a rich man who lives here? Quickly open the unit door for me. I want to play with a few rich women today too. Mard, all I've played with in the past 2 days are old pussies. It's too loose. Ha 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 ha. Brother Wang is right. Rich women are well maintained. It's only fun to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet earlier, I saw a few young women in this building who were tender. I must taste them today. Big brother. Mercy I'm not a resident here. I'm just a college student. Yellow Hair was frightened and cried out, kneeling down to beg for mercy. These people are full of foul language and carry knives and sticks. They are not to be messed with at first sight. Damn Shen-Yi, why did you lock me out? Why don't you let me in? Not a resident here. Ha, then you find a way to open this door for me, or I'll cut you up right now. The lead burly man threatened viciously. Their purpose today was to ruthlessly ransack this neighborhood where rich people live, the house that I couldn't afford to live in before, and the women that I couldn't afford to play with. I'm going to play them all hard today, because of the power outage. Shen-Yi and the others could only climb the stairs. On the 20th floor, the few women who climbed were panting and their legs were shaking. Shen-Yi, on the other hand, didn't feel any fatigue at all and warmed up. One level as fleshly body evolution is surprisingly so strong. Shin-Yi was surprised in his heart. His own current stamina is completely inhuman, climbing 20 floors without even taking a breath. If this goes up a few more levels, wouldn't it be possible to evolve into Captain America? It's even possible to evolve into the Motherlander. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shin-Yi's meal was 3 or 4 times larger than before, but that's all small potatoes. After all, one has an infinite stack of supplies that one simply can't eat. The powers have a much higher ceiling than I thought. It's just, how to level them up is the question. Shin-Yi pondered. I can't help but look at this fruit I just picked. I wonder if I can get a new psychic ability by eating another psychic fruit. Or can you get a level up in your physical evolution? Jingle bells. With the sound of the combination lock unlocking, the door to the room opened. A few people entered Jiangnan Smoke's house. Shin-Yi surveyed the large flat, since the black fog was still far from filling the 20th floor. Standing in front of the window was still enjoying the sunlight that had been missing for a long time. The room is also enough space of 200 square feet. Simple and fashionable decoration. Everywhere reveals a sense of high class and luxury. Shin-Yi remembers that the price of this upscale neighborhood is 30,000 to 40,000 per square meter. That means the total value of this large flat with renovations is over $6 million. If it was before the end of the world, Shin-Yi would never dare to think that he could afford such a suite in his life. There's a bigger gap between man than between man and dog. But those are mine now. Shin-Yi sat comfortably on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying the expensive sofa that might be worth more than $100,000. This is the level the shelter should be at. The dormitory building is just not even close. Ah, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator have gone bad. Only these fruits sealed with plastic wrap seem to be still edible. Jiangnan Smoke stood in front of the refrigerator and was taking things out. Su Wanting pretended to be helping. Bai Sinny, on the other hand, was curiously surveying the suite, feeling the impact of money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanyan's family was very rich, she had only really seen it with her own eyes today. She couldn't afford this house even if she worked all her life. The heart sighed inexplicably. However, now is not the time to think about that. Would it be bad for me, an outsider, to continue to stay? Bai Sinny is a little fidgety. Honey, have some oranges while I go wash the other fruit. Jiangnan Smoke brought a plate of oranges and put it on the table. Shin-Yi answered casually while returning the WeChat message. It's a message from Little Green Tea Chow Wan Air. She couldn't hold out for food today either. Shin-Yi didn't talk nonsense with her, gave her the address of Jiang Nanyan's house, and told her to come over by herself. Zhou Wan Air, aren't you in the boys' dormitory on campus? Why did you change your location? It's so far away, eh? Shin-Yi, come or not come as you please. In a few days I may not be in town. Shin-Yi, by the way, if you're getting ready to come over, remember to stay away from the trees on the side of the road. Zhou Wan Air, not in the city? Where are you going? Is there some kind of shelter? Shin-Yi did not reply to this question from Zhou Wan Air. The first 2 sentences were enough to give her enough of a crisis to force her to come over as soon as possible. If he still couldn't make up his mind, Shin-Yi would have no choice but to give up on her. Right now Shin-Yi had more important things to do. Eat the alien fruit. He's looking forward to eating the new fruit to get new powers. So, while pretending to eat an orange, he ate the alien fruit as well. With the fruit in his belly, he felt a rush of relief in his mind. And then, it's gone. Compared to the changes when eating the first fruit of extraordinary ability, this fruit is simply not a little bit forced to do it. What is this ability? Isn't it weak? Shin-Yi immediately tapped on his personal panel to check. Instantaneous movement, LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your instantaneous movement is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can continuously activate instantaneous movement without any limitations. Shin-Yi's entire body was shocked when he saw this supernatural ability. Instantaneous movement. And it also ignores terrain and any controls or restraints. This is a proper god-level psychic ability. And most of all, the most invincible thing was that instant transmission could also be launched continuously. With enough stamina, he could teleport all the way. Coincidentally, Shin-Yi's first special ability was flesh body evolution, which happened to boost his endurance. And endurance is also known as physical strength. So, flesh body evolution paired with instantaneous movement is simply unbeatable. Cool. It's so damn cool. With this instantaneous movement ability, in the future, even if one encounters an enemy that cannot be defeated, no one will be able to stop them if they want to run away. 26. Crazy Mob. Having obtained a new psychic ability, Shin-Yi was in a good mood. It was now that he was considered to be truly self-protective in the end times. The maximum distance of instantaneous movement was 20 meters, and no one could catch up with himself. The bullets can be dodged if one's reflexes are quick enough. And instantaneous movement can continue to be upgraded. Hubby, were there a lot of people following us into the neighborhood just now? Jiang Nanyan washed the fruits and sat beside Shenyi, peeling the apple for him while asking in a somewhat fretful manner. Well, they followed us all the way. Shenyi's hearing was much stronger than the Jiangnan smoke girls, so he had long since realized that someone was following him. Of course, the person who was stalking didn't mean the yellow-haired student, but someone else. Perhaps it couldn't be said that it was stalking. They came out of nowhere. Perhaps their original purpose was also this neighborhood, only they happened to bump into Shenyi and the others, and then got up to mischief. There is no order to it now. The school is in disarray. Society out there is only going to get messy. So will they hide downstairs and wait for us? Wait for us to come downstairs and strike at us? Jiang Nanyan fed the peeled orange to Shenyi's mouth. Shenyi leaned back on the sofa, opened his mouth to eat the orange, and said, if they weren't good people, then they wouldn't have waited for us downstairs and found a way to break into the house. Then aren't we in danger now? Although the cell doors in this neighborhood have some protection, they certainly can't stop a group of thugs. Baisini couldn't help but worry. Earlier, when she had come out of the school, she had seen the students killing each other and had realized that the social order was collapsing. If a mob did storm the building, everyone would suffer. She was tempted to call the police, but the phone number for the police could not be reached at all. Su Wanting's focus is different. She saw Jiang Nanyan serving Shenyi, immediately reacted and cursed, then put down the half-eaten orange in her hand and immediately came over to pinch up Shenyi's shoulders. The two women were competing with each other, and the comfortable one was naturally Shenyi. That's why he doesn't stop the Shura. Hubby, it's really just like you said. They are breaking down the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at her cell phone and said with a grave expression. The image displayed on her cell phone screen was a group chat for the neighborhood. A first-floor resident posted video. The video shows a group of men armed with various weapons who are violently attacking the door of the unit. The glass windows had been smashed and the door was warped. The guys made such a loud noise as if they weren't afraid of attracting monsters either. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help but wonder, are there no mutated animals in our neighborhood? Or do they people have the ability to deal with mutated animals? Humph. I think they are just plain crazy. A bunch of crazy people surely don't know fear. Su Wanting snorted coldly while pinching Shenyi's shoulders. She wasn't worried about this group of crazy people rushing in. After all, Shenyi had a gun in his hand. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't possibly use the knives and clubs in their hands to deal with the gun, right? Crazy people are not cuties. They are also afraid of death. Otherwise they would have already committed suicide directly. How would they still waste time living? Jiang Nan Smoke retorted, and then frowned slightly, always feeling that this group of people is not right. They dared to make such a loud noise and weren't afraid of attracting mutated monsters. Most likely they had the backbone. Why has it been so long and there's still no rescue? There's not even a single police officer on the road. Baisini was terrified and scared. She so wanted to go back to the old peaceful times. Now this kind of apocalyptic world with no laws, no rules she can't adapt or accept at all. Shenyi's gaze went to Baisini, a mature woman. Today, try to unlock her reward as well. Thinking of this, Shenyi opened his mouth and said, I'm hungry. Eat first. After eating I'm going out for a trip. With that, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water appeared on the table, as well as 3 sizzling, fragrant roasted chickens. He had a strong physique now, and while he wouldn't tire easily, he needed to rely on eating a lot to replenish his consumption. You two eat too. Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nan Smoke dare to eat. As for Baisini, she was in a state of shock. What just happened? Shenyi just raised his hand. How did food and water appear out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nan Smoke and Su Wanting and the others surprised at all? Am I the only one who is shocked? Baisini was very shocked, but she didn't dare to open her mouth to ask, so she could only sit silently in the distance, pretending to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was growling. She's had 1 chicken leg in the last 2 days and hasn't gotten full at all, especially now that she smelled that chicken. She felt her gut growling like crazy, prompting her to want to eat. But Baisini was too embarrassed to ask for food again. After all, she wasn't Shenyi's woman, not even friends with Shenyi. Honey, what are you doing out there? Is it to go downstairs to settle those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why would I want to tackle them? It's not like they threaten me. Shenyi's expression was faint. He's just so cold. No one had helped him before when he was bullied himself, so now he won't help anyone else either. Jiang Nan Smoke also think it makes sense. They are on the 20th floor. Even if the mob rushed in, the first to suffer is also the downstairs tenants. Besides, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns that could deal with them. So what are you going out for? Husband? Will it be dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something had happened to Shinyi. If Shinyi died, their group of women would have no power at all, and would most likely be reduced to the same level as those girls who were bullied in school. She didn't want to turn into that. Instead of being insulted by so many people, why don't you just kill yourself? It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk so much while eating. Shinyi continued to bury his head in his meat, too lazy to explain. Oh, Su Wanting was a bit unhappy, feeling that Shinyi's attitude towards Zhang Nanyan was better than her own. Then she looked at Baisini, who was standing in front of the window, pretending not to be hungry, and felt comfortable again. This fake puritanical deserves to starve. Better to starve her to death. Su Wanting couldn't wait to vent all her negative emotions on Baisini. After eating and drinking, Shinyi is going out. Remember to lock the door and don't open it for anyone when I'm not home. If that mob breaks into the building, contact me at the first opportunity. I'll be back. They won't be able to break through this security door anytime soon, Shinyi admonished. As for why he didn't leave a gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't fully trust Jiang Nan Smoke and Su Wanting, in case the two women have bad intentions towards themselves. Facing the pistol, Shinyi can hardly guarantee that he will not be hit. 27. Crazy sweeps. Shared chargers. Seeing Shinyi leave, Zhang Nanyan and Su Wanting glanced at each other, neither having any intention of chatting with the other. Once good girlfriends, now enemies. Zhang Nan Smoke had more or less some resentment in her heart. After all, Su Wanting had deceived herself. Though she was sheltered by this, she also lost her innocence, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't hate it. But it wasn't really a particular hatred. The main reason she ignored Su Wanting was because she and Su Wanting were in a competitive relationship. Su Wanting wanted to be the first house, and now, she has a better chance of winning, because she also has a white teacher as a helper. As long as Ms. Bai also became Shinyi's woman, then in the future it would be 2 against 1, and with Su Wanting's silly character, she would still be at her mercy. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Zhang Nanyan came to Baisini's side and asked with concern. My father is at home alone. I don't know how he is now. Baisini looked downstairs at the world shrouded in black fog, very worried. Mr. White, do you want to save uncle? Zhang Nan Smoke suddenly said. Baisini looked at her suspiciously. Zhang Nanyan smiled and said, the outside world is so dangerous right now. You definitely can't go back alone. Mr. Bai, but if you're willing to serve my husband and be my husband's woman, then surely my husband won't care about your family, and then with my husband's help, you'll be able to save uncle. Baisini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but on second thought, that did seem to be the case. Shinyi has a great physique and has a gun and magic-like superpowers, so if he's really willing to protect himself, there's a good chance he'll be able to go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own power, she wouldn't be able to solve those thugs downstairs, not to mention going home. Moreover, Ms. Bai, do you want to keep not eating to last? As long as you follow your husband, the meat we just ate and the water we drank, you can have it all later. Oh. Zhang Nanyan came behind Baisini, close to her earlobe, and spoke softly. Her voice was seductive as if by magic. It's the devil's whisper. Baisini, who was originally determined, also began to waver. Out of the corner of her eye, she subconsciously glanced at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. Couldn't help but gulp. When Shinyi went downstairs, there were quite a few people who were hurrying up the stairs. Some of them were carrying big bags of stuff, like they were moving. Go, go, go. If that mob breaks in, who knows if they'll rob us? I'm afraid it's not just robbing money. I see the weapons in those people's hands are still stained with blood. They're afraid they've killed someone. What? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Then let's get upstairs and ask the upstairs neighbors to take us in first. The occupants of the upper floors had seen the thugs who were breaking down the door, got scared, and tried to hide in high places. Some people saw Shinyi descending the stairs with a puzzled expression, but they just brushed past and didn't cross paths. It's amazing that the occupants of this building haven't lost their bottom line and that people still retain their friendliness to each other. Or maybe it's because there aren't many occupants in the building and there are enough food stocks to keep it that way. During this time, Shinyi also took a look at the other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs, most of the occupants still chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Shinyi didn't care whether these people ran upwards or downwards. He was trying to find if there were any beautiful women that met the system's standards. But alas, no luck. There weren't many occupants who showed up, and he didn't bother to go door to door to knock on doors to check them out. Anyway, when the mob breaks in, these scattered occupants will surely be forced to band together, and then it will be easier to find someone on their own. There's no point in wasting time now. Shinyi thought and looked at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to go onto the stairs, then suddenly gave a start. Wait, Since my instantaneous movement can ignore terrain, can't I just go through the floor as well? Thinking of this, Shin-Yi began the test. His eyes looked towards the building at his feet, and with a movement of his mind, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the hallway of the floor 13th. It's still really possible. I'm a genius. Shin-Yi immediately began to use instantaneous transfer to catch up. It's a lot faster all of a sudden. In a matter of seconds, he was on the first floor. That's instantaneous movement. Yes. Experiencing the feeling of coming without a shadow and going without a trace, Shin-Yi was refreshed. Of course, the depletion is there. After using instantaneous transfer a dozen times in a row, and having to control the distance each time so as not to get himself stuck in the wall, he felt that his physical strength had been depleted by at least 1/5. In other words, with one's current physical strength, one would be able to instantly move more than 70 times a day at least. 70 instantaneous transmigrations. You can run away from even the most powerful monsters you encounter, right? Moreover, the used up stamina would be slowly recovered. So it wasn't actually 70 times a day that one could instantly move, but 70 times in one breath. If you counted the recovered stamina, you could casually teleport hundreds of times a day. Cool. Shin-Yi looked at the thugs who were frantically smashing the door of the unit, ignored them, walked to the back wall, and instantly moved out directly from the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, then pulled out his cell phone, searched for the nearest supermarket nearby, and began to navigate. Shin-Yi didn't always use instantaneous transportation to catch up, and most of the time he still walked. Instantaneous movement was faster when used to cross obstacles, but if it was used to rush all the time, then his stamina recovery speed would not be able to keep up with the consumption, and in case if he ran into any monsters, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Just like that, Shin-Yi rushed to the supermarket he navigated to in a straight line. When you encounter an obstacle or mutant plant on the way, dodge it with an instant. It only took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the entrance of a not-so-small, medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket doors were closed, and I don't know if there's anyone in there. However, Shin-Yi didn't waste time observing and directly instantly moved in. Who cares if there's no one there? Let's take the supplies first. There's no police now anyway. The black fog in the room was lighter and the view was wider, but it was still darker because of the power outage. Shin-Yi took out a pistol full of bullets from the system space and vigilantly scanned the first floor. There was no one in sight and no sound. After making sure it was safe, he went to the shelves and started sweeping. Snacks like the better packaged assortment of instant noodles, chorizo, bread, sausages, etc., are mostly uncontaminated. Shin-Yi directly included all of them in the system space. There's shampoo, body wash, etc., all of which are also included. Check all the way in and collect all the way out. Even the various pots and pans, slippers and towels and other paraphernalia. He took them all. Given the current social situation, these are now non-renewable resources that will become scarcer and scarcer in the future. So it is necessary to stockpile more of them. Unfortunately, it's just that this grocery store is too small and doesn't really have a lot of stuff. And there's also a portion of food and drink that's contaminated. So Shin-Yi's harvest wasn't much, and he was a bit less than satisfied. After collecting a circle, Shin-Yi, who was about to leave, saw the most urgently needed thing at the moment. Shared chargers. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power and put all the shared rechargeables into the system space. With dozens of rechargeables, odds are they'll all have a charge, enough to last a while. Just as Shin-Yi finished loading things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. It's the sound of something heavy hitting over. Shin-Yi's reaction was also extremely fast, and the moment he heard the sound, he used instantaneous movement to dodge away from the sneak attack. 28. Murderous and alien. Shin-Yi used instantaneous movement to dodge the sneak attack and saw the person who had sneaked up on him. It was a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat with both hands and was looking at Shin-Yi with a horrified expression. How is that possible? You actually have superpowers too. Shin-Yi, who had been ready to shoot the man, paused for a second when he heard these words. Superpowers too? This guy actually knows about superpowers too? So would he know about colored fruits? Shin-Yi pointed his gun at the man and asked in a cold voice, have you seen other people with supernatural abilities? Seen. I've seen. Don't kill me. The man gulped in horror and nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. He didn't know if the gun in the hand of the person in front of him was real, but seeing that the other party had supernatural powers, he also knew that he couldn't fight. What is he? What kind of supernormal ability is used? Shin-Yi continued his torture. Maybe we can get the news of the alien fruit from the other aliens. She's a policewoman. The man replied with some trepidation. Cops? You've seen the police? Shin-Yi frowned. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of the police since the end of the world. By all rights, the official should have launched a rescue a long time ago, but until now, he hadn't even seen a single police officer. He even suspected that this apocalypse was not real. Otherwise, how could the police and the army not care about the death of ordinary people? I've seen it. I've seen a lot of police the other day. The man quickly nodded his head, then explained. On the first day when the black fog first appeared, there was a fight next door to me. Then I called the police, and a police officer came over to deal with it at that time. But it seemed like there were a lot of people calling the police that day, and the police came for a while and then left again. I also heard sirens and even helicopters on the street a lot in the days afterward. I was curious enough to go out and look at it, and it was 2 police helicopters with machine guns on them. They seemed to be hitting something at the time, but they were too far away for me to see. Really, I'm not lying. Then a helicopter suddenly just exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell to the neighborhood of Wangfujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go over there and see. I'm definitely not lying to you, the man explained as his feet slowly backed toward the stairway to the second floor. Shin Yi frowned. So, it's not that the officials didn't rescue them, but that they went out in the first place and then were destroyed? Helicopters are being shot down. What kind of monster is this? Didn't even machine gun the other guy. Shin Yi couldn't help but think of the giant bird he had seen at school 2 days ago. If it's that scary weird bird, it seems like it could actually shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it could carry machine gun bullets, Shin Yi wasn't really sure. According to reason, it is impossible for the fleshly mortal body to be so hard. But think about your own flesh evolutionary ability. Just 1 level. It is already so perverse. If it rises to 10 levels, or 100 levels, maybe it can also be flesh to resist bullets. It seems that the world of Armageddon is even more dangerous than he thought, so he will have to be more cautious in the future. Shin Yi didn't think that his current self could deal with that giant bird, or a mutated monster as strong as the giant bird, so he couldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. The policewoman with superpowers you were talking about, where is she now? Still alive? Shin Yi inquired again, not caring about the boss's small movement of backing away. This I don't know. She just came to me the day before yesterday to buy some food and water, the man said, his eyes rolling thievishly as if he were looking in the direction of the second floor, communicating some kind of code word. Shin Yi asked as he approached the man, what are her powers? She can turn her hands to steel and is very strong, the man said while staring at Shin Yi, who was approaching step by step. It seemed to anticipate his approach. Just after Shin Yi took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the man. So, last question. Have you ever seen colored fruits? Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it. The man's eyes were clearly flustered. He's definitely seen it. Understood. Shin Yi nodded his head and directly pulled the trigger in the next moment. Bang, a clear sound. The man's forehead appeared a bloody hole. Full of unbelief, face fell down. Dead. Death is not an option. He didn't expect the gun in Shin Yi's hand to be a real one. What's more, he didn't expect Shin Yi to shoot directly. After killing the man, Shin Yi's body instantly disappeared in place. Time passes, probably counting 10 minutes or so later. Another man poked his head out of the stairway, cautiously surveying the first floor. Gone? The man was instantly relieved and looked to the body on the first floor that had been shot in the head. Mud. Who is this guy? He actually has a gun. Couldn't be a cop too, right? Or someone in the army? But there doesn't seem to be an army station near our mountain town either. Moreover, this guy actually has psychic powers as well. Boss, you didn't die unjustly. Muttering something to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes widened in horror. There was actually a man standing in the shadows behind him. Asterisk. He subconsciously swung his fist and smashed it. His fist, surprisingly, turned into an iron fist the moment he swung it. The body is also rapidly stealing itself. It's clearly psychic powers. Just too slow. Bang! Shin Yi pulled the trigger. So close, without the slightest suspense. A shot to the head, striking through the man's head before his head was completely steeled. In order to make sure to kill the man, Shin Yi fired 6 more shots in a row. The gun hit the head, emptied the gun of bullets, and smashed the man's face. One must be cautious when dealing with an alien. Shin Yi was nervous as it was his first time to fight with an alien. Just now on the first floor, Shin Yi had sensed that the middle-aged man was not right, and he had been trying to lead himself towards the stairway on the second floor. So Shin Yi guessed that there might be an ambush on the second floor. As a result, he made the first move, preferring to err on the side of caution. After killing the middle-aged man, Shin Yi instantly moved to a different place and quietly waited for the people on the second floor to appear. Then waiting for 10 minutes or so, when the man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, He teleported behind the man again and listened to him talk to himself for half a day before finishing him off with a single shot. If he didn't want to hear if this man would say any useful information, Shen Yi wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the matter of the man being an alien, Shen Yi was not surprised. From the beginning when he talked to the man on the first floor, he had sensed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about psychic abilities, and Shen Yi had thought at the time that the middle-aged man was a psychic, so he intentionally approached the man to ensure that he could kill him with a single shot. Shen Yi, after all, hadn't used a gun much, and over 10 meters, it was possible to shoot blanks. Pistols aren't that controllable. Phew, the first time he killed someone, Shen Yi only felt his heart beating faster and his adrenaline spiking, but instead of fear, he was more excited. Perhaps he was not, at heart, a peaceful and honest man. Looking at the body of the man on the ground, with death the steel in his body disappeared and the powers lifted. After confirming that the other party was dead through, Shen Yi replaced the gun with another fully loaded gun and began to check the rooms on the second floor. Since you've made a killing, you'll finish it and leave no loose ends. Shen Yi heard voices coming from just inside the room at the end of the corridor and walked over. Holding his gun, carefully, he pushed the door open. The scene in the room made him frown and lower his gun. 29, poor young woman. Policewoman. Carefully, he pushed open the door to his room on the second floor. It was only then that Shen Yi saw it. Inside, there was surprisingly a male corpse, as well as a naked, bruised, middle-aged young woman chained to the side of a bed. The young woman had obviously been tortured so badly that her breath was weak. Those two guys really aren't supermarket owners. Shen Yi actually had an early guess, because a normal shopkeeper, with plenty of food, is unlikely to come up and kill a stranger right off the bat. Even if the stranger had stolen from his store, he wouldn't have killed him. Just as Shen Yi had dealt with the fat pig who had insulted him, he hadn't killed him either. How can an ordinary person just say they're going to kill someone? Only people who have killed, or done evil things, are ruthless. For example, if Shen Yi, who had now officially killed someone, were to be allowed to face that abusive fat pig again, he would definitely finish her off without mercy. When the chains of morality are lifted, then it's hard to be in bondage. These two guys, they're supposed to be some kind of criminals, or outlaws or something, without a bottom line. I don't know how they got into the supermarket, but in any case they got the real owner killed, turtled up and hogged the owner's wife. Shen Yi went up and looked at the still fainting boss lady, unchained her, left some snacks and water, and left. Even if the poor woman still wakes up, she probably won't live long. She was covered in cigarette wounds, stick wounds, and one of her arms was broken and could not be saved unless she was taken to a hospital for emergency care. But Shen Yi's kindness was limited to helping her unshackle. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. He does feel sorry for the women, but doesn't get all bent out of shape about it. He's not a nice guy. After all, at the beginning, in the case of not being sure if the middle-aged man was the owner of this supermarket, Shen Yi was prepared to kill and exterminate after stealing something. I just didn't realize I happened to be killing two bad guys. As for the accuracy of the information this bad guy told himself, Shen Yi was not sure, but one can believe 70 to 80% of it. For example, the police were out to maintain order when the black mist first appeared, and helicopters were out fighting some kind of monster, which could all be true. As for wanting to confirm the truth of this statement, take the time to go to the Wangfujing department store building, to see if there is the wreckage of the downed helicopter will also be clear, but odds are it should be true. After all, he didn't have to make up so many things to fool himself. As for the policewoman with psychic powers, it's possible that she's fictional, because the ability to steal your body is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, the news didn't have much to do with himself anyway, and it didn't matter if it was true or not, so it was just a collection of news. Just out of the supermarket, the cell phone in Shen Yi's pocket suddenly vibrated. He pulled it out and saw that it was a call from Gangnam Smoke. When it was answered, Jongnan Smoke's voice came through. Honey, the mob broke in and they're breaking down the doors of the other tenants. Aha. Anything else? Shen Yi didn't care about the safety of others. Yes, I've convinced MS. Bye. She's willing to serve hubby now. When are you coming back? Hubby? I'll have teacher by wash up and wait for you on the bed? Zhang Nanyan's tone was soulful, as if she wanted to be praised. I'm on my way home. Let her wash it first. No need to save water. Get it clean. Okay, husband, take care of yourself. Hanging up the phone, Shen Yi thought back to Bai City and couldn't help but be on fire. It's time to unlock new supplies again, plus the soon-to-be delivered Chao Wan Air, which can unlock 2 supplies at once, but it's still a little too slow. Shen Yi pondered whether he could go out and collect pretty girls now that he had instantaneous transfer skills. The internet is a mixed bag after all, and with the recent power cuts, most people probably don't have anywhere to charge their cell phones, so it's not too easy to keep looking for a needle in a haystack online. Let's see what supplies by Cinny and Joe Warner can unlock. If there's any alien fruits, or other hot weapons, then I'll take a little risk and go out and take in the girls, Shinee secretly thought, and his feet also accelerated to hurry back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who had gone out in groups to look for supplies, but it was a pity that theirs had no decent weapons, and they were soon targeted by a mutant field cat with little chance of survival. Home and supermarkets. It was the same supermarket that Shinee had just finished sweeping. At this point, a few figures appeared in front of the supermarket. They all had weapons in their hands, especially the leading two, a man and a woman, had guns in their hands and were wearing police uniforms. They're cops, and behind the two policemen were several men with clubs and other weapons, but these men obviously had little experience in fighting, and all of them had a look of fear on their faces. Wait, there's the smell of blood. Everyone be careful. Just before reaching the entrance of the supermarket, the policewoman immediately made a sound and turned on the safety of her pistol, aiming it at the door of the supermarket. The other male police officer also immediately shielded himself in front of the people, wary of any attacks that might appear around him at any time, while asking the female police officer, "Captain Chin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Policewoman Chin Xiang's nose flicked, sniffing the air, peering inward at the supermarket's glass window for a moment, frowning. "We're running low on food, so we must venture in and take a look. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others to guard outside. I'll go into the supermarket first to check, and you guys will come in after confirming that it's safe." "Captain Chin, I can also go in and help you. Can't let you risk your life alone," the male police officer, Wang Jiqiang, hurriedly requested. "No, you're staying. It's your duty to keep the people safe." Qin Xiang seriously refused, then said in a slightly softer tone, "Don't worry, with my ability, I won't be in danger. Besides, I've been to the supermarket once before and the owner is reliable, so maybe the smell of blood isn't a sign of any danger." "Okay," Wang nodded in response. He knew that the mission to protect the population was the most important. Afterward, Qin Xian walked to the supermarket door and knocked on the door, but after a long wait, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Is something really wrong? Thinking of this, and not caring about damaging people's property, Qin Xiang looked at the locked supermarket door, inhaled slightly, and slammed her fist out, only to see that the unlocked door was actually smashed right through. The crowd behind them were all shocked as they watched the scene. What a terrible power. It clearly looked like just a pretty and lean woman, but she had a terrifying force that didn't match her body at all. Qin Xiang held the gun and walked into the supermarket. Soon he saw a body on the first floor. And it's a body that's been shot in the head and is dead. It's the body of the supermarket owner. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other co-workers who still survive? No, this can't be a co-worker. Qin Xiang frowned, her expression grave. Because there is absolutely no way that one would shoot a civilian if it was one's colleague. Even if you have to shoot, you don't shoot in the head, but elsewhere on the body. It's a code they've learned since joining the police. The only people who will put a bullet in their head are thugs, villains. 30, come here, help me undress. Damn, did some dangerous person pick up a co-worker's gun? Qin Xiang frowned deeply. The black fog shrouded the area. The flora and fauna mutated, and many of my colleagues lost contact on the day they went out to the police, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. Then the remaining police and SWAT officers received orders from their superiors that a huge mutant plant had appeared in the city and was wreaking havoc and growing so fast that it had already toppled several buildings and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. So, all the police forces were involved in the extermination of the mutated plants. But after that, the mission failed. The entire city, dozens of kilometers area, a dozen neighborhoods all fell. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died in the rescue. And to this day, they can't even find their bodies. If a civilian happens to come across the body of a dead coworker, there is indeed the possibility of removing the coworker's gun. And that would be a problem. As she thought, she headed for the second floor where the smell of blood was stronger. As a result, I just went upstairs and saw another body. It's a body with its head bashed in. Another gunshot wound. I can't believe he has so many bullets. Qin Xiang's face was ugly. It was easy to tell from the scene that the other side fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Guns blazing. I just don't know if there are any bullets left in the other gun. Hopefully there better be no bullets. Otherwise it's too dangerous to have guys like this randomly shooting people wandering around. The city was already in chaos right now, and if any more guns got out, it would only add to the chaos. Qin Xiang profoundly understands how terrifying it would be for people without the constraints of the law to acquire firearms. Help! Help! Suddenly, a small voice came from the room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang froze. Hurriedly, he walked quickly, Pushing the door open, she immediately saw a dead body, and a woman badly injured and near death. Hold on, don't ever close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I'll find a way to save you. Qin Xiang rushed forward and checked the woman's injuries. Serious, very serious, and most of the scars are obviously from abuse. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash of lightning, Qin Xiang suddenly glimpsed the group photo lying on the bedside table. The photo, clearly a picture of the woman in front of her and the man next to her who had been dead for a day or two earlier. In other words, the owner of the supermarket he met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and dead man are the real bosses. Understood. She understood everything. Damn it! Qin Xiang was so angry that she slammed her fist on the ground so heavily that she actually made a crater. There was nowhere to release her anger. She figured it all out quickly. It was the two assholes pretending to be the boss who imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They're the bad guys. No wonder his own co-worker got killed with a straight shot. Even blew the other asshole's head off. Even if it was her, she would have acted the same way when she saw this scene. These two just don't deserve to live. Maybe killed the one who was not necessarily his own colleague. But he must be a good person, or he would not have spared this innocent woman. But now Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about this much. She covered the woman with the quilt, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. Whether it can be saved or not, always try. As long as there was still a breath, it proved that she didn't want to die. Wang Jiqian, you take the men in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be more careful. Qin Xiang dropped a sentence in a windy manner and quickly left. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold out. Their temporary shelter had a doctor who had rescued them 2 days before and perhaps he could save the woman. Wang received the order and led the rest to quickly sweep the supermarket. Just sweeping around, they found the rest of the snacks and stuff. Almost all of it contaminated. It's like it's already been swept up ahead of time. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a couple of ham sausages were barely edible. How come? Wang frowned, then looked in the direction of the second floor and said, "Everyone go to the second floor and take a look. All be careful not to touch the bodies on the ground." Shani returned to the building and didn't pay any attention to the thugs who were smashing the doors from door to door, and directly used instantaneous transfer to go up the stairs. Let them do some damage first, scare the occupants of the building, and ideally get everyone together so they can save themselves the trouble. In a few breaths of time, Shani came to the 20th floor, and without knocking on the door, he directly instantaneously entered the house. Jiangnan Smoke, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly heard a voice and subconsciously looked up, and when she saw Shani, who had appeared out of thin air, she was startled, and her cell phone almost came out of her hand. "Honey, how did you get in here?" She had a look of shock on her face. At the same time, hearing the sound, Su Wanting in the bedroom trotted out. "Honey, you're back. Well, just now that was my newly acquired superpower." Shani nodded his head and explained more to Jiang Nanyan. He was satisfied with Jiangnan Smoke's attitude of doing practical things, so his attitude towards Jiangnan Smoke was better. Newly acquired superpowers? Su Wanting listened in surprise. Superpowers still obtainable? When there is an opportunity in the future, I can also let you guys obtain supernormal abilities. Shani casually drew a big pie. He would have had the idea. Let your woman be able to defend herself as well. Only, at the moment, his own strength wasn't strong enough, so he had to prioritize improving his own strength. When he was strong enough, he could make the women strong too. Really? I can get superpowers too. Su Wanting was instantly agitated. Jiangnan Smoke couldn't help but be excited as well. Altered powers. Superpowers. If he could have superpowers himself, wouldn't he not have to be afraid of the monsters outside? Well, I already know the way to get powers, and normal people can get them too, but it's harder, so it's going to take some time. Once they heard this, Su Wanting and Jiangnan Smoke were even more excited. Ordinary people can get psychic powers too. That, hubby, MS. Bye. She's in the bedroom. Jiang Nanyan came back to her senses and said in a hurry, "Well, this is her chance. Well done. I'll give you a credit first." Shani nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Hearing about being credited, Jiangnan Smoke excitedly revealed a smile. It felt like a step closer to gaining powers. When Su Wanting on the side saw this, she cursed, and then immediately took out her cell phone and began to contact her own girlfriends who she had managed to get in touch with before. She absolutely could not fall behind Jiangnan Smoke. Shani walked into the bedroom and saw Bai Sini sitting on the edge of the bed, her face red and shy. "Come here and help me undress." Meanwhile, on the first floor, atrocities are also being committed. 31. Unlocking new supplies. Brother Wang, this security door is too damn hard. It can't be opened at all. The yellow-haired student cursed with a mouthful of profanity. he has joined this thug group, although he was severely beaten. After much crying and begging for mercy, he was thus sheltered by this small group, and drank half a bottle of water and ate a small half of jerky from an unknown animal. Although that half bottle of water was a little blackened and the jerky was a little off-flavored, but at least there's something to eat. A lot of people don't even have meat like that if they wanted to eat it now. Keep smashing. I don't believe I can't break down this tie door. Whoever is the first to smash open the door will be rewarded with 2 more pieces of meat and he can be the first to play with the women in the room. One, whose arms were covered with tattoos, said viciously. When the mob heard this, they immediately roared with excitement and slammed the door even harder. The security doors in this neighborhood were of good quality, but they couldn't hold up to a mob of people armed and caught up in a frenzy. At this point, Yellow Hair eyes thievingly turned, suddenly close to the strong man. Big brother, don't get so close to me. The burly man backhanded Yellow Hair with a slap that made his head spin. Yeah, sorry big brother, I forgot. Yellow Hair slowed down for a while, but didn't dare to talk back at all. He was aware of how brutal this social big brother was, and it wasn't something he could even mess with. What are you going to say? Wang glanced at him. It's like this big brother. I was following a few students from our dormitory out before, and there were several female college students among those students, and one is better looking than the other. Those long legs, thin and long, and their asses are especially perky. Their faces are also good looking, Yellow Hair described excitedly. He's already fantasizing about what he'll see when he gets those beauties. Pow! The burly man backhanded another slap, hitting Yellow Hair's eyes, directly interrupting his fantasy. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How can there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me for not going to college? The burly man glared viciously at Yellow Hair, seemingly about to make another move. No, big brother, I really didn't lie. Those college girls aren't from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They're another boy's girlfriend. Yellow Hair swelled his face and hurriedly explained. This big brother is not stable at all. It's like having a mental illness, moving around and hitting people, and with an extremely low IQ. No wonder they never went to college. But he didn't dare to say this, or he would really be killed. Pop! Suddenly, the burly man raised his hand and slapped again. Yellow Hair was directly dumbfounded, and even his big teeth were almost knocked out. Big brother, why are you hitting me again? Your eyes are not right. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you upset that I hit you? No, big brother, I'm innocent. Pop! The burly man slapped him again without saying a word. How dare you talk back to lousy? I'll beat you up if I want to. No, convince. The cauldron frontal support. The yellow-haired student's entire face was swollen beyond recognition, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Tell me in detail what happened to those college girls. Lousy hasn't ed a female college student yet. If what you say is true, Lousy will reward you with a piece of meat. The strong man grinned greatly and slapped Yellow Hair's shoulder, almost knocking him down with a slap. Yeah. The yellow-haired student's mouth was swollen, his eyes were black, and he stammered intermittently. Are you dumb? Lousy let you speak. The burly man was so angry that he slapped heavily again, unexpectedly directly knocking Yellow Hair out. Grass, that's all it takes to pass out? College students are so damn unbeatable. The burly man poo-pooed it hard. Someone wake him up. Don't waste water. Use piss. And the others, all of you, hurry up and break down the door. I remember there's a newlywed's wife in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to her first. The thugs didn't care about the reason why Yellow Hair was beaten up and continued to slam the door with vigor. Especially hearing the words newlyweds' wives made them feel energized. Other people's new wives just smell good. At this point, inside the smashed room, a man, a woman and a couple are shivering. The man held the kitchen knife tightly, and with his cell phone in the other hand, he kept dialing the police. The young woman, on the other hand, was scared and sent a message to the neighborhood group asking for help. There is a lot of talk about caring, but nothing about actually offering help. The newlyweds could only look at the slammed security door in despair and fear. Eventually, after hours of agonizing, the lock was broken and the door to the room was broken open. 6 or 7 men came in with a sardonic grin. Ding! Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a random material. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies. 5A grade steak. Grade steak 5A plus 1. Stored in system space. Grade steak 5A plus 1. Stored in system space. 5A. 5A steak? Shinny took out his cell phone and searched for relevant news. Grade steaks. The highest rated steaks range from about per kilogram, depending on the region. 5A $1.500 to $6.000. Great steaks have a high ratio of fat to meat and a more even distribution, and the meat is so soft that it tastes good when fried, even with just salt. 5a. A few $1,000s a kilogram? That's nasty expensive. Shin Yi was also very emotional. He used to work part-time for just over $2,000 a month. It's outrageous that a month's salary can't even afford a kilo of steak. I'd like to taste how good this thousands of dollars steak is. Shin Yi's heart moved and took out a steak from the system space. The beef was well striped on top, fatty and lean, and very fresh, but it's raw. Shin Yi was speechless for a moment. It's too much trouble if you have to cook it yourself. However, raw meat is much easier to work with, and in case you don't want to eat the steak, you can sauté it and cook it. Shin Yi's current meal only consisted of chicken, and although it was delicious, he would still get tired of eating too much of it. An extra steak supply would be nice too. As for frying the steak, of course it was left to the women. Now that you have 3 women in your own harem, you can't still let yourself do the cooking, right? Can you let me drink a bottle of water? Wrapped in the quilt, the red-faced Bicini asked in a small voice. Shin Yi glanced at Bicini and casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the system space and threw it to her. Thanks. Bicini hastily took the water and drank it. Come out for dinner later, Shin Yi said, put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Honey, the door of a house on the first floor has been broken open. Not only did those thugs defile the woman of that family, they made a video of it and posted it to the group. Seeing Shin Yi come out, Jiang Nanyan hurriedly reported the situation. She had been keeping an eye on the news of this building complex, as ordered by Shin Yi. 32, Households United. Let's see. Shin Yi took Jiang Nansmoke's cell phone and looked through the group's chat records. The video was then clicked on. The video features several naked men torturing a young woman. The sounds of insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable. In the video, there is also a young man who was beaten and bruised, with several chunks of flesh cut off his body, and then tied to a chair and forced to watch his wife being abused. What's is that the mob also put the newlywed couple's wedding photos in front of the woman, so that the woman could watch her wedding photos being humiliated more. The residents in the group watched the video with righteous indignation, and some even angrily scolded the thugs for their inhumanity. But the mob didn't care and instead threatened all the occupants. Tell the rest of the occupants to hurry downstairs, or that's what will happen to all the women when they break open the door. Arrogant and bossy. Lawlessness. But this is the end. The group was quiet. All the occupants are afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people. A little richer than ordinary people at best. But where had they seen such a bloody and cruel scene? It wasn't until the account the mob was using was kicked out of the group chat that anyone in the group started sending messages. Resident 0501 these crazy people. Simply insane. There's no bottom line at all. Resident 0501 where are the police? Where the hell are the police? Why doesn't anyone answer the police call? Can you call the police? Resident 0201 I can't get through. I can't get through these days. Resident 0901 what to do? Everyone, think of something. If this mob really rushes up, we'll be dead. Resident 1001 where's the property? Come out with the property. And the security guards, where are they? Come out and protect us. You get $4,000 to $5,000 a month. And this is how you do it. Resident 0901 if I'm not mistaken. There were 2 security guards in that mob, and they were wearing security uniforms. Resident 1001 these sons of ES, taking my money but trying to harm me. Mad. When the police come I'll file a complaint against these sons of ES. Resident 1001 and these bandits. They're all a bunch of poor people. It's true that the most uneducated are the poor. Except for stealing and robbing. It's disgusting. 1402 Resident, the property disappeared a long time ago, and we can't be reached since the day before last when we were given a delivery of supplies. Resident 0902 How come I can't get in touch with the property? My family has run out of food and water. What should we do now? Where do I go to get supplies? Resident 0801 upstairs. Why are you eating so fast? The property owners had distributed 3 days worth of supplies to each of our households the day before yesterday. Resident 0902 there are more people in my family. And didn't the property owners say that they would send supplies every 3 days? Who knows, they can't do what they say they're going to do. And what are we going to do now that we don't have any food? Resident 0801 what else can we do? Starve? It's the end of the day. Don't save some food. Actually think of relying on others. Resident 0902 801 Are you sick in? Have I offended you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You're so broad-minded. Resident 0501 Can we all stop arguing for a moment? Let's try to stop the thugs downstairs first. Resident 1402 I have a suggestion. Each household in this building can send out one person. and then join forces to fight against the thugs. There's strength in numbers, and those thugs won't dare to confront us head-on. So what do you all think? 1501, huh? But I'm the only one in my house and I'm a woman. Resident, 1502. What's wrong with women? Men and women are equal. Every household must put out at least one man. Otherwise, when the mob breaks in, we won't protect your family. And we won't protect other families that don't have the manpower. Resident, 1502. If you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make any excuses and don't try to take advantage. Resident, 1001. Seconded. Resident, 0801. Then a man comes out of my house too. Occupant, 1402. Since everyone is willing to contribute, let's on meat floor. Remember to all bring weapons. Baseball bats or golf clubs. In short, anything that can be used as a weapon. The 18th. Resident, 1402. Can we, the residents of a whole building, still be bullied by a mere 6 or 7 people? They must be subdued. Resident, 0501. Well. I'm already burning up. Gotta them. Show these guys what we're made of. The occupants of building began to organize a counterattack. 6. In order to protect your family and for your own safety, you have to stand up for yourself, even if you are a coward. The mob was so crazy, especially with the gory video they sent out that scared everyone. Originally, the mob posted the video in order to threaten the rest of the residents, trying to get them to surrender voluntarily. But unbeknownst to them, even the most timid of people will fight for their lives against all odds when the safety of their family and themselves is at stake. So the bloody videos of the thugs backfired instead. No wonder there is no mess in this neighborhood. The original 3 days ago the property even gave each household supplies. But it is a good property. The service is good. Sue Wanting murmured. She did remember that the school was out of food the next day, and that's what bred the riot. And in this neighborhood, people retain a moral grounding with each other and even help each other out. But that was before. Now that the property is missing and 3 days worth of food is about to be consumed, coupled with the mob attack, I'm afraid the last bottom line is about to crumble. Not to mention the other tenants. Even Sue Wanting and Jiangnan Smoke, who had Xinyi's protection, were frightened by the cruelty of the thugs. That woman, so tragic. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Xinyi. Looking at the misery of the other women, the eyes of the two women looking at Xinyi obviously changed, and there were a few more points of dependence in their eyes. Although Xinyi had threatened them with supplies, he hadn't treated them badly or abused them, and they are fed, watered and kept safe every day. And it also promises to help them get their powers. Thinking in this way, Xinyi is not treating them badly. It is simply too good for them. Thinking of this, the two women also cannot help but come to the side of Xinyi, take the initiative to massage Xinyi legs and feet, waiting for him. Serving Xinyi well was what they should be doing, not hooking up every day. Zhang Nanyan and Su Wanting subconsciously glanced at each other and both revealed a relieved smile. A laugh is a good thing. Su Wanting didn't want to hate Jiangnan Smoke anymore. After all, they were family now. In case if Xinyi was not at home, they would have to help each other. The hatred between them is really nothing compared to the murderous mob out there. Zhang Nanyan also felt that there was no need to hate Su Wanting, although she had been tricked into coming here by Su Wanting, but now it seemed that this was rather a good thing. Otherwise one would have starved to death long ago, or get bullied by those boys right there in the school building. Thinking about it, her hatred for Su Wanting gradually dissipated. Which one of you knows how to fry a steak? Xinyi enjoyed the massage of the two pairs of delicate palms and suddenly asked. The two women froze and looked at each other before they both stammered. Obviously, none of them will. After all, before the end of time they were all 10-fingered young ladies. I can fry a steak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Xinyi, who was blushing slightly and walking a bit off. She's kind of joining the family now. Well, then fry a few pieces and we'll have dinner, Xinyi said, taking out 7 or 8 pieces of steak from the system space. One piece is probably about half a pound. Isn't it impossible to fry with a power outage? Su Wanting said uncertainly. Yes, I just looked and there is gas available, Bai Xinyi said. She didn't have much hostility towards Su Wanting. After all, how to say is also his own green Su Wanting. Bai Xinyi was a little embarrassed instead. Okay, fine. Su Wanting was embarrassed. She knows absolutely nothing about the kitchen. Feeling humiliated in front of Xinyi, would it make Xinyi feel even less good about himself? No, it can't be. Seeing Bai Xinyi walk into the kitchen, Su Wanting also immediately followed. She wanted to learn how to cook. Jiang Nanyan, on the other hand, was sitting on her knees on the sofa, massaging Xinyi's thighs. Family harmony. Xinyi is very satisfied. It's stressful out there, and at home he wants to relax to his heart's content, especially after just killing someone today. 33, fiasco, you down the wire. This so-called 5A prime steak tastes pretty good. Shani felt that it was tastier than all the beef he had eaten before. Perhaps it was the strong quality of the beef produced by the system. And then there's this. By Sini's cooking was also very good. And each steak was seared on the outside. Spot on. And very flavorful. For this dinner, Shani ate a full 5 steaks. Perhaps it was because he had been using instantaneous movement today and had expended so much energy that he needed to replenish it. But no harm done. The last thing we need is supplies. Steak is good enough. After eating and drinking, Shani replied to Jo Wanner's message. Yes, Jo Wan sent a message. She finally made up her mind to come over. There was also talk of bringing 2 housemates along. Shani naturally did not refuse. The more women that came the better, so he could unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shani took out a few rechargeable treasures and distributed them to the 3 girls, asking them to fully charge their cell phones and not to use them indiscriminately, so that it would be convenient to contact them afterwards. Otherwise he leaves the house sometimes and he doesn't know if something happens at home. After finishing these chores, the day is not early. Due to the reason of the blackout, Shani several people are also early to go to bed ready to sleep. Before going to bed, Shani also looked at the messages in the group of building 6. The occupants had gathered aggressively on the 18th floor. Well, with this group on top, one could sleep more soundly tonight. Tomorrow is the time to tackle the mob. Good night, husband. Su Wanning squeezed into Shani's arms and said in a daze. Well, good night. This night, Shani slept comfortably. Even before the end of time, he had never slept so well. Maybe people like him are really good for doomsday. But correspondingly, the rest of the people in the building are having a bad time. A group of occupants had gathered on the 18th floor. A surprising 24 people. Most of them men, with only a few individual women. Each of them was armed with a variety of weapons including golf clubs, baseball bats and kitchen knives. For a while, the crowd surprisingly had a bottom. Although the thugs were ferocious, there were only 6 or 7 of them, and their own party could have exactly twice the number of enemies. This wave, the advantage is mine. So, the crowd, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, was surprisingly aggressive and went downstairs to try to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiations. Of course no one wants to fight for their lives if they can. In case of a fight, it's deadly. But unfortunately, there was nothing bottom line about this mob, and they took advantage of the negotiation to launch a surprise attack. Caught off guard, the 20 or so people were actually beaten to a ghostly halt, and directly became a routed army. 24 people, being chased by half a dozen people. The final result of the battle was that on the side of the occupants 3 were killed, 2 seriously wounded, 2 captured, and nearly a dozen others slightly wounded. And surprisingly none of the thugs were dead, not even a seriously injured one. They all only suffered some minor injuries. Fiasco. Where would this group of men in suits and ties, sitting in offices all year round, be a match for the outlaws? In just one look, the resistance was completely lost. As for this information, Shani also learned about it through the chat records in the group. There are residents who have lost family members crying in the group, and those whose family members have been captured, begging others to save their family members. But this time, no one dared to make a sound. The mob had killed their momentum last night. Now everyone just wants to protect themselves. No one dares to fight for their lives or even leave the door. Ordinary people are no match for that group of outlaws. Those thugs, they were unreasonable and literally dared to kill. Resident, 1501 inch please. Who has gauze and medicine at home? My leg hurts so much, and I've been bleeding off and on from the cut I got last night. So please help me. Please. Resident sent a picture, 1501. Shani clicked on the picture and realized that this injured occupant was actually a woman. Of course, the reason why Shani clicked on the photo was because at first glance, he saw that the other party had sent a photo with big white legs that were very tender. Although her leg was already stained with blood for a good portion of the day due to the slash, you could still tell that it was in great shape. I just don't know how good the looks are and if they're up to system standards. Seeing that no one paid attention to 1501's request for help, Shani used Jiannan's Smoke S account to reply to the message in the group. 2001 resident, I have medicine. Need medicine private chat me. But first send a full body photo of yourself, to no beauty face. Resident, 1501 inch sending pictures? What do you want my picture for? Resident, 0901 inch what else could it be? Isn't it obvious what it means? Resident, 0901 inch wait. This resident on the 20th floor, did you not come to the assembly last night? Resident, 1401 inch the 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone remember the residents of. Such selfish people don't deserve everyone's help. 2001 inch, 0501 resident, at 2001 resident. Get out. It's all you. It's all you who killed my man. What right do you have to be in this group? Occupant, 0501 inch asshole. Garbage. Uneducated trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You deserve to die. You selfish piece of trash. Resident, 0501" You deserve to have your whole family die. Resident, 1401" Good call. Selfish guys like that shouldn't stay in the group. Resident, 1602" You. My husband died yesterday while out with you guys. You guys have to protect us orphans and widows. For a time, Shin Yi, the person who did not contribute, became the public enemy of the entire building. It was as if it was because he hadn't been there that all this had happened. Some people are like that, afraid to face the strong but dare to bully the weak. Only, Shin Yi was not the weakling they thought he was. Shin Yi directly used instantaneous transfer to come to room 501. At this point, inside the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, constantly tapping her cell phone and insulting Shin Yi in the group. It was as if this was the only way to vent the pain of losing her man. She was extremely devoted to venting and didn't even notice Shin Yi's arrival. It wasn't until Shin Yi deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, and was instantly horrified. You? What are you? Why are you in my house? Shin Yi glanced at her cell phone screen to make sure that she was the one spraying herself. I'll admit it's painful that you've just lost your man. After all, that was the only thing you had to fall back on. But, Shin Yi said indifferently, and with a lift of his hand, a pistol appeared in his palm. When the middle-aged woman saw the scene, she was filled with horror. A pistol out of thin air. Is this still a human being? But what's that got to do with the old man? You dare to curse my family? I'll kill you. Shin Yi directly pulled the trigger and shot his head off. To her dying day, woman doesn't understand where she messed with a monster. After killing the person who had insulted his family, Shin Yi was in a good mood and used instantaneous transfer to return to the room again. As for the other people in the group who cursed their selfishness, Shin Yi ignored them for the time being. Wait to take out the thugs, then slowly shell them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. You along the net when you get pissed off. As it happens, that's when the 1501 resident added his friend as well. Resident, 1501" My cell phone is down to 1% battery and I can't take a picture. Resident, 1501" If you have any medication, could you please send it to me? I have pictures at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. Think, it's the cell phone that's out of battery. Shin Yi thought about it and thought that he could make a trip. There wasn't much to do for himself anyway, and if the occupants have met the system's criteria, he could unlock a new supply, 1501. Even if it doesn't fit, it's just a little bit of effort. No harm, no foul. Think about it. Shin Yi directly used instantaneous movement and disappeared into the room building. Ah, Shin Yi. He disappeared into thin air. Bai Sinny, who had just come out of the bedroom, instantly let out a shriek when she saw the scene. Then she actually ignored the danger, rushed to the place where Shin Yi disappeared, a face of anxious look over the cracks of the sofa. How can a big living person disappear into thin air? Or disappeared in front of his face? Mr. White, take it easy. The two girls, Jian Nanyan and Su Wanting, couldn't help but laugh as they watched Bai Sinny's comical behavior. Shin Yi is such a big man. How could he hide in the crack of the sofa? They knew that this was Shin Yi's new superpower, so they weren't really surprised. By the way, it was also explained to Bai Sinny. After listening to the explanation, Bai Sinny immediately blushed and couldn't help but say in her heart that she really couldn't adapt to the world of doom. 34, he must be my Prince Charming. Shin Yi used instantaneous transfer and arrived on in a few seconds the 15th floor. Since this upscale neighborhood is a two-story home, 1501 wasn't hard to find. He came to the door and knocked politely, to first take a look at the looks of the occupants. If it does not meet the system standards, Shin Yi directly turned around and left. 1501. After waiting for a while, the electronic locks rattled and the door was opened. Electronic locks last a long time even if the power goes out. They have stored power. Not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeved shirt on top and light blue high-waisted denim super shorts underneath appeared in the doorway with a pale face. The girl grew up beautiful. Smooth chestnut color hair into a slight curly waves. One side of the pin behind the ear to reveal a small pearl earrings. The other side of the natural fall to modify the shape of the face. Her legs were long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, presenting an air of health and vigor, and she looked like she worked out regularly. The good-looking left leg was now almost stained red, and even tied with cloth it would not stop bleeding at all. Or maybe it was the girl's inability to treat wounds that caused this. Perhaps because of the loss of blood, the girl's face was very pale, even her lips were a little white, and it was at this point that system trigger. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Chu Xiao Xiao. Age, 24. Looks, 91 points. Body, 95 points. Intrinsic, 100 points. Experienced in self-defense. No combat experience. Total score, 96. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. Shinny gazed at the inner evaluation. It's the first time this comment has come up. Experienced in self-defense. So it's the movie-watching sister? But anyway, she kind of fits the system criteria. You're a resident of? 2001-inch Chu Xiao Xiao asked cautiously. She had also determined from the cat's eye that Shinny was not the thug downstairs, so she opened the door. Well, your leg is bleeding again. Let's stop the bleeding first, Shinny said, directly picking him up with one hand and walking into the room. Chu Xiao Xiao was confused. In this moment, she actually forgot to resist. It was only because Shinyi's movements were too natural as if they were lovers. But it was only an instant before Chu Xiao Xiao reacted, immediately blushing and struggling, her mouth constantly refusing. You don't want to be like this. We've only just met, and I'm still too injured to be thrashing. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In fact, Chu Xiao Xiao at first glance felt that Shinyi is quite handsome, tall, quite in line with their own standards for choosing a spouse. It's the end of days and it's actually nice to have a man to lean on. However, just meeting and having to do sports, Chu Xiao Xiao couldn't accept it either. Should we at least say our names first? Shinyi did not explain, but put the rambling Chu Xiao Xiao on the sofa, and then took out the gauze and white wine from the system space that he got when he was sweeping the supermarket before, and started to disinfect and bandage for her. The reason why Shinyi didn't explain was because Chu Xiao Xiao was already a bit out of sorts due to blood loss. There was no good medical care in the end times, and it would be a problem if there were any complications due to blood loss. Shinyi was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. You can't make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and white wine, can you? Especially white wine. Shinyi searched the supermarket only to find 2 bottles of uncontaminated high-purity white wine, originally thought to stay in the future their own injured disinfection with. After all, Armageddon isn't like the old days, and there are no doctors for injuries. Shinyi was also thinking of making another trip to the hospital in the next 2 days to collect some medicines and stuff in advance, so that he wouldn't accidentally get sick in the future. His Chu Xiao Xiao frowned straight in pain, subconsciously grabbed Shinyi's thigh in death and screamed out miserably. Even Shinyi's thighs were scratched painfully, sterilized with white wine. This pain is not something that can be tolerated by the average person. But Shinyi's movements, though rude, were fast. Sterilization was completed and her wound was tightly wrapped in gauze, which stopped the bleeding. Alright, you take a good rest now. I'll come back tomorrow to help you sterilize and change the gauze once more. After Shinyi finished speaking, he prepared to leave. The woman was so injured, she certainly couldn't unlock the rewards now. Then let's nurse it for a couple of days. It doesn't consume much supplies anyway. Shinyi left behind a roasted chicken, and then directly used instantaneous movement to leave. No demands were made and nothing was asked for, because he had decided that Chu Xiao Xiao was his thing. Naturally, there is no need to explain anything. What if Chu Xiao Xiao refuses? Then give back your life. If Shinyi hadn't saved her, she would have died today. Moreover, Chu Xiao Xiao had seen her own supernatural powers, so if she was not willing to submit, she would have to be silenced. Shinyi didn't want his instantaneous movement to leak out, otherwise it would be troublesome to be targeted in the future. It's called, all gifts of fate have a price tag in the dark. At the same time Shinyi stepped in to save Chu Xiao. She had only 2 choices, submit or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent from heaven to save me? Chu Xiao Xiao lay weakly on the sofa, dully recalling the scene just now when Shinyi treated his wounds and left food behind. She blushed gradually at the thought. She only saw that gauze and white wine, as well as food, appeared with a wave of Shinyi's hand. And it's amazing how this man just left after helping himself and not asking for anything. If this isn't Prince Charming, what is this? Is it a fairy? Chu Xiao Xiao had thought that she had to give her body in return for saving her life. Turns out the other guy didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiao Xiao's heart a little lost instead. But he said he'd be back tomorrow to change my medication. So that proves we'll see each other again then, right? Chu Xiao Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it again. Weak and feeble, she even thought about cleaning up and dressing up to look her best for her Prince Charming. It smells so good. Chu Xiao Xiao gently rolled over and looked at the roasted chicken that was still steaming on the table. She remembers that the chicken was casually transformed by her Prince Charming, almost as if by divine means. He really is the Prince Charming of my dreams, isn't he? While thinking, Chu Xiao Xiao happily ate the chicken. Leaving Chu Xiao Xiao's house, Shinyi went straight to the first floor. It's time to tackle this mob. Their role is over. When Shinyi appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs roasting and eating meat. The meat they roasted was actually cut from the carcass. No wonder the group didn't starve to death, but instead were so full of strength that they even had the strength to slam doors. What man? Brother Wang. There's a white boy. Suddenly, the thugs found Shinyi. Immediately, Someone picked up a knife and stared viciously at him, the ferocity in his eyes like that of a wild animal. Shen-Yi, it's actually you. Suddenly, in the corner, the yellow-haired student with a swollen face walked out and looked at Shen-Yi with a resentful face. It was because Shen-Yi had abandoned himself that he had become what he was now. All because of Shen-Yi. It was Shen-Yi who had victimized himself. 35, slaughter mobs, mutant black spiders. Big brother, that's him. He's the asshole I told you about with several female college students. Yellow Hair immediately said to the tattooed burly man, I have suffered so much. I must let Shen-Yi suffer all over again. Hearing this, the tattooed burly man looked at Shen-Yi with interest. Eyes looked him up and down. What's an old man for? Just this? The strong man pooh-poohed, then viciously said, Tiger, break one of his legs, and force him to find out what floor he lives on. We'll play with his women at his home next. Yes, a tall, thin man in a security uniform answered, carrying a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shen-Yi seriously in the slightest. Just an ordinary guy with no hands. They mowed down several of them last night, but in the very next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in the security uniform froze in place, his body collapsing straight down with a bloody hole in his forehead. Without pausing, Shen-Yi raised his gun and fired continuously at the other thugs who hadn't reacted yet. The sound of thumping gunshots kept resonating through the first floor. After shooting the bullets of one gun, Shen-Yi immediately switched to another. In the space of just one shot, 4 thugs were killed by random gunfire. No bull ********. He's here to kill. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he just shot. Mad. Why does he have a gun? Run. Run. The surviving thugs had nothing but fear at the moment. They were arrogant and ruthless only because they hadn't met anyone stronger than them. It's only early in the apocalypse, and most of the people haven't fallen to outlaws yet. Afraid to fight the thugs. It also leads to thugs thinking they are awesome and invincible. But now that they were unilaterally slaughtered by Shen-Yi, they finally experienced what fear meant. The fear of death. No matter how ruthless they were and how much they dared to fight for their lives, a single bullet fired at them was enough to take their lives. Damn! Yellow Hair, you! Didn't you say he was just a student? Then how did he get a gun? The tattooed burly man ducked into the room at the first opportunity and was furiously venting his anger at Yellow Hair. Guns! It's a ING gun. It was because they knew that guns were banned in Xia that they dared to kill so recklessly. If we knew someone had a gun, cootie, only then would you go after the other guy. With these broken swords in the hands of yourself and others, there's no use. Yellow Hair had long since been stunned. Hide behind the closet and shiver. Shen-Yi actually has a gun, and he actually didn't hesitate to shoot people. Is he really just a regular college student? Yellow Hair was scared, and was directly pissed off. What to do? He has already offended Shen-Yi. If he waits for the others to be killed, he will definitely die as well. Soon, the gunfire outside stopped. There's no sound at all, not even a scream. It seems like everyone's been killed off. The tattooed burly man gripped his knife tightly and hid behind the door. Beads of sweat beating on his nervous forehead. Only one chance. The only way to kill your opponent is to take advantage of them entering the door when they are defenseless. The tattooed burly man held his breath and stared dead at the door, but he didn't realize that someone had suddenly appeared behind him. When Yellow Hair saw Shen-Yi who appeared out of thin air, his eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Shivering and pointing at him, big brother, he came in. The tattooed strong man froze and subconsciously tried to turn his head, but the gun in Shen-Yi's hand had already fired a bullet, directly hitting the back of his head. Shen-Yi then fired a few more shots consecutively, killing the strong man whose eyes were filled with fear. Spare my life. Big brother, spare your life. Please, let me go. Let me go. We're in the same school. The yellow-haired student was snotty and on his knees begging for mercy. Shen-Yi, however, did not slow down and changed a gun from the system space, then shot him dead. Inside the room, there was a man tied to a chair who had lost his breath. There was also a woman cowering in the corner, all naked and shivering. This woman's mental state had completely collapsed, and even when she saw Shen-Yi kill someone, she remained immersed in her own fear and did not react. Shen-Yi raised his hand and gave her a shot, solving her pain. Step out of the room. Shen-Yi saw a bandit who had been shot 4 or 5 times by himself and was surprisingly still alive, and he had struggled to climb outside the building. Shen-Yi, however, was in no hurry, just standing still, raising his gun to aim and shoot at him. The first shot, a blank. TCH, it looks like my shooting skills are really bad. I can't even hit such a big target, Shen-Yi said with his mouth as his hand continued to pull the trigger. He used the thug, who was struggling to stay alive, as a target for gun practice. Shen-Yi's marksmanship had never been good, which was the reason why he approached within 10 meters of the enemy every time before firing. but he has plenty of bullets and guns to slowly upgrade. In this way, separated by a distance of 30 to 40 meters, Shani kept shooting at the thugs climbing out with his gun. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit one. That sucks. This thug was also really tenacious in his vitality, and his desire to live was so strong that he climbed outside the building with a gunshot wound. Shani changed his gun while slowly stepping closer and aiming again. This time he aimed for the head. Just as Shani was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, a thick white line shot over, surprisingly sticking directly to the thug's body before hoisting it up into mid-air at once. Shani was stunned and immediately looked upwards with vigilance. What the hell? He watched for a while, not seeing much because of the plants crawling upstairs and the thick black fog. Shani remained vigilant as he casually lifted the body of a thug and threw it outside the building. As a result, just as the body hit the ground, a thick white line identical to the one from earlier shot down and snatched the body away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What is this? Shani was shocked. He'd thought he was safe in this building before, but apparently not. There are monsters upstairs. I don't know if I was attracted by the gunfire or the bodies. No, have to figure out what this is. Otherwise it's dangerous to go out in the future. Shani lifted another corpse and threw it outside the building. At the same time, he immediately used an instantaneous transfer to come outside the building and stared at the building dead on. Just see, in the black mist, a 2 to 3 meter sized, black hair covered, huge black spider with multiple legs climbed down from the upper floor. Its keliped mouth spewed out a white line as thick as an arm, and at once glued the corpse and dragged it up. Shani seized this opportunity and raised his gun to aim at the mutant black spider and fired 7 or 8 shots in a row. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise it's dangerous to travel in the future. But, what shocked him was that the bullet shot at the black spider, but it was shot in just a little bit, not causing much damage to the black spider, but instead angered it. The mutant black spider directly threw down the corpse and violently opened its mouth at Shani, spraying out a thick white spider silk. 36. Female police officers who meet the system's criteria. Shani had prepared for this and directly used instantaneous movement to dodge 20 meters away, avoiding the black spider's attack. Mud. I can't believe I can't even hit a pistol. Shani cursed. One's current strongest means of attack could not even help this mutant spider. At this time, the black spider locked Shani's position again. It seemed that because of the reason that it had just been pained by the pistol, it held a grudge against Shani, and several hairy legs moved quickly, jumped down from the upper floors, and pounced towards Shani. 2 or 3 meters of huge spiders pounced on his face, making Shani's heart flutter. He hurriedly used instantaneous transmission to draw the black spiders toward the distance, but the black spider only chased after it for a distance of a few dozen meters before it suddenly stopped. Its pile of dark eyes stared at Shani, its mouth made strange noises, and it turned around in place several times before turning back. Why isn't chasing this? Shani frowned. He thought for a moment, then followed carefully, realizing that the black spider had actually climbed back up the stairs, not forgetting, by the way, to take the thugs' bodies on the ground as well. Shani's face was ugly. This black spider was clearly trying to stick around. Shani had just wanted to use instantaneous transmission to lure the black spider away. Who knew that the other party would simply not fall for it? Really, grass. It's not easy to find a satisfactory shelter, but even encountered this kind of thing again. Shani wanted to curse. If he didn't solve this black spider, not to mention his own woman, even he himself might accidentally have a heart attack. But it's not easy to fix it. After all, not even a gun can kill it. How could a spider mutate so horribly? Shani frowned deeply and thought for a while. He pulled out his cell phone to contact Jo Wan-air. If Jo Wan-air went out now, it would be a good idea to make a trip to pick her up. Otherwise, even if she managed to walk into the neighborhood alive, she would be killed by this black spider. Shani, where have you been? Jo Wan-air, we just got out of the school district. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shani, how much battery power is left in your cell phone? Jo Wan-air, it's almost full. I have a rechargeable battery. Shani, share your current location. Jo Wan-air initiated location sharing with you. Shani joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Jo Wan-air, more than 800 meters, which was not too far. If there was no instantaneous movement as a supernatural ability, Shani would definitely not go to pick up Jo Wan-air. It was too risky. But with instantaneous movement, even if he encountered any mutated monsters, he could be sure of his safety. Under the premise of ensuring his own safety, Shani naturally didn't mind doing things that were favorable to himself, such as searching for supplies and finding women who fit the system. Walking on the black fog-filled street, Shani was always careful of his surroundings. The mutated black spiders had raised his guard considerably. There are some mutant animals that are not killed by handguns. These trees by the roadside seem to have grown a lot taller and thicker again, and at this rate of growth, I'm afraid that after a while, the area of human activity will be squeezed to a very small size. Plants don't actively attack people, but if they grow too big, sooner or later they will threaten people. There are also these cracks on the ground, although they do not continue to get bigger, but the inside is still a steady stream of black mist sprayed outward, and I do not know where the ground comes from so much black mist. Shinee wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but he was only thinking about it. If you really want to jump, you will definitely die 10 deaths. When I'm strong enough, I'll be able to go down there and find out what's going on. Shin-Yi thought darkly. Then, he continued to follow the navigation as he approached Zhou Wan-Er's direction. However, from the location sharing, Shin-Yi realized that Zhou Wan-Er had actually stayed in the same place. It made him frown. This little green tea knew he was coming over, so he even started waiting in place? Didn't even move a muscle. Shin-Yi walked a few hundred meters further and found that Zhou Wan-Er's position still hadn't moved. He had a bad look on his face. This kind of woman who gets her way is infuriating. If not for the fact that he had already walked a few hundred meters, Shin-Yi would have wanted to just turn around and go home. Never mind. Let's just unlock the rewards first. If Zhou Wan-Er's heart is really that deep, kill her after taking the reward. Shin-Yi continued to walk forward, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. He glanced at the navigation and realized that Zhou Wan-Er was positioned just ahead of him in a convenience store, not moving a muscle. Shin-Yi pulled out his gun and walked over slowly. The convenience store wasn't big, but it had a lot of supplies, so it was a good time to scavenge, and it wasn't a wasted trip. Just as he approached the convenience store, Shin-Yi sensed that something was wrong. He smelled the strong scent of blood in the air. Because of the frequent killings in the past 2 days, Shin-Yi immediately smelled that this was the smell of human blood. And, just a short distance away, a large amount of dragging could still be seen on the ground, and a woman's shoe had fallen there as well. Judging from the scene, someone should have just died here. Shin-Yi instantly reacted. He immediately alerted his surroundings. However, there were no mutant monsters in sight. What you can't see is more dangerous. Thus, Shin-Yi no longer hesitated and directly used instantaneous transfer to the entrance of the convenience store, then instantaneously transferred in again. Then looking at the map, Zhou Wan-Er was very close to him. Zhou Wan-Er? Shin-Yi looked toward the darkened convenience store and tried to call out. I don't know if she's still alive. If you die, you've really wasted your trip. Shin-Yi, is that you, brother Shin-Yi? A voice came from a small room at the far end of the convenience store. Next, the door to the room opened and 3 figures carefully walked out. It was 3 women, the tallest of whom was still wearing a police uniform and had a gun in her hand. The policewoman was at the front of the line, and when she saw that the visitor had a gun in his hand, she instantly raised her gun on guard as well. Shin-Yi, however, was more alert than she was. This policewoman had a gun in her hand. He immediately prepared to use instantaneous transfer to leave. Zhou Wan-Er didn't say she was with the police, not to mention that the police have guns. Otherwise, Shin-Yi wouldn't have come to pick her up after saying anything. After all, a gun can be a threat to your safety. Brother Shin-Yi, it's really you? You actually came to pick me up for real. Ooh, Wan-Er is so touched. The petite and cute-looking Zhou Wan-Er was so excited that she even pretended to cry. However, she did not approach Shin-Yi in the first place, but hid behind the policewoman. The mouth said that it was touched, but the body did not believe Shin-Yi. This little green tea. Shin-Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to her. This comrade, are you a policeman too? Or a soldier? The pretty policewoman looked at the muzzle of the gun Shin-Yi was pointing at her and asked carefully. No, so where did you get your gun? Picked it up. Okay, then can you put the gun away for now? I'm not hostile. Seeing that Shin-Yi didn't look like a bad guy, the policewoman put her own gun away to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shin-Yi also lowered the muzzle of his gun, but did not turn off the safety. Even if the other party was a police officer, he didn't half relax. It's the end of days. Who knows if the cops are good or bad? There may even be bad guys disguised as cops. In short, as long as there is a threat to their own safety of people or monsters, Shin-Yi will not be 100% trust, unless there is an alien ability that can detect the other party's heart thoughts. However, what Shin-Yi didn't expect was that this policewoman would also meet the system standards. 37, childishly huge X. Big scary tree downtown. Ding. A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Su-Yun. Age, 27. Looks, 88 points. Body, 94 points. Inside, 100 points, pure and unblemished. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. A score of is the lowest score for a woman who meets the criteria that the system currently triggers. 90. But even with the lowest score, this policewoman's face value was on the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It was a level that Shin-Yi couldn't even come into contact with before, especially her valiant aura. which was very different from the other girls. As for the long-haired girl beside Jo Wanner, although Shinee felt that she was not ugly, and even called her clear and durable, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems to not fulfill the requirement of unlocking supplies. Hello comrade, my name is Soo-yoon. I'm from the City Public Security Bureau. I don't know how did you get in? Soo-yoon asked seriously after introducing herself. In her opinion, although Shinee might not be a police officer, he should not be a bad person either, or else he would not have risked going out to save people at such a special time. My name is Shinee. Shinee paused, then looked in the direction of the doorway and said, just walked in. Why? Hearing this, the policewoman froze. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even couldn't help but call out, Brother Shinee, you just walked in like this. What's wrong? Shinee naturally wouldn't reveal his bottom card to a stranger who hadn't yet become his woman, so he pretended to say that he had walked in. Brother Shinee, you are really lucky. There is a big snake that can be invisible outside. It actually didn't attack you. Jo Wanner patted her chest as if she was relieved, just that the shaking movement was quite attractive. Child's play. That's what I'm talking about with this one. Jo Wanner is also very good at using her advantage. When she saw Shinee looking at herself, she secretly said that she was right. If he could take Shinee and let him protect him, then he would be much safer in the future. Also, it would allow Shinee to go out and find food and water. A snake that can be invisible? Shinee's heart jumped. No wonder he only saw drag marks and blood, but no people. Even mutant animals have psychic powers now. Surprisingly will be invisible. What's the point of playing with this human? That one shouldn't be a snake. I saw it had 4 legs. It should be a gecko. The long-haired female student came out to explain. Policewoman Soo-yoon also nodded her head and agreed. Yes, that's a gecko, but its size is more than a meter long, longer than the average snake, and its stealth isn't really stealth. It's just purely making the color of its body the same as the color of its surroundings. Plus there's a black mist that makes it not easy to be discovered. Several of the survivors I saved were killed by sneak attacks from this color-changing gecko, so I know it well. Change color? Isn't this the ability of a chameleon? Shinyee's face was strange. Hybrids? Or is it simply because of the mutation that gave the gecko this ability? I also suspected that it might be a chameleon mutation, but the way I've seen it, it feels more like a gecko. Soo-yoon said, this policewoman has some skills to survive the apocalypse. Shin-yi pondered, whether it's a chameleon or a gecko that changes color, it's tough. If he hadn't used an instantaneous transfer to come in, he might have been caught off guard and would have really been attacked by it. No wonder these 3 women were hiding in the convenience store shed in fear, simply because they couldn't handle the gecko. Comrade, if you weren't attacked when you came in just now, then it may have already left, and you should probably take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible as well, lest it turn around and come back. This gecko is very cunning, Soo-yoon suggested. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl nodded their heads in a hurry. Their housemates were killed by this sinister gecko, and if Soo-yoon, who happened to be passing by, hadn't shot the gecko to scare it off, they might have died too. Later, through conversation, they realized that policewoman Soo-yoon was not passing through, but had been chasing the gecko. This gecko had eaten several people, including the child Soo-yoon had managed to save, which was why Soo-yoon had fought it to the death regardless of her own safety. Let's wait a little longer. I heard a strange sound when I came in just now. It might still be hovering around. Shin-yi made up a reason. He could leave any time he wanted to, but it wasn't easy to take Jo Wanner away. As for policewoman Soo-yoon, Shin-yi currently did not think of accepting her, unless Soo-yoon was willing to give the weapon to himself, or, one can ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, if there was a time bomb around, Shin-yi could not even sleep soundly. So, Soo-yoon frowned. After thinking for a moment, she said, how about this? I'll go out later and try to lure it away. Then you guys can leave after. Ha? Sister Soo-yoon, then what if you are in danger? Jo Wanner worried. I'm a police officer. It's only right that I protect you. Soo-yoon seriously replied back. Then a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes as she coldly said, moreover, I must kill it, even if I have to pay the price of my life. I absolutely cannot allow it to plague innocent people again. With that, she began checking the bullets in her gun. Ready for action. This is a woman of thunder. Sister Soo-yoon, you're really a good cop. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl looked at Soo-yoon in a moved manner, and yet, it was only touched, not stopped. Shin-yi was also a bit surprised, not expecting this policewoman to have such a noble character, but that's a good thing, too. With the policewoman distracting the gecko, she herself could take Jo Wanner and leave safely. After slightly pondering for a few seconds, Shin-yi looked at Soo-yoon and said condescendingly, Officer Soo, is there any rescue in the city now? Hearing this question, Soo-yoon's face was ugly and her voice lowered. Although I shouldn't say this there shouldn't be any rescue. The other day, all of my colleagues in the city's public security bureau, where I serve, had already sacrificed their lives. I'm not sure about the other police departments, but I think it's similar. There may be surviving police officers, but there shouldn't be many. It is impossible for them alone to fight against such a catastrophe, or to rescue the people of this one city, Soo-yun said, her mood gradually dropping. Hearing this, while Shun-yi was relieved in his heart, he curiously said, what exactly happened? How could so many people be sacrificed? It's reasonable to think that ordinary people could survive. How could trained and hot-armed police officers die so quickly? Doesn't make much sense. Alas. Soo-yun sighed deeply, frowned, and seemed to hesitate for a while before explaining. This matter is highly confidential, and should not have been leaked, but it doesn't matter if it's leaked now. On the first day of the apocalyptic outbreak, a very large and strange tree appeared in the city center, which grew extremely fast as if it were alive. In just a few hours, it grew to a height of dozens of meters, and it's still encroaching on the surrounding land, and as it grew, it toppled 2 tall buildings in the city center, killing thousands of people. A few dozen meters? Jo Won-air and the long-haired girl exclaimed at the same time. Shin-yi also revealed a look of surprise. Growing to dozens of meters in a few hours is much more terrifying than those mutated mutant trees on the street. And it's been almost 10 days since the outbreak of Armageddon, and if it's still growing at this rate, it should be at some horrible level by now. What will happen if it is allowed to keep growing? Will the entire mountain town be enveloped by it? Or even overturned? P.S. Ask for a rush and a free bounty. Can add more. 38. It has wisdom, the mind of a little green tea. Soo-yun looked at the shocked expressions of several people, feeling exactly the same as herself who heard the news at that time, and couldn't help but sigh. Some experts speculate that with the tree growing at the rate it was growing at that time, in 3 months at the most, it will be able to cover half of the city. So, in order to protect the mountain town, most of the police force was mobilized forward to tackle the tree. As a result, the tree it has life. It fights back and kills any person or animal that comes near. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. So, then why don't we use fire? The tree should be afraid of fire, right? Jo Won-air was curious. Well, it's true that some experts recommend fire attacks. Soo-yun nodded, but then said, it's just that the place where that tree is rooted is in a densely populated area in the center of the city, so if it is ever attacked with fire, the innocent casualties caused will be great. That's why there was a delay in the order from above. And the only way to use fire was to wait until the crowd had been evacuated. But it's already too late. It's growing too fast. In just one day, it's many times bigger again than it was before. By the time we started attacking with fire, to everyone's surprise, the tree it would break off part of its own branches to put out the fire, and it would reach out and prioritize the branches to attack the weapons that threatened it. Soo-yun spoke with a powerless face. The only way to understand the terror of that tree is to have seen that battle with your own eyes. It actually has intelligence. Jo Won-air and the long-haired girl were shocked. Break off the branch to survive. Distinguish the enemy. Is this the kind of intelligence a tree can have? Soo-yun sighed and nodded her head, her eyes full of sorrow. It was too late to think of any other way after that, because most of the police force was sacrificed in that operation. After Shin-yi heard this, unprecedented tension surfaced under his eyes. If this giant tree was still growing like crazy so far, it would cover the entire mountain city in half a year at the most. In time, everything in this city will become sustenance for this tree, including humans. Shin-yi pondered for a while with a grave expression and continued to ask, is there no army to come to the rescue? If you use a missile or something like that, you should be able to take care of it, right? Not sure. All I know is that someone up there contacted the military, but it seems like the military is dealing with some kind of mutant as well. Soo-yun gently shook her head. She wasn't a high-ranking official after all and didn't know much, but just this news alone made Shin-yi feel a huge crisis. The most menacing thing in the entire mountain town at the moment is the ever-growing tree in the center of town. If he didn't solve it, he would sooner or later be devoured by it and become its sustenance even if he was meticulously good. But trying to fix it is almost impossible. The police used I don't know how many police forces, even helicopters and armored vehicles, but the result was not solved. One's own just a small pistol. There is no use. It seems to be a good idea to plan ahead and leave the mountain town for another city as soon as possible. Even though this apocalypse is gripping the entire world, I don't think other cities have such horrifyingly large trees, do they? Otherwise the human race would really be exterminated. And, since the army didn't come to the rescue of Hill City, they must have rescued a closer, or more important city. For example, Magic City, the imperial capital. These two economic and political capitals of Xia will certainly be heavily protected. With the army's firepower, it could have bailed out a few cities and created safe zones. no matter what, right? If these were not available, then Shinee really did not know how to defend himself. Unless, he would be able to unlock more supplies and have alien fruits in those supplies, and then he would get a couple of powerful aliens, and then he might be able to tackle that ever-growing tree. Thinking of this, Shinee couldn't help but look at Soo-yoon. Now it looks like it's time to take her reward as well. Before Shinee only wanted to live, not worry about food and drink, can lie flat on the line. But now that the fire was literally burning itself out, he felt the urgency as well. Even if they couldn't obtain the power to resolve the great tree, they should at least have the ability to defend themselves absolutely. As strong as instantaneous movement was, millimeters was still too close. 20. Are you all ready? I'm going to go over and open the door now, and when I lure that gecko away, you all leave as soon as possible. Don't ever waste any time. Soo-yoon pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Sister Soo-yoon, you should also be careful. Jo-wonner and the long-haired girl were a bit reluctant to leave. Although they had selfish little thoughts, they were also genuinely grateful for Soo-yoon's contribution. Soo-yoon knew that there was a high probability that she would not survive, but she still nodded her head in response to the two little girls, then looked at Shinee and said seriously, Comrade Shinee, I hope that you can take care of them. Now in this world, we humans can only continue if we help each other. I know. Then get yourselves ready to leave as soon as you hear the sound. And don't waste any time. After Soo-yoon finished speaking, she walked towards the door and carefully opened the door of the convenience store. Outside, there was only thick black fog and the sound of the wind, with no danger in sight. Soo-yoon took a deep breath and cautiously stepped out, observing the surroundings. No sign of the gecko. This color-changing monster was difficult to observe with the naked eye once it was hidden in the black fog. Soo-yoon looked back at the convenience store, then walked into the black fog, and deliberately made noise under her feet to try to draw out the gecko. Brother Shinee, should we go out now? Jo-wonner asked in a hurry. The long-haired girl also squeezed her backpack tight, ready to run. Shinee looked at her and said, you guys continue to go to the room inside and hide, and when I call you, you can come out again. Why? Isn't it good for us to leave as soon as possible after Sister Soo-yoon lures that monster away? Jo-wonner said anxiously. Shut up, if you don't want to hear it, then you can all go now, but don't follow me. Shinee was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked out of the convenience store after finishing. If Jo-wonner obeyed, she didn't mind saving her life in passing. If she didn't, it was the way to death. Jo-wonner was rebuked and didn't dare to speak until Shinee left. Then she stomped her foot angrily. Damn, that stinking straight man. After viciously cursing and venting for a few moments, Jo-wonner and the long-haired girl exchanged glances, and finally closed the door and honestly hid in the storage room. There's no way they could have survived in such a menacing world without someone to protect them. Although he didn't understand Shinee's meaning, he could only obey obediently now. After all, Shinee had a gun in his hand, and only by following him could he hope to survive. Although Jo-wonner was she was not stupid. Ta-da! In the black fog, Soo-yoon held her gun in both hands and walked slowly with her long legs, her feet purposely making noises, looking around very vigilantly, not even daring to breathe. She was well aware that the mutant gecko could sneak up on her at any moment. She had to react at the first opportunity. Even if he was attacked himself, he had to kill this monster. Soo-yoon walked slowly and loudly. It certainly gave the mutant gecko the desire to hunt her. At this point, in the black mist, a pair of cold vertical pupils were quietly staring at Soo-yoon. The owner of the vertical pupil, its body was almost fused with the black mist. It stayed still and didn't move a muscle. It waits for its prey to come to its door. Soo-yoon, who was slowly walking over, was its prey. Silence. No sound. Just as the prey approached it only about 2 meters away, it moved. The color that had blended in with the surroundings was also exposed the moment it moved. It's a giant gecko. It was so fast that even if the prey had reacted at this distance, it was simply too late to put up effective resistance. Not to mention, Soo-yoon was facing it sideways and wasn't even able to notice it in the first place. By the time she noticed, it was too late. Bang! 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 Suddenly, several shots rang out through the black fog. Soo-yoon was startled and turned around violently. Just saw a huge gecko fall just a few dozen centimeters away from her. The gecko had several bullet holes in his body and was bleeding out, and his breath was extremely weak. Soo-yoon did not hesitate and added 2 more shots to the gecko's head, completely killing the mutated gecko. And then, it was only then that she let out a sharp sigh of relief and breathed heavily. Her back had long been covered in beads of sweat. The hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. Almost she died just now. It would be a lie to say that there is no fear, no dread. She's human too. It was just that she had put on the clothes and had to live up to the responsibility that the clothes represented. There was no way she could back down. And she couldn't. She didn't want to die if she could stay alive. She really didn't. Thank you. Soo-yun looked at the gun-wielding man who came out of the black fog, his eyes flashing with gratitude. 39. Unlocks a new material, the alien fruit. The person who shot to save Soo-yun at the critical time was naturally Shin-hee. Shin-hee was following Soo-yun closely as she left the convenience store. For Soo-yun, the policewoman who could unlock the supplies, Shin-hee's thought was that if he could save it, then he would save it by hand. You can also unlock one more supply yourself. Sure, if this gecko could really be invisible, then Shin-hee wouldn't waste any time. He would directly use instantaneous transfer to escape. However, this gecko actually revealed such a big break when it attacked its prey. Then Shin-hee naturally wouldn't be polite and instantly moved behind it and gave it a few shots, killing it directly. Mutant geckos may look dangerous, but they can't actually stop bullets at all. Without the black mist, this gecko would be a bigger animal. It was mainly the dense black fog that greatly reduced one's vision, which was why this color-changing gecko was so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shin-hee. Thank you. Soo-yun looked at Shin-hee gratefully. She didn't expect Shin-hee to risk coming out to save herself. To know, once if he could not attract the mutant gecko, Shin-hee would most likely become the gecko's primary target of attack. So, Shin-hee was using his life to help himself. Soo-yun was really grateful and touched. Compared to those people he had saved some time ago, Shin-hee was simply too good. Some of those people abandoned themselves and ran away at the critical time. Some even sneaked away because they didn't want to share the food. And some even actually coveted their bodies. In short, in the short few days since the end came, Soo-yun had already seen all the evils of the human heart. Because of this, she was so moved when she saw Shin-hee come out to save herself despite her own safety. There's a really big difference between people. Just verbal thanks? Shin-hee asked as he looked at Soo-yun. Ha? Soo-yun froze. Didn't understand what Shin-hee meant by that. Does he want money? Shin-hee was also quite speechless as he looked at the dumbfounded Soo-yun. I didn't realize that the policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder you're still pure and innocent in your 20s. I mean, do you want to repay me for saving your life with your body? Shin-hee said directly. Ha? This. Soo-yun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she stammered, unable to say a complete sentence. Even if she was usually a very open personality, she was actually too shy to look at Shin-hee for a while. You? How old are you? I'm almost 30. How can? When Soo-yun said this, she only felt her cheeks rolling. It's so humiliating. It was so lost to discuss such things with a boy so much younger than myself. We're only a few years apart. And besides, in this world nowadays, do we even care about age? Shin-hee said and came in front of Soo-yun. He reached out his hand to take Soo-yun's. We can't say we'll die in an accident tomorrow, so don't think about it so much. Living in the moment is the most important thing. Soo-yun's face turned even redder, subconsciously avoiding Shin-hee's hand, then twisted her head and said, No way. We just met. How can we do this? Although she was grateful to Shin-hee for saving herself, she also had a certain good feeling towards Shin-hee. But the good feeling isn't love. It's a good feeling based on comparing it to the other wolves of doom. But to suddenly let her fall in love with Shin-hee, she still felt it was too fast. The age difference is one reason, but the main reason is that it's too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Soo-yun, who is conservative in her bones, is a bit unable to accept the progress of the relationship so quickly. But Shin-hee didn't care so much. He was now preoccupied with unlocking new supplies. Besides, you can't let yourself waste a few bullets for nothing, can you? Seeing that Soo-yun's resistance didn't seem to be that strong, he went forward, took the initiative to hug Soo-yun, and then vigorously kissed him. Soo-yun instantly froze. Suddenly, it's too sudden, so much so that she actually forgot to resist for a moment. My first kiss. While Shin-hee kissed, he also quietly took away the gun on Soo-yun's waist to prevent this woman from giving herself a shot in a rage. But, one seems to think too much. Soo-yun did not resist the meaning, just a symbolic struggle a few times, and then surprisingly also back hugged him. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the hotter she gets once she lets go. That's the sense of contrast, I guess. She must not have brushed her teeth in a long time, though, it tastes bad. So Shin-hee was not polite, holding Soo-yun using instantaneous movement to an unoccupied store, and directly began to unlock the supplies on the spot. Soo-yun was kissed in a daze and touched again. By the time he reacted, he was naked. Her face turned red and she tried to resist, but with Shin-hee's evolved physique, she didn't resist at all. That's all. New supplies unlocked. Ding. Detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material. Ability Sense Fruit. Ability Sensor Fruit +1. Stored in system space. Ability Sensor Fruit +1. Stored in system space. Alien power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shin Yi, who was immersed in the woman's countryside, was excited and instantly sat up from the ground the moment he heard the system prompt. Alien fruit. I can't believe I actually unlocked the alien fruit. How? What's wrong? Suyun covered her body with her hands and looked at the agitated Shin Yi with a red face. Why is he so happy all of a sudden? Is it because you know it's your first time? Thinking of this, Suyun blushed even more. I didn't realize that I had kept it for so many years, but I ended up with a young boy so much younger than myself, on the floor of a store that hadn't been renovated yet. All she felt was shame. Is this an old cow eating young grass? It must count. Although she was half-hearted, Suyun actually didn't particularly mind in her heart. Otherwise, even if half-pushed, Shin Yi could not have gotten her so easily. Suyun is, after all, a policewoman, professionally trained, and if she really fights for her life, she is not weak. Nothing, just happy. Shin Yi happily kissed Suyun fiercely. It seems like he had the right idea to take a chance. Suyun actually had an alien fruit unlocked on her, and it stacks infinitely. Nima, so many fruits, it's simply unbeatable. Also, it proves that the alien fruit is indeed considered a material. In the future, if you unlock enough types of supplies, you can definitely unlock other exotic fruits as well. You're so bad. Although Suyun was shy, but the wood had been turned. She didn't resist too much anymore. What Shin Yi said before was right. In today's world, don't think too much. Don't think about the future. Maybe tomorrow they might die in an accident. Living in the moment is what matters. She leaned in Shin Yi's arms. Her fingers slowly drew circles on his body, and asked softly, "What is your relationship with those two girls? That girl who called you Shin Yi brother seems to have an unusual relationship with you." The thoughts of women who have just had sex are sensitive. Even the valiant policewoman. Shin Yi was still a bit hesitant about what to say. He hadn't thought to take Suyun, and now in this situation, he could only say that it was a momentary uptake. It turned out well though, but if it's not handled well, with Suyun's character that dares to fight for her life with the mutant gecko, I'm afraid I'll have to do it with a hot hand. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to do something like a hot hand. If he hadn't had sex with himself, Shin Yi would not hesitate to abandon Suyun or even kill her, but he was also a bit hesitant in this situation now. Sure, if Suyun really followed herself, then everything would have to be about herself. Otherwise, even if he had had sex, he would have done it without mercy. This is the end. So, it was up to Suyun to choose next. What are you going to do if I say that I have other women? 40. Gain a third psychic ability. Telepathy. What are you going to do if I say that I have other women? After Shin Yi finished saying this, he quietly looked at Suyun. Who knows? Suyun was not surprised at all, just sighed quietly. I knew. You are a young boy. Even when you kiss me, you are so skillful. It looks like you have talked to many girlfriends and are very experienced. If it was in the past and you dared to use force, Lao Mei would definitely not let you have your way. No, I would have broken your third leg, Suyun said, deliberately vicious to Shin Yi showed his teeth. But it's not scary, it's kind of cute. Afterward, Suyun sighed and said helplessly, but in this world now, there aren't even any laws anymore, let alone any morals. The fact that you can live for so long and still dare to go out and save people proves that you have a certain amount of strength. And if you want a woman, there must be a lot of women willing to follow you. So, I'm actually not at all surprised that you said you have other women, just a little uncomfortable in my heart. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone. Suyun said here, but still a little undeterred, looked at Shin Yi and asked, seeing your frank attitude, you should not be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right? Aha. Shin Yi didn't lie. And there was no need to lie. Not only will he not abandon other women, but he will take in more in the future. It can't be helped. To unlock more supplies and survive the apocalypse, you must do this. Of course, Shin Yi thought this way, and it wasn't to dump on the system. He himself had that thought in his mind is all. Who doesn't like the good life with concubines? Only, the world is too menacing at the moment. Not to mention the mutated giant tree in the center of the city that was strong enough to destroy the entire city. Just the mutated black spider in the neighborhood alone. He had no way to solve it now. Mud. Getting stronger is the most important issue of the moment. Therefore, he was not destined to abandon a forest for Suyun. I knew it. Suyun helplessly lay in Shin Yi's arms, then closed her eyes and murmured softly, however, if you really abandon other women for my sake, I will only look down on you even more. Because, if that were the case, you'd probably just abandon me for another woman too. Shin Yi didn't say anything, just gently patted Suyun's shoulder. The good thing about mature women is that they don't need to explain so much. A lot of truth she understands. Even if you don't get it, You can figure it out. The two of them cozied up for a while before they got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Jo Wan-air's two daughters. As for the matter of using instantaneous movement just now, Shin-hee naturally explained it to Soo-yoon. Another reason why Soo-yoon didn't resist the first time at that time was because Shin-hee had taken her and instantly moved to the store, scaring her. And that, in a nutshell, is psychic powers. Soo-yoon's eyes lit up when she learned that humans could still acquire psychic abilities. If everyone had access to such amazing psychic abilities, the chances of surviving would be greatly increased. What Shin-hee thought, on the other hand, was that it was fortunate that the first alien ability he obtained was flesh evolution. Otherwise, he would have been drained long ago in the past few days of unlocking. Where would he have the strength to fight the mutated monsters? Back to the convenience store. Shin-hee first swept through the goods. Unfortunately, it's a small convenience store, with little stuff to begin with, and contaminated for the most part, so there's not much to eat. It's better than nothing. The biggest gain from this trip was still Soo-yoon. Because of Soo-yoon, Shin-hee was able to unlock the exotic fruit. Is this another one of your powers? Soo-yoon looked at Shin-hee in amazement, only to see that he was able to collect many supplies with a wave of his hand. Shin-hee answered. Next, he called out the two girls, Jo Wan-air, who were hiding in the storeroom. These two girls are really meticulous. Even if Shin-hee and Soo-yoon came back and made a noise, they didn't come out first. Before too, when Soo-yoon said that she was going to lure away the gecko, the two women looked touched on the surface, but in reality, they couldn't wait for Soo-yoon to sacrifice. They only think about preserving themselves. It's too much. Comparable to Shin-hee. Great, brother Shin-hee, sister Soo-yoon. It's great that you guys are fine. Jo Wan-air patted her chest, her face full of celebration. The long-haired girl didn't say much, and she didn't have as much of a mind as Jo Wan-air, the little green tea. Well, let's go, Shin-hee faintly said. Next, he suddenly thought of something and took out two loaded guns from the system space and gave them to Soo-yoon to hold for self-protection. Soo-yoon's character is trustworthy, even more trustworthy than Soo-wanting and Jungnan Smoke. There is a big difference between people and their personalities. Although Shin-hee and Soo-wanting's girls had known each other much earlier, their trust in them was not half as much as Soo-yoon's. I can't believe he has a gun. Jo Wan-air saw Shin-hee change two pistols out of thin air. The heart shocked at the same time. The eyes of the thief turned, thinking that he must take Shin-hee, let Shin-hee like himself, fall in love with himself, so that he can live in the doomsday. Soo-yoon, she held two brand new heart-warmed S-type pistols. 54. She knew that this was a sign that Shin-hee trusted herself. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and proceeded cautiously. After experiencing the sneak attack of the color-changing gecko, Shin-hee had to be a little more careful. Some of the mutant animals have bizarre abilities that can get you hit even if you're not careful. Thinking so, Shin-hee also silently took out an alien fruit from the system space and stuffed it into his mouth. Let's get the new powers first. Maybe it'll be a boost to your force value. When the fruit entered the mouth, a light coolness spread throughout the body, but only for a moment. Except for the first time when he ate the flesh evolution fruit, which made him feel a huge change in himself. The effects of these other two exotic fruits were small. I don't know if it's because the physical body evolved stronger or because it's the first time I ate the fruit, but the probability is the latter. After all, in Shin-hee's opinion, instantaneous movement as a supernormal ability is definitely not worse than corporeal evolution. As the thought went on, the fruit in his mouth was digested. He immediately tapped on the panel to check it out. Host, Shin-hee, age, 20, force value, 30, excluding any external bonuses. Unlocked materials, master handsome mineral water, freshly baked roasted chicken, type pistol, 54 grade steak, fruit of extraordinary ability 5A, telepathy, acquired powers, physical evolution LV1, instantaneous movement LV1, telepathy LV1, flesh evolution, LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, durability, health, etc. have all increased dramatically. Instantaneous movement, LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your instantaneous movement is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can continuously activate instantaneous movement without any limitations. Telepathy, LV1. You can sense, through your mind, all hostility and goodwill within 20 meters of yourself. And you can see all scenes within 20 meters of your surroundings without using your eyes and without being impeded by any obstacles. 41. Infinite fruit, continuous upgrade, going home. Is this telepathy? Sure is amazing. The first time Shin-hee read the skill introduction, he directly tested it himself. In the state of telepathy, even if he closed his eyes, he was able to clearly see all the environment within 20 meters around him, including buildings, various plants and so on. And it's viewed overhead perspective that not even the black fog can block out. from a 360 degrees. It's like a perspective hang. Moreover, in this state, Shinee could also see white breath flowing from the three women beside him. Although there was no textual explanation, Shinee was able to understand what it meant the instant he saw the white breath. The color white represents trust and loyalty. The whiter it is, the more loyal it proves to be. Suyun's body was the white color of flawless alabaster. Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl, on the other hand, were covered in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray, representing neutrality, means less trusting. Within 20 meters of Xinyi's circumference, there were quite a few pure gray things. For example, the mutant trees on both sides of the roadway, the grass on the ground, and so on, all take on a gray aura. In other words, as long as Shinyi did not actively provoke these plants, the other party would definitely not attack themselves because they did not have any hostility towards them. As for black, not for now. The black color represented absolute hostility, and if a black aura appeared on a person, it proved that he was ready to attack Shinyi. As long as a hostile person appeared within 20 meters of Xinyi's circumference and held hostile intentions towards Shinyi, then no matter how he hid, Shinyi would be able to sense it at the first time. This is a ing hang. And Shinyi also found that telepathy with instantaneous movement is simply called hanging in the hanging. Telepathy can be 360 degrees overlooking plus perspective plus precise lock the location of the enemy. And then instantaneous movement can be directly close to the enemy. These two supernatural abilities work together to produce a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. It's simply brilliant. With this supernatural ability, in the future, even if I encounter an enemy like the color-changing gecko that likes to sneak attack, I will be able to detect it at the first time. Shinyi was excited. This alien power came in fantastic. No longer do you have to worry about people or monsters sneaking up on you in the dark. In addition to this, if the woman next to him is hostile to himself, Shinyi can also be the first time to notice. Not to be stabbed in bed. Although the distance one could currently sense was only 20 meters, it was enough. Besides, there were still a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating the fruit could raise the level of his powers, then he would soon be able to pull the full level of telepathy. Overlook view is an active skill that requires me to actively release it, while sense goodwill and hostility are passive skills that will be released passively. Nice. How convenient. Shinyi was satisfied. In this way, as long as there is an enemy close to you and exhibits hostility, then you will be able to detect it in an instant, and you don't need to have God's view on at all times. Otherwise, it can also be physically draining. Yes, releasing active skills will consume physical strength. If not for Shinyi's physical body physique is strong enough, it really can't stand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is important. It seems like most of the powers drain stamina when unleashed. Like a blue bar? Shinyi was thoughtful. It was then that he realized the almighty nature of the supernatural power of flesh evolution. Flesh evolution improves the physique and increases the stamina limit, while other supernormal abilities will consume stamina. And if the stamina is not enough, I'm afraid that even the strongest supernormal abilities will be limited. Just like instantaneous movement, a bug-level ability. If Shinyi's physical body hadn't been strengthened, being able to use instantaneous movement 10 times in one breath would be considered impressive. Not to mention pairing it with telekinesis to use instantaneous transportation. That physical exertion would be even greater. And I'm afraid that 7 or 8 times wouldn't be enough. This shows the importance of the physical body evolution as a supernatural ability. In that case, the reason why Zhao Tao's lightning ability isn't strong enough, aside from the fact that his ability level is relatively low, it's probably because he doesn't have enough physical strength to support his continuous release. Thinking like this, Shinyi understood the reason. And that's a reason that others may not be able to fathom for years. I'm afraid. My force value from went up to 1030. A full tripling. That's great. It seems that instantaneous movement paired with telepathy can really increase battle power drastically. Shinyi looked at the panel, and he also realized that this force value did not count any external objects. That said, one's force value can still be increased quite a bit if one uses a gun. It just doesn't compute. Next, it's a test to see if the alien fruit can be upgraded. Shinyi closed his eyes while turning on his telepathy to lead the way, took out a large handful of alien fruits from space and stuffed them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Whether or not you can upgrade your psychic abilities is not to mention. The fruit into the abdomen. The entire internal organs and limbs are cool. Like the feeling of electric shock is really super cool. Even if eating the exotic fruit couldn't upgrade, Shinyi didn't mind knocking it as medicine. The drug has no side effects anyway. It's simply awesome. Especially when several consecutive alien fruits went into the stomach in unison. It was even more refreshing than the moment it was channeled out. And it felt like the whole person was numb with pleasure. Ding! Your telepathy is upgraded to LV2. Telepathy, LV2 you can sense. Through your mind. all hostility and goodwill within 40 meters of yourself. And you can see all scenes within 40 meters of your surroundings without the use of your eyes and without being impeded by any obstacles. Shinny also didn't know that he had knocked over a dozen alien fruits in one breath. In short, he had suddenly upgraded. The telepathic distance directly doubled to 40 meters. In the moment, he can see a richer environment with a wider perspective. Relying on the number of fruits really upgrades the powers. Getting this answer, Shinny is not stingy with the alien fruits. Keep feeding them to his mouth, experiencing the double pleasure of the body and upgrading. It's simply too much to eat when you're adding an alien fruit a second anyway. Ding! Your telepathy is upgraded to LV3. Ding! Your telepathy is upgraded to LV4. Ding! Your telepathy is upgraded to LV5. When Shinny returned to the neighborhood with the 3 girls, he had already knocked down to level 5. But it seems that because of one breath knocked too much, he felt that his internal organs were cold. The limbs were even colder and cooler. Mud. It looks like we need to slow down a bit before knocking. Although knocking fruit is cool, you can't knock too much in one breath. Shin-Yi, who had cold hands and feet, thought so and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into the system space. Telepathy, LV5. You can sense, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without using your eyes. 250 all scenes within meters of and without being impeded by any obstacles. 250 meters of ultra-long perspective. It's almost as if it's ing on. Moreover, because of it had been raised to the reason that level, Shinny realized that the stamina he consumed when he actively opened his skills had even slightly decreased. 5. It made sense that the higher the skill level, the higher the consumption, right? But on the contrary, its consumption went down. This was cool, proving that Shinny could use it more recklessly and didn't have to worry about consuming too much physical strength. With that in mind, Shinny stopped and telepathically swept over in front of building him. 6. Soon he found the dangerous mutant black spider. 42. Tired and out of breath. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely seen through unimpeded by the telepathic view. Through the overhead view, Shinny quickly locked onto the location of the mutated black spider. It was on the middle floor of building 6, and it wove a large web as if it lived somewhere under the cover of various mutant plants. Surrounding the spider web were several other objects wrapped in long strips of white spider silk. You could tell by the long, striped shape that it was a human corpse. Why does it feel as if this black spider is a bit bigger than it was before I went out? Is it an illusion that I'm seeing too clearly with my telepathy? Shin-Yi frowned slightly. Can't be sure if it's the sight. After all, there was a black fog obscuring it earlier. Brother Shin-Yi, what's wrong? Jo-Wanna hid behind Su-Yun and carefully opened her mouth. Shin-Yi had just walked into the neighborhood when he suddenly stopped. The surrounding area was filled with an eerie black fog, and the darkness was punctuated by the occasional cicadas of animals, making all 3 women nervous. It's okay, let's go. Shin-Yi observed the black spider for a while, and seeing that the other party was feeding and was in the middle of the building, he decided to test it out. At a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as it didn't make too much noise, the black spider shouldn't hear it. The reason Shin-Yi didn't use instantaneous transmission was that he wanted to test the black spider's attack distance to make it easier to respond. Walk faster and don't make too much noise. Shin-Yi turned around and admonished the 3 girls. If whoever dies attracts mutant black spiders, Shin-Yi is not afraid anyway. He can use instantaneous movement to directly run away, but they're out of luck. Shin-Yi's instantaneous transfer could take 1 person at most. It's probably too low of a rank for instantaneous movement, and with 1 more person, his stamina consumption would be stacked threefold, far more than the stamina consumed by instantly moving by himself. Although Shin-Yi had plenty of physical strength, he still didn't like to take people with him in general. The 3 Su-Yun girls nodded heavily, not daring to be careless. Even the breathing was as soft as possible. That's it. The 4 entered the building unharmed and did not attract the attention of the black spider. Shin-Yi also got the answer that the mutated black spiders would not attack people entering or leaving the building while in the spiderweb position. The premise is not to make too much noise. But, when walking into the building and seeing the blood all over the floor and a few corpses, Su-Yun was so frightened that she raised her gun in the first place to be alert and turned on the safety directly. Shin-Yi, there was a conflict here. These bodies are covered with gunshot wounds, and the walls have been left with many bullet holes. At least 3 or more gunmen have fired shots. Su-Yun made a judgment with his rich experience in criminal investigation, because the bullet holes in the first floor are all over the place with no pattern. When Jo-Wanna and the long-haired girl heard this, they fearfully hugged each other's arms tightly and followed Su-Yun closely. Don't bother. Let's go upstairs. Shin-Yi's face was calm as he walked towards the direction of the stairs. Su-Yun froze, her eyes changing slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shin-Yi's attitude, but did not open her mouth. Those people on the first floor, did you kill them? While climbing the stairs, Soo-yoon still didn't hold back from asking the question. Yes. Soo-yoon was silent. Obviously, she felt that Shin-hee was not a person who was addicted to killing, but that bloody scene just now. Soo-yoon pursed her lips. Her mood at this moment was extremely complicated, and hearing Shin-hee admit to killing without hesitation, Jo-won and the long-haired girl were both frightened and their bodies trembled, and their eyes changed as they looked at Shin-hee, with more than a hint of fear and awe. From the bloody scene on the first floor, Shin-hee actually killed several people by himself, and didn't get hurt at all, even seeing the dead people without changing their faces. What kind of mentality is that? Is he really just a college student? Jo-won and the long-haired girl were nervous in their hearts, but as they climbed down 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned out by fatigue. Tired. So tired I can't breathe. The elevator doesn't work, and living in a high-rise, it's torture. Just reaching the 20th floor, Shin-hee frowned as he saw two men sneaking around in front of his house. Moreover, the aura of these two men was mostly black, hostile in its neutrality. The two men's eyes were attracted to Soo-yoon in police uniform at the first moment, and they immediately blushed in surprise and immediately came over. Police! Finally the police have come to our rescue. Officer! I want to call the police! I want to call the police! There's a murderer downstairs. Officer! Get on with it! Go arrest those thugs! The two men excitedly charged Soo-yoon. Thugs? What's going on? Soo-yoon asked suspiciously. It's those human flesh-eating thugs on the first floor. Officer, didn't you meet them when you came up here? They're nothing but animals. The two men immediately complained of the villainy of the mob. Raping, murdering, kidnapping, eating human flesh is simply evil. Jo-won and the long-haired girl's faces went straight to white as they listened. Soo-yoon's expression was even more grave. I didn't realize it had been less than 10 days since the end of the world, but there were such thugs. Immediately thereafter, she suddenly reacted and subconsciously looked at Shin-hee. So, is that why Shin-hee killed those people? Because they're thugs? Sure enough, Shin-hee, he really isn't the kind of evil person who has no bottom line and kills indiscriminately. At the same time, Soo-yoon let out a long sigh of relief. The eyes that looked at Shin-hee had a few more points of love. If there weren't outsiders here, she would have wanted to hug Shin-hee and give him a hard kiss. Finished? Get lost when you're done. Don't block my doorway. Shin-hee didn't care about Soo-yoon's expression and lightly looked at the two men. Who are you? Who are you to tell us to get lost? We need police rescue too. You can't be allowed to monopolize the rescue resources alone. This police officer should serve all of us. You have no right to be so overbearing. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses wasn't afraid of Shin-hee at all, but instead thought that Shin-hee was driving them away because he wanted to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, it seemed to the two men that Soo-yoon, the policewoman, had come to the rescue of their neighborhood. The thugs downstairs have all been neutralized. You are safe now. Also, I'm not here to serve you, nor am I the one who wiped out the thugs. You all leave here immediately now. Soo-yoon's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses changed all of a sudden. Not to mention whether or not she should serve everyone. This man's attitude towards Shin-hee alone made her very upset. Shin-hee was his own man. He was just an outsider. If she wasn't a police officer, just based on the tone of the glasses man's voice towards Shin-hee, she would have stunk up the other party without mercy. Soo-yoon, who had managed to find a little boyfriend, was very protective. She was afraid that Shin-hee would suffer because he was too young. I don't know. If she hadn't opened her mouth, Shin-hee would have drawn his gun just now. Taking a loss? There's no way he's going to take a loss. Judging by the fact that these two strange men were loitering in front of their house with a hint of hostility, they certainly didn't have good intentions. So killing them, Shin-hee will not have the slightest guilt. It's the end of the world. And in Shin-hee, there is no such thing as a crime that doesn't end in death. You dare to covet my house? I'll dare to get you killed. You? How can you say such things as a police officer? Are you and him boyfriend and girlfriend? Good As a police officer you actually protect your own man instead of saving us ordinary people. How can you live up to the clothes you're wearing? Through Soo-yoon's attitude, the man with the glasses seemed to have sensed the relationship between her and Shin-hee, and immediately became enraged and stood on the moral high ground to condemn it. Yeah, officer, you can't just leave us alone. We're all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you just abandon us ordinary people when things go wrong? Another man in a suit also came forward to speak. You are supposed to protect us. You are supposed to be responsible for our safety. And more than that, you are supposed to provide us with food and water. It's your job as police officers. 43. Angry Soo-yoon. The way to death. The two men didn't dare to speak up in the face of the thugs, but they had the courage to face the police, and even aggressively tried to force Soo-yoon to serve them. Bad guys can't be messed with, but good guys can, because the good guys won't shoot them. Soo-yoon's face went cold for a moment. After all this time of doom, her personality had long since changed. especially after she had previously chosen to sacrifice herself in order to save Jo Wonner and the others, and then was saved by Shani. Her mindset had changed even more. One has given enough. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she had been rescuing people in distress, and in the past few days, she had saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? There was not enough to eat or water to drink every day, and they were even nearly eaten by monsters on several occasions. The more she thought about it, the harder it became for Soo-yoon. She didn't want to give a about responsibility. Much less do you want to sacrifice yourself because of a word of responsibility. She sacrificed enough. She had a family now too, and she didn't want to die. Soo-yoon grew up in an orphanage, without parents or relatives, and has always been on her own. She's never felt safe or dependent either. That's why she doesn't want a boyfriend. She's afraid of getting a boyfriend so easily, only to separate for whatever reason. She couldn't accept the pain of parting. Instead of separating, it would have been better not to be together in the first place. If it wasn't for Doomsday, it would have been almost impossible for Shani to pursue Soo-yoon as a woman, let alone meeting for an hour or two and taking it down. But Soo-yoon's character seems cold, but is actually cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Once she identifies a person, she will treat the other person as a family member who will not be harmed no matter what. Otherwise, with Soo-yoon's sense of responsibility, how could she have no reaction after learning that Shani had killed someone? If it was the old her, she would not hesitate to arrest Shani, but she obviously didn't do that, and didn't even bother to ask Shani why she killed. It was only after these two men said that the ones killed on the first floor were unpardonable thugs that she was relieved and even wanted to give Shani a hard kiss, because Shani did not kill innocents indiscriminately. He did not do anything wrong even if he went against the justice that he had always insisted on in his heart. His own man, not an evil man. Even if he was ruthless in his methods, he killed those who deserved to be killed. Based on all of this, after Soo-yoon heard the words of the two men morally kidnapping themselves, she directly raised her gun, aimed it at their heads, and coldly rebuked. "Shut up, you guys are right. He and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. He's my man, I'm just going to protect him. What's wrong? And taxpayers' money, what's it to you if I earned it on my own merit? One more word out of you, and don't blame me for shooting you." Soo-yoon is no mere white flower. With the aura in full swing, it actually scared the two men into trembling. It wasn't until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized that the policewoman in front of them wasn't the small police officer who had done her job before the end of time. If he dared to talk back again, the other side might actually shoot. Although they were stifled and angry in their hearts, the two men no longer dared to morally kidnap them. I got it. We're leaving now," the man with the glasses said, hastily pulling the man beside him away. Soo-yoon snorted coldly and didn't bother with them. Of course she was scaring the two men. Although it was very unpleasant, basic morality still kept Soo-yoon from killing random people, especially such ordinary people who were not considered bad. Soo-yoon is still too simple. In Shin-yi's eyes, the breath on those two men was obviously a few points darker. They fled in fear, but the seeds of resentment had been planted in their hearts. Take the way of death. When did they get together? Jo Won-air secretly sized up Soo-yoon and Shin-yi. Haven't they only known each other for a few hours? How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And, didn't Shin-yi come to find himself? How did you get involved with the policewoman's sister? Inexplicably, there was something uncomfortable in her heart. It's like being green. This time, Shin-yi also knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was Soo Wanting. "Honey, you're back, husband?" Hearing this title, Soo-yoon froze and her face suddenly became uncomfortable. She had just sworn that Shin-yi was her man, only to turn around and have a beautiful woman call Shin-yi her husband. This is too embarrassing. Although she had long known that Shin-yi had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still awkward to actually meet them. And I don't know exactly who's green. Soo Wanting didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside the door, but put the slippers by Shin-yi's feet to serve Shin-yi to change shoes. Gentle and generous, a good wife and mother, embodied. She knew it was useless to be jealous, so she tried to show her virtuousness instead of going to fight with the new woman, which would have been the downfall. It was really effective for Soo Wanting to do so. Her generosity made Soo-yoon even more embarrassed. For a moment it just felt like a gutter rat. Obviously, he was 3, but he still followed Shin-yi to the door, and before she came to the door, she had been thinking that after meeting Shin-yi's woman, she must not show any weakness. If the other party scolded himself and disagreed with himself and Shin-yi together, then he must not lose the wind and fight back when it matters. Soo-yoon thought a lot, brainstormed many sets of scenarios, but never thought that the first time they met, Soo Wanting didn't give her a hard time at all, and didn't even look at her with hostility. Everything, it's all in your head. Jo Won-air also felt embarrassed, but she didn't have anything going on with Shin-yi after all, so it wasn't particularly awkward. "You guys go in first, I'm going to take care of something, Shinee said and turned around to use instantaneous transfer to go downstairs. He's going to take care of those two guys. If one dared to covet one's own home and also dared to harbor strong hostility towards oneself, it was bound to be impossible to let go. Sisters, please come in. No need to be too formal. Just make yourselves at home. Seeing Shinee leave, Su Wanting remained generous and invited the three women into the house. This gentle and generous attitude of hers, even Shinee would be surprised when he saw it. It had only been a few short days, but Su Wanting had unexpectedly changed from an arrogant young lady who liked to compete and be jealous, to a gentle human wife. Thanks. Although Suyun's three girls were a bit embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. Just as they came in, they saw two other beautiful women sitting on the couch, eating fruit and playing with their cell phones. These two women, no, I should say these three women, were surprisingly cleanly washed, without even a speck of dust on their bodies or faces. How do they look like they're experiencing Armageddon? On the contrary, Suyun's three girls hadn't washed their faces and hands for a long time because of the lack of water. Plus they were chased by the gecko, ran in a lousy way, and had fallen down, so they were all dirty. Even the hair is sticking together. It was like three village girls entering the city to see a big lady. For a moment rose an uncontrollable inferiority complex. Let's all three take a shower first. Hubby he prefers to be clean. Jongnan Smoke sized them up for a moment and opened her mouth. Upon hearing the title of husband, Jo Wanner and the long-haired girls' hearts were shaken. This pretty beauty turned out to be Shinyee's woman as well. Could that other mature woman sitting on the couch also be? In other words, this room is full of Shinyee's women. He actually has so many women. And it's amazing how well you can raise three women. To be honest, besides being shocked, Jo Wanner found herself more actually envious. I envy the life of not worrying about food, drink, and a clean wash. A bath? How much water would that take? Suyun couldn't help but frown. This was too much of a waste of water. Even if Shinee had psychic abilities, it would be dangerous to go out and look for supplies. It's better to save when you can. It's fine. There is a lot of mineral water in the bathroom. You guys just go and wash it. Not enough, I'll just talk to my husband in. Jongnan Smoke faintly said. Being the one who came first, of course she had to show some big house swagger. It can't be stood over by these later women, much less belittled. Bathing with mineral water? The three Suyun girls were instantly filled with disbelief. It's too much of a waste. Even if you have more mineral water, you can't top this waste. Shocked as they were, they ended up going to the bathroom to clean up under Su Wanting's guidance. As women, they certainly love to be clean and want to bathe every day. But nowadays, water is so precious that there is not enough to drink, so who would want to use it for bathing? Until the three women walked into the bathroom and froze when they saw the bathroom full of mineral water. So much better. Shinee is emptying the mineral water in which large supermarket? No wonder which women let them bathe in mineral water. So much mineral water. There is no fear of running out in a short time. These mineral waters, they should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said carefully. Jo Wan Air, however, had long since opened a bottle of water and gulped it down. 44. Systematic rigorous selection. Remodeled house. Shinee used instantaneous transfer to catch up with the two men, and without any nonsense, he directly shot them to death and then threw the bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear, only then did he return to his room with an instantaneous transfer. Honey, Jongnan Yan and Bai Sini were startled when they saw the sudden appearance of Shinee, but it quickly transformed into happiness. Su Wanting also hurriedly came out from the kitchen to greet them. Shinee swept his gaze over the three women, and when he saw that the breath on their bodies was white, he nodded in satisfaction. It's good that none of them are dissenting. After a brief greeting, Shinee sat on the sofa, took out his cell phone and opened Gaota map, searching for his old home. Now that he had telepathic powers, he didn't have to be afraid of the dangers hidden in the dark fog, and he could go home to pick up his little sister and grandmother. My little sister's cell phone may be out of battery, and I haven't been able to reach her for days, but Shinee wasn't particularly worried, because my little sister is smart and my grandmother is not a pedantic old man. With the character of my little sister and grandmother, as long as they didn't encounter force majeure dangers, they would definitely not be in trouble in a short period of time. 73 kilometers. It's not too far, but I need to find a car first and fill up with gas. Shinee looked at the distance shown by the navigation and made plans. This time, when you go out, you can also search for alien fruits in the meantime. Hubby, are you going here? Jongnan Yan asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shinyee's cell phone. Aha, hubby, the current situation on the road should not be able to go for an ordinary sedan, or at least an off-road vehicle with a lot of horsepower. Jongnan Smoke analyzed. What do you have in mind? Shinee looked at Jongnan Smoke. Listening to her, she seemed to have something to say. Jiang Nanyan pinched Shenyi's shoulders while saying, "It's like this, husband. I have a friend who plays with modified cars. She also has a house in our neighborhood. And a few modified cars are parked in the garage, so we can drive her car out. She's talking about us, not me. She wants to go too." This woman was indeed smart enough to know that following Shenyi was the safest. Shenyi didn't care about these little thoughts of Jiang Nan Smoke, as long as it could help him. He continued to ask, "Can you contact your friend now?" Jiang Nan Smoke shook his head. "Can't contact. Maybe her cell phone is out of power. Or maybe she has. But it's okay. I know her home and a few buildings. We go directly over to take the key and drive on the line." "That's fine." Shenyi asked the meaning of the previous sentence. The intention was to see if this friend of Jiang Nan Smoke's was pretty, to see if he could unlock a material by the way. However, since we can't get in touch, it's most important to pick up the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, 70-odd kilometers. A round trip is just a few hours. When you get your grandmother and little sister over, you can find a safer place to build a shelter then. Yes, Shenyi had the idea of establishing a shelter. Otherwise, you can't be like a vagabond, living without a fixed abode and changing your residence every day. Can you? Also, it was easier to find beautiful women and unlock more system supplies if you established a shelter. Shenyi had just thought of this when the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, changed and dressed in pajamas, walked out. Shenyi took a few glances and couldn't help but nod his head. True to the system's strict selection, the face and body are outstanding. If this was put aside before the end of the world, whether it was Zhou Wana or Su Yun, they were all goddess-level beauties when placed outside. Even this long-haired girl who didn't meet the system's standards could be called a little beauty. "Let's eat first." Shenyi had been running outside for a few hours today and was already a bit hungry. Immediately thereafter, with a wave of his hand, he took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. "It's been a long time since I've had bubbly, so I'll have a bubbly with my steak today. Sister White and I will fry the steaks." Su Wanting was very understanding today and actually took the initiative to find something to do. Shenyi looked at her, satisfied in his heart. Su Wanting without a small mind is still cute. The steak was fried, the noodles were soaked, and Shenyi took out 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of cola. Open the meal. Now that there are more women, more supplies are consumed in one meal. Of course, it was still a drop in the bucket for Shenyi. Steak, chicken, surprisingly rich. Looking at the fragrant food on the table, the 3 new women, Su Yun and Zhou Wan'er, all kept swallowing their saliva. They hadn't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat, since the end came. Shenyi actually took out so much fresh food so generously. Could this be a special reception for himself and the others? But, look at the faces of the others. Why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Of course, Su Yun's 3 girls didn't know that this meal was precious to them, but to Su Wanting and the others, it was a normal daily meal. Although Shenyi didn't provide unlimited supplies, he wouldn't let his women starve either. What one eats, the woman eats. So, meat and all. Su Wanting and Jiang Nan Smoke had gotten used to it in the past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was served. Shenyi took Jiang Nan Smoke out. The two arrived at building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Hubby, my friend, her house is on the 15th floor. Shenyi immediately turned on his telepathy and swept through the entire building to rule out any possible hidden dangers. This is. Shenyi suddenly raised his eyebrows. As he scanned from floor to floor, he accidentally realized that of the building something wasn't quite right on the floor. 18th. The 18th floor. It's actually lit. That means that this family on the floor actually has electricity in their home. 18th. Generator? Or some other power generator. Also, the glass on the floor doesn't allow you to see anything from the outside looking in, and it appears to have been purposely replaced with privacy glass. 18th. Moreover, its outer walls had been reinforced with special materials, making it look like a steel fortress. Odds are it's probably some doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiast that happens to be in use. Shenyi wasn't too surprised. He had brushed through a number of related videos before, and had even seen a rich second generation spend several $100 million to remodel the Villa of Doom. Shenyi himself had fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but it was a pity that this was something that only the rich could afford to play with, so he just thought about it. However, there is a ready-made safe house in front of your eyes right now, with electricity, privacy and defense. It's the perfect house. I like it. It'll be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the unit door. None of them were correct. Shenyi hadn't expected her to open the door, so he walked up, wrapped his arms around Jiang Nanyan, and used instantaneous movement to enter the building. Meanwhile, 18th floor. Behind that glass with excellent privacy, there was a tall and lean figure, holding a snow-white fox in her arms. staring at the downstairs. Her red eyes seemed to be able to see through the black fog, staring at the place where Shin-Yi disappeared. After looking at her for a long time, her expression was grave, her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved lightly. Spatial alien. 45. Morong Shue. Reborn. At this time of the day, a space alien actually appeared outside my building. How is this possible? I remember that in my last life, there were no psychics at all in our neighborhood, and the fastest person I've ever met who gained psychic powers didn't show up until more than half a month later. Could it be that because of my rebirth, some butterfly effect is happening around me? On the 18th floor, in the only large flat with the lights on, a curvaceous and extremely beautiful-looking imperial lady was murmuring with a grave expression on her face. Her name was Morong Shue, and she was a reborn. That's right, the kind of reborn people in doomsday novels. In her previous life, when the end came suddenly, Morong Shue was not prepared for anything, and even at first she did not believe in the so-called doomsday theory, thinking that help would surely arrive soon. The result was that there was no rescue. She was also unprepared, which resulted in 3 days of starvation for 9 meals, and had to be on guard at all times against her male neighbors in the building. After that, she had managed to struggle to survive in the apocalypse for most of the year and lead a relatively stable life, only to have a large tree that covered the sky suddenly engulf the entire mountain town. Morong Shue was also swallowed up in that disaster with unwillingness and anger. As a result, I didn't expect to open my eyes again, but I was reborn to a month before the end. At first Morong Shue thought she was just having a nightmare about the end of the world, until she later went through something that made sure it wasn't a dream. So, she began to prepare in advance. Sell the corporate estate. Sell all the real estate. And then spend a lot of money remodeling your house, putting in solar panels, putting in a generator, and stocking up on food and water. And there was a lot of stockpiling of weapons of all kinds. At first, when she did these things, her close girlfriends and friends, and even her family didn't understand, and even thought she was crazy for a while. Her parents cut her off in a huff, and a few girlfriends stopped seeing her, but none of that mattered, because Murray was well aware of the disgusting side of her girlfriends and friends. In his previous life, he had kindly taken them in, but they had actually betrayed him and almost killed him. So, in this life, she stopped being a saintly mother, and on the first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her girlfriends and then killed them outright. Killing is nothing to her. Having spent most of her previous life slogging through the apocalypse, she had long since gotten used to killing. In this way, Morong Shue stocked up on supplies and killed her enemies in this life, and lived an extremely comfortable life right after the beginning of the apocalypse. Moreover, because of her experience in her last life, she knew many chances and took them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in his arms possessed a special ability to help himself at critical times. Also, for example, the alien fruit. Morong Shue had first gained her former life's psychic abilities from the very beginning of the apocalypse, and had stocked up on plants that had not mutated and had a high probability of bearing psychic fruits. The plants were all transplanted from her memories of her previous life. She just didn't know when they would bear alien fruits. The ripening time of the alien fruit is not the same. According to Morong Shue's plan, her home has water, electricity, food, and all kinds of entertainment facilities, so she doesn't need to go out and take risks at all. As long as she waits at ease for the alien fruit to mature, obtains more alien powers, and improves her strength, and waits until the terrifying tree covers the mountain city before escaping from the mountain city. She had even settled on the city she was traveling to. It's just that it's not strong enough to go out at the moment, or else it might die halfway. But all of this plan was disrupted from the moment this space alien suddenly appeared and set his sights on himself. Yes, Morong Shue had realized that she was being spied on by Shin-Yi, because her psychic ability was able to see through the black fog, and because her perception had become much stronger due to her mental power being increased. She could easily detect if someone was prying. That's why she wanted to get this ability in the first place. In the apocalypse, this supernatural ability of her own was extremely life-preserving, and the reason she had survived for so long in her previous life was because she had this supernatural ability to preserve her life. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a spatial psychic. Even a guy who just gained spatial psychic powers is tough to deal with. However, if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Morong Shue sat on the sofa. The scarlet color in her eyes receded. Her jade hand gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms, and she softly said, "Little White, you should also be ready. If that person dares to come in, let it know how powerful you are." The white fox's tail twitched, and he didn't know whether or not he had understood, but he just barked obediently. Although Morong Shue was a bit nervous, she wasn't particularly nervous because although the spatial system's aberrations were difficult to deal with, nowadays the end had just begun. She could be sure that this space alien was definitely not strong. How strong could a guy who had just acquired his powers be? Probably doesn't even know what his powers can do. And how was he going to fight when he himself, as a reborn, had combat experience, a weapon, and had set up traps? As for whether this spatial system psychic had any other psychic abilities, Morong Shui felt sure that there were none, because even he himself, a reborn person, with the memories of his previous life, had only gained a supernatural ability so far. How can anyone else surpass themselves? At the moment, most people don't even know what the alien fruit is yet. Taking another step back, even if the man had acquired 2 powers by chance, he couldn't just use them. Morong Shui, however, knew very well that the stronger the psychic ability, the more consuming it was to use. Like the instantaneous movement of this spatial ability, ordinary people instantaneous movement of a few times will be gasping for breath. Physical strength consumption of a large part of the body. If the use of other powers, I'm afraid that before injuring the enemy, their own first exhaustion death, with a combination of judgment, various experiences, and the cooperation of several powerful traps she had designed in the room, Morong Shui was not panicked at all, but instead was very confident, because, the advantage is mine. The white fox in this woman's arms actually didn't mutate. It seems not all animals mutate. She actually stocked her room with so much rice, flour and oil, as well as all kinds of canned fruits, beverages, and red wine. Not bad, it's all mine. And a specialized rec room? Gee, not bad for a heavy doomsday enthusiast. This house is well remodeled. Oh, there are actually so many traps? Even the doorway has crossbow traps. This is something that would surely get you if you were an ordinary person. Being in the room on the floor, while Jiangnan Smoke went to look for the car keys, Shani was telepathically observing 15th all the arrangements in the room on the floor. 18th. Needless to say, this woman is definitely a professional doomsday enthusiast. Just the house she had remodeled, along with the various food stocks, would be enough to comfortably survive the end of days for most of the year, if not longer. Shani especially liked it, and at this point, the system was also triggered as he expected. P.S. Have some 5-star reviews. Thanks. 46. Strong perverts. Ding. A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Morong Shui. Age, 32. Looks, 98 points. Body, 97 points. Inside, 100 points, pure and unblemished. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. Sure fits the system criteria. Shani was not surprised, because this woman was really pretty. Her body was top-notch. And her temperament was even more extraordinary. What a lucky day. A trip out to find a set of top-notch shelters, not to mention a big beautiful woman who can unlock rewards. Nima, this is too good to be true. Take it down. It has to be taken down. Honey, I found the car keys. At this time, Jiangnan Smoke walked out from the bedroom. Well, let's go home then. Shani withdrew his telepathy. It's late in the day and there's no rush to get to this woman. Go home and unlock the reward for Zhou Wan Air first. Then, we'll take this woman down tomorrow after we pick up my little sister and grandmother. Anyway, with this carefully modified house in place, Morong Shui would certainly not leave the neighborhood. Husband. Zhang Nanyan took the initiative to lean in Shini's arms, and Shini reached out and wrapped his arms around her, using instantaneous transfer to leave the building. Same time, Morong Shui on the floor immediately felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared. 18th. They left? Morong Shui was vaguely relieved, but still wary. This feeling of being spied on. Is that girl's psychic ability? It's really strange that it's only been a few days since the end of the day, and it's actually made me encounter 2 psychics. The butterfly effect is awful. Looks like I'll have to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person, or else too many things will change and I might just lose the advantage of my memories of my past life. Morong Shui looked like she was talking to herself, or talking to the white fox in her arms. It was just that white fox was too lazy to care about her. But Morong Shui wasn't angry. Instead she picked up the notebook on the table, flipped it open, and checked it out. In the notebook were her notes on certain events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in each area. To prevent her from forgetting if too much time passes, she looks through her notebook every so often to deepen her memory. And at the top of the notebook, most prominently, were rows of names. The names of these people were powerful aliens who were well known in their previous lives. Each of them had special powers or were personally strong. Sure, not all of them have been seen by Morong Shui with her own eyes, and most of them are also hearsay, the authenticity of which is yet to be determined. And the name that came first and was specifically marked in red pen was that of a powerful shifter she had once seen with her own eyes. No, I can't say powerful, I should say perverted. Morong Shui even guessed that even if that terrifying giant tree overthrew the entire mountain city, it would be impossible to kill her, because her psychic powers are pretty sick. It's a pity that I came back from rebirth and investigated for a month, and found out that there is no such person in the city, and I can't find her for a short time, or else I should not have to worry about the giant tree by striking a good relationship with her in advance, Morong Shui lamented. However, the impact is not too great. As long as she didn't try to change too many things herself, she'd be at Hillcrest University in another 2 months. He'll have a chance to get close to her himself when the time comes. Use the memories of your past life to become friends with her. Thinking so, Morong Shui once again took a serious look at the name and memorized it deeply. Shen Crisp. Shen Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly talked about going out tomorrow. The women were all a little worried, especially Su Wanting and Vicini, as well as Su Yun. They all wanted to follow Shen Yi, but Shen Yi refused all of them. He was going home to pick up his family, and it was inconvenient to bring a bunch of women with him, all of whom would be a liability in case of any danger along the way. In the end, Shen Yi then decided to take Jiangnan Smoke alone, because Jiangnan Smoke is smarter, plus she can drive. It's kind of useful to take it out. As for Su Yun, she was the one with the highest force value among all the women, plus she could use a gun, so naturally she stayed behind to protect the home. From the 2 men hovering in front of his house yesterday, Shen Yi guessed that the building's occupants might have had small thoughts about his home, so he should be on guard. Husband, then you must be careful on the road tomorrow. More than 70 kilometers is very far, Su Wanting said with concern. The rest of the girls also said some words of concern accordingly, except for Zhou Wanner and the long-haired girl. After all, they were not Shen Yi's women, and it was not good for them to casually open their mouths to participate in Shen Yi's family affairs. Shen Yi briefly responded to the ladies before looking at Zhou Wanner and saying, "Tonight we'll sleep in one room. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but leave a room free. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner froze, and her cheeks instantly turned red, shyly lowering her head and unable to speak. She didn't expect Shen Yi to be so direct that he said he wanted to be in a room with himself right in front of so many of his women. This is too shy. But the other women weren't angry or resentful, just perhaps a little shy and envious as well, as they thought about what was going on. After all, they all understood Shen Yi's purpose for bringing Zhou Wanner back. It couldn't have been a game of flight chess anyway. On the contrary, if Shen Yi had simply been kind enough to save Zhou Wanner and give her food and drink for free, the women would have been a bit unhappy instead, because they all paid the price to be sheltered. Zhou Wanner would be unbalanced in their hearts if she had to give nothing to get the same treatment as them. It's human nature not to suffer from a lack of equality. Nanny Smoke, let's get a room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shen Yi and Zhou Wanner enter the room, Su Wanning also called away Jiangnan Smoke and went to whisper. They used to be good girlfriends and had recently eased up, so naturally they had to be more cordial than the others. Vicini looked at the remaining 2 women, hesitated, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, why don't we sleep in the same room at night?" "Sister Bai, no need to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun hastily shook her head, feeling that this title was too strange. It wasn't really a matter of calling them that, but because of their relationship today, it would seem odd to call them that, just like Shen Yi called her Officer Su in bed. That was for flirtation. Vicini and Su Yun entered a room and they had something to talk about. The room was 4 rooms and 2 halls, which meant that there was now just 1 empty room left, as well as Lu Yeye, a girl. Lu Yeye was also the girl with long hair who didn't meet the system's criteria. The reason why Shen Yi didn't kick her out, for the time being, was that for the sake of Zhou Wanner and Su Yun's face, plus the fact that he himself didn't lack a bite to eat. He temporarily sheltered her for a few days. After all, how to say that she was also the person Su Yun risked her life to save? If she directly drove out, she would also be chilling Su Yun's heart. Although Shen Yi had a cold personality, as long as she didn't touch her bottom line, she would also take care of her women's moods, especially a woman like Su Yun who was very loyal and obedient to herself. Lu Yeye also knew that she hadn't joined the family yet, and even more so, she remembered what Shen Yi had just said about leaving out a spare room, so she was very understanding and slept on the sofa for the night. Even though it was a couch, it had been a very reassuring and comfortable place compared to the dangerous world outside. 47. The fulfillment of a rich young lady's fall from grace. Day 2. After waking up from sleep, Shen Yi and the women had breakfast and left half a day's rations before setting off with Jiang Nanyan. Before he left, he had also specifically instructed the women not to go out, no matter what, much less go outside the building, where there are mutated monsters that even he can't tackle at the moment. The women were startled and obedient. After, Shen Yi turned on his telepathy and used instantaneous movement to avoid the dangers in the shadows, bringing Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. It took a few minutes to quickly find the location of the garage of Jiangnan Smoke's friend's house. Here, Shen Yi saw 3 cars. 2 modified SUVs and a modified red sports car. I have to say, Jongnan Smoke's friend is damn rich. 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions of dollars sit in the garage of a random suite. Luckily, it's mine now. Shinee chose the Mercedes-Benz with a higher chassis and better performance G-Class. This Mercedes Big G has obviously been blown up, with an overall aluminum exterior, and built-in even the seats appear to have been replaced, not to mention the engine and other hardware. Anyway, Shinee got on the car and felt it for a few minutes and was quite satisfied. He had a driver's license, though he'd only had it for a few months and wasn't very skilled as all. But with the way the world is out there today, as long as you don't drive yourself into a wall, you should be able to drive as much as you want, and you're not afraid of a camera catching you anyway, much less a traffic cop chasing you. The gas is full. It's good to go. Let's go. After Shinee confirmed everything, he directly blasted the gas pedal and drove outside. In one fell swoop, he drove out of the neighborhood and onto the main street. The road was now filled with black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shinee avoided them one by one through his telepathic 360 degrees overhead view. With a perspective comparable to God's perspective, there's no worry about getting into a car accident. Okay? ************************************************************* awesome. Shinee directly raised the speed of the car to more than yards, turning left and right all the way across the road. 100. Jongnan Smoke's face went white with fear. She even somewhat regretted coming out with Shinee. I don't know how Shinee, who is so prudent and cautious, can drive so crazy, driving on such a dense black foggy day. And from time to time there are cracks on the road. Driving so fast in case of falling can do But in fact, Jongnan Smoke had overthought it. She just didn't know that Shinee had God's perspective, so she thought that Shinee had suddenly become reckless. In fact, Shinee saw the road clearly. He wasn't going to risk his life. Jongnan Smoke was also scared and frightened, gradually producing surprise, because no matter how fast Shinee drove, he was able to accurately avoid the obstacles and cracks on the road. And even if there were occasionally a few abandoned cars that suddenly appeared, it was as if he had predicted it in advance and directly avoided them. Jongnan Yan's heart gradually put back. Just say it. Shinee should not be such a reckless character. While she quietly sighed in relief, she looked at Shinee, who was driving seriously. It shouldn't be my illusion. Shinee, he might actually be able to see through the black mist. Otherwise, dodging an obstacle once or twice could be called happenstance. But dodging it ahead of time every time would not be a coincidence. It would be early preparation. Seeing through the black mist, another new superpower he's acquired? Jongnan Yan couldn't help but be distracted as she thought about it. If one's guess was right, it proved that Shinee had a high probability of having mastered the method of obtaining psychic abilities. Thinking of this, Jongnan Smoke's little heart couldn't help but thump. Excitement. Expectations. If Shinee fully grasped the method of obtaining psychic abilities, then he would have a greater chance of obtaining psychic abilities himself. After all, she was the only woman currently credited by Shinee. Jongnan Smoke slightly exhaled, suppressed the excitement, and then looked at Shinee. Beautiful eyes flashed, suddenly lowered his head and drilled. This was a new trick to please her boyfriend that she had learned online with Su Wanning last night. Shinee, who was driving the car, suddenly felt the waistband of his pants loosening, and suddenly sucked in his breath. Looking down at Jongnan Smoke, he couldn't help but show an expression of surprise, which then gradually turned to joy. Good. I didn't expect Jongnan Smoke to actually learn this. A sense of accomplishment rose as Shinee was satisfied. From being a high-strung rich young lady who knew nothing, she can now speak her mind. The feeling of unlocking all on her own, step by step, is certainly fulfilling. Her experience from 0 to 1. Shinee almost had a car accident in his excitement. Luckily, he had God's perspective and could clearly see what was going on outside even with his eyes closed. It was a wise choice to bring Gangnam Smoke on this road trip today. Lamenting, Shinee couldn't help but exert force on his legs and increased the gas pedal. 3 hours later, the SUV drove slowly to the entrance of a more remote village. Shinee's speed slowed down. There was no major trouble along the way, but there were still quite a few minor ones that affected his speed as well. For example, because the vehicle was so loud, it attracted many mutant animals chasing after it or even blocking it in front. But Shinee is not accustomed to it, and directly increased the throttle to crash. Parking is impossible to park. Parking in the wild. Even with his telepathic powers, he was afraid of encountering terrifying monsters like the mutated black spiders. It's a modified car anyway, so as long as you don't encounter any particularly fierce mutant monsters, you can just break through. There's no need to stop. So, it took more than 3 hours for him to reach his destination. His own hometown, Shinjia Village. Only, the originally lively Shin family village was silent at the moment. There wasn't a single human being, and except for the occasional chirping of insects, the whole village was like an uninhabited village. The grass around the village was also quite vigorous. and some of it had even grown to a height of 2 or 3 meters. Shinny drove the car and slowly drove towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his own home. As we entered the village, we could still occasionally hear voices coming from some of the people's homes. Perhaps the living villagers were hiding inside. But Shinny didn't pay attention to this as he drove all the way to the entrance of his house, then swept around telepathically. Looking around, the only thing around that could be called a threat was a mutant big yellow dog lying in the next door neighbor's yard. "You stay in the car. Don't come out when anyone calls you except me," Shinny admonished. "Aha!" Jiang Nanyan licked the white color of the corners of her lips and nodded seriously. Immediately thereafter, Shinny directly used instantaneous movement to leave the car and rush toward his own backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. And if my little sister and grandmother are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, taking advantage of the gap between Shinyi's departure, Jiang Nanyan also hastily opened the window to ventilate the room, and used mineral water to rinse her mouth continuously. She blushed slightly, thinking to herself that what she was taught online really did work. Himself just served in the car. Shinny did not know how excited. According to the current course of events, the first person to acquire powers must be himself. However, right now one's priority is to get organized and get in tip-top shape, because it was almost time to meet with Shinyi's family. She was a little expectant and a little apprehensive and nervous. I also don't know if Shinyi's family can look at themselves. Will they hate themselves? It was the first time Jiang Nanyan experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. Meanwhile, Shinyi instantly moved into the cellar, and also saw his sister, Shen Shu, who was making a fire and roasting potatoes, and his grandmother, who was past her prime. Inside, 48, unlocking new supplies. "Grandma, I think I saw my brother come back. Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No, I must be blind. My brother, he's not that handsome." Shin Crisp looked at Shinyi dumbfounded, blinking her eyes incredulously. Though her mouth said she didn't believe it, her eyes had reddened. Grandma heard the voice and subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to comfort. But when she turned her head, she also saw her grandson who had appeared at some point. At first glance, she too thought she was hallucinating, because the current Shinyi has grown a lot taller compared to before. His skin is much lighter, and he has become handsome. "Yoshi, is that Xiaoyi?" Grandma stood up, a little in disbelief. "Grandma, it's me." Shinyi revealed a smile and walked over. Grandma's lost weight. They must not have eaten well or slept well these days. "You're finally back, old brother." The petite Shin Crisp pounced over at once and ruthlessly jumped into Shinyi's arms, holding him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried, crying with excitement. Shin Crisp couldn't remember how many days had passed since the black fog appeared. There was no way to contact her brother because her cell phone was dead and she had been worried that something had happened to him. If it wasn't for her grandmother being around, she would have left the village to find Shinyi. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." Grandma just kept repeating the words, a gracious smile on her old face. "Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Aren't all the buses out of service? And, brother, why have you suddenly become handsome? And it seems like you have abs. Let me touch them." Warm and cozy for a while. This girl, Shin Crisis, cannot help all kinds of curiosity, and even up to Shinyi's body in a flurry of touch. "I was driving back." Shinyi touched his little sister's head and explained with a smile. "As for the abs, it's probably because I often work out at school and develop them twice." "Driving? You actually bought a car, brother? What kind of car?" Shin Crisp's eyes lit up. She always thought that her family could buy a car, and it would be especially convenient to go out in the future. As for the words secondary development, Shin Shu directly ignored them. "Anyway, none of that matters as long as Lao is back safely." "Yes, I bought it. An off-road vehicle." Shinyi responded smoothly. This girl was obviously not stupid. How could she ask such words? "Well, come to think of it, my little sister had been staying in the cellar, hadn't been outside, didn't know about the great changes in the outside world, and naturally retained her pre-Armageddon outlook on things. Need things, pay for them. I don't know. Now you don't even need to buy a car if you want one. Just buy it for $0. The streets are full of cars." But Shinyi didn't need to talk to his family about this in vain. "Xiaoyi, you're hungry after traveling all the way. Sit over and eat first," Grandma said. In her hand, she had already peeled the skin off the baked potatoes, revealing the golden insides. The golden potatoes were smoking hot and smelled delicious. "Aha!" Shinyi took the baked potato and took a bite. "Whoa, Grandma, you're biased. That's my baked potato. You gave my brother the potatoes I baked and peeled them for him. I haven't been taken care of by Grandma like that in days." "Humph, I'm jealous." Shin Crisp puffed out her face with an aggrieved expression. But in fact, she wasn't jealous at all. She simply enjoyed pampering and playing with her grandmother. This girl was like that when she was a kid. She loved to play tricks. Crispy good boy. Grandma will bake you 2 more. Okay? Then I'll have one that Grandma peeled too. Fine. Grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled amiably, well in tune with her granddaughter's juggling. Seemingly having received a satisfactory answer, Shinkrist showed a showy smile towards Shani, as if to say, see, Grandma still favors me more. Shani smiled helplessly, and when he saw that his grandmother was going to bake potatoes again, he opened his mouth to stop. Grandma, don't bake them first. I have other food here. Saying that, he took out 2 small self-heating hot pots, a smoking hot roasted chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. Self-heating skillet, a supply that was unlocked last night from Joe Wan Air. Ding! Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a random material. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies, a self-heating hot pot with luxurious ingredients. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in system space. Deluxe self-heating hot pot +1. Stored in system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pots that the system unlocks are not quite the same as the ones sold in stores. That's because the self-heating hot pot is loaded with ingredients, including several types of fresh meatloaf, fresh seafood, and a variety of fresh vegetables that look like they've just been picked. If this self-heating hot pot is sold outside, it will cost hundreds of dollars. Wow! When did you learn magic, brother? So awesome! To actually be able to change food out of thin air. Shinkrist revealed a shocked expression and looked Shani up and down, as if trying to find out from him where he could hide so much food. Grandma was surprised too. In all her years of living, this was the first time she had seen such a magical means. Immediately thereafter, Shani roughly explained about the supernatural powers, but of course, most of it was made up. The general content is that I am lucky, just the end of the day to obtain the ability to change food. Our family no longer need to worry about food and drink. Grandma was so relieved to hear that. Shinkrist was thrilled to hear it and called his oldest brother awesome. Then, Shani heated the self-heating hot pot and let his grandmother and little sister eat first. He himself took the time to go out and kill the mutant yellow dog from his next-door neighbor's house ahead of time, then threw the body far away so that Grandma wouldn't be startled when she came out later. Eat and drink. Shinyi then picked up his grandmother and little sister and also explained about taking them to the city. In Shinyi's opinion, it's easier to live in the city. Because of the mutation of all kinds of grasses and animals, the countryside is now rather more dangerous than the city. Naturally, Grandma and little sister didn't resist. After all, it's only home when the family is all together. Xiao-Yi, wait a moment while Grandma goes in to pack up the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought of bringing the family's bedding with her so that she wouldn't have to spend money on it when she went to the city. Shinyi hurriedly stopped. Grandma, there's no need to take the bedding and clothes. I've bought new ones. If you have any expensive jewelry you can wear it. The rest really isn't necessary. Otherwise those new ones I bought would be wasted. This, Grandma hesitated for a moment. It was finally agreed. Grandma, though also from that era, was not at all pedantic and could listen to her children's opinions and ideas. Seeing her grandmother enter the house, Shinshu suddenly looked around and approached Shinyi's ear as if she was a thief, and secretly said, "Brother, actually, I've gained superpowers just like you." What? Shinyi froze, somewhat surprised. He looked at his sister. I didn't realize that the second shifter I encountered was actually my own sister. It happened like this. I slipped out of the cellar 2 days ago while my grandmother was sleeping and wanted to go back to my room to charge my cell phone. Then when I passed by the yard, I saw a colorful fruit on top of a blade of grass, which was still glowing and very pretty. Then I took a closer look and found that not only was it pretty, but it also tasted very fragrant. So I couldn't resist picking it off and eating it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shun Krisk's explanation, Shinyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Colorful fruit that glows? And it smells good? It didn't seem quite the same as any of the 3 alien fruits he had eaten. So what superpower did you get? Crispy? 49, the superpower of my sister Shin Crisp. Hey, my superpower is that I can run exceptionally fast. It feels like it's several times faster than even our school's 100-meter sprint champion. And I can feel that this isn't even my ultimate speed. If I run with all my might, it feels like I can be just like the Flash in the movie. I'm here from now on, so just lay back. Old man. Shinzi proudly held her little head high, like a small child waiting for a compliment. Clearly, she was very proud of her powers. As for being like the Flash, that's naturally an exaggeration. Otherwise her powers would be too perverse. An ability to boost speed? Not bad at all. Shinyi touched his little sister's head and gave his affirmation. Sure enough, another new alien ability. Could the fruit be slightly different because of the different powers? Like, glowing and giving off a tantalizing scent or something? Aha! Only, I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I will be especially tired and thirsty, so I don't even dare to use the superpower casually, and I don't dare to run with all my strength. I'm afraid that I'll die of exhaustion, Shinshu said here, pouting, a little bit bitter. It's like owning a mountain of gold and not being able to spend it. Obviously, you have superpowers, but you can't use them as you wish. Shinny understood that this was because his little sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even utilize her newly acquired speed ability to its fullest. In this case, one would either be lucky enough to eat a flesh evolution fruit to raise one's upper limit, either raise the level of the ability, or maybe with a higher level of the ability, the physical exertion of using the ability will be reduced. About your superpower, don't tell others, Shinny admonished. Of course, I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm witty as hell. Shinzi heatedly smiled. If it wasn't for the fact that you're my oldest brother, I wouldn't even tell you. After all, this is a superpower. Just like in the movies, if the bad guys find out, I'll definitely be arrested and sliced up for research. Well, you're the smartest. Shinny rubbed the girl's head and said, when there is an opportunity in the future, I'll see if I can help you solve the problem of being too tired to use your powers. Can it be fixed? Shen Crisp, who was originally enjoying touching and killing, heard this and immediately stared at Shinny with bright eyes. Shinny nodded his head and said, yes, but it requires a certain amount of luck. It could only be solved by finding the flesh evolution fruit, but that was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and it did require a lot of luck. Or find the same type of speed alien fruit that my little sister had eaten and level up her ability. But with Shin Yi's estimation, it would take at least 7 or 8 fruits to raise a level. Then this is even harder. Not to mention the same type of fruit to find 7 or 8. Different types of fruit want to find 7 or 8 are difficult to a group. Yeah, I'm sure you can do it, old brother. Shinshu happily hugged Shin Yi's arm. This girl. Shin Yi shook his head. By this time, Grandma had finished packing and came out as well. Didn't bring much luggage. Just a small bag and no idea what was in it. Shinny didn't ask and led his grandmother and little sister in the direction of the car. However, just as he had just stepped out of the small courtyard, he saw that his car was surrounded by a few grandparents, who looked like thieves and curious. Seeing Shinny, several people came out. These several grandparents quickly smiled and greeted. Shin family grandmother, is this your relative's car? It's so beautiful. Are your relatives from the city? Grandma also replied kindly. After all, we are all neighbors, and we used to look up and down. Still, Grandma emphasized that it was her grandson's car, which her grandson had bought, and he also specifically pulled Shin Yi to introduce a few sentences. For the elderly, the fact that their offspring are capable is something to be praised and bragged about, because Shin Yi has changed too much. A few neighboring aunts and grandpas didn't recognize him at first, until he was introduced by his grandmother. Then he recognized him, and they immediately greeted Shin Yi. Shin Yi received his grandmother and little sister in a good mood, so he also responded with a few relatively gentle sentences. So, a few neighbors continued to speak. Shinwazi are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, could you take my grandson with you? I hear it's safer in the city now. And my grandson, his parents are in the city. Can I trouble Shinwazi you to give help to send? Neighbors were talking about nothing more than having something to ask for. Shin Crisp's little brow furrowed, a little unhappy. These neighbors, who usually like to take advantage of small advantages, did not expect to take advantage now. What a time to be asking your brother to risk his life to help them deliver their child. There were even excessive neighbors who wanted Shin Yi to take their families to the city. What a bunch of people. It's not like people are that close. You can't go that far even if you're a relative, let alone just a neighbor. Grandma's not looking too good either, obviously. At this time, Shin Yi faintly spoke. There is no room in the car. Can't bring anyone. After saying that, he directly pushed his way through the crowd and pulled open the back door, letting his grandmother and little sister get in first. But a sharp-eyed villager realized that there was still a big place in the back of the car, so he held his teenage child and squeezed over, saying, Shinwazi, the back of your car is still empty, so bring your old uncle and your nephew, and we'll squeeze in. We are a village, now in trouble, should help each other. Your father he used to live. The old uncle and his relationship can be good. Your childhood I also hugged you at. You cannot forget the roots Lu. Get out of the way. Shin Yi indifferently glanced at the other party, pushed him away, and directly got into the car and started it. The villager who was scolded froze, then pointed at Shin Yi and started cursing. Knowing they can't get the benefit of the doubt, they don't even act. A few sensible villagers went home early, knowing that they couldn't rub up against the car. But more villagers are scolding Shin Yi family has no conscience. Before their own Shin Yi family how good. Now his family has a car can go to the city to take refuge. But do not help a neighbor Yun Yun. Under the doomsday, the ugliness of human nature is revealed. Shinyi's eyes went cold and he was just about to pull out his gun. Suddenly, he sensed an intense hostility. Telepathy opened, and Shinyi instantly saw an extremely dense black aura in the grass 200 meters away. It was a mutant long snake over 10 meters long, and it's approaching fast. Shinyi directly hummed the reverse gear, stepped on the gas, and quickly reversed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, then just run it over. As Shinyi accelerated away, several of the villagers were still counting him in place. They were completely oblivious to the fact that a large snake had come out of the grass. By the time anyone noticed, the mutant serpent had already launched a deadly attack on the crowd. The man who hugged his son and cursed the most was the first to be targeted by the great serpent. The mutant serpent opened its mouth, which was bigger than a human, and swallowed the two large living people in one go, chewing hard and swallowing quickly. Aha! Big long bugs. There's a big long worm. The villagers ran for their homes, yelling and screaming in terror. But the mutant serpent was faster than they were, and the snake's mouth spewed out a cloud of green poisonous mist, flooding all the villagers in a flash, emitting bursts of screams. The tragic situation here was no longer visible to Shinyi, but he could probably guess. That mutated long snake, whose size alone staggered him, was by no means something an ordinary person could fight against. Not even he was sure against it. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain villages were even more damn dangerous than in the city. But, to be menacing, it's actually the atmosphere in the car that's most menacing right now. Because, from the moment my little sister got in the car and saw that there was actually a pretty woman on the passenger side, there was no smile on her cute face. 50, it's normal to be a big brother. Grandma, little sister, how are you? My name is Jiang Nanyan. I'm Shinyi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously stroked the hair around her ears and introduced herself in a very formal manner. She was nervous and worried that Shinyi's family would not like her. Shinyi has a lot of women. If his family does not like themselves, then in the future their relationship with Shinyi will certainly be affected. Jiang Nanyan's palms were sweating nervously as she greeted him. So it's Xiaoyi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl child. Grandma was a little surprised. However, after a short period of surprise, Grandma also revealed a kind and amiable smile towards Jiang Nansmoke. Thank you Grandma for the compliment. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and displayed a smile. That's great. Grandma likes me and has recognized me as her granddaughter-in-law. In that case, I'll be the one who's certified by Shinyi's family? Happy. Immediately afterward, Jiang Nansmoke looked at Shin Crisp, whose appearance was exquisite like a doll. A flash of amazement flashed under her eyes. Shinyi's sister was so cute. Even if not much cleaned up and dressed up, it is still difficult to hide the heavenly beauty. Though still young, his face is still a bit childish. But later on, she'll grow up to be absolutely gorgeous. Only, what made Jiang Nanyan puzzled was that she didn't know why Shinyi's sister had been expressionless after getting into the car. Could it be that it was born with such a personality? It's completely different from Shinyi. These siblings are so different. Not only their personalities, but even their looks feel nothing like siblings. While thinking that, she smiled and greeted. Hello sister, I wonder what your name is. Humph. Shin Crisis hummed lightly, skimming her head to look out the window, simply ignoring Jiang Nansmoke to strike up a conversation. This distant attitude made Jiang Nansmoke a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she had done wrong. How could Shinyi's sister dislike herself? Grandma shook her head inside, but didn't say anything. Shinyi naturally didn't bother to speak for Jiang Nansmoke. In his eyes, his sister was more important than Jiang Nansmoke. As for the reason for his sister's unhappiness, he knew it. That's the way it is with brotherly control. Just grow up later. The SUV was traveling home. While Shinyi drove, he knocked on the fruit while telepathically scanning the plants on both sides of the road to see if there were any exotic fruits among them. Unfortunately, the car ran for dozens of kilometers, and Shinyi didn't find a single exotic fruit. Of course, it was also mainly because he used most of his mind on driving and didn't observe his surroundings carefully enough, so there might have been a leak. After driving for another half an hour, Shinyi had a little urge to urinate, so he found a safe place to park and go to the toilet. If you guys are going to the bathroom too, don't leave the car too far. It could be dangerous in the dark fog. Shinyi admonished and got off the bus. Wait for me, old man. I'll go too. Shinshu opened the car door and followed in Shinyi's direction. In the car, Jiang Nansmoke was having a formal and awkward conversation with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nansmoke had a high IQ, her emotional intelligence was not so good, especially since she'd never been in a relationship, hadn't spent time with her boyfriend's elders, and didn't know how to start a conversation for a while. Instead, Grandma sidestepped and asked a lot of questions about Jiang Nansmoke's family. Stinky old man, when did you get a girlfriend? Why don't you tell me? Shinee had just opened the floodgates and released the water when his sister's unhappy muttering came from not far behind him. Crispy, what are you doing? Shinee hurriedly finished peeing, shook twice, and lifted his pants. At this time, Shin Crisp also walked out of the black fog with his cheeks puffed out. Her cute face was so full of unhappiness and aggravation that she was close to crying out. Shinee sighed helplessly and wanted to reach out and rub Shin Crisp's head, but then thought that he had just finished peeing and hadn't washed his hands yet, so he withdrew again. But this scene fell in Shin Crisp's eyes, causing her eyes to instantly redden. She felt that Lao was completely betraying himself. Also ignoring Shin Yi's objections, she shoved her head hard into Shin Yi's palm and rubbed it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Shin Shu raised her head, beeped her mouth. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Shin Yi pitifully. Crispy, don't be a little naughty. Shin Yi wrinkled his eyebrows, his tone serious. Shin Crisp's aggrieved face bulged, seeing Shin Yi's face without a smile, but he didn't dare to play his little temper again. Although his brother had spoiled himself in the past, as long as he showed this expression, he must be serious. I know. Well, there are still a few women in my family. Crispy, you help me hide something from Grandma when the time comes. Shin Yi admonished again. By the way, it's also a good idea to let your little sister know ahead of time, so that she doesn't throw another tantrum when the time comes. What? Shin Crisp instantly froze. Unbelievably, he looked at his oldest brother. And what's the point of having a couple of women? Open the harem. Brother, he's actually opening a harem in reality. Shin Crisp thought that this kind of thing that shook off the three views would only happen in novels. It actually turned out to be happening right next to you, and to your own brother. Until she returned to the car, Shin Shu was in shock and disbelief. She looked at Jiangnan Smoke on the passenger side and couldn't help but look strange. Although he didn't want to admit it, this woman was indeed very pretty and very well dressed, and she looked like a rich young lady from the city. But why would such a rich young lady be with her mediocre old brother? And it doesn't mind if my oldest brother starts a harem. Is it because of this black fog out there? Shin Crisp had mixed feelings for a while, and her young mind was greatly impacted. It was hard to accept in her mind. And it's hard. But, when Shin Yi's car drove into the city, Shin Crisis saw the miserable scene in the city. Her young heart suffered a heavy blow again. The once bustling and lively mountain town is now almost invisible on the roads. Only mournful screams came out of the black mist from time to time. As the SUV traveled, it was surprising that there were mutated animals trying to pounce on the vehicle from time to time. Weird, absurd, and scary. Shin Shu couldn't help but gulp. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't there any police and military uncles to save the day? During this time, Shin Crisp had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother, with almost no knowledge of the outside world, thinking only that the disaster was like an earthquake or a flood, and that the country would be solved after a while. But, today it seems impossible to fix it anytime soon. Even Mountain City, a new first-tier city with a population of more than 30 million, had surprisingly fallen. It was almost like the end of the world in the movie. Most likely, there's no rescue, right? Jiangnan Smoke softly replied to Shin Crisp's question. She no longer holds out much hope for state rescue. After all, even the policewoman who was new to their family yesterday said there was no rescue. There's no point in fantasizing about a rescue now. Fortunately, he was currently safe and not worried about food and drink. And apart from being a little worried about his parents' well-being, Jiangnan Smoke didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his current life. Nothing more than a lot less entertainment. During the chat, Shin Yi also drove back to the neighborhood. Along the way, he had telepathically seen that there were still quite a few survivors on the road. Mountain City was, after all, a large city with a population of tens of millions of people. And even if more than 2/3 of them had died these days, there were still at least 10 million survivors. After driving the car into the neighborhood, Shin Yi parked the car back in the parking space of Building 13. It's also the building where Morong Shui, the Doomsday Enthusiast, lives. 51. Telepathy Upgrade LV7. Nervous Morong Shui. Parking the car, Shin Yi asked his sister and Jiangnan Smoke not to get off the car first, while he himself used instantaneous transfer to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it's the 15th floor, and it certainly wouldn't do for a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shin Yi did not bring Grandma back to her own home, but arranged to go to the home of Jiangnan Smoke's friend. Anyway, her friend is currently alive or dead, and the house is empty, so she might as well let her grandmother and little sister live there. I'll wait the next couple days to get the woman on the floor done, and then I'll have Grandma move up there. 18th. That's it. Shin Yi made 2 trips back and forth, placing both his grandmother and little sister on the 15th floor. He also explained to his grandmother that he lived in the next building, not far away, and that he would often come over to take care of her, and that he would contact her by phone anytime. But, old brother, My cell phone is dead. Shinshu wanted to live with Shinyi very much, but then I thought that I couldn't let my grandmother live alone, so I didn't mention it. Shinyi took a few rechargeables from the system space and let his little sister take them. Immediately thereafter, he left some more mineral water and food, enough for 3 or 4 days portions for his grandmother and little sister. It's also a way to avoid sometimes being out for a day or two by yourself and not having time to come by and drop off supplies. As for bedding and other things, this suite has it all, and it's all new. After that he instructed his little sister not to go out casually. The neighbors in the building were not always safe, and even if she wanted to throw garbage, just throw it directly from upstairs. Don't go out, and don't go downstairs. Now that most of the residents in this neighborhood have been cut off from water and food, they are certainly not going to stick to the bottom line for food. Before leaving, Grandma also urged Shinyi to pay attention to safety. Although she knew that her grandchildren had abilities that she could not understand, the old man was always uneasy. Shinyi smiled and answered, letting his grandmother rest assured, and then left with an instantaneous transfer, returning to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Honey, what's wrong? Shinyi saw that Jiangnan smoke didn't seem to look too good. The network is gone. The phone also can't be reached. Jiangnan smoke voice is a little low. Disconnected? Shinyi was slightly stunned. It was expected, but it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I haven't been looking at my phone and didn't pay attention. Jiangnan Yen had a few depressing colors between her brows. There's no internet, and the only possible way to reach your parents is cut off. Well, go home first then. Shinyi took Jiangnan smoke back to the house. It was afternoon by this time. Having just sat down for a few minutes, Shinyi suddenly remembered something else. 1501's Tiny Chu. Her leg was cut. Originally Shinyi promised to go and help her change the medicine this morning, but after a busy day, he forgot. Thinking of this, he once again used instant transmission to travel to 1501. After continuously using instantaneous transfer on this journey, and having taken 3 people with him, Shinyi also began to pant slightly. Gotta find a way to level up instant movement, reduce physical exertion, or level up flesh evolution. Shinyi thought as he knocked down a few more exotic fruits. The only way he currently knew of to upgrade his ability level was to knock on the same type of fruit. On top of that, there might be other ways to upgrade your powers. It's just that this method is not yet clear to him. As for the telepathic fruit, Shinyi had been eating it for the past 2 days. Because this fruit is easy to knock more than one time, the internal organs are cold, so Shinyi is to take time to knock a few, slowly upgrading. There's no rush anyway. And after he had knocked down hundreds more fruits today, the system beep sounded again. Your telepathy is upgraded to LV7. That's right, it's already level 7. The 6th grade was raised yesterday. Telepathy, LV7 you can sense, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without the use of your eyes. 1,000 all scenes within meters of an unhindered by any obstacles. 1,000 1,000 meters, a full kilometer away. Shinyi turned on his 7th level telepathy, and immediately only felt that his perspective was pulled up a lot. It's as if you're standing in the sky, overlooking the entire neighborhood, and even the scene outside of it. Everything within a kilometer as far as the eye can see. Moreover, as long as Shinyi concentrated his mind, he could view any individual within this kilometer. Big as a building, small as a person, a bug. For example, Building S Doomsday Enthusiast, Murray Snow, 13. For example, his own women who live in Building 6. Then there are the several survivors outside the cell who are walking vigilantly through the black fog. Everything in full view. This feeling of seeing through everything is simply awesome. Putting away his telepathy, Shinyi couldn't help but murmur excitedly. Level 7 has a field of vision of 1 kilometer. If it continues to be upgraded, will it be able to expand to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If that's the case, then it's simply invincible. With this kind of plugin that could be called full map perspective, he would never be in the dark when it came to information again. Whether someone wanted to assassinate themselves or they wanted to assassinate someone else, this ability was unbeatable. As for the alien fruits needed for upgrading later, Shinyi was not liking it all. There's over 200,000 in the warehouse already. Prince Charming? There you are. Shinyi was thinking about things when a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Cotter who limped out of the bedroom. Well, take your pants off and I'll change you. Meanwhile, in on the floor room, Morong Shui was holding a crossbow with a vigilant face as she looked around her house. 1801 18th. Just now. She was just getting ready to take a shower when she suddenly felt like someone was snooping. Morong Shui immediately guessed that it might have been that space alien from yesterday who brought another female alien to sneak up on her. So, she immediately grabbed her weapon and searched the house for any sign of the intruder. It wasn't until after a meticulous search with no sign of the intruder that Moronshue slowly lowered her weapon. She blushed hard, because the feeling of being spied on was gone. What the hell do these two guys mean? Why are you suddenly spying on me? Did you find out that I have electricity in my house? So you're on to me? Morongshue's face kept changing. She was actually prepared for something like being targeted. After all, everyone else in the apocalypse had lost power, and the only lights on were in his own house, which was extremely conspicuous at night, and would most likely attract the attention of someone with bad intentions. It wasn't that Moronshue made a death wish and had to turn on the lights, but according to her memories from her previous life, at this point in time, there shouldn't have been any aberrations in the neighborhood. So, as the only shifter in the neighborhood, she wasn't worried about being targeted by ordinary people, even if she used electricity, because she had enough weapons and equipment to deal with greedy ordinary people. As a result, who knew that it would attract the attention of the alien? Moreover, this alien had peeped at himself twice in a row, so it was obvious that he was staring at him. No, just in case, I'll have to get some more traps just in case. Moreover, my alien ability level must also be raised to a hurry level. Even if I take some risks, I must raise it. 2 in. It was so hard to be reborn. Moronshue didn't want to die again, so she winded up again and started setting up new traps in the room. If enough traps were laid, even a shifter could be killed. After all, it's only early in the apocalypse and none of the aliens are much stronger yet. 52. Reward Su Wanting's fruit of alien energy. Where did Shini know that because he casually swept a glance at Moronshue, it resulted in this sensitive woman starting to make a big fuss again? Even the original plan of upgrading his powers was brought forward. Of course, even if he knew it, Shini wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just finished helping Chu Xiaoxiao change the medicine. The two briefly talked to each other, and Shini realized that Chu Xiaoxiao turned out to be a big anchor in the secondary Yuan area of Station B. She also took out a loan to buy this large flat on her own. However, now it's not necessary to pay back the loan. That's the only good thing Doomsday has brought her. Even though Chu Xiaoxiao earns $700, 000 to $800, 000 a year, it's still stressful to pay for a $6 million to $7 million house. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shini left food and water and left. He had wanted to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao's leg was still badly injured, he held back for the moment, lest when unlocking the supplies, he moves too much and rips open a wound that has managed to heal a little. Still need to go to the hospital to get some medicine for that. If there is medicine, the wound will definitely recover faster. Well, it's best to abduct another doctor back, so that it's easier to treat illness or injury later. On the way home, Shin-Yi thought deeply. It was decided that I would make a trip to the hospital affiliated with Yamashiro University tomorrow. Affiliated hospitals are not far from this neighborhood, although it is not a big 3 hospitals, but it is not too small. The medicines that should be there, and can even do a lot of surgery. Therefore, Shin-Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital tomorrow to scavenge for medicines. On the way, look for the alien fruit as well. As the time of the end grows longer and longer, there will surely be a gradual increase in the number of aliens. By then the alien fruit will definitely be known by more people as well. If you don't collect the fruit while you can, it will only get harder later. With level telepathy and a full kilometer of God's perspective, the area Shin-Yi could search was also greatly increased. 7. If we can find an extremely offensive alien fruit, we might be able to take care of that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, but would the monster be allowed to sleep soundly on the side of the couch? There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, not 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Back home, had dinner. The crowd was also ready to go to bed early due to the power outage and internet outage. Shin-Yi chose to let Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality had changed a lot in the past 2 days, whether she was pretending or not. In any case, her performance made Shin-Yi very satisfied. So, at the end of a battle, Shin-Yi rewarded her with an exotic fruit. Eat it and you'll gain powers. Yes, Su Wanting, who was originally a bit tired, was instantly refreshed, and excitedly received the colorful fruit and directly ate it. No doubt about it. This attitude made Shin-Yi even more satisfied. From being arrogant and cocky in the beginning, Su Wanting was finally understanding her words. She was as loyal to herself as Su Yun. The whole body's breath was white as jade. It's whiter than Gangnam smoke. This was also the reason why Shin-Yi had rewarded her with the fruit of alien energy. Ability was one thing. Shin-Yi preferred loyalty. As long as he didn't betray himself, even if this woman was a vase, he didn't mind keeping her. And he has the ability to make vases increase in value. Is this psychic ability? So amazing. After Su Wanting finished digesting the exotic fruit, she looked at Shin-Yi in surprise and realized that there was a white aura flowing from Shin-Yi's body. Through her natural perception, she knew that this was a sign that Shinyi was very kind and fond of herself. She was delighted in her heart, and her liking for Shinyi grew even more. Su Wanting had always thought that Shinyi hated herself, but she didn't expect that she would have such a high favorable opinion of herself. I don't know. It was true that Shinyi didn't like her much before. At best, he didn't hate her, but in the last few days, her behavior had made Shinyi feel much better about her. Su Wanting has recently been following by Shinyi to learn cooking, and she has also instilled the idea of how to serve Shinyi with other women, simply like a different person, and I don't know how she figured it out. Anyway, the current Su Wanting is great. You close your eyes again and try concentrating. Shinyi slightly instructed Su Wanting on how to use her powers. Su Wanting obediently tested. She then realized that she could actually in a look around the room view, and even see through it. 360 degrees. It's just that if you turn on perspective, it's a lot of effort. Wow! Amazing! Su Wanting was excited and surprised. I didn't realize this ability could be used like this. If an ordinary person with newly acquired psychic abilities had no one to guide them and relied purely on their own fumbling, it would take a while for them to fully develop their psychic abilities. But Shinyi was different. He was able to learn the full effects of his powers through the system and then develop them easily. Of course, he also saw these things through Su Wanting's performance in obtaining her powers. This was another reason why he had rewarded Su Wanting with the alien fruit. Wanted to see the whole process of other people getting powers. That's it. Su Wanting, who had just gained supernormal abilities and was happy, was again serving Shinyi in different ways. In the meantime, the living room. Lu Yaya couldn't sleep after tossing and turning tonight. She had thought that it was going to be her turn tonight. After all, last night it was Zhou Wan Air. Today it should logically be herself. Lu Yaya even dressed up carefully specifically for this, changing into bold underwear that she had never worn before. As a result, Shinyi actually didn't want himself. This is why. Could it be that Shinyi couldn't see himself? Lu Yaya was so anxious that she couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that if she didn't become Shinyi's woman, she would be thrown out. Once you lose this safe haven, you are simply not capable of surviving on your own. Anxious and nervous and uncomfortable. One night passed. Day 2. Shinyi also rarely slept until after 9 o'clock before getting up. Previously energetic, he was up at 6 or 7, but lately it's been getting later and later. It's necessary to raise the level of flesh evolution to be able to do so, or else it's really a bit hard to carry. Shinyi rubbed his waist, and in passing, he also dropped an alien fruit into his mouth. It's so good to knock out the fruit. It's refreshing all of a sudden. Moreover, knocking more than one can also raise the level of alien ability. Wash up, had breakfast. Shinyi greeted the women and went out. First, I'll go change Chu Xiaoxiao's gauze, then I'll search the affiliated hospital. That's what he's set up for today. And at home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her powers and showing them off to the other women. Suyin, several women on Shinyi can make ordinary people get supernormal ability. Very shocked, and then curiously asked Su Wanting to get supernormal ability process. Jian Nanyan, on the other hand, was a bit envious and even a bit jealous. She thought that she would be the first woman to obtain supernormal capabilities in Shinyi, but she did not expect that it would be Su Wanting, a single stupid guy. How did he outsmart himself when he was clearly stupid, dumb, and arrogant? Jiangnan smoked hard at the same time, but also with Su wanting to inquire about why she can get supernormal ability. Is it last night she played very bold, pleasing Shinyi's heart? That's all. A few women at home, because Shinyi rewarded an alien fruit. All kinds of small thoughts are active again, especially the little green tea Zhou Wan Air. Her eyes were thieving, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Meanwhile, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female cop in a police uniform is leading a male cop against a mutated golden retriever, the original docile golden retriever. At the moment, the pupils were filled with hostility, and the bloodstained sharp teeth were exposed, making a dangerous sound. This mutated golden retriever was 3 meters long, and its weight had doubled several times, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, go into the hospital first to find medicines. I'll stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes, the male police officer did not hesitate to carry out the order. He knew he would only slow down the captain if he stayed. The mutant golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape and immediately pounced towards him, but Qin Xiang reacted faster and punched the mutant golden retriever. Her fist struck the golden retriever, and she actually sent the 3-meter-long mutant golden hair flying out several meters with one punch. However, the mutant golden retriever had thick skin and flesh, and soon stood up again, shook its head vigorously, stared at Qin Xiang with a fierce face, barked viciously twice, and continued to pounce towards her. Qin Xiang's face remained unchanged, and at the moment when the mutant golden retriever lunged, He pulled out the pistol on his waist and pulled the trigger at its dog's head. Bang 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 bang. Several consecutive bullets all penetrated the mutant golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground. Staring incredulously, with more air in than out, the mutant golden retriever was soon completely lifeless. It didn't think until it died that the human in front of it could actually use a gun. It's simply a violation. What I thought was going to be a good physical fight next. While replacing the magazine, Qin Xian walked up and kicked the golden retriever's head, confirming that it was completely dead before she sighed in relief. The mutant animal's vitality was really strong, taking several shots to the head and still having the strength left to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked toward the hospital's main entrance, a burst of suddenly in the black fog behind her rustling sounded. 53, Policewoman Qin Xiang, 2 alien fruits. Rustle, rustle. The eerie sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn her head to look, only to see that a mutated cockroach the size of an adult's hand flew out of that black mist. No, not one. It is a lot of only. Couldn't count. Couldn't even count how many there were in a short period of time. At least over 100 of them. These mutant cockroaches vibrate their wings and make a rustling sound. Their division of labor was clear. One part of them went forward to nibble on the mutated golden retriever corpse on the ground, while the other part of them flew towards Qin Xiang, their mouths emitting sharp sounds. Qin Xiang's face changed drastically the moment she saw the mutated cockroach. She didn't realize that her former most hated cockroaches had mutated, and that so many of them had appeared at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang raised his gun and took aim at the first time, backing up quickly while shooting. Bang! 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 Qin Xiang's shot was extremely accurate, almost hitting the cockroach's head with her gun. But what shocked her was that after the killed mutant cockroach fell to the ground, the corpse oozed yellow liquid, followed by the entire carapace cracking open, and a dozen or so small cockroaches swarmed out from it. Although these newborn cockroaches were small in size, they were amazingly numerous and quickly gathered together and pounced towards Qin Xiang once again. At this rate, the cockroaches will only increase in number. Qin Xiang's face was ugly. She didn't dare to waste any more bullets by shooting, turned around and ran into the front door of the hospital, immediately unlocking the door. But the cockroaches outside had no intention of leaving and were banging frantically against the glass door. There were even small cockroaches trying to get in through the cracks in the door. Qin Xiang's face was grave, and she stomped on the small cockroaches that had burrowed in with her feet while anxiously thinking of a solution. If they didn't get rid of these mutated cockroaches, she and her subordinates would definitely die in the hospital today, and even, perhaps, the survivors in the hospital. Though she wasn't sure if there were any survivors in the hospital. What a disgusting cockroach. Shin Yi turned on his telepathy, and before he even entered the hospital, he saw, through God's perspective, a scene of a valiant female police officer single-handedly challenging a mutated golden retriever, and then fighting a swarm of mutated cockroaches. I have to say, these mutant cockroaches are pretty tough to deal with. It's pretty damn disgusting that when they're killed, they instantly hatch a bunch of baby cockroaches. Shin Yi didn't want to meet up with these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If it wasn't for the fact that the medicines were in this building, Shin Yi wouldn't even want to come over. It's not that I'm afraid of mutant cockroaches, I just simply feel sick. However, he watched the policewoman, who was battling an army of cockroaches from God's perspective, thoughtfully. This policewoman's strength is actually so great that she was able to send a 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flying out with a single punch. Could it be that this is also an alien power? Shin Yi reasonably guessed. After all, with this policewoman at the top weighing 115 pounds, there was no way she could be that terrifyingly explosive. The reason why Shin Yi had endured his nausea towards the mutated cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was also because of the special nature of this policewoman. As well, she triggered a system prompt. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Qin Xiang. Age, 29. Looks, 93 points. Body, 96 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 95. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. 29-year-old policewoman. If it wasn't for the system prompts, Shin Yi couldn't even see that this policewoman could actually meet the system standards. Because, the policewoman's face was dirty. And with her dirty hair, she barely had a face to speak of. On the surface, it's also about being fit and fighting. Who would have thought that her face value is actually as high as 93, which is already goddess level. If she survives, meet with her again. Shin Yi murmured, no longer spending his mind focusing on this policewoman. Go ahead and scavenge for medicines. I also wonder if the black fog has any effect on the medicines. She telepathically swept through the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicines were placed. Directly instantly moving over and starting to collect them into the system space. Whether it's a recognized drug or not, as long as it's not mutated, load it all away. During the period of collecting the medicine, Shin-Yi also telepathically swept the building, trying to find a doctor to bring back. But for some unknown reason, there was surprisingly not a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. Only dozens of possibly hospitalized patients, trapped in the wards on the top floor. This made Shin-Yi feel pity. Not having a doctor on your own team is a pain in the ass if you get sick or injured. Take a trip to the city hospital in the next couple of days to see if there might be a doctor still in the hospital. Shin-Yi thought in his mind as he collected the medicines. After scavenging an entire warehouse of medicines, Shin-Yi used instantaneous transfer to leave. Coming to the third floor, he loaded away some more medical equipment as well. These devices require electricity, but they work fine as long as there is a generator. After ruthlessly scavenging around, almost scraping all the land in the hospital, Shin-Yi was satisfied and left the building. Next, he expanded his telepathy to find the location of the policewoman from earlier. The policewoman and the other male cop had left the hospital and were running through the black fog. Behind them, there were hundreds of mutant cockroaches tracking. They actually lured the mutant cockroaches away. Is this because you're afraid to involve the people in the hospital? Rather too much kindness. You're not doing well for yourself, and you're in the mood to take care of people who have nothing to do with it. Shin-Yi followed the two from afar while knocking down the fruit. With telepathy anyway, he could lock onto the policewoman's location as long as it wasn't more than a kilometer away. And while following the policewoman, Shin-Yi was also observing the plants within a kilometer. Looking for the alien fruit, he realized that the number of exotic fruits was indeed rare, and it was hard to find one. If one has to eat a large amount of exotic fruit in order to raise their exotic ability level, then it's almost impossible for others to upgrade. After all, my telepathic powers from 8 nearly 10 fruits just to raise level to 1-2 inch. It doubles even more when you go up to level 3. The higher the level of the supernatural ability, the more fruits are needed. According to the rarity of supernatural fruits, an ordinary person who can raise his supernatural ability to 2 levels is already considered very powerful, let alone 7 or 8 levels. Shin-Yi felt dumbfounded just thinking about it. If not for the fact that he had a system that allowed him to unlock supernatural fruits, he would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps there were other methods of upgrading other than eating alien fruits to upgrade, but it certainly wasn't as convenient as eating the fruits directly. This is because there are almost no side effects when you eat alien fruits to upgrade. The only side effect of the telepathic fruit, for example, would be to eat it slower. As long as you don't eat too much at once, you can continue to eat after a reprieve and it has no effect on your body. Is this? Shin-Yi followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers, and suddenly discovered through God's perspective that on the path the policewoman must take, there were a dozen or so ordinary people armed with weapons, who were besieging the 2 mutant field cats. One of them, the man in the lead, also had a pistol in his hand. Why would this group risk fighting mutated animals? Is it for the meat? Shin-Yi was puzzled in his heart. Can you eat the meat of mutated animals? He wasn't sure. Maybe it's still possible, but as we get closer, Shin-Yi realized that he might have guessed wrong, because, with his God's perspective, he saw a few normal plants behind those 2 mutated field cats, and on the rhizome of that normal plant were 2 colorful fruits. It's the fruit of allomancy, and there are actually 2 of them. Shin-Yi, surprised at the same time, immediately perceived that the purpose of this group of people is not simple. 54, Flame Shifter. Do these people recognize the alien fruit as well? Shin-Yi was thoughtful, and through God's perspective, he realized that the dozen or so people didn't all seem to be ordinary. Among them, there was surprisingly a young woman who could change flames out of thin air and manipulate them. Alien. Sure enough, that makes sense. They must have known about the effects of the alien fruit, and that's why they were wrestling with the mutant field cats. However, now that I've seen it, the fruit is mine. Shin-Yi immediately hid his figure and quietly walked over. Meanwhile, female police officer Qin Xiang and male police officer Wang Jiqiang managed to shake off the mutated cockroaches, and after walking carefully for a while, they also vaguely heard voices in the black fog ahead, and the faint odor of blood. Someone! Look out! Qin Xiang immediately drew her gun and turned on the safety. It's not always safe to meet people in the end times, especially this sound with the smell of blood. Team Qin, I seem to have heard the sound of a fight. The people in front of us aren't fighting within, are they? Should we intervene? The sense of justice in Wang's heart made him want to step in and stop the fight. After all, humans will have to help each other to survive in the apocalypse. Infighting only drains power in vain. No, they shouldn't be fighting people. I hear cats, maybe mutant animals. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. She had a strong sense of hearing and heard many sounds that Wang could not hear. What? If it's a mutated animal, then all the more reason for us to step in and help. Team Qin, Wang said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded her head and said, let's quietly feel our way over and see how the situation is at the scene. and if we need to, we'll step in to help. Yes, even at the end of the day, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still insisted on their duties as police officers. Rescue the general population. Protect the general population. They've saved a lot of people in their time. I came to the hospital today to look for anti-inflammatory medicines, but also to save the woman who was seriously injured when I rescued her back 2 days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the two of them were feeling their way forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Guns! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang subconsciously glanced at each other, and a high level of vigilance surfaced in their eyes. The sound of gunfire signifies danger, but besides being wary, Wang also had a few expectations. Is it possible that it was one of the other surviving co-workers? Be careful, no matter who it is. It's dangerous to have a gun in your hand, Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang also gripped his pistol nervously. The two men slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer they got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. It was punctuated by the cat screams. There are many stray cats and stray dogs in the city, so mutated cats and mutated dogs are also the most common mutated animals when the end comes. Just, for some reason, the mutated dogs and cats are no longer docile, but have started attacking people and eating them. Even mutated pets are the first to attack their owners. What man? Come out. Suddenly, someone spotted Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. At once, several men with weapons looked over. Because of the black fog's influence, the two were only discovered when they got very close. You're cops. The crowd was originally aggressive, but when they saw the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, they changed their faces. Seeing that it was just a group of ordinary people, Wang relaxed his guard and spoke with a smile. That's right, we're from the Shimusha Criminal Police. It's here to rescue you. However, when the crowd heard the word criminal police, they suddenly looked different. There were a few individuals who even inexplicably began to tremble, and a look of panic surfaced in their eyes. These people, something's not right. Qin Xiang was experienced enough to see the change in the expressions of the crowd and realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If it were an ordinary person, the first reaction to seeing a police officer at the end of the day would surely be to ask for help, not to tremble and be afraid. Qin Xiang quietly opened the pistol's safety, ready to deal with the enemy. Wang, on the other hand, somewhat relaxed his guard, and even smiled and asked the crowd if they needed help. Bang! An ear-splitting gunshot suddenly cut through the air. Before Wang, who was full of enthusiasm, could react, his chest was mercilessly penetrated by a bullet. He looked down at his uniform, which was rapidly becoming soaked with blood, disbelief in his eyes. With the loss of power, his body slowly collapsed, as if time was being stretched in this moment, and everything around him became blurred and distant. Asshole! Qin Xiang cursed angrily and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of Wang Jiqiang's sneak attack in the black mist. Bang bang bang! The bullets kept firing, but surprisingly none of the shots hit the target. The shooter in the black mist was cunning. He ducked after one shot. By the time Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly changed the ammunition, a loud roar suddenly came out of the black fog. Mud! What are you all waiting for? Hurry thee up and kill this. If we let her escape, we'll all die. Don't forget, you have human lives on your hands too. With the drumming and threatening of this voice, the originally frightened people suddenly stared at Qin Xiang in unison, killing intent surfacing in their eyes. Let's all go together. The gun is definitely not as fast as the knife at such a close distance. Someone yelled, raised a kitchen knife and charged. The others were also inspired and surrounded Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. And during this time, Qin Xiang had also changed her magazines. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The man who was the first to rush over in a rage was shot straight through the cheek, and after a few struggles, he fell to the ground and lost his breath. The others were stunned. Qin Xiang, however, did not continue to shoot, but ducked behind a wall at the first opportunity, because there was a gunman in the black fog staring at him. But any time she hesitated for another second, she might be sneak attacked by the other party. *************************************************** Ing asshole. Qin Xiang looked at Wang Jiqiang who was continuously spitting blood in the distance and clenched her fists in anger. This group. I can't believe I'm killing people at the drop of a hat. Simply outlaws. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still underestimated the sinister hearts of the Doomsday. They were kind enough to come and help, but they also thought that they might be in danger, and were always alert enough to do so, but never expected that the other side would suddenly shoot in the dark. Without a word of communication, the sudden shot left Wang, an upright policeman, defenseless. Get thee on, don't be a wimp, I've got a gun in my hand too. If this shows her head again, I'll kill her. In the black mist, the man's voice came out again. It was the man who had fired the sneak attack, and apparently the leader of the group of outlaws. Qin Xiang gripped her pistol tightly and observed the surrounding terrain. She only has 4 bullets left. There was no way she could use her full strength if she couldn't take care of the gunman in the black mist. Must, first, kill him. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on, Qin Xiang secretly said, then quickly backed away and hid into the black mist. When the other outlaws finally mustered up enough courage to charge, there was no one left behind the wall. Boss, she's gone. Boss, this policewoman actually ran away. Boss, should we give chase? The outlaws reported back into the black mist behind them in a chorus of voices. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman looked at each other. Brother Li, we must go after them. We must kill this policewoman to be safe. Otherwise, if we let her go back and find help, we'll be in danger. The woman's eyes were beady with suggestion. The middle-aged man nodded his head and agreed. That's right. Since we've done it, we'll do it to the end. Subsequently, he shouted to the minions in front of him. All give chase. Don't wimp out. I'm right behind you. If that dares to show her head, I'll beat her to death. 55. This woman, simply not human. The little brothers didn't dare to disobey their boss's orders, and immediately carefully lined up around them. And at this point, Qin Xiang, who was hidden in the black fog, locked on to the direction of the gunman through the sound. She lowered her footsteps and made a wide circle, bypassing the other bandits and meandering toward the gunman's position. Lily, do you think this could be hiding in the black mist, waiting to sneak up on us? The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and alertly analyzed with the young woman beside him. The woman froze and frowned. She shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these minions, we can be the first to notice even if there is danger. That's true. As long as we keep a good distance, she won't be able to spot us. The man nodded his head in deep thought. That's how he snuck off a cop just now. Moreover, after the sneak attack he immediately hid behind the building, so even if the other party fired, he couldn't hit himself. With the cover of the black mist, it's just safe to do bad things. Looking at the male police officer who still had breath on the ground and was still glaring viciously at him, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, completely sending Wang away. Marred, let you stinky criminal cops used to chase me every day, and dare to catch my big brother. The man finished his kill and poo-pooed it, seeming to have a great deal of resentment. The young woman looked at the male police officer's body, frowned, and said, Brother Li, you're wasting a bit of bullets. In fact, using a knife is fine. It's okay. I still have a dozen bullets here. That's enough. The middle-aged man didn't care, and he didn't know that just because of the shot he had just fired, Qin Xiang in the black mist had completely locked his position, a dozen meters away. Qin Xiang raised his gun and listened to the sound, then shot without hesitation. Bang bang bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit their targets and there were screams from both men and women, even without a field of vision. At a distance of more than 10 meters, with Qin Xiang's rich experience, she was able to determine the direction of the person through the sound. Seeing that there were no more footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over with her gun raised. She was so light on her feet that she barely made a sound. Until, that is, she saw the 2 bodies lying on the ground. It's a man and a woman, all right. The man was shot twice in the chest. Blood kept coming out of his mouth. He was already breathing more in than out. He couldn't even raise his hands. He had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the gunman who had sneaked up on Wang in the dark fog. Li Batian? Damn! It's actually you, murderer! When Qin Xiang saw what the middle-aged man looked like, she was so angry that she went forward and kicked the man heavily, directly kicking him to death. This Li Batian is a wanted fugitive. He was suspected of robbery and murder before the end of time, but he was so cunning that he was never caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian in his crime. His gang consisted of at least 3 men, and all were outlaws who had killed. After confirming Li Batian's death, Qin Xiang looked towards the woman who had also been shot. Her breath was weak, and she was lying on her back pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger at her waist and was ready to step forward to make up for it, because there's only 1 bullet left and it can't go to waste. However, just in the nick of time, this young woman who had been pretending to be dead violently rolled over and rose up, suddenly condensing a blazing flame in her hand, directly attacking Qin Xiang's face. Even though Qin Xiang always maintained a high level of vigilance, this sudden flame attack still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding most of the onslaught of flames, but a few wisps of fire still grazed her body, leaving searing welts. Shifter! Qin Xiang's eyes stared. I didn't realize that this young woman was actually a shifter. At the same time, because of the gunshots earlier, the other outlaws around them had gathered around. Big brother? Are you still back there? Big brother? Big brother, did you fire the gun just now? When the young woman heard the voices of her minions, she quickly opened her mouth and called out, I'm here. Get over here. Qin Xiang's eyes snapped, and the dagger in her hand was thrown like lightning, accurately penetrating the woman's neck. Blood spurted out like a stream. The woman stared with wide eyes and struggled in pain for a few moments, then collapsed helplessly, the flames that had just coalesced in her hands dissipating. Meanwhile, the surrounding outlaws, armed with various weapons, quickly gathered around. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Xiang raised her hand and fired a shot, directly killing the bandit who rushed to the front. Immediately after that, she took an arrow step forward and violently kicked another bandit in the chest. Only heard a sound. The person's chest instantly collapsed. The whole person like a broken kite flew out backwards, fell heavily on the ground. No more sound. Click. A kick to kill a big living man. Is this even human? The other bandits were instantly stunned in place, their faces filled with horror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister, who has a shifter, was killed. This policewoman is horrible. She is not human. Definitely not human. With little hesitation, the bandits turned around and rushed into the black mist to escape. At the same time, Qin Xiang was about to strike again. Qin Xiang frowned. If she hadn't run out of bullets in her gun, she would have killed all of these people. There is no telling how many ordinary people will be victimized by keeping such a group of bottomless outlaws alive. Immediately thereafter, she quickly stepped to the shot Wang, only to find that Wang had completely lost his breath due to another shot in the head. Qin Xiang's face showed her grief. Another co-worker has passed away. Still a very righteous and kind young co-worker. Now, the entire criminal investigation team may be left with only one survivor. But she can't die yet, because there are still many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the grief in her heart, and took out all of Wang Jiqian's sidearm and bullets. She then came back to Li Batian's corpse and searched the gun in the other party's hand and all the bullets on his body as well. This turned out to be a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Did other co-workers get killed by Li Batian too? But such questions were destined to be clueless, so she could only collect her thoughts and pull out her own dagger from the female alien's neck again, preparing to bury Wang's body as soon as possible and then leave. Because there were a lot of corpses around, the bloody odor emanating from these corpses would definitely attract mutated animals. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. Just as Qin Xiang was just about to dig a hole, suddenly, her ears twitched as she heard faint footsteps coming from the dark mist ahead of her. What man? Qin Xiang was immediately alert. The dagger in her hand made a defensive gesture. The footsteps appeared very suddenly. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax. I'm not with them. A magnetic voice came out. Next, a handsome man walked out. Shani had also just arrived not long ago. He didn't use instantaneous transmission the entire time to rush, or else his physical strength would be too much and it would be dangerous in this kind of scenario. But he took in the entirety of the scene that had just occurred with his god's perspective. Qin Xiang and her colleagues are sneak attacked and assassinated by this group of outlaws. And then Qin Xiang makes a perfect comeback in a desperate attempt to kill them. It had to be said that this Qin Xiang's strength was indeed strong. Plus she was suspected of having psychic abilities, even with her bare hands, as long as the enemy didn't have a gun. A group of outlaws were no match for her. Shani weighed the situation slightly and felt that he might not even be Qin Xiang's opponent without a sneak attack. Therefore, he could only show his face, because those two alien fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruit has been picked by that woman. Only, before she could eat it, she was killed by Qin Xiang. 56. Gain a new psychic ability, Shadow Binding. What are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not letting her guard down at all. Even the gun in her hand had its safety on. My name is Shani. I had an item snatched by her, so I specifically came to find her. Shani pointed to the young woman's corpse on the ground and casually made it up. Qin Xiang's frown deepened, obviously not quite convinced. After all, this kind of thing is too much of a coincidence. He just killed a woman himself and this man shows up and says he's here for her. But as she glanced around, the man in front of her didn't have a gun in his hand or any other weapon, and wasn't much of a threat to her. Go over and get it yourself, Qin Xiang said and took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thanks. Shani nodded his head, and then stepped forward and took out two alien fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He didn't hide it from Qin Xiang and deliberately let her see it. It was to test whether Qin Xiang was an alien or not. If she was a psychic, then she definitely recognized the psychic fruit. Of course, while doing this dangerous action, Shani was also ready to use instantaneous transfer to run away. If Qin Xiang, the policewoman, developed greed for the exotic fruit and wanted to strike at himself, he could also ensure that he would be the first to get out of the battlefield. Fortunately, Christina Chin is a very upright police officer. After she saw the alien fruit, although her expression changed drastically, she didn't mean to kill and take the treasure. This thing, is it yours? Qin Xiang hesitantly asked. Well, this is the alien fruit that I discovered long ago, but this woman robbed me based on the fact that there were more of them, so I looked for it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, officer, for helping me kill her, Shin-Yi said, took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots from the system space and put them on the ground. This supply is a thank you to you, officer, for your righteousness. Having said that, he directly used instantaneous transfer and left the scene. When something arrives, you don't take any chances. As for collecting this policewoman, it's not possible at the moment, because he probably couldn't beat her himself. If he had to accept a woman who was more powerful than himself, not to mention whether the other party was willing or not, Shin-Yi himself was not at ease, so it would be better to stay in favor and get stronger later. If the policewoman is still alive by then it's just a matter of coming back for her. If she didn't have the ability to live, then Shin-Yi didn't feel much pity. After all, he was just paying a small price for supplies. Qin Xiang looked at the place where Shin-Yi disappeared. Her eyes could not hide her shock. The man turned out to be a shifter as well. And he's so strong with this psychic ability. If this man had just been mean to himself, he might not have been able to react. Qin Xiang couldn't help but swallow her saliva. For the first time she had a cold sweat. I didn't realize that there were such godforsaken powers in the world. Luckily this guy is a good guy. Otherwise, one won't make it back today. Qin Xiang was wary of this young man who suddenly appeared from the very beginning, especially when she saw that the other party was calm at the sight of the corpse, not scared or disgusted at all. She knew that this person was by no means simple, until, that is, she saw the other woman remove 2 alien fruits from the woman's pocket. Since Qin Xiang had also eaten the exotic fruit, she recognized that fruit. That's a fruit that can give ordinary people psychic powers. No wonder this man risked showing up. As for whether the other party was telling the truth, Qin Xiang was not sure, but she felt that the probability was true. Otherwise, how could he have accurately pulled the fruit out of the corpse's jacket pocket? Moreover, if this man was a bad guy, he could totally sneak up on him and kill himself with his Deus Ex Machina powers. No need to reason with yourself at all. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang also looked at the 2 supplies left behind by Shin-Yi, especially that self-heating hot pot with a big box. That's a box that's enough for a meal for 2 or 3 people. This man called Shin-Yi was indeed not bad. Qin Xiang was not polite and put them all into her backpack. It's the time of year when supplies are running low these days. After that, she dug a hole to cover Wang's body, made a simple mark, and quickly left. 4. She had heard several mutant animals approaching. Shin-Yi found a safe place and watched Qin Xiang leave from God's perspective. It was not until she disappeared from view that Shin-Yi withdrew his eyes. Then, he took out the 2 exotic fruits he had just obtained. That's a real surprise. Shin-Yi's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin Xiang's supplies, but it turned out that he had accidentally obtained 2 alien fruits. Without hesitation, Shin-Yi ate one on the spot. The fruit went into his stomach and a warm feeling rose within him, but it was also quickly gone. Shin-Yi immediately tapped the panel to check the newly acquired supernatural ability. Shadow Binding, LV1 within a distance of meters. You can control up to 2 shadows of the target to bind the target. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target will not be able to perform any behavior. 20. The stronger the target you use this binding ability on, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target you use it on, the less stamina you consume. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Scratch that. That's a bit of a sick ability. Shin-Yi carefully read the introduction twice and couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as you control the target's shadow, you can restrict everything the target does. Isn't this just a low-level version of the time stop ability? Shin-Yi, who was a bit excited, immediately used telepathy to find the nearest mutant animal, and then instantly moved over. It's an ordinary family's house. There was a mutant teddy in the living room, 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. It still had blood on its mouth and the room was filled with the smell of blood, and there was a mutilated female corpse on the floor. The moment this mutant teddy saw Shin-Yi, it barked furiously and lunged at him, being extremely aggressive. Shin-Yi did not move, but looked at the shadow of this teddy reflected by the light from the window. Immediately thereafter, Shin-Yi just had a thought rise in his mind and fixed its shadow. At that moment, only the mutant teddy that was originally going to charge over was hard controlled in place, like a statue. No matter how wildly it screamed and how vicious it was, it couldn't move. Sure is a powerful control skill. Shin-Yi was content with this shadow binding ability. Even if he encountered another battle-experienced aberration like Qin Xiang, he could still take down the other party. Then, Shin-Yi continued to test this supernormal ability. He found that the shadow binding restriction wasn't that great. For example, even if the target's shadow wasn't complete and only had the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shin-Yi could still bind the opponent. Moreover, during the period of binding the target, Shin-Yi could walk around at will, and could also pull out a weapon to attack the target, and himself was not affected in any way, and at most, he would just consume some physical strength. Like binding a mutant teddy wasn't much of a drain on him. In this way, it could be concluded that ordinary mutated animals could be easily bound by Shin-Yi. In his heart, he was satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, and Shin-Yi used instantaneous transfer to return to the safety of the top floor again. Then, he took out another alien fruit and ate it. 57. A heavily armed army. Another fruit in the belly. Shin-Yi felt warmth in his internal organs and limbs. It was as if the whole person was immersed in a hot spring. Vaguely, he felt as if the strength of his body had increased a bit. This comfortable feeling is like the first time I ate the flesh evolution fruit. Shin-Yi murmured softly. He tapped the panel to view it. Surprisingly, it turned out that no new powers were added. Host, Shin-Yi, age, 20. Force value, 45, excluding any external bonuses. Unlocked materials, Master Handsome Mineral Water. Freshly baked roast chicken. Type pistol. 54 grade steak. Fruit of Alien Energy 5A, telepathy. Deluxe version of self-heating hot pot. Acquired powers, Flesh Evolution LV1. Instant Movement LV1. Telepathy LV7. Shadow Binding LV1. Flesh Evolution, LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, durability, health, etc. have all increased dramatically. Instantaneous movement, LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your instantaneous movement is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can continuously activate instantaneous movement without any limitations. Telepathy, LV7. You can sense, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without the use of your eyes. 1,000. All scenes within meters of an unhindered by any obstacles. 1,000. Shadow Binding, LV1. Within a distance of meters, you can control up to 2 shadows of the target to bind the target. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target will not be able to perform any behavior. 20. The stronger the target you use this binding ability on, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target you use it on, the less stamina you consume. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. No new powers. But, Shin-Yi could feel a considerable increase in his power. In other words, the second exotic fruit he ate was the flesh evolution fruit he had been looking for. Rather a bit of a waste. If this fruit was given to my little sister, it would solve her lack of stamina. He ate it himself, though it had an effect and even increased his stamina by almost a tenth or so, allowing him to unleash his instantaneous movement and other supernatural abilities a few more times. However, if you wanted to upgrade your flesh evolution to level, you would need to eat at least 8 or 9 more fruits of the same type. 2. That's why he felt slightly sorry for it. The main thing is that before not eating it, Shin-Yi can't tell what kind of supernormal ability the fruit has, and there is no way to purposely stay. However, overall, the results were good. Shin-Yi's combat power had increased by a full 15 points at once. That's fine. Today's harvest has been very good. Shin-Yi was content. So, he turned on his telepathy and searched for possible alien fruits on the road while heading home from a god's perspective. He purposely switched to a path he hadn't traveled before, just to look for the alien fruit along the way. But after a few kilometers of walking, the alien fruit was nowhere to be found. But it led him to a group of soldiers who were resting inside the building. That's right, soldiers. They were a group of a dozen or so, all dressed in dark uniforms and armed with powerful heat weapons such as rifles and submachine guns. And there were pistols, grenades, etc. on his belt. This is definitely an elite unit. The numbers are small, but the firepower configuration is ridiculously strong. In addition to this group of soldiers, Shin-Yi also saw a few very old men, as well as a few youths and a few women. These non-combatants, protected by soldiers, seemed important. Where did these soldiers come from? I thought there was no rescue force? Shin-Yi raised his eyebrows and observed curiously. Anyway, with a distance of nearly a kilometer, plus the fact that he was hidden in the shadows, it was unlikely that these people would be able to spot him. Unfortunately, telepathy only allows you to see the field of vision. There's no way to hear what they're saying. Shin-Yi looked at the crowd that was exchanging words and vaguely felt that the identity of these old men was not simple. Otherwise, how could such a small squad of heavily armed soldiers escort them when the mountain town had almost fallen? There are questions. Shin-Yi observed for a while and saw that it was getting late, so he prepared to leave. This squad should be prepared to spend the night here and wait until tomorrow to see how they are doing. As for why I'm coming back tomorrow, the first is curiosity about the identity and purpose of these people. The second was because one of these people, a sensible woman in a white coat and glasses, triggered a system prompt. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Lin Jiwei. Age, 31. Looks, 91 points. Body, 92 points. Inside, 100 points, pure and sexually frigid. Total score, 93. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. 31 years old and actually pure. However, seeing the additional introduction of sexual frigidity, Shani can also understand why this woman is pure. After a general sweep of the area, noting the location of the neighborhood, he left. Meanwhile, the soldiers inside the building are setting up their defenses. There was a soldier who looked like an officer talking to a couple of older men, vaguely blushing. Elder Wang, Elder Zhou, the mission I received is that I must escort you safely out of Mountain City. Nothing else is as important as your safety. The middle-aged captain's expression was serious, a non-negotiable one. No way. I'm not leaving. Those valuable research materials and research samples in the research lab are important. That's what many people paid with their lives to preserve. And it must be brought out. Otherwise I won't go with you guys. You guys leave me alone. I'll stay at the Mountain City Research Laboratory. A stubborn old man lost his temper and, Elder Wang, as long as you people can survive, the research can still continue, but if you die, there is no use having more information. Captain Zhao persuaded bitterly. Humph, you don't even understand the importance of those research samples. Elder Wang did not back down. At this point, another old man spoke gently. Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions, and Professor Wang isn't angry with you. But those research materials are really important. If you don't bring out those research materials and samples, it won't be much use even if you save all of us so-called experts and professors. We need those samples. The country also needs those samples. Those are the earliest genetic samples of the mutated animals and mutated plants in the Mountain City. Among them there are also the most important genetic samples of mutant. Only by bringing back those samples can we continue to study 001. Otherwise, when mutant fully grows up, the tens of millions of people in this entire Mountain City will be killed by it. 001. We the people must not watch this happen. It's tens of millions of lives. Hearing Zhou Lao's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. He was given a death order from above that he must save these scientists and viral geneticists. But, it would undoubtedly be risky to venture to the institute now. Captain Zhao was a little hesitant. How to choose between the life and death of tens of millions of people and the life and death of a dozen professors and experts? If it was before, he would have chosen the former without hesitation. But, it's the end of days, and these dozen or so leaders in their respective fields are clearly more important to the future of humanity as a whole. It has to go back to the institute. And I'm going. At this point, a female voice that was rational to the core, with little emotional fluctuation came out. The crowd subconsciously looked at the person who spoke, a sensible woman in a white coat and glasses. But your safety and security. Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, it has to go back. The woman's tone was undeniable. 58. Ideas for establishing shelters. Dr. Lin, I have orders to keep you safe. Nothing else is as important as your safety. Captain Zhao was still trying to stop it, and trying to get the old professors to help persuade them as well. After all, this Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered from above to be brought back safely. Who knows? Surprisingly, the old professors agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Even, Captain Zhao had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin as if they were her students. But how is that possible? Dr. Lin has a good resume, but it's certainly nowhere near as good as the other old professors. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou, these two old professors have a certain reputation all over the world. But at the moment, the two respected old professors, however, were very well behaved. Even the very stubborn Elder Wang actually nodded in silence. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, the upper peak had specifically issued a death order, saying that Dr. Lin Jiwei Lin's safety was very important, and that he must protect Dr. Lin, and that he mustn't use any coercive means. If necessary, you can apply for assistance from the fighter planes. In short, you must save Dr. Lin. It seemed that this Dr. Lin was something special. So, under pressure, Captain Zhao could only agree to make another trip to the institute, but he refused to take all the experts and professors with him, otherwise it would be a loss for all of Xia, and even all of humanity, if he were to be destroyed by the group. So, soldiers split in two. One team, led by Captain Zhao, went to the institute to get genetic samples and research materials. The other team stayed behind to keep the old professors safe. Lin Jiwei is also going to venture to the institute. Even if Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was useless. This strong Dr. Lin made Captain Zhao helpless. The point was, the other old professors were also on Lin Jiwei's side. but whenever he said a word of refusal, before Dr. Lin could react, the other old professors were anxious first. I was right yesterday. This mutant black spider is really growing up. It's bigger today than it was yesterday. After Shini returned to the neighborhood, he subconsciously used telepathy to look at the black spider coiled on the 6th floor and found that it had grown another size. Yesterday he thought he was mistaken, but apparently not. The mutant black spiders were growing, and growing fast, getting bigger in a day. The growth rate of this black spider is too terrifying. Is it because of the non-stop eating? Or is it because of the mutation? Shini frowned. Seems like we need to find a way to fix it soon. Otherwise, if you let this black spider continue to grow, I'm afraid it would really threaten your safety. Retract your eyes. Shini used instantaneous transfer and traveled to building to check on his grandmother and little sister, leaving some food and water behind in the process. 13. After that, Shini returned to the 6th floor and first came to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change the gauze and put on medicine in the meantime. I found quite a few medicines from the hospital today, and there just happened to be something that would heal the trauma. During the change of medication, Shini inquired about whether Chu Xiaoxiao knew the other residents of the building, but Chu Xiaojiao said that he had just moved in not long ago, plus he usually stayed at home to broadcast and rarely went out, so naturally he didn't know his neighbors. Don't even know what the next door neighbor's name is. In this way, Shini did not ask any more questions and used instantaneous transfer to go home. Honey, you're back. The few women in the living room would no longer be as surprised as before when they saw Shini, who appeared out of thin air, but they greeted each other warmly. The ladies were even more enthusiastic than usual today, because Shini gave Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to obtain superpowers, so they naturally began to change their tricks to make Shini happy. This was what Shini wanted to see. However, after running outside all day today, he was also a bit tired, and tomorrow he would have to get up early to look for those soldiers, so Shini was ready to take a veggie nap. If we can get the assault rifles and grenades those soldiers are holding, we might be able to take out the mutant black spiders. Originally, Shini was simply curious about what those soldiers were here for, but after feeling the threat of the black spiders again today, he hit on the idea of the soldiers' weapons. If a pistol can't break through a mutant black spider's defense, it's not like a grenade can't do the same, right? Shini was lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plan when the door was suddenly knocked. Honey, asleep? It's the voice of Gangnam Smoke. Not yet. Come in if you need to talk. Jiang Nanyan pushed the door and walked in, and purposely closed the door. Honey, I have a friend who is also looking for asylum, so see if you can take her in? Jiang Nan Smoke said. Female? Shini frowned. Aha! And long and beautiful and in great shape. Gangnam Smoke emphasized his friend's appearance. Shini's brows stretched, sort of understanding what Jiang Nan Smoke meant. Feelings are not a Madonna attack, but a desire to find yourself a woman. Sure enough, because Su Wanting had gained psychic abilities, the other women couldn't sit still. It's kind of to be expected. After all, this woman, Jiang Nan Smoke, had betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain her favor. This healthy competition in the harem is naturally good for Shini. He thought for a moment and asked, aren't we off the grid now? And you can still reach your friend? I've talked to her before and know where she is now. Jiang Nan Smoke replied. She didn't want to risk picking up her friend if she could. But when she thought of the fact that Su Wanting had even gained psychic abilities, she was a bit reluctant. Honey, I can drive to pick her up. There shouldn't be any problems. Jiang Nan Smoke added. Shini pondered slightly. It's a bit risky to let Gangnam Smoke pick it up. Shini was temporarily unsure if the unlocked supplies would stop being distributed after the woman died, so he didn't really want to risk Jiang Nan Smoke. Now that it was getting more and more dangerous outside, even Shini needed to always have a perspective hang on when he went out. Not to mention ordinary people. Not to mention, one day husband and wife. There is no need to let Jiang Nan Smoke die for no reason, as long as it is not a woman who betrays herself, even if it is a vase. Shini does not want to just get killed. After all, it's not like he's short on supplies to support a woman and is more or less emotionally grounded. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shini did not have any other subordinates that he could make use of and would not feel any pain if he died. Wait, why can't we have such subordinates? Totally. Even those ordinary people could have a bunch of minions working for them, so he could take in a bunch of people to work and work for him just by casually taking out a little bit of supplies, right? And it's not like you're short on supplies. There are millions of servings of water and food in the warehouse combined. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. What's more, now Shini has the ability to see through hostile intent. He is going to use the subordinates but any dissent. Directly shoot is. It's perfectly fine to recruit people who will do things for you without fear of betrayal. You can't do everything yourself, can you? Even if such a subordinate died, he wouldn't feel much pain. After all, We were just trading normally. I give you food and water. You work for me. Thinking of this, Shani looked at Jiangnan Smoke and spoke. I recently had the idea of forming a shelter to take in survivors. In this situation now, the state rescue will definitely not be able to come. We can take in some of the survivors, especially the female survivors, to help us with our errands. Yes, forming a shelter has the added benefit of housing female survivors. Let the female survivors deliver themselves. Otherwise, it would be too slow for Shani to find female survivors that met the system's criteria one by one. But if one has a shelter, and then everyone is at one's service, helping one along to find women who meet the system's criteria, then that speeds up all of a sudden. Assembly line work is definitely faster than one person. Hubby, if you've made up your mind, I'll start the preparations tomorrow. Jiang Nanyan immediately said. She was now eager to do something for Shani, thus getting the reward of the alien fruit as well. Well, tomorrow you start the preparations. First count the residents in this neighborhood. We'll use this neighborhood as the initial base to establish the shelter. Shani said. There are enough houses in this neighborhood, and they are all large, flat, with wide views, to make a great base. However, we'll have to take care of that mutant black spider first. Think about it. Shani took out a few exotic fruits from the system space. 59, invested for so long, it's time to take back the report. Eat it, and you'll gain psychic powers. Shani took out the exotic fruit and said, there must be some reward for letting Gangnam Smoke do his job. Plus, Jiangnan Smoke also got credit for tricking by Shani before. So giving a few more exotic fruits was considered compensation. For those who have already gained powers, a few more fruits don't really do much. Allomancy only metamorphoses with each upgrade. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 exotic fruits, and she hurriedly took them. I didn't realize that my husband had given himself so many alien fruits. It was a full 4 more than Sue wanting. It's true. You still have to collect women for your husband to be happy. Jiangnan Smoke, who thought she had found the trick, was thinking at the moment that she must do a good job of forming the shelter, and at that time, she would take in more female survivors, and then pick out the beautiful women for her husband. This way you get more rewards for yourself. With this in mind, several alien fruits had already been imported. At once, a cold, as if electrifying pleasure flowed through her so well. Is this what it feels like to gain powers? After that, Shani also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her powers. And he also told Jiangnan Smoke that psychic abilities could be upgraded. For example, she had eaten 5 alien fruits now, and if she ate about 5 more, her alien level would be 1 level higher, and her alien ability would become stronger then. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyan revealed a surprised expression. No wonder she felt as if her powers increased slightly with each fruit she ate, except that the feeling wasn't obvious. Turns out it takes an upgrade to do that. At once, her desire to work hard was reinforced. Only by working hard could he obtain more alien fruits and raise his alien ability level. As long as my alien ability level is higher than Sue Wanting and the other women, then I'm the one with the most power of speech. Moreover, the higher the level of the supernatural ability, it means that I am more valuable to Shani, and he will be less likely to abandon me. Jiang Nanyan thought so, already having a clear goal. It didn't matter who got their powers first, it mattered more who had a higher level of powers. After all, as Shani had said, the effect of the supernatural ability would double with every level. Level ISO far crushes to level 1. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's expression of eagerness to try, Shani was satisfied. Continuing to paint the pie with alien levels gives the women an incentive to struggle so they can enjoy better service themselves. Telepathy wasn't a combat type ability anyway, so even if he let all of his women rise to level 7 or 8, they wouldn't be able to threaten him. Instead, you can help yourself. For example, when recruiting survivors, having telepathy can screen out what people are hostile, ill-intentioned, etc. In conclusion, as long as Jiangnan Smoke was serious about her work, Shani was prepared to let her become the first besides himself to upgrade to person-level psychic ability. 2. Jiang Nanyan's ability to do her job was very reliable, plus her current level of loyalty was straight after Sue Wanting. It was well worth cultivating herself. Honey, I serve you. After mastering her powers, Jiangnan Smoke blushed slightly and slowly undid her pink pajamas. Shani had wanted to refuse, but seeing the purple color in Gangnam Smoke's pajamas, he fell silent. The purple color is very charming. Well, human nature, not destined to get any veggie sleep tonight. The words are split. Lu Yeye's side can be difficult. Her head was full of jumbled thoughts and she was losing sleep again tonight. Shani actually didn't want himself again tonight. Why? Do you really dislike yourself that much? Although she knew that her looks couldn't compare to Shani's other women, but to say that she was ugly, she wouldn't recognize it. She had her share of suitors from middle school through college. If it were not for the fact that she was preoccupied with her studies, Lu Yaya felt that she could casually talk about 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. One is definitely not ugly and pretty. Just, the girls around Shin-Yi were all goddesses, and she paled in comparison. In fact, the main reason was because sleeping with Lu Yaya didn't unlock the supplies, so Shin-Yi naturally had little interest. Otherwise he would have done it long ago. As for the reason for still keeping Lu Yaya, it was because Shin-Yi had long thought of forming a shelter and felt that he might need someone to do odd jobs, so he kept it. Otherwise, you can't always do everything yourself. Day 2. After Shin-Yi woke up from his sleep, he ate breakfast with the women and talked about the idea of forming a shelter. The idea was instantly supported by all. Since the ladies followed Shin-Yi, they didn't worry about food and drink, and they didn't worry about safety, and they were bored to death with nothing but eating and sleeping every day, so they also wanted to find something to do. And, with the establishment of the shelter, they will be able to mobilize the shelter's manpower to search for their families. As for letting Shin-Yi help them find their families, all the women had never thought about it. In case Shin-Yi was upset, they would be out of luck. Except, of course, for the little heartbreak of finding family. More importantly, they had heard that Jiangnan Smoke had been rewarded with 5 exotic fruits in one go, and had also learned that exotic powers could actually be upgraded. So the enthusiasm of all the women was mobilized. They also have to do serious work to get the alien fruit. Regarding the number of people to be recruited to the shelter, as well as food and accommodation, it is up to you to discuss a reasonable set of programs and then show them to me, Shin-Yi said. He didn't want to worry about such trivialities. What's more, he doesn't know anything about management. In comparison, Gangnam Smoke, whose family owns a company, should have experience, at least more experienced than yourself. Leave the professional things to the professional people. You just need to be a handful. Anyway, the final decision-making power is in yourself. If you are not satisfied, just vote it down. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shin-Yi left the house. Before she left 5 more guns behind, leaving Su-Yun in charge of the management and distribution of the weapons. Since they were going to set up a shelter, it was also necessary for their women to have weapons. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to handle a bad guy. Hubby, don't worry, leave the security of the house to me. Su-Yun nodded seriously. Although the heart is still not too comfortable with Shin-Yi's opening of the harem, Su-Yun's loyalty to Shin-Yi has not wavered a bit. Shin-Yi also trusted her. It even rewarded Su-Yun with an extra exotic fruit. The material, the alien fruit, was unlocked from Su-Yun, and giving her a reward wasn't unfair to the other women. What's more, Shin-Yi didn't care if it was fair or not. He can reward whoever he wants. If any woman resents herself for something like that, she deserves to die. Leave the house. Shin-Yi first came to 1501 to change the gauze for the secondary anchor Chu Xiao Xiao. After a few days of nursing, her wounds had healed some. It looks like it should be ready for some simple exercise. After investing for so long, it's time to see a return. 60, Alien Power Upgrade. Mutant Giant Dog. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'm coming for you. Remember to wash up a little. After Shin-Yi finished changing Chu Xiaoxiao's medicine and left dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, he used instantaneous transfer to leave. He also had to hurry to get to the soldiers he saw yesterday, or else it would be hard to get a high lethality weapon like a grenade when the soldiers left. As for Caterfoil, one more day for her to recover and she should recoup her investment tonight. If it wasn't for Shin-Yi not worrying about food and drink, he would have already fought in blood, not caring if Chu Xiaoxiao would get hurt. But after all, it has not reached the point of exhaustion. Shin-Yi also still retains the bottom line. What does it mean to come to me tonight? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, murmuring seemingly ignorantly, but her cute face gradually reddened. She certainly understood what Shin-Yi meant. Finally, it's time to proceed to that step. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao had been apprehensive for the past 2 days. She was looking forward to it, excited, and a little scared and worried. What if Prince Charming stops caring about himself after he breaks the final step with himself? What if you abandon yourself? But with Prince Charming's kindness, he shouldn't be a man with a wolf's heart like Chen Shimi, right? But no matter how she brainstormed, she didn't seem to have the reason or the strength to refuse. Alas, it's done. So let's get ourselves cleaned up first. Chu Xiaoxiao looked towards the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left behind for herself, enough for her to carefully wash her body. Shin-Yi followed his memory and quickly arrived at the location where the group of soldiers stayed yesterday. As he knocked back the alien fruit, he watched from the shadows, thinking about how to obtain the grenades and submachine gun. Killing people to get away with it? Not very stable. Although he had instantaneous movement and could take out a few soldiers with a sneak attack when he was taken by surprise, but after all, there were a dozen or so people on the other side, and in case they were all experienced in combat, then they might as well be karma themselves. The risks and benefits were not proportional, so Shinee decisively gave up this risky idea. Then it's a trade. Trade food and water for assault rifles and grenades. As long as these soldiers are short of water and food, they will surely be willing to switch. Sure, even with an exchange, there are risks. What if this group of soldiers saw that they had plenty of supplies and wanted to rob them? Soldiers aren't always trustworthy in the end times. Shinee felt a bit tricky. If only there was a monster to take them all out and sit back and reap the benefits. Think so. Unfortunately, after Shinee searched around, there were simply no particularly ferocious mutant monsters within a kilometer nearby. They're leaving? Shinee was silently thinking about the plan when he suddenly realized that there were 7 or 8 soldiers, with 2 men and a woman in white coats, leaving the building. Split up? Although he did not understand what these soldiers meant, Shinee realized that this was his chance to come. He knocked on his fruit and hesitated, choosing to follow these soldiers leaving the building. The first was to observe what they were up to, and in the meantime to see if there was any chance of getting their weapons. Secondly, because Shinee saw that the sensual mature woman who had triggered the system prompt was also in the group of soldiers leaving the building. If he was lucky, he might be able to take both the weapon and the man. Your telepathy has been upgraded to LV8. Telepathy, LV8 you can sense, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without using your eyes. 3,000 all scenes within meters of and without being hindered by any obstacles. 3,000. Finally another upgrade. Shinee had just finished getting high on a fruit when a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult it would be to upgrade. From level to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. 7. Even more. If this were an ordinary person, they wouldn't necessarily be able to find so many alien fruits in their lifetime, right? So Shinee is really a bit curious. Can the other alien's ability be upgraded? Or is there another way to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision. Awesome. Shinee perceived it, and his field of vision expanded by a full 2 times. But there is a downside, which is that if he has to look at the farthest away target, he will also consume slightly more stamina. But it also had little impact. With Shinee's current physical strength value, it was still enough to cope, as long as he didn't have the luxury of using instantaneous transportation all the time to catch up. Even if he kept his telepathy on, the stamina he had expended would come back up. This direction they're heading. Scrub. Downtown. Shinee suddenly frowned. Through God's view, he noticed that the group of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. Downtown. Shinee remembered that Su-yun had said that there was a very scary mutated tree in the center of the city, and that tree seemed to have intelligence. Shinee didn't want to meet up with this one. At the moment he's simply not strong enough. Follow them for a bit longer and see. If they really want to go after that big tree, then I'll just watch from afar and just leave when I see that things aren't right. Shinee thought so. Now one has a 3-kilometer field of view and can leave a large portion of it at a safe distance. Don't worry about being connected. That's all. One after the other. Maintaining the limit distance of telepathy, Shinee followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The group of soldiers were indeed fierce fighters, and the mutated animals they encountered along the way were killed by their random shots. Moreover, the bodies of individual mutant animals were collected by them. I don't know if it's going to be used for food or what's going on. Shinee watched all the actions of the group of soldiers as if they were watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived outside the gates of a virus institute. Shinee raised an eyebrow. So these guys in white coats aren't doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder it's protected by so many heavily armed soldiers. Shinee's heart was clear. From watching the battle along the way, Shinee knew that this group of soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. They have great reflexes, great reaction times, probably should be the elite of the army, special forces or something. It was a good thing that he hadn't taken the risk of sneaking up on them before, or else something could have happened. But what's going on in this institute? It's amazing how many mutated animals and plants there are. Could it be that these mutated plants and animals have been studied here since the beginning of the apocalypse? Shinee just casually swept a glance and saw that there were a lot of mutated plants and animals in the research institute, as well as the mutilated corpses of many researchers and security guards. In other words, the group of soldiers would soon encounter mutated plants and animals as soon as they went in. Although they should be able to cope with it in a short period of time with their weapons and equipment, but if it dragged on for a long time, something big was definitely going to happen. Because Shinee saw through his perspective that in a certain room underneath the ground of this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very sturdy mutant green dog lying on its back. Yes, the green dog. The fur on its body was glowing green like leaves, to the point that if one didn't look closely, one would think that the mutant dog had grown leaves all over its body. Something is wrong. This mutant dog is very wrong. Other animals, even if they are mutated, at most, they become larger in size, and their appearance becomes robust and vicious. But this mutant dog has mutated even its hair and appearance. And it's also ridiculously large. Just as Shani was taking a closer look again, suddenly, the mutant green dog opened its eyes. Its eyes were actually green as well. It looked around as if it sensed something and made a dangerous noise. Shani was shocked in his heart. You don't think so? Could this mutant green dog even detect that I was watching it from a few kilometers away? If that's the case, then it's too dangerous. Meanwhile, the soldiers have entered the institute. As they killed the mutated flora and fauna, they quickly made their way to the elevator and rode it towards the ground. Their goal, it seemed, was this mutant green dog. 61. Crisis. Because the Virus Institute comes with its own independent power supply system, so even if the whole city goes out, it still has power. All lights are on normally and the elevator works. At this point, inside an elevator, Lin Jiwei, who had spoken very little along the way, suddenly opened her mouth to the soldiers. All of you put away your weapons. Her tone remained strong. The soldiers froze and subconsciously frowned. It's so dangerous in the institute that you actually have to put your weapons away. Isn't this a death sentence? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative along the way, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jiwei at this moment. After all, it was a matter of everyone's safety. Weapons are put away, and reactions are slowed by several seconds when encountering enemies. Most of the time, a few seconds can make the difference between life and death for a person. So, Captain Zhao said to the soldiers, everyone concentrate, don't wipe your guns. There might be something more important in the underground lab. Yes, the soldiers led the way, and the discomfort in their hearts subsided only slightly. One can be careful not to go off, but putting away a weapon is impossible. Otherwise they don't feel safe. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured that my soldiers will never have anyone go off due to unforeseen circumstances, Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jiwei. Since Lin Jiwei hadn't said anything, he thought that it might be because there were some precious genetic samples in the underground lab, which was why he needed to put away his gun to prevent touching them. But Captain Zhao believed in his soldiers. They are both professionally trained and are not likely to wipe the floor in this situation. Captain Zhao's solution like this was considered to be centered, not on his soldiers' side, nor on Lin Jiwei's side. No, I'm not worried about the genetic samples. Lin Jiwei held up her glasses and looked at the soldiers, saying without any emotional fluctuations, I'm worried about you guys. The soldiers were confused. Worried about us in full armor? Many people even wanted to laugh a little. If they hadn't brought enough ammunition with them, they could have pushed this Virus Institute sideways. Ordinary mutated plants and animals who can withstand rifle fire? Grenade bombardment? They were cautious mainly because of the lack of firepower, not because of fear. Ding! And that's when it happened. The elevator stopped at the third basement level and the doors opened. What came into view was a long hallway. This hallway is tall and wide, and the white light is a little shaky. The soldiers immediately raised their guns alertly and scanned their surroundings. Just see, there was dark red blood all over the walls. There were also extensive trailing blood marks on the ground, but there were no corpses or mutated monsters to be seen. All the soldiers were immediately on alert. Often, this situation represents a high level of danger. Two soldiers were the first to step out of the elevator to check it out. Next, before they could report on the situation, Lin Jiwei also walked out right after them. As always, she had no fear or dread, and seemed to have everything under control. Dr. Lin. Captain Zhao's face changed and he hurriedly chased after him. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but walked towards the lab at the end of the corridor. When the soldiers saw this, they could only follow quickly. Captain Zhao's face didn't look too good. This Dr. Lin is too reckless. Didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutated animal really appeared, they wouldn't be able to rescue Lin Jiwei in time. Come to the door of the lab at the end. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the coded door, looked at the crowd of soldiers behind him, and said once again, all of you put away your guns and don't show any hostility, or else I won't be able to guarantee your safety next. Her words were few, but her message was huge. It just didn't fall well on the ears of the soldiers. Putting away your gun and not showing hostility to be safe? I'm sorry, but we only believe in the gun in our hands. So none of the soldiers listened to her at all. Captain Zhao, please tell them to put away their guns. Otherwise it's really dangerous. It's a very powerful mutated animal in here. Normal weapons won't even be able to injure it, and it will also enrage it. A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin, she's just short on words and not good at expressing herself. She's actually doing it for our good. Another male researcher also spoke up to explain. They knew Lin Jiwei's character and how smart she was. Don't think that just because Lin Jiwei is female and relatively young that she's incapable. Dr. Lin is a genius that even the other old professors respect greatly. I think when they first came to the institute, they also looked at Dr. Lin as a woman, so they belittled Dr. Lin. As a result, there was a small price to pay for it. Hearing the words of the two male researchers, Captain Zhao frowned. Like his own soldiers, he believed more in the security that a gun in his hand brought him, but not wanting to upset Dr. Lin's trio as a result, he ordered the soldiers to keep their guns lowered and never fire until it was absolutely necessary. It didn't put away the gun outright, but it did give Dr. Lin face. Think that should do it. Lin Jiwei, however, didn't care about Captain Zhao's small mind. After she reminded the crowd for the second time, she began to enter the password, then proceeded to face recognition, pupil recognition, and a series of other processes to unlock the lab door. As for what was going to happen after that, she'd already hinted at it. Ka-ching! With a crisp clang, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from inside, causing the crowd to subconsciously furrow their brows and raise their guard. Woof! Suddenly, a low, thick bark came from the test room. The sound was so piercing that it made the soldiers raise their rifles in muscle memory and make battle preparations. Lin Jiwei, however, frowned. Nope, how did it wake up? Obviously, the door hasn't been opened. No one has come in to get in. Lin Jiwei murmured, so she immediately closed the lab door she had just opened again, and turned back. You guys go! Get out of here! The crowd froze, unsure. Dr. Lin, what's wrong? There's a problem with the subject. I'm the only one who can fix it next, so evacuate the lab immediately. Lin Jiwei's voice appeared urgent for the first time, but Captain Zhao gripped the gun in his hand tightly and stared at the lab door. With no intention of retreating, he had to cover the retreat of Dr. Lin and the two fellows first. Dr. Lin, you can't take any chances. You take the two researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, get ready to fight. Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and gave orders in an organized manner. The soldiers turned on their safeties and stared intently at the already closed gate. Meanwhile, inside the lab, violent gasps kept coming. Immediately afterward, there was a vibrating sound that seemed to make the entire lab shake. Something was up and moving toward the door. The faces of the group of soldiers were grave. With this commotion, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary mutated monster. Bang! Abruptly, the thick iron door of the laboratory was suddenly slammed heavily, and it was actually dented and deformed. The soldiers' eye pupils suddenly shrunk. Such a thick iron door was even deformed by a single smash. What power is this? Bang! Bang! Two more consecutive heavy blows. The thick iron door was already looking like it wouldn't hold up. The soldiers gripped the guns in their hands and tensed involuntarily. What kind of monster is it that has such a terrifying power? And, what the hell is the purpose of the iron gate? Can't stop this monster at all. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron door was overwhelmed and smashed open at once. With that, a huge pile of green monsters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Shoot! Without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao directly gave the order while pulling the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked at the back, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets quickly shot the green monster. 62, a new era for all humanity. Bang 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 bang. Bullets from the submachine guns and assault rifles poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, and the dense rain of bullets shot viciously into the green monster's body. Blood erupted from the monster, splattering the walls and floor. Bullets can hurt it. At once, all the soldiers' spirits were lifted, and hope lit up in their eyes. As long as the gun could wound the creature, it was proof that it could be killed. There is nothing to fear from a monster that can be killed. The soldiers quickly split into two groups and crossfired, their network of firepower almost uninterrupted. They skillfully changed ammo while steadily advancing forward, trying to force the monster back into the lab or kill it outright. Meanwhile, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds came from several laboratories on both sides of the corridor, as if something was struggling, as if startled by the gunshots and trying to break out. Dr. Lin, you guys get out of here! Captain Zhao took the time to yell back as he pulled the trigger. However, instead, he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was unusually complicated. Her face was a mix of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of surprise. This was the first time Captain Zhao had seen such a wealth of emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and collected, as if she was in control of everything. How did she get such a look on her face when she saw this huge monster? Before Captain Zhao could think about it in detail, a sudden, mournful scream came from the front. He jerked back, his pupils contracting suddenly, only to see that the huge green monster actually rushed out against the dense rain of bullets, and with a single claw, it slapped the two soldiers who rushed at the front, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene. and the guns in their hands couldn't help but stutter. So many bullets were shot into this monster's body, and it was actually able to fight back. What was even more frightening was that it seemed to be faster than before. At this point, the green monster's eyes glowed scarlet, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. This damn. Everyone, retreat immediately. Captain Zhao was enraged the moment he saw his soldiers being killed and immediately gave the order to retreat. At the same time, he quickly pulled out a grenade from his waist, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. The surviving soldiers and fellows heard the order and immediately turned and rushed to the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Zhao pulled the safety on the grenade and threw it at the green monster with force, then turned and ran wildly. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out and the entire lab shook violently. The building was instantly filled with dust, and several of the electric lights were blown out, blurring vision. This grenade is more powerful than the ones made in the movies. Is it specially made? Shin Yi, who had already arrived outside the institute and was watching the battle from afar, saw this scene and could not help but reveal an expression of surprise. The power of this bomb is just too fierce. If we had this grenade, we could easily kill the mutant black spiders. This mutated green dog is actually still alive? How is this possible? Shin Yi frowned, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. He couldn't see the exact state of the mutated green dog due to the blown-out lights and the dust, but he could vaguely see a dark, intensely hostile aura emanating from the dust. With such intense hostility, there was no doubt that it was the mutated green dog. Only living creatures give off such an aura. But, after being blown up like that, it's actually still alive. Shin Yi was incredulous. First an intense barrage of submachine gun and rifle fire, followed by a heavy bombardment of grenades. And this is still alive? What kind of unbelievable life force is this? If the world is full of such mutated creatures, it seems understandable why the country can't be rescued anytime soon. Shin Yi found a secluded place and continued to hide, silently watching the battle. He wanted to see how resistant this mutated green dog really was. At this point, returning to the first floor of the first floor, Captain Zhao clenched his fists, his face terribly gloomy. Even though that mutant green dog got blown up, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were equally grief-stricken, with anger and resignation in their eyes. The eyes they looked at Lin Jiwei and the other 2 fellows with became complicated. Even with a hint of blame, if they hadn't insisted on coming back to take the risk, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a great sacrifice. Although, rationally, as soldiers, sacrifice is inevitable, but emotionally, they continue to struggle to accept it. Dr. Lin, we've got all the other information, and I'm afraid there's no way to get the information underground. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao forced down his emotions and asked in as calm a tone as possible. You guys go back. Lin Jiwei didn't lift her head. The pen in her hand was rapidly recording in her notebook. Her tone was calm as if nothing had happened. At once, Captain Zhao almost broke his defense. What do mean you guys go home? We sacrificed so many people to protect you, and you're not leaving? And what exactly are our sacrifices for? Dr. Lin, what do you mean by that? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice with suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Jiwei remained focused on the notebook in her hands and returned without lifting her head. I've made significant progress in my research, and I need to further improve it. As long as it can be completed, it will prove that my previous research was in the right direction. No, perhaps it can already be proved now, because it's alive again, and it still retains a strong vitality. This is a more benign evolution. Experimentation? Evolution? Captain Zhao froze. He seemed to have captured some key information. Could it be that the huge mutated monster on the 3rd floor was an experiment? It was this woman who came up with the experiments. Captain Zhao, you guys go back with the information first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin as well. If Dr. Lin's research is on the right track, then all of humanity will usher in a whole new era. A male researcher said excitedly, a fervent light flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao looked at the 3 scientists in front of him who were immersed in their research and had mixed feelings in his heart. They seemed to have completely ignored the tragedy that had just occurred and had only the so-called their eyes research progress in. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. I hope you can leave with us. The helicopter coming to pick us up will be here in 5 hours at most. Miss this flight and maybe you won't have a chance to get out of Mountain City again. Captain Zhao's tone was heavy as he tried to convince her. Lin Jiwei finally raised her head, her gaze calm and unruffled. Science is never a smooth ride. Death is certainly heartbreaking. But if my research brings enough value, then all the deaths are worth it. So, I won't leave Mountain City, and you shouldn't waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of persuading me, why don't you take the others and leave as soon as possible? Captain Zhao was silent. He looked around at the surviving soldiers, then at Lin Jiwei and the two fanatical fellows, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you, and since you are unwilling to leave, we will not withdraw. We will stay and protect you, and we will not retreat even if we die in battle. Lin Jiwei, however, ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and remained immersed in her notebook, her face changing from time to time, not knowing what she was thinking. It's almost like an emotionless robot. Captain Zhao sighed silently and turned around to command his soldiers to start setting up the defense line. His emotions were mixed to the core. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's obsession, on the other hand, he couldn't accept the near madness of the venture. However, calming down, he thought carefully about the male researcher's words and felt that something was unusual. What does it mean to bring all mankind into a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If this monster in the basement was made by Lin Jiwei, what did that prove? Proof of her ability to screw up? Or is it proof that she has the power to change the world? The other male researcher saw Captain Zhao's confused face and explained. The mutated monster you saw on the third basement floor was actually a husky. Or a dog. Husky? Captain Zhao and the other soldiers recalled that the monster had indeed made a dog's bark, but its size and form were completely unlike an ordinary dog. That's right, he was originally a pet dog owned by Dr. Lin, but mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued. Dr. Lin injected this mutated pet dog from a special gene-extracted gene sample, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation on top of its original mutation. No, I should say evolution. 001 inch, so it evolved into what you see. However, it is logical that it should be in a state of slumber. After all, the amount of sedative drug injected at that time was 5 times that of the previous. But strangely enough, it woke up early. As the male researcher spoke, he felt confused himself and couldn't help but whisper to himself. Why did it wake up early? This is not in line with common sense. Could it be that it has undergone a new mutation and is immune to sedation? Or is it? Did someone wake it up? But the door to the lab was locked. So what kind of person could get in? Weird. Captain Zhao's doubts deepened after hearing the explanation. But he was more concerned about another issue. What did mean? You earlier when you said, if the research goes in the right direction, all of humanity will enter a new era. 63. Genius and madness. A hair's breadth apart. I'm not sure about the specific details of the research. These are only known to Professors Wang and Zhou, as well as Dr. Lin who is in charge of this research. But what I can say for sure is that this research of Dr. Lin's is able to alter some of the genes of human beings, and can allow them to gain strength and speed, as well as vitality that is not weaker than that of mutated animals. As the male researcher spoke, his gaze turned to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes filled with reverence and admiration, as if he was gazing at a god. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, then she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the destiny of mankind. Captain Zhao and the soldiers around him listened in confusion. Altering human genes? Why is it possible to come to such a conclusion through the experimentation of a mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But they at least understood the literal meaning of the word. This research, if successful, would give ordinary people powers comparable to those of mutated animals. If that were true, it would indeed be enough to usher in a whole new era for all mankind. At that moment, all the soldiers' eyes changed when they looked at Lin Jiwei. This doctor, he's a demon. Imagine if you and others could have the strength and speed of a mutated animal, and with modernized thermal weapons, the mutated plants and animals would be no threat at all. Even if they could have the strong vitality of that mutated monster in the underground laboratory, which could stand hard against submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, it would be simply invincible. So much for Superman. Bang bang. Suddenly, there was another violent knocking sound from underground, like something was trying to come up from the ground. The soldiers froze and subconsciously looked in the direction of the elevator. What's going on? It's really alive. The genes of a mutant can really fuse with living things. 001 Lin Jiwei stood up at once, staring excitedly at the elevator. Captain Zhao froze, then suddenly reacted. Dr. Lin, you mean that the one making the noise is the mutated dog in the basement? His tone was full of incredulity. How can it still be alive under that kind of explosion? Even if he was still alive, there was no way he would still have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes and sensed for a moment, then slowly said, yes, that's it. It has recovered from most of its injuries. What a tough life. Lin Jiwei's expression had no fear or dread, only excitement. But the faces of the other soldiers were ugly. Not only did the creature not die, but it recovered? Doesn't that mean that we have to fight all over again, facing such a monster? It would definitely be a lie to say that there was no fear. But even in fear, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what now? Captain Zhao hurriedly asked Lin Jiwei for her opinion. Before He only trusted the weapon in his hand. But after experiencing the battle in the underground laboratory just now, where 4 soldiers were killed because of his wrong command, he recognized his mistake. It's better to be a professional at what you do. You guys leave the institute. I'll be the one to tame it next. Lin Jiwei didn't explain why. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Like before in the basement, she'd advised the crowd to put away their guns, but only twice. If they didn't listen, then death is death. Dr. Lin, how are you going to tame that monster? Captain Zhao felt incredulous. Lin Jiwei held up her glasses and said calmly, it's my pet, but it's mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be slapped to death like everyone else. Lin Jiwei replied faintly. There was no fear of death, only an almost frantic longing in her eyes. Captain Zhao hesitated. It's amazing that Dr. Lin himself isn't completely sure. That's too much of a risk. If Dr. Lin dies, they've really lost a lot of money on this trip. Bang! Suddenly, there was another violent crash from underground, and the mutant dog seemed to have made its way down the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei looked back at the crowd and said, leave as soon as possible. You guys can't help me here. Instead you'll cause it to fall into a berserk state. Captain Zhao was silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Dr. Lin, we'll go wait for you outside the research institute, and if anything happens, you must call us first. Lin Jiwei didn't answer, but walked towards the direction of the elevator. Captain Zhao looked deeply at Dr. Lin's back, then turned his head and said, retreat, take them with you. Yes, the soldiers were ordered and enforced the 2 male fellows who didn't want to leave. At the same time, a deafening roar came. With brute force, the giant mutated green dog broke through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed, and the wreckage was scattered all over the place. The crowd that had just stepped out of the institute couldn't help but have a worried look on their faces when they heard the huge commotion. Huffing and puffing, the mutant giant dog let out a rough gasping sound. Its body was covered with large and small wounds, but these wounds were slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were red and emitted a ferocious light, and despite limping, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off and bloody, but you could vaguely see new sprouts of flesh slowly growing. The mutant giant dog gasped and eventually stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowering its head and gazing at her. Ha! Lin Jiwei stood still, not showing the slightest bit of fear or backing away, just quietly staring at the giant dog. After a few seconds, the mutant giant dog slowly raised its claws and pressed down on Lin Jiwei. Still not working. Lin Jiwei sighed quietly. Next, the huge claw that was originally going to press down but suddenly stopped in midair and hung above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it was firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this psychic power? Seeing the scene through telepathy, Shin Yi pondered. Looks like this woman has a lot of secrets on her. If you dare to face a mutant giant dog alone, you think you should be sure of yourself, right? Who knows? Just in the next second when Shin Yi thought of this, the mutant giant dog seemed to be enraged and opened its big mouth to fiercely bite down at Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei's face changed. She realized that at the moment Era was still in a state of rage. Is it only possible to detonate the bomb and kill it? No. It's the only successful experiment. It can't die. In a flash of lightning, Lin Jiwei already had a choice. I would rather die myself than allow my experiment to die. Because she saw a certain possibility in this experiment. To put it bluntly, not for the sake of the country. Not for the sake of mankind, and there was no great righteousness. Lin Jiwei just simply did not want her scientific research results to disappear. There's a fine line between genius and insanity. The current Lin Jiwei was clearly insane. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the lab, on destroying the mutated monster she had created. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come. She believed that she was not wrong in the direction of her research. Even if the creature she had created did not have a stable mind, even if she had to do it all over again, she would still do it. And she would fuse a few more genes into it on top of the mutant giant dog, so that the mutant giant dog could evolve even stronger. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but realized that she was still alive and couldn't help but open her eyes. Just see, a huge dog's head was hanging over his own head. The dog's mouth grew so large that it looked like it was about to eat itself, but it was suddenly fixed in midair and didn't move. Lin Jiwei froze, then looked at a figure that had appeared at some point a dozen meters away. A man. He did this? 64, Shin Yi's request. You have powers too? Lin Jiwei held up her glasses, her eyes bubbling with light as she stared at Shin Yi. Although she was asking, her tone was certain. Shin Yi raised an eyebrow. There seems to be something about this woman. Instead of being afraid of being almost bitten to death, she was able to calmly talk to herself. Lin Jiwei took a step closer to Shin Yi while opening her mouth to ask, What kind of supernormal ability is this? It's actually able to control mutated animals. Can you immobilize anything other than mutated animals? Like vehicles? Airplanes? Shin-Yi froze. He really hadn't thought about this problem. He couldn't help but frown and contemplate. Said, I haven't tried it either, but it should be possible. He remembered that the introduction of the ability shadow binding was that it could fix any two targets, but there was no emphasis on whether or not the targets were limited to living things. That means that even an airplane can be fixed as long as there is a shadow? When you think about it like that, shadow binding is more effective than you think it is. Wait a minute, what am I here for? Why am I discussing my powers with this woman here? Unconsciously carried away, Shin-Yi reacted and looked at Lin Ji-wei, who was full of curiosity, and was a bit speechless. This woman, she's too curious. Shin-Yi felt the rapidly depleting body in his body and directly opened his mouth and asked, do you want to live? Hearing this question, Lin Ji-wei wasn't surprised, but asked in return, what price do I need to pay? Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow. Very smart woman. Not bad for research. Comprehension is strong. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. He also came right back with, your body. Only the body? Lin Ji-wei frowned and asked back, as if she thought it was a small price to pay. And your loyalty. Don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me and I won't force you to stay. But if you betray me, I will kill you. Shin-Yi continued. Yes, I can promise you that I can promise to never betray you and to provide you with all the help I can. But I want you to promise me two conditions as well. Lin Ji-wei agreed with little hesitation. This made Shin-Yi really surprised. This woman didn't seem to be a woman afraid of death. So why would she trade her body in order to stay alive? But he didn't have time to think about it much. Using shadow binding on this mutant giant dog consumed a lot of stamina and he couldn't afford to waste too much time. Tell me about your conditions, Shin-Yi said. If it is some kind of condition such as managing food and drink, Shin-Yi can naturally agree. But if it was a difficult condition, Shin-Yi directly let go of this mutant giant dog. Number 1. I haven't done that kind of thing and I'm not interested in that kind of thing. So I'd like it to be once a month and I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing. Lin Ji-wei stated her request. No problem. This condition Shin-Yi had no reason to refuse. Don't say once a month. Just don't do it once you've unlocked the rewards. Anyway, he had many women, not lacking Lin Ji-wei. Moreover, Shin-Yi had also long known through the system prompts that Lin Ji-wei was sexually frigid and could understand. Secondly, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experimentation. You can't stop me, and I would like you to provide me with some assistance if necessary at the moment. Lin Ji-wei said this and immediately added, as compensation, you have the first right to know and the right to use all of the genetic potions that I have researched. I won't give it to anyone without your permission. That is to say, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will be yours from now on. Shin-Yi thought about it for a while and felt that this condition wasn't too difficult, so he agreed. The reason he stepped in to save Lin Ji-wei was one, to unlock the supplies, and the other was that he was more interested in the genetic research she was engaged in. Shin-Yi wanted to form an asylum, and talents in scientific research were naturally to be taken in. I just don't know if the woman in front of me has the skills. Shin-Yi didn't know that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Ji-wei. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have had this doubt. He wouldn't even agree to support Lin Ji-wei's genetic research. If you should get a monster in your own house, wouldn't it blow up? Let's just say that telepathically hearing voices doesn't make the information he gets transparent enough. He had thought that Lin Ji-wei was just a simple researcher, at best relatively intelligent. But Lin Ji-wei is not only smart, she's also a lunatic. Let's go then, Shin-Yi said and prepared to use instantaneous transfer to leave. He didn't really want to meet up with the soldiers outside. As for why he thought that what Lin Ji-wei said was true, it was naturally because Shin-Yi, through telepathy, did not sense hostility from Lin Ji-wei's aura. That would prove that while she was smart, she didn't play dirty. Otherwise, Shin-Yi wouldn't have wasted so much physical strength and time. Just a moment. I need to get some papers first, Lin Ji-wei said, turning around to get the papers from her desk. She certainly didn't want to die if she could stay alive. The reason why he didn't run just now was purely because he couldn't run under the watchful eye of the mutated giant dog. In addition to this, the reason she agreed to trade with Shin-Yi was because she was interested in the man's supernatural abilities, as well as his body. Lin Ji-wei observed that this man's body had a very powerful force that was completely different from normal humans. It's much more physical than even those special forces. This is a sample well worth studying. Well, how are we going to leave? Lin Ji-wei took a large pile of documents, and a notebook, and came to Shin-Yi. She wondered how Shin-Yi was going to avoid the soldiers outside and take herself away. If Shin-Yi didn't have this ability, then he could have the soldiers control him and then study him ruthlessly. Shinee didn't use instantaneous transmission in the first place, but suddenly asked a rhetorical question. Why don't you run now? Or call the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me run. Lin Jiwei quietly looked at Shinee, locked eyes with him, and said without a ripple, if I didn't agree to your conditions just now, you might have just killed me. Or maybe you would have let go of Era and let it kill me. Just so you understand. Don't get any more petty ideas. Shinee smiled faintly. This is a very smart woman. So, Shinee was also very direct with her. Do as you're told or die. Shinee wasn't good at scheming and calculating. Era, is that its name? Before leaving, Shinee looked at the mutant giant dog. Well, he's my pet dog. Lin Jiwei looked at the mutant giant dog, and her eyes were actually filled with pride. Shinee frowned, only thinking that he might have misread the situation. What is there to be proud of when you raise your pet dog to be such a pussy? Immediately thereafter, he walked forward, wrapped his arms around Lin Jiwei, and used instantaneous movement continuously to leave the institute. As for the giant mutant dog, Shinee didn't handle it and couldn't handle it. As for Lin Jiwei, she had no intention of handling it either. She let the mutant giant dog live on purpose, and she wanted to come back to it after a while to study. Of course, it certainly wouldn't be told to anyone else. And when Shinee left, the shadow binding also lost its effect, and the mutant giant dog instantly regained its mobility. It instantly let out a wild scream and destroyed the shelter frantically, seemingly venting its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutant giant dog getting out of control and realized that something might have gone wrong. Two frenzied male fellows tried to rush in to save Lin Jiwei, but the soldiers forced them to hold back. Captain Zhao's face changed, and he could only finally give the order to retreat. He knows, Dr. Lin failed, and paid for it with his life. You're moving instantly. What a marvelous ability. What kind of feeling did you have when you used this ability? Did you enter other dimensions when you teleported? Or a wormhole? Also, how many powers do you really have? Just after leaving the shelter, Lin Jiwei crackled with a bunch of questions. Her desire to know is so strong that it even trumps her desire to live. Moreover, her insight was also very strong, and she knew at once that Shinee was using instantaneous movement. Shinee looked towards the intellectual beauty who was pestering herself as if she was treating herself as an object of study, and suddenly regretted it a little. Shouldn't we have saved her just now? Too talkative. And it's annoying to get to the bottom of everything. Is this a common problem among scientists? I only hope that Lin Jiwei was somewhat competent and could come up with some research results. Otherwise it's a real waste of your time. Shinee paused and said, before answering your question, let me ask you a question first. What's the problem? We can trade. Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. 65. Influence of the Black Mist, the upper limit of psychic abilities. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who had a certain level of scientific research and was very intelligent, Shinee asked his long-standing question. I've been curious about something since the end broke out, and it just so happens that you're a professional. So answer it for me. When the black fog appeared, animals and plants mutated to varying degrees, but why didn't we humans mutate? Again, inhaling the black mist, humans only feel hunger and thirst. Other than that, there don't seem to be any other symptoms. At least none of the humans I've seen so far have mutated. When Lin Jiwei heard this question, she barely hesitated before answering, because the genes of humans and animals are different. The black mist may have been modulated to only have an effect on the genes of animals, and the effect on human genes is very low. Of course, low effect doesn't mean no. What is certain at this point is that the black mist has an effect on our human bodies. Only this effect is minimal and can be alleviated by drinking more water. So it is. One of Shinee's long-standing questions was finally answered. With that, he continued to wonder, why do animals attack humans after mutating? Even loyal pets will eat their masters? That's the second question. Lin Jiwei first reminded before continuing to answer. First of all, mutant animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see multiple mutant animals living in groups. Of course, we can't rule out swarming animals or insects that mutate en masse and don't cannibalize each other. But I haven't studied it yet, so I can't comment on it. As for why mutant animals lose their minds, it's because of hunger. Hungry? Shinee froze. That answer, he hadn't really thought of, because it's too easy. It was so simple that Shinee ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, just because it's hunger. Lin Jiwei nodded her head and continued. After an animal mutates, its body size becomes larger, its cell division speeds up, and it consumes more energy. And now that most of the food and water sources are contaminated and inedible, the mutated animals, in their extreme hunger, attack their masters, as well as their own kind. Mutated animals that want to live have to replenish the energy that is rapidly depleted because of the mutation, or they will starve to death alive because their energy is depleted. and the way to replenish it is to eat it. Of course, in addition to hunger, the mutated animal's thinking will also change, and it may even fail to recognize its own master, or disown it, like that pet dog of mine, who sometimes recognizes me and sometimes doesn't. So it's like this. Shinee once again dawned on him. Having an expert does come in handy. Although Shinee had thought about all these questions before, he didn't have a clue. It's kind of understood now. Maybe what Lin Jiwei said wasn't necessarily the truth, but at least it sounded like that. So it seems that the faster a mutated animal mutates, the better it is instead. Because as long as there isn't enough food for them, then sooner or later they will kill each other or even starve to death. Who would have thought that it would be so easy for humans to win? Just stay put and wait for the mutant animals to finish dying on their own. After all, animals don't garden and grow food, much less produce it, and sooner or later the food will run out. As for mutant plants, judging from what Shinee had encountered so far, it seemed that except for a few individuals, most of them would not actively attack people. Sure, it's easy to say, but I'm afraid it's not that easy to wait for all the mutated animals to die. In case the mutated animal mutates twice and adapts to hunger, or adapts to the environment, then the human race will be in even more trouble. Now can you answer my question? How many powers do you have? How did you acquire so many supernormal abilities? Lin Jiwei stared at Shinee, her eyes full of desire for knowledge. If Captain Zhao were to see the scene, he must have gone numb. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't even want to say a word, but at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of questions from Shinee, and even kept pestering Shinee, just like a chatterbox. Actually, it was also mainly because the questions Shinee asked were all about scientific research. As it happened, Lin Jiwei was interested in this aspect. She is the talker when it comes to her interests, but if it's an aspect she's not interested in, she's brief and concise and barely speaks at all. For those who don't know, they think she's a high IQ social terrorist. In reality, she's just simply too lazy to talk to you. I have 5 supernormal abilities now, Shinee said. It's kind of a lie, and it's not really a lie. The powers are 4, but if the system counts as 1 psychic ability, that's 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei immediately revealed an incredulous expression. How can a normal person's body hold 5 powers? What do you mean? Am I not normal? Shinee frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Jiwei meant by this incredulous expression and tone. What's wrong with me having 5 powers? Let me make sure. You also ate a colorful fruit before you gained your supernatural ability? Lin Jiwei replied. Exactly. Shinee nodded. At the same time, he said in his heart that this woman really knew about the alien fruit. It was also true that being able to work as a researcher at a genetic institute that held mutated animals proved that she knew more about doomsday than ordinary people. And naturally, she knew about the existence of the alien fruit. And how many fruits like that did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei asked, staring at him. 6 or 7 fruits, I think, and among them there are duplicate alien fruits, so I only gained 5 alien powers. Shinee lied with his mouth open. Anyway, he didn't know Lin Jiwei well, so he could make up whatever he wanted. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, the genes of normal people in general can accommodate up to 3 different supernormal abilities, and if there is one more, it will cause the body to be unable to withstand it and collapse directly. That is, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have a rejection reaction that instinctively makes you not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei murmured, and her beautiful eyes kept sizing up Shinee. She began to wonder if her research was going in the wrong direction, or maybe there is something wrong with one's genes. No, it's definitely not my fault. All my research is multi-validated. It's the man in front of me that's the problem. There is something physically and genetically wrong with him. What did you say? Shinee was slightly startled in his heart. Normal people can only get a maximum of 3 powers? Eat the 4th one and your body breaks down? He also thought that as long as one ate the fruit, one's psychic abilities could keep stacking up with no upper limit. At best, the amount of stamina expended will become more. Perhaps it is that everyone's genes are different, and some people's genes may have already mutated because of the black fog, so they can accommodate more supernormal abilities, such as you. Lin Jiwei said, her eyes burning at Shinee. The hot eyes were clearly wanting to dissect Shinee for research. This woman, indeed, is a restless element. You promised me before to let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, as well as a little bit of skin and flesh. Lin Jiwei sensed Shinee's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shinee raised his eyebrows, but didn't refuse. He had a vague suspicion in his mind. Perhaps it was not the black mist mutation that allowed one to hold so many alien powers, but that fruit of flesh evolution. The flesh evolution alien ability. Perhaps even Shinyee's genes had changed. So much so that he had gained 4 alien abilities and was still swimming without the slightest discomfort. If one's guess was correct, then physical evolution was the alien ability that humans had to acquire. The two talked as they walked home. As for robbing soldiers of their weapons, let's put that aside for now. There were several supplies to be unlocked, and Shinee was prepared to go back and unlock the supplies first, so there might be some useful weapons. The first one. Let's start with Lin Jiwei, the intellectual beauty who is interested in her body. Let's see what supplies this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. 66. Unlocking the new alien fruit. Spirit connection. On the way home, Lin Jiwei had been asking Shinee what each of his 5 supernormal abilities were. Shinee, who asked, was a bit impatient. I wish I could put this curious woman in her place. In the end, all he said back was that he'd wait until he was done sleeping with you. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shinee had thought that the woman was shy. Who knows? She went so far as to say, "Can you go to bed soon?" Shinee was directly speechless. So, back in the neighborhood, Shinee directly brought Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye. Shinee, how did you come so quickly? Chu Xiaoxiao is lying on the sofa brainstorming what might happen tonight. As a result, when she thought about it, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, startling her and giving her a sense of shame of being caught watching a small movie. However, when she saw that Shinee actually had a beautiful woman with him, Chu Xiaoxiao subconsciously swallowed her saliva and her face turned even redder. Difficult. Is it the legendary 3? 3. No way. How can this be? How could one's first time be so flowery? Thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face was like a reddish cherry. But there is no denial. You go back to your sleep and don't mind us. Shinee returned Chu Xiaoxiao's sentence and then led Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It's like going back to your own home. This level of cheekiness caused Chu Xiaoxiao to freeze. Ha? What do you mean? Not with me? She gaped. So it's not what you think? But soon Chu Xiaoxiao realized something was wrong. Why did his Prince Charming bring a strange woman into his bedroom? Am I, by any chance, green? Or were you green in your own home? In an instant, all of Chu Xiaoxiao's various Prince Charming fantasies about Shinee collapsed. This is not Prince Charming. This is a black-hearted businessman. No, it's not as bad as a black-hearted businessman. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, right? Why does this scene look so much like some movie I've seen before? Chu Xiaoxiao never thought that the plot in a small movie would happen to her one day. Green hemp now. And the bedroom. Lin Jiwei sat on the edge of the bed, looked at Shinee and asked, "You're not afraid that your girlfriend will get angry?" She's not my girlfriend. Since this was the case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions and began to undress. In her opinion, there was only a transaction between her and Shinee, and there were no feelings whatsoever. So naturally, she did not have the intention of meddling in the matter. On the contrary, she was more curious about Shinee's body and genes than those. She wanted to study Shinee's body ruthlessly. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had happened to Shinee's genes. That's it. An inquisitive ritual of unlocking supplies begins. Chu Xiaoxiao in the living room went from gritting her teeth at the beginning to blushing later on, and even secretly pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. She felt more and more that this scene was exactly like the one in the little movie. Damn, if I had known I wouldn't have watched so many movies. At least my own mind wouldn't have been so yellow. Chu Xiaoxiao was depressed and angry. Couldn't understand why Shinee was doing this. Why would you bring another woman into your home and let yourself be seen? Even if you're looking for a mistress and cheating, act it out a little bit. Can't you sneak up on me? Chu Xiaoxiao huffed and puffed her mouth and kept counting Shinee. But listening to the sound, she also a little bit cannot help. Slowly took out the phone, opened the Xuanlei, clicked on the movie they downloaded. Ding! Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a random material. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material. Exotic fruit, mental connection. Ability, mental connection fruit +1. Stored in system space. Ability, mental connection fruit +1. Stored in system space. Alien power. Asterisk. Another alien fruit. Shinee sat up in a flash of excitement. I didn't expect the second alien fruit to unlock so quickly. Immediately, he then took out a spirit connection exotic fruit from his system space and put it in his mouth. The fruit enters the mouth and is instantly digested. A faint coolness traveled through his brain, stimulating a wave of relief. Cool. It's so damn cool. An intracranial orgasm probably says it all. Shinee immediately tapped on the panel to check the new psychic ability. Spiritual connection. LV1. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, conveying messages and sharing vision through the spiritual connection. Currently, the maximum number of people connected is 3, and the maximum distance of the connection is 50 meters. If you connect with a target that possesses the spiritual connection ability, the maximum distance is doubled. And the number of people connected is not counted. Communicating information and sharing horizons. Isn't that what networks are for? Shin-Yi murmured. Although this ability he didn't think was too strong, the utility was very high. Because of the current disconnection of the internet and electricity, Shin-Yi had no way to contact the women at home every time he went out. In case if his home was stolen, he might not even know about it. So, having such an ability to convey messages and share vision is very handy. It's the equivalent of carrying around a cell phone. And there's no charging or phone bill to pay. Practicality can't be beat. As for the current longest range being only 50 meters, that doesn't matter. As soon as the level goes up, the distance can definitely go up as well. And the distance of this ability can be doubled. Just get your women to get the mental connection powers as well. Needless to say, this alien power came at the right time. It just so happened that Shin-Yi wanted to establish a shelter and was still pondering what contact information would be better to use. We can't rely on human beings to deliver the message, can we? That's too much work. So, spiritual connections are practical. Even if the network was restored later, this ability would be equally useful. Because of the use of mental connection to convey messages, there is no fear of being eavesdropped. Just this point was enough to satisfy Shin-Yi. Anyway, this is an ability he's definitely going to be pulling rank on. As long as the level is high and the connection is far away, you can keep track of everything even if you're not at home in the future. Not to mention, bumping this fruit can be a cranial orgasm, which is very cool. While thinking about it, Shin-Yi took out another 10 or so fruits and began to knock them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time, not to knock too much at once, lest he hurt his brain. You actually have so many alien fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just slowed down, was stunned when she saw that Shin-Yi was ceaselessly stuffing precious exotic fruits into his mouth. Even their institute only had a few alien fruits. Lin Jiwei hadn't had the chance to carefully study the exotic fruit all alone, because it's so rare, but Shin-Yi he actually knocked the alien fruits as candy beans. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shin-Yi get so many exotic fruits? Could this be his psychic ability as well? Obviously, Shin-Yi must have lied to himself before. There was absolutely no way that he had only eaten half a dozen exotic fruits, because he was now eating more than half a dozen of them off the top of his head. By that reasoning, then he must have more than 5 powers as well. He kept a lot of secrets from me. Lin Jiwei stared at Shin-Yi with a burning gaze, as if she couldn't wait to dig out all the secrets in his body. Do you want to eat one? Shin-Yi took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Though the woman was talkative and kept trying to dissect herself, but she was no less kind to herself. Especially after taking her first time just now, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably grew a whole lot. It seems that even the smartest women still have weaknesses. I already have 3 powers. I can't accommodate anymore. Lin Jiwei said on her lips that she couldn't accommodate other supernatural abilities, but on her hands, she nonchalantly took the supernatural fruit and then curiously looked through it. You have 3 powers? Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised. An ordinary person with no hang-ups, and you're telling me that I've gained 3 psychic abilities in just 10 days or so? How do you expect me to be such a pussy? Well, because after our institute found out about the existence of the exotic fruit, we sent all of our police officers to search for it. And after almost rummaging through the 2 districts, we only managed to find 5 exotic fruits, Lin Jiwei said, looking towards Shin-Yi who was still constantly knocking on the alien energy fruits. He ate so many exotic fruits, and his body actually didn't have any rejection reaction at all. How many powers does he have? So, then Shin-Yi could understand. People are combining entire departments, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for alien fruits, and being alone and without much serious searching, he had 5 powers. Compared to that, one is really lucky. After a pause, Shin-Yi suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, what are all 3 of your powers? 67. Gravitational manipulation. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him, still, the fact that she had 3 powers put slightly Shin-Yi on alert. With 3 powers, in case there was a very aggressive one, then one would have to be a bit more careful lest he or she roll over. However, Shin-Yi was alert and at the same time felt a few moments of surprise. If the entirety of their institute had only found 5 alien fruits, yet this woman alone had eaten 3 of them, that proved that this woman's status in the institute wasn't low. One person occupies 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that he had picked up a treasure by accident? Originally, Shin-Yi did not hold much hope for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she did not pit herself, but now it seems like the woman really has something. Between thoughts, knocking on the fruit, Shin-Yi's spiritual connection ability had risen to the 3rd level. Your spiritual connection has been upgraded to LV3. Spiritual connection, LV3. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, conveying messages and sharing vision through the spiritual connection. Currently, The maximum number of people with a spiritual connection is 9, and the furthest distance of the connection is 300 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance is doubled and the number of people connected is not counted, 300 meters away, or 600 if you count doubling the distance. A couple more upgrades and you'll be able to keep up with the distance of a typical walkie-talkie. How about I tell you about my psychic ability and you tell me about yours? Lin Jiwei held up her glasses and looked at Shinee calmly, proposing in exchange. She should be the only one out of all the women who didn't feel awe or fear towards Shinee, because Lin Jiwei was not a dependent, and at the same time she was not afraid of death. Even if Shinee drives her away, she will not go. It wasn't that Lin Jiwei was afraid of death, but she wanted to dig out the secrets on Shinee. She wanted to study Shinee. After just a few hours of contact, Lin Jiwei realized that there were too many secrets in Shinee than she thought. The amount and strength of the powers alone shocked her. Compared to that, the mutant giant dog he had built seemed like nothing. This man's research is worth more than a mutant giant dog. Yes, you go ahead, Shinee said. Of course he didn't mind exchanging secrets. He had a lot of powers anyway, so he could just say a few. As for what would happen if Lin Jiwei knew she had lied to her, of course it doesn't matter. It's hard to believe that Lin Jiwei still dares to have a killing intent. Then Shinee will settle her first. Okay, in order to verify that what we're saying is true, we'll have to use each supernatural ability once, Lin Jiwei emphasized. She obviously guessed that Shinee would lie to herself again. Shinee did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed her eyes and said, my first supernatural ability is that I can see through the environment within 100 meters of my neighborhood without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see very well. Probably the same as an animal's night vision, but see more clearly than night vision. At this very moment, on the couch in the living room, your girlfriend is watching one of those movies with her pants down. As if Lin Jiwei had no shame, she spoke with a single slate about what she had seen through her perspective. Shinee raised his eyebrows and also subconsciously opened his telepathy to look. Sure enough, this song Little is worthy of a movie-watching sister. It's all about self-defense in this situation. However, back to the point. This supernatural ability of Lin Jiwei's was a bit like telepathy, but different. Telepathy does not have night vision, but telepathy has the additional ability to see the hostility and goodwill of a target. Shinee still felt that telepathy was more practical for himself. Sure, night vision is also very good, especially when paired with see-through, which is very useful even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shinee. No need. I also used my other psychic ability just now. Just like you. It's also perspective. Only my perspective doesn't have the ability of night vision. But correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and goodwill. Shinee also roughly explained his own supernormal ability. There was no need to hide it, because she would reward other women with this ability one after another. And she couldn't hide it even if she wanted to. You can see hostility and goodwill? What kind of principle is that? Could it be judged based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jiwei listened and got thoughtful. Go on to your second psychic ability. Shinee interrupted her. It's really tiring to interact with people like this who like to get to the bottom of things. Catching the slightest thing, she became curious and wanted to inquire. The key Shinee and do not understand the principle. Also cannot say a 1, 2, 3. When he was with Lin Jiwei, Shinee always felt like he was in class. All sorts of complex knowledge came out of her mouth. It made Shinee, a person with decent academic performance, feel like an illiterate. Let's just say that there are gaps in genius. My second psychic ability is gravitational manipulation, Lin Jiwei said and nodded at the alien fruit in Shinee's hand. Next, the fruit slowly flew up. Like it was not bound by gravity, it floated in the air. Moreover, as Lin Jiwei's fingers maneuvered, the fruit unexpectedly flew into her hand. And so on. You gravitational manipulator. And you steal my fruit? Shinee raised his eyebrows and said, that's it? I'm currently limited in the area and wait I can maneuver. And if it was before I was tossed around by you, I should be able to maneuver your entire body to float, as if you were in outer space. But right now, I don't have quite enough stamina, Lin Jiwei explained, but had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shinee expressed his understanding. This alien power is still awesome. The upper limit of gravitational manipulation must be more than that as well. As for the one fruit that was stolen, it didn't matter. It was also a matter of a second, and it increased back in a second. Lin Jiwei. This woman wants the purpose of the alien fruit is also for research. If she can research something, the one who profits is also Shinee. As for my third psychic ability, which I have no way to demonstrate, it increases my mental power while granting me insight, as well as an IQ bonus. Lin Jiwei paused and explained in detail. I can now forget everything. My memory is very good. Even if it's something that happened when I was 1 year old, I can now recall it clearly. At the same time, my observation power has become stronger. The most simple and direct embodiment of this is probably the fact that I can tell if you want to kill me, as well as other people's various emotions towards me, such as hate, like, worship, infatuation and so on. Shinee raised an eyebrow. This ability is a secondary ability, but it's pretty powerful. Utility is high. And the point of enhancing spiritual power was something that Shinee also wanted. He always felt as if his spiritual power was not strong, because the physical evolution was mainly reflected in the physical aspect. Although the spiritual aspect was also elevated, the elevation was not as strong as the physical aspect. At best, it's above average. When he encountered some psychic abilities that had improved their mental power aspect, Shinee was not really sure that he could match it. To summarize, Lin Jiwei's 3 supernatural abilities were all good, especially with her job and hobbies. A third psychic ability is a god match. So, can you tell me about your other psychic abilities now? Lin Jiwei stared at Shinee's face, as if she wanted to see if he was lying to herself again. No rush, let's get down to business, Shinee said, pressing down on Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei froze for a moment, but didn't resist and even cooperated. Originally, she thought it would be a waste of time to do such a thing, but after doing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although this kind of comfort is a waste of time and energy, it's okay to relax once in a while. 68. Unlocking supplies again. Genetic evolution potion. It was nearing dusk. Shinee just came out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei had fallen asleep from exhaustion, because she was too tired. So much so that she didn't have the energy to pester Shinee with questions about her powers. Lin Jiwei, who was originally sexually frigid, was obviously also eating her words. When she did it just now, she was very proactive and even pestered Shinee to come several more times. Oh woman, talk is cheap. Shinee laughed. She was promised once a month, but she'd used up several months' worth of time straight away today. Immediately, Shinee looked towards Chu Xiaoxiao, who was on the sofa with a red face, peeking at the small video. The movie-watching sister obviously hadn't noticed that Shinee had already come behind her. Shinee walked over and hugged her from behind. Yikes! You? How did you get out? Chu Xiaoxiao was shocked to see Shinee. Her face reddened and she hurriedly rested the screen. But the video that was still playing on the phone was making an unpleasant sound. It's okay, we'll watch it together. Shinee also came to be interested. Chu Xiaoxiao had a red face and wanted to ruthlessly reject Shinee, but somehow ended up not speaking. And just like that, a new reward is unlocked. Ding! Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a random material. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material. A ripe black-skinned watermelon. Watermelon with black skin +1. Has been stored in system space. Watermelon with black skin +1. Has been stored in system space. Black leather. Shinee lay on the sofa, looking at the rewards, feeling okay. The supplies he had previously obtained were all meat, so a fruit-based one would be considered nutritionally balanced. And black skin watermelon. Shinee remembered to see the related news on the internet, as if the world's annual output of dozens of watermelons, once a watermelon on the auction of thousands of dollars high price, according to the fact that the system's reward was the highest quality every time. This black-skinned watermelon must also be the best of the best among melons. Cackle. The bedroom door opened and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot and yawning. Looking at the young girl on the sofa who was still pretending to be asleep, he said directly, "You go to the bedroom to rest. I have something to say to Shinee." Chu Xiaoxiao, who originally wanted to muddle through by pretending to be asleep and didn't want to face an embarrassing scene, could only wake up at this moment. She glanced at Lin Jiwei and instantly blushed, only to feel that this woman simply didn't have any shame. Obviously just finished that. There is still himself as an outsider in. Why is she not shy at all? Chu Xiaoxiao wasn't as thick-skinned as Lin Jiwei, able to share a room without a care in the world when she had just used the same one as Lin Jiwei. She instantly and sheepishly covered her shirt and trotted into the bedroom. Lin Jiwei, however, didn't care about those, wearing only a single thin underwear, sat beside Shinee, and said seriously, "I've just been thinking about something. Your genes should have undergone some kind of benign mutation. That's why you're able to accommodate more supernormal abilities. Didn't you just pass out from exhilaration? How do you think?" Shinee caught the point at once. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, her eyes clearly a bit speechless, but still replied, "Even when I'm asleep, I can still ensure that my mind is clear and I can think about things properly, so that I don't waste my time on resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't, and as long as my body is rested, I can keep working." Innate cow-horse physique. These words instantly popped up in Shinee's mind. However, is it so awesome that someone can actually stay awake in their sleep? Once or twice is fine, but if you do it every time, won't you really drive yourself crazy? Back to the topic. If your genes have really produced a benign mutation, then you might be able to use one of the genetic evolution potions I researched earlier. Lin Jiwei said seriously. The genetic evolution potion you researched? What kind of genetic evolution potion? Shunyi instantly became interested. How long has it been since the end of days? And this woman was able to come up with a genetic evolution potion. Is she that powerful? Could it be because of her third psychic ability? Increased IQ so she has it? Or maybe, the woman was already smart. In short, Shunyi was very interested in genetic potions. If Lin Jiwei could really come up with some powerful genetic evolution potion, then her value to herself would be greatly increased. Yes, but the potions are all at the institute, so we'll have to make another trip to get them. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is that you first tell me what effects the gene potion you've researched has, as well as what side effects it has. You're not thinking of using me as a guinea pig, are you? Shunyi stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my gene potion has been tested multiple times in vivo and has shown initial results. A live test? Expand on that. What you've seen is my mutant pet dog, and he's a very successful experiment. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and her eyes even sparkled with pride. Shunyi, you're telling me that was a successful experiment? That thing? Where the hell did it work? That's a ING monster, and so on. So that monster was created by your kid. Shunyi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. This woman, she's so dangerous? Shunyi had initially thought that she was just a restless element, probably just interested in the scientific aspect. Turns out you've got a real knack for building monsters. You mother asterisk 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 her. Shunyi recalled the many science fiction movies he had seen before, in which most of the disasters were caused by such mad scientists. It made him wary. My pet dog has evolved to have a stronger physique, more strength, and great recovery and vitality than when it was first mutated. Nowadays, even if it is swept by a submachine gun and seriously injured by a grenade, it can recover as good as new in a very short period of time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jiwei insight the change in Shunyi's expression and immediately spoke passionately. Shunyi was thoughtful. Indeed, that mutated giant dog was far more powerful than ordinary mutated animals, both in terms of size and strength, especially that perverted life force and recovery ability. It was simply called an immortal body. However, while envious of such a powerful recovery, but what if he injected Lin Jiwei's potion and his body turned into a green monster as well? Who the hell can stand this? Although Shunyi doesn't particularly care about appearance, he can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so sinister that you need to gamble everything. I'm only going to ask you 2 questions. Shunyi stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly spoke. First question, after injecting your genetic potion, will my appearance change to be like that pet dog of yours? Of course not. Lin Jiwei immediately replied and emphasized. You're a human. How could you turn into a dog? But if your genes are by the affected gene, your appearance will definitely undergo some minor changes as well, such as your body becoming huge, growing green hair that looks like leaves, etc. 001. You're so strict. Shunyi resisted the urge to give Lin Jiwei a punch and continued to ask. The second question. What is the success rate of injecting your genetic evolution potion? At least 30%. No, at least 45% now. Lin Jiwei spoke with conviction, as if that's a high probability. If she was able to get a 45% success rate in such a short time of research from the beginning of the apocalypse until now, it really wasn't that low. But what kind of person is Shunyi? King Go, cautious as meticulously. There was number 100% probability that he didn't have to gamble his life away. However, this genetic evolution potion yet still raised his interest. 69. It's just genetics. Although Shunyi wouldn't gamble with his life, he also didn't want to become a monster by injecting genetic agents. But the effects of this gene potion are truly tantalizing. The injections are sickly strong in terms of vitality and strength. Such a potion would indeed be considered a miracle drug for ordinary people with no psychic abilities or powers. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the gene potion to remove these side effects, Shunyi would also want to inject himself. With that kind of recovery power and vitality that could be called perverse, one would not be afraid even if one was injured in the future. It's equivalent to having an extra ability out of thin air. It had to be said that the woman Lin Jiwei was very capable, although what she ended up creating was a monster. It proved that she had the ability to do so. If it was properly cultivated, it might actually be able to fix itself up with some awesome genetic potion. Of course, while nurturing, you have to keep an eye on her. A guy like this who is smart, capable, and still extremely hands-on might turn around and get a few mutant monsters in his house if he doesn't keep an eye on them. It will be bad luck then. Shunyi looked at Lin Jiwei, loving and hating her. Love that she is indeed capable and smart enough to be nurtured. Hate that she always wants to dissect herself. study herself, and try to get herself to try drugs. Even before in the bedroom, the clothes were off. She actually touched Shinyi's body first and studied for most of the day, making Shinyi very angry. This woman, with her head full of inquisitiveness, is dangerous. Well, how about giving it a try? Lin Jiwei stared at Shinyi with burning eyes, still inquiring. Shinyi said expressionlessly, "Don't you have an extraordinary ability to see into people's hearts? You incite me now to see if I want to?" Lin Jiwei looked at her for a few moments, then subconsciously stepped back a bit and said, "I see that you want to beat me. What a good judge of character." Shinyi twisted his wrist, but held back. That is, the woman didn't make a fool of herself and medicate herself directly, but came in consultation with herself. Otherwise it wouldn't be trying to beat her. It would be just finishing her off. As long as she kept cooperating like this, Shinyi didn't mind keeping her and even providing some material to nurture her. "This genetic evolution potion of mine is really good, and with your physical condition, the success rate is still very high." Lin Jiwei was still a bit undeterred. "It's like you can't do it without a beating." Shinyi glanced at her and said, "The success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need and you continue with your research. As long as the success rate can reach over 80, I can find someone to test it. As for what to look for, it's certainly not one of our own. Wait until the potion is 100% free of side effects before injecting yourself." Reasonable. I'm sure many people in the apocalypse can't wait to have such an opportunity to gain evolution. Though you'll die if you fail. You'll only die worse if you don't have the power. Well, Lin Jiwei felt a little pity. After some in-depth exchanges earlier, she thought that only Shinyi's body could possibly withstand her own genetic evolution potion. An ordinary human body certainly can't. Even without testing it, you can be sure it won't work. Speaking of which, did you know about the ability to level up your powers? Shinyi turned his words around and suddenly asked, "Leveling up? Do you mean it's possible to level up the effects of the powers? Similar to leveling up in a game?" Lin Jiwei's comprehension skills were really strong, and she understood at once. "Something like that. This is the first time I know about it. But I did have this speculation earlier, that psychic abilities might be able to be upgraded in certain ways, such as eating the same type of fruit, stacking the number of psychic abilities, or constantly honing the limits of psychic abilities and breaking through their own limits, and other ways." Lin Jiwei stated her guesses and reasoning. "It's just that I've been too busy working on genetic potions before to test my suspicions." After Shinyi heard Lin Jiwei's words, he couldn't help but feel emotional. What a smart woman. You are correct in your assumption that powers can be upgraded and that they can be upgraded by simply eating the same type of fruit, Shinyi said, knocking another fruit of spiritual connection. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she had seen Shinyi eating exotic fruits all the time. So it is. In that case, Shinyi's level of psychic ability also far exceeded that of ordinary people. This man, indeed, is a study. Lin Jiwei stared at Shinyi, the scorching heat in her eyes almost undisguised. Shinyi ignored her eyes, ate the fruit, and continued. "As for what you said about honing the limits of your powers and breaking through your own limits, I don't know how to do that either, so I haven't tested it. Alright, it's getting late. Today you rest for the night, and when your body recovers tomorrow, let's take a trip to your lab and take out the gene potion," Shinyi said, leaving behind some food and water before decisively leaving, not giving Lin Jiwei the slightest chance to pursue the question. The room was instantly quiet. Lin Jiwei looked at the smoking hot roast chicken and fruits on the table and for some reason suddenly felt a little bored. In the past, when she was bored she just went to work on problems she couldn't solve. But now, I don't know why, but I always think about what happened in the bedroom with Shinyi. Think about the experience of being together. Although there didn't seem to be any bittersweet experiences, she just couldn't get Shinyi's body out of her mind. Women's genes are strange things. Because he was my first man, that's why my body instinctively remembers him, I guess. Lin Jiwei explained the phenomenon in a serious and scientific way, to prove that he didn't have any feelings for Shinyi. It's just genes at work. Shinyi used instantaneous transfer to return to building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Suyun was teaching Su Wanting and Baisini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyan, on the other hand, was in the study with Zhou Wanner and Lu Yeye, gathered around not knowing what they were looking at. "Honey, you're back." The first to see Shinyi was Suyun's 3 daughters who were playing with guns in the living room, and they all came up to greet him. "Well, Wanting, go cut us a watermelon to eat." Shinyi sat on the sofa and said, smoothly taking out 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Su Wanting answered and held the watermelon and went to the kitchen to cut it. "Soon, just cut up a plate and bring it over." Shinyi picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite, chewing on it. "Well, it does taste good. It's delicious. The firmness and crunch is perfect. Plus its sweetness is simply unmatched. When the system produces, it's a fine product. You guys eat too." Shinee spoke to Su Yun and Bai Sini who were standing next to him. The two women then reached for the watermelon and ate it. Naturally, Su Wanting was not polite. This watermelon is so sweet, so crunchy, so delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one piece and took another. Eat as much as you like. There's enough watermelon today. Today, another alien fruit was unlocked. Shinee was in a good mood, and naturally did not care about a bite to eat. Honey, you're so sweet. Su Yun revealed a smile and took the initiative to kiss Shinee. While others are still living off the land, they are able to live without worrying about food and have achieved watermelon freedom. It's so nice to have this sense of comfort. At this moment, the three women in the study heard the sound and came out as well. Hubby, I've already written the preliminary plan for the shelter. Take a look and see if there are any changes that need to be made. Jiang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook. Shinee ate melon while taking the notebook with one hand and flipping through it. Gangnam Smoke's plan is really well done and detailed. First up is the first group of people to be taken in at the shelter, which is about 50 people. Don't be old and sick. To young people, especially beautiful young women. This was purposely set up for Shinee's hobby. After that, it's the question of jobs for the 50 people who were recruited. Since they have recruited people, they must be working, otherwise it is impossible to give them food for free. So, the 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are responsible for patrols and security and such issues. And for daily supplies, you get 3 bottles of water and a meal per person. As for why they had to give 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black mist and could easily get hungry and thirsty, and water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams could arrange tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing something Shinee didn't want to do, and so on. In a word, the entire shelter, all the survivors, existed to serve Shinee. If not, just kick it out. It's a bully dictatorship, but the reason was also simple, because Shinee was going to provide supplies for everyone. If it doesn't serve him, then on what basis does he provide supplies? It had to be said that Jiangnan Smoke was smart enough to figure this out. So the entire plan she made was written around Shinee, and she even said that the entire shelter was set up to serve Shinee. Shinee was satisfied after reading this paragraph. This was also the reason why he chose to let Jiangnan Smoke do the planner. If he let a kinderwoman like Su Yun or Bai Sini do the planner, then they might consider the life and death of the other survivors. But Gangnam Smoke is even more cold-blooded. Or she's an extreme egoist. It doesn't matter if anyone else lives or dies as long as he or she gets the benefit of the doubt. The number of people can be increased a bit more, like taking 100 to start with. Don't worry about supplies, I can provide them. As for accommodations, as long as you don't go up to the 20th floor, the other floors below are available. Shinee put down the finished melon skins and added 2 additional ones. Aha! Jiangnan Smoke immediately nodded and memorized. Bai Sini, who was on the side, drew out a paper towel and wiped the watermelon juice around Shinee's mouth. Then, Shinee also specially instructed, remember, all the people we take in at the shelter are not allowed to go up to the 20th floor, and whoever disobeys and dares to break into the 20th floor can be directly shot to death. By the way, clear out the 20th floor, and all the occupants of the floors above us. From now on, the 20th floor and above is where we live. Below the 20th floor, it's occupied by other people. 70, shelter program launched. Shinyee's decision was overbearing, but there were no objections. He's all talk in this house. Not to mention, Shinee requested that the 20 floors and above be reserved for his own people to live in, not allowing others to come up. And the women didn't resist at all. Instead, they were very happy. They had been worried that if any of the survivors had designs on them, wouldn't that be dangerous? But by isolating it directly in this way, the danger factor is greatly reduced. It makes sense for strangers to live on the lower level and your own people to live on the upper level. Even Su Yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shin Yi's decision. It's safer to live this way in the end times, when people are dangerous. Su Yun had also been seriously teaching Shin Yi's women to use pistols in the past 2 days. Just in case, it's not necessary for them to shoot as accurately as they can, as long as they can hit someone. By then, with the gun in hand and with the supernatural powers, even if they encountered a thug, they could be easily subdued. Okay, honey, I've got it all down. Jiangnan Smoke nodded seriously. Then, after a pause, she pointed to the back of the notebook and said, honey, about this pension arrangement, do you think it's appropriate? Shinyi continued to look back. The so-called pension is presumably a certain amount of material compensation if any member of the shelter is injured or dies while on patrol, or on a mission. Of course, the target of compensation is naturally the families of the fallen team members. According to Jiangnan Smoke's planning, the first batch of survivors recruited by the shelter must all have at least one relative. This way, there is no fear that the other party will betray easily. They all work harder when they have family and the bond of loved ones. If it's the kind of single dog with no family or loved ones, especially if it's a guy, it should never be recruited, because these types of people have no ties or bonds. It may be loyal one moment and decisively mutinous the next. Moreover, this kind of people who have enough for one person to feed the whole family are sure to grope and cheat at work, and they are the most unstable category of people. After Shini read these analyses of Jiang Nanyan, he couldn't help but look up at her. This woman, she really has the makings of a capitalist. Too damn knowledgeable. No, she seems to be a little capitalist. Jiang Nanyan's parents run a company, and it seems to be a very large company, so it's not a problem to say that she, a second-generation rich person, is a small capitalist. In terms of exploiting people, Shini really isn't as ruthless as Jiangnan Smoke, but again, I have to say that Jiangnan Smoke has done a beautiful job with this plan, and the plan is perfect. The survivors sucked in under this program are largely unlikely to be outlaws who will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them, even at the expense of myself. In this way, the order within the shelter would also be relatively stable, and it would be difficult for civil unrest to occur. After all of the survivors have family members living in the shelter, and even if someone is going to screw up, he has to think of his family if not himself. Also, if the shelter is in any danger, these survivors will fight to protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This way of harnessing people can be much more useful than simply threatening them with violence. Well, there's nothing wrong with the pension. Let's finalize it roughly. And as for the details, you can continue to refine them. Shini clapped his hands. The so-called details are roughly about penalties and reward mechanisms. For example, what is the punishment for someone taking a vacation, someone slacking off, etc.? Then again, how is someone going to be rewarded for finding supplies, or performing a dangerous task, etc.? The punishment is clear so that the survivors can work harder. In short, it's easy to form a shelter, but it's not easy to manage one and have it grow in a healthy way. This was also the reason why Shini was not willing to manage and bother. Anyway, I have a lot of women, and it just so happens that there are those who know the management side of things, so just leave it to the women. As long as one mastered absolute force, even if someone really wanted to make small moves, they could be directly suppressed. All that's left is to enjoy the convenience that the shelter brings to you. As long as the asylum was benign enough to grow and the population kept increasing, it would be easier to find women who met the system's standards on their own in the future. Otherwise, with the world's population getting smaller and smaller, it wasn't easy for Shini to find another woman who met the criteria in all aspects. In the end, the crowd ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour before Shini went back to his room to rest. Today he hugged policewoman Su Yun and slept peacefully and quietly. Day 2. Had breakfast at home as usual. Shini took another look at the plan that Jiang Nanyan had perfected overnight and gave a satisfactory reply. And then, he gave Jiangnan Smoke a reward of 2 telepathic fruits in the envious eyes of the women and told her to let it go. Step 1. Start by rounding up the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine. No coercion, no pressure, just tempt with supplies. Of course, if anyone tries to hit the supplies, then let Su Yun just shoot them. There's no need to hold back. Shini had purposely kept a few guns for the women to use for self-protection and to deal with trouble. As for Shini himself, he wouldn't get involved in these things. If with Su Yun, a policewoman, and the assistance of 6 or 7 guns, Jiangnan Smoke still couldn't take control of the survivors in this building, then it could only be said that she was too much of a waste of space to run a shelter. Shini will have to consider cultivating other women. Of course, the reason why he arranged this was also because he was well aware that the residents in this building were all very timid, which was why he let Jiangnan Smoke practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 knife-wielding thugs were able to take control of the building, and now that Jiangnan Smoke had a gun in her hand and the assistance of her psychic abilities, she was no weaker than those thugs. It's mostly just a matter of whether she dares to kill to establish her authority. By first establishing authority and then promising material temptations, I believe most of the hungry and thirsty tenants will choose to compromise and even be grateful. Arranging everything, Shini incidentally gave each woman a spirit connection exotic fruit. This ability belonged to the communication category, so there was no need to use it as a reward. He would simply make it available to any woman who was loyal and did not betray. The mental connection ability was simple to use, as long as Shini left a mental link port similar to an interface in the target's mind, and then as long as they were within the distance of the mental connection to each other, they could communicate without obstacles, share their vision and so on. Of course, this interface can be left without the consent of the other party. In other words, Shini could forcibly connect to anyone, unless the other party's spiritual power was stronger than his, in order to break free from the control. This alien power, too, was unexpectedly dominant. After doing everything, Shinyi came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. There were two purposes today. One was to fetch the genetic evolution potion, and the second was to take out the guns and bullets from the soldiers who had died earlier. Then, come back and tackle this mutant black spider. Now that the shelter program had begun, the black spider had to be gotten rid of, or everyone's area of activity would be limited to this building. That would be stupid. Shinyi's goal could be more than just a building. Master at least one neighborhood first, then slowly expand outward. Watching Shinyi leave, Zhang Nanyan gripped the exotic fruit in her hand tightly and took a deep breath. Excitement, apprehension, all sorts of emotions were intertwined in her mind. She knew that this was her husband's test of himself. If you don't do something on your own, I'm afraid it will be hard to get a reward in the future. While it certainly won't be thrown out, it will definitely fall out of favor. So not only does she have to do this right, she has to do it beautifully. If you do it yourself, then in the future you will definitely have a higher status than other women, and you're rewarded with more alien fruit. Jiangnan Smoke can feel that his alien ability is not far from upgrading. Sister Su Yun, I'll trouble you next. Jiang Nanyan turned her head to look at Su Yun. Hubby purposely asked Su Yun, who used to be a policewoman, to assist him, and that proved tacit approval of the use of a certain amount of force. Nowadays, in the end times, force is also necessary. Su Yun nodded and didn't say anything more. She thought it was fine for Shinyi to establish a shelter. While the starting point may have been for his own enjoyment, he was at least able to shelter some of the survivors and do a good deed. So the righteous-minded Su Yun was willing to do her part. As long as she didn't kill the innocent, rape and pillage, she wouldn't hesitate to stand behind Shinyi. Even if Shinyi really did certain bad things, Su Yun felt that she might not be able to do anything about Shinyi. Now she was completely in the shape of Shinyi. Nan Yen, let me help you too. I've recently learned to shoot as well. Su Wanting took the initiative and said, looking at Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored and also being rewarded with the fruit of alien power. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't envious. So, she wanted to contribute as well. Managing survivors was something she didn't know much about, but assisting Gangnam Smoke was still possible. After all, she's a prestigious college student anyway, and she's not that stupid. Jiangnan Smoke naturally didn't reject Su Wanting, no matter how much she fought for favor. Su Wanting was always family with herself. In the future, the survivors recruited by the shelter will be outsiders. In comparison, surely one of our own is more trustworthy. At least Su Wanting would definitely not harm herself, much less dare to trip up her work. Otherwise, her husband won't spare her. 71. Lin Jiwei, you want to kill me? Shin Yi, if you can you bring Xiaoha home as well? My research could have progressed even faster if Xiaoha had been there. After all, Xiaoha was the only successful experimental subject, and there's a lot to learn from. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shin Yi. Impossible. Unless you can make it obey and never attack people. Shin Yi didn't even think about it and directly refused. How could Shin Yi stay with that dangerous mutated monster? It even wants to eat its master, let alone anyone else. Unless Lin Jiwei could completely control the mutant giant dog, Shin Yi could consider taking it in. Maybe even add a battle to your own shelter. But apparently, she doesn't have it. Lin Jiwei wasn't speaking, but was pondering, seemingly really considering the feasibility of Shin Yi's request. Soon, they then came near the institute. Shin Yi first telepathically swept the neighborhood and did not see the figures of those soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutant giant dog is still at the institute. It seemed to have finished off all the other mutated animals in the institute, and Shin Yi swept through the entire institute and surprisingly did not see a second mutated animal. He remembered that the mutant animals he saw yesterday were 20 or 30. This mutant giant dog is so edible? Shin Yi couldn't help but murmur. Did it also eat considerably more after its secondary mutation? Lin Jiwei listened and explained. Its food volume is not particularly large. Of course, it's a bit larger than the average mutated animal. But the reason why the food volume has become larger is because of the injuries. Recovering from the injuries needs to consume its own energy, and these energies need to be obtained through eating. Understood. In the midst of the chat, Shin Yi used instantaneous transfer to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory, and collected all the weapons and ammunition from the several soldiers who died yesterday in the building into the system space. He also accidentally found 2 grenades and stowed them in space together. Shin Yi, can your spatial ability bring back some of the equipment and generators in the institute as well? I'll need them for my research later, Lin Jiwei said. Could be. Shin Yi had originally prepared to ruthlessly scrape a wave of land in the institute. But whatever you can use, take it all away. There's plenty of room in the system anyway, so it wouldn't hurt anything to put it in there. That's all. First, starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, led by Lin Jiwei, Shin-Yi collected various experimental equipment one after another. During that time, he also fetched the genetic evolution potion that Lin Jiwei had mentioned. It was a pure green liquid that seemed to be energized and still slightly shaking in the special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient in this gene potion was extracted mutant, which was why it had such a strong vigor. 001. 001 What is mutant? Shin-Yi wondered. That's a mutant plant with extremely strong vitality, a big tree that keeps growing, and a mutant that appeared in Mountain City before the end of the world. So we named it mutant. It's just a pity that its growth speed is too fast, and now it's already difficult to obtain its genetic sample again. 001. Lin Jiwei mentioned mutant with a look of regret. 001. Shin-Yi froze and suddenly thought of something. Mutated big tree? Could it be the tree in the center of the city? You've seen it too? No, just heard others mention it. Shin-Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised that he didn't expect that just the gene samples extracted from that big mutated tree would be able to create such a powerful mutated monster as the mutated giant dog. Then if it was the original body of the mutated big tree, how terrifyingly resilient and vital should it be? It's no wonder that the police force wasn't able to destroy it. Sure, I'm afraid, from what we've seen so far, that the state didn't want to destroy the tree in the first place, but to do research, it ended up getting out of hand. Otherwise, if you were to just focus your fire on destroying that tree from the moment it first grew, you might be able to take it out. If you can help me get some genetic samples of the mutant, perhaps my research can go further. 001 Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shin-Yi didn't even bother to answer her, collecting generators into the system space on his own. With a generator, you'll be able to use electricity later. Speaking of electricity, lives in it's about time that Doomsday Enthusiast Who building took it down. 13. As for letting Shin-Yi get the genetic sample of the mutated big tree, it was simply impossible. According to Shin-Yi's speculation, the genetic sample certainly could not just take a branch of a big tree on the line, most likely to be close contact with the core of the mutated tree, or even to take something from the core. That's not a bad risk to take. Let's wait 6 months. In half a year, if you have acquired a lot of alien energy and are strong enough, you can try to get a wave of mutated large trees. If it was possible to eliminate the mutated big tree, Shin-Yi didn't want to leave Mountain City. However, if he was not strong enough after half a year, Shin-Yi could only choose to leave Mountain City. All in all, Shin-Yi's plan is that now there is plenty of time. First meticulously develop, and never fight to the death. Bang bang bang. Just as Shin-Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy working in the underground laboratory, intense gunfire suddenly came from above. It's a submachine gun by the sound of it. It's them? Why are they back again? Shin-Yi swept with his telepathy and realized that the ones who were exchanging fire with the mutated giant dogs in the institute were actually the same group of soldiers from yesterday. They were more numerous today, though, and seemed ready to force their way into the institute. What's going on here? Is it also for the genetic evolution potion? Shin-Yi turned his head to look at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with her eyes closed. Lin Jiwei had perspective powers and had already seen this scene as well. This woman, she's not going to turn against us, is she? However, it doesn't hurt that she's backpedaling now. Anyway, the rewards had been unlocked and the genetic evolution potion was in his hand. If she dared to go back on her words, Shin-Yi would simply exterminate her. After all, the woman knew too many of her secrets. It would be troublesome in case you rendezvoused with the army and then brought them to capture yourself. Shin-Yi had always speculated on the hearts of people with the most sordid conjectures. Even if the likelihood was low, he wouldn't leave it hidden. They're coming for me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shin-Yi. Just came to see you today? Is it to help you collect your corpse? Shin-Yi raised his eyebrows. Captain Zhao should have returned yesterday after receiving another mandatory order from above. He doesn't realize how important I am. Lin Jiwei said thoughtfully and continued. Maybe it's not just Captain Zhao who's here today. There should be other support such as fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Rub. Shin-Yi was shocked to hear this. Is this woman that important? I can't believe I sent out a fighter plane. From the outbreak of the Doomsday to today, almost half a month, Shin-Yi has not seen the army rescue aircraft. Visible aircraft, even if there are still intact, should also be very few, or cannot be arbitrarily lifted into the air. But now, in order to save Lin Jiwei, a heavily armed special squad had been deployed, not to mention that a warplane had actually been deployed. If they find out I abducted the person they're looking for, they're going to kill me. Shin-Yi stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that this woman, in addition to her own talent, was more likely to have an uncommon background and an uncomplicated identity. I can't believe it drew such a big crowd. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shin-Yi looked at each other. Her red lips moved slightly, and her tone did not have too many waves. There was a hint of inexplicable emotion running through her eyes. 72, nuclear threat. Yes, Shin-Yi had just moved to killed Lin Jiwei directly in the underground lab and disposed of the body. That way, even if the army did find him through whatever channel, he wouldn't panic in the slightest. However, if the army's people found out that Lin Jiwei was in their hands, then it was unclear what tactics the other side would use to snatch her. Shin-Yi's greatest worry was not that Lin Jiwei would be found back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose her secret when she went back. For example, his body can hold more than 3 powers. This will definitely be coveted by many. Although Shin-Yi had a system and a few very good psychic abilities, he was not arrogant enough to think that he could break bread with the army. The idea of silencing him, however, he quickly abandoned again. Compared to the value Lin Jiwei could bring by staying alive, it was a bit of a loss for her to die. So, Shin-Yi said, "I don't want to now." Lin Jiwei glanced at him, didn't say anything else, and turned around to gather her own materials. Shin-Yi also knew that Lin Jiwei was probably unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only just met a day ago, and they didn't have much of a deep bond yet, even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to make herself an experiment, causing Shin-Yi to not feel too good about her. If Lin Jiwei didn't value his own death, he naturally couldn't value Lin Jiwei's death either. If it wasn't for Lin Jiwei's high self-worth, and she dared to have so many messy ideas, Shin-Yi would have driven away long ago. Ruthlessness is ruthlessness, but it's the end of the world. How can there be time to take your time to fall in love? Be sensible and just bundle everyone together as a community of interest. Just like Shin-Yi also didn't require women to have deep feelings for themselves. As long as they didn't betray themselves or backstab themselves, then they would still be able to enjoy abundant supplies and a safe shelter. If you want to talk about feelings, you have to wait until later when you have absolute power. The two men finished collecting the contents of the basement and the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shin-Yi saw that the mutated giant dog was forced by the soldiers' powerful firepower to escape into the black fog and flee to other places. It seemed that even the strongest resilience simply wasn't enough when it came to the firepower of a special forces unit. And then the soldiers went into the institute and started searching. Shin-Yi, on the other hand, used instantaneous transfer and left the institute in time with Lin Jiwei, with the black fog shroud as a cover. Even if there were really airplanes in the sky, Shin-Yi would not panic. Speaking of which, did something happen to the army as well? That's why they weren't able to mount a rescue? Shin-Yi took Lin Jiwei to hide in a shopping mall and asked about her while taking out mineral water to drink. Given Lin Jiwei's possibly uncomplicated status, she must have learned more than Su Yun, a bottom-feeding policewoman. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black mist appeared, it was the ground that first cracked open the seams, which resulted in many roads and bridges collapsing, and the army was not able to launch a rescue in the first place. Later, there were a lot of birds that mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down airplanes, so it was hard for airplanes to get up and fight. 2. Of course, the main problem is that the army was attacked by a number of powerful mutated monsters while they were gathering, and lost a lot of weapons and soldiers. The strength of those mutated monsters is not weaker than the 001 mutants. There are even some powerful mutated monsters that have caused some small cities to fall, and the armies that went to rescue them have all lost contact. As a result, there are at least 2/3 fewer troops in existence than before, and the remaining armies that can still be mobilized are essentially segregated across the country, making it virtually impossible to effect an effective rescue of the country. Speaking of which, she glanced at Shin-Yi and continued. Moreover, the remaining army is not all of one mind. Under Armageddon, it's hard to avoid dissent. In addition to this, there is a part of the army that has to prevent other countries and cannot carry out rescue missions. Although the disaster is worldwide, no one can be sure that other countries will not take advantage of the situation and do something against common sense. For example, Rice. At the beginning of the catastrophe, it released a message to the world that if there was an irreparable catastrophe on Rice's soil, then Rice would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because they suspected that other countries had created the catastrophe. Shin-Yi frowned straight away as he listened. I didn't realize there was such a thing behind this disaster. No wonder help was delayed. Not to mention the large number of mutated plants and animals in each city. The threat of a hegemonic state alone has to be defended against. Who knows if the MiG will really go crazy and nuke Xia? After all, Xia and me have been at loggerheads in recent years, and Mi's statement was clearly a threat to Xia. That's no surprise either, because at first, a lot of Xia people saw the disaster and probably thought it was the work of Rice, too, and vice versa. Rice could have thought it was some kind of counterintuitive weapon that Xia had come up with and dropped on their soil. At present, the strongest international military power is also the western country of Rice and the eastern country of Xia. Other countries are not quite qualified. The human heart is so complicated. It's the end of days and there's still infighting. Shin-Yi didn't think that this apocalyptic disaster would be easy to get through. If humans can't keep up with the rate of mutation of mutated plants and animals, they might actually go extinct. However, spitting after spitting, Shinee paid more attention to the fact that other cities actually had mutated monsters that were just as horrible as the mutated big tree. So this where am I going to run in 6 months? If you pick the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain town. Shinee frowned deeply. The way the situation was going, one's unlocking of supplies would have to be accelerated in order to do so. It looks like the shelter is going to be erected as soon as possible. There are shelters, so you can unlock supplies like an assembly line. Even if he unlocked 30 kinds of materials every month, and as long as one of them was an exotic fruit, Shinee's development speed could far surpass everyone in this world. And the main thing is that other normal people can only hold up to 3 powers, but Shinee has no upper limit. He could stack the number of powers and the level of the powers could be stacked. It was important to realize that most of the powers weren't particularly strong on their own, but if one could find a compatible power to use together, the strength was instantly multiplied several times, even if it was a strong ability by itself. But if it was paired with an even stronger ability, then the actual effect that could be displayed would be far greater than the ability itself. Instantaneous movement, for example, was a very strong and in its own right buggy ability, and paired with telepathic invincible vision, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to say that the intensity had tripled. If another powerful attack ability was used as a match, the strength could be multiplied a few times on top of that. Shinee retrieved his thoughts and his physical strength was almost recovered. He swept the surrounding area with his telepathy and saw that the soldiers had already withdrawn. So he said, "Let's go as well." "Wait," Lin Jiwei suddenly called out to Shinee, and in his puzzled gaze, earnestly said, "Can you let me try taming Xiao Ha again? I feel like now is a great opportunity." 73, scouring the malls, trying to tame the, "How sure are you? And even if we tame it now, can you guarantee that it won't go berserk and attack us again afterward?" Shinee asked rhetorically. Before, he had seen with his own eyes that the mutated giant dog was going to eat Lin Jiwei, its master. Even if Lin Jiwei could tame it for a short time now, it would still be a hidden danger in the future. "Trust me one more time." I saw that Xiao Ha was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in its eyes receded. It should have regained its normal thinking. "I have a high degree of certainty that I can tame it now and keep it from attacking random people," Lin Jiwei said seriously, paused, and then said seriously, "I can't guarantee that it won't go crazy. But I can live in the same building as it, so that even if it goes crazy and wants to attack people, I'll be able to respond first and make sure that it won't endanger you. Moreover, I'm going to improve the genetic evolution potion to enhance the injection success rate and remove side effects, and I'm also going to use Ha's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can assure you that within 10 days, I will be able to give you a copy of the upgraded gene potion." Listening to Lin Jiwei's assurances with conviction, Shinee slightly raised his eyebrows. If what she said was true, that would be acceptable. Shinee himself wasn't afraid of mutant giant dogs. Although he couldn't kill the mutant giant dog, it was still easy for him to run away. He was just worried about threatening the safety of his other women. But, if what Lin Jiwei said was true, and she was able to tame this mutant giant dog, there would still be many benefits. Not to mention the fact that it would allow Lin Jiwei's research to progress faster, but it would also allow for an additional powerful bodyguard. With the mutant giant dog in the room, in the future, when they encountered ordinary mutated animals, they would be able to solve them without needing to make a move on their own. After pondering for a while, Shinee looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, "If you can tame it, can you make it obey? For example, if I want it to kill someone, it will do it. It's just the most basic commands, so naturally there's no problem. The evolved era is much smarter than before, and is able to understand most commands." Lin Jiwei immediately replied, "And there's also a good chance he'll listen to you if you feed him regularly." Since this was the case, Shinee also agreed. He was still willing to try an experiment like this one with little risk, especially since there's a little problem of his own to solve right now. Mutant black spiders. If the mutant giant dog could really obey and go to finish off the mutant black spider, then Shinee felt that it was a good deal. If it can't do that, then it's pure waste and there's no point in wasting food to feed it. Subsequently, through telepathy, Shinee scanned the surrounding area for 3 kilometers and found the mutant giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying on its back in the corner, licking the wounds left by the bullets in its body, looking rather pathetic. "Can we find it?" Lin Jiwei asked curiously. It also knew that Shinee's telepathic powers were much farther away than its own perspective. If Shinee couldn't find it, it would be a bit of a problem. "I've already found it, but there's no rush. Let's scour this mall first." Shinee looked towards the big mall. This mall was mostly filled with designer bags, designer clothes and other items. There wasn't much food, so there were no survivors to hide in. Shinee immediately started the sweeping mode from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various jackets and more, all stowed in the system space along with the hangers. You don't have to worry about changing clothes in the future. There are also women's high heels, lingerie, long skirts, pants, shorts, stockings of various colors, and so on, also collected along with hangers. After sweeping the entire 4 floors and sweeping the entire luxury shopping mall, Shani was satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei, going forward to find the injured mutant giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but be curious. Shani, just how big a square foot of alien space do you have? I'm not sure. I can't see it at a glance. It's probably infinite. Shani said. Infinity? How is this? How is this possible? Lin Jiwei was shocked into silence. Since the appearance of this weird black fog, most of the scientific theories she used to know had been destroyed. Some of the powers can barely be explained by scientific theories, but there are some psychic powers that are completely out of the realm of science, comparable to theology, like Xinyi's instantaneous movement. This was already involving space shuttle, which could never be done with the current technology of human beings, but all he needed was a thought and he could just shuttle right through. Simply unreasonable. And these black mists. It was also unusually strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and realized that the black mist did not belong to any substance known on Earth at all, or even a substance she could not understand. Either that or this is higher dimensional technology. Either that, or it's theology. However, Lin Jiwei was very sensible, and when she realized that she couldn't figure something out no matter what, she wouldn't waste any more time thinking about it, much less be devastated by it. Just pretend you didn't find out about the theory is all. When you have enough research information and your own abilities are strong enough later on, you can just go back and solve the puzzle. Otherwise, nothing will be gained by taking the bull by the horns, and it will only be a waste of time and energy. 10 minutes later, the two came near the mutant giant dog. Shani put away his telepathy in advance to avoid startling the mutant giant dog. He remembered that he had been detected by the mutant giant dog when he had used his telepathy to spy on him earlier. This proved that the mutant giant dog's perception should be very strong, but most of the time, it's stupid and doesn't react at all. For example, Shani had been staring at it all this way, and it hadn't even reacted in the slightest. And I wonder if it's because of the injury that the perception has gone down? I'll go over and try. As long as Xiaoha can recognize me, I can make it obey. Lin Jiwei said. Be safe. Shani was also prepared to save the day at any time with instant transmission and binding. Lin Jiwei's expression did not change much, as if she was not surprised by Xinyi's concern. Although the time spent together was short, Lin Jiwei had already understood Xinyi's character through her superb insight. He was a very refined, self-interested and sensitive man. He would not hesitate to kill for his own safety, even if it was a woman he had a relationship with. He would strike without mercy whenever his safety was threatened. But he is not so cold as to be devoid of emotion, only that he presses his own feelings so deeply that he will not be swayed by them. In other words, as long as he didn't threaten Xinyi's safety, he was actually a good person. Can I have some food? I'll use it to tame little Ha. Lin Jiwei said. Xinyi took 2 pieces of raw steak from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately thereafter, Lin Jiwei took the steak and walked into the alley. In the alley, the mutated giant dog that was licking its wounds heard the footsteps and jerked its head up, its pair of emerald green eyes looking at the visitor. When it saw the visitor clearly, its eyes flickered slightly, as if it had emotional fluctuations. 74, taming dogs? I don't know anything about that. I have experience with people. Ha, come here. Lin Jiwei stood still, holding a piece of steak in her hand and gently shaking it toward the mutant giant dog. The giant dog's nose twitched and it staggered to its feet, still bleeding from a number of wounds on its massive body. Much of the skin and flesh had been smashed by the bullets, revealing the white bones. If it was a normal mutated animal, it would have died from such a serious injury. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She's a little mindful, too. She had raised this husky as a child for over 6 years and had a deep affection for it. She didn't want to abandon Ha if it retained its normal mind and remembered her. The mutant giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, and a low whimpering sound came out of its mouth, like it was squeezed out of its throat. Hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes were delighted. It was a voice that Ha used to use when she was pampered. It really recognized me. Xiao Ha, want to eat? Lin Jiwei held the steak and slowly greeted the front. Xinyi quietly watched, ready to use instantaneous transfer to save the day. This woman, she's got a lot of nerve. She's not afraid to die at all for the sake of experimentation. Very smart, but also a very simple, very pure person. Lin Jiwei's intelligence was not reflected in playing with people's hearts and calculating others. Instead, it's all about research only. Speaking of which, her threat to Xinyi was actually very small because Lin Jiwei did not have the small mind of competing for favor and power, nor did she have any ambition. Her mind is very simple. Is simply curious about Xinyi's body? Want to dissect Xinyi hard research wave. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan wasn't as smart as Lin Jiwei, she was more fond of calculating people. Of course, Jiang Nan Smoke is very loyal, very understanding, even if there are a lot of competition for favor of the small mind, but also will not therefore delay Xinyi handed over to his work, not to mention will not cause Xinyi unhappy. This was also the reason why Xinyi acquiesced to her competition for favor. It seems like it should be able to be tamed. It's just not clear if it will go berserk again in the future. Xinyi used telepathy and quietly looked at the mutant giant dog that did not have the slightest bit of hostility. At this moment, it was lying down in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing on a steak and letting Lin Jiwei pet its head. 2 steaks. Not enough for the massive mutant giant dog to stuff his teeth, especially since it was now heavily injured. The faster it recovered, the more energy it would consume. Xinyi looked at it for a while, then decided to show up and test it as well. Let's see if this mutant giant dog will attack itself. If under Lin Jiwei's control, this head is still hostile to himself, then it must not be kept. He's so double standard when it comes to being a human being. Drink! As soon as Xinyi appeared, the mutant giant dog immediately turned its head to stare at it, a low warning sound coming from its throat. It also had a slightly darker scent on it. Obviously, it was hostile to Xinyi. I should say that there is hostility towards strange creatures, but when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its desire to attack and just stared at Xinyi with a pair of green eyes vigilantly. That's right, vigilance. It seemed to remember that Xinyi had fixed it at the institute before. At that time, the feeling that he couldn't move with all his might was something that the mutant giant dog still had palpitations when he thought about it. Good, just have sense. Xinyi looked at the mutant giant dog that was a little hostile to him, but had no killing intent, and said that he was quite satisfied. Although this was because Lin Jiwei had stopped it, it was good enough for it to hold back from attacking itself. After all, it is not to be treated as a human being, but taming is really similar to taming people. Again, a big stick with sweet dates. Let it be in awe of itself and dependent at the same time. Thinking of this, Xinyi took a step and instantly appeared beside the mutant giant dog, startling it. The mutant giant dog subconsciously tried to stand up, but a flashlight shone on it, refracting a shadow, and then its body that was about to stand up was instantly immobilized. It's that feeling again from before. The mutant giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes staring at Xinyi, who was close at hand, clearly producing a hint of fear. It was probably in a state of sanity right now, and with the heavy injuries, it felt the threat of death. If Xinyi kept shooting its vitals with his gun at this time, he might really be able to kill this mutant giant dog, because through the feedback of the stamina consumed by the shadow binding, the mutant giant dog at this time was obviously much weaker than yesterday, and the stamina consumed by immobilizing it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that the resilience of this gene, while strong, has not reached the point of no solution. I guess those special forces just didn't want to take any chances, otherwise they would have definitely been able to kill the mutant giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the black mist, it was simple. There was no light source. He just carried one with him. Flashlights are plentiful in supermarkets and it's not too much of a hassle to have a system space where you can take them as you go. Thinking about this, Xinyi saw that the deterrence was almost the same, so he took out a roasted chicken from the system space and looked at the mutant giant dog and said, "In the future, take me as your master, as long as you are obedient, to ensure that you will have meat to eat all the time." As he spoke, he threw the roasted chickens next to the mutant giant dog. Smelling the aroma coming from the chicken, the mutant giant dog was obviously excited and kept making wailing noises, unable to wait to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Xinyi had also eliminated a large portion of its hostility, and the aura of its body turned neutral gray, as well as a faint white color of goodwill. Not bad, very knowledgeable. Xinyi nodded in satisfaction and loosened the shadow restraints. Although the mutant giant dog did not understand human language, it also understood that it could not attack Xinyi, otherwise you'll either be immobilized by it or it won't taste good. It carefully glanced at Xinyi, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roasted chicken on the ground in one bite. A roasted chicken that was gone before it could taste what it was. Then, it eyed Xinyi again. After hesitating, he limped over to Xinyi. Xinyi prepared himself to use the shadow binding at any time, and then instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand. The mutant giant dog seemed to understand what was to be done and lay down in front of Xinyi, lowering its head to make it convenient for Xinyi to touch its head. The hostility in the mutant giant dog had also completely dissipated, and there was quite a bit more of a white aura of goodwill. Immediately thereafter, Xinyi then took out a dozen roasted chickens and 20 to 30 pieces of steak and threw them one by one to the mutant giant dog. If you throw it all at once, it's not tame. Instead, it's important to let your pet know that you can only eat what I give you. You can't eat what I don't give you. and you can't rob it. This was also Shin-Yi testing the mutant giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food to attack itself, it proves that it has a backbone and it's time to turn into dog soup. However, mutant giant dog does have sense. It stares at the food beside Shin-Yi, although it is very anxious and wants to eat ruthlessly, but it does not snatch it, but waits for Shin-Yi to throw it. It was clearly in awe of Shin-Yi's means of being able to immobilize it. In the end, after some feeding, the mutant giant dog's kindness towards Shin-Yi was also much stronger. Although it wasn't as loyal as Su Wanning and Su Yun's crowd of women, at least they wouldn't suddenly sneak up on them. Generally, there is a process by which goodwill is transformed into hostility. This process was enough time for Shin-Yi to have a reaction. I didn't realize you knew how to tame a dog. A rare smile appeared on Lin Jiwei's face as she breathed a sigh of relief. Ha was more than just the first successful experiment for her. She was a pet that she had put a lot of affection into, and she was happy to be able to save it now. Dog taming? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to taming a human, which I'm very experienced at. Shin-Yi stroked the mutant giant dog's head and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75, Rain, subdue mutant black spiders. Taming? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be pointing at himself, but she didn't take it to heart. After all, it's something that's not in your favor, and keeping it in your mind will only affect your play later. Well, let's go home, Shin-Yi said, looking towards the mutant giant dog that had recovered much from its injuries. It seems that with enough food, its recovery can be sped up. What a powerful and sick ability. If this ability was given to Shin-Yi, it was simply unbeatable. The last thing Shin-Yi needed right now was food. Injuries can be recovered just by eating, which is cool for him. If he wasn't worried about turning into a monster, he'd really want to inject a tube of genetic evolution potion. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem like mutant animals get particularly horny from inhaling black mist for a few hours like we humans do. Walking on the road back to the neighborhood, Shin-Yi drank mineral water and suddenly looked at the mutant giant dog. Although the mutant giant dog also needed to drink water, it was not like Shin-Yi and Lin Jiwei, who had to be rehydrated once in a while. Lin Jiwei nodded and answered. According to my previous research, most mutated animals don't feel thirsty all the time in the black fog, but after they mutate, the amount of water intake they need will increase accordingly. As for the mutant animals' method of replenishing their water supply, it seems to be drinking the blood of their prey. Then can they drink contaminated water? Shin-Yi asked one more question. Most of the mutated animals can't drink it, but some of them do. But according to my research, even mutated animals will have some effects if they drink contaminated water for a long time. In that case, the water source is really the most important thing at the moment. For all living things, Shin-Yi murmured softly. It was a good thing that his first supply unlock was mineral water. Otherwise he wasn't sure if he could have survived. If you don't inhale the black mist, you can still live for a while longer. But if you live in the black mist all the time, I'm afraid you won't last a day without 3 or 4 bottles of water. When you think about it like this, I'm afraid a lot more people are going to die next. The mountain city was slightly better. Because of its terrain, there were many high-rise buildings, and people were still able to escape the black fog for a while. Like some plain cities, I'm afraid more than 80% of the people will die if there is no state rescue. If possible, Shin-Yi did not want so many people to die. It didn't do him a lick of good to have the human race dead and finished, because without a huge population base, it will be hard for him to find a woman who meets the system's criteria in the future. However, as long as the survivors are brave enough to go out and look for water, odds are they can still find some drinkable water, right? Shin-Yi hadn't studied this aspect because he wasn't short of water. But surely people who are short of water will band together to find uncontaminated water sources, such as the mineral water in the supermarket. And groundwater? Well, water? I just don't know if the groundwater is contaminated. It was reasonable to say that the black mist appeared from the cracks in the ground, which meant that it came out of the ground. That groundwater must have been contaminated a long time ago, but this was only a guess. Shin-Yi was not sure that underneath the crack was the underground. On a metaphysical note, he had even wondered if the rift led to other dimensions or subdimensions below. After all, this black fog was too weird and mysterious. It's not like the Earth can generate it on its own. Of course, these are all blind guesses without a single actual source. I can only wait until I have the strength to go down into the cracks and see for myself later. It looks like it's raining. Shin-Yi and Lin Jiwei had just walked back to the entrance of the neighborhood when there was suddenly a pattering drizzle in the sky. It was the first rain in the mountain town in nearly half a month. And the rainwater does not appear to have been contaminated in the first place and is drinkable. Of course, Shin-Yi would not risk trying, but if this rain had been a little heavier, the average person would have had one more chance to live. Speaking of which, if rainwater won't be contaminated in the first place, then the way other cities are rescued, shouldn't it be artificial rain? Shin-Yi was thoughtful. It's not out of the realm of possibility. He even suspected that all this sudden rain in the mountain city could be artificial rainfall, but it's just a guess. Next it's time to get down to business. Come to the door of the unit in building 6. Before Shani could say anything, the mutant giant dog suddenly stopped in its tracks, a pair of green eyes staring at the upper floors in death, and a wary sound came out of its throat. Apparently, stupid Era, who had recovered some from his injuries, was able to detect the potential danger at this point. There could be mutant animals upstairs. Lin Jiwei looked at the building in front of her and then opened her perspective. Soon, she then saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on top of it, a rather large mutant black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutated animals, she was still surprised by the size of this black spider. How did a normal spider mutate so big? Could it be that a secondary mutation has occurred just like Ha? Lin Jiwei murmured in surprise. She desperately wanted to study the mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, it would be of great research value. Little Ha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei earnestly barked with the mutant giant dog. Era cocked her head, probably squashing what was meant. There is wisdom, but not much. I'll go lure it down. You command Xiao Ha to sneak in later. Shini said. Yes. Research fanatic Lin Jiwei immediately nodded his head. She wouldn't let go of such good research material. Even if Shini didn't say anything, Lin Jiwei would have to find a way to capture him or get him killed. The carcasses of mutated animals are also valuable for research. Subsequently, Shini instantaneously arrived in front of the unit door, took out a from the system space-type pistol, and through the telepathic perspective, aimed at the mutant black spider that was resting and pulled the trigger. 54. Bang bang bang. The bullets all hit the mutant black spiders, most of them not doing much damage, but one of the bullets happened to hit one of the black spider's eyes and instantly exploded into a cloud of sticky liquid. The mutated black spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps due to pain and anger. It moved several legs at the same time, moving quickly towards the downstairs. Shini purposely waited until the mutant black spider saw itself and attracted all of its hatred, and only then used instantaneous shift to pull backward. The mutant black spider didn't seem to notice Era in the black fog, and aggressively chased towards Shini, like it had to get him killed. Ha! It's now! Go! Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give the order. The mutant giant dog, which was already eyeing the mutant black spider, received the order and pounced on the defenseless mutant black spider at once. With a single claw, it was heavily pressed to the ground, and no matter how much the mutated black spider struggled, it simply could not break free of Era's large claws. Mutant Era's power completely crushed this mutant black spider. If it wasn't for the hardness of the black spider's body, this claw might have directly slapped it into a pile. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei was immediately about to step forward to study this mutated black spider up close. A secondary mutated animal was the first time she had ever encountered one. Koha doesn't count because Koha is a man-made product. Who knows? Right at this moment, the mutant black spider, while struggling with its several legs, suddenly opened its mouth and violently spat out a white silk like an arrow, shooting it towards Lin Jiwei, who was not prepared in the slightest. 76. Too damn bossy. White silk suddenly erupted out of the mutant black spider's commissary, causing Lin Jiwei to not react or think at all. Because normal spiders are not shooting silk from their mouths. Spiders spray silk mainly from the location of silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete a liquid protein through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it rapidly solidifies into spider silk. That's why, when the mutant black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by Era, Lin Jiwei didn't deliberately go on the defensive, but she didn't expect the mutated black spider to completely defy common sense. Its spider's spout from its commissary. Lin Jiwei wanted to dodge, but it was too late. That white silk was extremely fast, and just like a sharp arrow, if it stuck in the flesh, it would surely be pierced instantly. At this moment of crisis, Shini instantly came over and pulled Lin Jiwei into his arms. The white spider silk grazed past Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep, bloody wound that was even slightly corrosive. But fortunately, it was only an arm injury and the person was fine. Woof! Seeing his master injured, the mutant giant dog barked in anger, and then a large claw was raised and smashed down heavily, directly smashing the mutant black spider's head and bursting it, with all kinds of liquids flowing all over the place. The head exploded, and the body of the mutated black spider struggled for a while, slowly losing its movements. Only then did Shini take back his eyes, looked at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms, frowned and counted. Why are you so reckless? Bring some brains. Even the weakest mutant monster could easily take our human lives. You're in research too. You should know more about mutant animals and be more vigilant than I am. I know. Lin Jiwei covered her injured arm with one hand, and for some reason, she was a little afraid to talk back. It wasn't that he was afraid of Shin-yi, but he had a very strange feeling in his heart. Could it be? Is this what it feels like to be in love? Such a sentence suddenly surfaced in Lin Jiwei's mind. Even after her recent brush with death, she still had little fear, and instead was able to think calmly about her own experience. Go into the building first and get your arm sterilized and bandaged. Shin-yi looked at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. That spider silk is even still corrosive, although the corrosiveness is not strong. But Lin Jiwei's arm, quite a lot of meat was corroded off, issued a nuisance sound. With such a serious injury, this woman actually didn't even say a word. Her patience was too strong. The two entered the building, and since the mutant giant dog was too big to enter, they had to lie down in the doorway. It stared at the corpse of the mutated black spider and seemed eager to eat it, but Lin Jiwei warned it repeatedly before entering the building that it should never eat black spiders. I don't know if Era understood, but it didn't eat it then anyway. Come to the building. Shin-yi realized that the first floor had actually been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the bodies on the floor were cleared away. Looks like Gangnam Smoke's shelter program is doing well. It's only been half a day and even the sanitation in this building has started. Not bad. Shin-yi still prefers a clean environment. He took Lin Jiwei to sit on the couch, used medical scissors to cut open the clothes on her arm, and began to sterilize Lin Jiwei with iodine vapor. Luckily, I had gone to the hospital earlier and had scavenged a lot of various medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injuries weren't treated, I'm afraid she might not be able to keep this arm. Once infected, you may even lose your life. Next time, be more careful and don't be so reckless. As long as people are alive, what research can't they do if they want to? It's being pressed by Xiaoha. It's not like it's going to run away. So what's your hurry? Shin-yi, while disinfecting himself with a cotton swab dipped in iodine vapors, rambled on and taught Lin Jiwei his own Goji Dao. He would never have done such a risky thing. No matter how weak the opponent was, as long as he struck out, he would definitely get killed with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly looked at the man who treated her wounds and bandaged her up again, not saying a word. There was a rare ripple in her calm, unruffled eyes. Wrap it up. And after that, watch yourself to see if it gets infected. And if it does, I'm afraid you'll have to find a doctor to do the surgery for you. After Shin-yi used a bandage to help Lin Jiwei dress her wound, he glanced at her calm expression. This woman can really stand it. The whole time the bandage was wrapped, surprisingly, did not say a word, and has been in a daze. I do not know what to think about it. Probably trying to figure out how to study that mutant black spider. What a research junkie. Research fanatics who don't even want to die. I know. Lin Jiwei slightly glanced over her head, not meeting Shin-yi's eyes. Alright, since the mutant black spider is dealt with, you should rest today, and tomorrow we'll go back to pick a suitable building for you, and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need. Shin-yi planned. However, with a fuel generator, you need a lot of oil, and you'll have to make a trip to the gas station afterward to get some more gasoline before you can do that. Honey, just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was Jiangnan Smoke and Su Yun, as well as Su Wanting, and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shin-yi had naturally seen them telepathically a long time ago and was not surprised. Similarly, arriving within a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women also telepathically determined Shin-yi's identity. Honey, all the residents in this building have finished registering and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we've taken in so far 12 survivors, Jiang Nanyan reported while glancing at the beautiful woman sitting beside Shin-yi. Another one of hubby's new women? I can't believe you're hurt? For some reason, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy, it's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if by locking eyes with this woman, all her little thoughts were instantly seen through, making Jiangnan Smoke feel as if she was naked all over. It's a feeling that's very uncomfortable. The other survivors who had followed them were immediately shocked collectively when they heard Jiangnan Smoke call the man in front of them her husband and in a rather respectful manner. Turns out, this is the man who is really in charge. Thus, the survivors secretly sized up Shin-yi, thinking about why this little white boy could make such a fierce female devil obey. They had seen Jiangnan Smoke kill someone with his gun. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as grass, frightened the other male survivors. But it was such a beautiful and cold woman who would actually call this young man her husband with a rather respectful attitude. It simply refreshes the survivors' perspective. But right after that, what refreshed their 3 views even more was that the other 2 pretty women with guns in their hands even called the white boy husband. At once, all the survivors were stunned. These 3 beautiful women, they are all this little white boy's women. How is this possible? Isn't it against the law? Well, good. Then go ahead, and as soon as possible, find all the residents in the other buildings in this neighborhood as well, and see if they're willing to join our shelter. And if they're not, Then kick them out. This neighborhood will be the base of our shelter from now on, and no other outsiders will be left behind. After Shin-Yi gave the order, he paused, swept his eyes over a few survivors, and said, "If anyone dares to make trouble, just shoot them dead. There's no need to save bullets. I have enough bullets here." Hearing this, the survivors' faces changed and they were suddenly alarmed. This man, too damn bossy. This is a house that the tenants bought themselves, and they're kicking people out? Survivors who still retain some moral grounding inevitably feel uncomfortable in their hearts, but at the same time, they were kind of glad. It's a good thing I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a handgun, they're really going to get kicked out of their homes. Sure enough, it's possible to keep a bunch of cold women in line, and this little white boy is only going to get more brutal. 77, Awe and Security. Ken licked to get it right. Shin-Yi's dismount was effective. There was already fear in the eyes of the survivors as they looked at him. Yes, he deliberately said something like that in front of these survivors. The purpose is to keep the survivors in awe. Only awe can make them afraid and show them how bad the consequences of betrayal can be. Sure, to rule the asylum, it can't just be fear either. So, after some pounding, Shin-Yi casually waved his hand and a dozen bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground. And he looked at the survivors and said, "You're the first batch of survivors to join the shelter, and these water and food are your rewards for making the right choice. Meanwhile, if you can pull in more survivors to join the shelter, you'll be rewarded with more food and water," Shin-Yi said, sweeping his gaze over the crowd of awe-inspiring, shocked, and scared survivors. From telepathic perception, these people were not hostile to themselves, but at best neutral and did not want to be messed with. Also, Shin-Yi has a gun in his hand. Cootie. That's why it's hostile. There wouldn't be many tenants in the building who would dare to put up a fight. Otherwise they wouldn't have been chased by half a dozen thugs earlier. However, this way people who are afraid of death are better controlled instead. It's not like they need to be great fighters anyway, just good enough to do a general job. It's fine to be able to act as cannon fodder when necessary. Well, take all this food and water and divide it up, as Shin-Yi voiced out. A group of survivors rushed forward to take the water, and there were also people who said thank you to Shin-Yi, with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Shin-Yi gave him an extra bottle of water. It resulted in other people watching and hating themselves for not thinking to say thank you. It's true. You have to be able to lick at all times. The main reason was that they had just been shocked by Shin-Yi's means of changing food and water out of thin air, and for a moment their brains went down and didn't react. None of these survivors had yet to see an alien power, much less know of the existence of an alien fruit. All they felt was shock, disbelief. With a mere wave of his hand, he conjured up a dozen bottles of water. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder they can keep these three murderous she-devils in line. No wonder you can have a harem of several beautiful women in the apocalypse. Because of Doomsday, it doesn't seem like the appearance of superpowers is particularly hard to swallow. So while the survivors were shocked and in awe, they quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Shin-Yi swept his gaze across the crowd, using telepathy to check. These survivors actually know on their own supernormal abilities born of greed, and he wanted to make an example of it. It turns out that this group of people do not give a chance off. Strike that, too, sooner or later. And with Shin-Yi's promise, these survivors were excited in their hearts. Just by pulling people into the shelter, you will be rewarded with food and water. This is an opportunity. To this day, even the residents who have food stocks at home have run out. If it hadn't been for Jiangnan Smoke knocking on their door today and telling them that the thugs were dead, they probably would have stayed at home until the hunger got too much for them to risk going out. And now, they don't have to take particularly big risks or fight for their lives. It's just so easy to pull people into the shelter and get food and water. Shelters are also safer when there are more people, and people stay warm as a group. So, these few survivors had no dissenting views out of awe, or their own cowardice and timidity. No ambitions, no great desires, just to be alive is enough. Hubby, then I'll bring people to search for survivors in the other buildings now. Jiang Nanyan immediately responded. She was also enjoying this feeling of being one person, above all others right now. There weren't 10,000 people on hand yet, but as long as the shelter kept growing, the future was still very much a possibility. It's a great feeling to be in power like this. Gangnam Smoke has become a bit of an addict. Well, you guys are coming out with me, Shin-Yi said, leading the way out of the unit door. Have to give Era a ding before the group is eaten by Era as they enter and exit the unit door. At this point, the mutant Era lying in the doorway waiting saw Shin-Yi and immediately came over, desperately wagging his tail as if begging for a reward. Ah, there's a monster. There was a female survivor who saw Era's massive size and was so frightened that she screamed and subconsciously dodged back. Even some of the male survivors were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they backed away, almost running away. This group of survivors, don't even expect them to fight. However, seeing the mutated giant dog, even Jiangnan Smoke and Su Yun's girls subconsciously gripped their guns tightly, with a face of nervousness and fear. However, when they saw that Shinyi did not retreat, but instead walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but instead watched the scene curiously. Since the husband wasn't afraid, it proved that he could definitely take care of this mutated monster. Then they have no reason to be afraid. The three women trusted Shinyi's power so much that they were even superstitious. The mutant giant dog may have eaten enough, or it may have sensed that these survivors are not a threat to it, or it may be Lin Jiwei's teaching. In short, it did not put these survivors in its eyes, and it did not show any hostility. Sure, if Shinyi wasn't in front of it, then I'm afraid it would be another bloody scene. Well, not a bad performance. Remember, don't attack them in the future. Shinyi stroked Era's head, pointed at Jiangnan Smoke and Su Yun, Su Wanting's three daughters, and instructed it. Although Era doesn't always understand human language, it still understands the general meaning. The green eyes of the mutant giant dog looked at the three Su Wanting girls and seemed to memorize it. Old husband, it is? Su Wanting swallowed her saliva and asked cautiously. He's a pet I have. Named Ha. Shinyi said, casually taking out a few pieces of steak and throwing them to Era. Give rewards for being obedient. Pets. The three Su Wanting girls, as well as the other survivors, were dumbstruck. He actually kept a monster the size of 5 or 6 meters as a pet. The monster was as scary to look at as a small mountain just lying there. Normally it doesn't eat people, but you guys try to stay away from it too. In case something happens, Shinyi admonished. Just in case. Several women responded in a hurry. Even if they hadn't been dinged, they wouldn't have dared to go near the creature. If it wasn't for Shinyi blocking in front of them and touching the monster's head, they would have shot it directly. Although a pistol shouldn't kill this mountain-like monster. Hubby, then can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan carefully glanced at the mutated monster. Even if he had telepathic powers and could detect that the mutant giant dog was not hostile to him, but with such a large pile of monsters lying at the door, any normal person would be scared. Well, go ahead. Shinyi nodded his head and smoothly collected the headless body of the mutated black spider on the ground into the system space. Immediately thereafter, Jiang Nanyan led a group of survivors to carefully walk past the mutated giant dog. They were relieved to see that the mutant giant dog was unresponsive. The survivors discussed it in heartfelt whispers. How in the world was that horrible monster taken in? I'm afraid it could flatten a van with one claw, right? This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Nima. What a pervert. The people who were originally in awe of Shinyi, who possessed supernormal abilities, at this moment they could not raise a trace of resistance, not to mention how strong Shinyi's supernatural ability is. Just this he has pet, can casually shoot them to death. But then another thought. The boss of our shelter is so powerful and has such a powerful pet. So if we just do our job properly in the future, won't we also be safer? At least you don't have to worry about running into thugs like you did before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, the boss's pets can eat them. This was also the effect Shinyi wanted. It is important to both awe and make those who join the shelter feel safe. This is how shelters can grow in a healthy way and serve themselves better. 78. Morong Shui Shock. Let's take a day off today. And tomorrow we'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. And if it doesn't, I'll help you set up the lab equipment. Shinyi sent Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's house, gave a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory medicines and gauze, and left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be an ox and horse, he had to get well before he became an ox and horse. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei, a little hesitant, but still concerned. How did you get injured? Does it hurt? Although the relationship between them is rather awkward, but it's a post-apocalyptic world, and this sort of thing isn't particularly hard to swallow. As a secondary anchor, Chu Xiaoxiao had also read a lot of apocalyptic harem anime and novels, so relatively speaking, she could accept this kind of thing very quickly. Most of all, she also didn't have the qualifications and power to reject Shinyi. Spider silk rubbed. Lin Jiwei was brief and concise, and casually replied, Spider silk? Is it a spider? Caterfoil froze. Lin Jiwei hummed, not knowing what she was thinking about, not interested in chatting. Seeing that this woman was so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao let out an "oh." Also no longer hot-faced a cold ass, got up and went to wash up. Shinyi is a bit of a cleanliness freak and loves cleanliness, so he provides each of his women with mineral water for daily washing. Leaving Caterfoil's house, Shinyi drove telepathically and went straight to the doomsday enthusiast Morong Shui's house. This is the highest-rated woman so far. Whether it was the body, face value, or temperament, it was the top of the line that Shinyi had ever seen. Therefore, He had coveted Morong Shue's shelter for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been busy unlocking Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao's supplies in the past 2 days, as well as emptying the stuff in the Virus Research Institute, Shinyi would have already made a move on her. Ha! I can't believe this woman isn't home? Shinyi swept around with his telepathy, and where the lights were on there was actually no one in the rooms on the floor. 18th. Where did this woman go? It's the end of the world. How dare you go out? He mobilized his mind and scanned the entire building, looking for signs of Morong Shui. This woman. Don't die of waves. Otherwise Shinyi would have lost a lot of money. Shinyi searched around and suddenly revealed an unexpected expression. He found Morong Shue's figure. Only, Morong Shui, a stranger, was actually with his little sister. The two were chatting and looked as if they were still on good terms. I haven't been back in just a day. Why does it feel like so much has happened? Shinyi frowned. Is this woman approaching my little sister and grandma with some evil intent? He didn't think a woman who had her house all set up with traps would be defenseless enough to become friends with his little sister. Pondering in his mind, Shinyi used instantaneous transfer to arrive outside the door of the room, and instead of directly entering the room, he knocked on the door. Older brother, you're finally back. The door to the room opened. Shinshu immediately jumped up happily, and at once tightly embraced Shinyi's arm, pulling him into the room. Entering the room, Shinshu was the first to introduce to Morong Shui. Sister Morong, let me introduce to you. This is my oldest brother, Shen Yi. Hello, Mr. Shen. Morong Shui got up and showed Shinyi a kind smile. Instead, her heart contracted momentarily. The spatial system adept he had seen earlier was actually Shinshu's brother. She was stunned. So much has changed in this life. Shin Crisp appeared in the mountain city in advance, and inexplicably actually moved into his own neighborhood. Obviously, in his previous life, Shin Crisp was more than 2 months away. Besides, her brother should have disappeared in his previous life. Shin Crisp also came to the vicinity of Mountain City University for the same reason that she had never even left Mountain City University in order to look for her brother. But in this life, her brother was actually alive. Morong Shui almost thought that Shin Shu was also a reborn. That's why she approached Shinzu. However, through conversation, she realized that Shin Shu did not have the slightest memory of her previous life, proving that she was not a traveler. So, that means everything that's happened so far is a butterfly effect? But how can the butterfly effect be so big? Although he had done something that affected the trajectory of his own life, there was no way he could affect Shin Crisp, and it's affecting so thoroughly. Not to mention Morong Shui's momentary brainstorming at the moment, Shin Shu was happily introducing Morong Shui to Shinyi, elder brother. The sister's name is Morong Shui. Before when you weren't there, the next door neighbor kept smashing our room door. I listened to you, elder brother. Didn't open the door and ignored him, but that man slammed the door every once in a while, and grandma and I were so scared. Then, it was sister Morong Shui who showed up and drove that bad neighbor away. Shinyi frowned slightly. With that, he released his telepathy and looked at his next door neighbor's house. Results. That neighbor has died a horrible death in his home. He had a crossbow bolt in his head. That crossbow was exactly the same as the one in Morong Shui's house. Shinyi withdrew his telepathy, looked at Morong Shui with some surprise, and said without moving, "Thank you. It's just a show of hands. It's nothing." Morong Shui smiled with a kind attitude, but she was nervous as hell inside. Not just nervous, but shocked, incredulous, because just now, during the conversation, she clearly felt the strong fluctuations emanating from Shinyi's body again. It turned out that the one who had spied on herself with her perception powers before wasn't that woman, but Shinyi. In other words, this man actually has 2 powers. Morong Shui was shocked. What kind of dog luck powerhouse is it to get 2 powers at the beginning of the end? With such strong dog luck, why on earth did he die so quickly in his previous life? Or is it, he didn't die in his past life, he just left the mountain town early? It's not right. If he left the mountain city early, he should also go back to find his family, and it is impossible to disappear into thin air. Otherwise, Shinshu could not have come all the way to find him. Unreasonable, very unreasonable. Morong Shui's brainstormed nonstop, but she simply couldn't make sense of it for a while. Ms. Morong, I won't say any more polite words. In the future, if you need any help, you can come to me, Shinyi said with a smile. He was once again certain in his heart that this Morong Shui woman was definitely not simple. Before, Shinyi only thought that the other party was a heavy doomsday enthusiast, but I didn't think the other side would dare to kill a woman who built a doomsday shelter, and stocked a bunch of food and water, and prepared a bunch of weapons, and had the guts to kill people. Why does it feel so much like a character in some novel? Shinyi was thoughtful. Next, after the 3 of them chatted for a while, Morong Shui took the initiative to leave on the pretext that she was a bit tired. Crispy, take these alien fruits and eat them. Shinny took a handful of alien fruits from the system space and gave them to Shin Crisp. It's all telepathic alien fruit. This psychic ability is very practical. Although her little sister didn't have to go out and wasn't usually in any danger, this psychic ability could still be kept as a backup. As for why it wasn't given before, it was because of the alien cap. Shinny had wanted to arrange two stronger powers for his little sister. Telepathy, while practical, is still weak, not much of a combatant, and there's no need to take up an alien space, but it's not easy to find other psychic fruits. So let's arrange for telepathic psychic powers first. Wait until later and think of other ways to see if you can break through the limit of the alien ability cap. Wow! Older brother, did you dig up an exotic fruit tree somewhere? There are actually so many exotic fruits. Shin Crisp was full of surprises. Shinny laughed, then explained to his little sister about the use of telepathic powers and the fact that they could be upgraded if they ate more powers fruits. Then, after leaving some more food and water, he too excused himself and left. Step out the door. He went straight to Morong Shue's house on the floor. 18th. 79, Shinny. Are you a reborn person? Shinny was almost certain that Morong Shue, this strange woman, definitely intended to approach his little sister. As to what purpose, he had no clue. But now that the hidden danger has been discovered, it is necessary to snuff out the seed. Either settle for Morong Shue, either that or take her in and figure out what she's doing close to her family. Through the lens of telepathy. After Shinny saw Morong Shue hurry back home, the first time he picked up his bow and crossbow, and opened all the several traps in the house, ready for battle. This woman really has a problem. I can't believe she's already predicted that I'm coming for her. Shinny also did not play false with Morong Shue, directly transiently entering the bedroom of her house. There was only one trap in the room, and it posed little threat to himself. And at this point, Morong Shue was sitting in the living room with an empty view, holding a crossbow in her hand, and the white fox was lying on the sofa. She could feel that the force that had been spying on her was always there. Owners are being watched. The man did come after all. Come out and talk about what you want. Morong Shue looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from when she was in front of Shin Crisp before. How kind then? How cold now? Shinny stared at Morong Shue, a thought rising in his heart. This woman. She must have psychic powers. She could detect her prying, but she couldn't seem to see where she was. However, the woman was smart. And the reason she was sitting in the living room with a wide view was obviously to defend herself against an instantaneous sneak attack. No matter which angle Shinny suddenly sneaked in from, this woman was able to make a counterattack at the first opportunity. What a keen sense of combat. What was she before? Moreover, it actually detected even the extreme distance of my instantaneous movement. Shinny frowned and thought, although judging from the aura on Morong Shue's body, she didn't have particularly heavy killing intent towards herself, she couldn't let her guard down. So, Shinny was in the bedroom and voiced out to her through a door. Morong Shue, what exactly are you? Morong Shue was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the bedroom. She subconsciously gripped her bow. Space aliens are really tough. And, this space alien actually had a perception ability. It just doesn't make sense to pair these two powers together. Originally, with so many organs and traps in his room, even a spatial adept, breaking in without vision, would be able to assassinate him. But if the opponent has perception-based psychic abilities, then these traps won't be of much use. Morong Shue gripped her bow tightly and stared at the bedroom, saying coldly, I don't understand what you mean by that. What are you trying to say? If she could, she really didn't want to fight this kind of open guy, especially since the other party was actually Shin Shu's brother. All of this was completely beyond Morong Shue's plan. So let me ask you bluntly, why would you remodel such a shelter ahead of time? Who told you there would be a disaster? Shinny asked. He even speculated if some part of the hierarchy knew that an apocalyptic catastrophe was going to happen before the end, but that speculation was quickly debunked, because even someone with a deep background like Lin Jiwei didn't know about the coming doomsday. How could Morong Shue, an ordinary person who seemed to be a loner, know about it? All she definitely has a problem with. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't realize there would be a doomsday disaster and no one told me. As for remodeling this house, I just changed it for fun because I had the money. And I didn't think it would work out just right. Morong Shue answered so. It was the only explanation she had thought of long ago that made more sense. Although it sounded a bit bull********, it was better than exposing the secret of his rebirth. She wouldn't dare to tell random strangers about being reborn. Yes, Shin Yi, however, did not believe Morong Shue's reasoning at all. It simply doesn't stand up. Let me guess. You wouldn't be a reborn person who came back from the end of the world just like what they show in the TV show, would you? Shinny said while carefully observing Morong Shue's expression change. When he said the three words reborn, Morong Shue's eyes suddenly shrunk for a moment, but she tried her best to restrain from revealing a different expression. However, having such a detail is certain enough. I can't believe it's really a rebirth. Shinyi was immediately shocked. I can't believe someone can be reborn. Is this the daughter of destiny? Or is it some kind of rare psychic ability? Shinyi had a lot of thoughts, but more than that, he was excited. If one could grasp the secrets of this reborn person, one could avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But all the same, facing a reborn person, Shinyi dared not take it lightly. Who knows if the other side has any powerful cards? In case he had to fight himself, it would be a problem. So, Shinyi directly used the spiritual connection to forcefully connect with Morong Shue before instantly leaving the 18th floor. It's always good to be careful. Just pick up the communication remotely through a mental connection. This is psychic ability. Morong Shue suddenly felt an unfamiliar spiritual power invade her mind, and her heart was jolted. She quickly gathered her own spiritual power to forcefully erase that foreign force. Asterisk. She gritted her teeth in secret, wearing an incredulous expression. He actually possesses 3 supernatural abilities. How is this possible? As a reborn person, Morong Shue had only gained her second psychic ability so far. Her face shifted and her gaze then fell on the white fox sprawled out on the couch. Xiao Bai, it seems that we can only rely on you. Meanwhile, Shinyi frowned as he noticed that his spiritual connection had been instantly erased. This woman's mental power is actually so powerful? He thought in his heart. It seems that her psychic ability should be strengthening the mental aspect. After thinking for a moment, Shinyi once again initiated a spiritual connection to Morong Shue and attached a short sentence. Don't be so quick to say no. I just want to talk to you. Morong Shue's voice rang out in her mind as Shinyi's voice. Her brows furrowed lightly and she hesitated for a moment. But she did not cut off the connection again. She could sense that the mental energy was weak and harmless, and apparently could only be used for communication and was not offensive. It seems that his mental psychic ability is of the auxiliary type, and it's not of a high enough level to be used only for communication. Morong Shue's heart was slightly at ease. If this guy who possessed spatial and perception psychic abilities also possessed powerful psychic abilities, then he would have absolutely no chance of winning. How can someone who died long ago in his previous life be so strong in this life? Who on earth is the reborn? Shock and doubt tumbled through Morong Shue's mind. Suddenly, she remembered that Shinyi had just easily guessed her identity as a reborn person, and her heart tightened violently. And so on. Could it be that he is also a reborn person? Why else would you guess your identity? Thinking of this, Morong Shue sent a direct question to Shinyi through the spiritual connection. Shinyi, you are a reborn person? 80, trying to sleep. Me? Reborn? Shinyi froze. How does this woman make up her mind? I can't believe I'm a born again. After thinking about it, he returned, I'm not, but you are. Shinyi also completely determined the identity of the other party's reborn person from this question of Morong Shue. All doubt became certainty. Morong Shue also obviously realized that her identity had been exposed, so she cut off her spiritual connection with Shinyi at the first opportunity. No more chit-chat. The more you say, the more wrong you are. Now she just needed to be prepared for any defense. If Shinyi really wanted to hurt himself, then even if he was Shin Crisp's brother, he would never condone it. Big deal. At this point in time, Shinyi, who was in the black mist, also frowned and hesitated to make a move. He always felt that Morong Shue still had strong cards. For example, her psychic powers, or, perhaps, the white fox? Shinyi's telepathic powers stared at the white fox and scrutinized it. The size of this white fox was no different from a normal fox, and to say the only difference was that it had 3 tails. It's also a mutant white fox, and maybe a very powerful mutated white fox. Otherwise Morong Shue, a reborn person, wouldn't have spent supplies to keep it. If he wasn't more cautious, he might have to suffer on this fox. What's it going to take her down without injury? Shinyi pondered. A direct forceful attack is definitely not an option. He didn't want to take any chances. There is another way. That would be to instantly move in, directly throw 2 grenades, blow up White Fox and Morong Shue, and get it over with. But this is a bit too wasteful. A waste of grenades, a waste of unlocked supplies, and an even bigger waste of the value of a reenactor. I can't just grenade her, but I can threaten her with a grenade. If she's not afraid of my threats, then that proves that she has the power to defend herself even in the face of a grenade. So I'll leave her alone for now, and wait for some time to develop before I find out what's wrong with her. If she's scared, then I'll get an inch now. Shinyi quickly made a plan to try something with a grenade. He once again forced a mental connection with Morong Shue with a warning. I have a grenade, so don't refuse to communicate if you don't want to fight for your life. Having his spiritual connection erased consecutively, Shinyi felt that his spiritual power was quite consumed. If he had taken the initiative to cut off the connection, the consumption would be minimal. But if it was forcibly erased by the other party, the loss of mental energy would increase exponentially. That's right, the psychic connection, a psychic ability, relies on mental power. Although Shen-Yi hadn't obtained the supernormal ability to strengthen his mental power, the physical body evolution's supernormal ability allowed his mental power to far exceed that of normal people, which enabled him to continuously forcefully connect to Morong Shui. On the other side, Morong Shui was about to erase the connection again when she heard the words coming from Shen-Yi. Grenades. She looked incredulous. How could Shen-Yi have a grenade? No way. He must be scamming me. How can an ordinary college student have a grenade? This is ridiculous. However, despite the suspicion in her heart, Morong Shui did not decisively cut off the connection this time. While she was sure to survive the grenade's blast, the risk was still high. What's more, if the other side has more than one grenade, then one's situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudges, and I helped your sister, and you threaten me like this? Morong Shui coldly questioned, a hint of anger and incomprehension in her tone. Shen-Yi, however, as if he didn't hear her questioning, said to himself, my grenades were picked up from dead Special Forces soldiers, and they were specially made, with a much greater explosive power than ordinary grenades. If it were to explode in your home, one would be enough to level your home. Morong Shui was silent. This asshole. Listening to him, it's not like he's swindling himself. Did he really have a grenade? Morong Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenades. Don't think I can't do anything about you just because you have spatial powers. Since you know that I'm a reborn, then you should also be able to guess that I definitely have my own life-preserving cards. She paused, and her tone softened slightly. I don't want to fight you to the death. We have no grievances. There's no need for both of us to lose. Morong Shui personally admitted her identity as a reborn person, and it was clear that her words were not casual, but with the determination to die with her. Shen-Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no enmity between them. But can we speak with such reasoning in this day and age? Those thugs before also had no grievances with Shen-Yi. Shen-Yi didn't kill them too, and Morong Snow poses a much bigger threat than those thugs. She's a born-again, hiding a huge secret, and is intentionally close to her family. It was impossible for Shen-Yi to ignore her. In case Morong Shui grew up quickly with the memories of her previous life, when the situation was reversed, the one who would be passive would be herself. Although this was only Shen-Yi's speculation, he had always speculated on others with the worst of thoughts. In this world, only power decides everything, being good or being bad. Strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, the destabilizing factor of Morong Shui must be resolved, or controlled. At least make sure she can never threaten herself. Only then would Shen-Yi feel at ease. I don't want to make an enemy of you either, Shen-Yi replied thus. Hearing this answer, Morong Shui's taut heart slightly loosened. She really didn't want to fight for her life. Only those who have died once know how precious it is to be alive. Of course, it was also mainly because he was not strong enough at the moment. If it was strong enough, Shen-Yi dared to threaten himself like this. She'll just get Shen-Yi killed. Negotiation? I talk about Nima. Morong Shui's heart churned with anger, itching to dismantle Shen-Yi, but she resisted the urge. Reborn in a new life, she had thought she could get rid of the suffocation of her previous life and no longer suffer from anyone's anger. But he never expected that after only half a month, his identity as a reborn person would be recognized and even threatened. What bad luck! If I were to be reborn again, I would definitely find this bastard first and get him killed straight away. Morong Shui gritted her teeth and thought. In this life, she had long since become murderous and ruthless. Instead of being indecisive like in her previous life, she has learned to solve problems by the most direct means. However, in the face of Shen-Yi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress the anger in her heart and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. When I have the strength, I'll settle the score with you, she admonished herself, a cold glint in her eyes. Once again ruthlessly suppressing her fire, Morong Shui inquired through the spiritual connection. Since you don't want to be my enemy, what exactly do you want to do by spying on me all the time? Sleep with you. Shen-Yi did not hesitate. 81, Spiritual Connection Upgrade. Is he really a real brother? Morong Shui was dumbfounded. Frozen. She didn't expect Shen-Yi to be so blunt and direct. No, it's the end of the world. How can anyone still think about such things? Thinking about women when you can't even get enough to eat? Morong Shui was confused. She had always thought that Shen-Yi was spying on her for the food in her house, or for the secret of her rebirth. Turns out, he's only doing it to sleep with himself? Be a little less vulgar. Morong Shui man was dumbfounded. Rubbing her forehead, she couldn't help but spit out. Your pattern is so small that I didn't even think you were in it for this kind of nastiness. Yeah, it's the end of the world. Can't we have a bigger picture? Even if you say it's to get stronger. Turns out you made such a big deal just to sleep with a woman. Even, almost fought for their lives over it. Shui was so amused and angry that for a moment she actually didn't know where to start spitting. Of course, she also knew that she did have a great body and face, and it was normal for a man to be attracted to her. Only that Shui had always felt that Shin-Yi was very capable and cautious, and that the fact that he was able to detect his identity as a reborn person through a few words meant that he was also very smart. Someone this smart and cautious is either a hero or a lord. Turns out, he's a pervert. Shin-Yi also knew the reason why Shui was speechless, but he still replied blandly, I never said I had a big pattern in the first place. It's all in your head. I only have one request. I want to sleep with you. Shui was speechless and silent. It was natural for her to agree to such a thing, although Shin-Yi's strength was not bad, and his looks were barely eye-catching, but Shui wasn't in the mood to talk about love. It's the end of days now. It's the end of days. What's the point of talking about feelings? Besides, feelings and all that are most unreliable. In his last life, even his own mother and stepfather had betrayed him. So, she would never trust any feelings in this life. As long as you don't touch your feelings, you can live comfortably on your own. When you are strong enough, leave the mountain town. Thus, Shui indifferently returned. You change your condition. That's the only thing I'm asking. And if you don't agree, you'd better sleep with one eye open from now on, or I can't guarantee that a grenade won't suddenly appear at the foot of your bed. Shin-Yi shamelessly threatened. You are simply shameless. Shui cursed in anger. How can there be such a man with a small head controlling a big head? The point is that he actually has 3 other powers. But where Shin-Yi was a weakling, Shui definitely wouldn't say a single word of nonsense and just get him killed. It's just that this old colorful lot still has strong psychic abilities and luck. The current self can't really afford to mess with it. She took a deep breath and said, suppressing her anger, you change your condition. Even if you want alien fruits, I can find a way to find a few for you. No need. I have one request, to sleep with you. Shin-Yi was not moved in the slightest. Anyway, if we take her down, won't the alien fruit be ours? And, because of Shui's words, it reinforced Shin-Yi's idea. She was actually able to find a few alien fruits. It seems that this woman possesses quite a lot of chances to be able to casually promise herself a few alien fruits. Then she must have more hidden away herself. Shui was so infuriated by Shin-Yi's oil and salt attitude that she shivered. How could there be such a shameless man? Haven't you ever seen a woman before? Shui did not know that Shin-Yi had a system that could unlock supplies, so she only felt that Shin-Yi's behavior was incomprehensible and incomprehensible. I can give you a little time to think about it, but not too long, Shin-Yi said generously. Consider? Shui laughed coldly in anger, then said, aren't you afraid that when you sleep in the same bed with me, I will stab you to death? Scared, but I have a solution for that. For example, you could start by taking a sleeping pill and just knock yourself out. Shin-Yi was naturally prepared. There were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills in the pile of medicines he had raided at the hospital earlier. Anyway, there's enough medicine to go around. Shui man was dumbfounded. How did this shameless guy come up with this shameless idea? How can he utter these words without any shame at all? Let me take my own sleeping pills? Why don't you say I should tie myself up again? Shui felt that since she had relived her life, she had kind of seen all kinds of ugly and unpleasant human nature, but it was really the first time she had seen one as obsessed with women as Shin-Yi, and as brazen as well. It's refreshing and insightful. She took a succession of deep breaths before she managed to suppress her anger. Almost broke the defense. The white fox tilted its little head. It seemed like it was also the first time it had seen Shui so angry. Well, have you considered it? After 10 or so minutes, Shin-Yi knocked on the fruit and once again sent out an invitation for a double row. Meanwhile, his mental connection was also upgraded again. Your spiritual connection has been upgraded to LV6. Spiritual connection, LV6. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, conveying messages and sharing vision through the spiritual connection. Currently, the maximum number of people with a spiritual connection is 40, and the furthest distance of the connection is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance is doubled and the number of people connected is not counted. It went from a level to 3 a level and a distance of over a kilometer. 6. At this distance, it's no worse than a normal walkie-talkie. Keep upgrading and 100 miles shouldn't be too hard. With 100 kilometers of connection distance, it would be so convenient to go out and get in touch in the future. Think about it. I refuse. I don't want to fall in love in the apocalypse. Shui also gave her reply at this time, and she did consider it for a few minutes. But, no matter how she considered it, it didn't feel cost-effective. If one was reborn and had to sell his body to survive, then wouldn't he have been reborn for nothing? and I'm not saying I want to be in a relationship with you, so if you don't want to, it's okay if we only have one. Shinee said. Unlock the rewards first. Let's see what supplies this reanimator can unlock for himself. Maybe the rewards are extraordinary. When Morong Shui heard this answer from Shinee, she froze and said, "So, you're looking for me just to do that kind of thing?" She thought Shinee was trying to get into a relationship with herself, and then wanted to rely on the relationship to live in her shelter and share her food. But she realized she thought Shinee was too smart again. Feelings? That's all the nasty stuff that's going on in his head. How much yellow waste is in this brain to do something like this? No wonder he died so early in his last life. Definitely died on that one too. Is this guy really Shin Crisp's real brother? The brain circuits are all completely different. 82, you're not a man at all. It's childish. This Shinee guy is simply too childish. Where would a normal person? In a post-apocalyptic world. Think about women instead of trying to get food and water and improve their strength? It's just too childish. And it's not scary to be childish. What's scary is that people who are so childish have the strength to lift the table. This left Morong Shui too speechless. Did he really want to compromise with a childish guy like Shinee? Otherwise, you can't really sleep with one eye open every day on your own. Can you? It wasn't that Morong Shui hadn't thought of threatening Shinee with his family, but no sooner had the thought risen than she vetoed it again. Shinee had spatial ability and perception ability. It was easy to move his family. Not to mention, Shin Crisp's psychic ability wasn't simple either. If the threat didn't work, but instead forced Shin Crisp, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Muriel grabbed her hair impatiently. But if Shinee wanted to fight for her life, she wouldn't be so entangled. The point is, the conditions Shinee said kept her from putting up a fight, but there was no way she could easily accept them. Choosing to compromise, you cannot have to fight for your life. But this is hard to accept for Morong Shui, who was reborn in the first life and has a proud bone. But if he chose to fight for his life, Shinee wouldn't fight himself head-on, but hide behind his back and sneak attack himself. That makes it even harder. Like right now, although the two had been on the phone, Morong Shui had never been able to determine Shinyee's hiding place. This guy is ridiculously cautious, but whenever he dared to appear within his field of vision, Morong Shui would consider putting up a fight. Looking at the anxious Morong Shui, Shinee was calm. Now that the initiative was in his hands, he definitely wanted to maximize his benefits. Sleeping with Morong Shui is just the first step. After she really drugged herself out, Shinee could ruthlessly raid her stored supplies. This is cognitive bias. In Morong Shui's opinion, Shinee behaved like a hungry man of color. Let's talk it over. Can't we really change the terms? Morong Shui said tentatively and added. Besides, how do I know if you're lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm mesmerized? I'm so skeptical of your character. I can't trust you. Her suspicions were reasonable. Judging from Shinyee's current behavior, he really wasn't a good thing. After all, Morong Shui had helped his family, and yet he still had to go after Morong Shui. This was one of the reasons why Morong Shui was unwilling to compromise. I didn't think of killing you, Shinee replied calmly. After all, you are a reborn, and the information you know is the most valuable resource to me. It would be a loss to me to kill you outright. At this moment, Shinee really didn't have the thought of killing Morong Shui. Your loss? Morong Shui's cheeks twitched slightly, wanting to curse. Today was definitely the day she broke her defense the most. Meet such a shameless man. Took a deep breath. Morong Shui directly cut off the spiritual connection. Since we can't talk, we'll fight. She just couldn't believe that Shinee really wanted to fight with herself over this kind of thing. A fish out of water is not good for anyone. Hanging up again? Shinee raised an eyebrow. Since you're not willing to compromise voluntarily, I'll volunteer for you. Shinee glanced down and saw a stone at his feet and picked it up casually. In the next second, he instantly moved to Morong Shui's place and threw the stone violently towards her. In the back, Morong Shui was keenly aware of the movement behind her, and quickly turned around, her crossbow shooting out instantly. This arrow, missed. She only saw a flying rock, and Shinyee's figure had long disappeared without a trace. Instantaneous movement limit is simply not something that can be captured by the naked eye. Without a CD, the stone flew close to Morong Shui, but the moment it was about to hit her, it strangely hovered in midair. Morong Shui gripped her bow tightly and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect Shinyee's sneak attack to come so quickly. This guy, he just flips out when he says he's going to. No hesitation at all. It was clearly a warning to himself. This time he threw rocks. What about next time? Maybe it's a grenade. Morong Shui clenched her teeth, her face so gloomy that it could almost drip water. What kind of powers are these? Kind of like Lin Jiwei's gravitational manipulation. Shinee watched as the stone he had thrown was suspended in midair, pondering. If it was just gravitational manipulation, it would never stop a grenade from exploding. But since Morong Shui was confident that she was not afraid of grenades, It meant that the strength of her supernatural ability was much more than that. Shinny took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go, then took the empty bottle and launched another instantaneous attack. He'd like to see it, to see who could last longer. Damnable asshole. Morongshue once again blocked the mineral water bottle that suddenly appeared and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. She had understood Xinyi's intentions. This guy was trying to drain his mental energy. Xinyi didn't give Morongshue too many chances to catch her breath. God-awful sneak attacks ensue. Empty water bottles, rocks, and even all sorts of miscellaneous objects flew by at an angle every now and then. However, regardless of which direction the sneak attack came from, Morongshue was always able to block every attack with precision. Her entire body was flawless. Just as she continued to release her supernatural energy for defense, Morongshue's forehead was already oozing with fine beads of sweat. Apparently, using her powers over and over again had not been a small drain on her. As for Xinyi's side, his physical strength had also been depleted by about 1/6 or 7%. The woman should be nearing her limit. He exhaled slightly, observing the sweating Morongshue through telepathy, and had a judgment in his mind. Have to say, this woman has great psychic abilities and battle sense. The whole body was surprisingly flawless. No matter which angle he sneaked in from, he couldn't break through her defense. But in terms of a prolonged battle, Xinyi didn't think he would lose. He once again instantly moved into the room and casually threw out a miscellaneous item to continue consuming Morongshue's energy. And so it was after several more consecutive sneak attacks. Morongshue was already panting from exhaustion and her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Xinyi once again forced a spiritual connection. This time, the connection was made with ease. It looks like it's mental energy she's consuming by using her powers. Her psychic ability should be mental. Through the spiritual connection, Xinyi sensed that Morongshue's spiritual power was obviously much weaker, and secretly speculated in his heart. With that, he said in a calm tone through the spiritual connection, "How much longer can your spiritual power last? Surrender obediently. Shut up. If you're capable, come out and fight my old lady head-on. What kind of ability is it to keep sneak attacking?" Morongshue responded coldly, her tone of voice carrying suppressed anger. Xinyi's attack was just too disgusting. Perception ability combined with spatial ability was simply open. What kind of skill? Soon you'll be able to see for yourself what I'm capable of. Xinyi was unimpressed. As he spoke, he made another sudden sneak attack. No martial virtues at all. Morongshue was simply going to explode with anger. It wasn't that Xinyi's sneak attack was so strong. The item he used to sneak up on him was nothing more than some trash bag or something that wouldn't do much damage when hit. But Morongshue didn't dare to be unguarded. What if it's a garbage bag this time? A rock next time? Or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic forced even the always calm Morongshue to break her defense. She busted right out. "Asshole. You're not even a man. Come out if you can. As long as you can beat my mom head on, I'll lay here at your mercy." 83. Time to end the farce. If you have the ability, don't use your supernatural defense and try resisting my grenade with your physical body. If you can resist it, I'll leave now, and I'll never give you a hard time in the future. Xinyi said indifferently. He wasn't the least bit angered by Morongshue's insults. After all, he didn't know what Morongshue's bottom card was, so naturally he wouldn't be foolish enough to run out and fight head-on. What's more, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa also made Xinyi cautious at all times. In case you flip out because you're so pleased with yourself, you're just really clueless. Shameless. Morongshue's face was pale, obviously overusing her powers, but she knew in her heart that Xinyi was right. This is not a child's game. Really, if Xinyi came out and fought himself head-on, that would be stupid. Morongshue originally wanted to provoke Xinyi and make him reveal his cracks. Nay, this guy was extremely vigilant, and every time he threw something, he would instantly move to the distance, making it completely impossible for him to capture his position. However, if she could lock Xinyi's position, she would not be so passive. "I'll give you one more chance to think about it, and if you're still not willing to compromise, then I may have to throw a grenade next time." Xinyi issued another warning. "As for why you don't use a handgun to sneak in, the reason is simple, the shot needs to be aimed, and there will be a delay of a few seconds. It would be dangerous if Morongshue captured herself because of these few seconds of delay. There's no point in risking a full few seconds. In contrast, the current sneak attack method is safer. In a flash, you can be out of the fray without a worry in the world." It didn't matter if he couldn't sneak up on her. It was enough to keep Morongshue in a constant state of mental tension and keep using her powers. And at this point, hearing Xinyi's warning, Morongshue, who was already tense, was so nervous that she pinched the crossbow in her hand. She was sweaty and pale as paper, but her eyes were still as stern as knives. It was as if a vicious wolf that was ready to pounce on Xinyi at any time. The willpower of this woman, so strong, not bad for a born-again. Even Shani could not help but marvel at Morong Shue's tenacity, both physically and mentally. She is staggeringly powerful. If it were an ordinary person facing such a desperate situation, I'm afraid they would have compromised long ago. But Morong Shue was still holding on for dear life. Obviously the spirit is on the verge of breaking down, and yet she still prefers to die. What a great woman. It's a good thing I'm not a nice person, or I'd have to get off my ass. Shani murmured in a low voice. He has always been a decisive man, and once he makes a decision, he follows through with it. Changing the rules will only lead to mischief. Since he had already offended Morong Shue to death, it was impossible to seek peace. Either she compromises today, either that or finish her off for good today. Otherwise, if Morong Shue was allowed to leave with hatred, there would be no end of trouble in the future. Even your own family may be in danger. Through telepathy, Shani could clearly see that the aura emanating from Morong Shue's entire body was pure black. This strong hostility and killing intent. But if she is given a chance, she will absolutely fight with herself. Because of this, it was even more unlikely that Shani would let her go. Between conversations, Shani sneak attacked Morong Shue twice more. At this time, Morong Shue's face was as pale as paper, and she already needed to hold onto the sofa to barely stand still. Apparently, she had reached her limit long ago. Damn it! If this keeps up, I'm going to have a mental breakdown. Morong Shue gasped for air, her face as pale as paper. As a result of squeezing her mental power to the limit, all of her psychic abilities had broken through to level 2. This was an overdraft of spiritual power to upgrade. It's the dumbest way to upgrade, but even so, the breakthrough didn't help her. It was because her mental power was no longer enough to support her to continue releasing her powers. Bang! Suddenly, a bottle of water hit Morong Shue. It was a sneak attack that she failed to defend against. Xingyi's eyes stared. Here's your chance. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before doing so, he opened his mouth to ask again. Thinking about it? This is your last chance. Xingyi also didn't want to continue to take risks. If Morong Shue still refused to compromise, then there was no choice but to settle this trouble once and for all. It's a bit of a loss, but at least it gets rid of a heartbreaker. Consider? I'll test you. Now even if I like you, do you dare to come and sleep with my old lady? Morong Shue held onto the sofa and cursed coldly. Originally she was just torn and hesitant, but being teased by Shani like this, she also moved to real fire. Don't fight for buns. If she didn't take this breath out today, her rebirth in this life would be considered a wasted life. Pissed off old lady. Xingyi, however, did not talk nonsense and instantly came over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Morong Shue subconsciously defended, but when she saw that it was sleeping pills, she was so angry that she clenched her fists. Asshole, come out if you can. You let my mother beat you up. I'll agree to your demands if you'll just stand and let me beat you up. And I don't take pills, old lady. That was a compromise in disguise on her part. Just want to get out of the way. But Shani didn't care if she was angry or not. He has no intention of switching sides. Why don't you just enjoy yourself? It's the end of the world, and you still think about whether others are happy or not, whether they are aggrieved or not. Then you are too tired to live. It's just cool to be a double standard. Trying to beat me up, that's not going to happen. You're out of luck. If you are willing to compromise, then show me your sincerity. Xingyi remained calm. Today's frequent use of his powers had consumed a lot of his physical strength, but he found that his mastery of instantaneous movement had become even more skillful. Sure enough, abilities still need to be used more often to get a boost. He was now even able to continuously instantaneously move dozens of meters high into the sky. As long as you use a second instantaneous move immediately before falling down, you can stack the distance. That is to say, if one reacts fast enough, one can really go to heaven. It doesn't help much though, that's all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At this moment, in the mental connection, Morong Shue cursed dirty. It was so dirty that Shani almost unilaterally cut off the connection. Nice guy. I didn't expect such a beautiful temperamental imperial lady to be able to curse out such dirty words. Looks like it's really pissed off. Think about it. If it were Xingyi's turn to be teased by a bad guy like this, he might even be angry enough to have a heart attack. It's okay. It's okay that I'm the bad guy. What a relief. Morong Shue cursed for a long time, cursing until her mouth was dry, and only then did she stop. It seemed like a lot of breath had come out of her, and even the black aura on her body had dissipated slightly. She sat straight up on her ass on the couch and stopped defending herself against sneak attacks and didn't say a word, just sat there dry. However, Xingyi did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this was Morong Shue using her body as bait to tempt herself to take the bait? He looked out the window. The rain, it's getting heavier. It's also time to end this farce. Xingyi held the grenade and used instantaneous movement again. P.S. Get some free reward support. Look at the ads can be. Do not need to spend money, but also can make the author more motivated to update. If you don't mind, get some more 5-star reviews. 84, Innate X Sacred Body? Kill me if you can. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely be the first to settle the score with you. Morong Shui sensed Shin Yi appearing, but made no move to resist and just lay on the sofa defenselessly. Straight up open pendulum. However, Shin Yi did not let his guard down, still maintaining an extremely long distance from Morong Shui, and was ready to utilize instantaneous movement at any time. The more it comes down to the wire, the less you can let your guard down. Fine. If you can still be reborn, then feel free to get back at me or even abuse me. I'll wait for you. Shin Yi's tone was indifferent. He only looks at this world. One life over or the next. Don't even think about scaring the old man. Since I dare to kill you, I'm not afraid of bull ***** retribution. Hearing Shin Yi's words, Morong Shui's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at him. Can't wait to slash this asshole to death though. But it also has to be said that the asshole has a really good heart. It's the least you can do if you want to survive in this increasingly desperate world. Although Morong Shui hated Shin Yi, she had never said that he was bad from the beginning to the end. Why? Because she's not a good person herself. She's killed people too. Living a new life. Morong Shui deeply understands that only those who are ruthless and bad enough can live longer. That's the law of survival in Doomsday. If she didn't talk about the hatred between the two, she actually quite appreciated Shin Yi's character. Chopped up. Uninhibited. Do whatever you want. This is the kind of person Morong Shui fantasizes about as her perfect self. She did the same thing in this life. If you strike, you will surely be silenced. Do whatever you want on your own. For example, before the Doomsday even started, she borrowed over $100 million through various channels to create a Doomsday villa, but never even thought about paying it back. Those debtors also contacted themselves before, wanting to come for refuge. Morong Shui did not even bother to reply to them, and directly pulled all the black. Anyway, it's the end of the day. Old scoundrels are old scoundrels. Do they really dare to come and block their door? If they really dared to come, it would be just right to kill them all to stop the trouble. After a few minutes of silence, Morong Shui suddenly opened her mouth and asked, "Did you obtain a physique-strengthening type of psychic ability? Want to know? Ha! Be my woman and I'll tell you." Shin Yi was still considering whether or not to throw a grenade, because he saw that the hostility in Morong Shui's body suddenly dissipated a lot. The black aura was slowly transforming into a gray aura, even mixed with a hint of white aura. What's going on here? I can't believe I'm not hostile to me for some reason. Innate Jitterbug Sacred Body? It was a quicker shift in mood than Kajuru was ing weird. You've already used 3 of your powers, so that proves that you can't possibly have a physique strengthening type of power. Could it be a drug that can increase your physical strength for a short period of time? Morong Shui sized up Shin Yi and analyzed it thoughtfully. In this scene, there was not the slightest hint that the two were still fighting to the death a few minutes ago. You mean, only 3 powers each? Shin Yi frowned, capturing the key information. He had already known this information through Lin Jiwei long ago, but Shin Yi had always believed that as long as he obtained the flesh evolution alien ability, he would be able to accommodate more alien abilities. Anyone. But from the words of Morong Shui, a reborn person, it sounded as if the upper limit of human psychic abilities in the previous life was also 3? Could it be that no one ate the flesh evolution fruit in the last life? Since Morong Shui had said that there were physique strengthening abilities, it was logical that physical body evolution should be included in it. If the others also ate the flesh evolution fruit, then they should be able to hold more than 3 powers as well. Unless, the flesh evolution fruit was so rare that Morong Shui, a reborn person, had never heard of it. Of course, there was also the possibility that Morong Shui's previous life was too wasteful, and she probably couldn't come into contact with any strong people at all, so she didn't know much information. This is highly probable. If she was great in her last life, odds are she wouldn't have been reborn. Morong Shui didn't know what Shin Yi was thinking at the moment. She remembered very clearly that the strongest altered beings in her previous life could only obtain a maximum of 3 altered beings. There have also been people who have attempted to gain a 4th psychic ability, only to have their bodies just explode. Therefore, Morong Shui was certain that humans could only have a maximum of 3 psychic abilities, at least as far as she could see. And Shin Yi had currently displayed perception ability, spiritual ability and spatial ability, which were already 3 abilities. If there's another ability to strengthen his physique, that proves he'll have 4 abilities. That's never going to happen. That leaves only one other possibility. Shin Yi had raised the level of his spatial ability, and it had risen to at least level 5 or 6, so his physical strength consumption had become less, so that he could use it without any qualms. But, that's equally unbelievable. Morong Shui had just been pushed to the brink and had overdrawn her mental power before she managed to raise her psychic ability to level 2. And it was several times more difficult to level up a spatial system ability than it was to level up one's own ability. The stronger the ability, the rarer and more rare it was, and the harder it was to level up. Especially in the space and time departments. It was difficult to raise one level, let alone rise to 5 or 6 levels in just half a month. It's impossible to rise so fast even with hanging on. If rare and powerful psychic abilities were really so easy to upgrade, the human race wouldn't be nearly extinct. Morong Shui remembered very clearly that those very famous psychics in his previous life, the psychic abilities they possessed were all very popular elemental system psychic abilities, because it's easier to level up the powers of the masses. With a high rank, you can crush space and time powers with numerical values. For example, with the Ice Exaltation, a high-level Ice Exalt could freeze hundreds of meters of space with their hands. The average spatial adept could only instantly move a few dozen meters only, and there was no way they could be a match for the Ice Adept. Because of this, it was Morong Shui who didn't understand what kind of situation the current Shen-Yi was in. It was impossible for him to obtain a 4th physique enhancement ability when he had 3. It was even more unlikely that they would be able to level up their spatial abilities so quickly. So now there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that there was a restorative or enhancement class alien who was restoring his physical strength and enhancing his alien abilities. This possibility was very low, as Morong Shui didn't sense any other exalted in the vicinity. Then there was only the second possibility. Shen-Yi should have eaten a drug that could boost his physical strength for a short period of time, or a fruit. This kind of item, she had actually heard it said in her previous life. It's also a rarer resource, and one that's only been gradually appearing for over 2 months of the apocalypse. And just as soon as it appeared, it was controlled by those powerful aliens in sanctuaries. If Shen-Yi had these kinds of fruits or medicines right now, then his dog luck was too strong. Who the hell is the born again? I've relived my life and know so many chances, but I'm still not as strong as an ordinary person who was unknown in my previous life. Could it be that this guy didn't actually die in his past life, but has been hiding? Is he actually a very powerful and strong person? Thinking about it, Morong Shui looked at Shen-Yi's gaze. Not right. 85. Being bound. Good feelings instead. Morong Shui had originally planned to fight a protracted battle with Shen-Yi. She planned to rely on her strong spiritual power to slowly consume Shen-Yi's power and drain him to death. After all, the stronger the powers, the more they consumed. Shen-Yi had been using spatial abilities and perception abilities, so by all rights, his consumption should be much greater than his own. However, Morong Shui never expected that Shen-Yi's physical strength was so amazing. Instead of showing fatigue, he pushed himself into a corner. It was this perverse situation that made Morong Shui realize that things were not simple. Even though his own rebirth in one life had brought about some butterfly effects, it wasn't enough to make Shen-Yi, an obscure ordinary person in his previous life, become so powerful in this life. Unless he had already possessed great strength in his previous life. Only, he had never exposed his true power, but instead, he had hidden in the shadows, silently, meticulously. Judging from the kind of cautious and cunning behavior Shen-Yi used when he sneaked up on himself, this possibility was extremely high. It was the only way to explain why he was so powerful in this life. That's right, a person can only get a maximum of 3 psychic abilities. At least I've never heard of anyone having a 4th psychic ability. In the midst of her thoughts, Morong Shui answered Shen-Yi's question. That's the advantage of being born again. She knows more. Even if Shen-Yi was strong, he had to ask her for advice. Thinking of this, Morong Shui couldn't help but feel a hint of complacency in her heart. Shen-Yi pondered, and his gaze fell on Morong Shui. Since you knew that I already possess 3 supernormal abilities, why did you still give me the supernormal ability fruit before? You want me to die? Exactly. Morong Shui admitted it unabashedly. If you threaten me, why can't I count you out? Shen-Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is really no slouch either. That being the case, there is no psychological burden on my next behavior. Although he had never felt guilty in the first place. Immediately following, Shen-Yi suddenly made an instantaneous movement and closed the distance between him and Morong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated the shadow binding, fixing Morong Shui and White Fox in place. It just so happened that the lights were on in Murray's house, fulfilling the conditions of the shadow bondage. Morong Shui, who had been immobilized, stared at Shen-Yi with wide eyes in disbelief. What's going on? This is another alien power. The 4th alien power. He actually has 4 psychic powers. More than fear. Morong Shui was shocked and incredulous. Obviously, she had just sworn that each person could only have a maximum of 3 psychic abilities. As a result, Shen-Yi backhandedly used the 4th supernatural ability. What in the world is going on with this guy? Although your calculations are good, they are of little use in the face of absolute strength. Shen-Yi said indifferently. He was much more at ease once he had completely bound a man and a fox. However, What surprised Chini was that the physical strength consumed by binding the white fox was actually twice as much as binding Morong Shui. This showed that this white fox was much stronger than Morong Shui. Sure enough, this woman's bottom line has something to do with this fox. It's just that I don't know what exactly White Fox's ability is. Chini stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Morong Shui. In this situation now, can you still flip the game? As he spoke, he remained ready to use instantaneous transfer to leave at any time. If Morong Shui could break free, then even if she was powerful, she wouldn't provoke her today. Sure, the reason why Chini dared to close the distance was also because he sensed that Morong Shui's hostility towards him was very low, and there was even a hint of goodwill, especially now that she was bound to herself. Her favor had surprisingly increased a bit. This jitterbug, the more you get abused, the better you feel, right? At this point, although Morong Shui was unable to move, waves of shock rose within her. How can this man have 4 powers? How the hell did he do that? It's actually stronger than me. A reborn person. Incomprehensible. Completely incomprehensible. No wonder he was no match for him. No wonder this guy is so physically tough. He might actually have a physical enhancement type of psychic ability. Since he was able to break through the upper limit of the human body and obtain a 4th psychic ability, it was possible to obtain a 5th. Thinking of this, Morong Shui's eyes looked at Chini with a little more fire. If one can also break through the upper limit of the human body and obtain a 4th, 5th, or even a 6th psychic ability, then this own strength can definitely be multiplied by tens of times. The reason why Morong Shui had only gained 2 psychic abilities so far was not because she could only find 2 psychic fruits. Rather, she didn't want to awaken some random trashy psychic ability that would hinder her ceiling. Morong Shui's goal was to raise her ceiling and be stronger than her last life self, so she selectively picked powerful powers to acquire. But, if Chini could help himself break through the upper limit, then he wouldn't have to tie his hands, and he could just stack the various supernormal abilities directly. One more alien power certainly isn't a bad thing anyway. Thinking like this, having a relationship with Chini was no big deal, even living together all the time. Morong Shui could accept men as long as they could make themselves stronger. She has no problem with her sexuality and is not averse to the opposite sex. The only reason she's not in a relationship is because she's just too discerning and doesn't have a man in her sights. Especially after being reborn, Morong Shui's vision was even higher. Ordinary men, even those with powerful psychic abilities and status in her previous life, she couldn't look up to. She could just count those people to death if she wanted to. This was the reason why Morong Shui didn't want to find a tired person. In her mind, isn't getting a man just a drag for her? But the strength that Chini had displayed made her change her mind. Asterisk. Morong Shui, you jitterbug. Chini looked at Morong Shui and realized that the hostility in her body had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And in the gray, there was quite a bit of white. In just a few dozen seconds, it was amazing how much her favor had risen. He did not do anything, and even prepared to use violent means of results. Morong Shui, on the contrary, is getting more and more favorable to himself. There is a problem. There's something very wrong with this woman. The tougher you are on her, the more favorable you are, right? Want to try slapping her a couple times? Chini pondered for a moment, and while instantly moving backward, he unlocked the shadow binding. He wanted to see what kind of stuff Morong Shui was thinking. With Morong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly strike. As for the white fox, he remained in control, lest this fox has any means of sneaking up on him. I agree with you. You can sleep with me, but after the sleep, you're going to help me get more powers too. Just as soon as she was unbound, Morong Shui immediately stood up and stared at Chini with a fiery gaze. What's the point of being slept with as long as you can improve your strength and reign supreme in Armageddon? The body, too, is the capital for getting stronger. Morong Shui had long since stopped being a simple little girl of 16 or 17. The only reason she hasn't talked about boyfriends is because she doesn't think they're good enough for her to bring enough to the table. Wanted money? She had it. There's status, and she's not bad. There is absolutely no need to be dependent on men. After the outbreak of the apocalypse in her last life, she had a hard time, but with her own strength, she was able to survive without needing to depend on a man. So there was no search for a man either. She hadn't wanted to find it in this life, but the secret in Chini's body made her change her mind. Being with Chini can make you stronger. That's enough. Chini was dryly silenced by Morong Shui's words. It's true that I'm a born again. Everything is negotiable as long as there is a big enough stake. Even if you want to kill me 1 second, you're willing to get laid the next. Through telepathy, Chini was certain that Morong Shui was not counting on himself with these words. She was truly willing to trade her body. 86. Modified cognition. Time alien. As long as you can let me obtain more psychic abilities, I'll be your woman from now on. and I'll use the hidden information I knew in my previous life to help you become stronger. Morong Shui said seriously. As long as we're strong enough, we'll be the ones who call the shots in Mountain City from now on. No, it's not just Mountain City, the entire Xia Kingdom, and even the whole world. We can be the masters. Kings and vassals would rather have their own kind. Morong Shui's eyes were filled with heat and fervor. Clearly, she's not a peaceful person, nor is she just trying to survive. Her ambition was even greater than Xin Yi's. She wanted to reign supreme in the apocalypse, become a dominant party, and even control the entire world. Xin Yi finally understood why Morong Shui's attitude had suddenly changed, because it wasn't herself she was looking at. It was her power to break through the alien cap. Morong Shui wanted power, not feelings. Rule the world? You can really into. Xin Yi heartspit, but held back, did not say have export. In the midst of the apocalypse, it seems unsurprising to think that way, especially since Morong Shui was still a reborn person and had experienced the tribulations of an apocalypse. It was even more normal to have ambitions. It's just that he didn't realize that she was so ambitious. Don't you want to? Morong Shui calmly looked at Xin Yi. If Xin Yi did not have ambition and only wanted to live a life like he did in his previous life, then she really could not look down on him. Men without ambition can be thrown away when they're used up, or, when his own strength surpassed his, he could keep him in captivity, and giving him food and drink every day would be enough to repay him. Well, this method works. After all, I'm not a desperate woman, and I can still be a little forgiving of my first man. Within a short period of time, Morong Shui's mind had already floated multiple ideas. The aura of her body was also changing, eventually dominated by white and gray. Seeing this scene, Xin Yi made sure that Morong Shui had no intention of making a move before slowly speaking. First, tell me what your supernormal ability and bottom card are. Morong Shui hesitated for a moment and glanced at White Fox, who was still immobilized on the sofa. Before she spoke, my psychic ability is spiritual thought, and my mental power has been strengthened so that I can passively sense danger. And I can also detect the prying eyes of perception-type psychic abilities. And I can unleash my nimbus to shield my body and block all attacks. If I unleash my spiritual thoughts at full power, bullets can be blocked, and even a grenade explosion can't hurt me. That strong? Xin Yi raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised in his heart. The supernatural ability of Morong Shui could attack as well as defend. Very comprehensive. Not in the least inferior to his own instantaneous movement. It's no wonder she has the nerve to say she's not afraid of grenades. But Xin Yi did not think that this was Morong Shui's bottom card. It was also impossible for her, as a reborn person, to have only one psychic ability. And, Xin Yi continued to pursue. Morong Shui paused for a moment and said, my second psychic ability, which is also mental, allows me to change a person's perception and thinking through my eyes. Xin Yi was stunned. And this kind of rascal power? If he was accidentally trapped, then he might invariably become Morong Shui's puppet, or slave. And one is still completely unaware of it. After all, perception is modified. It's a lot scarier than hypnosis in the movies. At once, Xin Yi looked at Morong Shui with a much more wary look. I'm sure it's not a bad idea to be a guy who's been reanimated. Morong Shui sensed Xin Yi's attitude and explained. You don't have to worry. The level of this supernatural ability of mine is very low. It's almost impossible to directly change a person's mind unless the other party does not resist at all. Currently, I'm just using it as a perception psychic ability. For example, I can focus my powerful mental energy on my eyes, and I'll be able to penetrate the black fog and obstacles and perceive the presence of objects. Assuming, of course, that the object has a mental fluctuation. As he spoke, Morong Shui's eyes slowly changed to a demonic red color, looking exceptionally bizarre. Xin Yi immediately averted his gaze and did not meet her eyes. He didn't dare to be sure if Morong Shui's words were true or not. After all, there was no real trust between them. One might even say there is hatred. After all, Xin Yi had almost forced Morong Shui to die before. She also knows that psychic abilities can be upgraded. It seems that in the last life, this was no longer a secret. Xin Yi was curious as to how the other exalts were able to raise their exalted levels. However, he was more interested in knowing what Morong Shui's bottom card was. Although these two powers were powerful, they were certainly not all of her cards. Otherwise, what gives her the audacity to want to rule the world? So what's your bottom line? Don't tell me there isn't one, Xin Yi asked. The demonic red color in Morong Shui's pupils faded as she looked towards the White Fox on the sofa and said, Little White, it's my last resort to save my life. Xin Yi also looked at the White Fox. He had guessed that this White Fox was not simple before. He just wasn't sure what kind of ability a fox could have that could be used as a base card by a reborn person. Xiao Bai. Its supernatural ability is of the temporal system, the same as your spatial system, which is very rare, and, in a sense, even stronger than the spatial system. Meeting Xin Yi's gaze, Morong Shui explained in detail, Little White can manipulate a certain degree of time. For example, it can make your body's time flow pass by faster as a way to consume your lifespan. Shani was shocked in his heart. This ability was simply heaven-defying. Is it reasonable for a fox to have this kind of unbelievable ability? It feels stronger than I am an open-minded one. And Xiaobai's time ability is not only like this. It can also pause a person's time, similar to the ability you just fixed me and Xiaobai. However, after White pauses time, the person who is frozen will not feel the passage of time, and by the time the time pause ends, he will still think that he is in the position he was in a few minutes ago. Morong Shui paused and continued. Of course, the ability of the time department is also more than that. When Xiaobai mutates even stronger, it will also be able to make a person's time flow backwards. For example, if you are physically injured very badly, or even dead, but just rewind your body back to before you were dead, then you come back to life again. Rub. Shani frowned straight up. That's what's hanging, right? It's so rogue. Able to attack, control, and assist. This is too comprehensive. Thankfully, luckily, there's definitely a big limit to this ability. Or, the White Fox couldn't use this ability at all at the moment. Otherwise Shani would have been hit long ago. It was also fortunate that Shani had been very vigilant and did not give White Fox a single chance. Understanding Shani's shock very well, Morong Shui explained. Although the time ability is very strong, it is also very restrictive. At least White has to touch you to use his ability on you, and because the time ability is so strong, even if it's not used, it's still very exhausting in terms of physical strength and energy. Little White is resting and recovering almost every moment, or else he might just die of exhaustion. This is still the cost of Xiaobai's current supernormal abilities not being strong. If it escalates a few more times, Xiaobai's body won't be able to hold up at all. Sure enough, just know that the stronger the powers, the more restrictive they are. It's like instantaneous movement. It's very physical. Even if ordinary people obtained instantaneous movement, it was impossible for them to use it as frequently as Shani. Even an adult with a strong physique can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. So what's the point? It's a struggle to escape. However, if leveled up, time and space-based powers are strong, especially with the time ability. It might not even need to be touched. It could just freeze a person's time and wear out a person's time. It's outrageous. 87. Upgrading methods of spatial abilities. Shani gazed at the White Fox with only vigilance, not envy. While it did have strong time powers, the cost was too great. If he had acquired this psychic ability in the first place, he probably wouldn't even be able to get out of the dormitory building. There's also the worry that your body won't hold up and crack at any moment. It's not cost effective. What's the difference between an ability that you can't just use and no ability at all? Just like now, Shani could get White Fox killed at any time. It didn't even have the strength to resist. The developmental cycle is too long. Not for Shani. When one's physique was strong enough in the future, one could think about such powerful psychic abilities. And Shani was skeptical that there was a time-based ability fruit. Even if there was, it was probably the same as his own instantaneous movement. A time ability that had been split up and couldn't be as comprehensive as White Fox's. Realize that animals and humans mutate in completely different directions. Murray was honest. At least these undercurrents that she spoke out were truly shocking to Shani. Even if Shani was very cautious, it was possible that he would be trapped. If it had been any other alien, he might have been Ed without realizing it. What else is on the cards? In one breath, Shani looked at Morong Shui. He didn't believe that Morong Shui didn't have any other cards left. No more. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Morong Shui's expression was helpless. Unlike a lie. Sure, I also know where some of the alien fruits will appear in the future. And that's kind of my bottom line. Shani didn't really believe it. He didn't believe that Morong Shui had already told himself all her cards. She specified that there were still secrets. But the aura on Morong Shui's body was whiter than before, and it was obvious that there was no hostility, no calculation. Even if she did harbor secrets, she shouldn't be trying to count herself out. Since this was the case, Shani did not pursue the matter. For what he had learned so far, it had shocked him. If he didn't have a system, he would definitely not be a match for Morong Shui, a reborn person. Even with the system, if Morong Shui really still has a card and wants to fight for her life, Shani is really not sure that he can take her down without injury. Fortunately, there is no need to fish out of water now. As long as it develops properly, Shani still has the certainty of overpowering Morong Shui, because she has an alien cap, and one does not. I don't know exactly why, but this is the opportunity. In the midst of his thoughts, Shani asked a question he was curious about before. How are the powers going to level up? You don't know? Morong Shui froze and looked at Shani suspiciously. With the strength of the supernatural ability Shani had displayed, It definitely didn't look like a level 1. Just that mental psychic ability alone that was talking to him was also definitely not level. Otherwise the call would have been close enough for him to easily capture it. 1. But Xin Yi's call distance was over 100 meters. If not more. There's no way this could be done by a level 1 psychic ability. I only know of one. Eating the same type of fruit to upgrade. Xin Yi said. Casually took out a handful of fruits from the system space and ate them. Get high on a fruit first and calm down. By the way, it also let Morong Shui, a woman with high eyes, know that she had strength. As expected, Morong Shui revealed a surprised expression. So many exotic fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there are plant-based psychics who cultivate it, it's still impossible. She was stunned. Xin Yi, this guy. What kind of person is he? Pervert it. Seeing Morong Shui's stunned expression, Xin Yi was satisfied and continued. Answer my question first. Morong Shui looked deeply at Xin Yi before saying, eating the same type of alien ability fruit can indeed raise the level of alien ability, but it's the hardest and best way to upgrade. The difficulty lies in the fact that the same type of exotic fruit is very hard to find. After all, exotic fruit is supposed to be a very rare resource, and even after a few months, it's still rare. There's also the benefit of eating alien fruits to upgrade without having to think about anything else. Other problems? Xin Yi wondered. Morong Shui nodded slightly and said, just like just now. The reason why my spiritual thoughts could be upgraded was because of the overdraft of my spiritual power, and even overdraft of my life force, almost losing half of my life, before I barely managed to upgrade. Upgrading in this way is very risky, and with each upgrade, it will be more treacherous than the previous one, and it's easy to lose your life in the process. And this risky method of upgrading is also prone to leaving after effects and side effects. Of course, it's also because my spiritual numinous ability is relatively rare and powerful, so the difficulty of upgrading it is high. If it were any other elemental system ability, it would be slightly easier, but it's definitely not simple either. At least it's a lot more work than just eating the alien fruit. That is to say, similar to honing oneself to the extreme. The supernormal ability can be upgraded? Xin Yi pondered. This method of upgrading was quite similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated earlier. That crazy woman does have something. Pretty much. Morong Shui nodded. Are there any other upgrades besides this? I'm not sure how all the powers are upgraded, because each one is different. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained. For example, if you're a fire system psychic, I heard that if you want to upgrade, you need to raise your affinity with flames, such as close contact with flames? Something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard that there were fire system adepts who burned themselves half to death before succeeding in order to increase their level. The only known methods of upgrading would be to eat fruits of the same type, as well as pressing the limits of one's powers to break through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life. It seems that the United States of America has gathered top scientists from all over the world and researched a genetic potion that can help the alien evolve, but also has certain side effects. I don't know if it's true. After all, I didn't leave the mountain town in my previous life. Xin Yi realized. So it is. All other upgrade methods are way more risky than just eating the fruit to upgrade. Luckily, he had a material system that allowed him to upgrade by knocking down fruits without injury. However, Rice actually gathered the world's top scientists to research the gene potion? Lin Jiwei, this woman seems to have gotten it out all by herself. So perverted? What about her past life? How come you didn't help Xiao research genetic agents? Have you heard of the name Lin Jiwei? Xin Yi tried to ask. No. Who is she? Morong Shui was puzzled. It sounded like a woman's name. Sure enough, since she wasn't famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity was an absolute secret, or something happened to her in her previous life and she died at the institute without being able to contribute anything. In this life it was probably because Xin Yi happened to show up that she survived. Come to think of it, with this woman's insanity and obsession with genetic research, even if she was smart, something could easily happen to her. If you dodge it once, you can't dodge it twice. You'll die sooner or later. Even with Xin Yi's protection, she had almost gotten herself killed today. Not thinking about these things for the time being, Xin Yi then asked, do you know how to upgrade your spatial ability? An upgrade method other than eating the same type of fruit. If you could level up instant movement, then both your means of saving your life and offense could be boosted. Otherwise you have to pause every time you teleport. If they encountered any powerful mutated monsters, anything could happen with this pause of less than a second. 88. Another small shock for Morong Shui. I don't know. Morong Shui shook her head, explaining, spatial abilities are very rare. Even in my previous life when I lived in the end of days for the majority of the year, I had only heard of 2 or 3 of them, and none of them were strong. Nowhere near as disgusting as you. As for the upgrade method, I've heard even less about it. But the method of upgrading spatial powers must be particularly difficult. After all, the intensity of this is completely far beyond other powers. Only after experiencing it firsthand could one realize how insurmountable Shenyi's instantaneous movement was. Although the destructive capacity is not strong, the strength is definitely not low. Even if there was a short pause in each instantaneous movement, how many people could capture that gap of less than a second? Hearing Morong Shue's reply, Shenyi felt a sense of pity. Although one's instantaneous movement was currently strong, if one stayed stuck at level 1, the strength would gradually fail to keep up. One could only hope for system rewards to see if they could unlock the fruit of instantaneous movement. As for the method of upgrading by squeezing one's limits, Shenyi did not want to try it. In case you play it off, it's not worth it. However, Shenyi did capture a key point. You lived for half a year in your previous life? It's the greater part of a year. And, even half a year is awesome, Morong Shui emphasized, then argued with reason. Mountain City originally had more than 30 million people, but half a year later there were less than 4 million left, so you can see how brutal this apocalypse is. Do you think there will be an army rescue in the future? Nothing. All the survivors of the mountain towns are left to survive on their own. Saying this, her expression suddenly turned serious as she added, moreover, there is a particularly terrifying mutated tree in the mountain town. In half a year, it will devour the entire mountain town. I'm dead because of that disaster. Otherwise, I'd still be alive for at least 3 or 5 years, even in the worst conditions. Listening to Morong Shue's words, Shenyi raised his eyebrows. I can't believe it's that big tree again. Sure enough, it's a huge threat. In that case, you didn't leave Mountain City in your previous life, and the space aliens you've heard of are limited to Mountain City? Shenyi asked. Well, although there will be ways to communicate with other cities in the future, it's not easy to communicate, so there's basically not much coming and going between the big cities. I don't know much about other cities either. The underlying meaning of her statement is that it's not much, but it's there. Don't treat me like crap. Shenyi nodded slightly, then wondered, since you know that Mountain City will be swallowed by the great tree in the future, why don't you leave in advance? Could it be that Morong Shui had any other means to fight against the mutated tree? Or can we escape the crisis of destruction? I don't know the situation in the other cities, so if I go there early and end up encountering stronger mutated monsters, it would be even more troublesome. It wasn't as if Morong Shui hadn't considered shifting ahead, but the idea was quickly vetoed. Hill City was, after all, the city she had lived in for most of her last life. She knew exactly where many of the mutated monsters appeared and could easily avoid them. There were also some locations of alien fruits that she had a general impression of. As long as he had these alien fruits in his hands, he would be more comfortable training his men in the future. If you go to another unfamiliar city, it's completely from scratch. It's probably not as good a life as the last one. After all, even the city she remembered would be safer in the future was still in the midst of riots and not safe today. Peace will only come when humanity unites and takes care of most of the mutated monsters. Anyway, it's dangerous everywhere out there right now. No matter which city is the same. And it's not just mutated animals and plants that are dangerous. Humans are just as dangerous. Morong Shui said at the end and looked at Shenyi. She herself had encountered Shenyi, a dangerous human. If Shenyi hadn't coveted his own body and hadn't laid a deadly hand on him, I'm afraid that one of them would have definitely died and one of them would have been injured. It's not even impossible to die together. Shenyi was not a good person, and Morong Shui was even less so. The two are similar in some ways, but whenever they had the chance, they would cut off the roots and solve the aftermath. No need to hint at me. Shenyi did not feel ashamed. He then looked at the white fox on the couch and asked, can you control it after I let it go? If it doesn't work, I'll get it dead. It can. Little White, it's smart enough to understand words. Morong Shui immediately said. Xiao Bai's ability was one of his most important aids in the future, so he definitely couldn't just give it up. Shenyi glanced at the white fox and sensed that it did not have any strong hostile intent, and only then did he loosen his shadow restraints. The white fox stood up, a pair of eyes vigilantly looking at Shenyi, but did not approach him. Obviously, it also scorned Shenyi. So smart? Shenyi was a bit surprised. He was surprised to see a humanized expression in the eyes of a fox. Well, White is smart. Morong Shui walked over and picked up the white fox, gently stroking its head. The white fox also relaxed in her arms without struggling, closing her eyes and resting again. This fox is as sick as a sickly child, with no vigor at all. This was a side effect brought about by the powerful time-based psychic ability. It seems animals mutate in more ways than just their bodies. Shenyi was thoughtful. This white fox's mutation was more like another evolution. It has gained psychic powers that allow it to maintain its sanity, not attack people at will, and has a high IQ. This type of mutation is still very rare. Shenyi had only seen one type of white fox so far, Then it's time for us to get down to business. Shinyi looked at Morong Shui and opened his mouth. It wasn't that he was simply greedy for beauty, although Morong Shui's face and body were indeed the most perfect he had ever seen. But Shinyi's main purpose was to unlock the system rewards before Morong Shui had any hostility towards him. Morong Shui. This woman's moods changed quickly and she was extremely ambitious. Such ambitious people are dangerous for both men and women. Shinyi would definitely not easily bring her back to his house in the future, much less just trust her. Morong Shui but has the ability to change people's thinking and cognition of the supernormal ability. This, if counting his other women or family members, simply cannot be defended. Could you come back later? Morong Shui paused and looked at Shinyi and explained. Let's go to Mountain City University first. I know that there is an alien fruit that will mature in just these 2 days. To do something like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the stamina to deal with the dangers in the black mist. If it wasn't for the fact that she had recovered some of her mental power during the chat, Morong Shui would have had trouble even standing up at this point. Even so, she wasn't in the best of shape right now. Although this battle with Shinyi had upgraded her psychic ability, it had also consumed her greatly. Shinyi's consumption was similarly quite a lot, especially since he had been using shadow binding to fix the white fox, and his stamina had been draining. That's fine. Let's eat something first then. Okay, I'll get a couple cans of meat, Morong Shui said, getting up and going to get the food. Shinyi raised his hand to stop her, then took out 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of white silk cola from the system space. Canned meat doesn't smell as good as fresh roasted chicken, especially with carb drinks. Shinyi had a bit of physical exertion today, so he was also really hungry and had a strong appetite. A spatial ability to store food? You actually have 2 space-based psychic abilities. Morong Shui immediately revealed a look of surprise. 89. Compromise once. Compromise countless times. Space-based psychic abilities were already very rare. In her previous life, Morong Shui had lived for most of her life and had only heard about it, not even seen it. But this life is only half a month after the end of the world has just begun. Shinyi actually obtained 2. Morong Shui was completely numbed by shock. How can anyone be so lucky? As far as Shinyi's currently displayed supernormal ability was concerned, even if it was placed half a year later, it would still be very rare and practical. With so many powers and the ability to use them at will without worrying about physical exertion, it's no wonder he wants a woman with a nourishing life and no worries about food and drink. Apart from the alien fruits, only women can still make a normal man's heart flutter, right? It's human nature to choose between things and prefer beauty. Who were the aliens who had a better life in their previous life who didn't have several women? Individual powerful female shifters even keep several men. In the world of doom, the strong are honored. Have the strength to do whatever you want. The only thing that can limit desire is being too weak. Shinyi didn't explain anything to Morong Shui and just ate roast chicken and drank cola by himself. Overeating in a state of hunger is awesome. Coupled with the fact that he would soon be able to obtain another exotic fruit, Shinyi was even more satisfied. That's one of the benefits that Murray Snow brings to the table. Future information. Material information. If we had just killed her, surely we wouldn't have these benefits. Morong Shui was not polite and took the initiative to pour herself a cup of coke and took a chicken leg to eat. In her opinion, she was in a cooperative relationship with Shinyi, and he could provide a lot of food himself, so eating Shinyi's chicken wasn't exactly taking advantage of the situation. It smells so good. It feels like it's been a long time since I've had chicken this fresh and flavorful. Morong Shui bit into the chicken leg and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Almost everyone who has had freshly roasted chicken says it tastes great. Shinyi thought so too. It always seems like the supplies unlocked by the system are not at all the same as the ones bought by the restaurants. Leave all your supplies with me, Shinyi said casually as he ate the chicken. Morong Shui was not polite with himself, and he would not be polite with Morong Shui either. As long as she got hold of all her supplies, this woman would have to take some account of her ambitions even if she had them. Okay. Morong Shui hesitated and agreed. She remembered that the spatial ability to store items seemed to keep food from rotting and spoiling, as well as from being affected by the black mist. Although I live on the 18th floor, the black fog will not grow so high, but it is better to be prepared. Being able to use spatial powers to store food. How many people can't even envy that? And Shinyi's tone wasn't consulting with her either. It doesn't help that she doesn't agree. After the two ate and drank, Shinyi had collected all the food and equipment stored by Morong Shui, including drinks and various kinds of alcohol and so on, into the system space. Incidentally, he also telepathically swept the room again to make sure nothing was missing before he was satisfied. Morong Shui didn't say anything the entire time. However, Shinyi also discovered that Morong Shui had put a lot of potted plants in her house. There's one in the bedroom, one in the living room, one in the kitchen, and even several on the balcony. Previously, Shinyi only thought that Morong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast, liked to raise some flowers and plants. But now that we know she's a born again, these flowers and plants are certainly not simple. In particular, Shani looked carefully and found that all the flowers and plants were normal plants. None of them mutated. In other words, all of these plants may bear exotic fruits. It was evident that Morong Shui had definitely specialized in collecting these plants. Thinking of this, Shani looked at Morong Shui and asked, "How many exotic fruits do you have now?" "Just 2. Not many. Most of these plants haven't grown alien fruits yet. And in case you didn't know, not all unmutated plants bear alien fruits." Morong Shui naturally also noticed Xin Yi's line of sight and explained. Immediately thereafter, she urged, "It's almost dark, let's leave as soon as possible." "Well, but before you go, you give me all the alien fruits you have stored up right now." Xin Yi reached out directly for it. Respect? Human rights? Equality? Uniformity does not exist. All this family needs is one do-gooder. Morong Shui immediately frowned. "We're just a partnership. You haven't offered me any help yet, and yet you want all of my stuff?" She would have been a little uncomfortable with all of her stored supplies being taken away, and now they want their own alien fruits. "That's a bit much. Give it to me." Shini didn't talk nonsense and just looked at Morong Shui. Morong Shui didn't say anything and just stared at him. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere gradually chilled. The white fox also seemed to notice that something was wrong. A pair of good-looking eyes opened and stared at Shini vigilantly, but Shini didn't pee it at all. "Adjust. If you cannot distinguish the size of the king, directly get dead." Although he was wary of the white fox's time ability, it didn't mean that Shini was afraid of it. The time ability with its huge limitations was not as good as his own shadow binding in terms of practicality. Sure, Shini also didn't completely believe the news revealed by Morong Shui. Maybe the white fox's special ability could also be released from a distance, but even if Morong Shui had lied to herself, Shini was able to dodge it at the first opportunity, because he kept a safe distance from the white fox. From the beginning to the end, he had never fully trusted Morong Shui, because Morong Shui is so much like herself, just as ruthless, just as all-encompassing, just as villainous. From time to time, Shen Yi would lament his own insidiousness, so he deeply understood that Morong Shui, who was very much like himself, was also very insidious and had to be doubly careful. In the end, the two confronted each other, or Morong Shui made a concession. With the first compromise comes the second, and the third. From the time she decided to make a deal with Shen Yi, it was the first time she compromised. "I can give you an alien fruit first, but you have to tell me how you managed to break through the limits of the human body and gain more than 3 alien powers. That was the condition of my previous deal with you," Morong Shui said and took out an alien fruit from her sleeve. "I don't know how she hid it." Shini used his telepathic perspective and couldn't even find it. This woman must have a lot of secrets left in her. The more ambitious you are, the more secrets you have. Shini received the exotic fruit first, then said, "Give me the other one as well, and I'll tell you." "You." Muriel was exasperated for a moment. "This asshole, how can you be so in your face? So shameless. So shameless. More shameless than the businessmen he used to cross paths with in the mall. It's a shame this asshole doesn't go on to become a people's entrepreneur." Took a deep breath, forcing down her temper. Morong Shui took out another exotic fruit from her sleeve and said, "Okay, I'll give you all of them, but you must now eat both of the alien fruits in front of me. I want to see with my own eyes that you're not lying to me." 90. Skin hardening. Shape-shifting alien powers. Morong Shui wanted to see with her own eyes how Shani had obtained more than 3 supernormal abilities. Otherwise, she was afraid that after all she had given, she would be swindled. Shani naturally did not refuse and took the second alien fruit, casually throwing it into his mouth. "It was digested before I could taste it." Subsequently, the skin of the body is slightly warm. It seemed that this ability fruit was an ability that strengthened the physical aspect of the body. Shani clicked on the panel and looked at it. The system panel was invisible to others, so there was no worry that Morong Shui would notice. Hardened skin, LV1. Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain level of attack. "Ha, that's it?" Shini felt speechless. He kind of knew why Morong Shui hadn't eaten this exotic fruit. A crap alien power indeed, but it's better than nothing. After obtaining the 6th psychic ability, Shini still didn't feel any rejection reaction from his body, proving that he could still continue to obtain psychic abilities. Subsequently, he ate the other exotic fruit as well. A cool sensation flowed through his body, and it seemed to be a new psychic ability. Shapeshifting ability, LV1. You can shapeshift into any person or animal you've seen and remember. Shapeshifting constantly drains your stamina and doubles the amount of stamina it takes to turn into an animal. You are currently unable to shapeshift into large animals that are much larger than you. This alien power seems a bit interesting. Looking at the system introduction, Shin Yi pondered. It feels like there's not a lot of room to maneuver with this shapeshifting ability. For example, If you become a mosquito or a sparrow, will you be able to fly? It's the equivalent of an extra flight detection ability, along with camouflage. However, this ability is actually more appropriate to give to one's woman, so that the woman can become a scout. Eating it yourself is, at best, multiple deformities that do little. After all, in terms of detection ability, telepathy is the way to go, and it's not much of a risk. Of course, the ability to become anyone you've ever met is a very good disguise. Immediately thereafter, Shin-Yi checked his current personal panel. Host, Shin-Yi, age, 20, force value, 55, excluding any external bonuses. Unlocked materials, handsome master mineral water, freshly baked roasted chicken, type pistol, 54 grade steak, abnormal fruit 5A, telepathy, deluxe self-heating hot pot, abnormal fruit, mental connection, ripe black-skinned watermelon. Acquired abilities, flesh evolution LV1, instantaneous movement LV1, telepathy LV10, shadow binding LV1, mental connection LV6, hardened skin LV1, shapeshifting ability LV1, flesh evolution, LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, durability, health, etc. have all increased dramatically. Instantaneous movement, LV1. You can instantly move a distance of 20 meters. Since your instantaneous movement is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control and binding skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can continuously activate instantaneous movement without any limitations. Telepathy, LV10. You can sense, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without using your eyes. 8,000 all scenes within meters of and without being impeded by any obstacles. 8,000 shadow binding, LV1. Within a distance of meters, you can control up to 2 shadows of the target to bind the target. As long as the target's shadow is controlled by you, the target will not be able to perform any behavior. 20. The stronger the target you use this binding ability on, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target you use it on, the less stamina you consume. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume, and the weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Spiritual connection, LV6. You can establish a spiritual connection with others, conveying messages and sharing vision through the spiritual connection. Currently, the maximum number of people with a spiritual connection is 40, and the furthest distance of the connection is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance is doubled and the number of people connected is not counted. Hardened skin, LV1. Morphing ability, LV1. Added 10 force points. It's not bad either. Proof that these two powers, if used properly, can make one fight harder. It was a pity that there was no infinite fruit to upgrade himself. Otherwise, if he had leveled up, these two special abilities should also be able to exert unexpected power. Currently Shin-Yi's highest rank was telepathy. It's already level, with a maximum view distance of 108,000 meters, a full 8 kilometers, and it continues to be upgraded. A distance of 100 kilometers doesn't seem to be a dream. Anyway, the fruit is not limited. Just knock a few dozen when you have time. It's not hard to upgrade at all. Just don't get so high that you knock yourself out. The only bad thing about eating fruit to upgrade, don't eat too much at once. You need to slow down a bit before eating. You actually did acquire 2 more powers so simply? Morong Shui stared at Shin-Yi, revealing an unbelievable expression. Surprisingly, there wasn't a little bit of repulsion. Even before he could even react himself, Shin-Yi had eaten the 2 exotic fruits. She also wanted to watch carefully to see what changes Shin-Yi's body would have. Normally normal people are more or less subtly different when they first acquire a new psychic ability, but Shin-Yi didn't change in the slightest, not even his face. Morong Shui couldn't help but wonder, did this guy just eat the fruit or not? Couldn't have made a fake move to fool himself, could he? 2 powers, one that hardens the skin and one that shapeshifts, Shin-Yi said. With a thought, the body began to change rapidly. In a few seconds, his appearance changed to that of Morong Shui, a 1-to-1 restoration. Even the height and voice are exactly the same. The only difference is probably that the clothes and shoes on the body didn't get to change together, but it's been pretty anticlimactic. Morong Shui looked at Shin-Yi and stared in shock. I can't believe it's true. He actually could really stack his powers indefinitely. Shape-shifting ability? I can't believe it's this ability, she murmured softly, seemingly surprised. You don't know what these 2 alien fruits are capable of either? Shin-Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Morong Shui nodded her head and rightly said, of course I don't know. It's impossible for me to remember everything about all fruits. At most I can remember the approximate location where a few of the more powerful exotic fruits might appear. If we can find a plant-based psychic, then it will be good to look for psychic fruits in the future. and will even be able to recognize the psychic abilities possessed by the psychic fruits. Also, can you change back to your own form first? Otherwise it always feels weird looking at the other me. Shinny changed back with a thought. He realized that the shape-shifting ability was kind of physically draining, more consuming than using telepathy. Or maybe it's because of the high telepathy level and the reduced physical exertion. However, the transformation was a great experience. It felt the same as being fully transformed into a woman without the slightest discomfort. The voice, as well as the structure of the body, changed from the inside out. It's not simply camouflage, it's complete metamorphosis. When you look at it like this, the shape-shifting ability seems kind of awesome. Shenyi was suddenly thoughtful. If he or she is seriously injured and on the verge of death, then immediately morphs into an animal with great resistance to injury. Wouldn't that injury go from a serious one to a minor one? Another example. If one transforms into a mutant animal, can one gain the special abilities of a mutant animal? 91. Tests. Results. New fruits. If you can mutate into a mutant animal, can you get the special abilities of a mutant animal? Think and try. The only way to know for sure is to experience it for yourself. Shani looked at the white fox on the sofa, and then his body size began to shrink rapidly, and he soon changed from a human to a white fox. Then, Shani felt the empty body and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. No access to White Fox's time powers. Also, if one could obtain a target psychic ability by transforming, then when one turned into Morong Shui just now, one should logically be able to obtain her psychic ability as well. But no. Even though the appearance and body structure had completely turned into Morong Shui, the supernatural ability could not be obtained. Looking at it this way, the morphing ability doesn't seem very practical either. It's better than nothing. Okay, let's get going. Shinyi also stopped the experiment, changed back to his own appearance, and put on his clothes. The white fox on the sofa saw Shinyi changing around, and his large eyes were filled with shock. It had a moment just now that it almost took Shinyi for itself. A replica version of yourself. You still haven't told me how I'm going to break through the limits of the human body and gain more psychic abilities. Morong Shui stared at Shinyi with a burning gaze. From that scene just now, she was sure that her deal with Shinyi was not wrong. This man. It's amazing that he can actually gain powers without limitations. The number of powers can be stacked indefinitely. In such a case, even a pig can become invincible. I'm not exactly sure why, but there was a researcher at my asylum who said that my genes might have mutated somehow because of the black mist, and that's why I was able to break through the body's limitations and accommodate more psychic abilities. Shinyi said here, deliberately pausing for a moment, his tone carrying a few hints of temptation. That researcher is studying my genes, and if her research is successful, others may be able to break through the limitations just like me. Morong Shui listened to it with a sense of confidence, not being easily compelled. She suspected that Shinyi wasn't telling the truth, but it's also very well verified. May I meet the fellow? Muriel asked. Not now. Sometime later. Shinyi would not easily let Morong Shui meet his other women, especially Lin Jiwei, a woman who had mastered the technology. In case Morong Shui used her supernatural powers to modify her perception, it would be troublesome. Although Lin Jiwei's spiritual power had been strengthened, it shouldn't be easily manipulated, but it's better to be careful. Well, it's also important to keep Muriel away from her sister and grandmother. Shinyi had even suspected that his sister's mind might have been tampered with by Morong Shui. He planned to turn around and discuss with Lin Jiwei to see if there was a way to test if his sister's cognition or thinking had been modified. However, Shinyi guessed that Morong Shui should not have made a move on her sister. Otherwise she would not have directly indicated that she had the ability to modify cognition. It was tantamount to blowing up your own truck. And Morong Shui wasn't that stupid. Subsequently, the two then went out. No white foxes were brought, because it always looks breathless and sleepy. Taking it with you will only delay the process. It's raining harder than before. Step out of the building. Shinyi took out 2 umbrellas from the system space and handed one to Morong Shui. This was something he had casually put away in the system space at the supermarket, and he hadn't expected it to come in handy. At this point, it was already evening, though the line between day and night was blurred because of the black fog. However, the lack of sun still had some effect on Shinyi's telepathy. Although telepathy could penetrate the black fog and see through it, it was still impossible to see if it was absolutely dark. Like in absolute darkness, it was still Lin Jiwei's night vision that was a bit more practical. However, the night is not completely dark. There is still moonlight and starlight, which is slightly disruptive but not a big problem. What's wrong? Is there danger? Morong Shui saw Shinyi frowning and guessed that he might have sensed some danger. The advantage of having a perception alien was that there was enough information to see the danger in advance and avoid it. It's okay, let's go. Shinyi collected his thoughts. He did see a few very strong mutated monsters just now, but they were all 7 or 8 kilometers away and in a different direction from the school, so he wouldn't encounter them on this trip. Level 10 telepathy with 8 kilometers of field of view distance is really cool to use. However, Shin'i's brain was not a super brain after all, and could not instantly capture all the information within its field of view, and needed to go through it carefully. After all, within a distance of meters, there is too much information about various buildings, mutated plants and animals, survivors, and so on 8,000. If you don't take the trouble to check it out, you may miss it if you are not careful. Shin'i had also combed the route to the school in advance and found a path that was the closest and free of mutated monsters. And then, it took him and Morong Shui less than 10 minutes to reach the school. The alien fruit is probably near the cafeteria on campus, but I'm not sure if it's ripe yet. Murray said. Then go over there and take a look. Shin'i once again telepathically swept the cafeteria of campus. Surprisingly, there were a few survivors inside. Instead of going to higher ground, they hid in the dark fog. Don't know what to think either. Immediately thereafter, Shin'i and Morong Shui walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Shin'i was also telepathically checking out the school's survivors to see if he could find any girls that met the system's criteria. The school is noticeably colder now than it was 10 days ago. The number of survivors is also much smaller, but there are a lot more bodies. There were those who died of thirst, those who starved and those who were killed. But more students should have fled the school. It is unknown if there was any danger on the way to escape and if they made it home safely. What are these students cooking in the cafeteria? There's cooked food now? Shin'i frowned. There was no light in the cafeteria. It was dark, and Shin'i couldn't see the food in the pot. However, it's normal for the living to cook. Food exposed to the black mist can spoil quickly, but if you eat it fast enough, you can still finish it before it spoils. Shin'i wasn't interested in the food in the cafeteria. If it was a large shopping mall or supermarket, he would have gone in and swept through it. After all, there were a lot of things that could be used. Clothes, shoes, and even all kinds of jewelry will be non-renewable resources in the future. It's possible to unlock your own system though, but it takes taking in a woman to unlock a supply, and who knows when you'll unlock the one you need. This was also the reason why Shin'i raided supermarkets and malls from time to time. Even if it's junk food, you may not be able to eat it later if you want to, so collect as much as you can before it expires. Anyway, the system space is infinite. Not afraid of taking up space. What is the power of this alien fruit? Arriving 100 meters away near the cafeteria, Shin'i looked sideways at Morong Shui. 92, a system standard was found to be met. I don't know. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained. I also joined a shelter in my previous life and heard about it from the survivors of the shelter, saying that the third in command of their shelter was a college student from Mountain City, and that he had acquired his psychic ability near the cafeteria. His powers are stronger, so I subconsciously remembered. So, the person who acquired this ability could be one of these students in the cafeteria? Shin'i raised an eyebrow. I don't know. I've never met him either. I was in that shelter for less than 3 days before I quit. A lot of the information Morong Shui knew was from hearsay, and she wasn't even sure if it was true herself. If it weren't for Shin'i, she wouldn't have risked coming to the school to check out the possible existence of the exotic fruit. But Shin'i was very strong, and a trip to the school wasn't considered a risk, so even if he couldn't find the exotic fruit, it wouldn't be a loss. At best, it's a wasted trip. Immediately thereafter, Shin'i released his telepathy and began to carefully check all the plants around the cafeteria. Although the vision is not too clear at night, the plants without mutations are still recognizable. After searching around, Shin'i saw a small piece of weed that had not mutated at the back of the cafeteria. In the middle of the weeds, there were a few blooming flowers. Beams of rain kept hitting the tops of the flowers, making them wobble. And in the center of a yellow flower grows a colorful fruit. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice. Found it. Shin'i directly instantaneously came over and plucked the exotic fruit, casually putting it into the system space. He instantly moved back to Morong Shui's side. A series of behaviors that were done in almost 10 seconds. Morong Shui looked at Shin'i, who had suddenly left and quickly appeared, and couldn't help but sigh. Spatial abilities are really useful. Her original idea was also to obtain a spatial ability. However, he was worried that the consumption of spatial abilities would be too great and it would be difficult to level up. Instead, it would slow down the rate at which he could raise his strength. Sure, there is a more important reason. That is, Morong Shui also didn't know where the fruit of the spatial ability would appear. All of the current information about the alien fruit she had gotten from hearsay. If it wasn't for her strong mental power and strengthened memory, she subconsciously memorized some important information. Otherwise, even if she was reborn, she couldn't find a few alien fruits, not to mention the rare space alien fruit. Home now? Morong Shui looked at Shin'i. She was ready to give her life tonight. Perhaps, Only by becoming Xinyi's woman could she gain his true trust and his help. There's no rush. I happen to be running some errands. Through telepathy, Xinyi discovered that there were quite a few survivors gathered in the school's supermarket. Among them were his classmates and housemates. I didn't realize you were all still alive. What luck, Xinyi murmured softly. Since you're all alive, I'll free you myself. Otherwise, the old man's thoughts don't get through. Beyond that, Xinyi also found a girl who met the system's criteria. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Daryl Han. Age, 21. Looks, 91 points. Body, 96 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 96. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. This is a very well-built girl. She was wearing a tight white sweatshirt, though she looked like she hadn't washed it in a while and her face was a little dirty. Not a 91% look on her pretty face. Through perspective, Xinyi found that this girl's thighs and abdomen even had a little bit of muscle lines. Seems like the type to exercise regularly. It's no wonder the body score is a 96. Sure enough, it's better to have a larger population base. It's easy to find women who fit the system's criteria. There were 70 or 80 survivors in the supermarket, half of them girls. And of these, only an athletic beauty like Han Ruoshi fits the mold. Under observation, Xinyi and Morong Shui avoided the mutated plants in the black fog and came to the entrance of the supermarket with their umbrellas. The door to the supermarket was unlocked, and there were a couple of boys with weapons guarding the back of the door. It looks like a small shelter has formed in the supermarket. However, building a shelter in the black mist wastes a lot of drinking water alone every day. It was also the school supermarket that had more plentiful supplies. Otherwise this shelter would have collapsed a long time ago. College students, they don't have enough experience in survival. I'll break down the door, Morong Shui said. She had recovered some of her mental power and could already use her spiritual thoughts. In Morong Shui's opinion, Xinyi's purpose of coming to the supermarket was definitely to search for supplies. That's exactly what she's trying to do. Since Xinyi had an alien space, the space must be ruthlessly stuffed. No, we'll just go straight in. Xinyi glanced at Morong Shui. This woman knew there were survivors inside, yet she still tried to violently break down the door. It was as if the other survivors were not taken seriously at all, and there was no fear of accidental injury. Immediately thereafter, Xinyi grabbed Morong Shui's arm with one hand and instantly moved several times in a row, directly avoiding the students at the entrance and arriving inside the supermarket. There was only a faint light in the supermarket. It was the students who turned on the flashlights and lit the candles. However, because of the spread of the black fog, the field of view was only a few meters, and no one noticed Xinyi and Morong Shui entering. So, Xinyi began to sweep the supermarket shelves, to the system space to income their favorite snacks and uncontaminated carbohydrate drinks. He didn't accept them all, such as bubble noodles and self-heating hot pot, etc. Xinyi couldn't even look at them. Think of it as leaving these survivors with a chance to live. There's no need to do things to the fullest. After all, only if the human race didn't become extinct and the population base was large enough could he or she find more women who met the system's criteria. Leaving others a way to live is also a disguised investment in yourself. Your alien space is full? Seeing this scene, Morong Shui couldn't help but wonder out loud. No. So why don't you finish those bubbly noodles? And the snacks over here? Morong Shui was puzzled. She pressed on, not wanting to leave anything for the other survivors. Food. Who can have too much? Today is the end of days. Food and water are almost always non-renewable resources. Give someone else a way to live and you may starve later. And, even if you don't eat the junk food yourself, you can use it to give it to your subordinates as a reward. After all, Morong Shui had an ambition to establish a sanctuary and become a doomsday Earth Emperor. And to be the emperor of the land, supplies are naturally important. As for the death of strangers, none of my business. Morong Shui didn't care if these students would starve to death. Xinyi also knew this woman's character, so he didn't bother to explain to her, picked out some more of his favorite snacks and put them away in space. Subsequently, he telepathically found Jinri and the counselor and others who were chatting. Former classmates and teachers. Now one of them is in a sorry state. Even drinking a bottle of water requires several people to share a bottle. Although there are quite a lot of mineral water and drinks in the supermarkets, they surely dare not squander them freely, or else they will not live long at all. Only if you sucked in more black mist and were particularly hungry or thirsty would you take a sip and hang on for dear life. You guys are pathetic. Xinyi walked out of the black fog and spoke faintly. Hearing a sudden voice, the crowd seated around the table froze, subconsciously turning their heads to look at the visitor. When he saw that the visitor was Xinyi, the burly Jin Rui stood up with a miso, pointing at him with a face full of fury and cursing. Xinyi, you even dare to show up. I went to the dormitory before and didn't find you. I thought that you kid had already run away. I didn't think that you actually dared to send me to the door. I'll show you the price of getting high today. P.S. Ask for a gift. 93. Reflect on yourself why I only beat you. Shin E. I'll let you know the price of getting high on the internet today. Jin Rui clenched his fists, his knuckles emitting a low creaking sound, his face shrouded in a layer of heavy fury, and he approached Shin E step by step. His hatred for Shin E was just the trigger. The real reason is that I've been living a long suffocating life lately. I can't reach my family. I don't have enough to eat or drink every day. And I'm in constant fear of death, which is extremely depressing. The pent-up negativity in his chest needed a complete catharsis. As it happened, Shin E hit him on the gun. None of the other students, including fellow students and counselors, meant to stop it. Shin E's previous attitude of showing off food in the group had also caused some people to hold a grudge in their hearts. Plus, now there is no law, no police control. Even if Jin Rui taught Shin E a hard lesson, or even killed him, it would be fine. Human nature is no longer bound by law. People's morals are also much lower. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang suddenly cut through the air. The crowd was shocked to witness a figure flying violently backwards, smashing heavily into the thick black fog, followed by a mournful scream, followed by silence. It's Kim Ray. All the students and teachers were wide-eyed, disbelief written all over their faces. What's going on? How did Jin Rui suddenly fly out? Clearly, no one had touched him. In the crowd's line of sight, Jin Rui had originally walked towards Shin E aggressively, but before he took a few steps, his entire person flew backwards without warning. What was even more alarming was that he seemed to have fallen extremely hard, directly losing his consciousness, and might even have perished, without making even a single sound again. It's almost like a psychic event. No, it's superpower. It's the same superpower as Jiao Tao. Suddenly, a quick-reacting student exclaimed out in shock, his voice carrying a shock that was hard to hide. When the other students heard this, they were so frightened that they stood up and retreated back and forth, looking at Shin E with a gaze filled with fear and unbelief. Shin E? He even has superpowers too? How is this possible? Some are shocked, some are horrified, some are in awe, and some can't get over it. Shin E ignored the crowd's reaction and instead looked coldly at Morong Shui. Who told you to make a move? What? Do you still care about the friendship of your classmates and don't want to kill this man? Morong Shui frowned slightly. She had just directly used her spiritual thoughts to destroy the brain of the boy who had provoked Shin E, and he had died the moment he flew out. But Shin E's questioning made her a little unhappy. I help you and you're mean to me? And it's the end of the world. Why do you still care about your feelings? Shin E said expressionlessly. I don't want him to die so easily. Morong Shui was silent for a moment. So that's what he thought. It seems that I'm the one who's being nosy. Although she had sensed that there was some conflict between Shin E and that boy, she hadn't expected the grudge to be so deep. That's right, Shin E is not a kind-hearted person. How could he let go of a person who insulted him just because he had regard for the friendship of his classmates? Next time, don't just strike out, Shin E coldly warned, but did not chastise too much. Even though Morong Shui's behavior made him a bit unhappy, her original intention was to help herself, so there was no need to get angry over it. Immediately thereafter, Shin Yi's gaze swept towards the students who were filled with fear. Shin Yi students. It's none of our business. It's Jin Rui. It's all Jin Rui who has a grudge against you. We have no grudge against you. You, don't kill us. Counselor Wang Jiaxing opened his mouth trembling, his voice full of panic. Seeing this, the other students followed suit and begged for mercy, their voices laced with sobs. Only at this moment did these survivors suddenly realize a problem, this man and woman. When exactly did they come in? And how did you get in? Why hasn't there been any news from the janitor? At the thought of this, a chill surged through the hearts of the crowd, and their bodies involuntarily trembled as their fear intensified. Most of the survivors who made it this far had seen death, and had even witnessed the mad students brutalizing innocent people. Therefore, they didn't dare to bet on whether Shin Yi would lay hands on them. Just then, a large black star pistol suddenly appeared out of thin air in Shin Yi's hand, and then 2 shots were aimed at Counselor Wang Jiaxing's thighs. Bang! Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Wang Jiaxing's thigh, and blood spurted out. The intense pain caused him to let out a mournful scream and rolled on the ground, clutching his leg. Pistol! And superpowers! When the timid students saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they cried for mercy, fearing that they would be the next to take their turn. Students in other corners of the supermarket heard the noise and rushed over with knives and sticks and other weapons. However, when they saw the gun in Shin Yi's hand, they immediately turned white with fear, and the weapons in their hands almost fell to the ground. No one dares to stand up for Wang Jiaxing. Ah! Ouch! It hurts! Shin Yi, why did you hit me? Why? Wang Jiaxing wailed in pain. his face full of tears. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why Shani has a gun. Couldn't understand why Shani would shoot himself. And even more so, I don't understand why I only hit myself. Obviously there are so many people around. Why me? Shani looked at Wang Jiaxing, who was struggling in pain. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile. Reflect on yourself why I only beat you but not others. Reflection? Wang Jiaxing froze. That's a pretty damn shameless statement. What do you mean I reflect on it? I am a ing victim. Resentment, aggression, pain. All kinds of emotions filled Wang Jiaxing's mind as he covered his bleeding leg, his voice filled with despair. I don't know. I can't figure it out. Please, don't kill me. I know it's wrong. Now that you know you're wrong, you'll be a human being in your next life. Shani stopped babbling and raised his hand to fire a shot, ending Wang Jiaxing's life. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. He was in a good mood and his thoughts were clear. Cool. Where are you going? Immediately thereafter, Shani's gaze turned to a few students who were quietly backing up and trying to escape. One of them was his roommate, Sun Bowen, and the other few were from the class. A few people trembled, and a girl directly fell to her knees in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Shin-Yi, I've never cursed you before. Don't kill me. I really never cursed you. Some people begged for mercy, while others took the opportunity to rush into the black fog, trying to use it to escape Shin-Yi's pursuit. Don't worry. I'm not some kind of homicidal maniac. Why would I kill you? Shin-Yi glanced at the girl, not having much of a deep impression of her, only remembering that she was in the same class. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried tears of joy and was so excited that she thanked him. The few other students who didn't dare to run away hurriedly knelt down and followed along, begging for mercy. Even those unfamiliar students who didn't know Shin-Yi and had no grudges with Shin-Yi didn't dare to make the slightest movement and obediently stood in place. Individual boys even secretly hid the weapons in their hands behind their backs for fear of being seen by Shin-Yi and attracting a killing. No one is stupid enough to think a knife is faster than a gun. Faced with a ruthless character who had a gun and actually dared to kill, the simple college students could not even think of resisting. Shin-Yi swept through the crowd, then turned his head to Morong Shui and commanded, "You go and kill the ones who escaped just now." Aha! Morong Shui did not hesitate and walked straight into the black mist. Kill at the drop of a hat. When the other students saw this scene, they trembled in fear. Even those students who thought that they had no grievances with Shin-Yi hurriedly dropped their weapons and knelt down like the female students who begged for mercy. What's dignity in order to live? Even kneeling isn't stooping. 94. Be my woman from now on. Shin-Yi's gaze swept over these kneeling students, and naturally, he did not have the idea of continuing to make a move. As long as no great cleverness was thinking of sneaking up on him, there was no need to make a killing. The reason why he let Morong Shui kill those escaping students was purely because two of them had a problem with him. One is housemate Sun Bowen, who used to follow Jean Rue to disgust himself. Every time he and Jean Rue clashed, this pussy pulled the plug. This kind of person who likes to pull the strings is bound to die. The other was called Qin Haoren, who had righteously demeaned and abused himself in the group earlier. And more importantly, from the moment Shin-Yi appeared, the hostility in Qin Haoren's body was unusually strong, even heavier than Jean Rue. In other words, this little pussy has been holding a grudge, just for not giving him food and water himself. If this kind of narrow-minded person is not gotten rid of, in the future, in case he has some ability, he will definitely cause trouble for himself. As for the other students, Shin-Yi had no intention of killing them. They weren't much hostile to themselves, more fearful. And Shin-Yi felt that these college students were quite suitable for the income shelter, because most of them, just slightly shocked, obeyed. Such timid college students who just want to stay alive usually don't get into any trouble. Moreover, college students are relatively simple-minded and are easier to condition and manage than adults in society. In Doomsday, adults need family bondage to work seriously, while college students can settle down with a mouthful of food and drink in a relatively safe environment. Of course, you should not eat too much, or you will be prone to a lot of troubles and problems. After thinking for a moment, Shin-Yi looked at the crowd and spoke. I've established a shelter. Are any of you willing to join? First of all, I want to emphasize that I am not forcing you to join. If you don't want to, I won't force you, but if you join my shelter and dare to betray it in the future, I will definitely not let you go. Saying that, Shin-Yi took a breath and wiped the large black star in his hand. The students looked at each other with fear in their hearts. If we don't, will he kill us? Looking at the dead, still bleeding body on the ground, all the survivors shivered. He will. This guy kills without a second thought. I do. I'd like to join your shelter. The first to speak up was the same female student from the class who had begged for mercy earlier. Shin-Yi glanced at her. This girl seems to be called Ma Hong, and her academic performance is quite good. Average looking, not ugly, but not outstanding either. Being looked at by Shin-Yi, Ma-hong was a little scared, but she was still firm in her choice, because she saw that Shin-Yi and the woman beside him had superpowers, and Shin-Yi had a gun in his hand. In a post-apocalyptic world, survival must be guaranteed by force. Otherwise, the 60 or 70 of them would not have been subdued by Shin-Yi with a single gun. Luckily, the one he met was Shin-Yi. At least he didn't kill innocents indiscriminately. If he had met the group of students who had gone on a murderous rampage in the school before, begging for forgiveness wouldn't have been enough to keep him alive. Those crazy people, they even abuse girls. Ma Hongwon was scared just thinking about it. The other students hesitated for a while, and most of them expressed their willingness to join Shin-Yi's shelter. Only a few were silent, apparently in an attitude of refusal. Shin-Yi swept a glance and saw that Hanruoshi, a girl who met the system's criteria, was also willing to join, so he left the others alone. His main target was Hanruoshi, and as for the others, they were just recruited in passing. Boss, should we take all the supplies from the supermarket with us before we leave? Or is our shelter directly established in this supermarket? A skinny boy came over and took the initiative to ask. This boy is bolder and smarter than the others. He opened his mouth at this time, obviously wanting to leave a good impression in front of Shin-Yi. Moreover, by taking the initiative to open his mouth to take away the supplies, he was also attracting the hatred of the other students who were unwilling to join the shelter for Shin-Yi. As expected, the other survivors looked over in unison when they heard the skinny boy's words. Especially those students and teachers who were unwilling to join Shin-Yi's shelter glared viciously at the skinny boy, as if they could not wait to stab him. This asshole. I can't believe they want to share our supplies. They didn't dare to complain to Shin-Yi, and could only take their grievances out on the skinny boy, believing that it was all his fault for talking. Shin-Yi glanced at the boys and said indifferently, "Bring as many supplies as you can. Whoever brings back the supplies today will be his own in the future and doesn't need to turn them in." "Okay, boss, I got it." The skinny boy immediately answered excitedly, then greeted the crowd and went to load the food. The college students were happy with Shin-Yi's attitude. Whoever takes something today owns it, and actually doesn't need to turn it in. So it seems like joining the shelter doesn't seem like a bad thing. But those students and teachers who originally did not join the shelter were anxious at the moment. Although there were quite a few snacks and drinks in the supermarket that hadn't spoiled, they wouldn't have survived long if a large portion of them had been taken away. Some wallflowers immediately changed their minds and wanted to join the shelter again, but Shin-Yi directly refused. "Do you really think you can add to my shelter whenever you want? You were given a chance and you didn't take it, so there will be no second time." The wallflowers were instantly chagrined, but they didn't dare to hold a grudge against Shin-Yi, and could only add their hatred to the skinny boy once again. It's this asshole. If he didn't open his mouth, maybe Shin-Yi wouldn't even take the supplies from the supermarket. Boss, it's not good. I've noticed a lot of food and drinks on the shelves have disappeared into thin air. There could be thieves. The skinny boy suddenly ran over to report in a panic. "No need to pay attention. Continue to take your things," Shin-Yi said indifferently. The skinny boy froze for a moment, then seemed to guess what was going on, but knew enough not to ask any more questions and turned to leave. As he walked, he called out to the others, "Everyone, be quick with your hands and load up on more high-calorie food and mineral water. We'll be leaving soon." The skinny boy's ability to read people was really good. Shin-Yi didn't mind the small mind of his that wanted to get to the top. He was too lazy to meddle in the specific affairs of the shelter. He only values loyalty and competence. The skinny boy had a small mind, but not the slightest bit of hostility, and he knows how to help attract hate for himself. Very knowledgeable. Although Shin-Yi didn't care about the hatred of these people, but with knowledgeable subordinates available, he naturally didn't mind utilizing them. Immediately thereafter, Shin-Yi telepathically swept through the crowd that was loading up the food and quickly found Hanruoshi, who was wearing a white sweatshirt. He walked straight over. Hanruoshi was holding a school bag at the moment, stuffing snacks and water into it. Next to them were two boys, who looked like her suitors, more like dog lickers, grabbing to help Hanruoshi get things off the shelves. When Hanruoshi, who was busy working, looked up and saw Shin-Yi coming over, she was so frightened that the drink in her hand fell to the ground and stammered, "Old boss." She didn't know how to address Shin-Yi, the devil, and could only follow the example of the skinny boy and use boss to address him. The two lickspittles also hurriedly turned their heads when they heard Hanruoshi's voice. After seeing Shin-Yi, he was equally frightened and hurriedly shouted boss. Although everyone was of similar age, Shin-Yi's aura was obviously much stronger than theirs. This kind of thing, aura, was false to say, but Shin-Yi had just finished killing someone, and in the eyes of the others, his aura was extraordinarily powerful. Fear made them feel this way. Shin-Yi ignored the two boys, and his gaze fell directly on Hanruoshi as he asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Hanruoshi froze, and returned with some fear, Internet. Does an online dating partner count? Have you met? No. Since the power outage and disconnection of the internet, Hanruwashi has never talked to her online lover. Originally they agreed to meet next month. This apocalypse has disrupted all arrangements. Well, that's fine. Be my woman from now on. Shinee spoke naturally. 95. So this is how you can pursue a goddess. Ha! Hearing Shinyee's undisguised and unreasonable request, Hanruwashi instantly froze in place, her original nervousness collapsing. So direct, without even asking for his name. He came right out and made such an outrageous request. Is this a subterfuge? Hanruwashi gulped and instinctively tried to refuse. After all, she and this man had only just met and hadn't even spoken a few words. She had no idea what kind of character this fierce man had. Bad or not, it's too soon to be together all of a sudden. The two boys on the side who were pursuing Hanruwashi changed their faces when they heard Shinyee's words, but seeing the gun in Shinyee's hand, they all tacitly chose to remain silent. As much as they liked Hanruwashi, they didn't want to lose their lives over it. Hanruwashi quietly glanced at the two silent boys, secretly anxious in her heart. She wanted to refuse Shinee, but she was worried that after she refused, this man would not hesitate to shoot herself. Thinking about it? Shinee asked. He didn't care at all about the reactions of the others. As long as they are not hostile to themselves, doesn't matter what others think. Can I refuse? Han tried in a small voice, but just finished saying this, she was worried that Shinee was angry, and hastily added, we just met. We are not familiar. Maybe you don't like my character, or you don't like my looks and body. So we can try to understand each other first, and if we like each other in the future, then we can be in together. Is that okay? No. Shinyee's answer was crisp and clear. He didn't care what Hanruwashi's character was like. Really, if you have a lot of small minds, just let her go after unlocking the supplies afterwards. As for her looks, although she couldn't tell if she was beautiful or ugly because her face and hair hadn't been washed for a long time, the system's scoring told Shinee that she certainly wasn't ugly. There was even less to say about the body, which Shinee could see clearly. Hearing this, Hanruwashi's heart sank. She turned her head, with a slight hint of help, to the two boys who had originally pursued her, hoping they would put in a word for her. However, the two boys kept their heads down and didn't say a word, not even daring to look at Shinee. His own life was obviously more important than the woman he liked. What's more, it's not like Hanruwashi is their woman. It's just that the object of their quest hasn't arrived yet. Therefore, even when they saw Hanruwashi being forced, the two of them didn't feel any guilt. Han Daryl was desperate. She looked at Shinee, and in her heart she knew that if she offended this man, even if she wasn't beaten to death by him on the spot, she would definitely be worn shoes and abused when she entered his shelter in the future. Even, he might just force himself. But I have a boyfriend. Do you really not mind? Han tried to struggle a bit. She didn't know why this man had taken an instant liking to her. Obviously you look bad and smell bad now. It hadn't been washed or cleaned up in 10 days, and there was still a faint sour odor. Normal people don't even associate their current selves with looking good, do they? It's just an internet date. I think you'll get over him soon enough. Shinee naturally didn't mind. After all, Hanruwashi and the cyber object had never even met, and the system had rated her inner self as 100 out of, proving that the body was pure. That's enough, as long as she doesn't think about other men in the future. Otherwise Shinee would have minded. He can accept that his woman does not like himself, but if he dares to move towards 3, betray himself and cuckold himself, he will never spare the other party. I know. Hanruwashi lowered her head in humiliation. She was still willing to sell her body as opposed to possibly dying if she refused. At least, the man had strength. I should be able to protect myself in the future. Unlike these two suitors, who used to be all kinds of attentive to themselves, but when they really encountered danger, they didn't even dare to say a word to help themselves. If you're really with this kind of trashy man, you might get dumped at any time. Also, they are not capable of protecting themselves. Demons, at least, have great power. Both boys were stunned at the sight. So this is how you can pursue a goddess? No, this isn't even a quest, is it? It's the unspoken rule in the movie. Watching the goddess they had once pursued for a long time, but had never even held hands with, being taken down so quickly by a strange man, it was a little hard on their hearts as well, but inexplicably, it was actually kind of exciting. Shin-ee, the people are all settled. Isn't it time to go? At this point, Morong Shue also walked out of the black mist. When the 3 Hanruwashi people heard this, their little hearts trembled in fear. All settled? That means the students who escaped just now were killed? A few living, breathing people were killed just like that. This woman, she's so ruthless. The eyes of the three of them looking at Morong Shui brought a few moments of fear with them. She's not only ruthless, she's strong. A woman who can actually kill several boys. Well, let's go then. Shani was also relatively satisfied with the harvest of this trip. An alien fruit, some of the supplies from the supermarket, and a woman and many subordinates who can unlock the supplies. Very bountiful harvest. After that, dozens of people carrying large bags of supplies converged in front of the supermarket. Just looking at the black fog outside the supermarket, no one dared to step in easily. The black mist wasn't much to fear. What's scary is the variety of monsters hidden within. Go! Shani took out a black umbrella from the system space. Holding his umbrella, he took the lead and stepped into the black mist. The others rushed to follow. And in the supermarket, there were about 10 people left. They were survivors who did not want to join Shanyi's shelter. Most of them are teachers. These teachers are reluctant to join the shelter because they don't want to be subservient. In the school supermarket, they are the teachers. They get to direct the students. They get to control the supplies. They get to enjoy the power. But when you go to someone else's shelter, you have to listen to them. Having enjoyed power, they were not willing to be parasites. Just looking at less than 1/5 of the edible supplies left, everyone's faces were ugly. Those greedy bastards. It was as if they hated to empty the supermarket. Had they known this, they would have joined the shelter just now. At least there's someone to protect. Now the men are gone. The supplies are gone. And even most of the weapons have been taken. In case they encountered any mutated monsters, then they wouldn't even have the ability to resist. No, we can't do that. We have to find some more students. We have to form shelters too. A middle-aged teacher spoke up. The others looked at each other and agreed. Boss, is the shelter we're going to Deep Bay 1? Walking out of the school gates, the skinny boy asked cautiously as he watched the line of travel. Because Deep Bay 1 is the most upscale neighborhood in the vicinity. If you want to occupy the land, it is definitely the most appropriate to occupy this neighborhood. Aha. Boss, we're going to pass by a neighborhood later. Can you wait for me for a while? I want to go home. My sister and my mom are still at home, and I want to bring them to the shelter as well. The skinny boy hesitated for a long time before uttering words of pleading. Shani was about to refuse, but Morong Shui suddenly pulled his arm. Shani glanced at Morong Shui, then opened the spiritual connection and asked, "Something's wrong? You can agree to his demands." Why? Morong Shui shouldn't be such a kind person unless it's profitable. Did she know this skinny boy? I've seen him in my previous life. He doesn't have psychic abilities, but he's pretty good in other areas, and he's very sentimental. There was a person who saved his family in his previous life, and he kept working for that person, and ended up dying to save that person. So all you have to do is offer him a little help in exchange for his loyalty. Hearing Morong Shui's words, Shin Yi pondered. In that case, that's fine. Waiting for the boy was nothing more than a show of hands for himself anyway. And, in case this skinny boy's sister meets the system's criteria and kills 2 birds with 1 stone. 96, Wu Ching Ching. White and shiny. What's your name? Cutting off the spiritual connection, Shani looked at the skinny boy whose body was wet with rainwater. Boss, my name is Wu Yu, the boys answered in a huff. Then he eyed Shani, hoping that he would agree to wait for him. Otherwise, even if he could get home safely and get his family out, it would be impossible for him to survive the apocalypse. He was well aware of his own strength. Only by following a supernatural person like Shani could there be any hope of survival. Which was also the reason why he had previously taken the first risk at showing his face in front of Shani to gain goodwill. Only by clinging to the strong can we live longer. Let me know when you get near your neighborhood. Shani sort of promised him. Since Morong Shui said that Wu Yu was emotionally heavy, he would try to take in a little. You don't have to risk anything yourself anyway, much less pay for it. It's just something you do as you go along. Thanks. Thanks, boss. Wu Yu was excited and thanked him repeatedly. The other survivors also revealed envious eyes when they saw this scene. They also want to pick up their families, but their homes were all far away and they didn't know if any of their family members were still alive, so they were afraid to speak up. After that, the crowd walked for a while with fear and trepidation. Wu Yu vaguely recognized the location of his own neighborhood, and quickly said, "Boss, it's that neighborhood on the left, only a few hundred meters away." "What floor and what building?" Shin Yi asked. 12 building, 29th floor 2903. Wu Yu immediately replied, and murmured to himself, "My mom and sister must still be alive, because there is no disconnection before we threw the phone. My home at that time there is still food and water. As long as you save a little bit of food, it must be enough to last 10 days and half a month." Surely this is the case. He was apprehensive and nervous, although the words were analyzed in a very reasonable manner. The constant repetition of the words could be seen that he actually had little bottom line. After all, Surviving the apocalypse can take more than just food and water. There are also mutant monsters that deal with all sorts of dangers, as well as psychopathic murderers and robbers. This was also the reason why Wu Yu was afraid to leave the school and go home early by himself. Don't look at the fact that they walked out of the school, and they didn't encounter any dangers along the way. This is entirely because Shini was leading the way, avoiding the mutated animals and mutated plants in advance, and avoided some murderous thugs. Just now everyone heard screams coming out of the black mist, not only from people, but also from animals. That voice sounded miserable and agonizing. If Shini hadn't walked in front of them, their group would have been scared and scattered. Being able to suppress their fear and come over was only because they knew that Shini had superpowers as well as a hot weapon like a pistol that they could fight against even if they encountered danger. No one will find the journey easy. The oppressive atmosphere even made everyone afraid to breathe out loud. Meanwhile, Shini turned on his telepathy and started looking for building 12. The neighborhood where Wu Yu's family lives belongs to a densely populated high-rise community, and there are quite a few survivors. After spending a bit of time, Shini found building 12. Then, locked on room 2903 on the 29th floor, telepathic pinpointing. Then looked through the lens. Although it wasn't very clear because of the darkness, it was still possible to see that there were 2 people in the room, all women, judging by their size. That's when the system prompt suddenly rang out. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Qingqing Wu. Age, 18. Looks, 89 points. Body, 89 points. Inner, 100 points, no emotional experience. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. I can't believe it actually meets the criteria. Because of the field of vision, Shini couldn't see Wu Yu's sister's looks, but this rating of hers was definitely the lowest among the women who currently met the system's criteria. Sure, it wasn't that Wu Qingqing was ugly. As long as they could trigger the system prompt, they must be all great beauties in 100 miles. It's just that maybe it's young and hasn't opened up yet. Shini subconsciously looked at Wu Yu's looks. Thin and frail, but pretty clean looking. I guess his sister can't be ugly. Thinking so, Shini spoke. You're right. Your sister and your mom are both still alive. Ha! Wu Yu subconsciously froze, not understanding for the first time why the boss answered his words, but with just a little thought, he vaguely guessed a little something. Could it be? Did the boss have another superpower that allowed him to see his family remotely? Otherwise, why did you just ask for your house number and after less than 2 minutes, tell your family that they are still alive? As a modern college student, exposed to all kinds of novels, web series and so on, Wu Yu's mind is not that solidified and can easily brainstorm a bunch of answers at once, and he got excited. My sister and mother are still alive. This is the greatest joy for him. Some of the other college students were in the clouds, but there were also smart people who quickly guessed that Shini might be able to use his supernatural ability to detect the news that the other party was still alive through his name or address, so they also got excited. They all have families and they all want to know about their families. If the boss really had this superpower, then there was hope that they would learn about their family members in the future. Shini swept his gaze over the crowd with varying emotions, deliberately not explaining, just to let them brainstorm. Mystery is all in the head. Boss, thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Wu Yu came back from his excitement and expressed his gratitude to Shini at the first opportunity. Although when they first met, seeing Shini coldly killing people, he felt fear and terror. But after spending some time together, he felt again that the boss was not really that cold-blooded as a person. At least the boss doesn't kill innocents indiscriminately, and kill students who have a grudge against him. Moreover, the boss was willing to generously let the students share the supplies, although those supplies were from the supermarket. But before even when the group of students and the teacher, lived in the supermarket, they had to listen to the teacher's assignments and could not just eat anything. And Shini, being the boss of the crowd and having absolute force value, did not force them to hand over their supplies, so it was evident that the boss was very broad-minded. Even just this one time of not turning in supplies was enough to make them remember the favor. And the boss is also willing to take in his own family and have them join the shelter. All this behavior was enough to make Wu Yu grateful. When Shini saw that the breath on Wu Yu's body had completely whitened over, even more so than Morong Shui, he was certain that he was a person who valued his feelings and knew how to repay his kindness, so he opened his mouth. You take 2 people to pick up your family. There's no danger in your building, but don't go to the wrong building and don't go into any other buildings. Okay, boss. Wu nodded heavily. He didn't expect the old dolly in danger to even help him line up and even send someone to help him. As a result, the breath on Wu Yu's body went a few shades whiter. Shiny white. It directly surpassed Jiangnan Smoke and went straight after Su Yun and Su Wanting. P.S. Originally do not want to explain alone, but there are too many do not know is pretending, or really very dull readers, or to explain a sentence. This article all the scenes are empty. Plants and animals are mutated, not normal. Like the first version of the Spider-Man mutation, the human body will be able to shoot out the spider silk. Belongs to the mutation of a kind of you surely will not go to say that people why can shoot out the spider silk. The same goes for many of the plants and animals in this article. You think it's different from normal animals? That you think it's different from normal animals? Right. There's no denying that there are definitely shortcomings in the writing, and there are quite a few errors that have been corrected since some readers brought them up. But the general setting of the worldview is set up as the author has set it up. 97. Hi Ponytail Girl, Wu Yu led the two boys, following the route pointed out by Shen-Yi, quickly ran into the neighborhood and went straight to his own building. He didn't doubt that the route Shen-Yi pointed out would be problematic, although more intelligent, but also really simple. Very easily believed Shen-Yi. However, even if Wu Yu didn't believe it, there was no other choice. He didn't have superpowers or overpowering skills, so if he relied on himself to scout the way, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. At the same time, Shen-Yi was observing this densely populated neighborhood from a god's perspective through telepathy. Currently, no large-scale groups have emerged in this neighborhood and no one has stepped forward to consolidate resources. The survivors who were still alive were scattered throughout the buildings, each in their own way, forming many small groups. In the doomsday, human beings will also subconsciously hold on to each other for warmth. On top of that, Shen-Yi also saw dozens of mutated animals through telepathy. They are also scattered throughout the neighborhood. Some are nibbling on carcasses while others lick rainwater from potholes. These mutated animals were of different shapes. Some of them were huge, while others appeared to be unusually sensitive, and had obviously adapted to the environment under the shroud of the black fog. The most striking of these mutated animals was a large mutated snake that came from nowhere. It was perched underneath a building with an unusually thick body, thicker than a bucket, and its length was estimated to reach 5 or 6 meters. Its scales glowed coldly in the faint moonlight, and the snake's letters spat out from time to time, as if sensing its surroundings. The large snake had apparently become one of the overlords of the area, and all the other mutated animals seemed to shun it. It seems that things are more complicated in this neighborhood than the one I live in. Shen-Yi was calculating in his mind. He decided that after unifying the Deep Bay No. 1 neighborhood, he would have Jiangnan Smoke make a detailed expansion plan as soon as possible to expand to Wu Yu's neighborhood. There are a lot more survivors in this neighborhood than Deep Cove 1, and there are definitely a lot of women in it who fit the system's criteria. If it wasn't for the late hour today and the fact that he had Morong Shui and Han Ruoshi waiting to be unlocked, he would have been ready to go from building to building searching for beautiful women. As for why Shen-Yi didn't personally help Wu Yu save his family, the reason was simple: he wasn't a cutie. Even if he had nothing to do, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. He builds shelters and recruits minions, all for his own convenience and service. If it turns out to be a case of serving one's own minions, then what's the point of having minions? And, if one's hand was out to help from time to time, it would instead make the juniors feel that they were well-tempered and could be made to do whatever they wanted. And gradually they would lose their sense of reverence and would not take themselves seriously. Good people. It's easy to be held at gunpoint. People who remembered favors like Wu Yu were few and far between. Most people forget their roots as soon as they take a chance. Therefore, Shen-Yi could appropriately release some goodwill, such as pointing out a few words to Wu Yu or rewarding his minions with some supplies. But he would never go down to work himself. Even if it wasn't for the fact that Wu Yu's sister met the system's criteria for unlocking supplies, Shen-Yi wouldn't have bothered to wait for him. Brushing Wu Yu's favor is just for his sister's sake. The use of telepathy to plan a route for him was also more to ensure that he could bring his sister back safely. Otherwise, an ordinary person was simply not worth wasting these several minutes of Shen-Yi's time. Even if Wu Qingqing just unlocked a random fruit or vegetable or some other kind of supplies, it wouldn't be a loss. Shen-Yi murmured softly. About half an hour later, Wu arrived with his family. The distance was just a few hundred meters. Close enough, but they wasted most of their time climbing the stairs. Nearly 30 floors, the climb left several people panting and their legs and stomachs shaking. Wu Yu's sister and mother, in particular, were so tired that they could barely walk, even though they were only going down the stairs. However, it is this tiredness and labor that will make them understand that it is the giving that pays off. Boss, I followed the route you told me, and I really didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wu Yu gasped slightly and reported gratefully to Shen-Yi. As he walked into the neighborhood just now, he heard screams not far from him, and although he couldn't see what was happening, he could be sure it must be dangerous. If they hadn't strictly followed the boss's route, I'm afraid that the ones who would have encountered danger would have been themselves and the others. And also through this round trip, Wu Yu guessed that the boss must have similar clairvoyance or radar superpower, being able to see through the black mist. This is simply awesome. Wu Yu felt more and more that his earlier decision to risk joining the shelter was correct. Following such a boss. In the future, as long as you don't do anything to kill yourself, you'll definitely have no problem surviving peacefully. Therefore, he had been bragging about Shin-Yi to his mother and sister along the way, saying that it was because of the boss that he was able to return home safely and receive them. Of course, that's not all blown out of proportion. It was only that he used words that were too mythical for Shin-Yi, so much so that it made both of the boys who went along to help feel awkward. Shin-Yi is not bad, but it's not as holy and glorious as Wu Yu said, right? He didn't hesitate to shoot people when he first came to the supermarket, but he also had the woman who followed him kill several students. It's not too much to say he's a murderer. I really don't know how Wu can say so many glorious words with a face of adoration. It's so damn embarrassing and awkward they have goosebumps. Only a little cutie like Wu Yu would think Shin-Yi is a simple good guy, right? However, Wu Yu's mother and sister, after listening to the bragging rights, were the ones who felt heartfelt gratitude towards Shin-Yi. Having saved their loved ones, gratitude is well deserved. Thank you for saving my brother. Wu Qingqing took the initiative to go forward to thank him, quietly sizing up Shin-Yi with a few moments of curiosity and shyness under her eyes. It's an 18-year-old in the throes of puberty, with a high ponytail, resembling what many teenagers would have pursued and crushed on during their high school years. You're welcome. Shin-Yi casually returned a sentence, looking at the high ponytail girl, slightly surprised, because this young girl was surprisingly extremely kind to herself. Taller than Morong Shui. Not only the young girl, but even Wu Yu's mother was extremely fond of herself. Looks like Wu didn't say anything good about himself to his family along the way. Indeed, a man who can see the situation and value his feelings. It's not worth wasting your energy to help him. After that, Wu Yu's mother also said a few words of gratitude, and the crowd moved to leave. Strange sounds came from time to time in the black mist, and despite Shin-Yi leading the way, the crowd was still on edge. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way, and returned to the Deep Bay 1 neighborhood without any danger. Arriving at the downstairs of the building, Shin-Yi contacted Jiangnan Smoke through the spiritual connection and asked her to arrange accommodation and work for these new arrivals. 13th. As for the management, it was all left to Jiangnan Smoke. Okay, hubby, when I'm done with this side of things, I'll be right over. Jiang Nan responded. Aha. Shin-Yi briefly replied back and cut off the spiritual connection, then said to the crowd, you guys just wait here, don't run around. Someone will come over to make arrangements later. Okay, boss. You go and rest. Leave the matters here to me. Wu Yu immediately answered. After receiving his family, he desperately wanted to return the favor to Shin-Yi and make some contribution to show his boss what he could do. Shin-Yi didn't say much and left with Morong Shui and Hanruoshi. As for Wu's sister, there's no hurry. I'll look for Hanruoshi and Morong Shui individually after I unlock their rewards tonight. With the young girl's favorable opinion of herself, it was easy to take. Brother, does our benefactor also live in this upscale neighborhood? Will we be able to see him again? Wu Qingqing looked at the back of Shin-Yi's departure until his figure completely disappeared, before she could not help but ask her brother Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at his sister, seemingly sensing her thoughts, and said, the boss definitely lives in this neighborhood. Maybe the entire neighborhood is already the boss's territory. Wow, the benefactor is actually so awesome. The houses in this neighborhood are expensive as I recall. In this world now, money has long been worthless. The boss is definitely controlling this neighborhood with strength. I just don't know how many people and weapons the boss has under his hand now. Wu wants to do his part for the shelter and give back to the boss, but doesn't know where to start. So, then he's still very good. Very awesome. Ha ha. Wu Qingqing looked at the direction Shin-Yi left and smiled, revealing a curved crescent moon. As long as she thought of Shin-Yi's face, she felt her heart beat faster. I don't know if it was because her brother kept praising Shin-Yi along the way, but the first time she saw Shin-Yi, she thought he was so handsome. Moreover, that group of people all listened to his orders and centered on him. That kind of aura made Wu Qingqing, a young girl in the period of youthful fantasies, instantly moved. Inevitably, a young girl with no relationship experience falls in love at first sight. Wu Yu looked at his sister who didn't know what she was fantasizing about and had a silly grin on her face, and subconsciously spoke. Haruka, you're not falling for the boss, are you? 98. Treating me like a disposable tool? Ha, how? How can that be? Wu Qingqing woke up from her fantasy in a flash. Her face instantly red as a ripe apple. She turned around and said with a stiff upper lip, don't talk nonsense, old brother, or else, I'll ignore you from now on. Wu, okay, my sister really likes the boss. This should have been something to be happy about. If my sister could be with a powerful man like the boss, she would definitely be much safer in the future. But the problem was that the boss already had a woman by his side who was prettier than his sister. and that woman seemed to have superpowers, so maybe she was the boss's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Wu Yu could only sigh in disappointment and said to Wu Qingqing, Qing, boss, he might already have a girlfriend. I'm afraid there's no hope for you if you like boss. Hearing this, Wu Qingqing froze for a moment, her originally shy expression instantly disappearing. She subconsciously turned her head to stare at her brother and asked, girlfriend? Is that the pretty woman who just followed him away? I guess it should be. That woman looks like she's very close to the boss. So Haruka, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Wu advised. He didn't want his sister to get deeper and deeper into it, and then she would only get hurt more. It's better to just snuff it out while it's still fresh. Besides, it wouldn't be good if the relationship between the boss and his girlfriend was affected because of his sister. The boss had been kind to his own family, and he could not return the favor. I know. I didn't say I like him. It's all your nonsense, stinky old brother. Ignore you. Wu Qingqing returned with a stiff upper lip and turned to run in her mother's direction, putting on a gambling look of being wronged. Wu Yu shook his head slightly. With that, he began to seriously think about how he was going to contribute to Shin Yi and repay his boss's favor. Go take a shower and get clean. Building 13, 18th floor, Morong Shue's home. Shin Yi looked at the dirty Han Ruoshi and really had no way to say anything. A bath? The already shy Han Ruoshi froze when she heard this. She only had a few bottles of water in her bag. Where would she get enough for a shower? Even brushing her teeth she couldn't spare. Morong Shue, who was resting on the sofa, glanced at Han Ruoshi, and although she was a bit irritated by the woman's appearance, she still said, there's water in the bathroom. Just save it. When she built this shelter, she naturally considered the issue of water for daily washing, so she stored a large amount of water. There are also several sealed water storage barrels installed on the roof of the building, filled with pure water. In addition, she had rainwater collectors installed on purpose. It happened to be raining today and had collected quite a bit of water, which was perfectly adequate for a shower. Ah, good. Han Ruoshi looked at Morong Shue and inexplicably felt a pang of shame. She didn't know what kind of relationship this beauty had with Shin Yi, but she always felt that she shouldn't be here. Does that count as junior writing face? Although one's intention was to refuse. But why is there electricity in this suite? Could it be a generator? And there's actually hot water. Han Ruoshi walked into the bathroom and looked at the bright lights and hot water, and for a moment she was in a bit of a trance, as if she had gone back to before the end of time. There's water. There's electricity. Everything still seems normal, but she knew full well that it was just a trance, because this is the only suite in this entire building that has electricity. The rest of the place was pitch black. Occasionally I could see a little light. I don't know if it was a flashlight or a candle. Those are the realities. It's more of a utopia here. Did Shin Yi build all this? He's actually so powerful. So powerful. Thinking of Shin Yi, Han Ruoshi's cheeks reddened slightly. After the shower, he's not going to want me tonight. If he has to, should I refuse? But wouldn't it seem too phony to refuse at this point? Han Ruoshi's cheeks reddened even more as she thought about it. And I don't know what that kind of thing really feels like. Looking in the mirror at her perfect body, which she was usually so proud of, she wondered what kind of she would have to endure at night baptism fire. Meanwhile, in the living room, Morong Shue hugged the white fox, looked at Shin Yi who was eating with some unhappiness, and said, don't you think you've gone a bit overboard? You only went out today and brought a wild woman back. If we go out a few more times in the future, are we going to have to find 6 or 7 wild women? Although she knew that Shin Yi was not a peaceful and dedicated man, but it was still unbelievable to Morong Shue that he was so philandering. 2 hours ago he said he was going to sleep with himself, only to turn around and find another woman, and it was brought to your own home. That's just writing face output. It's too damn much. Shin Yi ate his snack, glanced at Morong Shue, and said indifferently, you shouldn't think we're in love, right? Even if it's not a relationship, you can't go this far. Morong Shue frowned, though she knew it was normal for strong men to seek out women, even before the end of time. Who among those rich and powerful businessmen hadn't kept a few women? Men who are truly rich and powerful and still dedicated are few and far between. Almost none. But it still made her feel a little bad that it was happening to her. Although it was just a deal with Shin Yi, Morong Shue also wanted him to respect himself. At the very least, one would feel guilty about oneself and would comfort oneself a few times, even if it was feigned. Anymore, it would be better not to lead a wild woman to yourself. But Shin Yi didn't have any of those intentions at all. And even if he hadn't taken the initiative to open his mouth, he wouldn't have bothered to explain. What do you take me for, Morong Shue? Tools? Disposable items? If you can't take it, you can go wait outside and come back in when it's over, Shin Yi suggested. He didn't care about Morong Shue's emotions, much less not unlocking the supplies just because they were considerate of her mood. The system is its own biggest hang-up. It would be silly to give up one's hang-ups because one was considering Morong Shue's feelings. You really are a shameless asshole. Morong Shue was simply speechless, even a little angry. This is clearly my house and I'm told to go out and wait. Why don't you let me kneel at the door and listen? Why don't I push you in the back? Excessive. It's too much. On the contrary, she still couldn't do anything about Shani. This man really did seem to just want to sleep with himself, and had no feelings for him, nor did he even consider whether he would be jealous. Morong Shue was angry, but at the same time, she admired this asshole a little. This kind of desperate guy is destined to go farther than the kind of survivor who talks about love in the middle of the apocalypse. She could be certain that if she encountered a force majeure danger, Shani would definitely abandon herself without hesitation. Of course, the same goes for myself. So while she was depressed, she had nothing to say but to curse and vent. Morong Shue, I hope you won't use that tone of voice with me again. Shani drew out 2 paper towels and wiped his mouth. Looking at Morong Shue, his tone was calm but with unquestionable indifference. I can understand if you scolded me a few times before to vent your emotions, but in the future, I don't want to hear you scolding me again. Understand? Morong Shue subconsciously wanted to say something, but when she saw Xin Yi's fluctuationless eyes, her words instantly got stuck in her throat and finally swallowed hard. She admitted that she was kinda scared of this desperate bastard, because he really dared to do it to himself. In the end, Morong Shue didn't open her mouth and considered it a tacit acceptance. Xin Yi nodded with satisfaction, then took out the alien fruit that he had previously picked near the school cafeteria from the system space and put it into his mouth. 99. Acquired new psychic ability, Heat Ray. You even managed to gain powers. Morong Shue watched as Xin Yi swallowed the exotic fruit again. Her eyes filled with shock. 3 powers in one day? That's an outrageous speed. What's it gonna do to the rest of the world? If you give me a few more alien fruits, I might even be able to try to push my limits. Xin Yi's gaze turned to Morong Shue, guessing that she might still be harboring the fruit of exotic abilities on her body, but was just unwilling to hand it over easily. I really don't have any more, so don't you keep staring at me alone and robbing me. Morong Shue was speechless. In just half a day today, she'd already given a lot and gotten nothing in return. Xin Yi, this guy, just talking without practicing, netting himself a cake. She thought back carefully and realized that the only thing she'd gotten out of it was eating one of his chicken drumsticks and drinking a glass of white silk coke. Nope, no more. Other than that, nothing. The more Morong Shue thought about it, the more she felt wrong, feeling that she might have been deceived by Xin Yi. He's been empty-handed on a few promises, taking their supplies, robbing their fruits, and possessing their bodies. Hold back. Now is not the time to turn the other cheek. Morong Shue forced down the dissatisfaction in her heart, and her gaze tightly fixed on Xin Yi. She now only wanted to know how Xin Yi had managed to keep gaining supernormal abilities. Power was what she really cared about more than her children's love. As long as Xin Yi could give himself enough benefits, it didn't matter how many women he found. It's not like he likes Xin Yi anyway. The most she could ask for was one thing, and that was, don't bring a wild woman into her house. Don't bring her into her presence. Otherwise she'd be offended. What's your new psychic ability? Morong Shue sat up holding the white fox, and her beautiful eyes looked Xin Yi up and down, trying to see some clues from him. And at this moment, after Xin Yi swallowed the exotic fruit, he felt that his eyes were slightly hot, and even a little hot. He guessed that the ability might have something to do with the eyes. Immediately thereafter, he opened the panel to view it. High temperature rays, LV1. Your eyes can shoot out high temperature rays at extremely high temperatures, with a current limit distance of 30 meters, which can easily melt steel. The stronger your physique is, the higher the temperature of the heat rays you can emit, and as long as you have enough stamina, you can emit heat rays without stopping. A laser eye-like ability? Xin Yi's heart fluttered, remembering the superheroes in the movie. However, your own heat rays are more practical than laser eyes, with free control over whether they fire or not, and a higher ceiling. Alien powers are introduced. The stronger the body, the higher the ray temperature. This meant that as long as one kept enhancing their physique, this psychic ability could keep getting stronger. Even if you don't level up your powers, you can still get stronger. Moreover, if the level of the supernatural ability was raised, the power and range of the high temperature rays would surely be enhanced on top of the physique again. This means that there are 2 ways to boost the strength of this ability. Xin Yi was secretly happy in his heart. This was undoubtedly his strongest means of attack at the moment. The high temperature rays can easily melt steel, are as powerful as a handgun, and can be released continuously. As long as he had enough stamina, Xin Yi's eyes could constantly shoot out high temperature rays. A sustained attack is definitely more destructive than a one-time attack. What's more, the rays don't need to be deliberately aimed. As long as they are within eyesight, they can hit the target with precision. Although the current limit range is only 30 meters. But you know, The pistol in his hands, the effective killing distance is only about 10 meters. Beyond 10 meters, Shen-Yi would easily miss. But high-temperature rays don't have this disadvantage. Within meters, shoot wherever you look. 30. Cool. With this supernatural ability paired with telepathy and instantaneous movement, Shen-Yi was almost invincible within meters. 30. If it was combined with skin hardening, a defense supernatural ability, it was simply an open existence. To say that the only drawback was probably that it would be more consuming to use so many powers at once to fight. After all, his flesh evolution ability was currently only at level, and even though his physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person, it was stressful to try to use 4 or 5 abilities all the time without interruption. 1. Sure, there's pressure, but there's no problem at all with dozens of random seconds of heavily armed people. If I meet that special forces team from before again, I can completely brush them off without any injuries. Shen-Yi thought in his heart. He has always sought to defeat his enemies without injury, but where there was the slightest risk, Shen-Yi would simply give up. After all, his gold finger was developmental. As long as he meticulously developed, sooner or later he could be invincible. There was no need to risk giving it away. It's not worth it to win a fight and gain so little, but to lose a fight and get hurt or lose your life. That policewoman from before. I wonder if she's still alive. If we can still meet her, we can take it down this time. Shen-Yi recalled the policewoman Qin Xiang, whose combat prowess was off the charts, and there was some anticipation in his heart. The reason why he didn't make a move last time was also because he wasn't sure if he could take down his opponent without injury. That policewoman's combat experience was extremely rich, and was not half a star stronger than Su Yun, the little policewoman. She was able to single out a shifter and a dozen thugs almost unharmed while her teammates were killed, and she even seized a pistol. Simply a god of war. This kind of woman, without enough certainty, Shen-Yi will certainly not go to accept. Sure, to say whether or not they could kill each other before, it was 99% yes, but what Shen-Yi wanted was not to kill, but to capture. Just like with Murasame, it takes a steady stream of unlocked supplies after a takedown to make it work. If it is just purely for the sake of killing, then even if 5 policewomen Qin Xiang are tied together, they are not the opponents of their previous selves, even more so now. With the power attack ability, it wasn't hard to complete the kill. A new ability, an attack-type ability that should be more powerful than a grenade. Shen-Yi looked at Morong Shui, his eyes slightly glowing with the urge to test fire. I also wonder if Morong Shui's level Psychic Nimbus ability can block the high-temperature rays? 2. Attack powers? Morong Shui froze for a moment, then shocked. You now have spatial ability, perception ability, and an additional power attack ability. Instantaneous, information bit, attack. This configuration is just a bummer. Doesn't that let anyone else live? Shen-Yi's ceiling doesn't stop there. He could continue to stack more powers. Morong Shui was a little confused for a moment, feeling like I may never turn over a new leaf. LOL. Just then, the bathroom door gently pushed open, and Han Ruoshi walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was still slightly damp. Her wet hair was plastered to the nape of her neck, and her long, athletic legs were hidden under the towel, making her stand out. I didn't bring a change of clothes. She bowed her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, her voice soft with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. 100, unlock supplies. 5 colored leaks. Shen-Yi's gaze fell on Han Ruoshi, sizing her up. Her clean face looked extraordinarily delicate. Her features were clean and attractive, but what was even better was her figure. Under the towel, those slender legs were hidden. Perhaps because of years of exercise? Her legs are smooth and tight, with well-defined but not exaggerated muscles in her thighs and calves, which do not look thick but are full of healthy beauty. Moreover, the skin on these legs looked tight and elastic, without the slightest sign of sagging. The proportions of her legs are also very well proportioned, from thighs to calves to ankles, very graceful and natural. It's okay, I don't need to get dressed next anyway. Shen-Yi instantly moved directly in front of Han Ruoshi, picked her up and instantly moved into the bedroom with a cry of surprise. Hungry for color? Morong Shui skimmed her mouth and viciously spat in her heart. She really couldn't understand why Shen-Yi was only keen on women when he clearly had such strong strength. If he had such power, he would definitely not think of any bull men, but would first unify the mountain city, then send troops to other cities and take control of the whole country. Then, after that, the island countries were eliminated, the West was flattened, and the globe was unified. This is the pattern and ideal that a strong man should have. White, if only you could just use your powers, I wouldn't have to commiserate. Morong Shui caressed the white fox in her arms and whispered softly. The white fox opened its beautiful eyes and looked at Morong Shui, then closed them again and continued to recuperate. Ding, detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies. A bundle of aphrodisiac 5-colored leeks. 5-colored leek plus 1 has been stored in the system space. 5-colored leek plus 1 has been stored in the system space. 5 colors. Aphrodisiac leeks? Shinny raised his eyebrows, his face somewhat odd. He took out a bundle of leeks from the system space and weighed them slightly. The bundle of leeks weighed about a pound, was brightly colored, and the portion was very fresh. Add a pound of leeks in a second. You simply can't eat it all, okay? However, how do you unlock something like that? Shinny shook his head. Didn't feel like I needed it though. Still, he threw the leek back into the system space, shouldered his beautiful legs again, and continued to labor. Early the next morning. It's just dawning. In the living room, Morong Shui opened her eyes in a daze and realized that she had slept all night on the sofa, sleeping all over. She frowned in the direction of the bedroom with some displeasure. I can't believe he didn't come out all night. You like wild women that much? He had been waiting for him last night, but he had waited until he fell asleep and hadn't seen Shinyi's figure. You better not come to the old lady. With a somewhat unpleasant hum, Morong Shui got up and stretched, walking into the bathroom to start washing up. Washing her face, brushing her teeth, and simply applying makeup is her daily must-do routine. Despite being in a post-apocalyptic world, she has enough stored water resources to remain relatively normal. Just as Morong Shui was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open. Shinny yawned and walked in, going straight to the toilet and opening the gate to release the water. You! Morong Shui froze, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's too natural for this asshole to act like that. Why don't you know how to be ashamed? It was as if the two were an old married couple, catching her off guard and almost growing pinpricks. Do you know how to cook? Shinny asked casually as he drained the water. Morong Shui turned her head to face the wall and continued brushing her teeth, answering vaguely, a little bit, but an average job. It's fine if you can cook it. Fry me some plates of leeks later, and steam some rice. I haven't eaten rice in a long time, Shinny said. He originally didn't have any rice, flour or oil, but Morong Shui had stored quite a bit. Just the thing to unwind and have a main meal. I used to not eat staples, mostly because I didn't. I just happened to unlock leeks yesterday, so I can saute a vegetable for a bit. By the way, try to see if the aphrodisiac 5-color leek from the system works or not. Subsequently, Shinny also washed his face and brushed his teeth. After washing up and coming to the living room, he took out a few steaks and a few bundles of leeks from the system space and asked Morong Shui to cook. Unfortunately, the variety of vegetables unlocked was too small. Only leeks, not enough to make up a 3-course meal. Although there were still some vegetables stored by Morong Shui in the system space, Shinny felt that they were not particularly fresh, so he had no desire to eat them. I don't want to eat the self-heating hot pot either. I just want to have some home-cooked food. Where did you get such fresh leeks? And so clean. You don't even have to wash them to put them in the pot. Morong Shui looked through the leeks and realized that they were unusually fresh, as if they had just been picked. And it's still a pretty rare species. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Hurry up and fry the food. I'm a little hungry. Shinny didn't bother to explain and directly urged. Morong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes, a little displeased in her heart. How can this asshole make himself so righteous? You really think I'm your wife? But she honestly went ahead and stir-fried the vegetables and steamed the rice on the way. Life is indeed much easier with electricity. At the same time, Han Ruwashi walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing Morong Shui's pajamas, looking a bit rattled and walking in a slightly unnatural position. Coming to the living room, Han Ruwashi's eyes first fell on Morong Shui, who was cooking, wanting to open her mouth but not knowing what would be more appropriate to say. After all, she was in an awkward position. Sort of a mistress? Morong Shui glanced up at her and frowned slightly. Who told you to wear my pajamas? I'm sorry, my clothes were washed last night and they're not dry yet. That's why I borrowed your pajamas. I'm sorry. Han Ruwashi lowered her head and weakly explained, not daring to refute in the slightest. She was clear that in this family, her status was lower than Morong Shui's, especially since Morong Shui still had superpowers and wanted to kill herself as a matter of a moment, so she dared not take the slightest offense. This is what a mistress realizes. Wash it and put it back for me after eating, Morong Shui said coldly. She doesn't like it when people use her things, especially intimate apparel. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Ruwashi was Xinyi's woman, she would have just gotten this wild woman killed. Aha! Han Ruwashi nodded her head in a hurry. Obediently. Xinyi did not intervene in this. He doesn't usually put a stop to such fixer-upper behavior. If every woman needed to be coached by himself, then he wouldn't need to do anything else in the future. He wouldn't be able to manage women every day. Xinyi chose to let loose and let the women deal with each other on their own. Anyway, as long as the Shura didn't go overboard and there were no casualties, he didn't care. But if any woman dares to overplay her hand because she's jealous, then she's a black sheep and is straight to death. A very simple and rough way to manage. Shin-yi, let me pinch your shoulders. I used to learn massage from my grandma. Hanruwashi sat next to Shin-yi and took the initiative to show her goodwill. She knew that she didn't have any other advantages besides her figure and looks, and she had to try her best to please Shin-yi in order to get a firm foothold here. If you make Shin-yi angry and get kicked out, that would be the end of it. Her own most precious possession was gone last night, and now she had no bargaining power. She doesn't want to be thrown out. There's water, electricity, security, and plenty of food. It's no different than heaven. Daryl Han wants to live and stay in paradise. And that, need to pay. Well, use a little more force. Shin-yi did not refuse, closing his eyes and feeling those soft little hands roaming between his shoulders and neck. Hanruwashi's massage was much more professional than Su Wanning and Jiangnan Smoke's girls, making him feel a wave of relaxation. Shin-yi enjoyed the massage while continuing to kowtow to the exotic fruit, and at the same time remotely replied to Jiangnan Smoke's message through the spiritual connection. In his mind, Jiangnan Smoke's voice came clearly, with a hint of anticipation. 101, unlocking the second material. Honey, that's the way it is at the moment. The total number of people in our shelter is already over 100. Should we continue to expand and recruit more survivors? Jiang Nanyan contacted Shin-yi, mainly to report the progress of the shelter. Currently, she had lined up 4 buildings, and not counting the survivors Shin-yi brought back yesterday, she had recruited 43 people. Since this neighborhood is a 2-family, 1-story building with few households, and since many people were not at home at the time of the disaster, the actual population was even smaller. According to Jiangnan Smoke's estimation, even if he controlled all buildings in the entire neighborhood 15, he would only be able to recruit a maximum of 300 survivors. And the number will only be less, not more, because one by one, people have been going downstairs in search of food for the past few days, and all sorts of accidents have happened as a result. The already scarce number of survivors is dwindling. So, Jiangnan Smoke inquired, meaning, should we collect all the survivors in this neighborhood? It's only 300 people at most anyway. Even with the dozens of people Shin-yi had brought back yesterday, there were definitely more than 400. To guard such a large neighborhood, 400 people really isn't a lot, or even a little. After all, some of these 400 people were also women and children, as well as the elderly, and less than a third of them were truly capable of fighting. According to the original plan, Jiangnan Smoke was not prepared to take in the old, weak, women and children, but after thinking about it, she feels that women and children are also important if a shelter is to form a good development. If Shin-yi's side has enough supplies, he can consider leaving them behind, but the big deal is to give them less food, so that they can hang on to their breath and live. And in the future, if there are any chores, such as cleaning, mending clothes, etc., these women and children can be handed over to do them. Well, just do as you say. Shin-yi did a little thinking and agreed to Jiangnan Smoke's proposal. Now that you've unlocked the leaks and are more plentiful in terms of supplies, it's entirely possible to expand the shelter and form a larger one. And Shin-yi's goal is not just to control the Deep Bay 1 neighborhood, and a couple of neighborhoods next door to take down. The more survivors there are, the easier it is to find women who fit the system's criteria. And as long as the future of the shelter is benign, even if the women of this generation don't meet the criteria, the next generation will always be fine, right? Or the next generation will do. Anyway, Shin-yi is still young and can afford to wait. It's always right to take the long view. After all, you also have more food than you can eat, so you don't have to worry about wasting it. The only problem, and that's the big mutant tree in the center of town. But it didn't matter. If one's strength wasn't enough to tackle the mutated big tree after the first half of the year, then it would be fine to just abandon the entire shelter and leave with just his woman. Shin-yi's purpose of building the shelter was only for his own convenience, not to dedicate his life to others. Okay, hubby, I'll strive to finish counting our neighborhood within 3 days. Jiang Nanyan immediately replied. Well, I'll come home later and give you some supplies. You'll see to the arrangements then. Shin-yi still had a lot of junk food in his system space, and there was nothing wrong with using it to develop the shelter for the time being. When a specialized material search team was formed, Shin-yi might not even need to give out any more materials, and he could even make a profit from it. Finish arranging the shelter. The meal is also ready. Shin-yi ate 7 bowls of rice in one gulp with the leek fried meat. There's still a little bit left in the tank. So, he took out another roasted chicken from the system space and continued to feast on it. Morong Shui and Hanruwashi both looked stunned. This is too edible. One person can eat as much as 6 or 7 of them. Is it true that you won't starve to death if you can eat so well in the end times? This was Hanruwashi's simple thought, and Morong Shui was thoughtful. She was almost certain that Shani must have a physique enhancement type of psychic ability. This is because these types of aliens usually have large meals. In his previous life, not many shelters were willing to take in these types of aliens. This is because physical enhancement class exotics are generally not very strong, but consume several times, if not a dozen times, the supplies of other exotics. Who can afford this? Even if you could afford it, you wouldn't want to keep it. After all, input and return are not proportional. However, the spatial system abilities consume a lot, and it might be precisely because Shani has physique enhancement class abilities that he can exert such a strong effect. Morong Shui never underestimated any psychic ability. Even the physical enhancement powers that were very ribald in the eyes of others could be extremely powerful as long as they were properly matched. The main difficulty is in matching. The alien fruit itself is rare, coupled with the fact that many people couldn't distinguish between the powers possessed by the abnormal fruit. It was easy to make mistakes with the pairings, resulting in average strength. An early dinner is finished. Han Ruashi was very understanding and took the initiative to wash the dishes. Even if her body was a bit uncomfortable, she didn't dare to have the slightest slackness or complaint. That's a good thing to know. Morong Shui glanced at Han Ruashi. Her disgust for this wild woman lessened. At least you'll have a servant to call on. Not bad. Come on, follow me into the bedroom. Shani finished the drink in his cup and looked at Morong Shui. Ha? Morong Shui froze. It's just after dinner, and it's still broad daylight. Aren't you going out to search for a wave of supplies? Instead, you're still thinking about this kind of thing? Besides, didn't you just have sex last night? Is it that addictive? Morong Shui looked at Shani with a strange expression. She felt that the term hungry ghost in color was not even enough to describe Shani. What kind of person, in a doomsday, sleeps after doing it, wakes up, eats and does it again, without having to find supplies and get stronger? Don't you have any sense of crisis? I don't know. Shani was anxious precisely because he had a sense of crisis. Only, this kind of thing definitely couldn't be told to Morong Shui. There are some things that can be said and some things that can't be said so easily. For example, the system. Especially to an ambitious and unstable person like Morong Shui, the existence of the system could not be casually revealed. Otherwise, the woman might have some bad ideas. Sure, or maybe she'll help unlock more supplies for herself. But Shani didn't like to gamble on a possibility. Even if the success rate was 90%, he was not willing to gamble, unless compelled to do so. Ugh. In the end, Morong Shui sighed, but still got up and followed Shani into the bedroom. Han Ruashi washed the dishes while quietly peeking into the bedroom, her cheeks slightly red. I can't believe it's in broad daylight. So extravagant. Is this still the end of days? If she hadn't been able to still see the black fog downstairs through the window, Han Ruashi would have even thought she was in some strange place. If it had been the old her, she would have despised her present self, because one is as undignified as a maid. Not only do you offer your body, but you have to grovel to contribute labor. Might as well be a mistress. Speaking, of course, of peacetime mistresses, I'm afraid the mistress of the doomsday world is not as good as her current self. You have your own food and drink, and you can even take a shower. Most of the survivors out there, on the other hand, don't even have enough to eat, let alone have access to clean, hot water for bathing. Thinking back to the miserable days she had lived in school some days ago, Han Ruashi felt too happy now. It's just washing dishes. What's that? Even if I had to clean every day again, I'd do it. As long as I can live here and have enough to eat and drink, I'm happy even as a mistress. She didn't want to go back to her previous misery. Not bathing for 10 days, not even washing my face, also being in a constant state of not having enough to eat or drink, and having to constantly worry about whether there will be monsters or murderers. That's just not a human life. It's submerged, but it feels like an opportunity instead. Han Ruashi thought seriously as she washed the dishes. Shani is also very nice to himself. No scolding or insults, nor was violence used. At best, they like to pinch their legs. This is good for Han Ruashi instead. Shani liked his legs, so that proved that he wouldn't abandon himself easily. If you just try harder to perform, your days will get better in the future. I have to keep working out in the future as well to stay in good shape, especially my legs. I have to work on my legs more. It's the only advantage I have. Han Ruashi planned secretly. She thought to herself that her looks and body were so good that even if she was placed in the tens of thousands of students at Hill City University, she could proudly say that she stood out. But when compared to Morong Shui, it was almost a notch below. The shape of the muumuu is too perfect. The temperament is also extremely good, and you can't compare yourself at all. Luckily, it's good to know that your legs have character and look good. Shani also liked it. This is the only advantage you have, and you must grasp it fiercely. Grasp the future. Meanwhile, Shani also managed to unlock new supplies. P.S. Updating so fast. Guys, Don't hand in your gifts yet. 102. Unlock the fruit of ability, frost condensation. Ding! Detecting that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Begin unlocking a randomized supply. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material, abnormal fruit, frost condensation. Frost condensation fruit +1. Stored in system space. Frost condensation fruit +1. Stored in system space. Frost. Asterisk. Unlocked the alien fruit again. Shinny sat up in surprise. Realized that there are more than a few million types of supplies. And it's just a few million odds of actually being able to unlock the alien fruit. It's time to say no. And your own luck is really awesome. Shinny couldn't help but look at Morong Shui and ruthlessly needed her. Not bad for a reanimator that he had gone through so much trouble to fix. I'm sure you can surprise yourself. It was fortunate that he had expended some extra energy before. Otherwise it would have been a great loss if he had directly killed Morong Shui. In just 2 days, several supernatural abilities had already been gleaned from Morong Shui. And it's all very practical. Even the skin hardening ability that Shinny had previously thought to be the most useless, he found the effect to be very strong. This is because skin sclerosis can choose any part of the body to harden, and the senses remain after hardening. How can I put this feeling? It cannot be described or described in simple words. All in all, cool as hell. Well, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Morong Shui rolled over, slapped Shinyi's hand away, and muttered somewhat uncomfortably. She was tired and wanted to sleep for a while, but it turned out that Shinyi had an inexplicable seizure. It's okay, you go back to sleep on yours. Shinyi also had a rare better attitude towards Morong Shui. He was willing to give some respect to anyone who could help him. He had the intuition that he could still glean a lot of good things from Morong Shui. Reborn. Awesome. Awesome in every sense of the word. Immediately thereafter, excited, Shinny took out a few newly unlocked alien fruits from the system space and checked them out. It's so cold. Shinny pinched up a fruit, and an icy cold touch was transmitted into his body through his fingers. This cold sensation was even colder than the first time he touched the alien fruit. Could it be an ice ability? If it was an ice ability, it would be so practical. Thinking of this, he casually put a frost-congealed fruit into his mouth. The fruit entered his mouth as if it had turned into ice water and instantly flowed from his throat into his body. In the blink of an eye, it flowed through all the limbs of the body. An extremely cold icy intent ran amok in his body. But Shinny didn't feel the cold. On the contrary, he felt great. How to describe it? Is that he knew the energy was cold, but it felt close and cozy. It was like an energy that belonged to itself, without the slightest rejection. However, Shinny could clearly perceive that if this icy intent was placed on other people, it would definitely instantly freeze them into ice sticks. That is, ice powers. Morong Shui froze when she saw that Shinny had just finished and was knocking on the alien fruit there. This guy, he actually has an alien fruit, and there's more than one. She was incredulous. Where the hell did Shinny find so many alien fruits? Just from yesterday to today's one day together, she had seen Shinny eat no less than 50 exotic fruits. Even if all these alien fruits are of the same type, that's pretty outrageous. With so many exotic fruits, it would be hard to easily take out even a large refuge after half a year. Where did Shinny pick it up? The entire mountain city. Morong Shui have not heard of a place that is rich in supernatural fruits. This guy, he doesn't really have any hang-ups, does he? Morong Shui does not read novels, only occasionally watch movies and TV shows. So the plug in such things know very little, but she was no fool. With regard to Shinyi's behavior of being able to pull out alien fruits with his hands, he was definitely hiding a big secret. Even, it could be a bigger secret than his own rebirth. Morong Shui sat up unobtrusively, stared straight at Shinyi, and said, I am now your woman. There are some things, shouldn't you also tell me? Shinyi glanced at Morong Shui and ignored it, continuing to read the introduction of the alien ability. Frost condensation, LV1. You can create ice out of thin air, and can control the hardness and form of the ice. You can manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-quarters defense, with a current limit of 20 meters. You also have a higher resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create, and the larger the area, the more stamina you will consume. Rub. This is also a very good alien ability ********. Although it is a more popular elemental-based ability, the effect is very comprehensive. It can defend and fight, and even eat. That's right, it's edible. Because Shinyi could control the hardness of the ice, he can create a highly hardened ice wall defense. It can also create highly hardened ice pick attacks. Even better, you can create crunchy little ice cubes to quench the heat. Nima. It's just too all-encompassing. The main thing is that frost abilities can be upgraded by mindlessly knocking fruit. As long as you pull your rank up, you can overpower some of the reverse alien powers by rank as well. For example, White Fox's time powers. A level 1 frost ability was inferior to a time ability. So could a level 10, a level 50, crush it? Totally. Think about it. Shinee began to knock up the fruit of the frost ability, first leveling up a bit. This psychic ability is very versatile and practical, and it comes with a passive ability. It can improve low temperature resistance. It's a god skill. In the future, if one encounters low temperatures, or in winter, one may be able to walk naked in the snow without being affected. Although you may not use it normally, it's better to have it than not to have it. The powers can be stacked indefinitely anyway. As long as one stacked passive enough, no one would be able to get themselves killed in the future even if they stood still. Buffs. Shen-Yi, you haven't even raised your pants yet, and you're flipping out. When Morong Shui saw that Shen-Yi was simply ignoring her, a wave of fire immediately surged up. His body had been played with all over, and yet this asshole's attitude was still so distant, as if he had no feelings for him at all. It's really just to sleep, isn't it? Even though Morong Shui said she didn't want to fall in love, she still had a few feelings for Shen-Yi in her heart after the relationship. After all, no matter what, he was the first man in his 2 lives. As the saying goes, a husband and wife for one day. Even how hostile they were before, they are now somewhat affectionate. Shen-Yi looked at the angry Morong Shui, casually threw her a few alien fruits and said, "This is an elemental system alien fruit. The effect is not bad. See if you want to eat it." When he finished, he got out of bed, naked, dressed, and walked out of the bedroom. Didn't bother with Morong Shui anymore. When sharing a room with this woman, Shen-Yi needed to be on guard at all times, not daring to relax his mind in the slightest for fear of being eaten. So, he hadn't even thought of engaging in any pure love with Morong Shui. Morong Shui froze and looked at Shen-Yi's back, and then looked down at the several alien fruits on the bedding, and a sense of humiliation came over her. Asshole. What kind of woman do you think I am? 103, the wild woman who hasn't seen a thing. Even though he had already walked to the living room, he could still hear Morong Shui's curses coming from the bedroom. This time, Shen-Yi didn't care about her words. Just let the woman's mouth run wild. Just don't get your hands dirty. As for the frost ability fruit given to Morong Shui, it is considered to be whoring money. Also, to appease the woman, Morong Shui was, after all, a reborn person with a strong strength of her own. Plus she also knew quite a lot of information about the future, which would still have a lot of value to utilize in the future. It's not the right time to cross swords. That, Shen-Yi, are you alright? Do you want me to go in and comfort Sister Morong? Or let her scold me out of anger? Han Ruwashi also heard the cursing in the bedroom and asked with some concern. She guessed that it might be because of herself that Morong Shui was angry and lashing out, which made her worry that she would be thrown out. If the change is their own, the boyfriend to bring other women back, but also in their face that what? She heart will also be uncomfortable, and even angry. So Han Ruwashi could understand Morong Shui's anger, but she didn't want to be kicked out for it. Just because you understand doesn't mean you can empathize, especially when it comes to self-interest. It's none of your business, Shen-Yi said, taking out the spirit-connected alien fruit from the system space and handing it to Han Ruwashi. Eat this, then you'll live here for now, and I'll provide the daily food and drink in the future. Aha! Thanks! Although Han Ruwashi didn't know what the colorful fruit was for, she obediently ate it. She guessed that it could be some means of controlling herself. It's like a fictional poison that prevents you from betraying yourself, and you need to take the antidote regularly to be okay. However, Han Ruwashi never thought of betrayal, so she ate it without hesitation. Shen-Yi was satisfied with her attitude. Han Ruwashi can be said to be the one with the fastest change of mind among all the women at the moment, and she wasn't competing for favor. She simply wanted to live here and enjoy a safe and warm shelter. Desire is low. What you just ate was an alien fruit. Immediately afterward, Shen-Yi explained to Han Ruwashi the effects of the alien ability fruits and told her that the one she had eaten was a mental connection alien ability that could be used to talk over long distances. Of course, the primary use is to be able to communicate with yourself in case of an emergency, as well as facilitating daily communication. After explaining the supernatural ability, Shen-Yi gave Han Ruwashi a large handful of spirit connection fruits and told her to slowly eat them to upgrade and facilitate future contact. After arranging these trivial matters, Shen-Yi used instantaneous movement to leave. He also had to go and see how that crazy woman Lin Jiwei's injuries were. In case the wound gets infected, the situation will be very troublesome. Lin Jiwei had a big role to play now, and nothing could happen to her. He was counting on that crazy woman to develop a genetic potion that he could use to train the people in the shelter, as well as to enhance his own strength. Yikes! Han Ruwashi was startled as she watched Shen-Yi suddenly disappear from sight, but she quickly calmed down. She knew yesterday that Shen-Yi had superpowers. She just didn't expect him to disappear out of thin air. It's amazing. It's almost like it's more than a movie superhero. Maybe it's nice to be submarined by such a powerful man. Hanruwashi couldn't help but smile happily as she felt her newly acquired superpower. It's amazing that you can get superpowers yourself. It's not a particularly powerful superpower, but being able to talk without a cell phone and see into someone else's field of vision has been pretty amazing. How can you not be happy with superpowers for nothing? Although he is a junior, but Shinee is still very good to himself. Hanruwashi happily studied her new psychic ability to see if there were any other uses for it. At the same time, she didn't forget to continue eating the exotic fruit for upgrading. Just then, Morong Shui in her pajamas walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Hanruwashi with dozens of exotic fruits in front of her, she froze for a moment and her face turned ugly. Is this what that bastard gave you? Aha! Hanruwashi hurriedly stood up, then carefully asked, Sister Morong, do you want to eat? What is this fruit's power? Morong Shui didn't answer directly and asked in return. Shinee said that this is called a spiritual connection and can be used to talk over long distances. It's amazing. Hanruwashi had an excited look on her face. Meh, crap powers. Morong Shui immediately snorted coldly, disdain surfacing under her eyes. She couldn't even look at this kind of trash alien energy. But for Hanruwashi, an ordinary person who didn't even know what a supernatural fruit was, she was excited and thrilled to be exposed to superpowers for the first time. Even if they weren't very powerful, she doesn't think it's crap at all. This was Shinyee's concern and love for himself. Then I'll eat alone? Hanruwashi asked carefully, afraid of angering Morong Shui. Now that Shinee was not there, if he made Morong Shui, who had superpowers, angry, to beat yourself up or kick yourself out, that's the end of it. That's why Hanruwashi didn't even dare to speak up for fear of offending Morong Shui. Eat if you want, why ask me? I don't give a damn about this kind of trash alien power. Morong Shui gave another cold snort, then said, don't be idle either. Go wash the sheets in the bedroom. Don't waste water and electricity. Wash them by hand. Wash them cleaner. Aha! Hanruwashi of course didn't dare to refuse, and hurriedly put away the alien fruits on the table carefully before going to work. Morong Shui looked at Hanruwashi's back with a few moments of contempt in her eyes, her heart triumphant. What an unseen wild woman! A trashy psychic ability moved you so much? The ability fruit Shinee gave me is of the elemental system. It's much better than this trash ability that can only talk. A wild woman is a wild woman, with no eyes to get on. The wound is infected, and I'm afraid that if it's not treated soon, this arm will be ruined. Shinee frowned at Lin Jiwei's arm. He had just left Morong Shui's house and first visited his grandmother and little sister, leaving behind some supplies. Then he came to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and checked Lin Jiwei's injuries at the first opportunity. As it turned out, the wound she had sustained yesterday from the spider's scratch had become infected and had even begun to ooze pus, emitting a faintly foul odor. One less arm makes it inconvenient to do many experiments in the future. There's gravitational manipulation to make up for it, but it's still going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Lin Jiwei looked at her left arm and frowned in a rare manner. Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. This woman's brain is so different. Her tone and expression were as if she were discussing a tool, not her own arm. And she didn't even cry out a word of pain when that arm was rotting and pussing. Thinking about the other day she was cut in the leg. The pain. She cried for a long time alone in the house, especially the 2 days when Shinee had helped her sterilize herself. The pain was so intense that she hadn't slept well. It was a little better until the wound scarred over the past 2 days. 104, roadblockers, city hospitals. Now there are 2 options. First, amputate the limb to save your life with the least risk. Second, let's go to the city hospital and see if we can find a doctor to deal with the infection. But it's hard to tell if there are any living doctors out there right now. Shinee looked at the infected wound on Lin Jiwei's arm and frowned. I didn't realize how quickly the wound got infected, and it was a bit of a tricky situation. When do we leave? Lin Jiwei made her choice almost without hesitation. She doesn't want to become disabled. Even if there are no doctors or nurses in the hospital, she can treat her own wounds as long as there is medical equipment. The big deal is to just scrape off the rotting flesh with a knife and bandage it until new flesh grows. Simple and crude, but it should work. Lin Jiwei could feel that she still had feeling in her arm, indicating that the infection was not particularly serious and that there was still a way to save it. Then leave now. Shinee didn't drag his feet either. He also didn't want Lin Jiwei's arm to be ruined. This will not only affect her work, but it will also delay her from contributing to the shelter, which in turn will affect her own interests. That's why she has to be cured for it. And I was able to go to the city hospital today and scavenge a wave of medicines. Drugs are a scarce resource, and Shinee never has too many. With the current state of the disaster, it is almost impossible to resume drug production. Therefore, it is very important to collect more of all types of medicines. With a little luck, it would be nice to find a few doctors and nurses to join the shelter. It will be much easier to deal with illness or injury in the future. Thus, Shin-yi set off with Lin Jiwei. Before he left, he returned to the 20th floor and met with Jiangnan Smoke and Su Wanting, a few women, leaving behind a batch of supplies for Jiangnan Smoke to take to operate the shelter. The supplies are considered the first investment up front, mostly instant noodles, snacks, and some canned goods that he didn't really like. Even if it was wasted, Shin-yi was not distressed. And, in his system space, all kinds of fresh supplies were still at a per second accumulating rate of, and they simply could not be consumed. +1. After releasing the supplies, Shin-yi didn't stay long and set off with Lin Jiwei. As for how Jiangnan Smoke developed the shelter and how he mobilized the survivors, he didn't care. He's willing to continue investing as long as he sees real feedback. If after a while, the shelter still hasn't progressed, then it's time for a change. If you can't, let Morong Shui go. Although the woman Morong Shui was very ambitious, but her hand and strength were definitely stronger than Jiangnan Smoke. Through the previous conversation on the bed, Shin-yi learned that Morong Shui started from nothing before the end of the world and founded a company by herself with a market value of several $100 million. That's pretty impressive for an average person. Even her company would still be thriving if it weren't for the apocalyptic disaster that occurred. It hasn't stopped raining outside, but it's a lot smaller than yesterday. This ongoing rainstorm has given many survivors a chance to live. With more rainwater collection, you won't die of thirst in the short term at least. And it's not just the survivors. Even the mutant animals benefit. When Shin-yi and Lin Jiwei went out, they saw Xiao Ha tilting her head and drinking rainwater. A water source is vital to any living thing, even if it's a mutant animal. After feeding Xiao Ha, Shin-yi and Lin Jiwei went to the underground garage and drove the modified Mercedes-Benz Big of Jiangnan Smoke's friend Ji. The neighborhood is 20 to 30 kilometers from the city hospital, so walking is too much of a waste of time, and driving is more convenient. Shin-yi smoothly collected all the other cars in the underground garage into the system space. It's all doom and gloom anyway, so these cars are unowned by default. However, Shin-yi drove out of the district, and before he could go a few kilometers, the road was already blocked. There were so many cracks in the road that even the roads that weren't cracked were so clogged with abandoned vehicles that there was no way to get through them properly. In addition, driving too loudly, even with the sound of rain covering it, tends to attract a large number of mutant animals. Although ordinary mutated animals did not pose a threat to Shin-yi, his main purpose was to go to the hospital, not to brush up on monsters. There's no need to die with a mutant animal. So, Shin-yi put the car into the system space, took out 2 umbrellas, one for each of Lin Jiwei, and headed towards the city hospital on foot. With telepathy, he was also able to avoid various dangers along the way, as well as many survivors who had grouped out to look for supplies. Basically, there's no danger. Through God's perspective, Shin-yi realized that the survivors were obviously much bolder than when the end first began. Most people are brave enough to go out. There were even teams of survivors who actually dared to fight the mutated animals. However, the team of survivors who dared to fight the mutated animals had 2 psychics in them. It seems that the existence of the alien fruit is gradually becoming known to ordinary people. That's normal. After all, it's been around for half a month. This? Shin-yi watched the battle for a while and didn't find a woman that met the system's criteria. So, he withdrew his line of sight and suddenly realized that the main road ahead, a necessary road, was blocked by all kinds of debris. Only a small passageway was reserved. This is clearly man-made. Shin-yi immediately used telepathy to line up the houses on both sides of the road. Sure enough, in several of these houses, no less than 10 people were hidden. There are both men and women, but predominantly men. Also, the house they were in had a number of backpacks and bloodstained clothes that looked like they had been stripped from corpses. The odds are that this is a robbery gang. Order has broken down and morality is non-existent. It's really getting to be a flavor of doom. Shin-yi murmured wordlessly, but had no intention of detouring. Dare to set up a roadblock and rob. Let's see who's robbing who. Shin-yi. Just then, Lin Jiwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Shin-yi's arm. Very hard. Shin-yi turned his head and saw that Lin Jiwei's face was slightly white. No, it's fine. Lin Jiwei bit her lip and exhaled, slowly releasing her hand again. Shin-yi looked at the wound on her arm, which was oozing yellow liquid and staining the white gauze. It looks like the wound infection has worsened. Shin-yi pondered briefly, then reached out and placed his hand on Lin Jiwei's arm. A deep blue cold ice quickly condensed and quickly froze her wound. Although freezing the wound in this way has no curative effect, it can temporarily alleviate the pain. What kind of psychic ability is this? It's actually able to quickly create ice at low temperatures? You've gained new powers again. Lin Jiwei looked at her frozen arm and revealed a look of surprise. Afterward, she stared at Shin-yi with a burning gaze, her eyes full of inquiry and curiosity. Curious. Wanted to research. Come on, let's go to the hospital first. Shin-yi didn't bother to explain. casually picked up Lin Jiwei and directly used instantaneous transfer to hurry. Suddenly being picked up, Lin Jiwei froze, but it soon quieted down. It was the first time she'd ever had that experience. Feeling, it seems to be quite good. Lin Jiwei's head gently leaned in Shen Yi's arms and obediently closed her eyes. Leaning back into the man's spacious embrace, she wondered what came to mind and the corners of her mouth curved involuntarily. Shen Yi had originally wanted to settle a few road-blocking robbers in passing. However, seeing that Lin Jiwei wasn't in a good state, he ignored them and directly used instantaneous transfer to pass through the obstacle. It took 10 minutes to reach the city hospital. Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw that there were quite a few survivors in the hospital. Among them, there are doctors. 105, 2 system compliant. The city hospital was the largest tertiary hospital in the mountain city, much larger than the affiliated hospital that Shen Yi had previously visited, covering an area of over 150,000 square meters. Normally the place is overcrowded and you have to wait in line for at least a couple hours to see a doctor. There should have been a lot of people in the hospital when the disaster occurred as well, and even now, more than 10 days later, there are still a few hundred survivors, scattered throughout the different buildings. I can't believe there are so many people. Shen Yi stood outside the city hospital, panting slightly. The frequent use of transients along the way was physically draining, but the results were not bad. He quickly found the doctor and nurse through telepathy. There were quite a few surviving doctors in the city hospital, a few in almost every building, especially on the top floor of the outpatient building, where 4 or 5 doctors in white coats and 7 or 8 young female nurses were gathered, as well as many patients and family members. However, the situation for these survivors is not good. A gang of weapon-wielding men are trying to rush up to the 6th floor in an aggressive manner. Shen Yi did not hesitate and directly chose the outpatient building. While there were doctors and nurses in the other buildings, there were 2 women in the outpatient building who had triggered the system prompt, which made him come to find out what was going on. Meanwhile, outpatient building, 6th floor, doctors, nurses, and survivors were moving various tables, chairs, and cabinets to block the stairway to prevent people from rushing up from downstairs. Although everyone is a hospital survivor, but people have different bottom lines. The original survivors downstairs were, like those on the 6th floor, the doctors in the hospital and most of the patients and family members who had come to see them. However, when the disaster broke out, rescue was delayed. Food and water gradually ran out, and some people gradually lost their moral ground and stopped obeying the rules of the law. They began looting supplies, threatening men, and victimizing women. There were men they drove out in search of food, and they were eaten by monsters. There were female nurses who got roundly trashed by them. So the survivors, who still retained some moral fiber and were bullied, united and rushed up to the 6th floor, using it as a shelter to hold on to. They had originally thought about rushing out of the hospital, but there were man-eating monsters outside, and even if they ran out, there was little chance of surviving. You can only hide on the 6th floor to survive. Only, this mob downstairs still wouldn't leave them alone. Damn it, we obviously have nothing on the 6th floor, and the food is long gone, so why in the world do these assholes have to come after us? A man cursed angrily. We are all humans. Can't we help each other and survive together? The other survivors looked fearful, especially the women, who shivered at the memory of what had happened to the female nurses who had been taken earlier. The thugs downstairs are inhuman, and falling into their hands is worse than death. Everyone, hurry up and bring some more tables and chairs to block the area. Hurry up! Someone shouted. The men quickly moved the furniture and the women helped carry it. None of them wanted to fall into the hands of the mob. At this point, see that most people's attention is drawn. In the corner, 2 men looked at each other and conspired in low voices. Later on, as we agreed last night, we'll make a simultaneous move to control Vice President Wang, then move a passageway to let the people downstairs come up. The young man hesitated a bit and asked in a small voice, "Can you really guarantee that they'll leave us alone? Those guys have the guts to kill people." "Don't worry, there are my relatives downstairs, and with my relationship with them, they definitely won't hurt us. Besides, didn't someone sneak downstairs before? Didn't see them get killed either. If we don't throw in the towel while we're at it, we'll be in real danger when they hit us. By then it will be too late even if we want to give up the ghost." The older man whispered soothingly. With a warning, the young man gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Fine. In order to survive, this is the only way. Be a shameless traitor. He looked over at the busy crowd, a heavy guilt in his eyes. But he can't help it. He doesn't want to die. Continuing to be trapped on the 6th floor would sooner or later lead to death by starvation and thirst, if not death by the mob downstairs. That is, it had rained for the past 2 days and they had collected some rainwater. Otherwise they would not have been able to hold out long ago. He knew there was no use in continuing to tough it out. The group of thugs down there were predominantly men. And once they fought, these old and weak women and children on the 6th floor couldn't beat them. So, in order to survive, one has to abandon morality and conscience. I can't die. My wife and children are still waiting for me to go back at home. I have to go back alive, even as a... The young man murmured wordlessly, his eyes growing steadfast. All right, brothers, get ready, we're going to do it, the middle-aged man said, turning his head to look at a man in a white coat who was directing the crowd at the stairway. This older man was the vice president of the hospital and the backbone of the group on the 6th floor, so as long as he was under control, the others would surely not attack. Yes, the young man gritted his teeth and quietly pulled a scalpel out of his pocket, his gaze hardening. The two approached the vice president from behind, slowly. Just as they were approaching Vice President Wang with only a meter or so to spare, they were ready to strike. Suddenly, two figures appeared out of nowhere in the hallway, instantly scaring and frightening the crowd. Ghost! There's a ghost! Stay back! Please don't come over, or else I'll kneel for you! Vice President Wang! Help! The survivors backed up in fear, staring in horror at the sudden appearance of a man and a woman. Even the two men who were originally prepared to sneak up on Vice President Wang were too shocked to move at this moment. You! Who are you? What do you want? The only one in the crowd who was relatively calm was Vice President Wang. Although his hands were also shaking, he still stood in front of the crowd, staring vigilantly at Shen Yi as he inquired. That's right. The two people who appeared out of thin air were none other than Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei. Shen Yi's gaze swept over the crowd, casually took out a pistol from the system space, and opened his mouth to ask, who can treat trauma? Don't be afraid. We just want to see a doctor. We won't hurt anyone. See a doctor? You pull out a ING gun and call yourself a doctor. And you said you didn't want to hurt anyone. Do you think we dare to believe that? The crowd gulped, and some of their little thoughts were instantly put away. Handguns are more of a deterrent to people than isotopes. Alien powers will only amaze, while handguns, on the other hand, will terrify. Especially in Xia, a country where guns are banned, the less powerful handguns are almost mythologized. So, no one dares to stand out as a leader. Why aren't they talking? Are there any living surgeons? Shen Yi frowned at the crowd and opened his mouth to inquire for the second time. But, more than 10 seconds passed, and still no one stepped forward or even answered. 106, not as good as college students. Vivian Chang, all ING deaf. I'll ask if there's a surgeon. If no one says anything, I'll kill you all. Shen Yi raised his gun directly at the crowd. Prepare to fire indiscriminately. There was a commotion in the crowd. The pleas for mercy and cries were in a row. Many survivors began to flee to the wards, and for a while there was a stampede. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Asterisk 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 off. Get out of my way AOA. Ouch. Who the hell stepped on my foot? God damn it. I've had my shoes stepped off. Shen Yi frowned breathlessly. What's with this bunch of cowardly losers? These people were so wasted compared to the survivors they had met on their way here who had dared to go out and look for food. Not even as good as a college student in school. College students are timid and fearful too. But not so much so that their own people almost trampled their own people to death like this bunch of losers. Shen Yi didn't even have the idea of accepting them into his shelter. Don't! Little brother! Don't shoot! We have surgeons here! You must not be impulsive! Vice President Wang hurriedly shouted, his voice tinged with nervousness and pleading. He quickly turned around and shouted anxiously towards the back of the crowd. Dr. Jiang, please come out for a moment. A patient needs your help. Originally, Vice President Wang did not want to betray Dr. Jiang, but seeing this man really want to kill, he did not dare to hesitate. Instantly, all the survivors' eyes focused on a woman in a white coat at the back of the crowd. With hardly any hesitation, the survivors immediately pushed the female doctor out. There were even whispers of complaints and curses, blaming her for not coming forward. Obviously, if the group hadn't known that the female doctor was a surgeon, I'm afraid they would have forced her out by violent means. The weak, more often than not, only oppress the weaker. Can you treat trauma? Shen Yi looked at the female doctor. She looked to be around 30 years old, with a mature temperament, delicate features, and healthy skin that radiated a healthy luster. The whole person was like a ripe peach, exuding a unique charm. She wore a stained white coat, cut to fit her slender frame, legs wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings. Not only does not appear vulgar, but adds a few points of elegance and intellectualism. This female doctor was one of the two women he had seen earlier who met the system's criteria. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Jiang Huiman. Age, 28. Looks, 92 points. Body, 96 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 96. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. This female doctor's body was ripe for the picking. She wasn't the white young and thin like Sue wanting, but with a bit of flesh, especially those long, slightly voluptuous legs of flesh silk, which were neither overly slender nor bloated, showing just the right amount of a natural voluptuousness. It must be nice to pinch. Although I am a surgeon, I am only an intern. Inexperienced. Can I cure your injuries? I don't dare to guarantee. John Hwayman faced Shin-E's gun muzzle. Her voice trembled and replied. She hadn't originally wanted to come forward. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence in her own medical skills, but the situation at hand made her feel uneasy. Curing it might not be merited, but failing to do so would surely get her into trouble. Come over here and read it before you answer, Shin-E said, turning his head to look at Lin Jiwei's frozen arm. Raising his hand and snapping his fingers, the ice instantly shattered. The scene left the survivors present dumbfounded and filled with shock. What kind of power is this? A ringing finger to break the ice. It was unbelievable. This man, is he really normal? John Hwayman also swallowed her saliva, suppressing the shock in her heart, and hurriedly walked forward. When the gauze was removed and she saw the rotting flesh and pus-flowing wounds on Lin Jiwei's arm, even the experienced one couldn't help but frown. Don't hurt? You. John Hwayman looked at the pretty woman's almost expressionless face and couldn't help but ask. Such a serious wound. No anesthesia. And she didn't say a word. Ouch. Lin Jiwei replied briefly. However, her tone and expression did not look the least bit pained, as if she was merely stating a fact. This woman, is she really a normal human? John Hwayman secretly muttered in her heart, but she still summoned up the courage to continue asking. Can I ask you a few questions? For example, how was this injury caused? The spider spewed out spider silk and bruised it. Lin Jiwei replied still succinctly. Spiders? John Hwayman froze for a moment, then reacted. This was certainly no ordinary spider. The size of the wound alone was far beyond the size of the spider's body, she knew. Then how long have you been injured? John Hwayman continued to inquire. 16 hours and 36 minutes. Lin Jiwei answered without hesitation, with a very good memory. Only 16 hours? It's amazing how quickly the infection has spread. John Hwayman was a bit surprised, then carefully examined the muscles around Lin Jiwei's arm, gently pressing them with her hand and asking for some details. Although Lin Jiwei didn't say much, she answered very accurately and saved herself a lot of trouble. After some examination, John Hwayman turned her head to Shin-E and said, the infection is indeed very serious, but fortunately it didn't affect the entire arm, and it can be cured without amputation. However, anesthesia and some adjunctive medications are required, and a minor surgery is needed. What specific medicine is needed? Shin-E asked. John Hwayman immediately reported the names of several medicines. Shin-E searched in the system space and found that there happened to be all of them, so he took them out in his hand and handed them to her. You're going to do the surgery now. If you need an assistant, pick directly from this group. I need to clean up first and then I can start right away. John Hwayman was shocked for a moment by Shin-E's means of taking medicine out of thin air, but still quickly nodded her head in agreement. When the other survivors saw this scene, they were even more filled with incredulity. Who the hell is this man? Not to mention appearing out of thin air, but actually being able to conjure up medicines out of thin air. It was simply beyond their cognizance. What's been going on in the outside world all this time? Shock and confusion filled the minds of these survivors who had barely left the city hospital. Everyone else, those who are named, will go and cooperate with Dr. Jiang. After the surgery is done, I will pay you accordingly. But whoever dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Shin-E coldly swept over the crowd, his tone carrying an unquestionable threat. No one dared to retort. Just then, however, there was a cacophony of voices coming from the stairway. A large number of obstacles were being moved out of the way, and the people downstairs were already faintly visible, and the sounds of shouting and cursing were becoming clearer. The survivors on the 6th floor suddenly turned pale, and fear spread quickly. Their fear of the mob downstairs was deeper than Shin-E's after all. They had seen those people kill and torture people with their own eyes. Some people panicked, others whimpered, and the scene was thrown into chaos for a moment. Shut the up, Shin-E coldly rebuked, then looked at Jiang Hwayman, who was also panicked, and said, you take the people to the surgery, and don't worry about anything else. Jiang Hwayman froze for a moment, and when she saw the gun in Shin-E's hand, she instantly reacted and hastily nodded her head. She realized that this was her chance to live. The thugs downstairs were nothing to fear as long as the man was willing to step in. The premise is that she has to do this surgery right. Otherwise I'm afraid the man will kill himself without waiting for the mob to rush downstairs. Immediately, Jiang Hwayman began to pick her assistant from the crowd. Dr. Jiang, pick me. Let me help you. Let me. I'm an internist but I know something about surgery. I'd better do it. I'm a pediatrician but I know a lot about surgery. Me. Pick me. I'm not a doctor, but I'm good at reading people. Dr. General. Wifey, I'm this year 65. You must respect the old and love the young. The survivors changed from their previous fear and scrambled to help. They realized that this was a chance to live. However, faced with a pair of eager eyes, Jiang Huimin hesitated for a few seconds and finally picked only a few female nurses before walking into the ward with the medicines and Lin Jiwei. She knew that she couldn't help everyone. If he called a bunch of unrelated people in as assistants, he was afraid that he would make this man angry and offend the other party instead. That would be tragic. Right now, the only thing she can do is to do her best to finish the surgery. 107, almost average, dead or alive. Seeing that Jiang Huimin picked out female nurses who wore nurse uniforms, Shin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He hadn't opened his mouth just now because he wanted to see the woman's character and thoughts. If she really dares to pick a bunch of old men and women to be her assistants, she's making herself a ing cutie. Now, Shin Yi will really get mad. As Jiang Huimin began her surgery, Shin Yi casually pulled a chair and sat at the doorway to wait quietly. He also didn't care about the group of thugs downstairs who were moving barriers. The survivors looked at each other with confusion and unease. Why didn't this man step in early to deter the thugs? Wasn't he afraid of the mob coming up? Even if he had a pistol, could one gun really cope in the face of 20 or 30 thugs? Some are worried, some are anxious, and some are harboring ill will. In the corner, the two men who had intended to betray each other came together again and talked in low voices. He's got a gun and that amazing superpower. And we're going to defect downstairs? Isn't this looking for death? The young man lowered his voice, panic in his tone. He gave up the idea of betrayal the moment he saw the pistol. But the middle-aged man pulled him hard and insisted on voting. I'll admit, his superpowers are scary. But that gun, can you be sure it's real? The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, quietly glanced at Shin Yi, and said in a low voice, "Oh, you have to know that our summer country is forbidden to have guns. So how can an ordinary person get a gun? The odds are that gun of his is a toy gun, used to scare us. Otherwise, why didn't he take the opportunity to shoot to shock the people downstairs? Besides, what's the point even if it's a real gun? There are 20 or 30 people downstairs, and a pistol has at most 10 rounds, right? Can he kill them all? I'm afraid that even before he fires a few shots, all of us can swarm up and finish him off." The young man remained terrified at these words. But, he has superpowers. Is that kind of sudden disappearance of superpowers really something that ordinary people can fight against? The only reason he wanted to betray was to survive. Now that you've encountered this inhuman pervert, you're going to continue to betray it. Isn't that looking for death? What's wrong with superpowers? I just don't believe how powerful his superpower is. Look, he couldn't even heal that woman's injuries, which means that there must be a limit to his ability. And it's a big limit. The middle-aged man continued to agitate. As long as we seize the opportunity and sneak up on him by surprise, he definitely won't be able to react. Brother, you have to think about it. Even if you don't betray now, he won't necessarily help us. Otherwise, why didn't he shoot in advance to deter the people downstairs? When the people downstairs rushed up, he would at best defend himself, or only protect the doctors and nurses doing the surgery, and would definitely not care about us innocent people. So there's really only one way we can go. The young man's mind did waver when he heard this. Yeah, the man, despite his superpowers and pistol, didn't say he was going to protect us. If the mob rushes in and he doesn't care about us, what happens then? Hesitantly, the young man looked over at the middle-aged man who was rambling on, and he suddenly had a flash of insight. Can I now tell the mystery man that this middle-aged man is going to betray in exchange for a chance to live? That should do it. After all, it was also a matter of his life and death. Thinking of this, the young man quietly backed away, ready to go to Shin Yi to complain. However, just as he took a step forward, the middle-aged man suddenly took a step forward and violently covered his mouth, followed by a scalpel that was directly inserted into his throat. Blood instantly spurted out, staining the walls and floor. The young man's eyes widened as he writhed in agony, disbelief in his eyes. Why did he kill me? Kid, don't think I can't see that you're trying to tattle, the middle-aged man said coldly, then pulled out the scalpel, let go of the man, covered in blood and pretended to look terrified, and shouted, "This asshole tried to betray us, and tried to drag me alone. Everyone be careful." As he shouted, the survivors in the distance then noticed what was going on in the corner. Blood stained the ground. A man covered his bleeding neck, struggling in agony but unable to make any sound. At once, screams of terror erupted from the crowd as everyone backed away, fear written all over their faces. What's going on? Vice President Wang squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. His face instantly turned pale when he saw the young man with his neck impaled. Immediately afterward, he looked angrily and fearfully at the middle-aged man holding the bloodstained scalpel and chided, "Zhou Guangyi, You actually dare to kill someone? Are you out of your mind? Killing someone at a time like this is insane. Vice President Wang. I didn't want to. It's this asshole. He tried to betray us to the thugs downstairs and tried to drag me along. I said I didn't want to and he threatened me. Said he'd kill me, so I had to do it. Or else I'm the one who dies. Zhou Guangyi looked aggravated and panicked, and hastily threw the scalpel to the ground, acting very fearful. Upon hearing Zhou Guangyi's words, the young man who had fallen to the ground stared at him with wide eyes and dead eyes. He whimpered and tried to expose this real face, but couldn't make any sound because his throat was stabbed. It was clearly he who encouraged me to betray. The traitor is him. Why is that? Why is that? Pain, fear, resentment, resignation. All kinds of emotions are intertwined in the young man's mind. But in the end, all of the complex emotions turned into a touch of obsession that couldn't be melted away. Wife, I want to go home so much. I want to see you guys again. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster and were completely lifeless. He stared at Zhou Guangyi unwillingly until his death. He had always thought that Zhou Guangyi would take him to live, but he did not want to die in the hands of Zhou Guangyi. Before the end, he was an honest, unassertive, gutless commoner. The cold window to study hard for more than 10 years, with great difficulty from the countryside to the city, found a nearly stable job, met a nearly like a woman, loaned to buy a suite, hastily married, gave birth to a lovely daughter. The day is about to get better, but I never thought that the end of the day suddenly descended. All his efforts came to nothing. He never dared to think of making a fortune or becoming a member of the privileged class. He just wants to live life peacefully with your family. In the past, when I was in school, I didn't dare to offend the bad students in my class, and after I went to work, I didn't dare to offend my boss, and I didn't dare to dislike the drunken passers-by who provoke me. So I lived half of my life in a coy and unassuming way, living with low self-esteem and cowardice for over 20 years. Obviously just want to live an ordinary and common life. And yet even such a small wish could not be realized. Looking at the young man who had lost his breath, Vice President Wang frowned deeply and stared at Zhou Guangyi. Now that there's no proof of death, who knows if he's telling the truth? P.S. A daily request for a gift and a look at free ads. 108, have to eat purple eggs. Zhou Guangyi is not a good person, smooth talker and a good eater. Since teaming up with the crowd, he did the least and ate the most, never going out to look for food. And even connecting small things like rainwater he would be lazy and throw it to someone else to do. Although he had only been together for about 10 days, Vice President Wang had an extremely bad impression of him. On the contrary, the young man named Ma Xiaoming who was killed was a down-to-earth young man who never complained. Humility for women, care for the elderly, and even if you don't have enough to eat yourself, you will share some rations with others who are suffering from hunger. Therefore, when Zhou Guangyi accused Ma of trying to betray, Vice President Wang simply did not believe him. Many survivors don't believe it either, but unbelief is unbelief. Yet no one wants to stand up for a dead man. Even the old man Ma Xiaoming had once taken care of didn't dare to look at his corpse. This is the end. Most people want to just live. Zhou Guangyi, I don't care if what you're saying is true or not. Right now you're not allowed to touch any more weapons. Otherwise, we have the right to put unstable elements like you in solitary confinement. Vice President Wang coldly warned. As the leader of these survivors, if he didn't step up and take charge, then these people would soon disperse. Right. Vice President Wang is right. You're not allowed to take a weapon again. Support Vice President Wang. We don't want to stay with a murderer. Our old couple listens to Vice President Wang. The survivors chimed in. Although no one spoke up for Ma Xiaoming, they were also afraid of Zhou Guangyi, a guy who had killed people. I just said that I was forced to do it. And I don't want to kill anyone. Please don't worry everyone. I promise I won't touch any more weapons. And I don't have any more weapons on me. So if you don't feel comfortable with that, you can come and search me right now. Zhou Guangyi had an aggrieved look on his face. Naturally, no one dared to come up and search them. After all, the current Zhou Guangyi was covered in blood and looked terrifying. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Guangyi sighed as if he had been wronged by the heavens. Sighing as he walked in the direction of the stairway, the crowd rushed out of the way, not daring to touch him. At this point, leaving the crowd, Zhou Guangyi immediately changed his expression and walked to Shen Yi with a smile on his face. Since the beginning, Shen Yi had been sitting on a chair, eating snacks to recover his strength, and had not intervened at all in the infighting between the survivors. The survivors were drooling at the sight, but no one dared to go up and ask for food, and he was happy to be free. This little brother. Just now there was a guy over there who told Uncle that he wanted to sneak up on you. But Uncle is not that kind of person. So Uncle helped you to finish him off. Uncle knows that you, little brother, are a man of great ability. So you must have seen it long ago, right? Zhou Guangyi hemmed and hawed, his eyes staring at the food in Shini's hand, gluttonously gulping several times, and continued, little brother, you see that uncle has helped you solve a big problem. Can you give uncle a bite to eat? Get lost, don't get me. Shini did not even raise his eyelids, not bothering to pay attention to the swineherd. Being scolded, Zhou Guangyi froze, then frowned and said unhappily, little brother, you're being a bit unkind. Even if you don't miss the favor of uncle helping you, at least you should speak some basic manners and quality, right? Uncle is older than you no matter what. He's your elder. You can't scold an elder like this, right? The most basic virtues of being a human being are still necessary, or else later. He didn't dare to scold Shini back, but he still dared to morally kidnap him. Either way, he's got the upper hand. You can't just shoot me because I say I'm your elder. Can you? What do you make other people think? Aren't you afraid that other people will think badly of you for it? There are dozens of people here. I don't believe you dare to shoot. Just, before he finished speaking, Shini directly raised his hand and fired a shot, interrupting spell casting. Bang! A crisp gunshot. A bloody hole appeared on Zhou Guangyi's forehead, his face still maintaining that unpleasant expression as his body slowly collapsed. He never thought to his dying day that just because he said 2 more words, this young man would just shoot. Not even a word of explanation. Silly beeping thing, letting UMO take a beating from my old man. Had to find death. Shini cursed and put away his gun, continuing to eat high-calorie food to replenish his strength. You're trying to moralize against me? If you want purple eggs, just say so. Beat around the bush. It's obvious you guys are infighting amongst yourselves, and you're saying you've helped me out with a big problem. Do you really think I'm a simple college student when I first entered the school? Cheating on me, death wish guy. Shini wasn't some kind of murderous person, but he wouldn't be polite if someone ran into a gun. Kill, kill. The survivors in the building were filled with horror when they saw this scene. Zhou Guangyi, dead. Just for saying 2 more words, he was killed. This man is so mean. Even if Zhou Guangyi's oily tongue invites annoyance, it's not so bad that he'll be beaten to death just for saying a couple of words, right? That's too vicious. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Shini, fearing that this man with a small heart of thieves would shoot at them as well. And with that gunshot, the thugs at the stairway who were moving out of the way of the barrier and trying to rush up paused in their movements. They looked at each other, their faces in disbelief. Was that a gunshot just now? Someone's voice trembled slightly. Though they had all killed, they had used nothing more than cold weapons. If the survivor upstairs has a gun, it's still a fight. Rushing up there is a death sentence. All of a sudden, most of the people were discouraged. No way. There's absolutely no way it's a gun. Don't be afraid, everyone. Just then, a bearded, middle-aged man in a white lab coat spoke out with a face of certainty. But besides the gunshot, what else could that sound have been? It can't be someone setting off cannonballs, right? There are no cannonballs in the hospital either. Someone said in fear. The male doctor sneered and said, you're right. The hospital can't have a cannonball. Then it can have guns? This is a hospital, not a police station. Use your brains and think about it. How can there be such a thing as a gun in a hospital? If those guys really had guns, why would they need to hide on the 6th floor? Do you guys think that's possible? Besides, I'm the director of this hospital. How could I not know these doctors and nurses in our hospital? There's no way in hell they have guns. It's impossible to have even seen a real gun. As for the others, they're all a bunch of wimpy softies, much less likely to have guns, or they wouldn't have fled before. The crowd heard this and it made sense. If these guys on the 6th floor have guns, how can they still be afraid of us? The middle-aged male doctor swept his gaze across the crowd and saw that they had stabilized before he continued to pontificate. I think it must have been the gunshot-like rattling sound that they created using bottles or something like that, just to scare us off. Don't be afraid just because of a single district rattle, or you've been tricked. Keep moving these obstacles harder, and when we get up there, we'll control everyone, and then the men will rush out to help us find food, and the women will line up and enjoy it together. Trust me, I will be able to let everyone live in this apocalyptic world, live longer and happier than everyone else. 109, Female Nurse Jian Yutong. Listen to Dean. Do it. Dean is right. There's absolutely no way they have guns. If they really had guns, they wouldn't have been scared less when I chased them with a knife earlier. Ha 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 ha. It's still the Dean who's great. In one go, he recognized these guys in the end of their trickery. Let's all give a hand and move these trash as quickly as possible. Mud. There's a female doctor on the 6th floor who's so scratchy. I've wanted to her for a long time. Let me be the first in line. Screw it. I put in the most effort. I'm first in line. The mob got more and more excited as they talked, even moving the obstacles a few times faster. The middle-aged dean looked at this scene and revealed a satisfied smile. This feeling of controlling power and doing whatever you want is even better than before the end of the world. Before the end of the day, he was the director of a third-rate hospital, with money and status, but he didn't dare to do whatever he wanted, just like imprisoning women, enslaving men and killing them at will, which is never allowed in the Summerland. But now it's doomsday. The old man can do whatever he wants. Who says the end is bad? This doomsday can be great. As long as he recruited more survivors, he might be able to make his own mountain in the future and become an Earth Emperor or something. Kings and queens would rather have seeds. What? What's going on? Why are those thugs downstairs moving things again? Aren't they afraid of guns? A survivor heard another noise coming from the stairway and cried out in a rush of panic. The others heard voices and trembled with fear. They had thought that the mob downstairs had been scared off by the gunfire and had given up their attack. Unexpectedly, the other party only paused for a moment, but instead became even more frantic, as if in a hurry to die. Are they crazy? Not even afraid of guns? Someone murmured, trembling. Only the more rational Vice President Wang quickly realized that the thugs downstairs probably thought the gunshots were fake, so they dared to continue their attack. However, although the shots were real, the guns were not in their hands. If this mob came charging up, I wonder if this man would step in to help. Reasonably speaking, there's no excuse even if people don't make a move. But if he really didn't make a move, it would be hard for these survivors, including himself, to escape death. Vice President Wang hesitated for a moment, summoned up the courage to walk to Shen-Yi, carefully and respectfully said, "Can you please step in and help us? We won't let you help for nothing. As long as you're willing to make a move, you can pick whatever we have right now. Take whatever you want." The other survivors saw the scene with both concern and anticipation. They were afraid that Vice Dean Wang would be killed by Shen-Yi with a single shot, but they hoped even more that the dean would convince this man to come to his aid. Shen-Yi ate and glanced at Vice President Wang, then pointed at a pretty female nurse in the crowd and said indifferently, "I can help you guys with your troubles, but right now, I want her to sleep with me. If she's willing, I'll step in." Vice President Wang froze. That's too much to ask. At this moment, the pretty little nurse who was pointed to by Shen-Yi turned pale with fear and shook her head in a hurry, wanting to escape, but the other survivors immediately blocked her retreat. Although Shen-Yi's request was bottomless, most of the survivors agreed almost without hesitation. After all, they are not the ones who need to pay the price. Sacrificing just one person for the safety of all seemed like a good deal. "Nurse Jiang, I'm sorry, I hope you can sacrifice for everyone," someone advised in a low voice. "Yeah, Nurse Kong, you don't want to see the mob rush up here, do you? If you fall into their hands, it would be hard for you to die," another person chimed in. "Nurse Jiang, this gentleman is handsome and strong, more than enough for you." There were also people who tried to convince her with such ridiculous reasons. The crowd was talking, almost semi-coercively forcing the pretty nurse to agree. Nurse Jiang's eyes were red, biting her lip and desperately shaking her head, wanting to refuse, but no one was willing to listen to her at all. Even Vice President Wang, who had a mild character and still retained a moral bottom line, could only silently acquiesce to the crowd's behavior at this moment. Sacrificing one man to preserve dozens, he had no choice. Not to mention, even if he stands up against it now, others will not agree and may even attack him. In life and death situations, human nature tends to become incredibly cruel. I really don't want one. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet," Nurse Ginger cried and shook her head, her voice trembling. However, the crowd didn't care about her feelings at all and directly shoved her in front of Shen-Yi. Nurse Jiang looked at Shen-Yi with tearful eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes. She tried to escape, but the crowd behind her blocked her retreat. And she was afraid that if she made a move to escape, she would be shot dead. The body of the previous man who was killed is still lying on the ground. "Can you please leave me alone? Please," Nurse Ginger sobbed, her voice weak with supplication. For their part, the survivors around them held their breath, waiting for the final outcome of this deal. Shen-Yi looked at the crying female nurse and said in a way-free tone, "Okay, you can go." The nursemaid froze, thinking she had heard wrong. The others were even more incredulous. That's it? Big brother, you are a bad man who kills people without blinking an eye. You can just use force. No one here will mind. Thank you. The female nurse's eyes were red and she thanked him repeatedly, with mixed feelings in her heart. She didn't realize that the people she felt she could trust and rely on had betrayed her, while the people she had once feared and dreaded hadn't forced themselves. The contrast left her momentarily at a loss for words to express the complex emotions within her. Shen-Yi glanced at the stairway, his expression calm and unhurried. This pretty female nurse had also triggered a system prompt earlier, so it's definitely imperative. But he didn't have to actively be the villain to corner the nursemaid. Otherwise, What is the point of contributing to help these people yourself? Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Jang Yutong. Age, 22. Looks, 90 points. Stature, 90 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. Shani scanned through the system prompts, then turned his gaze to the leader of the survivors, Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang froze, then seemed to understand something and spoke quietly to the others in a low voice. Thus, when Vice President Wang finished speaking, the survivors' gazes towards Jang Yutong, the little nurse, gradually became unkind, and there were even female survivors who walked up and began to complain about Jang Yutong. The other survivors also began to close in on Jang Yutong. In particular, the two female co-workers that Jang Yutong used to be on better terms with actually began to speak ill of her, as if she had done something unforgivably evil, as if she was the evil one. Although Vice President Wang felt a little guilty, he remained silent and didn't stop. 110, unlocking new supplies. Yutong, what's wrong with that man? Why do you have to reject him? He's handsome, has a good body, and has superpowers. You're the one who doesn't deserve him. That's right, Yutong, you can't be so selfish. If you don't accompany that man, when the thugs rush up, we'll all be in bad luck. For the sake of everyone, can't you make a small sacrifice? Jang Yutong, you don't want to fall into the hands of the mob either, do you? I don't know what's the use of pretending to be noble. Do you really think you have diamonds there? The two female nurses attacked Jang Yutong with your words. They used to be on good terms with Jang Yutong, but now they were the first to turn on her in order to survive. They want to force Jang Yutong to compromise. How can you guys talk about me like that? Jang Yutong's face reddened in aggravation, angry and ashamed. If you're able, I'll let you go to accompany strange men. Let's see if you guys are willing. It's just that people can't see me. Otherwise I definitely wouldn't have refused. Jang Yutong, you were just born in bliss and don't know what's good for you. The female nurse sneered. That's right, even if it's to protect these dozens of innocent people, we won't refuse. The other female nurse was also righteous. The other survivors began to chime in. Nurse Kong, look at how caring your co-workers are. How can you be so selfish? Your co-workers are right. Besides, you're a nurse, a white angel. How can you not care about us? Little Jiang, just dedicate yourself once for the sake of the collective. Everyone will remember your kindness. Nurse Jiang, do you want to watch me die here as a 60-something-year-old wife? How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless? Some people force, some people morally kidnap, and some people play the emotional card. Almost a large part of the survivors are forcing Jang Yutong to compromise. The weak female nurse was overwhelmed by the frantic crowd and for a moment didn't know how to retort. She looked to Vice President Wang for help, hoping that the kind Vice President would speak up for her. But Vice President Wang was just silent, not saying a word. At this point, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but get angry. Nurse Jiang, what's the use of pretending to be noble when it's already time? You don't have to be so noble in times of peace, to sleep with random men for a couple $1,000s. Anyway, if you're not willing to do your part for us as a collective, then get out. Get out of the 6th floor. We can't tolerate you, nor will we protect you. The other survivors also looked fierce and acquiesced to the women's words. How can you talk about me like that? It's too much. Jang Yutong was scolded and humiliated and angry, and directly cried out in aggravation. I've done nothing wrong. Why are you doing this to me? Why are you forcing me to do something so shameful? Jang Yutong squatted down helplessly, holding her head in resignation and sobbing. She missed her family and she wanted to go home. Numerous negative emotions completely crushed the already scared and fearful young girl. Crying. Why are you crying? If crying helps, we'll just cry together when we're in danger. That's it. Selfish guy. All he knows how to do is cry. Anyway, think about it. If you won't stay with the men, then even if the mob doesn't come charging up today, we'll throw your selfish woman down. The survivors looked at the crying Jang Yutong without any softness, but instead cursed even harder. The more you show weakness, the more you prove that you are a good bully. Listening to the constant sounds of abuse and insults coming from her ears, Jang Yutong slowly clenched her fists and violently raised her head, looking at the crowd with a spiteful gaze. This disgusting face was no better than the mob downstairs. The survivors were startled by the look in Jang Yutong's eyes, but quickly calmed down and continued their output. What's more to fear from the eyes of a little girl than living? If we can't beat the mob, we can't beat you? Even if this little girl really wanted to retaliate afterward, no one would be afraid. Nurse Jiang, I also know that this is not right, but, alas, I can only condemn you. Vice President Wang was somewhat intolerant, but he really didn't have the power to change the situation. Even if you don't consider what these survivors think, you have to take into account what the man thinks. If you piss off the other side, it might be worse than offending the mob. And Vice President Wang also wants to live. He still has a son, a family. Even if you hold the moral ground, you have to prioritize your own safety and well-being. Oh, good. I promise you guys. Jiang Yutong smiled miserably and wiped her tears hard, her eyes firm as if she had made some kind of decision. Hearing Jiang Yutong's words, the survivors immediately became excited. Good, good, good. Nurse Jiang really deserves to be a white angel. I admire that. Nurse Jiang, don't worry. As long as we can survive today, my husband and I will definitely repay you in the future. Nurse Kong, you're a good person nah. Yutong, how nice of you to have figured it out earlier. Look how nice everyone is to you. The attitude of the survivors made a direct 180-degree shift, one after another praising her and promising all kinds of benefits, as if they knew very well how to return the favor. However, Jiang Yutong, was expressionless and ignored these people. She turned around and walked over to Shani, looking to the man who was the culprit, but instead was willing to let himself go. Biting her lip, she slowly lowered her head and whispered, to be here? Shani glanced at Jiang Yutong and was relieved to see that she didn't have any hatred towards herself. If this woman put her hatred for the others on herself and tried to backstab her, then after taking the reward, she could be dealt with. Immediately thereafter, Shani didn't answer, but reached out and wrapped his hand around Jiang Yutong, directly using instantaneous transfer, instantly moving to a cleaner hospital room. Take the reward first. As for whether the thugs would take advantage of the opportunity to rush up, Shani made a judgment through telepathy that it would take at least another 30 to 40 minutes, which was more than enough time. And, even if they rushed up, there were still dozens of survivors in the building dragging them along. It is dozens of pigs. They will have to kill for a while, and in a short time, it will not affect Jiang Huiman who is doing surgery, much less themselves. Of course, if it really affected the operation, Shani would be able to instantly come over it the first time. He would keep a telepathic eye on the wards the entire time while unlocking rewards. As for the survivors in the building, he didn't care. When you've taken your reward, the agreement you've promised will only come into effect. He will naturally step in when the time comes. There is also no such thing as talking out of turn. Fair enough. So, new supplies unlocked. And during the process of unlocking the supplies, Jiang Yutong, a girl who had previously been very resistant to herself, was very cooperative, even making some cooperative behaviors that Shani was surprised by, but her favor didn't go up as a result. It was like completing a job to please Shani. Shani seemed to, roughly, understand this female nurse's mind, but he didn't care. It's cool to double up on your own anyway. P.S. The amount is not too stable. Money is not much. You can look at the free advertising to support the author. Send a gift this way. Thank you. 111. Jiang Yutong's evil thoughts. Ding. Detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies. 1 drawer of freshly baked cabbage and meat buns. Cabbage and meat buns in 1 drawer plus 1. Has been stored in the system space. Cabbage and meat buns in 1 drawer plus 1. Has been stored in the system space. Cabbage and pork buns. The supplies unlocked by Jiang Yutong, a female nurse, were actually cabbage and meat-trapped buns, although it was not an exotic fruit that made Shani feel pity. But the food was good too, especially if it's a cooked food like buns. With noodles, vegetables and meat, it has even more food value than roast chicken at the end of the day. Of course, to Shani nowadays, what he valued more was the flavor of the food. There is no shortage of quantity at all. With that, Shani, who enjoyed the services of the female nurse, took out a drawer of buns from the system space. An aroma hit my nose, and the thin-skinned buns were still steaming, looking and smelling delicious. Shani counted. There are 9 buns in 1 drawer, and the size of each one is a Jiangnan smokes little bit smaller than the size of B-cup. He took out a bun and blew on it and took a bite. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of vegetables spread in the mouth. With a little bit of soup, the flavor is more fragrant than all the buns that Shani has eaten so far. Nice. Shani chewed the bun and was even more satisfied. The food from the system can't be beat for flavor. I don't know where it changed from, but it's so damn flavorful, and it's very well stuffed, with most of a bun filled with meat. Jiang Yutong couldn't help but raise her head as well when she smelled the fragrance. When she saw the buns in Shani's hands, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and her eyes were full of clear longing. It smells so good. Good to eat. Jiang Yutong couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten cooked food, not to mention cooked food. All this time holed up in the hospital, fed on the hospital's stockpile of glucose water and very unpalatable food. And, even if the food was very hard to eat, she could only share a little bit of it. barely hanging on to her breath to stay alive. So the sight of a white bread bun made her eyes green. Want some? Shin-hee ate the bun and looked at the well-behaved female nurse. Aha! What? You just didn't get enough? Jang Yutong heard the flirtation in the man's words and blushed, but still held back her shyness and nodded her head. How can you eat that kind of thing? Okay, take it and eat it. Shin-hee also did not flirt with her, casually took out a drawer of buns and a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Thanks. Jang Yutong hurriedly stood up, unable to put on her clothes. She grabbed the bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Perhaps eat too quickly, but also choked. Hastily unscrewed the mineral water down to smooth. Shin-hee helplessly shook his head and looked at Jang Yutong, who was wolfing down her food, and said, "My intention of giving you mineral water is for you to wash your hands first and then rinse your mouth before eating. And it's not too dirty." Oh, no need. Jang Yutong ate the bun and shook her head repeatedly, not caring about the hygiene remark at all. She ate 9 buns in one sitting and drank a whole bottle of mineral water, which seemed to completely revitalize her. Looking at Shin-hee again, Jang Yutong's eyes all had a few more points of gratitude. This man, although it is to get his own body, but he is too good to himself than others. He didn't push himself, at least. No threats to myself, and those who. Thinking of the survivors who had forced themselves on her, a trace of resentment flashed through Jang Yutong's pretty eyes. Honey, I'll serve you to get dressed. Seeing that Shin-hee wanted to get dressed, Jang Yutong hurriedly went forward and offered to help. Shin-hee looked at the little nurse. It's amazing how her favorability has more than doubled. 1 drawer of buns and you bought it? If I'd known that, why would I have played the math? Just take the buns and bribe them directly. Shin-hee felt amused, but didn't mind the little nurse's ministrations. Enjoy it when you can. Naturally. Say, what do you need from me? Shin-hee spoke faintly, just for the little nurse's earlier cooperation. He wouldn't mind giving some kind of reward. Jang Yutong froze, not realizing that her small mind had been seen through so easily. But then, she sat on the floor on her knees and placed Shin-hee's feet on her lap, helping Shin-hee put on her socks and shoes while deliberately saying in a petulant tone, "Good husband, can you not save those people? It's those people outside in the hallway. They won't remember you as good after saving those people anyway, and they'll definitely betray you or even stab you in the back if they're in danger. I know them very well. There's absolutely not a single good person among them." That's right. That was Jang Yutong's wicked idea. You betray me, insult me, force me, and want to sacrifice me to live. Then I will not let you live. I don't believe I'm any better at blowing men's ears off in bed than you are. This was also the reason why she was still willing to take the initiative and was very cooperative, even though she initially had no good feelings towards Shin-hee. She was pleasing Shin-hee. She's going to get back at the group of people who betrayed her through this means. Well, that's a good analysis on your part. Shin-hee looked at Jang Yutong and agreed with her words. This group of survivors are like wallflowers, falling wherever the wind blows, and it pours fast. They're not exactly bad guys, but they're certainly not good guys either. Of course, I'm not a good person myself, so I don't really care about such trivialities. Then, husband, you promise? Jang Yutong looked at Shin-hee with an expectant face. Shin-hee, however, shook his head lightly. Since I promised them first, I naturally have to take care of the thugs downstairs for them. As long as he received benefits, Shin-hee's promise was still trustworthy. He won't somehow break the contract. Unless the other person has threatened and is trying to count on them, then Shin-hee would not reason with the other party. Okay. Receiving an answer, Jang Yutong lowered her head in loss. It was disappointing, but she had expected that answer, because she was clear that she didn't have any feelings with Shin-hee. Perhaps, when this deal is over, the person leaves with his girlfriend and presses on. He was simply looking at his skin and wanted to have some fun. Jang Yutong knew very well that this was the harsh reality, but it was still a little hard to bear. Since Shin-hee was unwilling to help herself, she would take revenge herself. As long as he is alive, he will get his revenge. Although I will not help you, but I can give you one thing. You go to revenge yourself. Just when Jang Yutong was lost, the man's voice suddenly came. She froze for a moment and immediately looked up at Shin-hee. Only when Shin-hee opened his palm, 2 black pistols appeared in his palm. Guns. There are in these 2 guns 16 rounds. That should be enough for you. Shin-hee handed over the big black star. Since this young girl was going dark, he didn't mind pushing. If she really dared to kill someone, it would be a good thing instead. In the end times, you can't live too long being too stupid and naive. Although Shin-hee didn't mind if his woman was a vase, he didn't mind cultivating her if he came across a woman who was capable and competent and whom he could still control. What's not to love about getting a big return on a small investment? Jang Yutong looked at Shin-hee blankly. She never thought that this man would actually give himself a gun and would help her get revenge. She thought that she would be lightly discarded. Thank you. Jiang Yutong was inexplicably moved in her heart. It was clearly the culprit who had wrecked her, but she just couldn't hate it. Even more, she found herself falling a little bit in love with this mysterious and powerful man. It's a strange feeling. Really, obviously, was scared and in awe of him before. With mixed emotions, Jiang Yutong took over the 2 large black star pistols. Her thoughts of revenge were unusually firm. Gotta get back at those human faces. 112, fallen so far. Well, get dressed. It's time to go out. Shani looked at Jiang Yutong and saw that her favorability had risen a large amount again, and was satisfied. This wave is invested and earned. You can get people and unlock supplies at the same time, so you can say you're earning hemp. At that moment, through telepathy, he saw that the mob had rushed up to the 6th floor as well. It's time to strike out on your own, lest it affects Vivian Chang, who is undergoing surgery. Jiang Yutong immediately nodded her head, picked up her white underwear and began to wear it. She also heard the clutter from the hallway and knew it was the mob coming up. Jiang Yutong was also nervous and scared. After all, that mob was really brutal. But the thought of her man being able to change into a gun at the drop of a hat and all sorts of superpowers suddenly dissipated a lot of her fear. With his man's strength, it must have been easy to deal with those thugs. Besides, one has a gun, though she had never used a gun or even seen one. But when she remembered the scene where Shani had just killed someone with a single shot and shocked dozens of people, she felt that she could do the same. At the very least, self-preservation is certainly not a problem. Meanwhile, the thugs downstairs, after tireless efforts, were finally clearing the stairway of obstacles. They would have been faster if the survivors on the 6th floor hadn't thrown some more trash to block the way in the meantime. Then the mob swarmed up and stormed the 6th floor. A few of the survivors tried to resist, but they were beaten in minutes, crying and begging for mercy. The thugs downstairs were much more forceful and daring, not afraid to get hurt. Bing quiet. Whoever is crying, I'll chop him up right now. Women, all stand up for me and let me pick first. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come there are so many women missing? Say, where have you hidden all the women? If you don't tell me, I'm going to kill someone. Grass. The other women must be hiding on the 6th floor. Let's all go searching together. I don't believe anyone can just disappear. After the mob spent 10 minutes or so getting the survivors in the building under control, they realized that there were far fewer female survivors among them. This upset them and they immediately began searching from ward to ward. There were also some hungry thugs who directly dragged the crying middle-aged woman into the ward. For a while, the tragic picture was all over the place. In the apocalyptic world where there are no rules governing the world, the evil of human nature is fully unleashed. Why hasn't that man shown up yet? Did he run away with Jiang Yutong? Vice President Wang was forced by the mob to kneel in the hallway, and the first thing that came to mind was Shani, who promised to help. However, he failed to show up at the critical moment. It was hard not to suspect that he had either escaped or was so engrossed in that sort of thing that he hadn't noticed what was going on in the building. Vice President Wang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have pushed Jiang Yutong. It's so hard to give up your moral ground and not get what you deserve. Just at this time, a man wearing a white coat, glasses and some baldness came in front of Vice President Wang and looked at him smilingly. Old Wang, long time no see. What do you want to say now? Xian Guangming, do you have any humanity left? How can you condone them to do something worse than these beasts? Vice President Wang stared at the balding man, an instant surge of fire rising. This former old friend and boss, and now it has fallen so far. Xian Guangming still had a smile on his face and replied, Old Wang, I'm actually still very optimistic about your management ability. If you're willing to join my team, I can guarantee that you won't be starved to death at least. What about the others? The others? Of course there are arrangements for all of them, and I'm not going to kill them all. What good does killing do me? Absolutely nothing. Xian Guangming shook his head and continued, but there's always a price to pay for wanting to live, right? Let these men form a team and go out together to look for supplies. Anyone who can bring back supplies will be able to eat and drink and enjoy women later. As for the women, of course, they are responsible for taking care of the men and letting them vent, which is only right. Otherwise, they can't just lie back and enjoy themselves, can they? You are big on the privileged class. You're disregarding life. Vice President Wang criticized angrily, as if the person who had forced Jiang Yutong to compromise in order to stay alive before was not him. Then say whether you want to live or not. Xian Guangming didn't nag and directly threatened. It's the end of days. No point in wasting words. Although he appreciated old Wang's ability more, if he didn't know what he was doing, then he should just get him killed, so as not to affect his rule. All Money Bright needs is a dog, not a commissar who will instruct him. Vice President Wang fell silent. He hesitated. He didn't want to die if he could live. However, he subconsciously glanced behind him at the collective kneeling. shivering survivors and felt a little sorry for them that way. Taking a deep breath, Vice President Wang was about to open his mouth to reply. Suddenly, a crisp footstep sounded abruptly. Qian Guangming, who was waiting for an answer, froze and subconsciously turned his head to look. Two people actually appeared out of nowhere behind himself. When? I can't believe I was unaware of it. Even his own men seemed to be completely oblivious. All of them were dumbfounded and unbelievable. You're finally here. Seeing the visitor, Vice President Wang stood up in a flash of excitement. He doesn't have to be forced to make nasty decisions. The other survivors who were bruised and swollen and forced to kneel in place were also excited when they saw Shen Yi, as if they had seen the savior. And surprisingly, they were not afraid of the thugs, and they all began to cry and beg for help from him. Upon seeing this scene, Qian Guangming's expression couldn't help but to become gloomy. He immediately signaled with his eyes to his men to hurry back the brothers who had searched the wards and hedges. This man who appeared out of nowhere was creepy and definitely had a problem. Does it mean that he's good at fighting? Otherwise, why would Old King and all these cowardly survivors ask him for help? And with the attitude that he could have saved them if only he had stepped in. As for the female nurse beside the man, she was directly ignored by Qian Guangming. It's just a woman. What waves can she make? For insurance purposes, Qian Guangming didn't lash out at Shen Yi at the first opportunity, but instead revealed a tag team smile and asked gently, "This little brother, I wonder if you're willing to join our shelter. As long as you have the skills, you can enjoy enough respect and status in our shelter, as well as women." With these words, he was trying to test what this man who appeared out of nowhere was capable of. Also, it's a bit of a delay. The dozen or so brothers scattered on the 6th floor could be here in a minute or two at the most. Sure enough, with the minion from earlier sneaking off to call for help, the rest of the mob was gathering over. Some of the thugs were even too anxious to lift their pants, so they rushed out, cursing and swearing. "There's no rush. Just wait." Shen Yi answered the question with a calm expression, also like he was waiting for someone. Qian Guangming frowned imperceptibly, even more puzzled as to what kind of backbone this young lad had. Who is he to dare wait for someone? Are you a good fighter? Even if you can fight, what's the point? Can you beat 24 grown men with weapons? However, since you dared to wait, and at this moment, looking at the increasing number of thugs, Vice President Wang and the survivors got a little nervous. Although he knew Shen Yi had a gun and superpowers, would it be too risky to deal with so many thugs at once? Can't you just shoot a few first? This is also too much of a to-do. Dean Chen. Soon all the mob was gathered. They aggressively surrounded Shen Yi and Zhang Yutong. But more thugs stared at Zhang Yutong, the pretty female nurse. Grass. Dean Chen. This woman is damn good looking. I'm in. Yeah, it's a lot more watery than that old onion I was just on. That old onion hadn't been bathed in I don't know how long, and it almost grossed me out. Mud. You still have the face to say that you're robbing even an old onion from the brothers. Still not willing to let the brothers share. Be born. Ha ha ha. This chick is nice and clean. I'll be first in line. Yoo-hoo. Where did this chick find 2 toy guns? Think she can scare me like that? I'll shove this toy gun up your ass later. The thugs heckled and stared at Zhang Yutong, slurring their words. Qian Guangming also revealed an easy smile. I've got about 24 men now. What do you have to second me? You second one and I'll see. At this time, not waiting for Shen Yi to make a move, but Zhang Yutong could no longer tolerate the dirty words of the men. She raised her gun straight up, aimed at the young man who had said the most obscenities, and pulled the trigger decisively. Just now, Shen Yi had also briefly taught her how to use the pistol, so the shot went off. Bang! The crisp sound of the gunshot was unusually loud in the hallway. The man was shot in the left side of his face, and immediately there was an additional bloody hole, and the intense pain caused him to let out a mournful scream, but he was soon lifeless. Instantly, the thugs all shook in place, all staring in horror. Guns! I can't believe is a real gun. How did this get a real gun? 113, Power of Level Frost Condensation 7. Shooting to kill for the first time. Zhang Yutong's arms were trembling, but not out of fear or terror, just because this recoil of type pistol was so strong that it shook her arm. 54. As for being scared, there seems to be no such emotion at all. Killing, it seems, is not as scary as one might think. At best, the sight of blood spilling is a physical discomfort, revulsion and nausea, but fear, not at all. Actually, killing is not scary. The main reason why people are scared is the responsibility that comes with killing someone. Especially in countries with normal laws, killing someone requires an equal price to be paid, but not in Armageddon. The rules have completely collapsed and the laws don't exist. There is no penalty for killing someone. That was why there were so many murderers. Even Zhang Yutong, a female nurse who had killed for the first time, didn't feel scared after killing someone, but instead, an inexplicable sense of excitement welled up. So, This is what it feels like to have power. It's so cool to watch a man who slurs and calls himself names get shot in the head. It's so cool to see these people scared of themselves. It's so cool to watch these people fear themselves. When it comes to injustice, one shot is all it takes. No need to be condescending or obsequious. This feeling, it's simply awesome. Jang Yutong felt like she had never been so centered in her life. In the past, she always lived a careful and coy life, afraid of offending her co-workers, afraid of offending her bosses, and afraid of being gossiped about. But now, she doesn't care about these at all. Anyone who gossips about herself will be beaten to death. Dead people don't gossip. How did you get a gun? Qian Guangming was filled with panic and subconsciously backed up, but didn't dare to run for fear of becoming a living target. No one dares to be the first to run in the face of a blackened muzzle. The thugs were also completely devoid of the arrogance they had just displayed. One by one, as well behaved as an unmutated puppy. Running away? Who can outrun a bullet? Shin Yi, however, ignored the thug's reactions and instead tilted his head to look at Jang Yutong and asked, "Comfortable? Do you want to fire a few more shots to practice?" "No need. I don't have a grudge against them either." Jang Yutong shook her head in a hurry. It wasn't these thugs she was seeking revenge against. There's only left in the gun 15 rounds, and it's going to be saved for someone who needs it. Listening to the conversation between the pair of dogs, the mob's wildly beating hearts rose and fell as if they were riding a roller coaster. This pair of dogs is just not a thing. Especially this man. I can't believe goading women to shoot for practice. What take human life for? Do you? We're living, breathing people. You the birth. The crowd was extremely angry. But more than that, they were afraid. Because no one knows if they will be the next to be killed. However, the one who was more scared than them was actually Vice President Wang. It was his heartbeat that really felt like a roller coaster ride. At first, he almost gave up his moral bottom line and was ready to surrender when Shin Yi appeared. He thought he would finally be saved from having to be around this inhuman mob. The truth was also true. Jang Yutong had only fired one shot, and all 20 or so thugs had obediently surrendered, not daring to fight for their lives at all. Everyone was saved. But, the words Jang Yutong said afterward, however, sent chills down his back. No grudge against the thugs. Then who do you have a grudge against? Haters? It can't be me. Jang Yutong, is it ready to take revenge on us? But the survivors, who had just been rescued and were in a state of euphoria, apparently didn't realize it. They turned on their heels at the moment and began to hurl insults at the thugs, and some even beat the thugs with their hands to vent their anger at their wives' insults. All the cowards are venting their emotions hard. The thugs were in the way of the gun in Jang Yutong's hand and didn't dare to resist and were passively beaten. No time to waste then. Shin Yi didn't bother to take care of the emotions of the survivors and looked towards the mob in the building, casually snapping his fingers. At once, before the 24 thugs could react in any way, the surface of their bodies began to rapidly freeze. Some people screamed in horror, some people made a fleeing appearance, and some people were full of fear. But it was just a few seconds, and their bodies were completely frozen, and they could no longer make a single sound. Quiet. Silence. There was not a sound in the silence. All the survivors stared in horror and disbelief. In just a few breaths, the thugs who were still lawless turned into ice sculptures, and even the temperature inside the building dropped a lot. What is this? What is this power? A single ring of the finger actually froze 24 people. This is what people can do. Fear, horror, disbelief. All sorts of emotions were intertwined on the faces of the survivors. Jang Yutong also looked at Shin Yi in shock. She guessed her man was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. This kind of power, even if it was put in a sci-fi movie, it was still more perverted than many superheroes are. Instantly freezing 24 people. What a terrifying ability. In fact, this wave of Shin Yi's consumption was also quite large. In order to take care of all the thugs at once, he used his frost condensation ability at full strength. With his current level frost condensation, as long as he cast it at full power, it was possible to freeze dozens of people accurately, except that it would be very physically demanding, and it would be better to just put in ranged damage. 7. But putting in ranged damage tends to freeze everyone but yourself into an ice sculpture, including Jang Yutong. So he held back. However, looking towards the 24 ice sculptures, Shin Yi was also satisfied with his operation. This was the power of level frost condensation. 7. I don't know if the other ice abilities have such a strong power, but frost condensation has, and Shin Yi feels that the upper limit of the operation of this ability is more than that. Frost condensation, LV7. You can create ice out of thin air and control its hardness and form. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-quarters defense. With a current limit of 800 meters, you also have a higher resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create, and the larger the area, the more stamina you will consume. 800 meters is the limit. Moreover, as the level got higher, Xinyi's control over ice got stronger. For example, just now this operation of instantly freezing 24 targets. If it was a level frost condensation, even if Xinyi had enough physical strength, there was no way to do it with such precision. 1. There's bound to be some missteps, or omissions. However, as his ability level increased, his control over ice, his control over damage and distance improved greatly. This shows that the level of the ability really matters. If a powerful psychic ability like instantaneous movement, even if it was only level, it still had a notable power. 1. But the frost condensation ability was far less powerful if it wasn't upgraded. Fortunately, Xinyi could directly knock the fruit to pull up the level without worries. Well, my promise is fulfilled, so I'll leave the rest up to you. After Xinyi dropped a sentence to Zhang Yutong, he used instantaneous transfer to enter the ward where Zhang Huiman was having surgery. This ward was not first searched by the mob just now. This was also the reason why Xinyi was not in a hurry. Husband, seeing Xinyi so trusting himself, favoring himself, not minding his own killing, Zhang Yutong was very touched, and the good sense directly soared by a large margin. She felt that her heart was beating so fast. This man, so good for himself. Perhaps today is not a day of disaster for myself, but a day of good fortune. It's nice to meet such a nice man. Even if I had to die for him, it would be worth it. Slowly putting away her loving eyes, Zhang Yutong looked at the survivors led by Vice President Wang. It's time to forget your roots. These human-faced guys are going to pay for their earlier behavior. 114, scavenging hospitals, large generators. Of the dozens of people on the 6th floor, only Vice President Wang and the individual survivors were still okay and had a certain moral line, not participating in forcing Zhang Yutong. Most of the rest of them, they're no good. At best, it's a little better than the thugs frozen into ice sculptures. So, Zhang Yutong retaliated against them without the slightest sense of guilt, and so the hallway resounded with pleas for mercy, cries, and screams. Ward. After Xinyi instantly came in, the surgery had also just been done not long ago, and 2 small nurses were bandaging Lin Jiwei's wounds. Next to her was a female nurse carrying a plate with some rotting and smelly meat, all cut from Lin Jiwei's arm. Xinyi subconsciously frowned. How much meat is this cut off? Just looking at it made him feel physically ill, and he felt like his arms were inexplicably aching and goosebumps were rising all over his body. It was fortunate that he hadn't risked his life with the black spider in the beginning, in case he was accidentally hit by the spider silk as well. It would be too damn torturous. She'll wake up in another half hour or so when the anesthetic wears off. After that, as long as you recuperate for a good period of time, the wound will heal and the flesh will slowly grow, but it certainly won't grow back to the way it was before. Zhang Huiman saw Xinyi, who appeared out of thin air, and immediately stood up to report the progress of the surgery to him. She had just heard the scuffling and screaming coming from the hallway, and had been frightened as well, but she didn't dare run. She knew she had to do well in this surgery to have any chance of surviving. As it turns out, one's decision was the right one. Even now, with the screams still coming from the hallway, not a single thug, not a single person has broken into this ward. That means that as long as you stay with the woman in the hospital bed, it's perfectly safe. The few little nurses were also grateful to Zhang Huiman. If Zhang Huiman hadn't brought them in, then they would most likely have died outside as well. Well, good. Xinyi checked Lin Jiwei's injuries through telepathy. The wound was treated well and cleanly, and it did look like the female doctor who called herself an intern did have some skills. So, Xinyi casually took out a few bottles of mineral water from the system space, as well as a few drawers of buns, and said, "You guys eat something first, and when things outside are over, come with me." Go with you? Zhang Huiman and the other women froze. This man is actually taking us away. Where is he taking us? Could it be to take care of this woman in the hospital bed? That should be the case. Otherwise, what else would we be taken for? It cannot also be the same as the mob is for abuse, right? Thinking like this, several women did not dare to ask more questions, looked to the hot buns, saw Xinyi agreed, and rushed forward to scramble to eat, like a hungry wolf. They haven't had enough to eat these days. Smells good. Some of the little nurses couldn't help but make whimpering noises as they ate. Xinyi, however, did not care. Since it is determined that Zhang Huiman has the ability, it must be brought back to the shelter. Of course, even if she is not able to heal, Xinyi will not let go. After all, she could still unlock the system supplies, so it certainly wasn't a bad idea to bring it back. As for these female nurses, it was thought that most of them would be able to give Zhang Huiman a handjob and be used in the future. According to Xinyi's idea, his shelter should definitely set up a medical department, which would be useful in the future, whether it was when he himself got sick or when his women got sick. By the way, there should still be a lot of medicines in the hospital, right? Shin-Yi looked at Jiang Huimin, who was wolfing down her food, and asked, "Oh, there are still a lot of them in the warehouse, but I don't know if they've been affected by the black fog." Jiang Huimin swallowed the food in her mouth and answered in a hurry. After answering this, she took another sip of mineral water, then grabbed another bun and ate it, not daring to waste any time. "It's a real hunger scare. More hunger these days than in the first half of my life. Vivian Chang is sometimes so hungry that she wants to eat grass and gnaw on tree bark. Only, she was afraid to leave the hospital and had nowhere to find bark to gnaw on. A ruthless feeding." Jiang Huimin and a few female nurses were full, shall we say? They all wore satisfied expressions, feeling that this was what it meant to be alive. The gazes of several women looking at Shin-Yi were much less fearful, judging by the man's behavior. He's not bad. At least talk the talk and don't kill people. And the force is strong. And they can conjure food out of thin air. There didn't seem to be any harm in following him back. As long as he and the others took care of the injured woman in the hospital bed, they might be able to have food and water every day from now on. Shin-Yi saw that these few nurses' good sense had risen quite a bit and was satisfied. So he spoke. "Jiang Huimin, you take me to the place where the medicines are stored. The others will stay in the ward to take care of the patients and wait for us to come back." "Aha!" The nurses nodded in quick succession. They are also afraid to go out. There are still cries coming from the hallway from time to time, and I don't know what kind of tragedy has happened. With that, Shin-Yi used instantaneous transfer to take Jiang Huimin away. Just now, taking advantage of the gap between a few women eating, Shin-Yi's physical strength had also recovered some, and there was no problem in simply using instantaneous transfer and telepathy. So, under the guidance of Jiang Huimin, he went to the hospital's warehouse specializing in drugs and began to scavenge for them. Most things like medicines come in sealed packages and naturally have not deteriorated. So, Shin-Yi collected a cool one in one breath. There was also a variety of medical equipment that he didn't spare. Whether you use it or not, collect it first. The inventory of a tertiary hospital is just abundant. So much more abundant than the previous affiliated hospitals. It is possible that a lot of medicines were undercharged because the warehouse was not found in the affiliated hospital before. By the way, there are still generators in the hospital. Can you take them with you as well? Jiang Huimin suddenly said. She was in a state of shock the entire time, because this man just waved his hand and all the countless medicines in the warehouse disappeared. This superpower is simply amazing, and it works too well too. It's so convenient to need something and just wave it away. So, she wondered if she could take a large piece of equipment like a generator as well, which she might need later. Where's the generator? Shin-Yi was not surprised. Generally small hospitals have generators, not to mention such large hospitals as the AAA hospital. Jiang Huimin immediately pointed the way, and Shin-Yi headed to the location and stowed the generator. That's a pretty big generator. It was about the same size as the generator that had been collected earlier at the Virus Institute. In addition to this, there are many small generators. Sure enough, the big hospitals are just well stocked. That is, no large-scale shelters have been set up yet, or they certainly wouldn't have spared raiding places like hospitals. After collecting the generator, Shin-Yi was telepathically lining up any missing items and women who might meet the system's criteria when he did so. He suddenly saw a familiar figure come into view. Is she? Why is she in this hospital again? 115, Strange People. Through telepathy, Shin-Yi saw a woman appear outside the gates of the city hospital, and she was tugging at a mutated animal that seemed to be trying to get into the hospital. This woman was none other than the policewoman, Qin Xiang, whom Shin-Yi had met and dealt with before at the affiliated hospital. Because this policewoman met the system's standards and had a fierce fighting strength, Shin-Yi was impressed by her. I didn't realize that not only was she still alive, but she had the nerve to break into the city hospital alone. The affiliated hospital is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the city hospital. This woman, if she lives near the affiliated hospital, and now comes to the city hospital, is really bold. Is not afraid of encountering danger. Shin-Yi pondered, considering whether or not to collect this policewoman by the way, or unlock her rewards. But after thinking about it, he gave up for now. With this policewoman's character, she definitely wouldn't compromise easily. There's almost no faster way to unlock her supplies than by force. So, wait till next time. After all, Shin-Yi had also just finished a battle and was now in sage mode, not having such a strong desire. Today's main purpose was to heal Lin Jiwei's injuries and scavenge the hospital for supplies on the side. Subsequently, after some more scavenging, Shin-Yi was also fully loaded. Back in the hospital room, Lin Jiwei had already woken up. Her face was pale, and I could tell that being cut wasn't pleasant. Let's get something to eat first, and after that, when we regain some of our strength, we'll move to go home. Shin-Yi took out the deluxe version of the self-heating hot pot and buns and other cooked food from the system space and let Lin Jiwei choose what she liked to eat. Sick people still need to be taken care of. Aha! Lin Jiwei took a bun and would eat a few bites. She really didn't have much of an appetite. She wouldn't even want to eat if her body wasn't so starved for energy. Simply ate something. Shinyi then led Lin Jiwei, as well as Jiang Huimin and a few nurses out of the ward. Upon seeing the situation in the hallway, Jiang Huimin and several female nurses subconsciously covered their mouths, revealing shocked expressions. So many ice sculptures in bodies. And these ice sculptures actually have people frozen inside them. Jiang Huimin took a few close looks, and only then did she vaguely recognize that some of the people in the ice sculptures seemed to be the thugs downstairs. How did they turn into ice sculptures? Vivian Chang was shocked, but her first reaction was that it must be Shinyi's doing. Only this man with superpowers could have such amazing and terrifying means. No wonder he's not afraid of thugs. I didn't realize his superpowers were so terrifying. Jiang Huimin was secretly shocked. At the same time, there was inexplicably more curiosity and anticipation in her heart. Is it because of this weird black fog that people have superpowers? And I wonder if we normal people can get superpowers? If you have superpowers, then in the future, even if you don't rely on Shinyi to protect you, you can still live. It's normal for Amy Chang to have such thoughts because she is an independent woman by nature, with a strong personality and doesn't like to depend on others. Even before Armageddon, she wouldn't rely on men, much less rush up to give them away just because they were rich or powerful. She graduated from medical school on her own, and later became a chief surgeon in a tertiary care hospital with an excellent resume and hands-on experience. A 28-year-old lead surgeon is rare, even when looking at the country. That's right, Jiang Huimin is actually not an intern doctor. She is the main surgeon. The reason why she told Shinyi that she was an intern, mainly because she was scared by Shinyi at that time and moved a little bit. If Shinyi didn't use herself because she was a trainee doctor and was worried that she wasn't good at medicine, then it would be just what she wanted and she wouldn't have to get into trouble. Only, what happened later made her realize that the only way to be protected and survive was to show enough value. If he was really just an inexperienced intern, then I'm afraid he'd be dead today. Just look at these bodies in the hallway. Yes, there are a lot of bodies in the building. More than half of the survivors left in the building are dead. But really, most of them weren't killed by mobs. Instead, Jiang Yutong killed her. This is a woman who got back at the group of survivors who persecuted her viciously. Shinyi looked at a corpse, but did not recoil. If you want to survive the apocalypse, you have to be ruthless enough. As long as she didn't have to use this ruthlessness on herself, Shinyi would support it. Honey, when Jiang Yutong saw Shinyi come out, she hurriedly took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Nor does it continue to torture the survivors. She's done releasing her grievances. However, because of experiencing the thrill of killing, she instead became obsessed with the feeling. Shinyi looked at the breath on Jiang Yutong's body. It was very white and loyal, as high as the two women, Su Wanting and Su Yun. It's only been 2 or 3 hours since we met, and it's already very good that this woman has such a high level of loyalty. Go, Shinyi said faintly and walked toward the stairs. You won't need to teleport on the way home. Just turn on your telepathy to scout the way. Safety is still not a problem. The women immediately followed. The female doctor, Jiang Huimin, looked at Jiang Yutong with a very strange, startled look. Husband? This nurse is Shinyi's woman? Jiang Huimin and Jiang Yutong didn't know each other well. They didn't even know their names, but after spending more than 10 days together, they still had some impression, which was why they were curious. Tertiary hospitals are very large and have many posts, and usually the main doctor will only be acquainted with the nurses in his own department, and as for the nurses in other departments, they may not necessarily meet once in a month or two. It's usually especially busy in big hospitals and there's no time for socializing. Since going to work, Jiang Huimin didn't even have a bit of personal time and space to even talk about her boyfriend. Although the salary was substantial, as a lead surgeon in a tertiary hospital, especially a controversial female lead surgeon, she wanted to express herself plus promote herself, so she had several intense surgeries almost every day and had to work overtime from time to time. I was so tired after work that I wasn't even in the mood to go out and see a movie, so I just went home and laid down to sleep. Occasionally, I just want to rest at home on vacation, and I don't have the energy to go out at all. To be honest, the period after the end of the world was instead the most idle period for Jiang Huimin. Back to the main topic. Precisely because Jiang Huimin and Jiang Yutong are not familiar with each other, that's why she wondered why Jiang Yutong called Shinyi her husband. What was going on in the building during the time he had surgery? Moreover, it felt that the eyes of Vice President Wang and the other survivors who had survived were very fearful when they looked at Jiang Yutong, the female nurse, surprisingly more fearful than the eyes that looked at Shinyi. Yes, Jiang Yutong didn't kill Vice President Wang, although Vice Dean Wang wasn't a good person either. In comparison, he was quite okay, at least he didn't insult verbally abuse himself. Plus, the gun was out of bullets, so Zhang Yutong was kind enough to spare Vice President Wang, as well as the survivors who hadn't pushed their luck. What's the deal with these guys? Shinny walked out of the hospital and was telepathically probing the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw 4 or 5 strange people. Their hair and skin immersion were green in color, and their eyes were lifeless and their postures were stiff, wandering the streets like zombies, looking very bizarre. And the weirdest thing was that these wanderers were not attacked when they ran into the mutated plants on the side of the road. 116. Mutated humans. These people are not normal. What are they? Mutated? Shin Yi's expression gradually became grave. Mutated humans. It was the first time he had ever seen a human mutate. It was almost certain that the guys with green skin and fur and stiff movements were mutated. It's just, I don't know what the reason for the mutation is. Moreover, the mutated plants actually didn't even attack these few mutated humans. That's what's so weird. If it wasn't for the fact that their eyes were lifeless and they didn't have the slightest bit of autonomous thinking, Shin would have wanted to go over and ask what was going on. Forget it, I've used up too much physical energy today, and I'm carrying a bunch of tired people, so I won't take any chances. Shin temporarily suppressed his curiosity. We'll explore what's going on in more detail tomorrow when we've recuperated. If there is a possibility that humans have other mutations besides gaining powers, that might not be a good thing. Walking home, Shin was knocking on the alien fruits while observing the wandering mutant humans at all times through telepathy. They don't seem to have a purpose. They are simply wandering the streets. No destination. No goal. No thinking. No. If they weren't thinking and were skulking around, then why didn't they fall into the rift? And it's like they can see the cracks and avoid them in advance every time. Shin discovered the first abnormality after careful observation. Could it be that these mutants retain some thought? Except that this kind of thinking is limited to keeping them from seeking death? In thought, Shin saw that there were 2 mutated humans who were about to meet up with a team of survivors who had gone out to look for food. He immediately came to his senses and stared at the scene intently, wanting to see how the mutated human would behave when he encountered a normal human. Meanwhile, the other side. Policewoman Qin Xiang also arrived at the outpatient building in a very thrilling manner after avoiding several mutated animals and mutated plants. She gripped her gun and cautiously began to line the first floor of the. From the moment she entered the outpatient building, she smelled blood. This proves that there was a death in the building only a short time ago. Although she was not sure what dangers were inside the building, Qin Xiang had to risk a trip into the building, because she needs to find a doctor. A number of the survivors he had recently rescued had injuries that would require an experienced doctor to treat. That's why Qin Xiang took the risk of coming to the city hospital. She was also considered lucky, and when she was out rescuing survivors yesterday, she stumbled upon another ability fruit and gained a new ability. Combat power has increased a lot as a result. That's one of the reasons she's so sure she's coming to the city hospital to see a doctor. Otherwise, even if Qin Xiang was more righteous, it was impossible for her to run to her death knowing that she would surely die. Simply not as good. Qin Xiang carefully looked around the first floor. No living souls were found. But in one of the wards she saw the naked bodies of several female nurses. The corpses, all humiliated to death, were miserable. Qin Xiang's face was ugly. She really didn't understand why any asshole would bother torturing a woman when it was obvious that she would be easily dehydrated in the black mist. Can't you think about how to live first? Qin Xiang took a deep breath, closed the door to the hospital room, and continued to look upstairs. She saw a lot of bodies along the way. There are those who die of thirst, those who are killed and those who are crippled. Qin Xiang's heart gradually sank. Is there no one alive in this building? I don't know if there are any living people in the other buildings. If the whole hospital has no living people, it will be troublesome. The city hospital is the biggest hospital in the neighborhood, and if there are no doctors here, then you have to go to another big hospital. But hospitals a little farther away are too far and too risky to get to by foot. Qin Xiang continued to climb the stairs with a heavy heart. Just as she reached the stairway to the 6th floor, she suddenly heard talking. There are living people. Qin Xiang didn't let her guard down, gripping her pistol tightly and carefully walking up to the 6th floor. Just as she entered the 6th floor, she felt a chill come over her. So cold. And there's a very strong odor of blood. What's going on the 6th floor? Alert! When Qin Xiang looked at the situation on the 6th floor, her face instantly became grave. What's going on here? 24 ice sculptures stood across the building. Those ice sculptures maintained a variety of fearful expressions and postures, as if they had seen some particularly horrifying existence in their lifetime and wanted to flee. But judging from the scene, almost instantly, they were frozen. Too late to even escape. Is a powerful alien in this hospital? Qin Xiang instantly became more alert. The alien who could do this scene in front of him was definitely ridiculously strong. Police! It was also at this moment that some survivors saw Qin Xiang in police uniform. Instantly, he cried, "Officer! Officer, help! There's a murderer! Asterisk 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 asterisk. These mutants can actually infect normal people." Through telepathy, Shinyi saw the entire process of the intersection that occurred between mutated humans and normal humans. When the two of them were about 100 meters away, the double-minded mutant suddenly began to quickly rush towards the survivors as if it had sensed its prey. Mutant humans that can actually ignore the black mist. The group of survivors, on the other hand, were completely unresponsive, still groping their way cautiously and vigilantly through the black fog. Ordinary people's vision in the black fog was probably about 5 or 6 meters, so they couldn't even notice any danger in the distance. As a result, suddenly there were two green silhouettes rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed, directly and precisely pouncing on the two people before opening their mouths and biting them. The other teammates were startled by the sudden attack, and those who reacted quickly rushed forward using their machetes to attack the mutated humans, but the machetes slashed at the mutant human's back, and it unexpectedly sunk right in, being firmly sucked in and unable to be pulled out. The mutant human also didn't react in any way, not even raising his head, but biting the man underneath him to death. It was also just a few dozen seconds. The skin of the bitten man quickly began to turn green, as if infected. Seeing this scene, Shinyi's face instantly became ugly. Mud. How can this thing be infected like a zombie? If it's really the same rate of infection as zombies, then ordinary people really can't live. Human beings are already difficult to live in the black fog for a long time. Want to go out to find some supplies are very difficult. The result is a virus that can be infected. This play pinch horse. Even, not to mention ordinary people, ordinary aliens don't want to live. Shinyi's face was ugly. The news was bad for him, too. After all, the survivors can't even survive. And there's so little in the way of supplies one can unlock in the future. You can't really wait for the next generation and the next generation in your shelter to grow up, can you? Wait, this is? Shinyi suddenly realized that this mutant human infection seemed to be not quite the same as what he thought. P.S. 3 daily shifts. Feeling a bit tired. And begging for a free gift. 117, viruses evolve? It's dying after infecting someone? Through telepathy, Shinyi saw that the mutant did bite a normal person until it completely assimilated it. And then it actually stopped reacting. The body fell straight down and stopped moving. Shinyi looked at another mutant, which had similarly collapsed after infecting a person. Its eyes round and motionless, with no breath fluctuation on its body. And the two men whose skin and fur turned green after being infected wobbled to their feet. But instead of attacking the bystanders, they froze in place for a long time, then turned and walked into the black mist and began to wander aimlessly again. The few survivors who were ready to fight for their lives were confused. Don't understand what's going on here. Shinyi also revealed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why did the mutant die after infecting two people? And why didn't the infected people continue to attack others? This scene was completely out of Shinyi's expectations. Could it be that this virus is not an infection, but something like the taking of a life in a metaphysical novel? When you take a new body, the old one dies? This phenomenon, Shinyi could not touch it at all. Thus, he could only roughly describe what he saw to Lin Jiwei beside him. What? You say there are humans who have undergone mutations? Quickly, quick, let's get over there and catch one. Lin Jiwei excitedly spoke in a hurry. Her eyes glowed at the sound of mutant humans. Sure enough, knew this woman would go crazy. This was the reason why Shinyi didn't want to tell her. This crazy woman was already obsessed with studying genetics, and she must be even more curious about the cause of this human mutation. You analyze what's going on as I see it first, and I'll consider whether or not to arrest. Shinyi said. This is naturally a perfunctory statement. He wasn't going to capture mutant humans for a while until he could effectively stop the infection. Unless, of course, such mutated humans could be extremely profitable for themselves. Shinyi wasn't afraid of contagion, but he couldn't help that there were a lot of ordinary people in the shelter. If this virus accidentally spreads, then his investment in the past 2 days will all be wasted. It's too much of a loss. Moreover, Shinyi was also a little worried about whether this virus would be transmitted to animals. And if it could be transmitted as well, then it would be even more impossible to catch it. Tell me more about what you saw in detail, preferably word for word. Lin Jiwei stared at Shinyi with a burning gaze. Thus, Shinyi told in detail the entire process of seeing the mutants appear to their attack on the survivors. Jian Huiman and Jian Yutong, a few girls, were also shocked when they heard that there were mutants, especially when they heard that the mutant had been slashed several times and actually didn't die. It scared them to death. Undead monsters are scary to think about. Are you saying that when they infected the others, they completely stopped moving, like they were dead? Lin Jiwei held up her glasses and asked thoughtfully. Shinyi used telepathy to continue looking at the two motionless mutant human corpses and said, It's not like they're dead. They must be completely dead because all the aura on their bodies has completely disappeared. The aura Shinny was talking about was naturally the hostile aura of the living body he could see. As long as it's a living being, even a roadside flower or plant, it will have a neutral or hostile aura fluctuating. But the two mutant human corpses didn't. So, this proves that they do die a violent death after infecting people. And, it's amazing they didn't infect everyone. Just as weird. Does this virus even have a brain? According to what you said, this virus must have been transferred into a new person. And, this virus must have some thinking. Lin Jiwei's eyes glowed with certainty. Why? Shani was only guessing that the virus might carry a brain. But Lin Jiwei's tone was certain. Because you just said that instead of running away or attacking people the first time after infecting a new body, the virus stood still and froze? Exactly. That's right then. It's highly likely that the virus is receiving control and memories of its new body, which is why it's frothing. Moreover, I suspect that this virus may have a mother body, and it's the mother body that has obtained what it needs to command them to leave without having to continue infecting new people. Lin Jiwei guessed and analyzed. What can a virus get from a human body? Nutrition? Or memory? No. If the infection is for nourishment, there's no reason for it to spare other humans. Then the odds are, it's probably to get the memories. Could it be that this matrix is acquiring human memories through cross-infection? What does it want the memory for? Could it be, it wants to evolve? Impossible. How can there be such a virus? No, it's possible. Everything is possible in this world now. Lin Jiwei was talking to herself like a madman, self-denying and quickly affirming. But she had a look of unprecedented excitement on her face. It was as if ordinary people were excited to see a mountain of gold. Shinny was also shocked when he heard her analysis. The virus is self-aware? And access to human memory evolution? This is a nifty thing to go against the grain. Although this was only Lin Jiwei's one-sided analysis, Shinny felt that this analysis of hers really had a little possibility. Mostly, the underlying logic was right, and it matched the picture he was seeing, so he unconsciously believed a few things. Several women, Jiang Huiman, were even a few faces confused. They couldn't understand the conversation between the two. As if, Shinny could see things far away? What's the breath again? What about a virus that evolves? It feels as if we live in two worlds. This woman, who the hell is she? Jiang Huiman discreetly sized up Lin Jiwei. She had a hunch that this woman was not simple. Shen Yi, this virus is definitely not simple. We must capture a mutant and come back to study it properly. The only way to know if this virus has a mind or not is to study it yourself. 5 days if you can catch a mutant back for me. 5 days at the most. I'll be able to give you an improved version of the gene potion. Or you can tell me where it is and I'll catch it myself. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi with a burning gaze. If she didn't know where the mutant was, she would have rushed now. Lin Jiwei's perspective ability only had a range of 100 meters, so she couldn't see the situation several kilometers away at all. Shen Yi did a little thinking and still refused. There's no need to take chances. However, he suddenly reacted to something else. Wait, you said that you can finish an improved version of the gene potion in 5 days? If you can finish it in 5 days, then why did you tell me 10 days before? You deliberately set a long time to play mind games with me? There was a change in the way Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei. There is an element of delay, but not absolutely. Lin Jiwei didn't deny it, but explained, the reason why I said that I can produce results in 5 days is because last night I studied Xiaoha's body again, and combined it with some of my previous research data, and made some new gains. So the progress of the research can be accelerated quite a bit. If it was before, it's hard to get out in 5 days. In the past, she hadn't bothered to explain why to anyone. Debating with people is just a waste of time, but for some reason, seeing Shen Yi's skeptical eyes, she wanted to debate it, not wanting him to misunderstand. So, you ran downstairs most of last night? Shen Yi frowned at once. No wonder the crazy woman's wound infection got worse. It's a wonder she didn't get infected after a night of running around without rest. I won't even let you work overtime. And you have to work overtime for yourself. It's really a congenital cow and horse holy body. 118, Wild Refuge. Lin Jiwei's character was like this, saying whatever she had to say, not afraid of offending people at all. Even when Shen Yi asked her if she was deliberately stalling, she didn't deny it. And I don't know if I can't lie, or if I don't want to. In short, as long as Shen Yi asked, she would definitely answer. This also made Shen Yi unable to find any excuses when he wanted to punish her. After all, the crazy woman did work hard and didn't cheat. After being hurt so badly yesterday, and living on the 15th floor, it's amazing that she can even run downstairs in the middle of the night to give herself extra work. It's too cow-horsey. Shen Yi, tell me the location of the mutants. I'll go catch one myself. It's fine without your help. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi. her eyes flashing with excitement, bent on catching the mutant. This woman is bound to get sick whenever she encounters something she's interested in, but Shin-Yi wouldn't spoil her. I said go home now and we'll come back in a couple days when you've recovered from your injuries to catch the mutants. Be a good boy and don't let me break your legs. Shin-Yi reached out and ruthlessly pinched Lin Jiwei's face. He wasn't kidding. If Lin Jiwei really dared to flip out with himself, he would really break Lin Jiwei's legs. You can't use your legs for researching genetic potions anyway. Shin-Yi is very authoritarian in nature. His character is, I'll do what I want, and you'll do what I want you to do. If I don't let you do it, you behave. The decision can only be mine. Oh, Lin Jiwei subconsciously touched her pinched and sore cheeks, and for a while she actually didn't dare to continue being stubborn. Not afraid of Shin-Yi's threat, but there is a strange feeling in his heart. Her clever brain couldn't analyze what it felt like. It just feels so weird. Obviously, I was scolded, but I felt somewhat happy. She inexplicably and obediently followed Shin-Yi. The other few women were still in shock after hearing the conversation between Lin Jiwei and Shin-Yi. This woman, she's actually trying to research a horrible virus that can evolve. Also, she seems to be able to whip up some kind of genetic potion? What's a genetic agent? Is it something that gives people superpowers like in sci-fi movies? At that moment, several women looked at Lin Jiwei differently. It's as if you're looking into a cave of treasure. Shin-Yi's few people walked around and didn't encounter any dangers along the way. With Shin-Yi's current telepathy level, as long as he wasn't in a situation of absolute darkness, he was able to completely bypass all troubles and dangers. Of course, he usually didn't make a point of taking a long detour just to avoid some minor hassle. For example, seeing that there was a roadblock on the road he must take to get home, Shin-Yi did not take a detour. These roadblockers were the same group of robbers who had placed obstacles on the road to block the road when he had come to the city hospital before Shin-Yi had been in a hurry and used an instantaneous transfer to pass through the obstacles they had placed. But now that there was enough time, let's take care of them. By the way, honey, the road ahead seems to be blocked. As she walked, Jiang Yutong saw that the path ahead was blocked by many obstacles, leaving only a hole that she could barely drill through. These obstacles look like someone deliberately moved them. They look out of place. It was also at this time that 7 or 8 men and women armed with weapons suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road and quickly surrounded the crowd. Jiang Huimin and the crowd of female nurses were taken aback, revealing expressions of fear. All stand still. Freeze. Hand over all the weapons and food you have on you at once. Do not resist. Otherwise, if you offend our boss Smiling Tiger's scales, you'll be dead. That's right. Our boss is ruthless. Anyone who doesn't want to be cut down, get down on your knees with your hands on your head right now. This handsome man old lady wants it. Old lady is going to sleep hard with him tonight. These bandits were obviously not robbing for the first time and were moving very quickly. And the target is clear. It doesn't care about men and women. As long as it's a human being, it's robbed. Through telepathy, Shin-Yi also saw an obese man hiding in the black fog. The fat man had a crossbow in his hand and was lurking quietly, ready to sneak up on him. Shin-Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the fat man, his eyes directly piercing through the black fog. Next, red light coalesced in his eyes and shot out violently. Ah! There were screams from the black mist. Before the fat man could react, his head was directly pierced by the heat ray. The whole head is gone. Full picture perspective plus high temperature rays. Point and shoot. Trying to sneak up on me? It doesn't exist. Superman. When the few robbers saw that Shin-Yi's eyes could shoot out light, they immediately shrieked out in fear and turned around to run. How can anyone in reality have eyes that shoot lasers? Is this human? Shin-Yi, however, was not in a hurry to kill them in seconds, but took this opportunity to start practicing his alien ability proficiency. The more proficient you are, the more comfortable you will be in using it. So, he telepathically locked onto a fleeing robber and instantly moved over to a heat ray, directly cutting off the fleeing robber. Subsequently, he continued to use instantaneous movement as he had done, plus high temperature rays exterminating the robbers one after another. No, don't kill me. Ooh, please spare me, please, I'll do anything. A female robber looked at the bizarre man who suddenly appeared in front of her, and was so scared that she fell to her knees at once and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Shin-Yi's face was expressionless. His eyes condensed high-temperature rays and directly shot through the female robber's skull, dead beyond repair. Subsequently, his figure instantly disappeared in place again. In the black mist, only a miserable scream and pleas for mercy could be heard. Jiang Huimin and a few female nurses were filled with horror and trembling. They weren't afraid of the robbers, but they were afraid of Shin-Yi. This man, is he really human? It is simply the devil. Another new psychic ability? How many powers does he have now? Lin Jiwei held up her glasses and looked at Shin-Yi, who was slaughtering the robbers, With perspective, her eyes full of desire to explore. It seemed that after a night's absence, Shani seemed to have gained a few more powers. How did he get his new powers? Could he still conjure up alien fruits out of thin air? Or is he harboring some secret he can't guess? Lin Jiwei. Curious. Hubby, that's awesome. Jian Yutan listened to the screams coming from the black mist. Her face was shocked. But more than that, she was elated and proud. Your own husband is truly the most powerful man in the world. It's so strong. Just your name is Smiley? I've heard it said that you can't touch your scales? Shani stood tall, his eyes glowing red as he looked at the last middle-aged male robber kneeling in front of him. He seems to be the leader of this group of robbers, called something like Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger trembled in fear. A yellow liquid flowed out between his legs, and he directly cried out, "Big brother, that's all nonsense." They said, I actually don't have any reverse scales at all. And although my nickname is Smiling Tiger, I usually only smile and laugh. There is no trace of a temper. Even if big brother you pull out my reverse scales, I will only laugh it off. Shani was amused by this guy's answer. You call that a ing kitty cat, not a smiley face. Well, go on. With that, he killed Smiley directly with a heat ray. This man, when it comes to life-threatening situations, he can really say anything against all odds. After resolving all the robbers, Shani used instantaneous transfer to return to the women. Well, come on, go home. In less than a minute, having killed 7 or 8 robbers, Shani's emotions did not fluctuate much. Killing people, he's used to it. From the nervousness of the first kill, he was getting calmer and calmer. Don't even think about it. It's amazing how quickly people adapt. Lamenting, Shani also used his telepathy to sweep the building where the robbers lived again to see if there was anything good. But there was only some junk food in there, and not much of it, so he didn't bother wasting time collecting it. With that, walking on the way home, Shani also continued to use telepathy to line up the surrounding area, searching for the fruit of alien energy. It was better if you could find it, and it didn't matter if you couldn't. Using telepathy didn't take much stamina anyway. It was such a cursory lineup that I was almost home, and there was nothing to show for it. However, although the alien fruit was not found, but in a small district of houses 6 or 7 kilometers away, Shani saw many survivors. The number turned out to be in the hundreds, and they seemed to be well organized and not a bit disorganized. Is this wild shelter? 119. A woman not unlike Morong Shui. There are actually wild shelters. Shani surveyed the townhouse neighborhood that had gathered several hundred people. There are people patrolling this neighborhood, people standing guard, and a lot of people are busy cleaning up, cooking, etc. Just like the scale of a shelter. It's very orderly, very regimented. There's something about the administrators of this shelter. Shani looked around and couldn't help but appreciate it somewhat. This well-organized sanctuary was the same sanctuary he expected. If Jiangnan Smoke could develop his sanctuary in such a stable manner as well, then he would be satisfied. How the administrator of this shelter is actually a woman? Through God's perspective, Shani saw the top floor of one of the buildings, where a few survivors were reporting something to a pretty woman. From the order of seating and the expressions on the faces of the crowd, it was clear that the women had the highest status. This woman had her hands clasped on her chest and her expression was indifferent, very much like the kind of high-flying female president in the movies. She has an extremely good body and looks, as well as temperament. It was no worse than Morong Shui. Sure enough, she triggered the system prompt. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Fu Yunxi. Age, 30. Looks, 95 points. Body, 95 points. Intrinsic, 100 points. Self-defense experience. No real-life experience. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. 98 points? Sure enough, it's about the same as Morong Shui. At the first glance, Shani felt that this woman's features and figure were top-notch. Plus she has an air of being a high-flying female president, which is a plus. Take it down. It has to be taken. Shani made a note of the neighborhood where this woman lived. Take the rest of the day off and go to her tomorrow. If she could take this woman under her wing, she could also get a well-established shelter along the way. Moreover, this woman's management skills were definitely better than Jiangnan Smoke's, so it was just the right thing to use. It's settled. Now that I've found it, there's no way I'm going to let it go. As his strength became stronger and stronger, Xin Yi's mindset was gradually liberated. If you have your eye on something, whether it's a person or a thing, you must get it. With that, he shifted his gaze and continued to search for the exotic fruit. Knock, knock, knock. At the same moment, the top floor of the townhouse neighborhood, the black fog did not spread to this level. So, the top floor is where they live and work in this shelter. At this time, Fu Yunxi was having a meeting with the management of his shelter to discuss the next distribution of supplies. It was also at this time that a sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded, and it was continuous and seemed urgent. Being interrupted, Fu Yunxi frowned slightly, a little displeased, and spoke, "Come in, Fu, Sister Fu. It's not good." A cute girl pushed her way in. She was breathing heavily, full of urgency, and looked like she was about to cry. "What's wrong? Take it easy, take your time." Fu Yunxi suddenly had a bad feeling when she saw the girl, because this cute girl was one of the few shifters they had at the shelter. While her powers aren't for fighting, they can communicate, which is very important in the apocalypse. "Sister Fu, the second supply team has lost contact. I've tried many times to establish contact with them, but I've never been able to reach them." Hearing the girl's words, the management's faces all changed drastically. An entire material search team, nearly 20 people, had actually all been lost. What's going on here? Did they encounter some horrible mutated monster? The room was tense as the crowd whispered, "Quiet." Fu Yunxi tapped the desktop with a serious face, then looked at the girl with a sobbing voice and asked in a calm tone, "Lin Rabbit, where was the last place where the second material team was lost?" "It was the department store. They said they were going to the department store today to search for supplies, and then they were safe all the way there and didn't encounter any dangers. But just a few minutes ago my sister and the others said they were going to go into the department store, and then suddenly they were all lost. I can't find my sister no matter how I try." "Sister Fu, you must save my sister." Lin Bunny's eyes were red, and bean-sized teardrops rolled down her delicate face. Her twin sister is the only family she has in the apocalypse, and if something happens to her sister, she doesn't know if she'll have the courage to go on living. "Well, you shouldn't be too anxious. Maybe they're just out of your communication range and that's why they can't be contacted. Hasn't that happened before?" The words of comforting Lin Rabbit were so said, but Fu Yunxi's heart sank. If you're not in any kind of trouble, it's generally not possible to be out of touch. Even if you have to go out of communication range to search for supplies, you would normally leave two people in communication range to ensure that you can communicate in time if you run into trouble. But now that the entire supplies 2 team can't be reached, the odds are that they're in danger. And it may not be the usual danger, but Fu Yunxi is the hand of the shelter. When it comes to things she must not mess up, and she also has to appease the people under her, especially Lin Bunny. I had just turned simple little girl who, 18, if she did something irrational because she was worried about her sister, it would affect the entire sanctuary. After pacifying Lin Bunny for a few sentences, Fu Yunxi then immediately made arrangements to the crowd. Send 2 search and rescue teams to the department store building to check it out. Bring along the alien. Make sure to figure out the situation of the second supply team and report back at the first time. Lin Rabbit, you must do a good job of communication next. Don't be negligent. It's up to you to save your sister. Aha! Lin Bunny wiped her tears and nodded her head in a hurry. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting at Fu Yunxi's left-hand position stood up and said, "Ms. Fu, I'll personally lead the search and rescue team to rescue the department store. If we encounter any problems, I'll also be able to send back word in time. Well, be careful on the road." Fu Yunxi looked at the man and earnestly admonished. This middle-aged man also had psychic abilities, and they were combat-type psychic abilities, and it would be safest for him to lead the search and rescue team. The middle-aged man nodded his head, then walked over to Lin Rabbit and exchanged a glance with him before turning to leave. The stare-down just now was Lin Rabbit leaving a mental imprint in the man's mind, and with this imprint, they could communicate remotely. So, because of the loss of a supply team, the well-organized sanctuary that is the Oceanside neighborhood was all busy. After arranging all the work, Fu Yunxi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly looking down at the tumbling black mist below, her face expressionless, only her eyes had a sorrow and confusion that could not be dissolved. Don't let anything happen to the second supply team, otherwise, it would be a great loss to the entire sanctuary. Though at the moment the sanctuary seems to be doing just fine, well organized, no infighting or anything like that. But supplies are in short supply, especially water resources. If it hadn't rained so hard in the past 2 days, the shelter would have run out of water. Hundreds of people, even if they use water very sparingly, do not use less water in a day. Ugh, if only there was a shifter who could make water. Fu Yunxi murmured softly. If water wasn't a concern, then her sanctuary could still grow bigger and more stable. The words are split. Shini took the women back to the neighborhood and spent a few hours specifically clearing out a building and installing a generator and various experimental equipment for Lin Jiwei, the crazy woman, so that she could work at the first opportunity after she recovered from her injuries. Of course, it wasn't that Shini wanted to squeeze Lin Jiwei, but that this cowhorse woman asked for it herself. If her arm hadn't hurt so much, she would have hated to start working today. Thus, Shin-Yi could only help Lin Jiwei finish installing the generator before taking the time to call Jiang Huimin, a woman who hadn't yet unlocked the system's materials, to his room. P.S. I might cut back on the updates a bit next month. 120, unlocking new materials. That, you wanted to see me? In the bedroom, Jiang Huimin looked at Shin-Yi somewhat nervously. She probably guessed that the man had strange thoughts about himself. After all, the first thing the man did when he brought himself home was to have himself bathed, with specific instructions to wash up. Vivian Chang isn't just a silly white girl anymore. What do you do after you wash it? Definitely not a good thing. Jiang Huimin was torn and hesitant when she was in the shower. If this man really wants to sleep with me, should I refuse? Will he kill me if I refuse? It should. It shouldn't. After all, I'm a doctor, and he'll need me if he gets hurt in the future, so he shouldn't just kill me. The reasoning is this. But Jiang Huimin remembered that Shin-Yi just killed people casually in the hospital and also condoned Jiang Yutong's murder. After that, he even abused the robbers. This shows that this man's brain circuits are definitely not normal. Maybe a little bit of superhero. If he refused him, he might kill himself in a fit of rage, and that would be bad luck. So it seems only fair to agree to his shameless demands? Although in today's world, selling your body for shelter is nothing. But Jiang Huimin is a person with a strong character, and because she has been stuck in the hospital, she hasn't experienced too much of the cruelty of the end of days, and still retains quite a few of her pre-apocalyptic outlooks and thoughts. It was also really hard to suddenly make her change her mind for a short period of time. However, Shin-Yi did not consider this. He also didn't have the time to let Jiang Huimin slowly adapt. If every woman had to adapt like this all over again, how long would it take to unlock supplies once? Therefore, he looked at Jiang Huimin and directly said, "When you become my woman, you will be able to live on from now on the 20th floor, with water and electricity, and enough food. And, if you do well enough in the future, I can also give you access to psychic powers, the same kind of superpowers I use today." Hearing such blunt words, Jiang Huimin was stunned and a bit embarrassed. This feels like some kind of deal. Shin-Yi's kind of straight ball play would be embarrassing to most people. Shin-Yi was also embarrassed at first, but once the mindset was adjusted, he didn't feel embarrassed. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. Aha! That's it. Of course, the main reason for all this was because he had the ability to control Jiang Huimin. When one had enough power, enough strong capital, then naturally one would not feel embarrassed in front of ordinary people. Just like those rich big bosses and rich kids before the end of time. They will only be superior in front of ordinary people. The powerful are rarely embarrassed in front of the weak. People in general are also self-aware enough not to say anything, even if they are embarrassed. Well, have you considered it? Shin-Yi waited for a few minutes before continuing to ask. Jiang Huimin is still a little hesitant. If it was before the end of the day, with her independent and self-reliant character, she would have refused this kind of deal even if it gave her access to superpowers. But the way things are now, not to mention whether Shin-Yi would get himself killed after refusing, even if Shin-Yi didn't kill himself, as long as he didn't give himself food and water, then he would probably find it hard to live. So, can I ask, how many women do you have now? Jiang Huimin hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked such a question. Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow. Does this question have anything to do with your choice? No, I was simply curious. Jiang Huimin just wanted to know how far down the list she would have to go if she agreed to be his woman. Because, just the women he had just seen, there were 4 or 5 of them, not counting Jiang Yutong and Lin Jiwei. This man, too, is too much of a womanizer, though he's worthy of the philandering. Since it doesn't matter, let's not waste time. Shin-Yi saw that Jiang Huimin didn't have much of a refusal attitude, so he directly pulled her over and unlocked the supplies. Ding! Detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the supplies. 1 pack of fine table salt. Edible salt +1. Stored in system space. Edible salt +1. Stored in system space. Edible. Jiang Huimin symbolically resisted a few times, and then there was no more. Ended up being good as a cat. Instead, the supplies that Jiang Huimin unlocked were what made Shin-Yi's eyes light up. Table salt. This is good stuff. You can cook without other seasonings, but salt is a necessity. Moreover, salt is an essential mineral that plays an important role in maintaining the normal physiological functions of the human body. While roast chicken and buns are cooked and have salt in them, you need salt to pan-fry a steak, and you need salt to sauté leeks. If you unlock other vegetables and raw meats later, you'll need to use salt as well. The main thing is that other survivors will definitely need to use salt, especially as the end times lengthen. Table salt will become more and more important. In time, salt will certainly be worth no less than food. Control of an unlimited amount of salt is tantamount to control of a top-tier material. This packet of salt must be at least a pound, right? Shinny took out a packet of salt from the system space, waited a few times, and probably made a judgment. That would be cool. System atmosphere. Can't say enough. Must give a 5-star review. If it is not no reward channel, Shinny high and low have to reward a wave. Good encouragement. You'll be staying here from now on, so if you need anything, contact me, Shinny said, taking out a handful of spiritually connected alien fruits from the system space and giving them to John Hwayman. Spiritual connection belonged to the communication ability. At least for the time being, it could only be used for communication, so Shinny had given it all casually. The higher the rank, the easier it is to get in touch. Afterward, he spoke to John Hwayman about how to use the spiritual connection and left the bedroom. At this point, it was about 8 or 9 in the evening. Su Wanting and Jiangnan Smoke, several women, hadn't rested yet and were exchanging information about the management of the shelter in the living room, all of them seemingly very busy. Honey, several women saw Shinny and hurriedly stood up to greet him. Shinny walked over and sat on the sofa. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a few watermelons from the system space and said, Wanting, go cut the melons. Yes, Su Wanting nodded her head. Seeing this, Lu Yeye on the side immediately stepped forward to help. She was the only girl in this family who hadn't established a relationship with Shinny. Although she has not been kicked out yet, Lu Yeye always has a premonition that she will be kicked out soon. She doesn't want to be thrown out, especially after seeing the kind of misery the other survivors had been living in the past few days, where they didn't even have enough to eat every day. She was really scared. Therefore, she was working hard every day to behave and please women like Su Wanting and Jiangnan Smoke. Also been thinking about how to please Shinny. 121, Shinyi's change of heart. These exotic fruits, Jiangnan Yen, Su Wanting, Su Yun and Bai Sini, the 4 of you take them and divide them. Shinny took out 40 frost condensed exotic fruits from the system space and said, sort of a reward for your hard work in the past 2 days. Several women have been helping to set up shelters lately, managing people and all that. Every day just climbing up and down the stairs several times a day. It does make a serious contribution. And, all 4 of them were loyal to themselves. Therefore, after some consideration, Shinny decided to let them obtain the frost condensation ability. With this supernatural ability, several women's combat power and defense could be improved, and even if they encountered danger, they could still have some ability to defend themselves. As his own strength continued to grow, Shinyi's mentality also gradually changed. He no longer worries about his women possessing the force like he used to. At least ordinary force doesn't threaten you anymore. Not to mention, the Jiangnan Smoke girls were all very loyal to themselves, and it was impossible for them to backstab themselves. Therefore, Shinyi's current idea was to let all his women obtain psychic abilities. Moreover, the rank of one's woman's psychic ability would have to exceed that of the other psychics, creating a strength crush. Only then are the women qualified to manage shelters of hundreds, if not thousands, of people. Of course, there needs to be an order of precedence. For example, Su Wanting, Jiangnan Smoke, Su Yun and Bai Sini, they worked the hardest and were the most loyal to themselves, so naturally they should be prioritized to receive rewards. As for Jo Wanner, this little green tea, although she acted submissive on the surface, her favorability had been maintained at an average level. Therefore, Shinyi only gave her the fruit of spiritual connection ability and nothing else. Wait until she gets her mind right sometime. However, as long as the little green tea doesn't screw up, it doesn't matter if she lies around the house every day as a little loser. There's no shortage of bites for her anyway. Shinny did not mean to force little green tea to like himself. He's always been very clear about women. As long as you don't screw up, it doesn't matter if you don't like me. I'll still keep you fed and watered. But if you screw up, that's the way to get killed. However, what made Shinny a bit surprised was Jo Wanner's roommate, Lu Yeye. Her favorability towards herself was surprisingly getting higher, almost on the verge of catching up with Jiangnan Smoke. Obviously he and she have not had any emotional exchange. This good feeling came inexplicably. Too bad this girl can't unlock system rewards. However, Shinny did not drive her away for the time being. It's something you can try someday when you want a change of pace. Lately even, it's too busy. Thanks hubby. Jiangnan Yan received the exotic fruit and was filled with surprise. It's a great feeling to be rewarded for giving. More motivated to work then. The 2 girls, Su Yun and Bai Sini, were also very happy and warm in their hearts as they held the exotic fruits. The only one who stayed still was Jo Wanner, who was eating a snack. She was a bit unhappy and unbalanced. Obviously, she was also Shinyi's woman, but Shinyi was not treating her well at all. Humph, bad man. Jo Wanner skimmed her lips and muttered in her heart. However, when she looked at the exotic fruit in Jiangnan Yan's hand, The envy in her eyes couldn't be hidden. With so many exotic fruits, surely all of them can upgrade exotic powers? Stinky man, don't know how to give me a few. Ha! Honey, the watermelon is here. Su Wanting and Lu Yeye walked out with cut watermelons. Although they were in the kitchen, they had heard what Xin Yi had just said. Reward alien fruit. It took Su Wanting a great deal of effort to suppress her excitement. Otherwise she was afraid she wouldn't be able to resist rushing out. Well, this foreign fruit will give you new powers. Xin Yi picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it while explaining how to use the frost ability. This was the third psychic ability of the women, and the last one they could obtain. Xin Yi decided to grant them this all-powerful ability that could both fight and defend only after careful consideration. Frost condensation was not as good as the space and time systems, but it could definitely be called all-powerful. And with the system's unlimited supply, the future cap is sure to be high. Hubby, look at that! I did it! Su Wanting shouted excitedly. In her palm, a small piece of ice appeared. Su Wanting was the first to successfully use her frost condensation ability after obtaining it. It seemed to take only 10 seconds or so for her to get used to the ability. Not bad. Xin Yi nodded his head in approval. Although the powers are the same, everyone's physique is different. Some people adapt quickly and are able to utilize the power of their powers faster, while others need time to hone and become proficient. In short, the same supernatural ability, used by two different people, had the potential to exert a completely different power. Next, after spending some time, Jiangnan Smoke and Su Yun's three girls also gradually adapted to their new supernormal abilities. Lu Yeye and Zhou Wan'er looked at this scene with envy in their eyes. This new ability looks awesome, especially listening to Xin Yi's explanation. This ice ability can also attack remotely and build ice shield defense. It's simply amazing. Well, all good. Xin Yi put his arm around Su Wanting and looked at the three women who were condensing ice with satisfaction. Afterward, he said, now that the shelter has been initially established, if you send people out to search for supplies afterward, remember to collect the alien fruits. This kind of fruit usually grows on plants that have not mutated. If any of you find one and bring it back to me, you will be able to exchange the same type of mutant fruit from me at a ratio of 1 to 10. 1 to 10. The women were pleasantly surprised and filled with energy. Even Lu Yeye and Zhou Wan'er were moved when they heard Xin Yi's words. One alien fruit can be exchanged for 10 of the same type. It's hard not to be impressed. When Xin Yi saw the crowd's reaction, his heart was satisfied. The reason why he had arranged it in such a way had also been thought out for a long time. Although his own telepathy was wide-ranging, it was inevitable that he would miss something if he had to alienate fruits in an entire mountain town. Moreover, it was impossible for him to waste time looking for the exotic fruit every now and then. Unlocking system supplies was his main mission. The alien fruit can only be found along the way. And, ultimately, there is a limit to what one person can do. Mobilizing the power of the entire sanctuary to collect the alien fruit is the right thing to do. This is one of the purposes of the shelters that were established. The more people there are, the faster they can be collected. As for, if any of the survivors learned that the alien fruit could obtain alien powers, would they steal and hide them? Or have a different mind or something like that? There was absolutely no need to worry about that either. It was because Xin Yi had told Jiangnan Smoke that they could use the exotic fruit to exchange the exotic fruit, trading spirit-connected alien fruits with no combat power for unknown alien fruits in the hands of other survivors. As long as the exchange comes with a little food and water to make the other survivors feel like they've earned it, then most of them will surely be happy to swap. Of course, if there's one of those unaware and ambitious guys in the refuge, just get rid of him. The strength of several women now was not bad. 2 or 3 levels of telepathic powers, together with the level frost condensation power. The combat power was by no means weaker than several adult men. 2. What's more, they have pistols. An average alien could never carry the damage of a pistol. You can take out these spirit connection alien fruits and exchange them, or you can eat them yourselves. But remember, don't disclose that this is a spirit connection alien fruit when you exchange them. Xin Yi, while admonishing, took out several hundred alien fruits from the system and put them on the table for the women to eat at will. Aha! A few women were not stupid, and quickly understood the stakes, and earnestly responded. 122. It must have been this old woman who seduced her brother first, taking out hundreds of spiritual connection fruits at a time. Xin Yi didn't have the slightest fluctuation. It's just a couple hundred seconds. Now he's stronger and more generous. If it wasn't for the fact that it was easy to eat too much of the alien fruit, Xin Yi wouldn't mind giving a few hundred to each of the girls, so that they could pull up their levels in one breath. Mental connections don't do much damage after all, and the higher the level, the more convenient it is instead. Of course, there's another reason. Xin Yi is also not sure if the picked exotic fruits will deteriorate if left outside for a long time. Time stood still in system space, so surely there wouldn't be a problem. But outside, not so much. In case you give too much, it's a waste to let it all go bad. So, just give it to the women slowly. There's no need to rush. Thanks, hubby. The Jiangnan Yen girls looked at the table full of exotic fruits and were all very happy. It was because every time the powers leveled up, it gave them a feeling of metamorphosis. It's very comfortable. Even for an ability without combat power like spirit connection, the upgrade was exceptionally comfortable. And there's a sense of accomplishment. It's just as comfortable as leveling up your character when playing a game. In addition to this, there is another point. Every time you eat the alien fruit, it is very cool. The feeling, indescribable. Probably the second only to be Shinee built in. Alright, it's getting late. You guys should rest early too. Don't stay up late. After arranging things, Shinee put his arm around Su Wanting and went to another bedroom to rest. The current Su Wanting was very knowledgeable and was getting better at serving people, and Shinee was also fond of flipping her off. The Jiangnan Smoke girls looked at Su Wanting's back with some envy in their eyes. They hadn't been with Shinee for a few days either. Sighing softly, the several women could only ruthlessly eat alien fruits to ease the feeling. In fact, it was Lu Yaya who had the biggest mood swings. From Shinee's return, she has been apprehensive and fearful, very afraid of being kicked out. But it seemed that Shinee didn't have this thought. And when he was eating the watermelon just now, Shinee looked at himself several times. Did he mean for me to initiate? Lu Yaya's face slightly reddened as she secretly thought. There was no talk all night. Wake up from sleep the next day. Shinee rubbed his waist and decided that he would eat leeks for breakfast today. The aphrodisiac leeks unlocked by the system do work, but it's not that magical. Let's just say that it can be patched up and improved slowly. Alas, it's still necessary to find more physique enhancement type exotic fruits, even if it's not physical body evolution. As long as it can make physique enhancement, Shun-Yi lamented. Otherwise, he felt that his body would be more or less affected in the long run. A level flesh evolution is still not strong enough. 1. So, for breakfast Shun-Yi ate fried leeks, mixed leeks and fried steak. Finish eating. Shun-Yi first went to building, looked at the recovery of Lin Jiwei's wound, and instructed this crazy woman to rest first in the next 2 days and not to get the wound infected again. 1. Building is what Shinee specifically cleared out for Lin Jiwei to use as a laboratory. 1. Ha was lying on the doorstep of Building 1, just like a watchdog. When it saw Shinee come out, its tail wagged like a propeller. After these 2 days of constant feeding, this mutant Nera was also getting more and more clingy to him. After that, Shinee took out a bunch of steaks and roasted chicken and fed Xiaoha as usual. After feeding Xiaoha, Shinee instantly traveled to the 15th floor of Building 13. Coming to the 15th floor, he picked up his grandmother and little sister and headed to the 18th floor. Morong Shui was not hostile to herself and her favorability was not low, so Shinee decided to let her grandmother and little sister stay at her house. Murray's house is modified and has water and electricity, making it safer and more comfortable to live in. Moving? Brother, you and Sister Morong have only known each other for a day and your relationship is that good? When Shin Crisp heard that his oldest brother was going to take himself and his grandmother to stay at Morong Shue's house, he was instantly confused. Well, we fell in love at first sight and are now boyfriend and girlfriend, so I'm comfortable with you guys staying at her house. Shin Yi's cheek was so thick that a pistol couldn't even penetrate it. You can lie without blushing. That is, Morong Shui couldn't hear it. Otherwise she definitely kept rolling her eyes. Goddamn love at first sight. When Grandma heard this, she suddenly looked puzzled. Xiao Yi, the girlfriend you brought back last time, wasn't it that girl called Jiangnan Smoke? She was quite fond of that last waif. Very knowledgeable and good looking. Well, she's my girlfriend too, and you shouldn't be surprised. Grandma, I have more than one girlfriend. Regarding the matter of having many girlfriends, Shinee hadn't thought of hiding it from his grandmother all the time. Sooner or later we'll find out anyway. Sure enough, Grandma was very surprised to hear it. But, in the end, it's age and insight. Grandma had heard when she was young that most landowners' families married several daughters-in-law, so what her grandson said didn't particularly shatter her three views, especially with this situation out there right now. Water and power outages everywhere. Even the neighbors come and break down the door of the house from time to time to grab food. It's not unusual for times to go backwards in this situation. Eventually, Grandma sighed softly and didn't say much. So, Shinee brought his family to Morong Shue's house. When Morong Shue learned that Shinee wanted his family to live in his house, she froze, but quickly agreed. Because, her original idea was to get on good terms with Shin Crisp. Wouldn't it be more convenient to be able to draw close to Shinyee's girlfriend now, in a bright and honorable manner? Don't let me find out that you used the cognition-modifying psychic ability on my family. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Shinyi warned Morong Shue through the spiritual connection. As for how to recognize whether or not one's cognition had been modified, according to Lin Jiwei, One could detect it by simply viewing the person's breath. If there is a large change in the family's breath towards them, the odds are that something is wrong. Shin-Yi checked the grandmother and little sister. There was nothing wrong with their breath, and they were still pulling full of good feelings. Proof that Morong Shui didn't have a small mind. Since I told you I have this ability, naturally I can't just touch your family. I'm not stupid. Morong Shui returned Shin-Yi's sentence. She really hadn't thought about that sort of thing, for two specific reasons. Firstly, one's current level of psychic ability was not enough to modify a person's perception. Secondly, she was also worried that Shin-Yi had some kind of psychic ability that could detect that her family's perceptions had been modified. In case if he moved and was caught by Shin-Yi, it would be more than worth it. Therefore, combined with the interests and their own safety considerations, Morong Shui more inclined to play the role of as girlfriend sister-in-law in Shin Crisp good relations. With this layer of assurance from Shin Crisp, many of his own plans could be carried out better. But, Morong Shui realized that Shin Shu didn't seem to be in a good mood today. From the moment he walked in the door, he had been pouting and writing his unhappiness all over his face. Shin Crisp was indeed very unhappy, especially after seeing Morong Shui and her old brother being close. She almost jumped up and kicked Morong Shui. Humph! Stinky old brother! Stinky Morong Shui! It's obvious that you've only met once and you're actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Love at first sight? I don't believe in love at first sight. It must be love at first sight. If I'd known, I wouldn't have introduced you guys. Shin Crisp was even more angry with Morong Shui. It must be this old woman who seduced her old brother first. No wonder she suddenly acted strangely when she saw her oldest brother the day before yesterday and then suddenly left her house. Turns out there were bad ideas. This woman. So bad. P.S. More than 6,000 words. Please beg for gifts. Guys, the supplies unlocked after that will be more interesting. 123, Grade 8 Frost Ability. Crispy, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Sister-in-law will make it for you now. Morong Shui played the role of a gentle sister-in-law and looked at Shin Shu with a smile. Who recognized you as my sister-in-law? Don't want to talk to you. Shin Shu drummed her face and crossed her arms, skimming her head angrily. Morong Shui froze, looking at Shin Shu's puffed-up expression, and then looked at Shin-Yi who was busy settling his grandmother on the other side, and seemed to vaguely understand something. This little girl, it's really stupid and cute. Muriel laughed. Is Crispy actually a brother controller? Oh, sister-in-law is casually take you. Grandma, you and Crispy will live here from now on. If you need anything you can talk to her. Her name is Han Ruwashi. She's also my girlfriend. Shin-Yi introduced Han Ruwashi to his grandmother. Aha! Just let me know if you need anything. Grandma! Han Ruwashi smiled and nodded, and she snickered inside. As long as he took care of Shin-Yi's family, even if Shin-Yi had no feelings for himself, then he would take special care of himself because of his family. Moreover, Shin-Yi had arranged for his family to be taken care of, so wasn't that a sign that he liked himself? The more Han Ruwashi thought about it, the happier she became. As long as you please Grandma, you can live here in peace from now on. Grandma froze in response, her entire body in a state of numbness. His own grandson is simply like the landlord. When Shin Crisp saw Han Ruwashi, she hummed even more heavily in anger and ran off to the bedroom to sulk. Shin-Yi also didn't care about his little sister who was throwing a tantrum, and after arranging for his family and leaving some food and water, as well as alien fruits, he left. When he was leaving, he remembered about the mutants, so he used the spiritual connection and asked Morong Shui, a reborn person, a mutant covered in green? Morong Shui pondered for a while, then returned. I seem to have heard of it in my previous life, but I haven't touched it, and I don't know much about it. Shin-Yi frowned. Were the mutants not famous enough in their previous lives? It stands to reason that this virus that evolves should be strong and ubiquitous. After thinking about it, Shin-Yi said, tell me everything you know. Specifically, Morong Shui roughly told some of what she had heard, and it was similar to what Shin-Yi currently understood. This green mutant attacks normal humans, infects people, and is not attacked by mutated plants. But when the mutants infect people, they die violently, and people who are infected don't become aggressive in the first place. However, I've heard that this kind of mutant seems to be able to infect more than just humans. Even mutant animals can be infected, but they seem to prefer infecting humans. In the previous life, the number of these mutants was not large, and they did not cause too many casualties to humans, so they were not very scary, or even as harmful as mutated animals. Muriel explained. So, it's true that you can infect mutated animals. Shin-Yi had guessed before. Since the virus can infect people, it stands to reason that it can also infect animals, even if it's a mutant animal. In that case, this virus is really sick. After some time, a mutant must be captured and returned for Lin Jiwei to study. It would naturally be best if something could be found to restrain this virus, While it's true that this virus has shown little harm so far, a handful of preparations ahead of time is better than none. You met a mutant? Morong Shui asked. Aha. With your strength, you should be fine. As long as you don't get close to the mutant, there's no way for it to infect you, Morong Shui reminded. Although she was angry at Xinyi's various selfish behaviors, she still didn't want Xinyi to die. By the way, have the alien fruits in your room ripened yet? None. Not a single one. What do you want? You're not allowed to hit me with any more of my alien fruits. Morong Shui was immediately alert. This asshole. It's really better to die. Xinyi didn't care about Morong Shui's attitude, but said, as long as there are ripe abnormal fruits, you can use them to exchange ice abnormal fruits with me. The exchange ratio is 1:10. Morong Shui, this woman is not interested in profit. Without giving her a little taste of sweetness, she specified that she is not willing to hand over the fruit of ability. This, I know. Morong Shui froze and suddenly became a little heartbroken. 1:10. That's a horrible ratio. But at the same time, she was more surprised. Where in the world did this guy Xinyi grab so many ice exotic fruits from? Having given myself several before, I can actually come up with 10 in exchange. No, he must have more than 10. With this guy's selfish character, if there were only 10 fruits, then at most he would take out one and exchange it with himself. Maybe even, not even one, but an empty glove. And the fact that he can be so atmospheric about the ratio proves that this guy is definitely as rich as the dirt, which is why he's so atmospheric. 1:10. And so on. Nope. Morong Shui suddenly reacted and asked Xinyi another follow-up question. You said 1:10. It should be that I use one, in exchange for 10 of yours, not that you use one in exchange for 10 of mine, right? Of course, how could you miss me so much? Xinyi had a strange face. Did I give this woman such a bad impression? Ha! Morong Shui sneered, not wanting to speak. With Xinyi's birth character, making the act of exchanging alien fruit for 10 of someone else's is not strange at all. 1. Even when Xinyi personally said the answer, she still remained skeptical. After cutting off the call, Morong Shui was a bit hesitant. Why don't I take one of the fruits and try to trade with him? She was a little worried that Xinyi would pit herself against the fruits of her powers. However, risk and reward are directly proportional. If this Xinyi fellow was really willing to exchange 10 fruits of the same type, then his own frost condensation ability could immediately rise to level 2. Even, it can go up 3 levels, up 4 levels. If he could quickly level up his powers, he would have a huge advantage. Thinking of this, Morong Shui decided to give it a try. By the way, test Xinyi in the end cannot take out so many of the same type of alien fruits. If it can, it proves that this guy has a big secret on him. However, before that, it was necessary to take care of Xin Crisp, the rebellious sister-in-law. If she made her little aunt like herself, then she would be able to hold Xinyi. Moreover, Xin Shu's psychic ability is not inferior to Xiao Bai's. With the help of Xin Crisp, his sister-in-law, his own shelter plan could begin. First, we'll take a trip to that wild refuge we saw yesterday and see if we can take down this Fu Yunqi woman. Xinyi had a clear goal and came straight to the townhouse refuge. The biggest shortage of managerial talent in his own shelter at the moment. Jiangnan's smoke ability, although it is still possible, but look at her with Su wanting a few women busy every day until the evening. Every day to stay up late to think about the plan. Think is also very stressful. Therefore, if he could bring back the woman Fu Yunqi, his own refuge could also develop better. Of course, Xinyi's main purpose was still to unlock the system supplies. Managing shelters could only be described as a skill that Fu Yunqi had in passing. Ding! Your frost condensation ability has been upgraded. Frost condensation, LV8. You can create ice out of thin air and control its hardness and form. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-quarters defense. With a current limit of 200 meters, you also have a higher resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina you will consume. After eating ice fruits non-stop for the past 2 days, the frost condensation ability had also been upgraded once again. 1200 meters is the limit. In other words, as long as Xinyi unleashed frost condensation with all his might, he could instantly freeze an area of more than 1 kilometer around him. Very scary group attack and group control ability. Cozy. Xinyi will not finish eating the alien fruit into the system space first. Slow down for a while before continuing to eat. He then released his telepathy to scan the line of travel ahead of him. Suddenly, his system alert went off. It is? 124, trigger system tip. Stupid white sweet Lin Lu. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Lin Lu. Age, 18. Looks, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 93. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. When Shin-Yi telepathically swept the department store ahead, the system alert suddenly went off. Because he was looking at it so fast, he almost didn't even see what the young girl looked like, but luckily the system was quick to capture it. Shin-Yi immediately looked towards the young girl who had triggered the prompt. In the women's restroom on the 6th floor of the department store, there was a cute-looking young girl hiding in one of the toilet cubicles as she sat on the toilet, going to the bathroom. There were also a few survivors in the men's room next door, but instead of going to the bathroom, it was more like hiding in the toilet. This made Shin-Yi a bit strange. He looked down the entire department store building and there were about a dozen survivors, but those survivors were hiding in the restrooms on each floor. Don't restrooms get attacked by mutant spiders? Yes, there are a lot of mutant spiders in this department store building. These mutant spiders were about a meter in size, with several legs that were thin and long, like disposable chopsticks, and they didn't even know how they were able to hold its body up, looking very oozy. How did so many spiders gather here? Shin-Yi raised an eyebrow. These long, thin-legged spiders seem to live in groups, and a rough count shows that there are no less than 100 of them in the entire department store. This is not a department store. It's like a spider's lair with mutant spiders and cobwebs everywhere. He wouldn't have wanted to come in if he hadn't seen a young girl who fit the system's criteria. Never mind. Scavenge some supplies on the way while bringing her out. Shin-Yi thought, then used instantaneous transfer to enter the department store. Having just entered the first floor, Shin-Yi just touched the spider web, and instantly 3 or 4 long-legged spiders quickly attacked from different directions. No wonder this group of survivors is hiding in the toilet and not daring to move. The whole department store is now littered with cobwebs, and a little carelessness can lead to spiders. Ordinary people faced so many mutant spiders, they were simply incapable of fighting against them. But Shin-Yi had long since ceased to be the ordinary person he once was. His eyes gradually turned red and he instantly shot out high-temperature rays, directly penetrating the 2 spiders that rushed forward. Under the high temperature, most of the mutant spider's body melted straight away. The remaining mutilated body slowly fell to the ground, struggling for a few moments before losing its movement. The mutant spiders at the back also pounced on Shin-Yi's back at the same time, but just at the instant it lunged over, a very thick ice shield coalesced out of thin air behind Shin-Yi. The spider crashed into a sudden shield of ice and hit its head. Immediately, before the mutant spider could react, the ice shield changed into a spear again and stabbed straight forward, directly piercing through its body and oozing out a bunch of unpleasant liquid. Although these long-legged spiders were numerous, their defense was not as strong as the mutated black spiders. Moreover, even if they had the defense of a black spider, with Shin-Yi's current means, they could be easily killed. High-temperature rays definitely shoot through. Afterward, Shin-Yi directly used instantaneous transfer to disappear from his original location and headed for the 6th floor. Soon, he then went outside the women's restroom on the 6th floor. A strange stench came from it, causing Shin-Yi to frown. However, looking around, he realized that in the entire building, the only place with very few cobwebs was near the toilets. No wonder the survivors are hiding in the restrooms. At that moment, Shin-Yi entered the women's restroom and pinpointed the toilet cubicle where the young girl was, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door was very clear in the silence of the restroom. At that moment, the young girl who had just lifted her chaps was momentarily startled. Her legs were trembling and she was holding a fruit knife in her hand, staring fearfully at the toilet door, not daring to make a sound. Done and done. Spiders actually knock. Did they realize I was here? Ooh-hoo. I should have known I shouldn't have come to the women's restroom alone. The young girl was so anxious that she almost cried out, but she covered her own mouth and froze without making a sound. Anyone? Shin-Yi deliberately made a sound. Sure enough, as soon as the young girl heard that it was a human voice, her eyes lit up and she was much less afraid. Still, she didn't respond first, because she remembered that Sister Fu had said that meeting humans outside the shelter was sometimes more dangerous than meeting monsters, especially a cute beauty like her. It's easy for bad men to grab them for captivity. It will also be severely tortured. No one? Then I'm going to break down the door. The man's voice came again. Don't smash. There are people. The young girl responded in a huff, then slowly opened a crack to look out. It's a human. All right, but not someone from his own shelter, but a strange man. It reminded her once again of Sister Fu's words. Strange men, the most dangerous. How did you get up to the 6th floor? Aren't you afraid of those long-legged spiders? The young girl's voice was glutinous, and she asked cautiously through the door panel. As she spoke, she peeked around to see if the strange man had any weapons on him. There doesn't seem to be one. This was a vague relief to the young girl. I have a fruit knife myself. Even if this man out there is a bad guy, surely he'll have something to fear. For sure. And, as soon as she screamed, Her brothers and sisters in the next toilet would surely rush in to save her. Shani realized that this young girl was quite vigilant, so he asked, "Do you want me to take you out?" "No, no need. I can get out on my own," the young girl said, pushing open the toilet door and stepping out carefully, holding a fruit knife. "It's just to go to the bathroom." "You need help? Even if I'm weak." "I'm not that weak. I meant to take you out of the department store." Shani was speechless. Can I? It's okay to leave." The young girl's eyes instantly lit up, but soon, as if reacting to something, her expression suddenly became wary, and as she stepped back, she said alertly, You're taking me out, so you shouldn't be trying to do anything strange to me, right?" "No way. Absolutely not. Where's the stupid white guy?" "This kind of stupid white guy can survive half a month in the end of the world. Unless, of course, someone had been protecting her." Shani telepathically swept across the men's restroom across the street, which was filled with a number of weapon-wielding adults. Other than that, there were quite a few survivors in the department store, but they were scattered. Are these people with this stupid white guy? Then why did they split up? Thinking in his heart, Shani said very directly, "I saved you. It's reasonable for you to repay me with your body, right? I believe that you should also be a person who knows how to return favors, right?" I'm not. Nope, I am. I'm the one who knows how to return favors. But I'm definitely not going to give my body in return. We don't even know each other yet." The silly white girl turned red and managed to explain one sentence before saying, "I'll give you lots of food if you'll take me back to the shelter. And snacks and water. That should repay you for saving your life. After all, these supplies are important in the apocalypse." It's goofy, but not completely goofy. Shani looked at the lovely face of the young girl, the body cleaned up quite clean. It can be seen that the environment of the shelter where this young girl should be good. The average survivor, after half a month, would have been stinking all over. Thus, Shani thought of the townhouse shelter he had seen earlier. Is it possible that this silly white girl came out of a townhouse shelter? 125. Is it playing with abstraction? Is your shelter a townhouse neighborhood? Shani looked at the young girl and asked, to be able to protect even a silly white girl so well. It was evident that a certain moral bottom line was still retained in this refuge. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the silly white girl was a relative of the refuge administrator, and was protected even more. However, to be able to establish a shelter with several hundred people in stable order in just half a month was also definitely a very capable manager. Before the end of time, a high school class was only a couple dozen students, but several teachers had a hard time managing it, and there were bullying incidents every now and then. And now it's the end of the world. There are no legal rules to bind. There are no moral bonds. It's very difficult to make hundreds of people all keep the bottom line of humanity. You've heard of our shelter too? The silly sweet girl's eyes lit up. Then, as if she thought of something, she asked excitedly, "Do you want to join us at the shelter as well?" "No problem. I'm telling you, our shelter is great. Whether you have supernormal abilities or not, whether you're strong or not, whether you're male or female, as long as you're not a bad person, we'll take you in at the shelter. And there will be regular distribution of food and water to ensure that you won't starve. As long as you can take me back to the refuge. I'll tell Sister Fu to let you join us at the refuge. And I'll even make you a squad leader. How's that? Shani kind of wanted to laugh. This stupid white girl is quite smart. She actually knows how to draw me a pie. She then picked up on the point and asked, "You have shifters at your sanctuary?" "Of course. My sister is the shifter." The young girl looked proud. "Oh, then what kind of special ability does your sister have?" Shani didn't mind condescending. After all, it was soon to be your own sanctuary, and it was normal to know the size of your sanctuary, right? That's something you'll know when you join our shelter. Anyway, my sister's powers are very powerful. It's very practical. It's true that silly white girls aren't stupid and know what to say and what not to say. Well, aren't you eager to join us at the shelter? The young girl blinked her lovely big eyes and looked at Shani expectantly. If she could drag this man to join the shelter, Sister Fu would surely praise herself. After all, the fact that this man could appear on the 6th floor of a department store proved that he had some strength. How else could he be running around a building full of mutant spiders by himself? And, most importantly, as long as he agreed to join the sanctuary, there would be no reason not to save himself. Two birds with one stone. Lin Deer isn't dumb. And it's smart. Shani naturally saw the silly white sweet's caution, smiled faintly and said, "There is no rush to join the refuge. Let's talk about the payment for saving your life." "Pay off? Didn't I just say that? Food and water." The young girl hesitated. "No, I'm not short of food or water." Shani shook his head and casually took out a bottle of water from the system space, unscrewed it and drank half of it. You really do have powers too. The young girl revealed a surprised expression and watched Shin-Yi gulp and drink water. She subconsciously swallowed her saliva, then vigilantly asked, Then what do you want? Want you? Shin-Yi casually threw away the finished mineral water bottle and stared at the young girl's lovely face. Ha! The silly white sweet girl froze, subconsciously backed up, gripped the fruit knife tightly, and said with a face full of fear, You're going to eat me. Eating people will make you sick. Sister Fu said that you can't eat people even if you're hungry. Don't you come over here and eat me, or I'll scream. No, you're sick. Shin-Yi sighed helplessly and said, What I mean is, if you become my girlfriend, I'll save you from getting out. Ha, girlfriend. The girl's face turned red. Turns out I misunderstood. However, this condition seems much better than being eaten. She surreptitiously surveyed Shin-Yi's looks. Then her cheeks reddened even more and asked in a small voice, Is it the kind of girlfriend who was going to do the other things? Yes. Hearing Shin-Yi's unhesitating reply, the young girl's cheeks turned even redder. It's so humiliating. The young girl felt like her head was about to go up in smoke. She didn't dare to look at Shin-Yi, but instead whispered her request again and said, Then can we just fall in love and not do the other thing? I just turned yesterday 18. Can I wait until I'm 24? My mom says you're not an adult until you're, and it won't hurt your body to have a baby 24. Shin-Yi wanted to say something. This stupid white sweet is really stupid, not pure. Smart, not pure. However, when she said this, it was actually already tantamount to agreeing in disguise. So Shin-Yi naturally did not refuse. Okay, I promise you for now. Shin-Yi promised the young girl. That's not to say that he's actually waiting for a teenage girl to grow up to be 24. He's just saying that first to trick her into it. When you become my girlfriend, it won't be easy to take it down after that. For example, one dark and windy night, Shin-Yi instantly moved into her bedroom. Then it's, Sister, don't be afraid. I'll just rub it and not move. And then, the system supplies just unlocked. Then we are now boyfriend and girlfriend? The young girl looked at Shin-Yi somewhat shyly. She's still happy with this boyfriend. Long and handsome, not too old. The body looks good, and there are also supernormal abilities. Although he only just met, he should not be a bad person. If it was a bad guy, surely he wouldn't talk to himself so much and just do it. That's right. Shin-Yi smiled and nodded. He wasn't worried about supplies now, and his own strength was strong enough. So naturally, there was no need to use force. Generally people who could be dealt with by trade. Shin-Yi would not threaten. If he could, he would naturally want the woman to be loyal and likable enough to him. Well, we should get going too. Shin-Yi was prepared to scavenge a wave of supplies first. Aha! The young girl nodded her head in a hurry, carrying her own pink bag and following Shin-Yi out of the restroom. Then, she hurriedly called out to the next door men's bathroom. Brother Lu, Sister Wang, I've finished going to the bathroom, and I've got a boyfriend. You guys come out quickly. We can go back soon. Several men and women with weapons came out of the men's bathroom. The majority of them are male. Only, the crowd was confused when they heard the young girl's words. Going to the bathroom and getting a boyfriend? What the hell? How is this passage so niche? Is it playing with abstractions? However, when they saw that there really was a strange man beside Lindeer, they were instantly tense and wary. Sister Wang, he's the boyfriend I just found, and he has the same psychic ability as my sister. It's awesome. The young girl happily introduced herself to them. The crowd was head over heels. Goddamn, just got a boyfriend. I'm afraid I'm not being cheated. A short-haired woman gripped her machete tightly and surveyed Shin-Yi warily, then called out to the young girl. Fawn, come here quickly. Sister Wang, don't worry you guys. My boyfriend, he's not a bad guy. He won't hurt us. The young girl explained seriously. That's what she thought. If her boyfriend with psychic powers was really a bad guy, then he would have done it long ago. So how could he still be chatting with her? So he must have liked himself enough to keep his hands to himself. Fawn, do you know what he is? You just call him your boyfriend. The short-haired woman couldn't help but be anxious. He's, that, boyfriend. You, what's your name? By the way, my name is Lindeer. Lindeer also looked as if she had just suddenly reacted, blinking her big, clear, stupid eyes at Shin-Yi. The survivors were instantly speechless when they heard this. After all this time, you don't even know their names. P.S. Brothers, will the rating be raised some? If the rating is high, this month's guarantee will continue to be a 3-shift beatdown. 126. I can't believe you even have a little cutie. All cheating. My name is Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi spoke faintly. Naturally, he didn't mind saving these guys in passing. It wasn't to curry favor with Lin Lu, the stupid white sweetie, but because they would soon become the hired help for their shelter. And as the boss, it was normal to save a few minions along the way, right? Although Shin-Yi was an extreme egoist, He was willing to go along with it as long as it didn't jeopardize his own interests. What's more, the people saved could bring benefits to themselves. Shun-Yi. The crowd murmured the name. Not impressed at all. Okay. Xiaodir was tricked by this strange man called Shun-Yi. I can't believe you're even a cutie. All cheating. This man. He's kind of bad. Shun-Yi. Hey, that's nice. I'll remember it. Lin Deer said happily. Her emotions were now bipolar compared to before. Because, the moment she saw that Shun-Yi had supernatural powers, her fear of the mutated spiders in the building dissipated a lot, and she inexplicably believed that Shun-Yi could bring herself back to the refuge. Shun-Yi can appear alone on the 6th floor of the department store, and can still chat with himself without any fear at all, is certainly very powerful. This was one of the reasons why she agreed to be Shun-Yi's girlfriend. Lin Deer isn't really stupid. She's just not a good thinker. Plus she's more simple. Okay, come with me, Shun-Yi said faintly and walked towards the direction of the store. Since you're here, stop by and scour this department store for items. Even if he couldn't use it himself, he could throw it to Junnan Smoke to build a shelter later. Anyway, come what may. Go! The crowd was stunned, but they saw that Shun-Yi had already walked out of the range of the restroom. Their faces changed instantly. Is this person stupid? Doesn't he know that department stores are full of big mutant spiders? Walking out like this in a dignified manner is not looking for death. They came into the department store yesterday with about 24 people, and as a result, less than 10 of them are still alive today. And, if it wasn't for the accidental discovery that there were few mutant spiders near the restrooms, they probably wouldn't have survived. However, since this man was able to appear on the 6th floor silently, and he dared to be so confident, he should have some strength, right? Could it be that his powers are strong? The faces of the people changed and hesitated. Boyfriend, wait for me. Just as they were still hesitating, Lin Deer was the one who hurriedly chased after them, afraid of being left behind. As she ran, she didn't forget to call back. Sister Wang, you guys also hurry up and follow, or you'll be too late. Seeing this, the crowd looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and also gathered the courage to follow. They could care less about the strange man who had cheated Fawn out of his life, but not Fawn. And, continuing to hide in the toilet will be a death sentence sooner or later when the food runs out. If this strange man really did have powerful psychic abilities, then they might have a chance of survival as well. It was only because of their first impression that they always felt that Shun-Yi might not be a good person, which was why they hesitated. After all, he even tricked a simple little girl like Fawn. Step out of the restroom range. There were gradually more and more cobwebs on the floor and walls. When Shun-Yi stepped on the spider web, the mutant spiders on the 6th floor all seemed to be startled and began to gather over quickly. A few, a dozen or so, 24 of them, 30 of them, more and more. Listening to the dense and strange sounds around her, Lin Lu's face changed and she clung to Shun-Yi's arm in fear. The other survivors also gripped the weapons in their hands and formed a circle, shivering and ready to strike. Shun-Yi didn't have much of a reaction. Instead, as if he was chatting on a daily basis, he asked Lin Lu beside him, "Why were you alone in the women's restroom just now?" "Ha?" Lin Deer, who was shivering, froze and subconsciously returned, "Because I'm going to the bathroom." "I mean, the men's room is off limits?" "You can, but since we have to live in the men's restroom, all of us settle in the women's restroom for the sake of cleanliness and hygiene, or else the men's restroom stinks to high heaven." After listening to Lin Lu's explanation, Shun-Yi then understood the reason. No wonder it smells so bad near the women's restroom. The survivors next to them almost couldn't help but explode as they listened to the conversation between the two. What a time to be chatting about going to the bathroom. Jesus, is this man's strength reliable or not? But don't screw us over. Almost. At this moment, Shun-Yi saw through telepathy that the mutant spiders around him had basically gathered over. With that, he raised his hand and waved it, and layers of blue frost quickly condensed around him, spreading out like the sky. These frosts spread in all directions at an astonishing speed, freezing everything in their path. The survivors were wide-eyed with shock. It's an ability to create ice, but the powers are ridiculously strong too. What was even more outrageous was that the frost could be controlled with precision. Just as the survivors were about to take cover, the frost surprisingly bypassed them and then quickly spread elsewhere. There were mutant spiders that just showed their heads and were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Further away, the swarms of mutant spiders that were gathering were also quickly frozen. They even held their charge and just froze. 1, 2, dozens, the entire 6th floor, instantly turned into a world of ice. The crowd watched the scene, stunned. It's a alien. Shifters are this strong. They also had aliens in the shelter, and while their abilities were magical, they were just that strong, not even as good as a gun. But the psychic ability that this man used was simply more terrifying than a biochemical weapon. The crowd looked at Shin-Yi in shock, and in their eyes, apart from awe, only deep fear remained. Such a strong shifter, actually staring at the fawn. Done. This time it really can't be saved. It was also at this moment that all the mutant spiders were frozen into ice sculptures. With that, Shin-Yi snapped his fingers. Ka-ching! A crisp blast sounded, only to see those frozen into ice sculptures of mutant spiders. Instantly all exploded, broken into countless ice. This was the level frost condensation, the deeper level of the ability to control ice that Shin-Yi had comprehended. 8. Precision crushed ice. Naturally, it wasn't just the ice that shattered, but also the frozen enemies. The utility of this ability, naturally, can't be beat. As he leveled up, his powers developed stronger and stronger, and he became more comfortable using them. Whoa, boyfriend, you're awesome, so handsome. The frozen Lin deer finally came back to his senses and almost jumped up in excitement. That's too handsome. Without even moving a muscle, he was able to wipe out all those scary mutant spiders. What kind of divine boyfriend is this? 127, Mutant Spider King. Looking at Shin-Yi, Lin Lu's eyes were filled with adoring little stars. His own earlier choice was simply too smart, although she agreed to go out with Shin-Yi in the beginning in order to survive. But seeing that Shin-Yi is so powerful, it's hard for her to not be moved. The other survivors were stunned as well. If had tried to kill us just now, wouldn't he have been able to wipe us out instantly as well? This man, they couldn't help but tremble at the thought. It's horrible. But soon, they reacted and hurriedly went forward to thank Shin-Yi, fearing that they would be remembered by him. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for your help. We will definitely remember your saving grace. If you need anything, Mr. Shin, just feel free to command us. Several people expressed their gratitude and looked at Shin-Yi with awe in their eyes. All of those previous chaotic thoughts had now dissipated. Facing the man with absolute force, they dared not think otherwise. One can only be thankful. Hopefully this powerful man would not mind their earlier attitude and would be willing to go along and help them out again. In fact, the crowd's previous attitude wasn't that bad. At most, he was worried about Lin Lu being cheated and kept a certain level of vigilance towards Shin-Yi. Compared to the thugs in Armageddon who can't move without killing and robbing people, they are really grounded. And even if you don't look at the weapons in their hands, it's not too different from the state of life before Armageddon. This was also the reason why Shin-Yi did not count. After all, he had judged from the start through his scent that these people were more neutral and wary of themselves, with only a small amount of hostility and not too much deep malice. Go. Shin-Yi didn't say anything more, walked straight to the store and started to put the intact items into the system space. Now that he was powerful, he didn't have to hide his powers anymore. It doesn't matter if they're seen. After all, they saw only part of it. If someone used this part of the psychic ability they saw to target themselves, it would be the way to death. He actually has more than one ability. The crowd was once again shocked. Collecting things out of thin air. This is another powerful alien ability. They had also met several psychics, of which only MS Fu was suspected of possibly possessing 2 psychic abilities, but even MS Fu was far less powerful than this man. Shin-Yi, what kind of supernatural ability is this? It can actually take away so many things. Lin Lu hugged Shin-Yi's arm with a face of adoration and kept asking questions like a curious baby. Her favorability had also rapidly soared from a little bit at the beginning. Catching up with Morong Shui, heroic rescue is cheesy, but it really works. When used properly, it is simply unbeatable in killing such adolescent girls. This time, seeing the intimate behavior of the two, none of the other survivors dared to interrupt, much less make a half-hearted comment. In their hearts, they couldn't even wait for Fawn to become a real boyfriend and girlfriend with Shin-Yi. Having such a powerful boyfriend would surely protect Fawn from bullies. Even they can follow suit. As it was now, for example, the man certainly wouldn't have saved them if it wasn't for Lin Deer. That would have been taking advantage of the sky. After that, after spending 10 minutes, Shin-Yi searched through the supplies in the department store and reaped a good harvest. All these supplies collected today will be enough for a few hundred men to consume for a while. Then, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, through telepathy, Shin-Yi saw a 4 or 5 meter-sized mutant long-legged spider in the distance, coming towards the department store building. Behind it trailed a string of long objects wrapped in spiderwebs of some kind. This mutant spider, it's actually about the same size as Xiaoha. Shin-Yi was surprised in his heart. Is it another secondary mutated animal similar to the mutated black spiders and small Ha? Anyway, this thing doesn't look too good. It would likely fight itself if it came back and saw that all the little spiders in the department store had been killed. Thus, Shin-Yi took Lin Lu and the survivors to leave the department store first. As for the other scattered people still hiding in the department store, Shin-Yi didn't bother. They didn't escape just now while they were cleaning up the spiders, so now they had to fend for themselves. Finally escaped. Go home. I want to go home. Leaving the department store, Lin Deer and the survivors were so excited that they hurriedly invited Shen-Yi to join them in their shelter. Shen-Yi's original destination was the Oceanic Refuge, so naturally he didn't refuse. As for the existence of this larger mutant spider, he hadn't told anyone else, much less tried to solve it. Anyway, the supplies in the department store were all collected, and it was no longer any concern of his own if this mutant spider went into a frenzy and rage. Same time, inside the townhouse shelter, the atmosphere was dreary, simply because the two search and rescue teams sent out yesterday sacrificed several people without even going inside the department store. Even the alien was seriously injured. For a while people were on edge. All the survivors are speculating that there may be very scary mutated monsters near the shelter. And it is true. The management, who knew the details, were more nervous than the average survivor who didn't know what was going on. Because department stores are full of mutant spiders. Moreover, there was an unusually large mutant spider king among them. It was the mutant spider king that the search and rescue team encountered, which led to their deaths and injuries. As for the supply team that disappeared into the department store, it was thought that most of them had already been eaten up by the mutant spiders, and there was absolutely no chance of survival. How could an ordinary person survive a mutated spider that even a psychic couldn't deal with? The second team of supplies was wiped out by the group, and the search and rescue team suffered heavy losses. This is too much of a blow to the refuge. And there are more serious problems at hand. The department store is a short distance from the townhouse neighborhood. If the mutant spider king wasn't taken care of, then the neighborhood could be attacked at any time. Miss Fu, my suggestion is that we move out of our current neighborhood as soon as possible and find a safer stronghold. Otherwise the risk is too great. I also agree with this proposal. The department store is only about 3 kilometers away from our shelter. If that mutant spider king comes to hunt us, we have no way to resist. According to what Oldly said, even if there's no mutant spider king, there are countless mutant spiders in the department store building, and the danger factor is extremely high. This is a huge threat to our shelter. At the meeting, most of the shelter's management made comments about moving. There was no way around it. The department store was too close to their shelter. With such a bunch of scary mutant spiders living next door, plus the mutant spider king, no one could sleep well. Fu Yunxi listened to the opinions of the crowd and frowned slightly. Relocation? It's also too risky to migrate now. The unknown Black Fog does not know how many monsters. If they move hastily, I am afraid that before they find a safe place, they people will be almost dead. Ms. Fu, I think we can consider the invitation from the Sunshine District shelter some time ago. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses opened his mouth and proposed. 128, Fu Yunxi's ambition. There are already more than 800 people in the Sunshine District refuge, and there are also dozens of Alterans. Their overall strength is no weaker than ours. If our two shelters join forces, our ability to defend ourselves will be greatly enhanced. The middle-aged man with glasses paused and continued to add. Moreover, there are no particularly strong mutated monsters near the Sunshine District, so it's safer to live there. Listening to the words of the man with the glasses, the crowd was pondering a bit. However, there are others who are less optimistic. If our two sanctuaries join forces, then who are we going to listen to in the future? We can't have people from our shelter working for someone else, can we? Fair enough. Well, when you guys put it that way, we can't just wait here for those mutant spiders to attack us, can we? Some are disgruntled, some are hesitant, and some want to join forces. What was once a peaceful sanctuary begins to falter because of an external crisis. All quiet. Fu Yunxi spoke out with a cold voice. The conference room instantly fell silent. All eyes focused on the woman in the main seat. Although Fu Yunxi was a woman, she was skillful in her methods and powerful in her psychic abilities, and was the true hand of this refuge, and everyone trusts her and listens to her. Fu Yunxi swept her gaze across the crowd, then spoke. We can't just think of escaping when we encounter monsters. It's not before the end of the world. A single-minded escape won't solve the problem. This time we moved to the Sunshine District because we were afraid of mutant spiders. So where are we going to move to next time if we encounter a mutant tiger? Moreover, the mutated monsters hidden in the Black Fog may be stronger than the mutated Spider King. If the relocation starts, who among you is confident that you can guarantee the safety of the elderly and children? Hearing Fu Yunxi's words, the crowd also fell silent. They have considered this, except that most people tend to run away from it as opposed to a crisis that is out in the open. Then, Ms. Fu, what should we do? With the current power of our refuge, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with this mutant Spider King. Someone asked hesitantly. That's the question most people want to ask. Fu Yunxi's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, her expression unchanged, and said, since we can't deal with the mutant Spider King in a single shelter, We'll join forces with the other shelters and survivors nearby. Now that such a powerful mutated monster has appeared, it's not just our refuge that's threatened, but other survivors as well. If we can take care of this mutant Spider King, there will be enough supplies in the department store for us to live for a long time by then. A whole department store full of supplies. Even if most of them are contaminated, there are quite a few left. Now that more than half a month had passed, the usual small supermarkets and convenience stores had long since been raided by the survivors. It's the only large supermarkets like this that still have supplies, especially in a place like this with powerful monsters nesting. The supplies must not have been raided by other survivors. This is an important supply point. How can we just give it up? The crowd was also a bit impressed. If we could really take out the Spider King, the reward would be great indeed. Immediately, Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes gazed at the crowd as she gave orders. Now you immediately send someone to contact the nearby shelters and explain to them about the mutant Spider King's situation. Now we survivors must unite to get rid of this mutated monster. Otherwise, when this monster grows stronger and stronger, no one will be able to hide from it then. Remember, make sure to notify all the shelters, especially the Sunshine District, and tell them to make sure to send help. Otherwise, if they don't help us, then don't blame us for luring the mutant Spider King to their refuge. As cruel as this is, I don't mind being evil for the sake of the children and elderly in our neighborhood. The crowd was surprised by this cold attitude of Fu Yunqi, and in their hearts, they secretly said that Miss Fu was really ruthless at the critical moment. What a trick! But all of them didn't see anything nefarious about it, and they didn't mind carrying out Fu Yunqi's orders in order to survive. Yes, the management immediately took orders and got up one by one to leave the conference room. Listening to the sound of the conference room door closing, Fu Yunqi picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip, looking out the window with a slightly heavy expression. In fact, the more sensible thing to do would have been to leave this current sanctuary, but she was a little reluctant. It took many sacrifices and a lot of hard work to clean up the threats in this neighborhood and establish a relatively safe living environment. If you change to a new place, everything starts from scratch again, not to mention the dangers that may be encountered on the way. The water resources that need to be consumed on the way of migration alone will be quite a lot. Although I had collected a lot of rainwater in the previous 2 days, I couldn't afford to consume it in such a big way. So, all things considered, it would actually be best if the threat of this mutant Spider King could be resolved. The biggest problem right now is seeing if other shelters are willing to help. If none of them were willing to contribute, then they would definitely be no match for the mutant Spider King with their own strength alone. When the time comes, it will have to be forced to move. There are already 800 people in the Sunnyside neighborhood. Well, Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes flashed as she murmured softly. She had previously thought of finding an opportunity to annex the Sunshine neighborhood. Now it's harder. It was thought that one of the more powerful shifters, or someone smarter, should have come out of the Sunny neighborhood to integrate the survivors so quickly. If he could kill this leader, then his own annexation plan could still be carried out. This time several nearby sanctuaries have joined forces to fight against the mutant Spider King as an opportunity. After solving the mutant Spider King, and then solving the leader of these shelters, then we can take the opportunity to integrate all the shelters within dozens of kilometers nearby. At that time, one's power would be immense. Since the chaotic world is coming, Fu Yunqi naturally doesn't want to do nothing. It's not enough to hold on to this little territory. Now that you've done it, you have to make it bigger and better. Fu Yunqi looked out the window at the clear sky, his eyes flashing with madness. She was already planning how she was going to take out the leaders of the other shelters unnoticed. Although he could do it with his own psychic abilities, he would inevitably run the risk of being exposed if he did it himself. Could it be that the only way to use that bottom card was to use it? Fu Yunqi pondered, her fingers tapping the desktop, her ambition on display. No one else at the shelter knew how ambitious Fu Yunqi was. For, from the beginning, the woman had shown a very gentle manner in front of the crowd. Only very rarely does it show indifference. But even so, the crowd never suspected that Fu Yunqi had any ambitions. Everyone thought that forming shelters and collecting survivors was just a way to stay warm and survive the apocalypse. Killing people and stealing territory and all that. Hardly anyone thinks about it. Dun 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 dun. Just then, a sudden sharp knock on the door interrupted Fu Yunqi's thoughts. P.S. As promised, there were favorable reviews, so start keeping 3 shifts. Ask for a gift. Wow. 129. Curious. Come in. Fu Yunqi spoke faintly. The door was pushed open and the cute-looking young girl, Lin Bunny, walked in with a smile on her face, not looking the least bit sad that she had just lost her sister. Sister Fu. I just contacted Sister. Sister said they are on their way back. They'll be home soon. Lin Rabbit said excitedly. Just now. Just a few minutes ago. She had suddenly reached out to her sister. Lin dear, I can't believe my sister is still alive. And it's coming back soon. What? Fu Yunqi froze. Lin dear is still alive? And she wasn't the only one who survived? How is this possible? The search and rescue team that went there yesterday had sacrificed several people, and even the alien was seriously injured and failed to enter the department store. You can see how ferocious the mutant spiders in the building are. With Lin dear's strength, how could they have survived? Could it be that they didn't go to the department store at all? How else could they suddenly come back safe and sound after being lost for a day and a night? Seeing that Sister Fu was skeptical, Lin Rabbit hurriedly explained, "My sister and the others are really still alive. From what my sister said, it was my brother-in-law who single-handedly broke into the department store building, killed all the hundreds of mutant spiders in the building, and rescued my sister and the others in a particularly handsome pose." Your brother-in-law? Fu Yunqi raised an eyebrow. Lin Lu has a boyfriend? As far as she could remember, the two simple girls had never been in love. How did such an awesome boyfriend pop up all of a sudden? Sounds like a made-up story. But Fu Yunqi knew Lin Rabbit's character. She wasn't someone who would talk nonsense. I heard my sister say that they also just got together not long ago, but I can feel that my sister really likes that man. Lin Bunny smiled. As twin sisters, they can sometimes vaguely feel each other's thoughts, and even occasionally share various sensations in their bodies, such as pain, pleasure, and so on. Of course, this is only occasionally and most of the time there is no sensation, otherwise it would be idiosyncratic. Little Rabbit, tell me word for word what you and your sister chatted about, Fu Yunqi said. Lin Bunny then repeated all of the chat he had just had with his sister. There is very little useful information. Most of it is Lin dear unilaterally praising how handsome, strong, awesome, etc. her boyfriend is. After Fu Yunqi heard this, she became more and more puzzled about the strength of this mysterious man. Why does it sound like a god coming down from heaven? Is it really that strong? It's not a little girl's fantasy, is it? She sighed helplessly, and then said to Lin Rabbit, "Since this man saved your sister, and also saved the people of our shelter, it is only right that we should be ready to welcome. This way, Little Rabbit, you now go to get the kitchen to prepare the freshest food, and say that we are going to welcome our honored guest." Aha! Lin Bunny immediately nodded and happily bounced away. The little girl's mind is simple, just happy for her sister's safe return. At the same time, she is also about this suddenly appeared full of curiosity. Brother-in-law. Isn't my brother-in-law really handsome? Isn't it really something? Curious. Watching Lin Rabbit leave, Fu Yunqi's face sank. She sensed a crisis. One man, killing hundreds of mutant spiders. How powerful does that have to be? Wouldn't you at least need heavy weapons? If there were no heavy weapons, that meant the man's powers were extremely strong, far beyond his own. A man so powerful was about to come to the refuge, and Fu Yunqi felt the pressure multiply. Now it's the end of days. There are no laws that bind us, no rules that bind us. If this strong person had bad intentions, they would have no resistance at all. Thinking of this, Fu Yunqi immediately got up and walked into the bedroom. After some operation, from the safe out of his bottom card a silver pistol. That's right, her bottom card is a gun. As powerful as the powers were, the pistol was definitely stronger when it came to shocking and killing people, at least for now. Although Fu Yunqi vaguely felt that her supernatural ability could still be improved, she didn't know how to do so, thus the pistol was her biggest card. Of course, on top of that, she had a couple of minders. These few beloved ones were not weak and could play an unexpected role at critical times. However, this man shouldn't be some kind of evil person who does whatever he wants. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to save Lin dear and the others. Fu Yunqi thought as she checked her gun and bullets. As long as he doesn't mess around, don't make a grudge if you can. If you can, it's only prudent to pull this powerful man into our sanctuary. If this man really liked Lin Lu, perhaps he could leash him with the help of Lin Lu. Whenever a person has a soft spot, then they can be controlled. Although Fu Yunqi preferred to control his subordinates with absolute power, but it was clear that this man who could single-handedly kill hundreds of mutant spiders by himself was far above himself in strength. Fu Yunqi thought to himself that he could never kill hundreds of mutant spiders on his own. Of course, Fu Yunqi still maintained a certain amount of skepticism regarding the information passed on by Lin Rabbit. Is there really such a man? Is he really that strong? Without seeing it with his own eyes and without verification from many sides, the suspicious Fu Yunqi will not easily believe it. Taking out a pistol is just one more handful of preparation. If there really is such a man, powerful and ill-intentioned, then conflict is inevitable. But it would naturally be best if the man didn't exist. If there really is such a person, and he broke into the department store alone, did he kill the mutant spider king as well? Assuming that's the case, then his strength is too much. It must be even stronger than what Lin Rabbit described. I'm afraid the only way to kill him with a gun is by surprise. Fu Yunqi analyzed and made the worst possible plans. It is not yet clear whether it is friend or foe, and one must never let down one's guard. She immediately relayed the message to a few of her inner circle to prepare for battle. If they struck out on their own, they were going to be the first to sneak up on them as well. That's all. 10 or so minutes passed in a tense atmosphere. Lin Rabbit ran to tell Fu Yunqi that her sister and the others had returned. 1:30, Armageddon. Strength is honorable. It's really coming. When Fu Yunqi heard Lin Bunny's words, she immediately got up and led the management of the shelter to personally go out and greet them. Meanwhile, the news that Lin Deer and the second team of supplies had returned safely quickly spread throughout the refuge. The survivors were shocked. After all, the search and rescue team sent out yesterday said that the material second team was hopeless. As a result, they actually came back safely today. No one was happier than the families of the material 2 survivors. They were originally sad and swollen from crying, but they didn't expect to see their loved ones again. This is nothing short of a miracle. Returning survivors have been reunited with their families, while most still didn't make it back. The fact that someone made it back alive is excellent news for many. Lin Deer, on the other hand, led Shin Yi to the top floor and met the group of management of the refuge. Fu Yunqi also saw this man who brought her a strong sense of crisis. This man, surprisingly, really exists. Sister. The moment Lin Bunny saw Lin Lu, he immediately pounced over. His eyes instantly read. It's okay, sister is back. Lin Deer hugged her sister and softly comforted her. There was also suppressed emotion in her voice. If it wasn't for Shin Yi, she might really never see her sister again. Thinking of this, Lin Deer sneaked a look at Shin Yi, her eyes flickering. Mr. Shin, inside please. Fu Yunqi's attitude towards Shin Yi was very friendly. She was surprised in her mind because the man looked young, early 20s at best. But you can't judge a book by its cover. Judging from Lin Lu's reaction just now, this man should be her mysterious boyfriend, the strong man who had single-handedly killed hundreds of mutant spiders. The other management were also curiously sizing up Shin Yi. Is this the young man who broke into the department store alone and rescued Lin Lu and the others? Is he really as strong as Lin Rabbit said? It's not supposed to be a trick, is it? But no matter how skeptical they were in their hearts, no one dared to show an ounce of disrespect. Aha! Shin Yi walked into the room with a calm expression, not the least bit subdued by the scene before him. Just a few managements in a small refuge, not enough to stress him out. To put it bluntly, with his current strength, even if he met the former mayors, governors, and even high military officials, Shin Yi did not put it in his eyes. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength is honored. This shelter has some strength, but not much. As for Fu Yunqi's various small movements, Shin Yi had also long seen them through God's perspective. The district was just a pistol. He didn't care. If this woman really dared to sneak attack, the moment she drew her gun, Shin Yi would be able to kill her back. With Shin Yi's strength nowadays, it was almost impossible for an ordinary alien to kill him unless he stood still and did not resist. After entering the room and briefly introducing themselves, the meal was quickly served. The table was covered with all kinds of food and wine, but it's mostly vacuum-packed and canned, with little in the way of fresh ingredients. This is normal. Fresh food has long been contaminated by the black mist, and only these vacuum foods are still edible. Shin Yi, eat the meat. Lin Lu happily chucked several pieces of meat for Shin Yi. I can't believe how much good food there is today. Sister Fu was really generous for once. She hadn't eaten meat in ages, not since the end of the world. Brother-in-law is really handsome. Lin Rabbit was also quietly sizing up this brother-in-law he had just met. It's just as handsome as my sister said it would be. No wonder my sister fell in love with this brother-in-law. Mr. Shin, no need to be polite. Feel free to eat. Fu Yunqi saw that Shin Yi didn't move his chopsticks much and thought he was embarrassed. To be honest, it hurt her a little to take out so much precious food to entertain people at once. These are foods that they usually don't even bother to eat casually. No, I'm not hungry. Shin Yi's tone was light. Fu Yunqi froze slightly, feeling that this little man was quite reserved. So much good food and you're saying you're not hungry. Even she couldn't resist the urge to feast on it. But for the sake of face, she didn't move her chopsticks much, and instead turned her head to ask Lin Deer what exactly had happened to the second team of supplies. Well, it's like this. Lin Deer swallowed the meat in his mouth and explained from the beginning as he chucked the meat. The general story goes like this. Because some of the small supermarkets and convenience stores near the shelter have been raided, and it's really impossible to find supplies. So Captain Wang of the second material team suggested going to a department store a little farther away to search for supplies. Before they went, they had also reported to the shelter. And although the distance was a bit far and there would be some danger, everyone was prepared to face the danger. After that, after approaching the department store, they had purposely left 2 people outside to take care of the reception and keep in touch with the shelter. Results: when the rest of them entered the department store, they find a lot of cobwebs in the building. It was then that someone sensed something was wrong and tried to leave, but the rest of them thought that they had come. At least they should take some supplies before leaving, otherwise the several kilometers would not be in vain. So they continued to explore inside. As a result, not long after exploring, someone was attacked by a mutant spider. The crowd resisted while trying to escape from the department store building. The result was that there were more mutant spiders at the entrance of the building, and there was a particularly large mutant spider outside, which scared them and made them rush inside. A lot of people were sacrificed in the meantime while fighting back and running. It was at this moment of crisis that Lynn Deer realized that there were no mutant spiders near the bathroom, so everyone ran inside, and as a result, they really weren't being attacked by mutant spiders. They guessed that it might be that the smell of the bathroom was too heavy for the mutant spiders to come, or it might be because of any other reason. In any case, as long as they hid in the bathroom and didn't make any noise, they were safe. So they stayed in hiding, waiting for someone outside the building to realize something was wrong and contact the shelter for help. The result was a day and a night of waiting for help. There was speculation that something might have happened to the people outside the building, or that there were too many mutant spiders to effect a rescue. In short, the crowd wanted to give up in despair for a while, until Shinny appeared and saved them. If it wasn't for my boyfriend, we would have starved to death in the bathroom. Lynn Deer said this, cleared his throat, and proudly spoke of Shinny's bravery and invincibility. One person killed hundreds of mutant spiders in seconds. She talked about it and even started to add to it. Originally, Shinny might have killed 200 to 300 mutant spiders, and after Lin Lu's second lecture, it had turned into 500 to 600. I'm afraid there will be more if I let her speak a few more times. It wasn't that Lynn Deer liked to lie, because she was completely unclear about how many mutant spiders there were in the building. She only saw Shinny releasing frost and instantly killing all the spiders that attacked them, so she felt that Shinny was very powerful. The more she brainstormed, the more she felt that Shinny was unfathomable, and Lynn Deer's detailed description, which fell on Fu Yunqi's and the others' ears, immediately shocked the crowd. 131, brother-in-law. Why are you staring at me? It's true that you can't judge a person by their appearance. Mr. Shin is so powerful at such a young age. I admire you. Mr. Shin is awesome. I toast you. Mr. Shin, is your psychic ability to create ice? After the management had heard Lin Lu's description, they had launched a heated brag and compliment to Shinny. While a few people are still skeptical, most have become convinced. After all, it was indisputable that Lin Deer and dozens of members of the supplies team were able to return safely. If Shinny was not strong, how could he have saved so many people? Brother-in-law, that's awesome. Lin Rabbit's eyes shone with adoration as he listened to his sister's retelling. Although my sister's second telling was a bit different from the first, my brother-in-law was so good no matter how it sounded. Composure and strength in the face of monsters. Is this her brother-in-law? Shinny did not pay any attention to the crowd's boasting, but instead sized up his lovely sister-in-law with interest. Her and Lin Lu's features and height were so identical that it was almost hard to tell them apart. If they weren't dressed differently, he wouldn't even be able to tell who was his girlfriend and who was his sister-in-law. Surprisingly, they are twin sisters. Shinny was both surprised and delighted in his heart. He hadn't even noticed them before when he found the townhouse shelter. Almost missed the sisters. Unsurprisingly, the sister-in-law triggered the system prompt just as soon as they met. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Lin Rabbit. Age, 18. Looks, 92 points. Body, 92 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 93. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. The sister-in-law and girlfriend have the exact same attributes. Not bad for twin sisters. However, through Lin Lu's narration, Shinny learned that his sister-in-law's psychic ability seemed to be similar to his own spiritual connection, and it was also a psychic ability that allowed him to talk remotely. It's a coincidence. Why do my sister and brother-in-law keep staring at me? Lin Bunny noticed Shinny's gaze and her face flushed red, somewhat shy and embarrassed. But she had to restrain her movements, had originally thought of eating a meal gourmet. Is it because I look so much like my sister that my brother-in-law is staring at me? That must be it. After all, it's normal for every stranger to be curious when they see twins for the first time, so it's okay, I just have to keep it natural. Lin Bunny tried hard to keep herself from being shy and showing strange expressions. However, when faced with her brother-in-law's meaningful gaze, she could never help but think wild thoughts. Speaking of which, could my brother-in-law have mistaken me for my sister? What if I get the wrong person in the shower? Should I change my hairstyle to something different from my sister's from now on? Or never wear the same clothes as your sister again? Otherwise, how embarrassing it would be if my brother-in-law recognized the wrong person. Speaking of which, if my brother-in-law recognizes the wrong person, Should I refuse? Would my brother-in-law be embarrassed if I refused? It would be bad if my brother-in-law and sister had relationship problems because of me. The more Lin Rabbit thought about it, the more crooked it became, and his face had long since turned red, as if he had exposed some strange idea. She was the only one at the entire table who hadn't realized it yet. No, there's another one, and her stupid white sister, Lin Deer, hasn't noticed either, because Lin Deer was too busy enjoying his meal to care about anyone else. This man, does he also have thoughts about his sister-in-law, Lin Rabbit? Fu Yunqi noticed Xinyi's gaze and had a hidden guess in her heart. If that's the case, maybe there's a better chance of keeping him. The other management naturally noticed Xinyi's eyes, but they don't dare think about this mess, regardless of whether Lin Deer's previous words were true or not. Since this man dared to come to the refuge alone, and faced so many people still calmly and openly, without any sense of stage fright, it was definitely not simple. It was best not to easily provoke such a strong person. Have you had enough, Lin Deer? Just then, Xinyi suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Lin Lu, who was patting his little belly, nodded in satisfaction. Aha! I'm full. She took advantage of the crowd's chatter and ramblings to show off her meal ruthlessly, made up for the hunger of the last 2 days. Then you and your sister go rest first. I have something I need to talk to the administrator of your refuge, Xinyi said with a smile. Okay, then Xinyi, you have to come find me later. Oh, my room is at the end of the corridor on this floor. Lin Deer didn't think much of it. She guessed that Xinyi would definitely want to discuss the treatment of joining the shelter with Sister Fu. Although she wanted to stay and help intercede, she thought about it and realized that she wasn't very eloquent, so she might as well take her sister back first, blow her sister's ear off, and ask her sister to seek Sister Fu's help to improve Xinyi's treatment. His sister was a shifter and had a high status in the shelter, so a favor would definitely be more useful than himself. Lin Deer was simple, but not stupid, so she pulled her blushing sister, Lin Bunny, and packed the uneaten food in her hand and left the conference room. Mr. Shin, I wonder if you would like to join our sanctuary. Seeing Lin Deer and Lin Rabbit leave, Fu Yunqi also opened her mouth to extend an invitation. Since this man hadn't shown any hostility since the beginning, it meant that he shouldn't be a bad person. Although, maybe a little horny. Yes, because Xinyi just took a few more glances at the twin sister-in-law. He was labeled by Fu Yunqi as horny, and that label made her feel like she could hold Xinyi. A pair of twin sisters is enough to tie up a horny man, especially these little men in their 20s who just don't seem to have much social experience. What kind of mature man can be in love with a silly girl like Lin Lu? Yes, brother Shen, since your girlfriend is from our shelter, why don't you just join our shelter as well? The treatment is negotiable, and we guarantee that you won't lose out. Mr. Shen, feel free to make any request you want, as long as it's not excessive. We can meet it. You've seen the scale of our refuge. It's definitely not weak. As long as Mr. Shen is willing to join, we guarantee that we won't let you not suffer. Other management also excitedly extended invitations. With such a powerful alien joining the sanctuary, it would be more certain to deal with the mutant Spider King. In the future, if they encountered other powerful mutated monsters, they wouldn't have to worry. In today's world, strength is what counts. Xinyi lightly scanned the crowd, finally resting his gaze on Fu Yunqi's exquisite face, revealing a smile and calmly saying, since you all want me to join the sanctuary so much, then I won't refuse. From this day forward, this sanctuary is mine to say. P.S. 3 more, and a plea for a free gift. And by the way, to explain some of the readers before the problem. First, why the protagonist does not see the monster directly. Second, that is because the supernormal ability also need to develop drops. Even if the level of enhancement you have to use in order to be more skillful, although you can use the numerical value of crush, but in order to look at a little bit of ornamental, naturally, is to write the pattern of a lot of points, or else the author would like to write a little bit of relaxation. Secondly, about which aspect of the matter, why not describe in detail? Because the river crab god stared at, but any slightly crossed the line on the audit. No way. Now too strict. 132, who is in favor and who is against? SH, what? Mr. Shin, what did you say? Mr. Shin, are you too nervous and said the wrong thing? When the crowd heard Xinyi's words, their first reaction was to think that the man was too nervous and said the wrong thing. But soon, they saw that Xinyi still had a bland expression and immediately realized that something was wrong. This guy, does he really mean it? Holy, so arrogant. The first time we met, not even 2 hours ago, and you dare to say something so arrogant in front of so many of us? You're in charge of this shelter from now on? Asshole, how dare you be so arrogant? Who are you to take over our sanctuary? Immediately, a man stood up, changing his previous affable attitude and questioning coldly. As he spoke, Flames began to emerge from both of his fists. It's psychic powers. This man is a shifter. From the beginning, he had always remained skeptical of Xin Yi's strength. Also being a psychic, he didn't believe that someone's psychic ability could be as strong as Lin Deer said. He preferred Lin Deer to exaggerate. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to completely despise Xin Yi. Since this man dared to be so arrogant, he must have some backbone. But this is our place. There are our people everywhere. You're just one man and you're trying to pin us down? Therefore, he was the first to stand out and face Xin Yi directly. The other management also stared intently at Xin Yi. This man was too arrogant. The good feelings they originally had towards Xin Yi instantly vanished. Young people, that's what they are. Really should learn how to respect people. Xin Yi looked towards the man who stood up and questioned himself. Then, his eyes gradually lit up. Alien power. The man's face changed, and he was about to raise his hands to resist, but he saw a laser piercing right through his flaming arms, as well as his head. Not even a scream. Men just get spiked. Now, do I qualify? Xin Yi's eyes, which had not yet fully and completely returned to normal, faintly swept through the crowd and finally landed on Fu Yunqi, who had a shocked face. I advise you, it's best not to think about sneak attacks. A pistol? Ha! Xin Yi said indifferently, casually raising his hand. A pistol appeared in his palm. The gun was aimed at Fu Yunqi. Fu Yunqi's pupils shrunk violently. This man actually had a gun too. Moreover, this ability of his to take things out of the void must be another supernatural ability. The man has more than one psychic ability. If he added the ability to create frost that Lin Deer had mentioned, then he had at least 3 abilities. What kind of monster is this? I can actually have 3 powers, and one is more terrifying than the other. The rest of the management was even too scared to breathe and sat obediently in their original seats. Xin Yi swept his gaze and did not see the person who wanted to sneak up on him, so he casually put the pistol away into the system space. If he really wanted to kill someone, he'd be better off with this distance ability than a pistol. What the hell do you want? Fu Yunqi took a deep breath and stared at Xin Yi and asked. This woman's mind is truly powerful, even when faced with Xin Yi, who might have 3 psychic abilities and kill people with his hands. She didn't tremble with fear and didn't dare to speak like the other management. It sure is nice to be a handful at a shelter. Xin Yi praised with satisfaction. He had, from the beginning, treated the shelter as his own property and didn't want to do too much damage. The reason for the killing was also to deter the crowd. Otherwise, even if Xin Yi said a bunch of things, it wouldn't be as effective as directly killing an alien and displaying his absolute strength. As for wasting a shifter, doesn't matter. District alien. Xin Yi could have as many as he wanted to cultivate now. Moreover, just now, that alien had a great deal of hostility towards himself and could sneak up on him at any time, which was one of the reasons why he didn't hesitate to make a move. Well, my request is also simple. Xin Yi leaned back in his chair, looked at the crowd and said, in the future, I'll have the final say on this shelter. Who's in favor of it and who's against it? Mud, you think we haven't seen the movie? Anyone who stands up against it at this point is properly looking for death. Even though Fu Yunqi had a tummy full of anger, she just kept a cold face and didn't say a word. She weighed the pros and cons and felt that even if she suddenly made a sneak attack, she wouldn't necessarily be able to kill this asshole. This asshole has too many powers. Who knows if he has any other stronger powers? Explaining that no one else knows about the ability cap. I don't think there's a little idiot who doesn't. If the sneak attack doesn't work, it will cost you your life. The smarter you are, the more you will consider the benefits and losses. Since everyone is in favor of this, you can go back to your business. I hope you guys are smart enough not to think about calling people to surround me. I don't want blood to flow today. And, Fu Yunqi stays, I want you to serve me. Now, Xin Yi said indifferently. He said it on purpose for the others. The first was to humiliate Fu Yunqi and shatter the pride of this condescending woman in front of her subordinates. Secondly, it's also to tell the others that this is the old man's woman, so don't even think about it. Of course, there was one last point. As long as the others knew that Fu Yunqi had become their woman, then no one would be foolish enough to seek out Fu Yunqi to rebel in the future. After all, Fu Yunqi is Xin Yi's woman. Looking for her to rebel, all have to consider whether or not they will be backstabbed. Fu Yunqi's face clouded over. Her mind turned quickly, and she also realized what this guy Xin Yi was thinking. It's not a clever tactic, but it does work, and that's disgusting. The management hesitated for a few seconds, but finally no one said anything and they all got up and left. They were unusually apprehensive and nervous. Who would have thought that what was supposed to be a reception banquet would turn out to be a hongmen banquet? The point is, they are the ones who set up the feast, while the hongmen are the ones who make it up to this man who just came to the refuge. It would be a lie to say that there is no resentment in my heart, especially when they thought that Miss Fu was going to be forcibly occupied by this bastard. The crowd was furious in their hearts. There were individual Fu Yunqi's admirers who couldn't wait to rush in and kill Shinyi. Only fear keeps them from acting. Only thinking. The words are split. Fu Yunqi's side can be difficult. The sanctuary you've built with so much effort. Just like that? Just a few hours ago, she was thinking about killing the leaders of the other sanctuaries and annexing their sanctuaries. As a result, his own sanctuary was suddenly annexed. Even he himself has been made a prisoner. She stared at Shinyi and asked, "Why did you hit on my shelter? Is it the forest deer? Or have you been on to us for a long time?" She then wondered what it was all about. Why was this powerful alien, all of a sudden, striking out against his own sanctuary? Clearly, they didn't even know each other before this. Not even one side. Why did it develop into an enemy? You want to know why? Shinyi took a sip of wine and looked at Fu Yunqi. Yes. Fu Yunqi stared at Shinyi. What the hell is going on? Why would he target my shelter? Because of you. 133, unlocking supplies. Interdimensionals can be unlocked? What? Fu Yunqi froze. Because of me? What do you mean? Because I happened to see you yesterday when I was passing by. And you're very pretty and I like it a lot. So I came to look for you today on purpose. Speaking of which, the forest deer is just an accessory. Shinyi revealed a smile. It's the harvest smile. It was quite a surprise to meet Lin Lu. No, it's not just the forest deer. And then there's the forest rabbit. The twin sisters. That's 2 kinds of supplies. Together with Fu Yunqi and this refuge of several hundred people. Nima. It is simply a big profit. It is true that no man is rich without a fortune. It would take a long time for a few hundred people to develop a shelter from scratch on their own. But taking the established sanctuary outright would only take a fraction of a second on its own. Cool yuppies. As for loyalty and all that, as long as he didn't engage in any bloody rule in the future, and occasionally handed out some material rewards, the ordinary survivors would soon think of themselves as the boss. It can be so easy to take power in the end times, as long as you don't make any stupid mistakes. After all, it's the supplies that matter to the survivors. And Shinyi happens to have no shortage of supplies. It's always possible to figure out who to follow to get food, right? If you can't figure it out, then clean it up. The subsequent power grab was very easy anyway, especially since the management of this shelter would cooperate with themselves. It would be easier. Yes, Shinyi had been staring at the departing management through telepathy. If they dare to have any dissent, then they will just get killed. But it was clear that the guys were smart enough not to do anything deadly. Compared to Shinyi's contentment, Fu Yunqi simply felt incredulous. Just because you're pretty, you're in deep trouble. The old lady wanted to kill someone. Fu Yunqi stared coldly at Shinyi, one hand slowly touching the gun at his waist. I advise you not to pull out your gun. As long as you behave yourself, this shelter will still be yours to manage from now on, and I will provide you with some of the supplies. But if you try to pull out a gun, then I'll kill you. Shinyi looked at Fu Yunqi with a cold tone. If Fu Yunqi really had murderous intentions towards herself, then she couldn't stay. Of course, Shinyi did not just use force to coerce, he also took out his sincerity. As long as Fu Yunqi was obedient, he wouldn't deprive her of her power and status, and would even give her some support. After all, the woman does have a remarkable personal capacity. Moreover, if not wrong, the odds were that she had psychic powers as well. Otherwise it would be impossible to make so many people obedient. A woman with psychic powers and outstanding personal abilities, as well as good looks, can be found in the apocalypse, so it's a shame to kill her. Seeing Shinyi's cold eyes, Fu Yunqi's hand, which was placed on the gun at her waist, hesitated. This man's tone, as if he had already known that he had a gun, and was not at all worried about his sneak attack. Does he still have the ability to read minds and other supernormal abilities? If there really are such powers, then all one's arrangements are meaningless. To resist is to seek death. She slowly let go of the gun, her body gradually weakening as she slumped into the chair. This man, how many psychic powers does he have? How strong is he? Fu Yunqi felt as if nothing she did could escape this man's eyes. Even if you can't even put up a fight. Powerless. Desperate. Be good. Just be good and you'll still be the boss of this shelter from now on. No one rides on your head but me. Shinyi gently stroked Fu Yunqi's head. She closed her eyes helplessly, not resisting, and allowed her head to be pressed down. Ding. Detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking supplies. Deluxe Edition Ichirako Ramen. Ichirako Ramen +1. Stored in system space. Ichirako Ramen +1. Stored in system space. Yalola. Ichiraku Ramen? Shinyi raised an eyebrow. Is it the same Ichiraku Ramen that I understand? He pushed Fu Yunqi away and sat up, taking out a bowl of ramen from the system space. That's right. A bowl. This time the unlocked supplies come with an extra bowl and pair of chopsticks, which is just sweet. Looking at the ramen that wafted out a strong fragrance, Shinyi's eyes lit up. I can't believe it really is ramen from the anime. It looks almost exactly the same. Nima, I can't believe I can even unlock food from the anime. This system is still interdimensional? Doesn't that mean it can also unlock supplies from sci-fi movies or novels? If that's true, it's simply unbeatable. Shinny had always thought before that this system could only unlock materials that were available in reality, but he had never thought that even materials from other dimensions could be unlocked. In that case, the previously unlocked roasted chicken and buns are not necessarily those on Earth. After all, the degree of deliciousness far exceeds that which Shinny has eaten before, and maybe they are also the best quality in some parallel world? How else could it smell so good? Shinyi's heart thumped, suddenly full of anticipation for the subsequent system supplies. Unlocking supplies. Must be ruthless in unlocking supplies. If you can unlock some awesome interdimensional weapon, you can just push the mutant tree sideways. And right now, he had just had a fierce battle and happened to be a little hungry, so he tasted the ramen first. Shinny watched anime when he was a kid, and every time he saw Naruto eating ramen he couldn't help but gulp. I don't know if the ramen unlocked by the system tastes authentic or not. He picked up his chopsticks and began to feast. Not bad. Fragrant. The soup base was thick, the noodles were strong and al dente, and the large pieces of barbecued pork, fat and thin, were flavorful. There are also properly cooked loose eggs with semi-solidified yolks and a delicate texture. The crunchy dried bamboo shoots add a touch of refreshing texture to the ramen, and the large pieces of seaweed spread over the ramen add the fresh flavor of the ocean. The flavor of this ramen is just so refreshing. Fu Yunqi gulped as she watched from the sidelines. What a strong scent. Wait, where did he get the ramen from? Could it be the same supernatural power as the one that changed into a pistol before? Spacing out? Or is it something like some kind of space-based psychic ability? Fu Yunqi's nose couldn't help but twitch as she thought about it. How come it smells so good? And it's like the ramen is freshly cooked. It's still steaming. The meat and eggs inside are even extremely fresh and delicious to look at. Eat or not? Shinny looked at the unclothed Fu Yunqi and asked. With this kind of smart woman, grace is what works. Repressing her will only inspire her to rebel. After all, Fu Yunqi wasn't the kind of little girl like Su Wanning who was spoiled by her family and liked to play with her little temper, was arrogant, and was still very possessive. Of course, after this period of time's conditioning, Su Wanting already knew a lot more. Eat? Fu Yunqi licked off the white color at the corner of her mouth and nodded gently. She knew there was no turning back from the first compromise she had just made. One can only follow this man one way to the end. 134, how embarrassing to be overheard. Fu Yunqi compromised though, but she hoped that what Shinny said was true. It will not take away their power, or even, help yourself to more power. If Shinny had not lied to herself, then even if she had to suffer some humiliation, she would endure it. It's the end of days, and there's no shame in being the woman of a strong man and serving him. It was only serving this man in private anyway, and outside of this room, she was still the high and mighty hand of sanctuary. She still has status and still wields absolute power. Shinny looked at Fu Yunqi and saw that the breath on her body was much whiter, so he revealed a satisfied expression. Then, he took out a few bowls of ramen from the system space and placed them on the table. It doesn't hurt at all to add a bowl a second anyway. What the hell kind of powers are you? You? Fu Yunqi couldn't help but be surprised as she watched Shinny turn out a few more identical bowls of ramen. How in the world did this happen? What kind of psychic ability can do that? Shinny drank a mouthful of the hot ramen soup and said, I said, as long as you are obedient and serve me well, you definitely won't starve in the future. Fu Yunqi wanted to say something. So what exactly are his powers? Turning out food? Or copying food? Are there such magical powers in the world? Thinking about it, he couldn't understand it. So Fu Yunqi suppressed his curiosity and picked up the fragrant ramen and ate it. She'd forgotten how long it had been since she'd had fresh cooked food, especially noodles, since hasn't even seen it since the end came. This ramen smells so good, and it tastes so fresh. It feels like it just came out of the pan. No wonder this man didn't move his chopsticks much at the table just now. So he had such delicious ramen. Lost himself thought Shinny was embarrassed to eat it. I don't think it's a good idea. Shinny finished the ramen and wiped his mouth, satisfied with the flavor. He was in a good mood as he looked at the increasing amount of ramen in the system space. Thereupon, Shinny sat beside Fu Yunqi, not caring that she was eating, reached out and fumbled in her clothes, saying, I won't care about the small matters of the sanctuary in the future, but if you collect the alien fruits, you must turn them over to me. Do you understand? Exotic fruits? You mean that colorful fruit? Fu Yunqi's cheeks slightly reddened as she swallowed the noodles in her mouth and asked. Exactly. Okay. Fu Yunqi didn't refuse. She knew this was the price of compromise. It would be strange if this man robbed himself of his sanctuary and wanted nothing. Don't worry. As long as you can find the alien fruits, I can exchange them with you and won't let you suffer, Shinny said and pinched hard. How could he not see the woman's reluctant expression? Also normal. After all, no one wants to give away their hard-earned found supplies, so an equal exchange is only appropriate. Exchanging the exotic fruit for the exotic fruit? Fu Yunxi revealed a puzzled expression, not understanding what this meant. You have the alien fruit and you want to trade with me? Would it taste better to swap? Or does it give access to an additional ability? Obviously, Fu Yunxi was not clear about the fact that psychic abilities could be upgraded, as well as the way they were upgraded and so on. Most shifters in the wild are like that, with different eyes. Afterwards, Shinny popularized the various methods of upgrading alien abilities to Fu Yunxi. So, psychic abilities can still be upgraded? Fu Yunxi immediately revealed a surprised expression. No wonder she always had a feeling that her powers could become stronger. So they really could. In this case, it can be understood why Shinyi's alien ability is so strong. He must have a high level of psychic ability. Fortunately, it was good that he had put aside his pride and did not think of fighting for his life. Otherwise I was afraid that he would die without knowing how. Are you full? Let's do it twice more if you're full. Shinyi pinched Fu Yunxi. Fu Yunxi slowly closed her eyes and gave a hum. A few hours later, when Fu Yunxi and Shinyi came out of the conference room, the breath on her body was already much whiter. After some in-depth exchanges, Fu Yunxi deeply understood the strength of Shinyi's power. It's good for one's sanctuary to have such a powerful man covering it. At least, the mutant Spider King had nothing to fear. Fu Yunxi also mentioned the mutant Spider King to Shinyi and said that she was going to unite the nearby shelters and survivors to round up this mutant Spider King. Of course, her other purpose was to take the opportunity to take out or subdue the leaders of other sanctuaries and annex them. This woman's got a lot of ambition. Shinyi was surprised to hear Fu Yunxi's plan, but he expressed his support. Let Fu Yunxi let go of his hands, and if he couldn't solve it, he would step in himself. By the way, how many supernormal abilities do you have? Shinyi then remembered to inquire. 2. Fu Yunxi didn't hide it either, but explained self-consciously. The first psychic ability is the ability to summon and manipulate wind. As long as the wind is strong enough, I should be able to manipulate it to form storms, tornadoes, and so on. Even, I can fly with the help of the wind. However, although this ability is strong, it's very energy consuming and I'm tired after every use. Wind powers? Shinyi was thoughtful, listening to Fu Yunxi's description. The power of this supernatural ability was definitely not bad, especially since it can actually fly with the help of the wind. That's kind of cool. Although, Shinyi's instantaneous movement could also go up to the sky, it was still almost meaningless compared to flying. As for morphing into other animals to fly, it's even less interesting. As for my second psychic ability, it is the ability to absorb some energy from the outside world and store it in my body to use. For example, if I want to use my wind psychic ability, I can consume the stored energy so that my own consumption will be reduced and the wind I manipulate will be more powerful. Fu Yunxi obviously didn't figure out this psychic ability too much either, so he said it very simply. Absorb outside energy? What kind of energy can all be absorbed? Shinyi raised his eyebrows. This ability sounded more similar to a defense ability? It's not just defense either. It can also convert the absorbed energy for use, which can extend the duration. Sounds very practical. At present, I have tested the energy that can be absorbed. Is the lightning, but the premise is that the power of the lightning cannot be too large. Otherwise I feel that my body will not be able to withstand it. There are also the power of the various impacts on my body can be absorbed. But this kind of absorption, the conversion rate is very low. Fu Yunxi said. So that's how it is. No wonder no matter how hard I output just now, you were able to withstand it. Shinyi suddenly came to a realization. You know, other women simply can't top their own physically evolved bodies. Almost every woman was exhausted after unlocking the supplies. However, Fu Yunxi acted as if she was fine, but instead, she was even more energized, since she can even absorb the power of a pile driver. In that case, she's pretty strong with this psychic ability. Even attacks on the body can be absorbed. Very counterintuitive. Pretty much. Fu Yunxi blushed a little. This man is really something. That kind of thing can be said out in the open. How embarrassing to be overheard. Shinyi, on the other hand, came to be interested. Looking at Fu Yunxi, he asked, if say, I shoot you now, can you absorb the impact and damage of the bullet? P.S. Over 6,000 words again today. Ask for a gift. 135. If you pretend to be a pig for a long time, you'll really become a pig. Bullet damage? It should work, but I haven't tried it. Wait, I don't suppose you want to shoot me, do you? Fu Yunxi saw that Shinyi's eyes were not right and was immediately alerted. How dare this man think that? You're not afraid to shoot me? Oh, no. Shin-Yi temporarily held back his curiosity. You shouldn't just test me. In case I can't finish absorbing the damage from the bullets, then I might die. Fu Yunxi was filled with alarm. She always felt that the way Shin-Yi looked at her was very wrong. Who the hell did this guy learn from? I can't believe you want to experiment on living people. There is no humanity. That is to say, if you can finish absorbing the energy attacking you, then you won't suffer any harm. Is that what it means? Shin-Yi captured the point. Pretty much. But I can't absorb much damage at the moment. And I can feel that I definitely won't be able to carry a single shot. She re-emphasized. You can't really carry bullets yourself. She hasn't lived long enough to die. Yeah, maybe. Shin-Yi's eyes flickered. This supernatural ability of Fu Yunxi's is definitely strong. The potential is extremely high. It's just that she's afraid to just develop it. Being able to absorb all kinds of external damage, even damage caused by bullets. This supernatural ability was simply heaven-defying. If this psychic ability was fully developed and then leveled up, wouldn't it be able to carry it off even if it was machine-gunned and nuked? Even, it can absorb the power of a nuclear bomb and backhand a stronger attack. It's simply an unbeatable ability. It can defend, it can sustain, and it can also explode. Unfortunately, such a strong supernormal ability did not arrive to fall into his hands. Otherwise, paired with their own heat rays and frost powers, they were simply strong. The stronger the enemy's attack, the stronger the attack one can utilize. A very counterintuitive ability. It was no wonder that this woman had been thinking of sparring with herself since they first met. This supernormal ability, you have to develop it well. There is a lot of potential. Shin-Yi still said his thoughts. Fu Yunxi was naturally not stupid, and she had also been developing this psychic ability. Only, like what Shin-Yi said about testing with a gun or something, she hadn't even thought about it. It's not like we're in a desperate situation and have to risk our lives. A pistol can easily cripple yourself even if it hits your leg or arm. Especially now that it's still the end of days. Even minor injuries are dangerous. There aren't any great doctors in their own shelters. I know. Fu Yunxi returned perfunctorily. Development is natural, but never risky. Okay, then as agreed before, you send someone to contact the nearby shelters and ask them to send out people as soon as possible so that we can jointly deal with the mutant Spider King. Shin-Yi changed the topic and said, since Fu Yunxi was ambitious, he didn't mind giving it a push. After all, it's in your favor. If we could consolidate all the shelters and survivors within a dozen kilometers around us, we could have a few thousand people anyhow, right? Out of a few thousand people, what's at least a tenth of them young women? As long as another tenth of that tenth met the system's criteria, he could unlock quite a few supplies himself. Moreover, with a larger number of people in the refuge, the probability of finding the alien fruit would be greatly increased. In short, one is not short of supplies, and it is right to develop shelters ruthlessly. Well, I've already sent people to contact them before, and I think I'll definitely get a reply tomorrow at the latest. Fu Yunxi said. Even without Shin-Yi, she would still execute the annexation plan, but now with the support of this powerful man, she was more certain of annexing the other sanctuaries. With Shen-Yi's strength, it should be easy to kill a few refuge leaders in seconds by surprise. Yes, but I have one more thing to make clear to you. No matter now or later, all the survivors you manage must know that this is the real person in power. Understand what I mean? Shin-Yi stared at Fu Yunxi and said, he doesn't like to play pig in a poke. Why should I be a pig when I have power? After pretending to be a pig for a long time, it is easy to become a pig for real. If I'm weak, then I'll develop meticulously, not seek fame and fortune, and keep as low a profile as possible. But with Shen-Yi's current strength, there was no need to lay too low. At the very least, let the survivors of your own sanctuary know who's really in charge. Know who to honor. He didn't want to go behind the scenes and pay for a bunch of supplies, only to have people not remember how good he was. Then there's no point in me doing good. Fu Yunxi nodded and said, I understand. Don't worry. We have teachers at the shelter who will regularly teach the children. I've also purposely set up an ideological education program. I just need to add some content about your giving and your powerful strength to the textbooks, so that the children will know who makes them eat and drink, and who they should be thankful for and who they should worship. When time passes, this influence will be ingrained in the minds of the next generation. In time, all the survivors in the sanctuary will respect you, worship you, and serve you willingly. Even without Shen-Yi, Fu Yunxi would have done the same. Only by mastering the minds of the next generation can we make the rule last longer. A child who is brought up to worship will certainly grow up to be faithful. At least it's more loyal than a halfway house. And adults need to be educated on a regular basis to change their minds in a subtle way. It's similar to training dead soldiers in ancient times. And that? Shen-Yi froze slightly, feeling that this woman really had something. I can't believe I can think of such a way to manipulate people's minds. By following this method, in a few years at most, There will be complete unity of thought within the sanctuary. Everyone would see Shin-Yi as a savior. This is much more powerful than simply ruling by violent means. Ideological worship can even make some people give their lives for it. The way Shin-Yi looked at Fu Yunqi was different. Sure enough, this woman is the real management type. Much more capable than Gangnam Smoke. Jiang Nanyan was suitable for small fights, while Fu Yunqi was more suitable for managing large shelters. The more people there are, the more she can do. It's a real bonus to have taken this woman in today. We'll do what you say from now on. When it's done, here's your reward, Shin-Yi said, pulling over Fu Yunqi and nibbling hard. This beautiful, capable woman is to die for. It's awesome. Well, Fu Yunqi subconsciously struggled up. Don't move, Shin-Yi slapped Fu Yunqi. This woman is not good. Don't you know that this is a good time to cooperate? You wait first. Someone is watching. Fu Yunqi spoke, looking behind Shin-Yi. His eyes are a little strange. What man? Shin-Yi turned his head in confusion, but he saw that the sisters Lin Deer and Lin Bunny were frozen in place with dull faces. 136, brother-in-law. Bad. Shin-Yi, Sister Fu. How could you do this? Lin Deer's voice trembled and her eyes instantly reddened. She had just been excitedly showing off her boyfriend to her sister, but as soon as they went out, they witnessed the image of Shin-Yi and Fu Yunqi embracing each other tightly, and even connecting their lips and teeth. At this moment, Lin Deer only felt that his head was green. Countless grievances instantly flooded his heart. Fawn, it's not what you think. Fu Yunqi spoke with some embarrassment, a rare blush on her face. Those who didn't know thought that they had seduced Shin-Yi. In fact, I'm a victim myself. It's not what I think it is? Well, what was it like? You all kissed. Even I haven't kissed Shin-Yi. The more Lin Lu spoke, the more aggrieved she became, and she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Fu Yunqi also shut up. Things have happened, and any explanation pales in comparison. You can't say that you and Shin-Yi are innocent with your eyes open, can you? Even if she had thicker skin, she couldn't say something like that. Okay, don't cry. Shin-Yi walked to Lin Lu and reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Lin Deer lowered his head, his heart aggravated. Can't you cry a little when you've been cuckolded yourself? Why did you kiss Sister Fu? Is it because I don't want to do thither with you? That's why you're looking for Sister Fu? I didn't say I didn't want to all the time. I'll say yes if you want to. Lin Lu's voice is glutinous, with a hint of cowardice in his tone, completely without the momentum of catching an adulterer, but rather as if he had done something wrong. If you don't know, you'd think she's the mistress. Even my sister, Lin Bunny, can't stand it, although she had never been in love either. Her morals told her that it was her brother-in-law and Sister Fu who were in the wrong now. It should be the brother-in-law who apologizes to his sister. But Lin Bunny also only dared to condemn it fiercely in his heart, but was too cowardly to open his mouth at all. It was also her first experience with this kind of thing and she was nervous. Alas! Fu Yunqi listened to Lin Lu's words and looked at her aggrieved expression, sighed helplessly, and it was not good to continue to stay, so he quietly left. Anyway, let's get to business first. This is the kind of dogfight she doesn't want to get involved in. Although she was the one involved, Fu Yunqi really didn't want to waste her time on this kind of thing. If it wasn't for the fact that she took care of Lin Lu as her sister and had a certain emotional foundation, she wouldn't even care about the fact that she was greening Lin Lu. If it was a wild woman she didn't know, Fu Yunqi would have kicked the other party out without mercy and become Shin-Yi's proper girlfriend herself. One could only say that she had feelings for Lin Lu after all, and it was not good to be too desperate. Plus, Fu Yunqi had promised Lin Lu's deceased parents that she would take good care of Lin Lu and Lin Rabbit. As a result, this kind of thing happened now. Has made her conscience suffer no small condemnation. Well, don't cry. Shin-Yi frowned and said bluntly, Lin Lu, it's impossible for me to have only you as my girlfriend in the future. That's why I hope you'll be more understanding. Shin-Yi hadn't talked to anyone before, so naturally he wouldn't be able to say anything about love. Plus, he didn't want to waste time consoling Lin Lu, so he just played her with a clear card. You actually want to open a harem? Lin Deer's eyes widened in aggravation as tears welled up in her eyes. She'd watched courtroom dramas, but she'd never thought this could happen to her. It's like never thinking the end would come to reality. Pretty much. Shin-Yi didn't deny it. His tone was calm as if he was talking about the weather. Brother-in-law. Bad. Hearing this, Lin Bunny continued to viciously condemn Shin-Yi in his heart. She even mentally fantasized about a brother-in-law brand of villain, and then beat the other person severely to take out her sister's anger. And on the surface, Lin Bunny was just like an aggravated person, lowering his head and not saying a word. Both sisters are simple, introverted and timid. Don't stand here. Go inside first. Shin-Yi pulled the aggrieved Lin Lu into the conference room. However, As soon as he entered the door, Lin Deer shrieked out in shock. Ah, dead people. She looked at the headless body at the table in horror, her face instantly pale. Lin Bunny, who came in from behind, was also startled when she saw this scene and tightly grabbed her sister's arm. I can't believe I forgot about this. Shani then remembered that he had just forgotten to clean up the corpse. He had long been used to dead people, so he didn't take the bodies seriously. That Fu Yunqi woman is just as unafraid of death. So, when the two unlocked the supplies earlier, a bloody headless body was just casually tossed aside, and no one cared or took it seriously. But the two sisters, Lin Deer and Lin Rabbit, obviously couldn't stand such a bloody scene. Shani immediately used the spiritual connection to contact Fu Yunqi and asked her to send people upstairs to clear the bodies and clean up. Shani? The voice that suddenly rang in his head caused Fu Yunqi, who was talking to his subordinates, to freeze. It's actually another alien power? She reacted and sent someone upstairs immediately after returning Xingyi's message as well. He actually has the same mental type psychic ability as Lin Rabbit. This man, just how many powers does he have? She had originally thought that she had already understood Xingyi's strength very well, but realized that it was only the tip of the iceberg. His psychic powers are much stronger than Bunny's. Fu Yunqi murmured in a low voice. Lin Bunny's mental psychic ability needed to first plant an imprint by seeing eye to eye before he could communicate remotely. If the mark is not placed, then there is no communication, and there's a distance and number limit on the imprints. In comparison, Xingyi's spiritual psychic ability that could directly and forcefully connect to his own consciousness and communicate with himself was simply overbearing. Although, it doesn't seem to have much killing power, but who knows if it was because Xingyi didn't use his killing power. Who the hell is this man? Why does he have so many powers and know so much about them? Fu Yunqi began to speculate about Xingyi's true identity. From the moment he was able to say that his powers could be upgraded and that he had mastered a variety of upgrading methods, Fu Yunqi felt that something was wrong. Coupled with the powerful strength that Xingyi had displayed, Fu Yunqi was even more convinced that this man was by no means an ordinary person. His strength was not at all in the same dimension as his own and the others. It's hard to believe that he's an alien. The end of the world is in sight, and the possibility of aliens is not out of the question. Maybe this apocalyptic disaster has something to do with aliens. Of course, all of this was nothing more than Fu Yunqi's nonsensical speculation without any evidence to back it up. After collecting his mind, Fu Yunqi gave orders to his subordinates. All go and get ready. Tomorrow's battle with the mutant Spider King is the best time for us to annex the other shelters. If anyone dares to leak the information out, don't blame me for showing no mercy. 137. The main idea is to do whatever you want. Take advantage of the fight against the mutant Spider King and annex the other sanctuaries. The management felt frightened when they heard Fu Yunqi's order. Everyone didn't expect Miss Fu to be so ambitious. No, perhaps it is not Ms. Fu's ambition, but that man's ambition. The bastard man who had seized their refuge and commandeered Miss Fu. He must have forced Ms. Fu to do this. The crowd felt indignant and angry at the thought of Miss Fu not only serving that man, but also risking war with the other sanctuaries. It's the end of the world, and humans actually want civil unrest. It's really birth behavior. However, most people did not dare to disobey Xingyi's decision. After all, they had witnessed Xingyi's perverted psychic ability, taking a gun out of thin air, shooting lasers out of his eyes, plus the psychic ability to create ice. This is no longer something that ordinary people can fight against. The people had morals, but they didn't want to get killed for it. But there are cowards and there are warriors. At this moment, a young man stood out, clenching his fists and said, Miss Fu, did that bastard called Xingyi force you to do this? This asshole is really not a thing. And you guys, haven't you ever thought about fighting back? There are so many of us. Why should we be afraid of him alone? As long as we all join forces, even if that bastard is strong, he will still be afraid of us. The young man spoke passionately, his eyes full of anger, obviously hating Xingyi very much. But the reason he hated Xingyi was not because Xingyi was going to strike out against the other sanctuaries, but because he had forced and possessed his goddess Fu Yunqi. The thought of his goddess being left alone in a room for hours, possibly defiled all over his body, was too much for him to contain his anger. The goddess that he couldn't touch was so abused by other men. He simply hated to cut Xingyi into 1,000 pieces. So, taking advantage of Xingyi's absence, he tried to provoke Fu Yunqi's anger, as well as the anger of the other management. As long as everyone joined forces to engage in a sneak attack, I don't believe Xingyi can block it, but the rest of them aren't stupid. Why do we have to fight for our lives if we can live by being good? Anyway, no matter how much you struggle, it's just to stay alive. But now that we are all alive and well and not being exploited, there is naturally no reason to rebel against you. Li Yang, what are you trying to say? Fu Yunqi stared at the young man, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with coldness. When the man saw Fu Yunqi looking at himself, He immediately straightened his back and righteously said, "Miss Fu, this kind of asshole who threatens women is the man I, Li Yang, despise the most, as long as you give the order. Ms. Fu, I dare to go fight with him now. For the sake of Ms. Fu, for the sake of the sanctuary, even if I die." Li Yang spoke with conviction and vigor, like a fearless warrior. "Since you want to die so badly, go to hell," Fu Yunqi said coldly, suddenly pulling out the pistol at his waist and firing without mercy. Bang! A bullet directly penetrated the chest of Li Yang, who was still immersed in excitement. Why? Li Yang looked down at the large bloodstains oozing out of his chest and was filled with consternation. He didn't even think the goddess would shoot herself. He wanted to know the reason, wanted to know why, but the consciousness began to be disoriented, and the body collapsed with a bang, completely out of breath. The others were even more startled by Fu Yunqi's ruthlessness. How could Ms. Fu suddenly kill someone? And it was the man who spoke to her who killed it. What the hell is going on here? Fu Yunqi lowered her gun, swept her icy gaze over the terrified Fu, and said, "I'll say it for the last time. In the future, in our refuge, everyone should respect Shani and treat him as the only master of our refuge. If anyone dares to speak out of turn again, Li Yang is his downfall." Everyone was dumbfounded. Shani bullied and insulted you, yet you're still here to show your loyalty. You didn't just get Ed silly in your room, did you? Thoughts rolled around frantically, but the few remaining management no longer dared to have the slightest little thought and immediately nodded their heads frantically in response. It was also the first time they saw Fu Yunqi being so fierce and were shocked. I don't know what kind of magic spell Shani had put on Miss Fu. It was only a few hours, but it actually made Miss Fu seem like a different person. Cold-blooded and ruthless, killing when he says he will. It's so relentless. In fact, it didn't have much to do with Shani, because Fu Yunqi was originally a very ambitious and ruthless woman. In the past, the reason why he acted mildly was simply because he wasn't strong enough to be too cold-blooded, or else it would be hard to win over the hearts of the people. But now that there was Shani, an absolute force sitting on the scene, there was absolutely no need for Fu Yunqi to slowly cultivate her feelings. She cannot have to consider the thoughts of her subordinates and directly execute her plan in the fastest and most efficient way. Anyway, even if something goes wrong, there is still Shani to keep it under control. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed directly. That's the beauty of having absolute force without much regard for morality. It's the end of days, and no matter what you do, efficiency must be the priority. Sure. In addition to this, the reason why Fu Yunqi killed Li Yang was also because he guessed that Shani might see the scene just now. If Shani heard that someone wanted to rebel and he did not say anything, it would be over. She had worked hard for several hours to get Shani's support, and if it was ruined because of a hot-blooded teenager who was not in his right mind, then she would really blow up in anger. Moreover, even if we don't talk about the benefit aspect, she was already Shani's woman, so how could she not be angry when she heard someone scolding Shani? Even if Shani is bad, he's still my man. Who are you, Li Yang? It's just a wild dog. A cold-blooded woman with ambition like Fu Yunqi wouldn't fall for a man just because he said a few good words for himself. The reason why she stood on Shani's side and helped Shani was also mainly because Shani had strength. Well, clean up the bodies and get ready as soon as you can without wasting time. Fu Yunqi coldly gave orders to the crowd. There is no room for error in tomorrow's program. Not bad. Enough to kill. Shani saw the entire process of Fu Yunqi's management of his subordinates through telepathy. He couldn't hear what the young man who had been killed had said, but odds were it had something to do with himself. After all, there was nothing of importance in the refuge worth meeting about at the moment, except for the arrogant and domineering himself. Shani purposely didn't make an appearance just to see how Fu Yunqi would handle it. Whatever the young man had said, he deserved what he got for having the audacity to slap the table in the middle of a meeting and rant with a red face. Moreover, Fu Yunqi's breath was a little whiter after killing the man, proving that she was more loyal to herself. This loyalty is not necessarily fondness, but may also be due to interest. Loyalty will be just as high, if not higher than lovemaking, if the interests are bound deep enough. Obviously, Fu Yunqi made the right choice after killing someone. Immediately thereafter, Shani withdrew his telepathy and looked at the aggrieved Lin Lu who was in the process of closing herself up. Still haven't figured it out? Let me tell you, even if you can't figure it out today, you can only be my woman in the future. If you dare to betray me, don't blame me for being unforgiving. Xinyi's voice was slightly colder. It's that bossy. If you're on my radar, you won't be able to get rid of it. Especially when it's such a cute, goofy white girl. How can you possibly give it up to someone else? The main idea is to do whatever you want. Whatever the old man wants. I know. I'll do as I'm told. Lin Lu saw Xinyi's expression and was suddenly a bit scared. From the time they met until now, this was the first time Xinyi was angry at her. She felt scared and a little aggravated. Obviously. I was the one who got green. 138, jealous. Really jealous. Good to know. Shinny stroked Lin Lu's face with satisfaction. Silly sweetness is still a good thing to hold. He loved the simple, silly white girl without too much complexity, and it was reassuring to keep in the house. Lin Lu's two small hands gripped the corners of her coat, allowing Shinyi's hands to caress her face, not daring to speak. Alright, don't be so afraid of me. As long as you sisters are obedient in the future, I definitely won't let you starve and suffer. Even if you don't want to work and lie down every day, I will still feed you and take care of your food and drink, Shinyi said. His hand slowly entered the young girl's neckline. Lin Deer's face instantly reddened, and subconsciously and anxiously stopped. Don't! Little rabbit is still. Shinyi stopped his movements and looked towards Lin Bunny, who was on the sofa next to him, covering her eyes with both hands and peeping with a shy face. Come here. Shinyi directly reached out and pulled his sister-in-law into his arms as well. Lin Bunny was startled and subconsciously shrieked out, struggling with a red face. Good girl, don't move. Shinyi pinched hard, and the simple little girl immediately became too nervous to move. Sister. Lin Bunny reddened her cheeks and looked at her sister Lin Deer for help. Bunny, my brother-in-law is concerned about you. That's normal, Lin Deer said seriously. She really did think so. As a brother-in-law, hugging your sister is nothing, right? The silly white sweet girl still thought that Shinyi's words just now about taking care of their two sisters were simply taking care of them. Silly cute. Lin Bunny reddened her cheeks and lowered her head, always feeling that something was wrong. Is my brother-in-law really just concerned about me? Then why are you hugging me? And the hand is still in my shirt. Is that even normal? It was getting late. Shinyi left some food for the two sisters and went back to the Deep Bay 1 neighborhood first, though he did think about unlocking the supplies for Lin Deer and Lin Rabbit in passing. However, he had just finished unlocking supplies with Fu Yunqi not too long ago, because the woman's supernatural ability was too outrageous and almost sucked Shinyi dry, causing him to have little motivation right now. The energy that Fu Yunqi absorbed can actually be converted into physical strength. No wonder this woman doesn't get tired even after working for hours on end, Shun-Yi lamented. From the time she unlocked the supplies until now, Fu Yunqi had been working for 5 or 6 hours without a hint of fatigue, so it was evident that her supernatural ability to absorb energy was very practical. Too bad we can't keep it for ourselves. However, Fu Yunqi's ability is just that, his own. As long as she didn't betray herself, then there was no need to worry about anything. Just like Morong Shui, just call her out directly when needed. Returning to the neighborhood, Shinyi used telepathy to check the movements of Morong Shui's house. Grandma has rested. Han Ruwashi is doing the laundry. My little sister and Morong Shui were sitting together, not knowing what they were talking about, and my sister blushed every now and then. Shin-Yi, you're back? Morong Shui, who was chatting with Shin Crisp, sensed that she was being spied on and immediately realized that it might be Shin-Yi who had returned. Aha! Shin-Yi returned, and in the meantime, he came directly to Morong Shui's house. Sleep here tonight. Take a veggie nap to recuperate. We've got a fight tomorrow. Gotta get up early. Brother, you're back. Seeing the sudden appearance of Shin-Yi, Shen Shu immediately pounced over in surprise and fiercely hugged his arm. Well, it's late. Why don't you go to bed? Shin-Yi saw that the little girl seemed to be in a good mood. Obviously she had been pouting and full of unhappiness before she left. I don't know what happened during the time I was away from home, but my little sister looked like a different person. Moreover, it looked like her relationship with Morong Shui had unexpectedly gotten a lot closer. Just like a real aunt and sister-in-law. It couldn't have been modified by Morong Shui's perception, could it? Otherwise, with this little jealous character, how could she have made up with Morong Shui so quickly? Thinking about this, Shun-Yi was a bit upset. Even if modifying the perception might just increase his sister's favoritism towards Morong Shui, he couldn't endure it. If he dared to take action against his own family, even if Morong Shui, a reborn person, had great value, Shin-Yi would erase it without mercy. Shin-Yi's gaze went to Morong Shui, using a spiritual connection to question, did you use your supernatural powers on my sister? No, absolutely not. Morong Shui immediately denied it. I know you doubt me, but when dealing with such an innocent and silly girl, I can easily make her trust me and like me even without using my powers. Shin-Yi raised his eyebrows and said, oh, how did you do it? Well, I promised Crispy I couldn't tell you, so if you want to know, just ask your sister. Morong Shui is not afraid of Shin-Yi's anger. Anyway, with Shin Crisp here, he can't take a shot at himself, right? What's more, she had a clear conscience and hadn't used her powers on Shin Crisp. Shin-Yi looked at Morong Shui, but did not count. With this woman's intelligence, she shouldn't be able to do anything stupid. It was also because he knew Morong Shui's character that he sent his grandmother and little sister over. This woman is ruthless. But she's sensible and doesn't just make small talk. What's more, with telepathic powers, as long as there was a slight change in the breath of his sister and grandmother, Shen-Yi could detect it in time. Well, old brother, you don't keep staring at Sister Morong. I have something to say to you. Shin-Shu pouted and stiffly pulled Shen-Yi to her bedroom. Well, the girl is still just as jealous as ever. Feelings were just faked. Shen-Yi, come to my bedroom later. Morong Shui spoke to Shen-Yi through telepathy. Not tonight. Shen-Yi directly refused. Who said anything of the sort? Morong Shui was speechless. Doesn't this pervert have anything sane in his head? I have the alien fruit. Do you want it? Morong Shui directly indicated the meaning. She had also thought for a long time before deciding to take out an exotic fruit and use it to exchange with Shen-Yi. If Shen-Yi was true to his word and was willing to exchange 10 ice ability fruits with herself, then she decided to obtain the ice ability directly. Although the upper limit of the ice type ability was relatively low, as long as the level could be raised up quickly, the strength wasn't bad all the same. Oh, I'll catch you later. Hearing that Morong Shui had an exotic fruit, Shen-Yi was not surprised. He knew this woman must have stolen and hidden a lot of exotic fruits. If she didn't have to do something herself, she definitely wouldn't want to take it out. A reborn person's heritage is just so strong that it can't even be emptied. The one who currently allowed Shen-Yi to profit the most was Morong Shui. And there's still a lot of value to be squeezed out of her. Brother, how many girlfriends do you have now? In the bedroom, Shen Crisp's head was resting on Shen-Yi's leg, and her two small hands were playing with Shen-Yi's big hand, asking somewhat unhappily. A dozen or so. Shen-Yi casually made up a number. This kind of thing is not necessary to say in detail. Why so much? Shen Crisp's mouth puckered again. So much so that it could hang a bottle of soy sauce. Jealousy. Very jealous. 139. Acquiring a new psychic ability. Crispy, look at how your little mouth is pouting. Don't pout. If you pout long enough your lips will curl up and then it won't look good. Shen-Yi smiled helplessly and pinched his sister's cute face. Do not look good. Shin-Shu heard, immediately loosened the pouting mouth, but also rubbed hard, as if afraid of warping up. Sure is still a silly girl. No wonder Morong Shui was able to get her to trust her with just a few casual words. Thinking of this, Shen-Yi asked tentatively, what did Morong Shui say to you while I was away? Sister Morong? No, didn't say anything. Shen Crisp suddenly turned her head, her back facing Shen-Yi, her ears slightly reddened, and her tone was obviously a bit flustered. Shen-Yi frowned. What exactly did Morong Shui say that could make her little sister, who had always been a big talker, blush? However, seeing that there was nothing unusual about his little sister, Shen-Yi did not continue to pursue the matter. As long as the little sister is not having her cognition modified, there's no harm in that. After chatting with his sister for a while longer and letting the little girl go to bed early, Shen-Yi headed to Morong Shui's bedroom. I don't know how many alien fruits this Morong Shui woman has hidden. Hopefully there will be more of them. And they better not be powers you've already acquired. Otherwise it's a bit of a waste. Morong Shui seems to have said that plant-based psychics are able to distinguish the psychic abilities of psychic fruits. But up until now, I don't seem to have encountered any plant-based psychics. Shen-Yi was thoughtful. It seems like there should be very few plant-based psychics. Or maybe it's the fact that there are so many different kinds of powers that makes them scarce. If you don't count the fruit of extraordinary abilities rewarded by the system, the only fruit of the same type that Shen-Yi has encountered so far is flesh body evolution. I wonder if it's just luck, or if there are more flesh evolution fruits? Where's your alien fruit? Between thoughts, Shen-Yi came to Morong Shui's bedroom. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere pervades the townhouse shelter. Tomorrow they will face a powerful mutated monster that could kill them if they are not careful. Many people toss and turn. Some are so nervous they can't sleep, while others are silently preparing for battle. However, some of the management who know the inside story are more nervous, because they were clear that not only would they have to fight the mutant Spider King tomorrow, but they would also take the opportunity to sneak into other shelters. If anything goes wrong, it's likely that all the survivors will rise up and attack. The risk is too great. At the same time, in one of the bedrooms, the two sisters, Lin Deer and Lin Bunny, were lying on their beds, also unable to sleep, talking in low voices. Sister, I don't think brother-in-law is a good person. He must be a scum, a bad man. Facing his own sister, Lin Bunny was not at all formal and directly began to criticize Shen-Yi. Why do you say that? I feel that Shen-Yi is quite good and even promised to take care of our sisters. Although Lin Lu also felt that Shen-Yi was a bit of a womanizer. She didn't think he was a bad person. If Shen-Yi was a bad guy, he would have definitely used violence on himself a long time ago. But so far, he hadn't hit himself or scolded himself. I guess it's not a bad guy, is it? As for the behavior of opening a harem, it is now, after all, the end of the world. and it is barely understandable for a man with strength to find a few more women. And it's not necessarily Shinyi's initiative. Maybe it's other women who are trying to seduce Shinyi? After an afternoon of thinking, Lin Lu had already brainwashed herself, and even began to make excuses for Shinyi's scummy behavior. Shinyi, how long has he only known Sister Fu? He kissed Sister Fu. Must be a bad man, ah. Lin Bunny said seriously. Maybe Sister Fu took the initiative? Lin Lu calmly analyzed. The probability is that Sister Fu saw that my boyfriend was handsome and strong, so she moved. Bunny, you think about it. Fu's sister is more than 30 years old, has not found a boyfriend. Must be because she cannot look at ordinary men. And my boyfriend is so good. Fu's sister love at first sight is also very normal, so it must be that she first seduced Shinyi. Although Shinyi wants to open a harem, it can't all be blamed on him, ah. Although he is also at fault, the fault is more of those women who seduced Shinyi. Lin Bunny was shocked to hear her sister's words and couldn't help but get angry. Sister, your love brain. Even if you say that my brother-in-law was seduced by opening a harem, then when he was hugging me before, he was still touching me, although it was very comfortable. That's not right. Definitely not right. As Lin Bunny spoke, he didn't know what came to mind, and his cute face was still a little red. Lin dear, however, shook her head. Bunny, you might be too sensitive, but it's normal. After all, you've never been in love, so you don't understand what a boyfriend is. Bunny, don't worry, blah. Your brother-in-law is just normally concerned about you. Don't think too much. But Lin Bunny hesitated, and for a moment actually began to have self-doubt as well. Am I really overthinking this? No, it can't be. I clearly felt my brother-in-law's fidgety hands all afternoon. It must be because sister didn't discover Shinyi's true colors. That's why she doesn't believe it. As Lin Rabbit thought about it, this was the only possibility. It seems that as a younger sister, it is necessary for me to let my sister know the true nature of my brother-in-law's villainy before I can do so. Well, Bunny, go to bed early. There's something very important tomorrow. You need to get enough energy to do that. Lin Deer stroked his sister's head. Ow. The forest rabbit responded, obediently closing his eyes. But in the back of her mind, she couldn't stop thinking about how to make her sister see that her brother-in-law was a big bad guy. Just this one? Shinyi took the exotic fruit handed by Morong Shui and sized it up. It's only this one for now. But the other plants in my room will soon bear fruit as well. And there will be more then. Morong Shui explained, a hint of caution in her tone. She deliberately said this because she hoped that Shinyi would look at the long term and not think about pitting her own alien fruits. This woman has a lot of small minds. Shinyi was also a bit speechless. Although his own tactics in the beginning were not very honorable, he hadn't pitted Morong Shui much. Had he? What the hell is this woman thinking, that I'm just going to screw her over? Take it. Shinyi directly took out 10 frost condensation fruits from the system space and threw them to Morong Shui. You actually did give me so many exotic fruits. Morong Shui froze, then hurriedly put away all the fruits, as if she was afraid that Shinyi would back out. Shinyi didn't bother to pay attention to her small mind, and directly threw the exotic fruit into his mouth and swallowed it. As the fruit was digested, he felt as if his body was filled with explosive power. This should be a physical enhancement type of psychic ability. The experience of often eating alien fruits made Shinyi immediately realize this. With that, he tapped on the system panel to check it out. 140, telepathy breaks through level and gains a new ability 11. Host, Shinyi, age, 20. Force value, 99, excluding any external additions. Unlocked materials, handsome master mineral water. Freshly baked roasted chicken. Type pistol. 54 grade steak. Abnormal fruit 5A, telepathy. Deluxe self-heating hot pot. Abnormal fruit, mental connection. Ripe black skin watermelon. Aphrodisiac 5-color leek. Abnormal fruit, frost condensation. Cabbage and pork buns in a drawer. Top grade edible salt. Deluxe version of Ichirako ramen. Acquired abilities, flesh evolution LV1. Instantaneous movement LV1. Telepathy LV11. Shadow binding LV1. Mental connection LV8. Hardened skin LV1. Shapeshifting ability LV1. High temperature raise LV1. Frost condensation LV10. Muscle burst LV1. Flesh evolution, LV1. Your body has completed an evolution for some reason, and your strength, speed, durability, health, and so on have all increased dramatically. Instantaneous movement, LV1. You can move instantly. Telepathy, LV11. You can perceive, through your mind, of yourself all hostility and goodwill within meters, and you can see your surroundings without using your eyes. 10,000 all scenes within meters of and without being impeded by any obstacles, and you gain the ability to see at night. 10,000 shadow binding, LV1. At a distance of meters, you can control the shadows of up to any 2 targets, thereby binding the targets. 20 Spiritual connection. LV8 You can establish a spiritual connection with others, conveying messages and sharing vision through the spiritual connection. Currently, the maximum number of people with a spiritual connection is 100, and the furthest distance of the connection is 3,000 meters. If you connect with a target that has a mental connection, the maximum distance is doubled and the number of people connected is not counted. Hardened skin. LV1 Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain level of attack. Shapeshifting ability. LV1 You can transform into people or animals you've seen and remember. Transforming constantly drains your stamina, and transforming into an animal drains more of it. You are currently unable to turn into large animals. High temperature rays. LV1 Your eyes can shoot out high temperature rays at extremely high temperatures, with a current limit distance of 30 meters, which can easily melt steel. The stronger your physique is, the higher the temperature of the heat rays you can emit, and as long as you have enough stamina, you can emit heat rays without stopping. Frost condensation. LV10 You can create ice out of thin air, and control its hardness and form. You can also manipulate ice for long-range attacks or close-quarters defense, with a current limit of 2,000 meters. You also have a higher resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create, and the larger the area, the more stamina you will consume. Muscle burst. LV1 You can burst out with tremendous strength for a short period of time, up to 500%. PS, some of the supernatural powers have been enhanced, must be explained in detail, otherwise there will be readers are not clear. Can be omitted by the author have omitted to write? Try to ensure that not water. The force value was finally about to break 100. The rating of the system force value is extremely difficult to improve. Shinny recently crazy knock frost condensation fruit, the frost ability to level, plus just obtained the explosion class ability, before finally reached 1099. In fact, the ability itself is not particularly outstanding, but Shen Yi's physical body has evolved, and its strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Muscle explosion. In this case, he used when the power was extremely terrifying. Muscle burst to increase his strength to 500%. If it was coupled with the ability to harden skin, it would be a proper humanoid bomb. He was afraid that if he went down with a punch at full strength, he would be able to break people apart. However, Shen Yi was not someone who liked close combat. He was more cautious, and generally didn't get up close as long as he could get his enemies killed with long-range attacks. Therefore, the muscle burst ability could only be kept as a backup, shadowing someone else when it matters. Imagine that the enemy had gone to great lengths to avoid his long-range attack, thinking that he could win by getting close, only to have Shen Yi backhand a punch that directly hit the air-breaking sound. The enemy would be afraid of being dumbfounded on the spot. Aren't you a ING mage? How come your flesh is so strong too? This sudden flip-flopping just feels great. As long as I have enough cards, then my enemy will never be able to defeat me. Moreover, he has recently developed a new way to play with his shape-shifting ability. Although the shape-shifting ability to turn into another person or animal will not gain the other person's powers, however, he can use his own powers. For example, turn into a bird and attack your enemy with a heat ray from the air, or turn into a more powerful animal. And then with the muscle burst, the power of the outburst will also be multiplied. In short, the power of psychic abilities did not only lie in quantity, but also in how they were matched and utilized. Although the system only gave himself a double-digit force rating, Shen Yi felt that he was much more powerful than the average missile, especially the level 10 frost condensation. The attack range reached 2 kilometers. Even if you let the enemy run for 3 minutes first, they can't escape from their own attack range. If it was any other ice exalt, even if he was given 2 kilometers of attack distance, it wouldn't be of much use because there was no field of vision, and as long as the enemy hid he could do nothing about it. Unless it's just frozen for 2 kilometers, but that's too consuming to be cost-effective. But Shen Yi was different. His telepathy could open God's perspective, pinpointing the enemy for precise strikes. Moreover, what surprised Shen Yi even more was that after level, it even added the ability of night vision. Telepathy broke through 10. Even in absolute darkness, he could see everything around him clearly. That would be cool. I wonder if frost condensation will also have a new ability when it goes up to level 11. Shen Yi's heart was filled with anticipation. He wasn't sure if whenever a psychic ability broke there was a small boost level, or if it was only telepathic abilities that got that boost 10. But even without the extra boost, the boost in distance alone was enough to satisfy Shen Yi. Actually can also obtain supernormal ability. Morong Shui watched Shen Yi swallow the supernormal ability fruit. Her eyes were full of envy. She couldn't help but fantasize how strong she would be if she could also stack her powers infinitely. I hope this guy doesn't lie to me, and that he can really allow me to break through the human body's limitations and obtain more supernormal abilities in the future. Morong Shui thought in her heart. At this time, Shen Yi closed the system panel with satisfaction, looked at Morong Shui and asked, Let me ask you personally, do you see any impression of your previous life? Who? Morong Shui snapped back. Fu Yunqi. P.S. Ask for a free gift. 141, you're not going to be able to do it, are you? Fu Yunqi? Morong Shui was slightly stunned when she heard this name. Then she asked back. You actually know her? It seems that you also know her. Tell me about her. Shen Yi said with interest. He originally just casually asked, but he didn't expect Morong Shui to really know about Fu Yunqi. It was also true that with Fu Yunqi's means and ambition, as long as she didn't die halfway, she must have been a ruthless character in her previous life as well. Fu Yunqi, she is one of the few powerful female shifters in Mountain City. Morong Shui spoke as she ate a frost-condensed abnormal fruit, feeling the cool soothing sensation, and continued. I heard that she has two abnormal abilities. One of them is elemental, which can manipulate wind. The other is a defensive one, which is said to be able to absorb most of the attacks and has extremely strong defense. As for the third ability, she must have it too, but I haven't heard what it is. Shen Yi frowned slightly. Fu Yunqi has 3 supernatural powers? But she only told me 2 things today. Could this woman be hiding something from me? You're hiding something, aren't you? You've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Of course, it's also possible that she hasn't acquired a third ability yet. In short, I have to be more careful with Fu Yunqi in the future. After all, she wasn't particularly loyal to herself yet, and didn't deserve special trust. This ambitious woman can be used, but carefully. Morong Shui ate another alien fruit and continued. Fu Yunqi is not only strong in her own right, but she has also formed a large refuge of thousands of people. I heard that her refuge is friendly to ordinary people, has a high moral ground, and doesn't oppress ordinary people, thus attracting many soldiers to join. Soldiers? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Where did the soldiers come from? And, the soldiers actually joined the shelter? Shouldn't it be the shelters that are being taken over by the soldiers? After all, the soldiers must have quite a few hot weapons, and the average alien certainly can't fight against hot weapons. It's said to be an army that came to rescue Mountain City in the early days of the apocalypse, but they were dispersed when they encountered powerful mutated monsters on their way. Only a portion of the soldiers reached Mountain City alive. Morong Shui paused when she said this, and then said in a very certain tone, however, I guess Fu Yunqi must have used some unknown means, otherwise how could most of the soldiers choose to join her refuge? Wait, most of the soldiers? Could it be that there are other soldiers joining other shelters? Shen Yi captured the point. Of course there is. Morong Shui gently shrugged her shoulders. Under the doomsday, hearts are unpredictable. Some soldiers choose profit, while others stick to their moral bottom line. Fu Yunqi's shelter is one of the few places willing to rescue ordinary people and the elderly, so it attracts quite a few soldiers with a conscience. As for the soldiers who have no conscience, I have heard of those who have made themselves kings and those who have seized other sanctuaries. There was a shelter in Mountain City in the last life that was built by the military, but it didn't have a very good reputation, and I heard that it had pitted ordinary people against each other. People's hearts changed a long time ago after the end of days. Soldiers aren't always good people, without rules to bind them, and with weapons in their hands, many people don't always stick to their beliefs. Speaking here, Morong Shui paused and added, however, I always feel that Fu Yunqi is not a good person. This statement is more or less personal and based on speculation. After all, in her last life, Fu Yunqi was a powerful person that she couldn't afford to reach, and she must have been a little jealous in her heart. But in this life, Morong Shui felt like casually taking her down. Whether it was personal strength or the size of the refuge, Morong Shui was confident in surpassing Fu Yunqi. After all, the various future information that he himself possessed, as well as his undercard, was by no means comparable to Fu Yunqi. If she hadn't encountered Shen Yi as a hangdog, Morong Shui would be living a life of unknown fulfillment right now. Endless food, tons of weapons, and lots of alien fruits. She could have started building her own sanctuary long ago. Contemplating for a moment, Morong Shui was also ready to discuss with Shen Yi whether he could let himself manage his refuge. It couldn't be helped. Originally her plan was to wait for her Nianli ability to be upgraded, and then occupy Deep Bay 1 first, and start developing shelters from this neighborhood. As a result, she had discovered 2 days ago that Shen Yi's women had already unified Deep Bay 1. There's no way for Mulberry to develop a sanctuary even if she wanted to. We can't kill Shen Yi's woman, can we? It definitely wouldn't work, or Shen Yi would have finished himself off as well. Moreover, most of his own supplies were taken away by Shen Yi, and without supplies in his hands, he developed a hairy refuge. So, she could only discuss it with Shen Yi. As long as you leave the sanctuary to me to manage, I'm certain that I can create a sanctuary of tens of thousands of people, even surpassing Fu Yunqi from my previous life. Morong Shui said seriously. As for the threat of the mutant tree, I remember the time it spread to us. We can evacuate ahead of time when the time comes and not worry about it at all. Shinyi looked at Morong Shui with interest. From her words, it could be seen that Fu Yunqi was indeed a powerful character in her previous life, so powerful that it made Morong Shui jealous. So, should he let the capable Fu Yunqi help him manage the refuge, or should he let Morong Shui, a reborn person, manage the refuge? After thinking about it, Shinyi felt that it seemed possible for them to manage together, with one person managing a shelter. Very reasonable. Anyway, Deep Bay 1 is more than 10 kilometers away from the townhouse community in a straight line, so even if the two shelters were developed at the same time, there would be more than enough land for them not to affect each other. Just in time to see which of these two women is more capable, and with both shelters developing at the same time, they can absorb survivors faster, which is more favorable to themselves. I don't oppose your proposal, but I won't directly help you either, Shinyi said indifferently. If you can get the right to manage the Deep Bay No. 1 shelter without using force, I will give you material support. After all, Jiang Nanyan had put a lot of effort into establishing this refuge, and Shinyi would not easily hand over her achievements to Morong Shui. Although Morong Shui's loyalty was much higher than before, it was not yet worthy of Shinyi's absolute trust. Without the use of force? Morong Shui frowned slightly. That's a pain in the ass. Without the use of force, Shinyi's woman would be willing to give the refuge to herself? She had seen that woman before. She seemed to be called Jiangnan Smoke, and she looked like a woman who was thunderous and a little bit smart. Trying to trick Shin Crisp in the same way he tricked her definitely wouldn't work. You can't modify the cognition either. Or don't blame me for flipping out, Shinyi added. He was disgusted by such disgusting psychic powers that modified his perceptions. Of course, if the ability was his own, then he wouldn't resent it. The main event is the double standard. I know, Morong Shui sighed helplessly. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. However, it's not like there's no way around it. Thereupon, while untying her pajamas, she looked at Shinyi and said, don't want to think about it so much. Let's relax first. Ever since she became Shinyi's woman, she didn't avoid this kind of thing, and even treated it as enjoyment. Shinyi was about to refuse, but he heard Morong Shui add, you're not going to be unable to do it, are you? Shinyi was instantly enraged. 142, Shinyi is furious. To say that a man can't is undoubtedly the greatest insult of all. Shinyi fumed on the spot. He taught Morong Shui, a pussy who dared to provoke his man's dignity, a hard lesson. Even, in the meantime, he also turned on Muscle Burst, directly killing Morong Shui and throwing his armor away. Even Shinyi himself did not expect. Muscle Explosion can also be used in this way, simply against the sky. The end result was that Morong Shui was completely immobile like a fish lacking water. Shinyi also slept until 9 o'clock the next day before regaining strength. What a woman of death! Shinyi fiercely patted Morong Shui, who was still sleeping, then got up and went to take a shower. It's hard when you're full of water. After washing up, Shinyi went downstairs and rode on Xiaoha, and set off directly to the townhouse neighborhood. 12 kilometers isn't that far. Ha is fast when he runs. That's right. After these few days of feeding, Xiaoha had completely recognized her master and listened very much to Shinyi. Even if he was allowed to be a mount, he was very happy, his tail wagging. Riding Xiaoha, Shinyi only spent less than 15 minutes before arriving at the Ocean House Refuge. Telling how to hide first, he walked into the neighborhood by himself. At this point, most of the fighting survivors in the shelter had assembled on the top floor of a building with their gear and were talking in whispers. Who exactly is the mysterious lord that Fu asked us to wait for? Don't know, and don't ask too many questions. Didn't Fu say so? This lord is a powerful alien who can provide food and water for our refuge. As long as this lord is here, no one will starve to death in our refuge in the future. It is said that this lord is also very strong, although he doesn't strike easily. As long as he does, even the most powerful mutated monsters can be easily resolved. In short, as long as we have this lord, we will definitely be able to survive in this apocalyptic world. All the chatter centers around a mysterious lord. Although they had never heard of this lord before this, since Fu said that he existed, then he must exist, and he will surely be able to lead the group to survive the apocalypse. That's Fu Yunqi's credibility at the refuge. As long as she vouched for it, the crowd would believe it. Just as the survivors whispered, a figure suddenly appeared right in front of them out of nowhere. What people? Some survivors were startled and immediately grabbed their weapons. The others reacted quickly, tensing into fighting stances. All drop your weapons. Fu Yunqi stood out, walked in front of Shinyi, faced the crowd, and raised her voice to introduce. This lord is the one I told you about, the Lord Shin who is going to command us to destroy the mutant Spider King and take down the department store building today. When the crowd heard this, they were in an uproar, sizing up Shinyi with suspicion. He is the lord who can lead us to live? So young. Yeah, it feels like he's not as big as my son. But this out-of-nowhere psychic ability is too amazing to scare me. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Beware of making the Lord angry. That's right, don't belittle Lord Shen just because he looks young. Miss Fu can say that Lord Shen's strength is terrifying. Yesterday, he killed hundreds of mutant spiders by himself and saved the survivors of the second team of supplies. That's right, bro. Miss Fu wasn't wrong. I am the survivor of the second team of supplies. If it wasn't for Mr. Shen. No, if it wasn't for Lord Shen's hand, I definitely wouldn't have made it back. I was also saved by Lord Shen yesterday. I didn't expect that the adult Miss Fu said would lead us to destroy the mutant Spider King would be Mr. Shen. With Mr. Shen around, the mutant Spider King will surely die no matter how strong it is. Shinny faintly scanned the crowd, still satisfied with their reactions. This group of people had a good sense of fighting, not the kind of limpets that were scared and begged for mercy when they encountered an enemy. Moreover, Fu Yunqi's propaganda work was done very well, so quickly let these survivors have a sense of awe towards themselves. One should know that before this, most of these people did not know him and were in awe of him simply because of Fu Yunqi's words. The woman does have a knack for management. Thus, Shinny gently raised his hand, and hundreds of bottles of mineral water and hundreds of luxury self-heating hot pots appeared in front of him out of thin air. He spoke faintly, as a meet and greet gift, 3 bottles of water and a self-heating hot pot for each person. In the future, anyone who makes a serious effort for our shelter will be rewarded. Talking more nonsense is not as useful as just handing out rewards. Therefore, Shinny was directly generous this time. Anyway, hundreds of bottles of water were just a matter of a few hundred seconds to him, and it didn't hurt at all. What's more, he had scavenged a lot of mineral water from supermarkets and department stores, which he simply couldn't use up. Asterisk. What kind of psychic ability is this? Seeing Shinny change a large pile of food and water out of thin air, the crowd immediately erupted into a burst of exclamations. Everyone looked at the high pile of supplies in shock. So what Ms. Fu said was true. This lord really does have tons of supplies that will allow the people in the shelter to never have to worry about starving or dying of thirst again. Before, the crowd only had a little awe for Shinny because of Fu Yunqi's words, but not much, and only gave Shinny face out of respect for Fu Yunqi. However, when Shinny appeared out of nowhere and casually changed a large pile of food and water, all the survivors were completely convinced. The aura on their bodies were all much whiter than just a moment ago. It's awe from the heart. Even the few managements that were originally a bit afraid of Shinny had a few favorable feelings towards him at this moment. After all, who wouldn't be happy with free food and water to take? Shinny casually swept a glance and was satisfied with the loyalty of the crowd, so he let them distribute the supplies on their own. Instead, he walked over to Fu Yunqi and asked, "How is the plan prepared?" "It's all ready. I've already notified the core members in advance, and they will launch a sneak attack while the people from the other shelters are fighting against the mutant Spider King." Fu Yunqi immediately replied. She was also shocked for a moment by Shinyi's means of turning out a large amount of supplies. "I didn't realize that what I had casually bragged to the survivors had come true. Did Shinyi really have inexhaustible supplies? But how is that possible? It's the end of days. Where did he get all these fresh supplies? Is it possible that he's really some kind of alien?" The main reason why Fu Yunqi was so skeptical was because the food and water that Shinyi took out were all exactly the same, as if they were replicated. It could never have been taken out of a supermarket, because there are always subtle differences in supermarket supplies, even if they are the same brand. Either Shinyi has the ability to copy items, or his origin is not simple. Well, the other shelters are almost here, so get ready to go. Through his telepathy, Shinyi saw that several teams were coming from different directions, and there were quite a number of them, roughly estimated to be 400 to 500 people, and in one of the teams, a system prompt suddenly triggered. 143, woman with a sword. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Song Qingwan, age, 22. Looks, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 95. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. There are actually surprises. Shinyi's gaze fell on the woman who triggered the system prompt. Her looks really stood out, and her body was impeccable in her skinny jeans. But what made Shinyi care more was that this woman's whole body was unusually clean. Even her clothes looked like they had been washed often, and they were so white that they were translucent. In today's situation of extreme water scarcity, Shinyi had almost never seen a few women who were able to maintain such neatness. Even Fu Yunqi, as a handful of the shelter, could only maintain the most basic cleanliness, unable to even wash her clothes so cleanly. It was only because of the heavy rains 2 days before that the survivors were able to clean themselves a little. Otherwise the situation would only have been worse. The woman named Song Qingwan, however, was able to stay so clean and was obviously not dehydrated. The only person that Shinee had currently contacted who was not short of water was Morong Shui. However, she was a reborn and had prepared a large amount of supplies in advance, and had set up rainwater collection devices, so it made sense that she would not run out of water. So how did this woman do it? There was no doubt that she must be harboring some secret, maybe some kind of psychic ability? Anyway, she can't be another reborn, can she? Reborns are always not all over the place. Besides, if she was a reborn, she wouldn't be mixing it up. Shinee observed for a while and then withdrew his gaze. Anyway, this woman would become his own sooner or later, and it wouldn't be too late to slowly explore her secrets then. Okay, let's go. By now, the crowd had finished dividing up the supplies, and most of the survivors had put them back in their homes or given them to their families for safekeeping. Fu Yunxi began to organize the team and prepared to go downstairs. Once you enter the Black Mist area, you must complete the mission as soon as possible. Although the Black Mist is not directly harmful to the human body, staying in it for a long time will consume a lot of water resources. If there is no necessary situation, it is more prudent to try not to inhale the Black Mist. Shinee did not go downstairs with the crowd. He didn't bother going out to greet the others. Instead of wasting time, why don't we eat some food to replenish our energy and chat with Lin Deer and her sister-in-law, Lin Rabbit? Unless he was occasionally interested in trying to practice his powers or wanted to interact with other people, Shinee preferred to sit back and enjoy himself. Therefore, the foreplay was left to Fu Yunxi. When the critical moment comes, he will naturally step in. Fu Yunxi didn't say anything more about it. After all, even without Shinee, she had the confidence to complete her plan. With Shinee, it was just one more layer of insurance, and it might be able to kill fewer people. Soon, Fu Yunxi led the survivors to meet up with the people from the other shelters. Two of the shelter bosses she still knew because they lived in the next neighborhood. They had had several encounters when scouring nearby supermarkets before and were no strangers to each other. After a brief conversation, we all set off together for the department store. On the way, they also stopped to discuss the distribution of supplies in the department store. For the requests of the other shelters, Fu Yunxi agreed to them one by one. Anyway, in time, all these shelters would be hers. There was no need to argue about it now. Shin-Yi, this ramen is so delicious. Lin Deer's eyes were full of satisfaction as she ate her ramen. This stupid white guy is still a snacker. After eating the delicious food, he completely forgot about Shin-Yi's scummy behavior. Lin Bunny also ate ramen on the side, but her eyes kept turning, sneaking glances at Shin-Yi from time to time, not knowing what she was calculating in her heart. Tell me if you want to eat in the future. Shin-Yi smiled, one hand wrapped around Lin Lu's small waist, gently caressing it. He never skimped on food for an obedient woman. Lin Deer seemed to have figured something out last night, and today the breath on her body was much whiter, almost catching up with Su Wanting and Su Yun, and far surpassing Morong Shui. I have to say, this kind of simple silly white sweet girl is still good. Let a person save. Aha. Lin Deer's cheeks blushed slightly, revealing a happy smile. Shin-Yi was willing to give himself delicious food, so that proved that he really liked himself. Happy that I have something to go out for a while. Lin Bunny suddenly opened his mouth, his tone somewhat hesitant. Well, go ahead. Shin-Yi glanced at Lin Rabbit and nodded. My sister-in-law's favorable opinion of herself was average, even a little lower than yesterday, and could only be described as being in a state of non-disgust. It was normal. After all, seeing that scene between herself and Fu Yunxi yesterday must have caused quite a shock to her young mind, and she needed time to slow down. Sister, you guys eat first. Lin Bunny got up to leave without forgetting to carry away the unfinished ramen. Looks like it's a little greedy bunny, too. Only Shin-Yi and Lin Lu were left in the room. Shin-Yi touched the forest deer while focusing most of his energy on observing the actions of Fu Yunxi and the others. 3 kilometers is a very long distance for the average survivor. Under the black fog, the direction was difficult to recognize, and there were also cracks on the ground from time to time, making it very inconvenient to walk. This was why some of the neighborhood survivors were simply unwilling to help. The monsters 3 kilometers away weren't going to be a threat anytime soon anyway, and there was no need for them to go out and risk their lives. Therefore, this time, the only ones who united to fight against the mutant Spider King were a few sanctuaries that had already formed a scale and order. Only these larger shelters know the horrors of mutated monsters. 3 kilometers was indeed a long way for ordinary people, but for most of the mutated monsters, it was just a few minutes away. Even some powerful mutant monsters have a hunting range of well over 3 kilometers. Also, mutated monsters evolve and become stronger. For example, this mutant Spider King in the department store, it's evolving too. If it wasn't taken care of as soon as possible, when it evolved stronger, everyone in the vicinity would face extinction. So, Any shelter that is a little bit crisis aware and wants to survive for a long time is willing to do its part. It's not just about helping others, it's about your own survival. Of course, there was a more important reason: the vast amount of supplies in the department store. As long as the mutant Spider King was resolved, the supplies of the entire department store could be divided. That's a huge amount of supplies. It was also such a huge interest that it was able to unite several shelters for the time being. But on the way to the department store, each shelter went its own way, watching out for other shelters and survivors. Even though we were all human, after more than half a month of living through the apocalypse, no one would find their kind trustworthy. Sometimes, kindred spirits are scarier than mutated monsters. Shinny was checking out the survivors of several shelters through telepathy. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a woman holding a long sword in a department store. She was hacking away at the mutant spiders, moving cleanly. 144, Xiao Shu Fa. This woman's strength is good. Shinyi's gaze turned to the woman holding the long sword. Although most of the mutant spiders in the department store had been cleared yesterday, there were still a few that had slipped through the cracks. Moreover, the mutant Spider King seemed to be able to continuously produce new mutant spiders. Shinyi realized that after just one night, there were 7 or 8 more mutant spiders in the department store. However, these newly appeared mutant spiders were soon all dismembered and killed by the woman with the sword. This woman obviously had psychic abilities as well. Otherwise it would be impossible for her to leap several meters in a single bound. And she was also incredibly fast, so the mutant spiders couldn't hurt her at all. Kind of interesting that it's a wild female shifter. Shinyi instantly became interested, because when he saw the woman, the system prompt triggered again. Today, I actually met 2 women in a row that fit the system's criteria. So I'm really lucky. Ding! A goddess that meets the system's criteria is detected and scanning for details begins. Name, Xiao Shu Fa. Age, 24. Looks, 94 points. Body, 97 points. Intrinsic, 100 points, without personnel. Total score, 97. Evaluation, unlocking a random item upon acceptance. It's amazing how high the body ratings are. Shinyi took a closer look, and only then did he realize that the woman with the sword had an extremely outstanding figure. Her legs were perfectly proportioned, with well-defined muscle lines, and the waistline of her waist was clearly visible, obviously the result of a long period of exercise, and even much better than the body of the athletic beauty Han Ruashi. This woman, I'm afraid, was no ordinary person before the end of time, or at least a fitness professional. Looks like it had to come out early. Shinyi let go of the dumb white sweet girl in his arms who was flushed and had gone limp. He was all set to start unlocking supplies. However, seeing that this woman with a sword was about to meet up with the mutant Spider King, in order to prevent her from being finished off by the mutant Spider King, Shinyi decided to make a move to collect her first. You lie down while I take care of something. Shinyi left behind a sentence, and then directly used instantaneous transfer to leave. Lin Deer was unclothed, panting slightly, her eyes were mesmerized, and her ears and neck were red. But whenever Shinyi wanted, she simply couldn't refuse. This was the maneuver that Shinyi had practiced after these 10 days of exercise. Lin Deer slowed down for a while before coming back to her senses, looking down at her messy clothes, her cheeks reddening a bit more. But this feels so good. So, being touched can be so comfortable? She glanced quietly at the closed door of the room, then slipped her hands into her shirt and slowly closed her eyes, her cheeks reddening a bit more as a soft sound escaped her lips. Shun-Yi, everyone get ready. When we enter the building, those who can attack remotely will launch the first wave of attacks first. After dealing damage to the mutant Spider King, the others will immediately follow to make up the damage. Don't give the mutant Spider King a chance to catch its breath. I hope everyone can unite. No matter if you have psychic abilities or weapons, attack the mutant Spider King with all your might the first time you see it. Don't hide anything, otherwise it's dangerous. Everyone from the White Cloud Cell, you have the least number of people, so I'll trouble you to clear any mutant spiders that might appear. And don't let the mutant spiders affect our battle with the mutant Spider King. In front of the department store building, a middle-aged man with a country face was making a battle plan to hundreds of survivors. Since everyone's hearts were not in sync and they couldn't confidently leave their backs to the others to defend, the battle plan was simple: each one fights on their own, with the long-range striking first, and the melees making up the damage afterward. If a long-range attack could kill the mutant Spider King in one wave, the melee fighters wouldn't even need to risk their lives. Fu Yunxi looked at the country-faced man. He is the leader of the Sunnyside Shelter. Judging from his performance so far, he was a pretty capable man. No wonder he could integrate the Sunshine District so quickly. I just don't know what his powers are and if they're good enough to deal with. MS. Fu, the country-faced man seemed to have thought of something, looked at Fu Yunxi and said seriously, this time it's just the two of us from the shelter who have come the most people. I hope we won't have any infighting. Even if there are any problems, At least we have to finish solving the mutant Spider King before we can say anything else. This is said as if Fu Yunqi will lay a black hand. This is deliberately leading the topic. As expected, when the other survivors of the shelter heard this, they instantly looked at Fu Yunqi, and the crowd behind her, warily. With those eyes, it was clear that Fu Yunqi and the others had been listed as key objects of caution. Our refuge has the worst weapons and the least number of psychics, so what good will it do us to stir up infighting? Of course Fu Yunqi wouldn't admit her calculations. Before we even entered the department store, hearts were already scattered. The survivors of several shelters were on guard against each other, not even daring to come within 3 meters of each other. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Fu Yunqi and then said, "Then let's enter the department store building now. Let's all enter together to prevent encountering danger." Naturally, no one objected to this statement. After all, everyone is afraid of being stabbed in the back. The crowd held their breath and stepped cautiously into the department store building. However, the expected mutant spider's sudden face did not appear. The building was dead silent. It was so silent that it was as if even the air had frozen. The country-faced man and Fu Yunqi exchanged glances, and both tacitly commanded their men to split up and explore. However, after a round of searching, shock was written all over everyone's faces. Because, all over the place, there are mutant spiders in pieces. Just what kind of person, or what kind of monster? How could it kill so many mutated spiders? The country-faced man murmured, his tone full of disbelief. The rest of the survivors couldn't help but gulp nervously as they looked at the spider corpses all over the ground. An ordinary mutant spider is already so huge. How huge should the mutant Spider King be? Thankfully they were all killed. I only hope that the mutant Spider King was also taken care of by that mysterious being so that we don't have to take any more risks. Since the mutant spiders have been cleaned up, we might as well make an effort to find out the mutant Spider King and solve this hidden danger once and for all. At this time, Fu Yunqi also spoke, with just the right amount of shock on her face. It's a natural for the show. Of course she had known that the mutant spiders in the department store were all Shinyi's handiwork. However, when she witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she was still shaken in her heart. A single mutated spider was more than a meter long, and with its mutated characteristics, its aggressiveness was by no means inferior to that of a well-trained hound. Shinyi could instantly kill hundreds of such mutated spiders. Just how high was his alien ability level? Besides, wouldn't he use his powers to drain his stamina? Simply manipulating the wind yourself is all very consuming. Just as Fu Yunqi was thinking, Shinyi's voice suddenly rang in his head. The mutant Spider King is on the 5th floor. Lure all the others up there. 145, you call this piece of a pet? 5th floor? Fu Yunqi's heart shook. Sure enough, Shinyi really possessed the ability to see through the black mist, and even seemed to have 1,000-mile vision, able to see into areas that ordinary people could not touch. Fortunately, he did not act rashly before. Otherwise if Shinyi saw, just thinking about the possible consequences, Fu Yunqi felt a chill down her back. It's horrible. Shinyi's psychic ability was just too weird. An ice ability that can instantly kill a group of mutant spiders. God's ability to transmigrate. Psychic powers that allow you to spy on others without them realizing it. It also has the ability to mentally communicate with people at will. Is this really a power that humans can possess? It's almost like a movie fairy god. If Shinyi didn't have the weakness of being horny, Fu Yunqi would have almost decided that he was non-human. She deeply suppressed the fear in her heart and immediately responded. Good. I'll bring them up now. In short, no matter what mysterious origin Shinyi had, it was impossible for him to get away now. One can only go one way with him. Although Fu Yunqi didn't have the psychic ability to see into people's hearts, she was very observant and had already seen through Shinyi's character from the few times she had talked to him. He was more ruthless and heartless than himself. If he dared to move against him, he would definitely kill himself without hesitation. Even if there had been skin to skin between them, this man would never be merciful. This woman's strength is actually so strong? Shinyi rode Xiao Ha to the bottom of the department store building, and through telepathy, he saw Xiao Shuefei, who was in a fierce battle with the mutant Spider King. Although, it was the mutant Spider King that chased after Xiao Shuefei. However, even though the mutant Spider King was in hot pursuit, the fact that Xiao Shuefei was able to dodge its deadly attacks every time was enough to prove that her strength was not to be underestimated. At least among the people Shinyi currently knew. If it was a head-to-head battle, I was afraid that not many people would be this woman's opponent. It seemed that only Murong Shui, who was hiding a bunch of undercurrents, was able to finish her off. Has she upgraded her alien ability level? Or is the potential of the alien ability she acquired extremely high? Shinyi looked at Xiao Shuefei, who was still pulling against the mutant Spider King, and was in no hurry to strike. Let's see how high this woman's ceiling is first. At the same time, let these survivors who have arrived do their part. Soon, led by Fu Yunqi, The crowd arrived at the 5th floor and saw a beautiful woman with a sword who was fighting with the mutant Spider King. The woman's figure was dexterous, thrillingly avoiding the mutant Spider King's attacks time and time again, and occasionally countering with a sword attack. Although, her sword stabbing at the mutant Spider King could barely cause substantial damage. Even so, the crowd was still shocked. If they were to face this massive mutant Spider King alone, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Not even the courage to imagine it. But this woman is alone and entangled with the mutant Spider King. What kind of deep hatred is this that she is so desperate? Quickly, everyone do it immediately. Follow the previous battle plan. Shocked, the country-faced man immediately shouted out an order. The tumultuous crowd quickly reacted. Whereupon, various types of long-range weapons were aimed at the huge-sized mutant Spider King and began to launch attacks. Compound bows, crossbows and arrows, homemade bows and arrows. There are even individual psychics who release flames and frost for long-range attacks. In an instant, dozens of attacks rained down on the mutant Spider King. Due to the large size of the mutant Spider King, even attacks with slightly worse aim could easily hit. Xiao Shuefei glanced at the hundreds of people that had suddenly appeared. Her embroidered brows furrowed and she was just about to say something when she saw countless attacks flying over. There were even individual attacks that didn't know if they hit crooked or what, but actually came at them. She dodged to the side in a hurry. However, the mutant Spider King was much slower and was directly hit by dozens of attacks, letting out a strange cry. It's the first time the crowd has heard a spider's voice, and it's actually so scary. However, in the next second, the stimulated mutant Spider King suddenly switched targets and charged towards the group attacking it. Everyone be careful. Get out of the way. The country-faced man's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry. But there are still people who can't dodge in time. Directly by the mutant Spider King bites the flesh and blood. Even the screams can't send out on the death. The mutant Spider King's movements were non-stop, biting people to death while constantly plunging one individual to death with its long, thin legs. In just a few dozen seconds, several people were killed. The country-faced man clenched his fists and grimaced. Most of the people who died were from his refuge. He looked back, but he saw that Fu Yunxi, who had previously walked at the front, was nowhere to be seen. Not only Fu Yunxi, even those survivors under her had disappeared at some point. Nope, was counted. The thought flashed through the country-faced man's mind, and then he immediately yelled, "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" While yelling, he turned his head and ran. Damn it! Damn Fu Yunxi! What the hell is woman thinking? I can't believe I'm running away at a time like this. You think you can run away? You think you can take on this mutant Spider King on your own? Women. No brains at all. Small-minded women just shouldn't be in power. The country-faced man cursed viciously in his heart, but the speed of his feet to escape was extremely fast. Behind them, the screams continued. Those who ran slowly, those who couldn't run in time, were all bitten to death by the mutant Spider King. And behind the mutant Spider King, there was a woman with a long sword chasing the mutant Spider King, stabbing out a sword every now and then. Unfortunately, this level of attack was painless to the mutant Spider King, who even ignored her, instead continuing to hunt down the crowd in front of her, eating one or two people every now and then. Shin Yi, this monster is. Outside the department store building, Fu Yunxi couldn't help but be shocked as she looked at Shin Yi, who was sitting on the back of the massive mutant monster. The other survivors were even more frightened and hid in the distance, not daring to approach. Why is there such a big mutant monster? The size was actually bigger than the mutant Spider King. It's my pet. Nothing aggressive. Don't worry, Shin Yi said indifferently, patting the Xiaoha underneath him. Xiaoha seemed to understand Shin Yi's words, and even fawned and wagged his tail. Pet? Fu Yunxi froze for a moment. You call this big pile of stuff a pet? However, although the monster looked scary, it really didn't seem to have any aggressiveness, and it actually wagged its tail like a dog. After a moment of shock, Fu Yunxi glanced at the mutated monster with a slight caution, then asked, Shin Yi, why didn't you let me take the opportunity to sneak attack the others just now? The reason why she had suddenly taken people away was because of Shin Yi's order. Otherwise, according to her original plan, she was going to have a few of her beloved henchmen take the opportunity to sneak up on the leaders of the other shelters, especially the country-faced man, as long as he took advantage of the chaos to kill him, and then united with the other survivors to take care of the mutant Spider King. He himself would be able to take over his sanctuary as a matter of course. Even the ability to annex other sanctuaries without much effort. 146, Soaring Loyalty, time to end it. There's no need. Shin Yi's expression was bland, and after a pause, he suddenly raised his voice and said, I see that the mutant Spider King is very strong. There's no need to let our people from the shelter die for nothing. Next, Let me take care of it myself. The survivors who were vigilantly staring at Xiaohua from afar froze when they heard Xin Yi's words. So Lord Xin had us evacuate early to keep us from getting killed? Instantly, the eyes of the crowd looking at Xin Yi became different. With this kind of boss who valued the lives of their ordinary people, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. As soon as they meet, they send food and water, and they are so concerned about their deaths and lives. Such a boss is worth selling their lives. The breath on their bodies went a few shades of white at the thought. Fu Yunqi glanced at the survivors and understood the intent of Xin Yi's words. However, she didn't dare to sing the opposite tune, but followed with a few choruses. The corners of Xin Yi's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. In the end, he would need to make his own move to resolve the mutant Spider King anyway, so of course he wanted to make others remember him as good. It's the right kind of scene that buys people better. However, the reason Xin Yi had asked them to withdraw was indeed to minimize unnecessary losses. With the strength of this group of survivors, it would be too wasteful to kill the mutant Spider King only to fill it with their lives. Might as well stay alive and help yourself to the alien fruit. As for how many deaths and injuries there would be in other shelters, that had nothing to do with Xin Yi. Moreover, even if one wanted to take in the people of the other shelters, one would have to let them go through some despair first, and then when they were at their most desperate, he or she would step in to save them, which would make it easier to take them in instead. Just then, there were already fast runners rushing out of the department store. The screams were clearly audible. The mutant Spider King is coming out. Fu Yunqi looked at the exit of the department store with a calm gaze. Since Xin Yi had allowed himself to backstab and count the people from the other sanctuaries at the critical moment, it proved that he didn't need to use the power of the other sanctuaries to deal with the mutant Spider King. Even without Xin Yi's help, his pet should be able to kill the mutant Spider King, right? Fu Yunqi, you backstabbing stinky. Why is there another mutated monster? The country-faced man ran out of the department store and didn't run far before he saw Fu Yunqi. He angrily prepared to break into a rage, but suddenly noticed a huge mutant monster standing beside Fu Yunqi, and was so scared that his face turned pale and he backed away. Ha! Get him! Xin Yi gently patted Xiaohua. Xiaohua cocked his head as if he understood something, and then he slapped his claws down, and the country-faced man was instantly slapped into a meat pie. He didn't even have time to use his powers. The difference in strength is too great. When the survivors of the other shelters saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and completely lost their courage to resist. There was a mutant Spider King chasing after him, and an even more terrifying mutant monster in front of him. It was over. It was dead. Some begged for mercy in desperation, while others tried to find an opportunity to escape. Right at this moment, Xin Yi directly forcefully connected everyone's brain and spoke. Those who don't want to die, stand still and don't move. The voice that suddenly rang in their heads caused all the survivors to tremble. Who's talking? They looked left and right in horror. The voice seems to be ringing in our heads. Is this a psychic ability? What a weird alien power. Immediately after that, they saw that the huge green mutant monster took a few steps forward and suddenly crouched its body, while a human was sitting on its back. A man. Could it be that the weird psychic ability just now was used by this man? Hiss. Just what kind of supernatural power was it that could instantly deliver the same sentence to nearly 100 of them at the same time? And the weirdest thing was how this man could sit on a mutant monster and not be attacked. All the survivors stared at Xin Yi on Xiaohua's back, their faces changing, but they all stood obediently in place, not daring to move, facing a monster like a small hill. No one dared to run, and no one could rise up to resist. With such a big monster, I'm afraid that even if they ran out a dozen meters, they would still be killed by its claws. At this moment, Xin Yi scanned ahead through telepathy, not counting the people in their own shelters. There were probably only 100 or so survivors who made it out alive. More than half the people who died in the department store at least came in. However, as long as the woman he had set his sights on didn't die, there was no loss to Xin Yi. It was also at this moment that the mutant Spider King let out a strange cry and rushed out from the long-destroyed gate. It was still bleeding out of its mouth, so it had obviously just eaten a lot of people. When it rushed out, the first thing it did was lock its sight on the smaller Ha, which was larger than it. Apparently, this mutant Spider King already possessed some simple intelligence and was able to distinguish who was the greatest threat to it in the room. Xiaohua's pair of green eyes also stared intently at the mutant Spider King, a low warning sound coming from his throat. The survivors who were sandwiched between the two mutated monsters were about to cry. There's no road to the left or right, and mutant monsters in front and behind us. How the hell are we going to survive? Is it true that if you stand still, you won't get eaten? A few couldn't stand the fear and tried to escape while crying for mercy. However, as soon as they moved, the mutant Spider King also moved, and its several long legs violently plunged, directly piercing all of these people. Liquid of various colors flowed all over the place, The rest of the survivors instantly widened their eyes, their bodies trembled, and their fear increased. But this time, no one dared to wander off. They were shocked to discover that as long as they stood still, even if they were very close to the mutant Spider King, they actually wouldn't be attacked. What is this? What is this reasoning? In contrast, the survivors of the Shin'e refuge were much happier. They were hiding behind Shoha, completely safe from having to face the mutant Spider King directly. And all of this was done by the man who had just today become the leader of their sanctuary. Lord Shen is so powerful. To actually be able to tame such a powerful mutated monster as a pet. With Lord Shen's pet, the district mutant spider already has a way to take its death. Go for it, Lord Shen. Finish off that spider. Lord Shen is awesome. You will be my idol from now on. Whoever dares to speak ill of Lord Shen in front of me in the future, I'll damn well fight him. Lord Shen, I want to give you a monkey. The survivors were excited. At this moment, Shin'e's image in their minds was infinitely elevated and had completely surpassed Fu Yunqi. In the beginning, everyone felt some awe towards Shin'e, this mysterious powerhouse, because of Fu Yunqi's words. And now, after seeing Shin'e's strength with their own eyes and being sheltered by him, they completely worshipped Shin'e. In the post-apocalyptic world, strength is honored. What's more, this powerful man sheltered them. Respect and worship are well-deserved and very much in order. The breath on everyone's body is going crazy white. Shin'e was very satisfied with this scene, so he looked faintly at the mutant Spider King. Your usefulness is over. It's time to die. P.S. Wow. So much less income. Begging for a free gift. 147, killing the mutant Spider King in seconds. The reason why Shin'e didn't make the first move was to let his subordinates deeply realize the gap between them and the other survivors. Because of my shelter, you will be safe. And those who don't have me to shelter them will have trouble surviving even in the cracks and will face death at any time. That's the gap. That's the harsh reality. It was only through this bloody comparison that their loyalty could be rapidly increased, and they could be made to be loyal to themselves and serve them even more to the death. Invoking the mutant Spider King was to achieve this effect. And now that the purpose has been accomplished, it's time to tackle this one ********. After solving it, he could still bring the corpse back for Lin Jiwei to study and research, and maybe even come up with something new for himself. After all, mutant spiders of this size were not rare. But, just at the moment when Shin'e was about to make a move, a crisp ringing sound came, only to see a beautiful woman with a sword. Taking advantage of the gap between the mutant Spider King and Xiaoha's confrontation, she stabbed the Spider King's body with a heavy sword from behind. Instantly, yellowish-white liquid gushed out, and the mutant Spider King let out a hiss of pain and began to struggle violently. Its several spindly legs swept violently at the survivors frozen around it. This is a complete non-starter for the survivors. Some screamed out in terror. Some held their heads and closed their eyes in despair. Some tried to run away. Just then, the sound of a loud ringing finger came. Abruptly, the crowd was shocked to find that the several legs of the mutant Spider King that were about to fall on them were actually stilled out of thin air, and then quickly frozen by the dark blue ice. In just a few seconds, the huge mutant Spider King was actually directly frozen into an ice sculpture. This is an ice ability. Some people immediately recognized this supernatural ability, and then looked at the source of the ringing finger sound. It was none other than Shin'e, who was sitting on the back of the green mutant monster. Is this the man? Is it surprising that he has such powerful psychic abilities? Just as the crowd was shocked, Fu Yunqi aptly stepped forward and said to the crowd, anyone who is willing to join our sanctuary can walk over. Don't worry, this mutant animal is the pet of our shelter leader and won't attack one of our own. But anyone who harbors a grudge, then it's best to stay away, or I don't guarantee you'll survive. Without Shin'e opening her mouth, she knew how to pick up the conversation and how to perfectly catch the scene. This woman, indeed, is smart. At this point, the survivors, who were already in fear, naturally chose to join the shelter without hesitation, but they still looked at the massive mutant monster with some trepidation, fearing that they would be attacked if they walked past. Is this thing really a pet? What a horrible pet to have. After a few moments of hesitation, a few people cautiously walked over and realized that the green mutant monster really didn't attack them, so all the other survivors quickly ran over. After all, the mutant Spider King had only been temporarily frozen and was not dead yet. It was struggling violently and saw that the layer of ice that had frozen it was about to break. In the face of life and death, dignity is worth nothing. Even joining someone else's shelter to be a dog for them is better than dying. And it was only then that they noticed that there was actually a person standing in front of the mutant Spider King. It was the pretty woman with the sword from before. She actually didn't run away, but held her long sword and stared at the mutant Spider King, seemingly waiting for the mutant Spider King to break the ice before continuing to fight it. What the is this about? Need to work so hard? Shin'e also looked at this woman with interest. She does have a bit of something after fighting for so long and still having so much stamina. The woman also glanced at Shin-Yi, but only for a moment before staring daggers at the mutant Spider King, as if she must get it killed. You have a grudge against it? Shin-Yi forcibly connected to Xiao Shuefei's spirit through telepathy and communicated with her. Xiao Shuefei froze and glanced at Shin-Yi with some surprise, then succinctly returned. Yes, tell me about it. I might be able to help you. Xiao Shuefei was silent for a few seconds and said in a somewhat cold voice, "It ate my pet dog." Pet dog? Shin-Yi froze and couldn't help but ask. So, you fought with your pet dog for its sake? Yes. Xiao Shuefei said very little, but her attitude was resolute. Even if he put his life on the line, he would kill this mutant spider to avenge his pet dog. Shin-Yi was speechless. I thought there was a blood feud between them, but it turned out to be just a fight over a dog. Don't understand it, but greatly impressed. Bang! It was also at this moment that the mutant Spider King broke free of the ice and let out a strange cry before turning around and running. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Shuefei's eyes stared, and she immediately raised her sword to go after them. Actually know how to escape? IQ is really not low. Shin-Yi murmured, but did not give it a chance to escape. He raised his hand, and with a casual finger, dozens of centimeters thick icicles formed out of thin air. The front part of the icicles were still sharp and tapered, and then quickly stabbed at the fleeing mutant Spider King. The mutant Spider King, which had run a dozen meters away, seemed to sense the danger and turned around to try to block, but the sharp icicles directly penetrated through its massive body, running it through. The unpleasant liquid continued to flow out, and the mutant Spider King let out a wail as its several legs kept struggling. Pop! Shin-Yi snapped his fingers, and all the icicles that had penetrated the mutant Spider King exploded directly inside his body, instantly splitting the mutant Spider King's body into pieces. Xiao Shuefei, who had just raised her sword, froze directly in place when she saw this scene. Dead? That's dead? He has been fighting for so long and slashing for so long. The result is still not as strong as the power of this man's casual finger? She suddenly had some doubts about her own strength. Am I really that weak? Asterisk. Boss Shin is awesome. Lord Shin, you will be the elder god from now on. Too strong. So this is the true power of the ice-type ability? It seems like there's still a lot of room to develop my ice-type ability. I'm also an ice exalt, but why can't the ice spikes I condense penetrate the body of the mutant Spider King? And I can't condense so many icicles either. Is there still a gap between the abilities? Nonsense. There must be a gap. Isn't it obvious? One hand can second the mutant Spider King. Is this Lord Shin's strength? Simply perverted. The survivors were shocked beyond belief. This scene of Shin-Yi killing the mutant Spider King in seconds gave them too much visual impact. With a casual finger, he could summon several icicles, and then with a ringing finger, he could utilize the explosion of the icicles to settle the mutant Spider King. What kind of heaven-defying strength was this? The monster that several hundred of them had trouble fighting was easily taken care of by him just like that. In fact, if it wasn't for the visual effect, Shin-Yi didn't even need to snap his fingers and could condense the icicles with a single thought. The level 10 frost condensation no longer required a fancy maneuver to release. Immediately thereafter, Shin-Yi's gaze went to Xiao Shuefei, and his body instantly disappeared onto Xiaoha's back, reappeared and had come to the woman. What do you want? Xiao Shuefei subconsciously gripped her longsword. 148, compromise or be stripped and thrown out. I've avenged your death, which is the equivalent of saving your life. And it makes sense for you to join my sanctuary, doesn't it? Shin-Yi said, his gaze calmly looking at Xiao Shuefei, purely as if there was not a single distraction. Xiao Shuefei was silent for a moment, inserting her sword back into its scabbard before turning around and walking away without a word. It's a refusal, but she hadn't taken 2 steps when Shin-Yi's figure reappeared in front of her, blocking her path. I don't want to join your sanctuary, please get out of the way. Xiao Shuefei stared at Shin-Yi very vigilantly. She knew very well that she was no match for this man. However, this man was so strong that he shouldn't be able to force himself to join his sanctuary, right? After all, there was nothing valuable in his entire body except for this sword. You think I'm consulting with you? I'm just informing you. Shin-Yi smiled faintly and said, since I helped you, then you must repay me, or else don't even think about leaving. You weren't doing it to help me. You would have killed that spider even without me. You did it for your sanctuary, for your people. Xiao Shuefei said in a cold voice. She originally still had some good feelings towards Shin-Yi, but Shin-Yi's hostage attitude instantly turned her off. If Shin-Yi had really saved her life, she certainly wouldn't be ungrateful. But the problem was that even if Shin-Yi didn't make a move, even if she alone couldn't kill the mutant spider, she could still escape, and there was no danger to her life at all. Therefore, Xiao Shuefei did not think that she owed Shin-Yi a life. You're right, but no matter what my intentions are, I've avenged you. If you don't want to recognize it, That's fine. I'm just going to eat you up today anyway. Shinee didn't care about any reasoning. He was just making it clear that he was threatening. How can a woman who can unlock supplies be let go so easily? And not far away. Fu Yunqi heard Shinee and Xiao Shuefei's conversation and only felt speechless. A second ago, she was shocked at Shinyee's strength. As a result, the second after saw Shinee good colorful side. Alas, why do you like women so much when you're obviously so strong? With this much power, isn't it good to do something serious? Fortunately, the other survivors were far away and did not see the scene or hear Shinyee's words, or else the lofty image he had just established would have collapsed instantly. Fu Yunqi was also very eagle-eyed and stopped the survivors in time, defending Shinyee's image. The image of the leader is crucial if you want to rule the sanctuary for a long time. Regardless of how one acts in secret, one must never be too indulgent and surly, at least in front of the crowd. At the same time, Xiao Shuefei stared coldly at Shinee. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and subconsciously wanted to draw her sword. However, she realized that her sword had been frozen at some point and could not be pulled out. Xiao Shuefei's eyes stared. Then without hesitation, she raised her leg and kicked at Shinee. Her speed was so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react in time. Bang! Xiao Shuefei's leg viciously kicked Shinyee's leg, but Shinee didn't react at all. Even his expression didn't change. Instead, it was her own leg that transmitted a burst of severe pain, and she couldn't help but frown. So hard. How could this man's body be so hard? That kick just now was as if it had been kicked on a rock. However, Xiao Shuefei did not hesitate and swung her scabbard again, stabbing toward Shinee. Even if she knew that she was not Shinyee's opponent, she did not want to compromise. Bang! With a crisp crash, the scabbard was actually steadily grasped by Shinee with one hand. Go on, let me see your full strength, Shinee said indifferently. His hardened skin ability might not be able to withstand bullets, but it was more than enough to deal with this kind of ordinary attack. Xiao Shuefei attempted to draw back the scabbard with force, but found that it didn't move and couldn't even be pulled out. This man was much more powerful than he was. Thus, she decisively loosened her sword sheath and turned to swing her fist to strike Shinyee's face directly. The wind of the fist was harsh and even carried a hint of white qi. Shinyee's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. Xiao Shuefei threw a punch that missed and immediately looked around warily. Next moment, she seemed to sense something and hastily turned to try and block. However, her reaction was still a beat slow. Shinee kicked her directly in the abdomen, sending her back several steps before she could barely stabilize herself. Xiao Shuefei covered her painful abdomen with one hand and stared coldly at Shinee, the wariness in her eyes growing stronger. Taking advantage of Shinyee's unpreparedness, she quickly drew an iron dart from her waist and violently flung it out. There was a trace of white gas wrapped around the dart, and it looked powerful. However, Shinyee's figure once again instantly disappeared, and the darts directly shot empty. That white qi, is that your supernatural ability? Shinyee's voice came faintly from behind her. Xiao Shuefei backhanded another dart and threw it out, pointing directly at Shinyee's head. She's playing hard to get. Only this level of attack is not enough. Shinyee's voice came from another direction. Xiao Shuefei cupped the dart in her hand, panting slightly as she stared coldly at the black mist around her and questioned, "Why didn't you kill me?" She knew very well that with this man's strength, it would be easy to kill herself. Instead, he just teases himself. It's more disgusting than killing yourself. Shinee smiled faintly and replied, "Let's put it this way. As long as you accompany me for one night, I'll let you go. And after that, it doesn't matter whether you add or not to join my sanctuary. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it. Is it important to be alive or is it important to have dignity?" Xiao Shuefei grimaced coldly and flung darts directly in the direction the voice came from. She refused dryly. This woman is very rigid, unwilling to compromise, let alone communicate, and is up at the drop of a hat. With such an obsessive personality, it's no wonder she fought a mutant spider to the death for a pet dog. If that's all you've got, then it's game over. Shinyee's voice once again came from behind her. Xiao Shuefei's pupils shrunk, and just as she wanted to turn around and counterattack, she realized that her body had been frozen by the thick layer of ice and she couldn't move. Only the head could barely turn, but that was also extremely difficult. The piercing cold chilled her body. "Now, can you calm down?" Shinee walked behind her, one hand gently stroking over the ice sculpture, and faintly asked. As his frost condensation level continued to rise, his control over the ice became more and more refined, and the ice's hardness, temperature difference, and other attributes were greatly enhanced. The ice created by other ice exalts might even have trouble penetrating the skin of the mutant Spider King. However, Shinyee's ice could easily pierce through the mutant Spider King's body. That's the rank gap. Xiao Shuefei still didn't say a word, just staring coldly at Shinee. This made Shinee very upset. "I've already taken a step back, and you still refuse to compromise? I advise you to think it over. If you refuse again, I'll strip you naked and throw you out right now. 149, it's so weird. Asterisk. Xiao Shuefei finally couldn't help but get angry when she heard Xin Yi's threat. She's not afraid to die, but to actually be stripped and thrown out, to be looked at by all those strangers, would be more humiliating than death. I didn't say I was a good person. Don't misunderstand. Xin Yi laughed. Sure enough, everyone has a weakness. Although Xiao Shuefei, this woman's character was very stubborn and would rather die than give in, but she has a soft spot after all. Of course, stripped naked and thrown out the words. Xin Yi is only a verbal threat. If Xiao Shuefei wasn't even afraid of this kind of threat, then he decided to let her go for now. Then, quietly follow her. Find out where she lives and threaten her with her family or friends. As long as she is still alive, then there must be a soft underbelly. Xin Yi has plenty of time to find her soft underbelly. Of course, Xin Yi's purpose was not to kill and humiliate people, but the system rewards. If you really want to strip and throw Xiao Shuefei out, how can you use it in the future? Well, have you considered it? Xin Yi's voice was like a heavy hammer on Xiao Shuefei's heart, causing her anger to increase. But she doesn't seem to have learned any profanity, and surprisingly, she only curses repeatedly. It had been cursing for several minutes, and it seemed that his mouth had dried up, and only then did he stop. Well, it's about time you cursed your ass off. Xin Yi listened patiently to Xiao Shuefei's scolding and didn't stop it the entire time. It didn't matter if he scolded himself a few times. He wouldn't get mad. Anyway, you can get back hard on the couch later. Xiao Shuefei gasped slightly and stared at Xin Yi and said coldly, accompanying you for one night is never possible. Xin Yi frowned, just about to be furious, but then heard Xiao Shuefei continue. Unless you marry me, I will never sleep with you. Ha! Xin Yi froze. Is that a good thing? But it's the end of the world. And you're doing this with me? And you have to be married to sleep with them? Feeling that the reason why Xiao Shuefei is unwilling to compromise is because of conservatism? This could not have been imagined even if Xin Yi had scratched his head. This who would have thought? If you don't want to, then kill me. Otherwise, I will never agree to you. Xiao Shuefei's tone was still cold. Just a hint of a blush could be vaguely seen in her cheeks as she uttered the words. I don't know if it's because she's shy, or if the ice has been frozen for too long and she's too cold. Marrying you is certainly no problem. Xin Yi paused. But in this situation now, the wedding definitely can't be organized. But I can promise you that when there is an opportunity in the future, I will make up a wedding for you. Xin Yi's sentence was not a lie to Xiao Shuefei, nor was it perfunctory. Although he had quite a few women, he had not really married yet. Grandma, when the future has the ability, must be a big extremely luxurious wedding, which is in line with their own rankings. Xiao Shuefei stared at Xin Yi for a few seconds, then gently turned her head away. Okay, I promise you, but if you lie to me, I will definitely kill you. No problem, my little wife. If I lie to you, you can kill me anytime. Xin Yi laughed flirtatiously. Don't scream. It's not yet. Xiao Shuefei's face flushed red with flesh. It's sooner or later anyway, so it's okay to scream twice in advance. Xin Yi felt that this woman was a bit interesting, though few words, stubborn character, and fight at the drop of a hat. But I didn't expect that after agreeing to marry her. The original deep black aura on her body quickly turned white almost instantly, even omitting the gray. Wait, how is it still turning white? The speed at which this breath turned white was even faster than Morong Shui. What a situation this woman is in. How else can it be reversed like that? Xin Yi was stunned. If he didn't have telepathy, even if he saw Xiao Shuefei blush, he would only think that she was lying to herself. After all, it's simply not possible for a normal person's emotions to turn so quickly. 1 second she wants to kill Xin Yi, but the next second she is willing to be Xin Yi's wife. This nifty thing is outrageous. Xin Yi even suspected that something was wrong with his telepathy, but no matter how one looked at it, even using God's perspective to stare at it, the breath on Xiao Shuefei's body was still white. Even in just 10 seconds or so, it had caught up with Su Yun and Su Wanting, and was even rising. It's so counterintuitive. What exactly was going through her mind in that moment just now? You can't be so loyal just because I'm going to marry you. Can you? Is this a ing fairy tale? Xin Yi was dumbfounded. He double-checked his breath several times, then couldn't resist asking, you don't hate me anymore? Why should I hate you? Xiao Shuefei's delicate face revealed a puzzled expression. Then she added earnestly, since you promised to marry me, I am your wife, and I have no reason to hate my own man. No, I just hit you like that and threatened you, and you don't have any resentment at all? Xin Yi was completely dumbfounded. Do you want to hear what you're saying? No hate. Xiao Shuefei shook her head and said, I've thought before that the man I'm looking for has to be stronger than me, and the fact that you defeated me effortlessly proves that you are much stronger than me. and that you will marry me explicitly. So naturally I have no complaints. It seemed that she had opened her heart to Shani, and her attitude had undergone a great transformation. Before, she spoke in a cold and icy tone, and it was as brief as it needed to be, and just by listening to her tone, one got the impression that she was a person of unapproachable character. But now, it's clear that if you well behaved, just as weird. Shani was silent. The scene at hand was really out of his expectation. In his mind, Xiao Shuefei would definitely prefer to die, or she would pretend to compromise and wait for an opportunity to sneak up on him. Even if this woman was going to fight for her life, he felt normal. But the only thing that makes Shani not quite dare to believe is this kind of counterintuitive reversal. If it wasn't for the white, glowing aura of loyalty on her body, Shani would have said nothing to believe it. Eventually, he untied the ice from Xiao Shuefei's body and took a clean female outfit from the system space for her to change into. Xiao Shuefei didn't refuse, and found a corner where no one was, and changed her clothes before coming over. Come on, let's go back first. Shani looked deeply at Xiao Shuefei. He had just turned on his telepathy the entire time, staring at Xiao Shuefei, who was changing her clothes, and was purposely on guard, just to see if this woman would take the opportunity to run away or backstab herself. After all, there were many strange powers in the world. What if Xiao Shuefei's powers could be hidden from her telepathy? Only, after Shani stared at her for half a day, Xiao Shuefei also had absolutely no intention of escaping, and after changing her clothes, she actually came back obediently. Is it hard to believe that she really compromised so easily? Shani still had doubts in his heart. Something doesn't feel right. Either that or there's something wrong with Xiao Shuefei as a person. Either that or there's something wrong with her powers. Anyway, let's unlock her rewards while we can. The end goal is the reward anyway. As long as the reward was in hand, it wouldn't matter if he didn't even meet the woman afterward. P.S. Begging for gifts. 150, magical white gas. Shen-Yi, this pet of yours, is it a mutant husky? Xiao Shuefei and Shen-Yi came to Xiaoha's side, and after staring at him for a while, she surprisingly accurately named its breed. Xiaoha had long since been raised by Lin Jiwei to not look like a dog, much less a husky, but Xiao Shuefei actually still recognized it at a glance. How did you see it? Shen-Yi was a bit surprised. I used to have a husky and remember some of its habits, but it was eaten by a mutant spider. Xiao Shuefei's tone lowered a few points as she spoke. It was obvious that she had a deep affection for her pet dog. After all, she was even willing to put her life on the line for that dog. Shen-Yi inquired a few more times before learning that although the husky that Xiao Shuefei had raised had also mutated, it hadn't lost its mind like other animals. So, she went ahead and raised it. However, 2 days ago when she and her husky were out looking for food, they came across mutant spiders that were hunting. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides, and the husky, in order to protect Xiao Shuefei, was eventually killed by the spider, and even the body was eaten by the mutant spider. After that, Xiao Shuefei came alone to seek revenge on the mutant spider after she recuperated from her injuries. Recovering from an injury? You mean, you were badly injured 2 days ago? Walking on the road back to the shelter, Shun-Yi asked suspiciously. Through his telepathy, he didn't find any injuries on Xiao Shuefei's body, and he couldn't tell at all that she had been seriously injured. I ate a colorful fruit before, and after that, my body's recovery power became very strong, and I would heal quickly when I was injured. Xiao Shuefei explained as she drew her sword and cut her finger. The blood came out for just a few seconds, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. So it is. A hint of surprise flashed in Shen-Yi's eyes. That's a good power. It's a first-rate ability to save your life. Unfortunately, not your own, although Shen-Yi was seldom injured. If he could have this kind of supernormal ability with an extremely strong recovery ability, then wouldn't he be able to wave even more recklessly in the future? The white chi you used when you threw the darts before was also a supernatural ability? Shen-Yi asked again. He was impressed with white chi. This woman Xiao Shuefei used white chi whether she was using fists, swords, or darts. I think so. I was also able to use this white chi after eating another colored fruit, Xiao Shuefei said, raising her arm and gradually covering her palm with a layer of white chi. Shen-Yi looked at the white chi for a few moments and asked, tell me in detail what this white chi of yours does. It certainly doesn't hurt to know more about unknown powers. In case they encountered the same type of psychic in the future, they could easily kill each other as well. Although, with Shen-Yi's strength today, he is able to casually crush the other alien people, but his character has always been more cautious. Xiao Shuefei, however, didn't think about it that much and directly explained, this white chi can be attached to all sorts of weapons, capable of increasing their power and speed. It can also be attached to my own body so that I can jump higher, faster, with more power, and with less physical exertion. As for any other uses, I'm not really sure. That's all I know at the moment. Without hesitation, Xiao Shuefei spoke her bottom line. Shin Yi nodded slightly. This woman trusts herself. Not like a show. Although there wasn't any mushy performance, no matter what questions Shin Yi asked, she didn't hesitate to answer them. Completely different from her previous indifferent attitude of few words. Is this the legendary cold on the outside and hot on the inside? After pondering for a moment, Shin Yi looked at the white gas in Xiao Shuefei's palm and pondered. What the hell kind of power is that? It actually reduces physical exertion. Could it be similar to the enchantment skills in the game? Can you attach this white breath to a person or an animal? For example, attaching to me, Shin Yi asked. That should work too. Xiao Shuefei nodded. Then asked, want to try? Shin Yi secretly turned on his hardened skin supernatural ability and said, come on, try attaching your white chi to me. Xiao Shuefei reached out and put her hand on Shin Yi's arm. Then a white gas quickly spread to Shin Yi's body. Shin Yi was always on the alert, with all sorts of supernormal abilities ready to be utilized at any time. If this white chi harmed him, he could be the first to strike back. However, it was clear that Xiao Shuefei didn't have any dissenting thoughts. After the white chi entered Shin Yi's body, Shin Yi immediately felt as if his body had become much lighter. No, it wasn't just lightness. Even the physical strength that had been drastically depleted just now was rapidly recovering. The previous battle in the department store, Shin Yi's physical strength had been depleted by at least 2/3. However, after the white chi entered his body, in just over a minute, at least 1/3 of the stamina he had just expended was restored. This recovery is much faster than eating on your own. Fantastic. It's amazing. The white gas actually helps me regain my strength. I didn't realize it was a secondary ability. However, Xiao Shuefei wasn't in a very good state at the moment. Her face was a little pale and she seemed to be overly physically exhausted. But Shin Yi hadn't asked her to stop, so she hadn't stopped. Shin Yi felt carefully for a while longer, and felt that in at most 2.5 minutes, Xiao Shuefei would be able to help himself fully recover his strength. Moreover, this recovery removes the fatigue from one's body, as if one had slept beautifully and all the fatigue of the body had disappeared. This white breath ability, it's pretty amazing. After feeling it for a while, Shin Yi voiced out, alright, I probably understand. I can stop. Only then did the pale-faced Xiao Shuefei stop, panting slightly. Your physique is actually stronger than me who has practiced martial arts for more than 10 years. Xiao Shuefei stared at Shin Yi, very surprised. Obviously, she could also sense Shin Yi's physical strength through the white chi. Drink some water first. Shin Yi took out a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to Xiao Shuefei. Then asked, what do you mean by practicing martial arts? Is it the martial arts and martial arts novels? No, it's just some killer martial arts for strengthening the body. After Xiao Shuefei finished speaking, she unscrewed the cap and finished the bottle of mineral water in one gulp. Strengthening the body? Murderous martial arts? Do you want to hear what you're saying? However, Shin Yi was not surprised by the strong body and martial arts. Xia has a long history, and it is true that there used to be a lot of martial arts heritage. Of course, it's not the outrageous martial arts like in the movies, it's just plain martial arts. Shin Yi remembers that when the summer country was just founded, there was a martial arts competition, and the control was not strict at that time. So those who participated in the competition had real skills, and each one of them made a killing move. They say a lot of people died in that bout. It was also after that bout that the restraining order came out. After that, the so-called martial arts are basically the Flash 5-link whip and this kind of fancy. P.S. This book does not go to cultivate immortal flow. Proper martial arts, everyone knows it. There did used to be these things. Of course, I'm talking about the world of fiction. 151. It's okay to carry a child to term. Through the conversation along the way, Shin Yi also thoroughly figured out Xiao Shuefei's family background. She comes from a martial arts family, and her ancestors were famous in the Republican era. And going back further, it seems that they were famous in the Qing and Ming dynasties. Xiao Shuefei's parents died when she was very young, and she grew up with her grandparents. Her grandfather had 2 family heirloom martial arts, a sword technique to kill people and a boxing technique to strengthen the body. And because Xiao Shuefei loved martial arts, she had been practicing with her grandfather since she was a child. Even when her grandfather and grandmother died later, she never gave up. According to what Xiao Shuefei had said, if the others didn't use hot weapons but instead used cold weapons to fight themselves, she wouldn't lose even if one of them fought 10 of them. Assuming, of course, that there are no powers, like Shin Yi's so strong alien. Even if she practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, she simply cannot beat. Martial arts are, after all, just martial arts, not the martial arts of martial arts novels. Meanwhile, the crowd returned to the townhouse neighborhood. After Fu Yunxi and Shin Yi greeted each other, they led the people to collect the other shelters. With Shin Yi's previous force of deterrence, coupled with the fact that there was still a mutant monster as big as Shoha sitting in the town. The survivors of the other shelters did not dare to resist, and it was easy to incorporate them all. All in all, the trip was quite rewarding. It was to Fu Yunxi, and it was to Shinyi. What is her relationship to you? Xiao Shuefei stared at the departing Fu Yunxi and suddenly asked. She is my woman. Shinyi did not hide it. Sooner or later it will be exposed anyway, and there is no point in hiding it. Instead, it is easy to dig a hole for yourself. It would be better to lay it out in the open and just resolve any conflicts directly. Xiao Shuefei stared at Shinyi without saying a word. The aura on her body didn't change, but her eyes were strange. Don't worry. I haven't married her yet. Shinyi added another sentence. As they spoke, they also arrived at the conference room on the top floor. Shen-Yi, you're back. Just as soon as he entered the door, a petite and delicate body pounced over and hugged Shinyi's arm at once. Xiao Shuefei's already cold face turned a few degrees colder, her eyes staring deathly at Lin Lu. The happy Lin Lu inexplicably felt a cold air, subconsciously looked at the beautiful woman behind Shinyi, and couldn't help but ask, Shinyi, who is she? Who is she? Why did it feel like this woman was looking at herself strangely, like she wanted to hack herself to death? It should be an illusion blah. Her name is Zhou Shuefei, and she's my woman too. Shinyi briefly introduced himself, then said, little dear, you go back to rest first. I have something to talk about with her. Okay, then you have to come find me later. Lin Deer knew better than to pester, and after a few serious admonitions, he left the room. Shinyi then hugged Xiao Shuefei and started the foreplay, preparing to unlock the supplies. First, wait. Xiao Shuefei refused with a slight blush. What's wrong? Shinyi raised his eyebrows, but his hand movements did not stop. Xiao Shuefei gasped slightly and pressed Shinyi's hand and asked, you have a girlfriend. Why did you still promise to marry me? Are you lying to me? Shinyi frowned. Who says you can't marry you if you have a girlfriend? Xiao Shuefei froze. What does that mean? Why I can't understand. Since I promised you, I will do it. So be good too. Shinyi said, not caring about Xiao Shuefei's dumbfounded expression, and immediately began to unlock the supplies. Same time, in the room at the end of the corridor, Lin Bunny was listening to his sister Lin Deer with a shocked expression. Sister, are you saying that brother-in-law he actually brought back another beautiful woman? And they're in Sister Fu's room right now? Lin Deer nodded. That woman gave me a strange feeling. I feel that she hates me very much and wants to kill me. What? Lin Bunny was shocked for a moment, then reacted and instantly puffed out. She later Jr. actually dared to threaten her sister. It's so detestable. We're going to settle the score with her. Make her apologize to sister. Lin Bunny looked very angry and said, getting up and getting ready to move. Sister, won't you come with me? Lin Bunny realized that his sister actually had no intention of moving. Shinyi told me to wait in my room and said he would come over to me. Lin Lu said, but brother-in-law is alone in the room with that mistress. Sister, aren't you afraid of that mistress stealing my brother-in-law? Lin Rabbit seems to be in a bit of a hurry. Shinyi is not that kind of person. Lin Deer immediately denied it. However, then she noticed that her sister's expression was off, and couldn't help but wonder, Bunny, why do I feel as if you're more anxious than I am? When Lin Bunny heard these words, she immediately glanced over her head a little unnaturally, her voice glutinous. I'm just worried that you, sister, will be abandoned by your brother-in-law. Abandoned by your brother-in-law? Why do you say that? Lin Deer showed a puzzled expression. She sensed that Bunny seemed to be hiding something from her. Bunny, tell me honestly, what's going on? Lin Deer asked gravely. That's it. Oops. Sister, you just slept in the conference room and didn't hear brother-in-law's big show at the department store. Rumor has it that brother-in-law just casually snapped his fingers and killed that particularly terrifying mutant Spider King. That was a mutant Spider King that hundreds of people couldn't kill. Brother-in-law killed it with just a snap of his fingers. It's simply too powerful, just like a god. Lin Bunny's eyes were starting to sprout little stars as he spoke. That's for sure. Of course my boyfriend is awesome. Lin Deer was happy to hear that and was filled with pride. However, she suddenly reacted to something. Wait, Bunny, why did you say I would be abandoned by Shinyi? Lin Bunny immediately analyzed with a serious face. Sister, think about it. Brother-in-law. He's so strong and handsome. He'll definitely attract a lot of women to throw themselves at him. If other women say bad things about sister to brother-in-law, if brother-in-law hears them, then he'll definitely abandon sister. Lin Deer froze after hearing this. Bunny has a point. Although he and Shinyi established a relationship, but there has not been any intimate behavior. The most is to hold a bit, touch a bit. Even kissing has not been. Sister Fu, as a junior, even kissed Shinyi. If the other mistresses also kissed Shinyi and even had children together, then their own weight in Shinyi's heart would definitely become lighter. In time, one might be left alone. Thinking of this, Lin Lu immediately tensed up and quickly turned to Lin Rabbit for help. Little Rabbit, then what do you think I should do now? I don't want to break up with Shinyi. Lin Bunny was silent for several seconds, then revealed a very serious expression and said word for word, if my sister can carry my brother-in-law's child, then she will certainly not be abandoned. 152. Unlock a new alien fruit. Pregnant. Pregnant. Hearing her sister's words, Lin Deer's cheeks turned red. This is too bold. And mom said it's a girl to best for have a little baby at 24. Lin Bunny looked at her shy and entangled sister and immediately denied seriously. Mom was talking about normal times. Not now. This is the end of days. If you continue to hesitate, sister, your brother-in-law will probably be snatched away by some other wild woman. I've heard that even Sister Wang and Sister Ma are attracted to brother-in-law. Sister, are you really not afraid at all? Lin Deer's red face, the hesitation in her heart grew even more. Finally, she gathered her courage and nodded, saying, I know. However, Little Rabbit, didn't you say yesterday that your brother-in-law was a bad person and asked me to be more careful? Why did you suddenly change your attitude today? Lin Deer couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Last night, even when she fell asleep, her sister kept saying bad things about Shinyi when she was talking in her sleep. As a result, she was now desperate to get herself pregnant with Shinyi's child. That's too much change. Even though my brother-in-law is a bad man, it's not like I'm saying that my sister should break up with my brother-in-law. Lin Bunny explained in a serious manner. Sister, you've been taken advantage of by your brother-in-law, so of course you have to marry your brother-in-law. That's for sure. Of course I'm going to marry Shinyi. As soon as Lin Lu heard the word marry, she was instantly happy again. So, you have to work hard. Sister, make sure to take down your brother-in-law. If you really can't, I will also help you. Lin Bunny encouraged with a red face. Aha, I'll be able to. Lin Deer nodded seriously, not realizing his sister's small mind. She didn't know that in fact, her younger sister, Lin Bunny, had originally disliked her philandering brother-in-law. However, today, after hearing other people talk about the picture of Shinyi's outburst, as well as the thing that Shinyi saved hundreds of people, she has been brainstorming, and then brainstorming. She worshipped the super handsome and super strong brother-in-law a little. A ringing finger could kill a monster that strong. How strong must brother-in-law's real strength be? Isn't it more than a movie superhero? Moreover, brother-in-law was actually able to take in a mutated monster as a pet and mount. It's simply too powerful, isn't it? A mutated monster that big. Lin Rabbit felt fear just by looking at it from afar. It's amazing that my brother-in-law was able to subdue it and keep it from attacking people. The young, budding girl is a little bit fallen, not wanting to let such a good brother-in-law be snatched by another woman. In fact, this was mainly due to Fu Yunqi as well. The survivors who came back today, after Fu Yunqi's guidance, plus the fact that they were indeed grateful to Shinyi for saving them, started all kinds of publicity, and even used quite a few modifying techniques. As a result, Shinyi's reputation in the refuge was now unprecedentedly high, especially after learning that Shinyi had bravely fought the mutant Spider King himself in order to prevent his men from being injured and sacrificed. Most of them developed feelings of gratitude. Now if you pull out 10 people at random, at least 6 or 7 of them are worshippers of Shinyi. The rest are definitely not hostile, if not worshipful. It's only natural because every survivor has a family waiting for them to return. And Shinyi brought everyone back safely so that they could have a family reunion. How could they not be grateful? This wave of admiration and respect for Shinyi had swept through the entire sanctuary like a virus. The few friends that Lin Bunny had contact with were also Shinyi's little fanboys and fangirls, so she listened to her friends' descriptions and naturally developed a favorable impression of Shinyi. And at this point, Shinyi, who was the party involved, did not know that because of Fu Yunqi's maneuvering, it had already made his reputation in the refuge ridiculously high. He'd be happier if he knew. It's like a double whammy. This second joy, naturally, was the supplies that had just been unlocked, and finally the exotic fruit was out again. Ding! Detects that you have successfully taken in a goddess and begins unlocking a randomized supply. Ding! Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the material, exotic fruit, spiritual evolution. Ability, spiritual evolution +1. Stored in system space. Ability, spiritual evolution +1. Stored in system space. Alien power. It's actually a psychic type ability fruit. Shinyi was pleasantly surprised. His biggest shortcoming at the moment is that his spiritual power is not strong enough. Although the evolution of his physical body had improved his mental power to a certain extent, there was still some gap when compared to mental system adepts like Morong Shui and Lin Jiwei. So, this is a good thing that this ISO is coming. Immediately, Shinny took out a spiritually evolved fruit from the system space and directly put it into his mouth. It melts in your mouth and a sizzling sensation instantly floods your brain. The sizzling sensation brought not pain, but an extreme feeling of euphoria. A dreamlike feeling of euphoria. Shinny only felt that the whole brain is cool, light, as if in a fairyland general. Is spiritual evolution? It's also too cool. This. Shinny couldn't help but kowtow a few more fruits of spiritual evolution. It's a feeling that can't be described in words. It's better than the original physical evolution anyway. Every time he ate the fruit, it was as if his brain underwent some kind of sublimation. As if the whole person was transformed. It's awesome. With that, he tapped the system panel to check his powers while eating the fruit of spiritual evolution. Spiritual evolution, LV1. Your brain has completed an evolution for some reason. And your mental power, thinking ability, comprehension, perception, and so on have all increased dramatically. You can simply influence the spirits of the creatures around you. Your current range of influence is 3 meters, and you can control your subconscious mind. Immune to a certain degree of mental attacks. That's a bit of a strong spiritual evolution. It actually affects the spirits of the surrounding creatures. Wouldn't that mean that he himself had a psychic ability similar to mind control? Moreover, it was actually immune to some of the mental attacks. Lin Jiwei said before that she had an extraordinary ability that was to enhance her spiritual power. Could it be spiritual evolution? Shinny pondered and continued to eat the fruit of spiritual evolution. Regardless of that, let's level up this ability first. At least get up to 11 first. Maybe unlock some new ability? Even if he couldn't unlock new abilities, as long as he could greatly enhance his mental power, then he wouldn't have to be afraid of spirit-type attacks in the future. Shinyi's physical body was already very strong, and now that the spiritual aspect had also been enhanced, it was truly invincible on all fronts. And, with the spiritual evolution ability, he would also be able to hold Morong Shui better in the future. Her spiritual thoughts and modified cognition were no longer strong enough to have an effect on herself. It was also at this time that Shinyi suddenly shivered, and his mental psychic ability was successfully upgraded. Cool. Well, suddenly, Xiao Shuefei's head, which was moving, was pressed down with a single, deadly blow.